I stood under the moonlight, looking at my fellow werewolves, my heart filled with anticipation. Tomorrow was the meeting, and I was finally allowed to go. But when I saw that man, my world shattered. He was the person I hated the most, and yet, he was my destined mate. Chapter 1. The moon shone bright and nearly full in the sky, its radiance giving the forest an ethereal glow. These woods were normally dark, but the silvery light brought definition to everything, making the winding path through the undergrowth clearly visible. Truthfully, I didn't need the light of the moon to see. Not only had this path been worn down by the paws of many wolves before me, I also had extremely enhanced senses in my wolf state. My paws thudded against the ground in time with my beating heart as I shot through the forest. To a human observer, I would just be a large silver blur shooting by. But there were no humans in these parts. Their natural instincts and fear of predators kept them away. Not that I had a particular inclination to feed on human flesh. It was forbidden by werewolf law. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichut's enthusiasm. Or it was supposed to be, but a predator. Indeed, I was at the top of the food chain, the odd stillness of the surrounding forest, devoid of animal life as they crawled away in their holes to hide, was evidence of that. Grinning a wolf grin, I finally slowed my pace to a quick walk. Now that I moved more slowly, my large paws made almost no noise on the thick bed of leaves below me. Although we looked like wolves, my kind was much larger and moved with an abnormal grace that natural wolves did not possess. All animals in the forest feared us, even the bears. A wolf even bigger than a lion could strike fear into almost anyone. I stopped my walk as I entered a clearing, sitting back on my haunches and gazing up at the moon. It would be full tomorrow. I could feel it. Everyone in my pack could. The full moon did something to us. It made us stronger, faster, wilder as the blood burned through our veins. Most full moons we ran free in the woods, my entire pack, yipping and chasing each other like pups. However, was the meeting. Thinking about it brought a strange mix of nervousness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and determination. I had never been allowed to go to a meeting before, but I had been meeting my father and the beta for weeks, begging them to let me accompany them. I was pretty sure they were about to cave in at last. I was 19 years old. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I should be allowed to go. Almost everyone else had had a chance. Within my consciousness and my soul, I felt my wolf's agreement. She was even braver than I and far more stubborn. And she'd been wanting to go for years. I mentally reassured her that we'd find a way this time. The curiosity was nearly killing me. Skylar. I heard the voice through my mental link. Couldn't you let my father's tone? He wasn't the alpha of the pack, but he was well respected, being the pack doctor and all. He really could adopt the authoritative tone when he needed to. Coming, I replied irritably. My wolf and I wanted to run. I sounded a bit petulant, and wrinkled my snout, knowing he wouldn't like that. My father just sent an irritated noise through our mental link before closing it off, and I stood up, shaking out my thick silver coat before turning to head back to the pack. All of us could communicate telepathically when we were arrow wolf forms, but direct family members in the alpha, of course, could willingly communicate mentally whenever we wanted to. Even in human form, came in quite handy when one of my parents needed to shout at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our communication abilities took more effort at a greater distance, and I could always raise my mental barriers to block my parents out. If I wanted to get an even worse lecture once, I lowered them again. Sighing, I trotted again through the undergrowth, mentally apologizing to my wolf. I knew she liked to stay in this form as long as she could, as she was more constrained when I was in my more human state. She grumbled a bit but subsided as we exited the thickest part of the woods and made our way to the set of houses sprawled across the large valley. At this distance, The pack village looked quiet and peaceful, lights winking in the otherwise impenetrable darkness. Every muscle in my body relaxed just looking at the tranquil scene. I was home. You shouldn't take off like that when you know I might need your help. My father scolded, though his eyes were fixated on the patient he was currently tending to. He was pressing a damp cloth against the small girl's forehead as she tossed and turned in her bed. Meanwhile, I stood in the corner. I loved to watch my father work, and I often helped out with the more menial tasks. I narrowed my eyes as I carefully observed. This seemed like a normal healing that my father had no need to use his affinity for. Pack doctor was something a wolf was born into. As they grew up, they would notice that they had an affinity, or a particularly strong connection to the life force of the world all around us. In times of need, they could utilize the Earth's energy to help with the healing process. It was a special and magical ability, and only 1 or 2 wolves in a pack could have the pack doctor affinity at one time, depending on if the doctor had a child. The affinity was usually genetic to the firstborn child. Usually, I winced as I thought about it. The majority of the time the gift would be inherited, but I had not received it. I was completely and utterly ordinary. It had been a source of great embarrassment for me for a long time, and I was sure my dad had been disappointed, but he never said anything. Others in the pack had made some cruel comments when I was younger before the alpha put a stop to it. Some vestiges of the insecurity still linger to this day. Snapping out of my daze, I realized my father expected some sort of apology. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, parts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I needed to run, I muttered. Even to me, my apology wasn't very convincing. My father turned to me and sighed, running a hand through his thick hair, which was a shade of color identical to my own dark brown curls. I didn't tell your mother, he admitted, and I smiled slightly. My mom freaked out over almost anything. She had always been the high-strung type, which likely explained why we frequently butted heads. I was laid back and much less assertive. Thanks, I replied, idly drumming my fingers against each other so. I wanted to talk about what we were discussing earlier, I finally said, eyes on the ground. I sounded nervous, which I knew he wouldn't like, but I couldn't help that this was a sensitive conversation. Sighing yet again, my father returned his gaze to the sick patient as he pulled out a few instruments to examine her further. You've been bugging me for weeks, Skylar. I've been thinking about it. I discussed it with Jack. I couldn't help my lips from quirking up. Jack was our beta, one of my father's best friends, and he had always treated me well. This was a good sign. We finally decided to let you come to the meeting tomorrow, and the alpha gave the all clear after we told him. He finally mumbled, a bit begrudgingly. I could tell Jack had helped convince him. I took a deep breath, resisting the urge to jump up and down. Thank you. I promise I can handle myself. I'm 19. I know it's dangerous, but... His green eyes snapped to my face then, his countenance hardening as his jaw clenched. Not liking the expression, dangerous, he asked softly, Skylar, I know you're excited because you haven't gotten to go yet, but you're underestimating this. Dangerous is an understatement. The Black Mountains pack is. He trailed off, an expression of pure hatred flitting across his features. I could tell that my own expression had soured at the mention of our worst enemies. Unfortunately, while the Black Mountains pack was our greatest threat, they were the most powerful pack on this continent. They practically owned us and have for the last several years. Through threats and not idle threats, either bullying and fear-instilling tactics, they had already taken over a large amount of our land. We called these twice-a-year reunions with the Black Mountains pack meetings, but really, they were negotiations. Negotiations in which we attempted to prevent them from infringing upon our territory anymore. Not that we could stop them if they chose to attack. We still had miles upon miles of land. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was plenty for our pack, but it was nowhere close to what it used to be. Our territory used to stretch all along the Rockies in Colorado, but now a huge chunk of that had been forcefully taken. Werewolf packs were scarce, so each pack was supposed to have a large swath of land, but the Black Mountain Pack's territory was ridiculously expansive, in my opinion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With all of those mouths to feed, I begrudgingly admitted to myself that they needed large hunting grounds. Okay, the Silverwoods pack was powerful. We had about 60 wolves running with us. But their pack, they had well over 100. Trained warriors, all of them. They were relentless and cruel. They didn't restrict their hunting grounds to the forest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There were many rumors that some of them wandered into nearby towns and preyed on the humans. Completely helpless humans that should not be prey at all. According to Werewolf Law, the thought made a low growl rumble in my chest. Skylar, I was aware that I had spaced out as my father snapped to get my attention. I shook myself of my dark thoughts and turned back to him, lowering my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just got distracted. You're right. I need to take this more seriously. I was just excited about finally getting to go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Admitting it to myself, I had been nervous all along. He nodded, understanding in his eyes. I know, but he trailed off, unsure what to say. It just isn't fair. I responded. I hate them for taking half of our land and killing those who opposed them. They make us live in fear, in our own territory. I hate them too. We all do, but we know much. My father said sadly. Why do they follow him? I whispered quietly, not clarifying further, but he knew who I meant. The Alpha of Black Mountain's pack. He was as relentless and horrible as they came, according to my fellow pack members that had been around him. His name was Gabriel, but I knew nobody called him that. He had followed in his father's footsteps as Alpha 4 years ago when he turned 21, and he was just as big of a tyrant as his father was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fortunately, it had been a couple years since the Black Mountains pack had outright killed anyone in my pack. They seemed to have eased up a bit on that tactic since Gabriel became the new Alpha. There was a moment of silence before my father spoke again. They're scared of him, but it's more than that. He's powerful, intelligent, ruthless. To us, he may be cruel, but to them, he's loyal to his pack and he leads them to victory, so I can only imagine he's like a visionary to them. My father said finally, and I could tell he thought about this before. I looked away, my eyes burning in disgust. Well, I despise him. I wish we could run them out of our territory. And soon, I muttered spitefully, a manner in which I didn't normally speak. When it came to the Black Mountains pack, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hatred coursed through the veins of my family and my pack. They had ruined our lives for the last 15 years. I couldn't remember the time before they started taking over. I was too young. Some of the wolves that had been killed as punishment for territory infringement had been family friends. My heart clenched as I remembered Dan, another of my father's best friends, whose neck had been snapped a few years back when he was found half a mile into the Black Mountains territory. And Honor, a rebellious young she-wolf who had shown disrespect at a meeting, and I couldn't even think about it. I turned back to my father, who had a half-smile gracing his angular features. I don't blame you. You've got pride running through your veins. You're a werewolf. I blushed slightly at his tone, which seemed to be leaning towards complimentary. My father wasn't exactly full of compliments nowadays. There were a few more minutes of silence as he measured the girl's heart rate, pulse, And temperature again. A light frown on his face. I examined the girl for a moment. It was rare that any adults were in the infirmary as werewolves matured. We developed immunity against nearly every disease and sickness in existence. As children, however, we were still somewhat vulnerable, like the pale girl trembling in the bed. My father began to put a few instruments away and pulled out a couple more. "You're good to go, Skylar. I have work to do, and I don't think I'll need your help after all." I looked at him a moment, then nodded, exiting the small room with the sick patient and leaving the building that housed the pack infirmary. "There you are, Skylar." My mom's relieved voice emanated from the hallway as I opened the door to our house. Closing the door behind me, I forced a smile as she strode over and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. Because she was tall, curvy, and blonde, I didn't look too much like my mom. Our eyes were the exact same shade of blue, but the similarities ended there. I was average height and skinny with almost no curves to speak of. My angular features and brown, curly, often frizzy hair came straight from my dad. I wasn't bad looking, I knew that much at least. But I was no supermodel like my mother with her heart-shaped face and perfect hair. She was stunning. She began to make her way up to the second story of our sizable house, beckoning gracefully for me to follow. I grimaced but did so, wondering what this was all about as she led me down the hall into my room. So I was out shopping in that human town today. I proceeded to make a face behind her when she wasn't looking. And I just came upon this beautiful blue dress that will match your eyes perfectly. As we entered my cozy room, she indicated the bed, and I walked over there warily. "Just came upon," I thought to myself with amusement. Right. As if it wasn't just as likely that she planned the trip specifically to find it worse for me. The dress was knee-length and silky, with a dip in the front. Skinny straps studded with gems would help hold it up on my shoulders. It was quite a pretty dress, really, but I didn't get the chance to wear them often. I turned to my mother, raising an eyebrow. "It's beautiful. Lol, when will I have the occasion to wear this?" I regretted my question immediately as my mom beamed a bright smile, eagerness plain in her expression. "Well, honey, you're 19 now." I could see where this was going, Mom. "And there are plenty of other packs around us with men you haven't met, Mom." I repeated, and I couldn't help but give her a wry expression. Other than the Black Mountains pack, we were quite far from any other werewolves. My mother just wanted an excuse to dress me up like a doll. Not that I minded dresses, but she was relentless about it. "Okay, perhaps there aren't a lot of others around, but still, you're over 18 and haven't met your mate yet. Don't you want something nice when you finally meet him?" I was getting uncomfortable now, my cheeks burning. I didn't want to think about the mate subject. "Skylar, you know werewolves usually find their mates within a couple years after turning 18. I want you to look presentable when the time comes." She finished impatiently as I sank down on my bed, putting my head in my hands. Not this again. Every month or so since I turned 18 my mom would get on the whole "oh, you can find your mate now" topic, while my father just stared at me with a mixture of nervousness and amusement. She would ramble on about how we'd find the perfect werewolf, the one that was born to be my other half. I knew everyone had a mate, although there was no telling why fate matched us up. Our inner wolves inside of us matured as we did, and as soon as they were old enough, they would recognize their mate, the ideal specimen with which to breed. Survival of the species was the priority. It was true what my mother was saying, that most wolves, although not all, mature enough at 18 to recognize their mate. I was within the prime age range to find mine. It was actually pretty rare for mates to find each other after their early 20s. Wolves like to identify the compatible breeding partner and lifelong companion as soon as possible. Still, there were exceptions, where mates found each other later in life. However, I knew it ran deeper than just animal instinct. I had seen the glowing silver sheen in werewolf eyes as to individuals that were meant to be mates met for the first time, and the magic of the mating bond coursed deep through their bodies. The two wolves put together by fate were destined to fall in love, to perfectly balance each other out, and to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. Create the optimum bloodline. It was a beautiful thing, and everyone dreamed of finding their other half, for your soulmate was out there somewhere. I was just nervous, not completely ready, despite the fact that I was pretty sure my wolf had matured enough to recognize her mate when the time came. A werewolf learned their most innate qualities and weaknesses when they met their mate. A mate could see right down into your soul, and after the two mates marked each other, they could telepathically sense one another's thoughts and feelings. I didn't know if I was ready for that experience. Besides, I'd had very little experience with men, so it was still difficult to believe that someone could think of me as the center of the universe. Skylar, at least think about it. My mom's chipper voice brought me back to the present. Looking at her glowing expression, my parents were so happy together, and I was glad. But the opposite was true too. Someone that lost their mate never truly recovered. Part of their soul was gone and they were empty shells, only able to communicate with their lost mate during the first moon ceremony, which nobody understood except the wolves who participated. I hoped I was never put in that position. On top of that, there were a few werewolves that never even found their mate at all, and they were left half completed their whole life. This was rare, but what if I was one of them, even though a large part of me felt that I was not ready for a mate? I couldn't imagine not having one at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. It was a depressing notion. I huffed out a breath. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, I replied tiredly. This was how the conversation ended every time. Her radiant smile returned and I looked away, not even wanting to know, although I could probably guess what was going through her head. I think I should go to bed now, I muttered, nervousness erupting in the pit of my stomach as I thought about the next day. I admitted it to my wolf. I was terrified of meeting the Black Mountains pack and seeing the Alpha and Beta for the first time. My wolf shifted inside of me, wondering aloud how she would manage to keep her fangs retracted during the meeting. I saw her point, as I'm sure my pent-up hatred would rush to the surface as soon as I met the dreadful pack. I'd have to ask the others how they controlled themselves while in the presence of my pack's worst enemy. I hugged my mom and kissed her cheek as she bid me good night and left my room. Closing my door tightly behind her, I quickly hung the dress up in the closet, wondering when I would ever wear it. Then, returning to my bed, I leaned back, staring up at my boring grey ceiling as I tried to find the courage for the next day. What would tomorrow bring? Chapter 2. My dreams were dark and twisted that night. I tossed and turned in my bed, my already hot blood running even hotter, burning and searing through my veins. It wasn't like I had a fever now. I was burning in expectation. I just knew something was going to happen, as I was forced to give up on sleep around 6 a.m. I knew it had to do with the meeting. I slowly sat up in bed, pressing a hand to my burning forehead. My wolf was agitated. I could feel her growling and pacing deep within my mind. I attempted to reach out and soothe her, but I doubted it had much effect, as I was unsettled myself. I sat there for quite a while, breathing deeply and attempting to calm my burning nerves. What was wrong with me? Was I really that nervous? I flipped on the TV and mindlessly watched the programs for a couple of hours, not really sure what I was watching, that anything was better than letting my mind take over. After a time, I felt my wolf settle slightly, though she still felt a static anticipation. We must just be frightened of the meeting. The Black Mountains pack isn't to be taken lightly, I whispered to her, feeling a lot like my father. I swung my legs off the bed and stood up. Stretching, I padded down the stairs to meet the fresh aroma of bacon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. And toast that was wafting throughout the house. I grinned slightly. We would have a long run to get there by evening, as the meeting was at the far edge of our territory, and we needed all the energy we could get. Despite the fact that the Black Mountains pack had encroached upon so much of our land, it was still a vast amount of distance to travel until we reached the location of the meeting. It was a good thing we could run so much faster than normal wolves. My dad tossed a smile over his shoulder in my direction. I observed him as he cooked, stopping only to greet my mother as she came downstairs. I noticed the tense lines in my father's broad shoulders, and the way his movements were stiff. He was nervous, too, I could tell. Being pack doctor, he had to go. It was his obligation. Our pack doctors were trained in battle as healing, but it was a sign of extreme disrespect to attack one. My father was high, ranked in the pack and a good negotiator, but he needn't worry about being in danger unless the Black Mountains pack wished to insult all werewolves by attacking him. Then again, I thought as I chewed on my bacon, they didn't seem to care much about respecting our laws. They attacked humans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Werewolves may be of superior strength and speed, but humans vastly outnumbered us. If it came to all, out war we wouldn't stand a chance. I scowled into my plate as another round of bacon was shoveled on. I shouldn't think about such things now. I think I'll go see Maria before we leave. I informed my parents after I was done with breakfast. My father glanced at me quickly. We are leaving into hours. It will take us until after dark to get there. Even at our speed. Was you going? There are 14 of us. I nodded, glad there would be so many of us, but not too many to leave the pack unprotected. It was necessary with Black Mountain's pack's superior numbers. I hurried upstairs and showered, putting on a fresh set of clothes and attempting to tame my frizzy, wayward hair before giving up and exiting the house. My best friend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was the baker's daughter and lived several houses down in the valley. Her house was much larger than mine, being that she was of higher rank. It had never bothered me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As she didn't treat me any differently, unlike the Alpha's daughter. I growled under my breath at the thought, my wolf feeling a surge of irritation. My wolf didn't like me either. She took her rank very seriously, and was condescending to many wolves in our pack, except Maria. Oddly, I always wondered if Anne treated Maria more respectfully because the latter was the baker's daughter, or if Maria was just so nice that their personalities did not clash. Unfortunately, today was not my lucky day, for as Maria's mother greeted me and led me to her daughter's room, my sensitive nose picked up the dreaded scent there. I scowled, fighting back my irritation as I stood in the doorframe. The two looked up at me then, Maria with a friendly smile, Anne with a smile that held thinly veiled contempt. Maria had very dark hair and eyes with olive-toned skin. She was muscular and tall, unlike me, and was blonde and slender, though still taller than me, and her delicate and dazzling looks reminded me of my mother. Unlike my mother, she had quite a mean streak. Hey Maria. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice sounded slightly different when I said her name, as much as I tried to hide it, and her eyes narrowed, noticing it. Unfortunately, I couldn't disrespect her outright, as she was the Elf's daughter Sky. Maria said excitedly, bouncing over to me. I heard that you're going to the meeting tonight. She knew how much I'd wanted to go. I smiled slightly, my nerves jumping into overdrive. Yeah, they decided to let me. They must have heard my heart rate increasing because it smirked slightly while an understanding look appeared in Maria's eyes. Maria indicated her blonde friend. It's Anne's first time, too, she said, trying to lighten the mood. Anne stood up smoothly. Fortunately, my father has been well preparing me for this for a while. Wouldn't want to go in scared, she said lightly, staring at me with a knowing expression. Her eyes flicked to Maria. I've got to go. Father will want me to help with the preparations. Higher up stuff. She tossed me one more look, this one with scarcely concealed dislike, before exiting the room, leaving me to scowl after her. She's just wonderful, I muttered under my breath. my fists clenching. Maria rested a hand on my shoulder. Ignore her. Let's watch TV until it's time to go. Smiling at her. I was grateful for the distraction and I eagerly lost myself in some crime show for the next hour and a half. Oh, the joy of running. Despite the sense of seriousness and nervousness that was pressing down on our group, I knew the wolf running beside me could also feel it. It was the full moon, and our senses felt even more alive than normal. Our wolves howling with joy within us. As I glanced up into its silvery brilliance, I wondered if we were the only creatures that loved the moon so much. I knew instinctively that we were not the only supernatural beings in the world. I'd heard whispers of others. Although I'd never encountered them, I figured they were rare and I would cross that bridge when I came to it. Still, I couldn't help but consider the idea of other powerful beings. We did not bother to hide the noise our paws made as they crashed against the ground, for nothing would dare approach us. We took pleasure in each other's company, in the thrill of having large muscles and nearly endless endurance, in the thrill of being more alive than any other creature could imagine. My blood ran hot and my pounding was loud, but I welcomed the smells and sensations. One could almost have forgotten the reason for our journey during a time like this. We had been running for hours now, stopping only twice to rest, eat, and drink. In our wolf forms we burned 4 times as many calories as a normal human and frequently needed sustenance. It was worth it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For we could run in wolf form for a couple of full days without tiring when properly nourished and rested. I knew we were only an hour away now. As I thought about it, I felt the nervousness rise despite the joy of my run. I glanced up at the moon, as if for guidance, but it did not hold the answers I sought. I knew a few other wolves had not yet been to a meeting and I could smell their wariness around me. Even the veterans had reason to be scared. I closed my blue eyes briefly and bared my long canines in irritation. I was a werewolf. For crying out loud. I should not be dwelling on weak emotions such as fear. I knew it was my wolf that was guiding these latter, braver thoughts, but I didn't think she had convinced herself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sighed and then turned my head, ears swiveling as a large brown wolf ran up to my side. It was Will, a pack member about my age and one of my best friends. I had a crush on him when I was younger due to his innocent, charming looks, but I had grown out of that phase and just considered him a friend, and a good one at that. I spent a lot of time with him and with Maria. They had never been cruel to any of the other wolves and had never thought it strange that I hadn't inherited my dad's affinity. I could never appreciate them enough. Will had his mouth open and his tongue hanging out in a wolf smile, and I returned the gesture. Nervous, he asked me. I wrinkled my snout. That obvious. If he was in his human form, he would have shrugged, and I could almost sense the action. This is only my second meeting. I was nervous my first time. To still Anne. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My wolf noticed that his wolf grew slightly embarrassed at that admission. I made a huffing noise, amused, before quickly growing serious again. Is there anything in particular I should know? Any advice? Will's blue eyes narrowed thoughtfully for a moment, and the only sounds were our beating hearts and the thudding of paws. Be careful about eye contact. Be careful what you say. We're werewolves. And we're prideful. And it's in our nature to hold our own. I could sense my wolf's agreement and pride before he continued. But whether we want to admit it, they're more powerful than us. They're alpha. He trailed off, and I sensed a series of dark emotions flitting through him, as my wolf detected the fury of his. Yes, I prompted, shuddering at the thought of the dark looming figure. Truthfully, I had no idea what he looked like, but I'd heard he was huge and frightening. Pretty much fit his actions. Will's fear was palpable. I don't think he has a soul. When we made eye contact, there was so much rage, hatred. It was terrifying. He snarled at me and I wanted to turn and run. Werewolf or not, Surprisingly, his wolf was silent, and I was surprised that he would shoot down his own pride like that. The thought made tingles shoot up my spine, and it was not a pleasant sensation. You'll be able to understand why their pack is so dark when you see them, especially him. Just don't look at him. I don't know how Alpha Brett does it. I nodded my head, accepting this. I wasn't planning on ogling the other clan. I wanted to observe what was going on, but I knew it would be safer to stay out of it. Will was continuing, and I snapped back to attention to catch his words. They say he doesn't have a mate. Not that he hasn't found one, that he doesn't have one at all. It would make sense why his soul is so fractured. Once again I shuddered. Sure, I wasn't ready for a mate, but knowing there wasn't anyone out there was something different entirely. Okay, new subject, I finally said, as my nerves were becoming explosive at this point. Shooting me another wolf grin. Will happily complied. We could smell them. Over a dozen wolves, gathered in a clearing a few miles up the path. Judging by a low howl that came from the distance, they had discovered our scent too. From the front of the pack, Alpha Brett began to slow his pace. He was a dark grey wolf, larger than the rest of the pack, a deferred but great alpha. I liked him, except for the fact that his daughter was, well, horrible. I noticed her sleek form standing next to him, her fur even darker than his. All right, pack, it's time to stop and shift to our human forms, he instructed calmly. Both sides chose to appear in their human forms because they were less of a threat and less likely to violent outbursts. In the wolf form, our inner wolves were much more difficult to restrain from completely taking over our human side. While shifting in front of your own pack was common, it was considered inappropriate to show a bare body to a wolf from another pack, especially an enemy pack. Closing my eyes, I willed my human body back. I felt the dizzying and contracting sensation of fur and claws receding, my bones shifting and melding back into their original form. Originally the process had hurt, now it felt as natural as breathing. We always tied our clothes to our ankles before shifting, as the size increase in our ankles was less drastic between forms and it was a convenient way to bring clothes along. Quickly, each wolf began to dress. I swiftly maneuvered into my bra and panties, followed by a loose pair of pants and shirt. We very rarely wore shoes, unless venturing into human settlements. I turned to the others as they finished the process. Once we were all clothed, we faced Alpha Brett. He was a large, muscular man with golden, brown hair and piercing hazel eyes that his daughter had inherited. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He called out, and we nodded in unison. Through my erupting nervousness, I noticed Will's lanky figure come stand by my side. I smiled up at him, grateful for the reassurance. As a group, the 14 of us began a brisk walk down the path, moving much more quickly than humans would have been able to. As we approached, something began to tickle my nose. Frowning in confusion, I tilted my head and sniffed the air. Several different scents mingled in the air along with my packs, so it was hard to differentiate. But one in particular stood out. Well, that was strange. It smelled of musk and pine trees and spices, and I found it strangely alluring, drawing me towards it. I couldn't stop sniffing as we continued to approach. It was like all of my favorite scents rolled into one. After a moment, I noticed Will was looking at me strangely. What the hell are you doing? Eyes glimmering with amusement. I felt my pale cheeks flush and I instantly looked down. I don't know, I muttered truthfully. I decided to stop breathing so deeply, for the scent was incredibly intoxicating and distracting, and I couldn't fathom what would cause it. I heard the different voices before I saw them. My nervousness spiked and I heard heartbeats all around me increasing. I mentally chastised myself I couldn't let them smell my fear. We had to be strong and keep our pack formidable. I took a few deep calming breaths through my mouth and hoped the others would do the same. The voices of the Black Mountains pack were relaxed and amused, which was completely unexpected. Then again, they knew they'd be coming out of this ahead. We entered the clearing. It was bathed in bright silver moonlight. A small stream trickled nearby, and there were a few assorted rocks and boulders around the clearing, which was plenty big to hold all of us and more. In the middle was a slightly tall rock. I assumed that's where the alpha would stand. I snarled inwardly thinking about it. And still, the intoxicating sex it pressed in all around me, that I couldn't think about that. There were more than a dozen Black Mountain's pack members scattered in a half-circle, and their hungry eyes were fixed on us. Some stood while some lounged on the boulders nearby. We spread apart slightly, forming our own half-circle. Alpha Brett taking a few steps forward while Jack, the beta, strode over to stand near him. My father, who had checked in with me numerous times during the journey, shot me a reassuring look before standing near the other two. I tried to relax slightly. I noticed Will standing close to me, and he briefly grabbed my hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. I smiled up at him again. He really was a good friend to have. Slowly, forcing my heartbeat to slow down through my controlled breathing, I turned back to observe the Black Mountain's pack. I'll admit, I was curious what they were like. Most of the people in the clearing were males, although I did spot a few women. They all were very tall and muscular, with a hard glint in their eyes. Almost every single one had one or multiple visible scars on their tan skin. They looked like they could weather any hardship thrown at them. The smirks on their faces, combined with their menacing stunts, proved that they had absolutely no fear of us. And why should they? I thought bitterly. They could wipe us out by sheer numbers. Will leaned in close to my ear, his voice barely a whisper so they wouldn't hear, as they were only about 30 feet from us. I don't see the alpha or beta. He trailed off as suddenly. In one motion, the Black Mountain's pack stood up and straightened, looking at attention. Their eyes were wary but respectful, and their posture was stiff, which could only mean their alpha was approaching. Footsteps came from the trees from behind them, and two men emerged. I was forced to hold my breath as the intoxicating scent became overpowering, which left me furrowing my brow in confusion. I couldn't focus on it for long. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As I honed in on the alpha and beta, the beta alone was as big as Alpha Brett, but he paled in comparison to their alpha, Gabriel. I remember hearing. He had to be several inches over 6 feet tall, and even from this distance I could tell he was built of solid muscle, but it was as if his body was carved from stone. He wore a tight shirt, which further displayed his musculature, and I could see several visible scars. His hair was as dark as midnight and tousled. Really a good look on him. But I couldn't think of it in an admirable way knowing who he was. He had high cheekbones and a strong jawline. If it were anybody else, I would have been dazzled at just how stunningly attractive this werewolf was. He looked almost surreal. The moonlight reflected off of his taut muscles and gave him a nearly unearthly glow, and I hoped I didn't look like I was drooling over the monster. I was expecting to feel a rush of hatred from my wolf upon seeing him for the first time. But instead, my stomach clenched in a strange way, and I felt fear strike me as I quickly looked at the ground. Glad he hadn't looked our way and caught me staring. My wolf was oddly silent, withdrawn, and I could tell something was wrong by the tension that crackled within me. What the hell was going on? My breaths came rapidly, but I forced myself to stare at the ground, grateful when Will took my hand again. I heard the alpha address his pack and then climb onto the rock. I peeked up just enough to look at his pack, forcefully keeping my eyes from him, remembering Will's warning. The beta was standing by the rock. He had chocolate skin and a shaved head, his eyes regarding us coldly. Then the alpha spoke. His voice was a very deep timbre and incredibly husky. I swallowed hard, feeling my knees turn to jelly and a strange mix of fear and something else stir within me. I was a whirlwind of emotion and couldn't figure out what was going on. I had to brace myself against Will, who thankfully just assumed I was terrified and wrapped his arm around me, holding me close. That was it, right? I was just terrified. I hated and despised this man after all, and he was incredibly imposing. All of this emotion was just building up. He began to address us formally, about how this was a ritual and it was our duty to negotiate and such. but I couldn't listen to his words. I was too distracted by the sound of his voice. My various emotions were derailing my coherent thought, and I was unsuccessfully trying to encourage my wolf to come out of her dazed state. But to no avail. I glanced up at his pack. They were staring up at him with admiration written plain on their faces. So my father had been right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was a visionary to them, and we despised all of them. I continued to look around the clearing as he spoke. Anything but focus on the alpha. For something was seriously wrong with me, and I had to just pretend he wasn't there. I had to stare at something else. So I resolved to deliberately avoid glancing anywhere near him, instead focusing on inanimate objects around the clearing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anything. I began to mindlessly count the trees, aware how stupid it was. As the minutes passed by, I just knew that I couldn't look at the alpha on the rock. Hopefully he wouldn't notice my inattention. I figured it was safer to space out during the meeting than lose my mind by staring at his perfection again. I could figure out what the hell was wrong with me later. Another minute or two trickled by. I began to scuffle quietly at the grass beneath my feet. I felt Will glance at me once or twice, clearly confused by my lack of interest as the meeting continued. I vowed to explain everything to him later when I had figured it out myself. I just couldn't look up at the Alpha's rock right now. I inherently knew that would be a dangerous action, but I wasn't sure why. So I studiously looked away during the entire meeting. The minutes slowly passed by in agony. It was actually a concerted effort to avoid looking at him, and I was shocked that my wolf was so distant and confused. I clenched my fists, immensely uncomfortable, still trying to ignore the compelling scent. I dimly registered Alpha Brett's voice as they discussed something, and sensed an angry ripple run through my pack. The feeling of static anger snapped me to attention. I shifted my gaze to Alpha Brett. His face was darkly angry as he stared up at Gobby Alpha. We have given you everything you wanted. We have showed you the utmost respect, Alpha Brett began, his authoritative voice ringing out towards the Black Mountains pack. But the other Alpha cut him off. The utmost respect. The hint of a snarl in his voice. I was listening to him this time, and the sound of his gravelly voice again made me shudder. Though it wasn't entirely unpleasant. What the hell was I doing? My wolf had made an odd noise deep in her chest at his husky snarl, and I forcefully pushed her to quiet down. You say you respect us? Gabriel continued, voice steady. Yet one of your pack members has not been paying attention to anything we have been saying so far this meeting. Her deliberate disinterest is a direct insult to this meeting. My heart froze. Everybody in the clearing froze. I could sense their confusion. My gaze quickly dropped to the ground as I took a shaky breath, trying not to shiver in horror. I felt his burning gaze on me. I didn't know how, but I somehow knew that Gabriel. Why the hell was I calling him that was staring me down? Slowly, my packmates turned to face me. I couldn't look up. I wouldn't look up. My wolf was whimpering deep within me, though I couldn't interpret her tone. Something was telling me to look up at him, but I was too horrified and stunned to move. Skylar, my dad began warning me, confusion in his tone. He spoke aloud for the benefit of the other pack. Is it true? Alpha Brett demanded. I knew it was true. I knew it was incredibly rude to be playing games in my head instead of paying attention. But if they only knew what I was feeling. But I had no explanation. I managed to stutter out, face burning, throat dry. I was visibly shaking now, and I could feel Will staring at me in horror. He was no longer touching me, though he still remained deliberately close. I heard the soft noise of someone landing on the ground, and I tensed up. Anger was radiating in the air, and this time I could tell it was from the enemy Alpha. He was approaching. Goddamn it. My feet were glued to the ground. I wanted to turn and run, as Will had said, but I couldn't move. Panic struck me. and I locked my legs till I would not visibly shake. Sweat beaded on my forehead. A second passed. Then, another. I heard the footsteps stop a few feet in front of me, an angry, deliberate snarl that made me inwardly cringe and renewed my shaking. Despite my effort not to show my fear, my wolf made the odd noise now, almost like a "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Why was she reveling in the alpha's anger? "Look at me." The husky voice snapped. I felt a strange pull, as if a hand was grabbing at me, trying to force me to look at him. I squeezed my eyes shut. He wasn't using a command in his tone, yet my wolf was urging me to respond. She desperately wanted to obey his order, even though he wasn't our alpha. "Skylar, do as he says." My dad snapped as Alpha Brett chimed in. I felt their anger through our bond. They didn't understand. Look at me. There was a command in this one. An alpha command I could ignore. My head snapped up and my eyes met his. I knew something big was going to happen as I finally made the dreaded eye contact with my worst enemy, and my world stopped. My inner wolf jumped out of her daze then and began to howl triumphantly, pouring every ounce of joy she had into her howl. I just stood there, still, unable to comprehend what was happening until my wolf started forcefully pushing one concept into my brain. "Mate. Unmate." She crowed repeatedly, as I stared blindly at the alpha in front of me, blinking in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be him. But deep down inside, I knew otherwise. He was my mate. Chapter 3. I stood rooted to the ground, staring at the being in front of me that I had now identified as my other half. It was as if the world had stopped and Gabriel and I were the only two in existence. I could feel my wolf's triumphant howling in leaps of joy, but I remained riveted by my mate's stare. His eyes were so incredibly dark that they were nearly black, matching the color of his hair and contributing to his intimidating appearance. Yet, in this moment, I could read every expression on his face. I saw shock and disbelief that were so strong that they completely overshadowed any other emotions in his gaze. His mouth was slightly open as if he had been about to say something when he realized who I was. The recognition was definitely there, as I knew it would be, but the strength of his disbelief was astounding to me. He was beautiful, perfect, a god-like creature that was unrivaled. I knew my wolf was encouraging these thoughts, but I had to agree. I had never seen anything so wonderful. Every nerve in my body was on fire and my heart was beating rapidly. And yet, amidst these happy thoughts that surfaced whenever a wolf found their mate, the discordant notes of my distrust and hatred for Gabriel remained, marring the experience. This was my mate. The most horrible tyrant on the continent was my other half. What did that say about me? Why was it him? I could sense my own disbelief present on my face. My wolf snarled at my deprecating thoughts of her mate. I could feel her powerful emotions for him threatening to overwhelm my own. All of these things registered in a few short seconds, and then the magic of the mating bond made itself known as a silver sheen began to appear in Gabriel's black eyes. I felt the magic of werewolves coursing through my veins as my expression mirrored his. Any doubt that remained for either of us was now erased. This silver tinge always appeared in a werewolf's eyes shortly after it recognized their mate for the first time. Although discoloration was brief and temporary, it was the physical manifestation of the recognition of the bond. Dimly, I registered the shocked intakes of breath from the wolves around us that just now realized what was going on. Surely they were as surprised as we were that Gabriel had found his mate in the enemy pack. "Skylar, Skylar," I heard my father shouting in my mind, but for once I pushed it aside, focusing on Gabriel as my whirlwind of emotions continued. I immediately set up a mental barrier so I wouldn't hear the distracting voices of my pack members. It was too much right now. Half of me wanted to leap at him right then and there, shifting into my wolf form. Many pairs consummated the mating process as soon as they met, and there was no denying that my body was burning as I registered that the god, a creature in front of me, belonged to me. But the other half of me was contrasting sharply with this as my fear and dislike of Gabriel remained. I was still trying to accept the fact that this powerful and terrible werewolf was my mate. "No, it can't be." Gabriel finally spoke, quietly, but I knew those around me would be able to hear. The werewolves in the clearing still hadn't moved, and I wondered if he had commanded them to remain still. Disbelief colored his husky tone deeply, and he remained rooted to the spot. A strange expression lingered in the depths of his eyes now. It was something almost akin to awe. I noticed that he was trembling slightly, and I wondered if he was restraining his wolf. The alpha mating pull was stronger than a normal one, and I had to admire his self-restraint. No self-restraint. My wolf articulated in my mind as she pushed lustful impulses into me. I shook as I resisted my urges. No, I couldn't do it now. I still felt my intense dislike for him despite my simultaneous desire to let him claim me. My natural mating instinct swore with my better judgment as I continued to stare at him, not saying a word. It was as if I was completely divided in half, and I felt a slight ache in my chest as I continued to resist my natural urge to approach him. I was about to lose control. My wolf was snarling at me. I had to get out now. I knew it was cowardly and pathetic, but I needed to think, and I couldn't with my mate so close. If I joined with Gabriel now, I would be turning against my family and my pack, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't trust my own judgment so close to him. I knew that running away might insult him, but either rejecting him on the spot or claiming him would be so much worse in this moment. I had to get out of here. With every ounce of mental force in my mind, I roughly shoved my wolf's impulses to the back of my conscience and wrenched my gaze from Gabriel's. His scent still imposed upon my senses, but I was free of his black eyes now. It had to be now, before I did something I may regret later. I had to think clearly and remember what a horrible creature he was. My human side wanted to reject him, which would probably make him snap and take it out on my pack. My wolf wanted him as hers, and she wanted to claim him, which would effectively result in my betrayal of my own pack. How could I make that decision in an instant? With that thought powering me on, I knew I had to get some distance away from Gabri, the alpha. I couldn't shift to wolf form or my wolf would take over. I forced my feet to move and utilized my werewolf speed to dash away from Gabriel and the rest of the pack, heading towards the woods. The branches and leaves whizzed by as I entered the fringe, part of me hoping he would follow and the other half praying he wouldn't. I felt a strangled sound escape my throat as I defied nature and ran away from my mate. Despite my hatred, I felt a sharp pang in my chest and I clutched it as I sped through the trees. It felt like part of me was pulling out of my chest as I left him behind. My wolf was howling her fury and grief in the back of my mind. You're a coward. You left our mate. Our mate. She was roaring, and I whimpered softly. I was a coward, but how could I stay there? How could I stand there and want to be with such a cruel person? Why had nature given me Gabriel as a mate? Was there something wrong with me? I was completely ordinary, yet my other half was anything but. Maybe we are supposed to balance him out. My wolf snapped. You hated him 2 minutes ago. I retorted sharply. She growled in aggravation. I panted as my frantic run continued, thorns ripping at my skin as I paid no heed to obstacles around me, bursting through in a crazed fashion. Inside I cowered and winced at the pain. The bond wasn't being broken, but putting distance between you and your mate after your first meeting wasn't supposed to happen. I was denying nature her greatest gift. I was a horrible werewolf, but I couldn't do that to my pack. I couldn't be their worst enemy's mate. What would my family say? Did Gabriel even want me? He had been resisting the urge to shift and claim. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, hearts outside her unfailing enthusiasm. He may have been disgusted by nature's choice of a mate, since I was from the pack he considered as weak. Surprisingly enough, I felt a sharp pain in my chest at that thought, and then knew I was being a hypocrite. I was the one that ran. I finally slowed down when I realized I had no idea where I was going. Panting, I lowered my pace as I heard a trickling stream nearby. I knew I would be easy to track, and wasn't sure if I should cross here. I could now think more clearly despite the pain in my chest and my wolf's growls in my mind. She was angry, but she'd adjust. She would have to. Why did you leave him? His wolf wanted us. She whined, her sadness clouding her tone and almost completely masking the anger that simmered underneath. What did you want me to do? Before we saw him. You hated him. I snapped in reply. But he's ours. His wolf too. We can't abandon our mate. We can't abandon our pack or our family. To my agent extraordinaire, Mayen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés, enthusiasm. I replied angrily. My wolf huffed in frustration. Knowing how stubborn I could be once I made a decision, she knew that I wouldn't be returning to the meeting tonight. I entered the cool waters of the stream, grateful that I was barefoot as my toes sank into the mud. It was crisp but refreshing, and I hoped it would throw anyone off of the trail. I couldn't have anyone coming to retrieve me until I was ready. Especially not him. I wouldn't know how to handle myself if I saw Gabriel again. I began to walk downstream, attempting to avoid the rocks that jutted out from the bottom. I knew I couldn't stay out here. Technically, it was near the border of the two packs' territory, but it wouldn't exactly be safe sleeping this close to the Black Mountains pack's land. They were known to attack without provocation. Then again, I was their alpha's mate now. I shuddered thinking about it. What would Gabriel do if his mate was attacked? Will had said that the alpha had no soul, partially because he didn't have a mate. Now that he found me, would he act differently? I brushed the question aside. I hadn't even decided what to do about that yet. If I accepted him as my mate, I would go live with him and become the Luna. The thought of that made me snort. Me, a Luna? I was a pretty decent fighter, but I didn't have the authoritative nature for that sort of thing. Nature deemed us worthy of being his mate. You don't know what you're capable of. My wolf replied. I ignored her. I glanced around the moonlit forest and sniffed the air a few times. I had never been to this part of the woods before. I knew now that I needed to get back to familiar territory, but I wasn't quite sure which direction I was heading. My pack's territory and home was set in an ideal location. A circular valley almost completely surrounded by some of the largest and most formidable of the Rocky Mountains. At the south end of the valley was a break between mountains, the main exit in and out of the valley. Our territory had once stretched beyond the valley but now was constrained. The meeting was held in the dense forest between the mountains at the valley's entrance. If one continued on out of the valley, the forested terrain became rockier and much harder to traverse. Further on were high cliffs with rolling hills interspersed. This area was partly inset with some of the highest mountains in the range, which we werewolves had deemed the Black Mountains. This gigantic area was the territory of our worst enemies. Past the rock crags, the ground gently sloped down into rolling plains as one approached human territory. The Black Mountains pack had captured this area too. There was supposedly a smaller werewolf pack as one continued south past the ridge of Black Mountains, but from what we understood, the pack was also under the dominion of the Black Mountains pack. Like us, they were forced to give up their land, and did not fight back because it was home. Werewolf packs clustered together, but the clusters themselves were far apart. I didn't know of any other werewolf packs within hundreds of miles. And, of course, our valley was our perfect home. We had mountains at our back to defend us from invasion, and there was only one way in. That's why the Black Mountain pack wanted our land so badly. I scowled, kicking a pebble as I continued down the stream. My mate was the same wolf trying to take away our home. Just my luck. I attempted to focus on the task at hand instead of moping. Getting home was more important. My wolf senses had told me that I was currently heading west, and I knew I would need to exit the stream and head north soon to get back to the valley. If the terrain grew too rough, I knew I was dangerously close to leaving the valley. As I continued my trek, I couldn't help but notice a growing pressure on my mental barrier. I knew it was my other pack members attempting to speak to me. If I were in wolf form, the alpha would have no trouble breaking down my mental barriers. But, in human form at this great of a distance, Alpha Brett would have to use considerably powerful alpha command to do so. I assumed that because it was still silent in my head they were at least making some attempt to respect my space. Still, my father must be worried sick. I could at least inform him where I was. Sighing, I tentatively lowered my mental barrier. Instantly, I felt the alphas in my father's mental presence slam into my brain and I winced. Skylar, where the hell are you? My father spoke first. Surprisingly, I could sense Alpha Brett, too, although his presence wasn't simmering with anger like my father's. I had to get out of there. Dad, I had to think. You didn't think to at least warn us first. He was still shouting. Alexander, calm down. We were all surprised at the events. That was Alpha Brett, attempting to soothe my father. That's putting it lightly. My father snapped. It wasn't your daughter that found out that Alpha is her mate. What the hell do we do now? It isn't completely up to us. That's Skylar's decision. I'm assuming you ran off to clear your mind. I ran into the wood. I'm in a stream now. I didn't want to be. I quickly added before my father could retort. Skylar. Alpha Brett began, and there was something in his tone I didn't like. What? I replied tentatively. There's a reason we've been trying to get your attention. My father replied, speaking over Alpha Brett. If it were any other situation, it would be considered especially rude to treat an alpha like that, but I figured these were extenuating circumstances. If you hadn't ignored us for so long, we could have warned you sooner. Warned me about what? I replied with a tinge of irritation, growing impatient. He's coming after you. Gabriel. He told his beta to take over the meeting and left a few minutes after you. I'm assuming he hasn't found you yet because you're hiding your scent, but I didn't hear anything he said after that. My blood had gone cold, and my stomach was churning in a mixture of dread and anticipation. My wolf was making her presence known again through triumphant yips, but I could only freeze mid-step as the water of the stream rushed around me. What do I do? I replied weakly, my voice thick with conflicting emotions. That's up to you. We can't help you, Skylar. Gabriel commanded us to stay here. Not even I can ignore his alpha command. Brett's voice was thick with worry and shame. I was abruptly confused. How could an alpha use a command on another alpha? It shouldn't be possible. I had never heard of such a thing. I thought all along that Brett was being polite by obeying Gabriel, but it appeared he had no choice. I couldn't dwell on it. Shit. Not caring that my father was listening, I left because I don't know what to do. My wolf already wants him. I practically wailed, panic rising in my chest. Skylar, calm down. I know the situation isn't ideal, but you can't panic. He knows where to find you, so it wouldn't matter if he got away. Alpha Brett said, and he still sounded tense. He's your mate. My father's voice seemed very strained when he said that. And mates don't hurt each other. You must talk with him sometime. You can't ignore your mate, no matter how horrible he is. I felt my wolf snarl in anger at the insult to her mate, but I was too distracted to notice. I tilted my head into the air and took a deep whiff, digging through all of the scents. Sure enough, I caught a faint trace of Gabriel's intriguing aroma. He was hot on my trail. I knew I couldn't run. Not again. I wasn't ready to deal with this now, but better here than in front of the pack. I couldn't let Gabriel know just how terrified I was of this whole situation, even though my heart was threatening to burst out of my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can do this, but I have to talk with him alone. It's too confusing with other voices in my head. I finally said after a minute of silence, Are you sure? Feeling my father's reluctance but Alpha Brett's reassurance. I have to be sure of it. I can't make him angry, or others could be hurt. Before they could reply, I blocked them out with my mental barriers once again. Then I stepped out of the stream. There was no point in hiding. I took another deep inhale. The scent was much stronger now, and it made me weak at the knees. Hopefully I could look at Gabriel without wanting to jump him or run away. My wolf's excited noises were definitely not helping the situation. I mentally shushed her, although it did little good. A minute trickled by, and then another. The scent was nearly overpowering now, but I stood my ground. After a few more seconds, I heard rustling to my left, and I sensed Gabriel's emergence from the undergrowth as my nerves caught on fire and my heartbeat increased tenfold. Slowly, I turned to face him as he spoke one word. Skylar. When I first heard his deep, husky voice call my name, my body trembled involuntarily, as if drawn by the magic of fate. Chapter for Skylar. Hearing that deep, husky voice speak my name sent shivers down my spine and made me tremble in a way I never would have anticipated before. My wolf purred deep within me, and I had to bite my lip to keep myself from making a similar sound. The moonlight made Gabriel look ethereal, bringing definition to the strong bone structure on his face and his sculpted muscles. Once again, I simply couldn't believe that fate had given me such a physically perfect other half. Although I felt lust stir within me, my rapid heartbeat could be partially attributed to nervousness. I could not forget my dislike for him, and I was unsure how to act or respond. Gabriel had made no move to further approach me, and was simply standing several yards away, studying me. His deep black eyes and facial expression were unfathomable as he examined me. I felt he'd tries on my skin as our eyes met again. Was I passing his inspection? Was I good enough? The petty part of me wondered if he was disappointed that I wasn't a stunning beauty. Perhaps someone like him would be better for him in that regard. My wolf snarled at the notion, and I winced inwardly, unsure what else to say. I merely echoed his statement. Gabriel. The name felt delightful on my tongue. I noticed Gabriel tense, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. My wolf's spurring grew louder. She much enjoyed saying her mate's name aloud. I had no doubt that he wasn't used to people calling him by his name. To everyone else, he was just Alpha. Even with the mere handful of words that had passed between us, I felt the inevitable sense of familiarity that came with discovering one's mate. A few more seconds passed with Gabriel remaining unusually still. The normal sounds of the forest seemed to have dimmed in comparison to my racing heartbeat. Gabriel slowly took a step forward, then another, before stopping again. He stared at me, his dark eyes reflecting the unusual emotion I had seen in them earlier. It was disbelief and relief, almost as if he had found something that had once been lost. I couldn't help but feel perplexed at his reaction. My nervousness increased again, and I shifted position. The silence was becoming oppressive, and my lust was unfurling once more as my body recognized a closer distance. I knew I had to say something to break the heavy quiet between us. Without thinking, I blurted out the first thing I thought of. I'm sorry I ran. It was a simple apology, but I meant every word. Despite my dislike and distrust for the hungry leader in front of me, the logical side of me knew it would have pained me to see him run away if our roles were reversed. Mates were not supposed to run in opposite directions upon meeting. I was surprised at the lack of anger on his face. I had abandoned him in front of both packs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel's stare intensified as he took a couple steps closer. We now stood less than 10 feet apart. I could see every detail from his high cheekbones to the contours of muscle beneath his clothing. My wolf was pushing to get out as I felt the crackling tension between us. Why did you? He finally said, voice low. There was no anger or hurt in his voice, and despite the question, he did not look confused. A small part of me suspected that he knew my motivation for running. I broke eye contact then, staring at the ground. I wanted to make up a feeble excuse, but doubted I could lie to such a powerful alpha, even if he wasn't my mate. I didn't know how to react. I had to clear my head. My cheeks reddened as I thought of how he must have reacted after I took off. He likely thought I was a coward. I wasn't expecting to discover something like that tonight. I don't think that fully explains your reaction to finding your own mate. Gabriel's voice had hardened considerably. I still could not look up at him. The word mate, in association with him, pleased my wolf and made a warm feeling unfurl deep within me despite my misgivings. However, had me on edge. I was conflicted. My wolf and I were in disagreement, and I didn't trust myself around you. I replied back, trying hard to keep my voice even. Why? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Once again, I had a suspicion he already knew and wanted me to say it aloud. I paused, taking a deep breath, Because you're the alpha of the pack that is taking our land. I wanted to add that I disliked him for years but was afraid of his reaction. Slowly, I raised my gaze to look Gabriel's mesmerizing but haunting eyes. His expression had hardened yet again, and I saw steely anger hovering on his face. So you're predisposed to despise me, as my pack is the enemy, he replied coolly, attempting to mask his irritation. I gritted my teeth and looked away, staring into the trees. I was unable to deny his claim. The silence stretched between us for a moment. So I take it you're rejecting me then? His voice was icy now, and my eyes snapped back to him in surprise as I felt my wolf's horror within me. What? I stuttered it in shock, my heart racing. His furious gaze was fixated on me, but I thought I could detect another emotion shimmering underneath. Or a mixture of both. Don't you dare reject him, my wolf hissed, her anger permeating my entire being. I knew that if I told Gabriel I didn't want him, she would never forgive me. Could I do that to her? Part of me was screaming at me not to. And despite my distrust and dislike, I wasn't sure I could do that to myself. I knew the pain would be unbearable. Plus, I tried to reason, what would happen if I rejected Gabriel? He would be furious, and his rejection was a rare thing, but rejected wolves almost never recovered. There was a chance he would take it out on my family and pack. Even if I didn't want him at all, which I knew wasn't true, I knew I couldn't risk that chance. Even though my human side disliked and distrusted him, my wolf was still half of me, and she desperately wanted her mate. I should have known from the beginning that rejecting him wasn't an option for her. Realizing he was still staring at me with his body tense and fists clenched, I quickly shook my head. No, I am not rejecting you. I thought you wouldn't want me because of my pack affiliation. I blinked rapidly as that last sentence slipped out. I hadn't really thought about it until I said it, and I now felt oddly vulnerable expressing such sentiment with this powerful wolf in front of me. His expression changed then as shock and disbelief marred his features. You thought I would reject you. The thought seemed repulsive to him. Once again I was struck with surprise at his reaction. You're one of the most powerful alphas in the country. I'm a completely ordinary she-wolf, from an enemy pack. It doesn't make sense that fate put us together. I couldn't help the bitterness from leaking into my tone. It was surprisingly easy to express the truth in front of Gabriel, even though I found him intimidating and barely knew him. Perhaps part of my subconscious realized the mating bond even more than I did. In the blink of an eye, Gabriel was standing in front of me. My heart jolted in my chest. Even for a werewolf, he had moved unusually fast. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms due to his proximity. We were only a foot apart, and I had to crane my neck to peer into his eyes. This close, I could see the swirling depths of his dark gaze in every long, dark eyelash. I wanted to reach up and stroke his face. My wolf wanted to do a lot more than that, and she was making it quite apparent. Worried I would begin to furiously blush, I quickly looked away as I attempted to slow my racing heart. I furiously reprimanded myself, reminding my subconscious that I was supposed to dislike him. Unfortunately, it was near impossible with him standing so close. I could feel electricity between us, and I clasped my hands behind my back so I wouldn't do anything rash. You aren't completely ordinary. You can't be, he said softly, confusion evident in his voice. I felt his gaze burning into the side of my face as I avoided looking at him. I am, I replied coolly, inwardly fearing his disappointment and ultimate rejection when he realized I was nothing special. Then I reminded myself that I didn't care. Everything would be much easier for my pack and I if he just left me alone. My wolf whimpered at the thought of her mate not wanting her. You're not supposed to exist, because it's supposed to be impossible for me to have a mate, Gabriel continued. My gaze snapped to his face as my brows furrowed in confusion. Every wolf was supposed to have a mate. What was he talking about? Slowly, Gabriel lowered his head to the side until his face was a few inches from my neck. My awareness of his proximity spiked, and I felt he rushed through my body. My wolf wanted me to grab him and force him against the nearest tree. Such thoughts were causing warmth to blossom in the lowest regions of my body, and I gritted my teeth to resist my more basic instincts. Gabriel inhaled, slowly, taking in my scent. I heard a soft, low sound of approval deep in his chest as he did so. The husky noise only made my bodily sensations worse, and I quickly took a couple of steps back. He raised his head to meet my gaze then, his eyes darker than usual. He opened his mouth to speak but then froze. Listening, I perked my ears as well. Was someone nearby? After hearing nothing, I determined that someone in Gabriel's pack must have been trying to get his attention, judging by his facial expression, which shifted from mild irritation to furious anger. It was something important. I waited, shifting from foot to foot and trying to get a hold of myself as Gabriel continued his telepathic conversation. I should be grateful for the distraction. Gabriel's proximity had been driving me crazy, causing me to temporarily forget my strong feelings of dislike. What the hell was wrong with me? We are designed to want it. Don't fight it. My wolf cautioned, and I have been led to despise him because of what he is doing to our pack. How can you despise what fate has demanded you to love? She replied softly. I was saved from responding by Gabriel, who swiveled his head back to face me. There is a pack emergency. I'm going back. I blinked in surprise and felt a mild surge of frustration. I still had no idea what I was supposed to do next. In a traditional relationship, the female would join the male's pack and live with him after they mated, but I was nowhere close to ready for such a thing. The thought of living in the Black Mountains pack territory was horrifying. I needed some more time to figure things out. To make matters worse, our conversation had only served to muddle my emotions even more. Truthfully, a large part of me didn't want him to go. There was still so much left to discuss. And on top of that, my wolf would pine after him the second he left. I knew, but if Gabriel thought the emergency was important enough to return to his pack, I was going to make no attempt to dissuade him. I can't wait here. Alpha Brett and my father expect me home, I replied, infusing my tone with finality. He wouldn't order me to return with him. Would he? I would have no idea how to handle such a situation. I saw a glimmer of irritation in Gabriel's eyes, but then it was gone. He slowly took a step forward. With his hulking height and muscled physique, the action almost looked menacing, especially with the light of the moon throwing his face into a sharp contrast of light and shadow. For a moment I thought he was going to force me to come with him. From what I had been told, he was merciless and demanding it wouldn't be out of character. The moment stretched on until the tension was nearly unbearable as he stared me down. Deliberating. Very well. I won't make you return with me, he finally said, his tone devoid of emotion. I blinked in surprise. Part of me hadn't expected such consideration. I just need to think, I muttered as he stared at me. The excuse sounded feeble even to me, but I had no clue what else to say. Then think. But in the meantime, Skylar, don't forget that fate has determined you to be my mate. I expect your pack to respect that. The last part came out nearly in a growl, his eyes flashing. Some part of me idly wondered if he meant that generally, or if he was referring to anything in particular. For instance, if he'd noticed while comforting me in the clearing. The whole meeting was a blur now. I couldn't remember if we had maintained the contact in Gabriel's presence. My wolf yipped in excitement, and I felt a strange mix of fear and pleasure as he verbally determined me as his. Although my logical side recoiled from such a cruel wolf claiming me, the rest of my being could not help but feel elated at the proclamation. It was a confusing mix of feelings. Before I could retort, Gabriel had moved to the edge of the clearing in the blink of an eye. He made to enter the woods but then turned back over his shoulder. His gaze fixated on me and held me in place as I was mesmerized once more by the black pools of his eyes. We stood there, motionless, for a few seconds. I couldn't help but feel as if the world had stopped around us and was holding its breath. He had a strange look on his face as he stared at me, his eyes rising over my figure then rising again to my face. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought his expression was one of barely concealed longing. The logical side of my brain tried to convince me that was impossible. I know you dislike me, but I will not apologize for my pack's actions against yours. His tone was clipped, without remorse. I opened my mouth without thinking, feeling a surge of anger at his brusque and unfeeling comments, but he cut me off. I will be seeing you very soon. Skylar, and with my name hanging from his lips, he vanished into the trees. I stood there for several minutes, staring after him. My mind was a complete mess, muddled with so many thoughts and emotions that I did not even know where to begin. Gabriel was as infuriating, cold, and demanding as I had thought, but I had seen real emotion a few brief instances, like when he asked if I was going to reject him, when he took in my scent, and even that look on his face before he left. I couldn't help but feel that there was a lot more depth to him than anyone in my pack had ever realized. But I shouldn't be thinking such things. Should I? He had caused death and destruction in our pack. He was my mate. I'm not sure as hell confused things, but it didn't erase the past. I was supposed to feel only hatred for him, and here I was transfixed by his power and beauty. I'm pathetic. I thought miserably. My wolf attempted to soothe me, liking these newfound ideas about her mate, but it did little to help because I already knew her thoughts on the matter. I had to get back home. Perhaps getting away from here would help my mind be free of the thoughts of Gabriel. My parents and Brett could help tuck some sense into me, or at least distract me. I needed to contact them and inform them that I was coming home. I opened my mind once more, expecting Brett's and my father's presences to once more enter in a rush. To my surprise, they were there, but my father seemed much more restrained and in control of his emotions than last time. Dad, Brett, I'm coming home. I'll leave now. I just talked to him and he said, Skylar, I think home would be a better place to talk about this. My father replied calmly. I could sense Brett's agreement. There is a lot to discuss. Your mother still has to hear about this and it would be better to go over it in person. I did not want my mother to know about this, but there was obviously no way around it. I sighed in resignation. I'll be there as soon as I can. I glanced up. It was a while until sunrise and our pack village was hours away at a wolf speed. It'll likely be morning or afternoon. Hunt along the way, my father replied, focusing on him more. I could tell that his mental state of calm was more forced than I previously thought. It wouldn't be good to push him now. Keep your eyes and ears open. Skylar, let us know if you run into anything. That was Brett. And with one last mental goodbye, they were gone. After shifting into wolf form, heading west for a bit and catching a quick meal of rabbit, I decided I was in roughly the right position to head directly north, which would take me to our home on the far side of the valley. I was still relatively close to the meeting place and it was best to just put all of that behind me. No sense in wasting any more time. I began to run in full wolf speed, forcing all of my doubts and confused emotions into fuel to increase my pace even further. The undergrowth thrashed by in a blur beside my powerful figure as I leapt over rocks and logs in a single bound, thrilling in the joy of running completely free. It was true that running free was the best therapy, and with the haunting promise of Gabriel seeing me again soon, my wolf at least was letting me be. I ran like that for a long while before deciding to take a break. For all I knew, the meeting wasn't even over yet. They could often last hours because of negotiations. It seemed more likely that the pack emergency Gabriel had was enough to cause an end to the meeting, but I couldn't be sure. And I definitely did not want to beat my father home and encounter my mother alone. I had just lowered my head to a nearby creek in order to clench my when I felt it. Somebody or something was watching me. The fur on the back of my neck stood up with awareness and I quickly swiveled my head from side to side, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever was nearby. I saw nothing except the trees swaying with the breeze, leaves rustling, pricking my ears. I listened intently. Nothing. That was unusual in itself. Usually, if I listened hard enough, I could hear the faint cries of small animals, the chirping of birds, or even the noises of various insects. However, the forest around me was oddly still. It wasn't the same feeling I'd had in the clearing with Gabriel. This time it was the forest was hiding from something. A deep growl emanated from my chest as I raised my head, sniffing the air. If anyone was close by, I would be able to smell them with my overly keen senses. For half of a second, I caught a whiff of something unfamiliar. It didn't smell like anything I recognized, animal or human. And it definitely didn't smell like a werewolf. Even with such a brief whiff, I could tell it was dangerous. And I growled louder, lowering myself into a crouch. I sniffed once more, first standing on end. Again. I detected nothing. A growl continued to emanate from my throat as my claws dug into the ground. I remained in that position for a few more moments, but I could not catch the scent again. Whatever had been nearby was gone. My first Lodi lay flat again as my sense of awareness disappeared. Whatever the hell it was had left me alone, but I was paranoid now. I needed to get home before it came back. I had no idea what had been watching me, but I knew instinctively that it was highly dangerous. I took off running for home again, my wolf and I both on high alert. I tried to put the thoughts of the unknown creature and Gabriel's dark eyes out of my mind as Aston the sun finally rose. Tendrils of color stretched across the sky, turning at brilliant hues of orange, yellow, and pink. The forest around me was thrown into sharp relief, every leaf and twig defined by the bright light of the sun. I was trekking downhill now into the gigantic valley we called home. I could see the entire lay of the land thanks to the beautiful sunrise. I was struck by a pang of possessiveness as I gazed at our territory, the territory my mate was trying to take away. What would Gabriel do now? I still felt my dislike and distrust for him, but I was unsure if my original idea of his character was accurate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he was as cruel as they said, he would have claimed me without my permission or forced me to come along with him. Yet he didn't. That meant he had a selfless bone somewhere in his body. Right. After stopping once more to rest for a while and dine on another rabbit I found nestled in a burrow, I started on the final leg of my trip. I kept a slower pace now to assure that I wouldn't beat everyone home. The slow trot had my wolf pacing in anticipation. She didn't like moving at what felt like a snail's speed. However, it did allow me to appreciate the full beauty of the morning as I watched the sunrise in the sky and morning turn to early afternoon. Fortunately, a couple hours later I caught my father's scent on the wind and knew they had beaten me home. I picked up my speed again, then stopped at the fringe of the trees before shifting back into human form. I had tied my clothes tightly around my ankle before shifting, and I retrieved them now, swiftly donning them and exiting the shelter of the forest. I smelled them before I saw them. As I turned the corner, I came face with Alpha Brett. He and all of the others from the group that attended the meeting were standing around nervously, talking amongst themselves and waiting for my arrival. As soon as I entered the peripheral, all heads turned to face me. I detected a wide range of expressions from nervousness to outright disapproval. "Skylar, we've got to talk about this." That was my father, stepping forward and speaking softly. It was time to face my pack. But instead of looking at me as Skylar, they were looking at me as their worst enemy's new mate. Chapter 5. I sighed, fighting the urge to sink to the ground. Some part of me had known I wouldn't be able to avoid this confrontation, but I still had no desire to deal with it right now. "I know," I replied quietly, my wolf whining in the back of my mind. She disliked the looks on some of my packmates' faces. Tentatively, I raised my head up and scanned the group, making eye contact with each one of them. Fortunately, some of the looks seemed closer to concern and downright animosity. Perhaps pack affection was winning out. My gaze finally met Will's. To my relief, his blue eyes contained worry for me and nothing else. He gave me a slight nod of reassurance and I tried to force myself to relax. If Will was on my side, then surely some of the others would understand too. In an instant, Alpha Brett and my father were standing on either side of me, eyes roaming over me to assure that I wasn't injured. My father gently took hold of my hair and moved it to the side, examining my neck. He didn't claim me, I muttered self-consciously, aware of the many pairs of eyes fixated on my pale skin. A murmur rippled through the group and I detected their relief intermingled with confusion. Did you RAJ? My father began before Alpha Brett could speak, then abruptly cut off. I sensed my father's hesitation to say the word rejection. Even with his hatred for Gabriel, he knew that one wolf rejecting another was an excruciating process. No, we just talked. Then he said he had a pack emergency and he left. Alpha Brett's mouth hardened into a grim line. He left his beta to continue the meeting after he followed you. The beta had to call it short because of an emergency. Must be serious if they would leave so abruptly. I noticed some of the other wolves whispering and grumbling among themselves. To force us to attend the meeting only to call it off was an extremely impolite gesture. What all did he say? Alpha Brett was back on the mate subject now. I looked down at the ground. Remember how it felt when Gabriel called me his. I felt a light blush rise on my cheeks. He basically just confirmed that I'm his mate, and wanted you guys to respect that. My wolf writhed in pleasure at the thought, and he said that he'd be seeing me soon. I felt the air thicken with tension as the entire pack stiffened. He'd better not come here. To our territory. I heard someone snap. If he does, we'll just take him out. We have the advantage here. Somebody else cut in. Although they sounded unsure. It's not really Skylar's fault. She can't control who her mate is. A younger she, Wolf muttered. She should have just rejected him. Then he wouldn't follow her. That was Anne. Seriously, that would only piss him off more. There's no telling what he would do if she rejected him. Will replied, coming to my defense. Yeah, but, and began heatedly. All of you, silent. Alpha Brett snapped. That quieted them immediately. Will is right. Making him angry would only guarantee trouble. Now that we know that he wants Skylar as a mate, we can use that to our advantage. I didn't like the way that made me sound like an object, but I knew he was right. It was possible that my presence would help protect the pack. If he cares about her, he won't want to hurt her by harming her pack. He continued, musing. Well, he didn't exactly proclaim his deep feelings for me or anything. I muttered, embarrassed. I wasn't sure what had been going on in Gabriel's head and I didn't safe to assume anything. That's because he's a cruel, twisted bastard without any feelings. I heard someone hiss angrily. My head snapped up and my eyes fixated on the wolf that had spoken. Julie. Anger surged through me at the insult to my mate and I felt my wolf snarl in fury. I clenched my fists to keep from growling out loud. I couldn't help my strong emotions despite my dislike for Gabriel. Instead I fixated on her with a furious glare that left her blinking in surprise. Skylar. Calm down, Alpha Brett said, resting hand on my shoulder. I realized that everyone had seen my little display of anger, and I quickly looked away, embarrassed. I didn't need them turning against me. I'm sorry, My wolf and I don't exactly agree on this. I gritted out as I attempted to explain. That isn't your fault. Your wolf is designed to want him. Insulting your mate will only infuriate her. He tossed a dark glare at Julie. What do I do? What do we do? Looking from him to my father. My father's expression was a mixture of worry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and anger. I knew that, as my mate, Gabriel should be my issue to work out. But, with the danger his pack presented to mine, the Alpha would want to be involved. It was certainly an unusual situation. There isn't a lot we can do for now. We can increase patrols around the border, but that's never stopped him before. He'll want to keep an eye on you sooner or later. The Alpha replied, deep in thought. The idea sent an odd shiver through my body. I attempted to ignore it. It's going to be up to you. Skylar. He's your mate. It's your decision. Fate chose him for you for a reason. Rubbing his forehead with one hand, I have to tell the rest of the pack. It's my duty to inform them of any potential threat. I opened my mouth to protest but shut it quickly. I was not the type to argue with an Alpha and he had a good point. My wolf didn't want to think of Gabriel as an enemy. Unfortunately, his past actions had made him such to the pack. Unfortunately, I knew a lot of my pack mates might think of me differently after they found out. I would definitely be the newest gossip and most of them would not think of me in a positive light after finding out the identity of my other half. It was a depressing thought, as one's pack was basically an extended family after growing up with these wolves and trusting all of them implicitly. Seeing judgment in their eyes would be tough to bear. All right, I replied, sighing with resignation. Don't worry, Sky. It isn't your fault. We don't choose our mates. My dad reassured me quietly. The pack will have to understand. Nobody will give you a hard time, Alpha Brett said, tossing a stern look over his shoulder at the group huddled behind them. Most of my pack mates still seemed uncertain and avoided my gaze. Okay, I muttered shortly. I didn't really believe their words yesterday. If I'd found out that somebody had Gabriel for a mate, I would have felt the same way the others felt now. Sighing yet again, I steeled myself for the days to come. I spent the rest of that day and the next 3 days cooped up in my room, attempting to avoid confrontation. It wasn't necessarily the bravest way to cope with things, but I needed the time alone to think. The logical side of my brain and my wolf were at constant odds with each other. Despite my misgivings, I could not keep Gabriel's perfect face and dark eyes out of my mind. He haunted me every second of the day and kept me tossing and turning at night. It was constant turmoil. The pain of resisting the mating pull coupled with my inner battle made me stressed and unable to sleep. The few times I ventured out of my house to eat at the pack hall with my parents, I felt the stares on me and heard the barely decipherable whispers. Nobody was outright antagonistic, but I'd never liked being the center of attention, and it only made things worse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mother was constantly by my side. I could tell she was torn between being elated that I found a mate and horrified that it was, well, that I didn't exactly have the kindest, gentlest soul for my other half. After I repeatedly told her I needed the time alone to think, she finally got the message and I was left to my own devices. Needless to say, perhaps it wasn't the best idea to leave me alone. My wolf paced back and forth and frequently sent me images and primal urges that I didn't want. Embarrassingly enough, I often enjoyed the mental images, then consequently spent the next several minutes feeling guilty about it. I was going crazy, aimlessly pacing my room or blankly staring at the TV. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was very fortunate that Maria showed up a few days after I got back to talk some sense into me. I heard an impatient rap on my door before the brunette entered my room, staring at me sternly. I knew I'd find you trapped in here. I understand staying in here the first day or two, but this is getting ridiculous. Skylar. Hello to you too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied grumpy ly. She huffed before settling down beside me on the bed. I've come over twice before, but your parents said you didn't want to talk. Are you okay? I'm worried about you. I'm always the first one you talk to. Her dark eyes looked slightly hurt. I shifted position to face her, feeling chastised. I'm sorry, I just feel awkward going in public and I wasn't sure how you felt about. You mean how I feel about your mate being that jackass alpha of the Black Mountains pack? Coming from anyone else I probably would have taken offense from the insult to my mate. But since it was Miriam, Wolf just felt mildly irritated, and I easily squashed her reaction. It's just I didn't plan for it. You know. And everyone is looking at me differently. Not everyone. Will and I are worried about you. It isn't your fault anyway. You don't choose your mate. But part of me wants him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A pretty big part. And he's so horrible, yet I still want him. How screwed up is that? Understanding glimmered in her expression. He's your mate, Skylar. It would be even more strange if you didn't want him. He's destined for you. But I can't stand him. Well, you know. Her expression grew more sullen. I won't lie to you. Our pack hates him. He's done horrible things. You have a difficult decision ahead, but that doesn't mean you can beat yourself up over something that's out of your control. But what's wrong with me that fate chose him as my other half? I glanced at her morosely. I realized how bad that sounded, but the pity party was in full force. She reached over and grabbed my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Maybe you're meant to help him. Make him less of an asshole. You know, Cure him of his douche-big, ERY. I couldn't help a small smile from emerging after that. And Maria grinned in return. That's better. Besides, I'm making you get out of the house tonight. We can forget about all of this for a couple of hours. Get away from the pack for a bit. Puzzled. You mean like go for a run? Her smile was devious. No, silly. We're gonna go out on the town. On the other side of the mountains that encircled our valley was a human city. It was a decent-sized settlement that was about a 30-minute drive. The only ways there were to run or drive on a very small road that we kept hidden so the humans wouldn't find it. The road was tough to navigate as it wound through the mountains, but with our quick reflexes it wasn't too bad of a drive. All the wolves my age attended high school there, since our pack village was too small to have its own high school. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had finished high school over a year ago. Each week a group took the truck and went to town to buy necessary supplies and groceries that would take care of the entire pack for a week. Of course we could eat fresh meat in our wolf forms, but otherwise we needed the same type of sustenance as humans. It came in quite handy having a human town nearby. As many wolves worked there at least part-time to earn a living. Also, the city had electric and cable companies that we had contracted to set utilities up in our pack village many years back. It had certainly been an interesting experience having humans in our home and all of us having to act like them. I was glad, because I didn't know what I would do without cable or Wi-Fi. Or running water, for that matter. The humans knew there was a village in the mountains, but they never tried to find it. We came to visit them. A couple times in the past we had gone to one of the clubs down there just to hang out. I didn't go as often as the others. The clubs were fun enough for a short time, but they were so crowded and sweaty. Our parents, fortunately, didn't care that we went. What danger did humans pose to werewolves? At this age we were expected to take care of ourselves, although my parents were a bit stricter than some. So you guys are going clubbing? Somewhat interested. I hadn't been in a while and part of me needed the distraction. Not sure yet. Maybe we'll shop. Maybe we'll eat somewhere. Or maybe we'll go dancing. Point is, you'll get to have fun. But my parents already told them we were going to hang out with some friends from high school. At first they didn't look too excited, but I think I might have convinced them. You just have to talk to them before we leave. Glancing around, what would I even wear? I could tell my wolf had no desire to leave and be around humans, but I didn't care what she wanted. She was driving me crazy. I wondered if Gabriel would like the idea of me going to a human town. I immediately quashed the thought. I should not let the fact that I had a mate now affect my decisions so easily. It wasn't like I was going to town to meet a guy. The thought of meeting a guy now was almost repulsive. Come on. They let you go on grocery runs all the time and you went to high school there. I doubt they'll care if you go hang out with us for a few hours. It's just with this whole mate thing they're feeling all protective. Well, like he's gonna come snatch you as soon as you leave. Hate to break it to you, but when he wants to come snatch you he'll do it, even if you're in the middle of our territory. She had a point. When Gabriel wanted something, his pack got it. And Maria took that as an affirmative. Beaming from ear to ear she flounced over to my closet and began to dig through all of my clothes, attempting to find the perfect outfit. She came out with a ruffled red top, a black skirt, thankfully not to shorten, some heels. A bit dressy for my taste, but I was sure she thought she was toning it down for my sake. Besides, her fashion sense was far better than mine. Who else is coming? Will and Jake. So far. I stood up reluctantly. Perhaps this was for the best. I needed to get out of the house. Assuming my parents let me go. They were being overprotective, but surely they wouldn't stop me. Some fresh air would do me good, and I'd been to the human city hundreds of times during my high school years. It wasn't dangerous. I resolved to make a concentrated effort to have fun, as long as it could help distract me from thoughts of Gabriel. Surely this was a good idea. Chapter 6. The trip started off on a sour note. I've never seen you wear clothes that tight, were Will's first words when he saw me, as he leaned on the outside of Maria's Jeep. I tossed him a dark scowl, not appreciating his smirk. The top was fine, but the skirt was a little tight, and I really wished he hadn't pointed it out. Leave her alone, Will, Maria chastised. We're supposed to be cheering her up, not pissing her off. The other werewolf accompanying us, Jake, was already in the back seat of the car. He was a short but burly werewolf with reddish, blonde hair and a shy smile. We'd always gotten along just fine, and I returned his wave. "Wait for me," came a voice from behind us. I turned around and felt a surge of irritation and was striding up to us, wearing a tight black dress and bright red lipstick. I glanced at Maria, disbelievingly. Had she really invited an on a trip meant to cheer me up? But Maria looked equally as surprised as I did. "Hey, Anne," Jake called through the Jeep's rolled down window, and I realized who the culprit was. He didn't hang out with us enough to know about the tension between Anne and me. Or perhaps he was just oblivious. "I didn't know you were coming," Maria stated, a little awkwardly, and raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, Jake invited me. Is that okay?" And looked a bit irritated at the fact that Maria was the one questioning her presence. Maria hesitated, and I felt bad putting her in this position. I wanted to speak up, to tell Anne she couldn't come, but knew that would just make me look petty and immature. Several wolves in the pack were already thinking poorly of me lately, and I didn't want to worsen the situation. Seeing Maria looking at me out of the corner of her eye, I gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Seconds later, I was in the back seat next to Will and Jake, with Anne and Maria in the front. Now I really was in a pissy mood, and we hadn't even left yet. Convincing my parents to let me go to town had been surprisingly difficult, and my mother had even tried to make me feel guilty about going. Any other week I would have respected their wishes, but I was on edge because of the whole evil tyrant as my mate thing. I had basically snapped something about them being overprotective before storming out of the house. Not the most mature way of reacting, in fact. I knew I owed you later, but I needed the fresh air and my wolf was driving me crazy. I'd heard my mother's resigned sigh before I slammed the door, so I knew they wouldn't follow me. They could communicate to me mentally if it was that important. I snapped out of my thoughts as Anne turned around to talk to Jake, and I realized she looked as graceful and perfectly made up as always. I scowled to myself, not sure how I was going to be able to tolerate her the entire night. My nerves were on edge and I attempted to relax, ignoring my wolf's annoyed growls coming from deep in my conscience. "I get it. You're not happy I'm going to town. But I'm going, so please just shut up already." I finally snapped. "We shouldn't be going so far away from our mate." She winked. "Well, I'm definitely not going to waltz into his pack territory and get any closer to him. Just leave me alone for a couple of hours. I need to get out of the house." Before she could come up with a retort, I spoke aloud. "So what are we doing tonight? Going out to eat?" I knew I sounded hopeful. Going to a nice restaurant sounded more fun to me than clubbing right now. Although the way I was dressed, I suspected a club was the more likely destination. "There's a new club that just opened up. Will wanted to try it," Maria replied. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I responded, trying my hardest to sound enthusiastic. I then relaxed as Will and Jake struck up a conversation that didn't require my participation. When we were about 10 minutes from our destination, my peace and quiet ended. "So, Skylar, going to dance?" That was Anne's sickly sweet voice. I saw Maria toss her an angry look from the front seat. Although she didn't explicitly say it, I knew she meant dance with any boys. "I'm sure you'll keep most of the boys occupied," I replied irritably, hoping she would drop it. I knew exactly what she was implying and I didn't want to anger my wolf. "Oh, come on. The guys at this club will probably like you too. I mean, fate did you Alpha as a mate, but has to say something about your charms." There was an undercurrent to her words that increased my irritation. "D'accord. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Will said warningly. "The point of this trip is to forget about all of that. He was right, I couldn't think of Gabriel now. The whole point of this was to get his face and dark eyes out of my mind. Why do you want to forget about it? It's a big deal. Anne responded. Why do you want to talk about it so much? It's none of your business. Matching her tone of mock innocence. The blonde shrugged daintily. I guess I'm just confused. I mean, no offense. But why you, Skylar? I remained quiet as my wolf growled softly. Normally the alpha's mate is supposed to be powerful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brave. Part of me agreed with her because I had considered the same thing. But the other part of me, namely my wolf, was infuriated by the implication that I wasn't good enough for my own mate. Burning with anger and insulted pride, I spoke before thinking. Yeah, I'm not any of those things, but at least I'm not a bitch. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sure your future mate will have a lot of fun straightening you out. A snarl emanated from her throat, and I instantly regretted talking without thinking she was of alpha blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Plus, I was annoyed that I let her petty words get to me. Normally my temper was not so quick to emerge. Clearly, I was even more on edge than I realized. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stop, Maria said loudly, cutting off Anne's reply. This is supposed to be fun. Going out for a few hours. And just forget it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skylar's had a hard time. Let's just focus on having a good night. Will tossed me a sympathetic look as I swallowed my anger and settled back down again. The tension still simmered in the air, and I wondered how long it would take for Anne to bring it up again. Several minutes later, we arrived at our destination, a club that was a couple miles from the middle of downtown. We preferred to visit the clubs that were further away because the center of town always gave werewolves claustrophobia due to the dense presence of so many humans. I'd never been to this club before, and I took it in curiously as we all exited the Jeep. A large neon sign read above the front doors. I snorted. What a corny name. Still, it looked pretty bright and well maintained. The line in front of the building was fairly long. I saw several expensive cars parked nearby, and the people around us were definitely not low class. I glanced around, realizing that we were in one of the nicer parts of town. Apparently the rich group of humans like to stay away from downtown too. Aren't you glad you wore heels? Maria asked playfully, and I rolled my eyes. With my werewolf coordination, the heels were very easy to manage, but they were so awkwardly designed that I always wondered how humans managed it. This club just opened last year, she continued. It's $10 at the door, but they don't even bother you pay if you don't look nice. Stargaze isn't the nicest club in the city, but it's definitely better than a lot of the others we've been to. I listened idly as she spoke about the club, sniffing the air, the odors of gasoline, perfume, and humans, what made an altogether unpleasant stench, and I decided to breathe mostly through my mouth throughout the night. You coming? And snapped irritably, and I realized the others were already heading towards the line. Sighing, I made my way over to them while preparing myself for the worst. Okay, so this is pretty cool, I admitted reluctantly to myself as we entered Stargaze 15 minutes later. The club was large and packed with humans. There were a few tables near us at the back where people were sitting and conversing, almost having to shout over the music, which was loud enough that it hurt my sensitive werewolf ears, and I had to tune it out, almost entirely so I didn't go crazy. To our left was a large bar where people were clustering and shouting at the bartenders. I didn't have a fake it, so I'd have to convince someone else to buy me a drink. Not that I really intended on consuming alcohol. It didn't have much effect on werewolves anyways. Straight in front of us was the area where humans jumped and grinned to the music. Above them were black lights that brought anything white into sharp clarity. I saw various flashing lights and a rotating ball hanging above that reflected a rainbow medley of colors that moved about the room as the ball turned. It was extremely disorienting with my enhanced vision. "So are you gonna dance?" Maria asked, giving me a half-smile. She knew I wasn't overly fond of dancing, and the dense mass of humans was intimidating to say the least. I glanced around the rest of the club. There was another area in the back corner containing several fancy booths and tables. That would likely be where I spent most of the night. "Skylar, don't be a wimp," Will chided teasingly, noting my expression and the area of the club I was eyeing. "Come on, just come dance for a bit. If I have to go, you have to go." He waggled his eyebrows. "You're right," I thought, amused. "Like you aren't going to try to pick a girl up on the dance floor. The humans stink of sweat," I replied instead. "And a lot of them are loud and obnoxious. Only the drunk ones." Jake cut in, grinning. Maria grabbed my arm, giving me a look that told me I had no choice in the matter. "Just a couple of songs, then you can go sit and be alone." To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Some techno mix I hadn't recognized, switched to a remix of some Katy Perry pop song I'd heard a couple of years ago, and clapped her hands. Before I could protest, Maria, who was singing along, dragged me out to the dance floor and into the mass of humans. "'Cause baby I'll never be the SAA army," Maria was singing as she turned and swayed to the beat. Will, who could not dance well, was stepping back and forth while he eyed the dancing females around us. While he wasn't a womanizer, he had definitely kissed plenty of pretty human females during our time in high school. He hadn't dated any of them. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That would have been very frowned upon by werewolves. Personally, I didn't understand, even in my human form. I felt like I had very little in common with them. I endured a few more songs after the Katy Perry song, idly moving about in an attempt at dancing while my friends found partners, bumping and grinding to the music. I politely turned one guy down after he asked. He was handsome enough, but I just wasn't interested. "And he's nothing compared to our mate," my wolf snarled. I instantly shushed her. I couldn't think about Gabriel now. The longer it had been since we parted, the more hollow I felt when I thought about him. I didn't want to deal with the pain of separation right now. At least I was out of the house. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maria was right that it helped when I wasn't moping about in my bedroom. Even though I couldn't dance as well as the others, my friends were having fun, and some of the songs were catchy. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The experience wasn't too bad. After the music and human bodies pressed around me became too much, I decided to take a break. The noise and presence of so many people made me uneasy after a while. I meandered away from the dance floor and found an empty booth, sliding into it with a relieved sigh. Placing my chin on my hands, I took a deep breath. This is better than being at home, but why do I still feel like crap? Even though I knew the answer. "Because you left our mate behind," my wolf chastised, unnecessarily. "He left me in the clearing," I snapped back. "Because you were cold and distant to him, and now you're making no attempt to seek him out. He has a history of oppressing our pack. Remember, I can't just forget that in a couple of days. It would be disloyal. And you're being disloyal to our mate by seeking out a human settlement to waste your time," she replied. Her words stung even though I knew she didn't truly mean them. She was on edge as much as I was. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Would you mind if I join you?" came a voice from above me. I quickly snapped to attention and focused on the human standing next to me. He was about average height and handsome, with curly dark hair and warm brown eyes. I began, caught off guard. This seemed to happen a lot to werewolves when we were in the human town. I'd been approached by men while I was by myself on a couple of occasions. I'm sure Maria and Anne had similar experiences, and probably even more frequently than I had. The humans had no idea what we were, but it was almost like something in the subconscious recognized that we were different, that there was more to us than met the eye, and it drew them in. Our nature was alluring to them, and I didn't even know it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was sitting by myself in a club, so I supposed a human female would experience much the same thing in this situation. The human held out his hands in my direction. He was holding a drink in each. Look. I brought a peace offering. Strawberry daiquiri or margarita. I blinked in surprise. Part of me wanted to turn him away, but he looked friendly enough and I needed a distraction from my inner turmoil. Besides, it wasn't like I had to go home with the guy or worry about something suspicious in my drink. He could have put 5 times the dose of a human drug in either drink and my body wouldn't even notice it. Werewolves were immune to pretty much anything that could be used to spike a drink, unless we consumed an absurd amount. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Strawberry daiquiri, I replied finally. He grinned, setting it in front of me, and then sliding into the seat across from me. Good. I was worried I would end up with that one and have to revoke my man card while drinking it. I smiled slightly despite myself. So you're saying the margarita is manlier? Well, it isn't pink and there isn't a fruit in the name. So I'm saying yes. He grinned again, revealing dimpled cheeks. I took a brief moment to analyze him. He appeared light-hearted and pleasant with an open expression. He didn't seem the type to be able to hide malevolent intentions. Not that I had to worry about him being able to take me if it came to a fight, so. You here with your friends? Realizing I was staring into space, I focused on him as he spoke. They're dancing the night away. Not much of a dancer. Are you? I snorted in reply, taking a sip of my strawberry daiquiri. It was very fruity and the strong flavor served to mask most of the liquor, which I was grateful for. I did not savor the taste of alcohol. What about you? Realizing he was staring at me and waiting for me to say something. Oh, I love to dance, but I needed the break. I was getting a drink when I saw you come sit over here and I figured you could use company. What's your name? I deliberated for a second before answering. Skylar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Drew. Nice to meet you. You too. I had no clue how to continue a conversation with this guy. I didn't particularly want to. You have really pretty eyes. By the way, Drew said, a bit shyly. Now I felt even more uncomfortable, and my thoughts sprung, unbident, to Gabriel. I wondered if he found my eyes pretty, and then immediately mentally berated myself for wondering that. Thanks. Impressively articulate response. I thought sarcastically. Do you live around here? I'm from the east end of town, but we just moved here a couple months ago. I didn't really care where he was from, but I wasn't rude enough to say that, so I just nodded politely. Oh, I'm not actually from this city. I live in a nearby town, but we don't have clubs there. I definitely wasn't telling the stranger any more details than that. For the next few minutes we made idle chit-chat, but after a bit, I became distracted. My wolf was growing increasingly agitated, whining restlessly. At first I thought it was because I was talking to another guy who was borderline flirting with me, but after a moment I realized it was something else. Her agitation had nothing to do with the conversation, in fact. I had no idea what was bothering her, and neither did she. She just had the feeling that something was wrong nearby. I had learned to trust these instincts, so I began surreptitiously glancing around, trying to see what was out of place. Nothing seemed amiss. I thought I saw Maria and Anne still dancing in the middle of the floor, though I couldn't see Will or Jake. Apparently their wolves were fine because they seemed perfectly relaxed. So why was my wolf on edge? I scanned the crowd again, using my enhanced vision to detect the slightest sign of danger. There was nothing. Skylar, you with me? I turned back to see Drew staring at me with concern and mild irritation. Yeah. Sorry, Drew. I just got distracted. I shifted in my seat uncomfortably. Her agitation was making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Without waiting for his reply, I quickly stood up and made my way around the edge of the dance floor towards a hallway on the far side of the club. At the end of the hallway was a door marked Employees Only, but the hallway curved left at the door, leading to the restrooms. I opened the door to the restroom and strode in. The lighting was extremely bright after the dim atmosphere of the club, and I winced, rubbing my eyes. There was a girl at the sink applying her makeup, and I thought I heard someone in one of the stalls, but I ignored them, shutting myself in a stall and resting my head on the inside of the door. To my surprise, my wolf's agitation actually increased and she whined again. What's wrong with you? Concerned. I don't know, but something is wrong. I can sense danger. We're closer to it now. It's in here. I asked incredulously. No, but we're closer to it than when we were sitting in the booth. I took a deep, shaky breath. Are we in immediate danger? I don't think it's after us. That confused me. Why would she be so concerned if the source of danger wasn't focused on us? Why was she so unnerved? I had never felt her behave like this. Opening my senses, I took a deep whiff of the air, closing my eyes. The music pressed in loudly on my sensitive ears, but I attempted to block it out and focus only on the smells. The stench of urine was quite poignant, along with sweat and alcohol. Wincing, I sorted through these scents to find others that were harder to trace. I detected a slight whiff of werewolf scent along with the overwhelming smell of human. But this did not interest me. I focused intently as I tried to find something out of place. A minute trickled by, then another, with no luck, but my wolf insisted I keep trying. Then it hit me all at once. Blood. A lot of blood. The smell growing stronger by the second. In a flash I had exited the stall and rushed out of the bathroom. The blood was human, not werewolf, but I still felt duty, bound to investigate. I wasn't going to let someone die if there was something I could do to help. And with the overwhelming sense of danger I detected, I knew this wasn't an ordinary accident. The smell grew stronger as I strode down the hall, approaching the employees' only door. Without a second thought, I shoved the door roughly open. Inside, I found a wide hallway with cubbies and cabinets on the walls, likely for the employees, and another door on each side. The trail did not lead me there. However, another door was at the far end of the hallway marked Exit Only. Taking a deep breath, I dashed to the door and shouldered it open. Stepping outside, the smell was so strong out here that to my sensitive nose it was nearly overwhelming. It was coming from an alley a short distance away. Something's not right, my wolf was saying nervously as I dashed towards the mouth of the alleyway. There's something here. Something else here. I did not have time to ponder her meaning as I reached the alleyway, but it soon became quite clear. A only street or twide hung nearby, and through the scene before me into dim relief, I saw two figures, one a few feet away from me, sprawled on the ground with her head facing me, and another hunched over the lint form. The one sprawled on the ground was dead or near death, judging by the amount of blood leaking out of her neck. Her dark hair was spread out on the ground and her face was deathly pale. The smell of her life force was sickening, and I had to fight the urge to gag. But the body was not the main source of my problems. Not even close. For a split second after I examined the body, my eyes snapped to the other figure. The one that was slowly standing up to tower over me. It was a man, but he wasn't human. His behavior had alerted me of that immediately, and my stomach clenched with revulsion when I saw his face. He was as pale as the corpse, and his irises were as black as his pupils, giving him a frighteningly haunted appearance. He had sharp fangs extending into his bottom lip, and they were tipped with blood, and his fingers were curved into claws. His skin was thin, taut and pulled back, his cheekbones almost looking like they were going to cut through it. Vampire, I thought, dazed. My wolf howling in the back of my mind as he took a step towards me. He was so gaunt and ghostly pale that he looked quite dead himself. My instincts quickly kicking in, I swung into a defensive crouch. Until now I had thought vampires were a legend, but I fervently hoped they weren't as strong as werewolves. To my surprise, his smell was faint, even to my nose, but it was oddly familiar. I shook the sense of familiarity off and raised my lip to expose my canines, which were slightly elongated in my preparation to shift into wolf form at a moment's notice. "Don't come any closer," I snapped, a menacing growl echoing deep within my chest. Cocking his head, "Didn't expect to see a werewolf here. I'm surprised I didn't sense you sooner. You smell awful." He sounded a lot younger than he looked. I snarled in response to the insult. "Get out of here." But I hadn't finished eating dinner. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." A cocky smirk appearing on his pale face. I felt my skin prickle irritation. I glanced down at the corpse. I'm surprised. I thought werewolves would be a lot uglier." His dark eyes had focused on my face and his smirk was wider. I growled again, loud and menacing. I thought I saw worriness cross his expression. It was then that I realized I was in a tight skirt and heels. Not exactly the ideal outfit to be wearing in a fight. I thought I had enough of a sense of balance to make the heels work if I absolutely had to. But why take the risk? What if one of them broke mid-fight or made me twist my ankle? I was bending down, eyes on the vampire, preparing to surreptitiously remove my shoes. When it happened, the only warning I got was the vampire's eyes flickering slightly as he glanced at something over my left shoulder before there was a quiet whisper of sound behind me and a slight rush of air. I spun around quickly to face the intruder, cursing myself inwardly for being so easily distracted. But I was a heartbeat too slow. I felt clammy hands clamped down on my bare shoulders and then sharp teeth were sunk into the side of the neck. The next thing I felt was excruciating pain. Eli's POV. I was tired of patrolling. For the past 3 days Gabriel had forced us to relentlessly patrol the borders at every hour of the day, and it was draining the entire pack. Ever since the incident the night of the meeting, when one of our pack members had been brutally murdered, every wolf had been on edge. As Gabriel's beta, I respected his decision and would likely have made the same decision in his place, but it didn't mean that I wasn't feeling the same exhaustion as everyone else. My wolf was feeling it too. I could feel his relief that our patrol had ended and I got to return home for some much-needed rest. I had volunteered to take the extra shift tonight, but was sincerely regretting that decision. Still in wolf form, my head drooped as I climbed the craggy terrain that led to our pack homes. Our territory was much more difficult to traverse than most, but kept us in good shape. My muscles still burned. However, as I scaled the last steep slope, I would need to stop by Gabriel's house first to give him my report. Several minutes later I shifted back to human from outside of Gabriel's large house, dressing quickly before knocking 3 times on his door. "Come in," his deep voice commanded, and I opened the door, shutting it quietly. Gabriel was sitting in a large chair reading a stack of documents, but he glanced up when I strode in. Patrol went as normal. I began without preamble. I knew Gabriel better than anyone else in the pack, so I could drop most of the formalities. No strange scents or tracks. Whoever killed Amelia seems to have vanished into thin air. His expression darkened, and I knew he felt the pain of losing one of our own. Gabriel may have been austere and seemingly emotional, but I knew he cared more about protecting the pack more than anything else in the entire world. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Maybe that brunette girl from the meeting. But there was no way in hell I was asking Gabriel about it until he was ready to talk. It had been shock enough to learn he had a mate. He had seemed slightly dazed the last few days, as if he couldn't believe it happened, while my instinct urged me to talk to him about it, because he was clearly conflicted and needed my help. I held my tongue. Gabriel and I had known each other a very long time. We had grown up together. As far as I knew, he trusted me more than anyone else. When we were younger, he'd been quite withdrawn, hard to get to know, although he confided in me a few times. Now he was even more withdrawn, and it was very rare that he spoke with me about anything personal. I only hoped that if he needed to talk about it, he wouldn't hesitate to ask me. I suspected as much. He finally muttered, breaking me out of my train of thought and back into our conversation. "Who do you want to patrol tomorrow?" Folding my arms in front of me and widening my stance. "Not you. You've been patrolling 3 times as much as anyone else." I agreed. "But better me than anyone else. As bait it's my duty to," I began, but he cut me off. "No, Eli. You're wearing yourself out and I need you to be at your best." I lowered my head, slightly relieved in knowing there was no point in arguing with him. It was impossible to win against Gabriel, and he always did what was best for the pack either way. He had been the greatest thing to ever happen to the Black Mountains pack. I knew my pack agreed with me. He was certainly a better alpha than his father had been. Should we warn the other packs? Slightly wary of his reaction, he had been tiptoeing around the subject ever since the meeting. His dark eyes snapped to my face and narrowed, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking, but he didn't reply. Contemplating. I knew part of him, big or small, would instinctively want to protect his mate no matter how far away she was or what pack she was in. It's possible that whoever did crossed into their territory. I continued. After that statement, I saw a clearly visible expression of concern flicker across his features. So he definitely did care. I desperately wanted to press, but knew now wasn't the time. He stood up, slowly, rising to his full height. I was 6'3" and taller than the average werewolf, but Gabriel was even taller than me. His stature only served to add to his intimidating alpha presence. He admitted, eyes narrowed. "We should. But I never found out about what we should do." Gabriel abruptly cut off, face contorting into an expression of extreme pain. He grabbed the chair beside him and hunched over, a loud snarl escaping his throat. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Striding over to him, concerned. His muscles were taut, his frame shaking. Gabriel's expression was absolutely feral as he bared his teeth. I could tell he was fighting with all of his might against the pain, but I could not determine the source of the injury. "Where are you injured?" I demanded, but he moved away from my outstretched hand. "Not me." He breathed out heavily, gritting his teeth. "Skylar." His fingernails dug into the fabric of the chair and the veins stood out on his arms. I watched him, alarmed. He snarled again. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." His eyes were exceptionally dark, and I wondered if it was the pain. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Skylar, but you haven't, it's hers." "But there's no other possibility." Straightening abruptly, fists clenched, his shaking slowed slightly as I watched, and he took a deep breath, though he remained tense. It seemed to me that his wolf was clawing at the surface and he was fighting to control it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I couldn't finish the sentence, afraid of his reaction. After several seconds, Gabriel unclenched his fists. Apparently the pain had abated somewhat, and he had won the internal battle with his wolf. "It's her pain. It has to be." His expression was absolutely terrifying to behold. "She's in danger." I saw his resolute expression and knew where this was going. "Watch the pack." He leapt to the door in one large bound. "I'll be in touch." "Alpha you." Gabriel turned around, fury evident in his expression. I said, "Watch the pack, Eli." He roared furiously, putting a command in his tone. He rarely had to use the command on me. I bowed my head in submission. Then he was gone, the door ominously banging shut behind him. In a dark alley, I was bitten by a vampire, the pain so excruciating that I could barely stand. Just when I thought I was going to die, my wolf instincts kicked in, and I decided to fight back with everything I had. Chapter 7. I opened my mouth to howl as the agonizing pain shot through my body, but no sound came out. I felt the vampire's hands release my shoulders as I slowly sank to the ground, blindly clutching the wound as my eyes strained with tears of pain. Dimly I could hear the vampires conversing about something, but all I could focus on was the burning sensation spreading throughout my body. Was I dying? Was a vampire bite fatal to a werewolf? My blood was screaming in my veins and my wolf was howling in fury in the back of my mind, urging me to get up, to fight it. She wanted me to shift, but the pain of the bite and the sensation of the venom in my veins distracted me and distanced me from her. I wasn't sure I would be able to shift at all. Maybe that was one of the side effects of vampire poison. My stomach plummeted as I realized that if I couldn't shift, I couldn't contact my friends, and there was no way I could focus enough through all of this pain to contact my family members from this distance. It was the worst pain I'd felt in my life, unlike anything I'd felt before, worse even than the touch of silver to my skin. I drew back my lips to expose my elongated canines, snarling my fury as I focused on the two vampires in the alley. One of them was gesturing at me as they discussed something. I tried to struggle to my feet, but immediately collapsed back down, breathing hard and clutching my neck as if that would help. At least the vampire venom didn't cause immediate paralysis, although part of me was certain I was going to faint from the pain at any moment. My wolf urged me to retaliate before they could do anything else to me. I tried to suppress a deep whine of pain, knowing they would only get satisfaction out of that. I took a deep, shuddering breath as I tried to control the pain. I gritted my teeth as the wound burned. I could feel blood trickling down the side of my neck. How dare those creatures bite me? How dare they attack me from behind? Caught up in my furious thoughts, I drew all of my energy together as I focused on the vampire that had bitten me. I let my anger flood into my mind. It dominated all other coherent thoughts as my fury suffused me with heat. My eyes were watery with the pain, but I made every effort to suppress it, honing in on one target. I wasn't going to just sit here and let them kill me. Attempting to ignore the searing agony, I crouched for a split second, angled myself at the vampire, then lunged. My body uncoiled and flew through the air at a werewolf speed. The vampire turned, eyes widening, and tried to dodge my attack but was not quick enough. My body hit his at full force and he flew backwards 20 feet, landing on his back with me on top of him. I snarled, eyes still tearing up with the pain of the bite, and prepared to sink my teeth into his pale throat. Then I sensed light movement from behind me. I was being picked up by the neck and thrown backwards. Twisting in the air, I angled my position so I rolled as I hit the ground, quickly climbing to my feet to see the first vampire directly in front of me. I mentally cursed as I wobbled slightly. I had to get these damn heels off of my feet. The vampire was snarling as he drew his fist back and aimed a fast punch at my face, but not fast enough. With lightning speed, working on sheer instinct and adrenaline, I spun away from the blow, then swung a roundhouse kick at his head with every ounce of force I had left. The vampire was either slower than I or not expecting my speed and ferocity. The blow struck him in the side of the head and he flew backwards, his body and head hitting the wall on the side of the alleyway with a loud crack. He slowly slid down the wall, looking dazed. I was slightly off kilter from the roundhouse kick due to the fact that I was still wearing these stupid shoes, and did not have time to regain my balance before the other vampire was on me, his body colliding with mine as he tackled me against the opposite wall. My back struck the wall and I groaned with pain. The pain from the bite itself had lessened slightly to a nearly bearable level. By the look on the vampire's face, just inches from my own, he knew the pain was abating and planned on biting me again. He snarled grotesquely, lips peeling back to reveal his pointed canines as he pinned me to the wall. His entire body was pressed against mine, and I shuddered with revulsion at his cold touch. "You werewolf bitch," he breathed. His breath smelled like a rotting corpse, and I winced. His teeth were dangerously close to my face and I knew he was about to strike. I began to thrash left and right as I attempted to break his grip. Although his hands were strong as they grabbed my arms, and although he had me pinned tightly, I felt him shift slightly as I continued my struggle. With that small change in pressure, I instinctively knew that in terms of brute strength, I was stronger. With one more swift jerk, I freed one of my legs and threw my knee upwards in the same instant. I felt my blow hit its target between the vampire's legs and he released me, hissing in pain. I resisted the urge to smirk. Apparently there was one consistent weak spot for males of all species. I took advantage of his distraction by reaching forward and grabbing a handful of his shirt. Then, utilizing every bit of my returning werewolf strength, I threw the vampire towards the far end of the alleyway where there was just a dead end, a solid brick wall. I heard a dull thud as he struck the target. I could feel the distance between my wolf and I rapidly shrinking. The bite's venom was wearing off. She commanded in my mind as I felt her consciousness reaching out towards mine. Narrowing my eyes, I tried to fight off the last waves of pain so I could merge my consciousness with my wolf's. Unfortunately, it was as if there was a thin mental barrier hovering between our minds. Try as I might, I could not shatter it with my mental force. I was prevented from shifting entirely, only having my canines and claws, until the venom was out of my system completely. Crawling lowly at this realization, I bent down and buckled each shoe as quickly as I could, lamenting the fact that I hadn't worn my more basic slip, on heels, dropping them next to me against the wall of the alleyway. The last thing I needed was to break an ankle. Barefoot, I approached the vampire I had just thrown. He was slumped at an awkward angle in the shadows at the bottom of the wall, and I had no doubt that I'd broken something when I threw him. Still, something told me he would heal fast enough, and I needed to kill him before he could. Once again, I didn't get a chance to strike. I felt a rush of air and heard a low snarl behind me that signified the return of the first vampire. Apparently they healed pretty rapidly, as I definitely had something crack when I threw him against wall. I spun around quickly in time to dodge two fast punches aimed at my face and chest. I retaliated with a left hook of my own, but he dodged to the right, aiming a kick straight at my stomach. I winced as it collided with my midsection. The air was completely knocked out of my system, causing me to stumble backwards a few steps. These guys just don't give up, I snarled mentally, recovering my balance quickly before he could press the advantage. I coiled and sprung, knocking into the vampire and sending us tumbling to the ground. We rolled over and over as we each attempted to punch and kick the other. As our momentum slowed, the vampire tried to pin me to the ground with his weight on my upper half. Maneuvering the part of my body that he didn't have pinned, I managed to wedge my feet under his middle before he could trap me entirely. With one big shove and a grunt of effort, I extended my legs, throwing him off of me and into the wall nearby. In an instant, I struggled upward and leapt towards him, grabbing him while he was winded. His body had slumped off of the wall, but I grabbed his neck with one hand and slammed him right back into it. He hissed in pain. I decided to take a page out of the vampire's book, snarling. I bared my canines, yanked his head to the side, and buried my teeth into the junction between his neck and shoulder. The vampire roared in agony and fury, and I felt a primal sense of satisfaction as my wolf howled triumphantly in the back of my mind. My teeth easily broke the skin and sank deep into muscle. His blood tasted bitter and was somewhat acidic. My victory was cut short as I had to withdraw my fangs when the blood rushed into my mouth, then began to cause a burning sensation. Coughing and spluttering, I released him, spitting his life essence out on the pavement and wiping my mouth with one hand. I could smell the fresh blood pouring out of his shoulder as he snarled in pain, sinking to the ground. I mentally reminded myself not to let vampire blood touch me again, as my mouth was burning like I'd eaten a pile of your POS. The logical side of my brain kicked in then, reminding me of the other vampire on the far end of the alleyway, the one I'd kicked in the family jewels and then thrown like a rag doll. These vampires certainly weren't as physically strong as I was, although they were fast. I spun around to see him slowly clambering to his feet, bracing myself for his next move. He looked down as his comrade, the one I had bitten, then bared his teeth in fury, once again moving surprisingly fast. He leapt towards me. I dodged neatly to the side and he spun around, throwing a fist at my face. I threw my arm up in time to block it, then countered with a punch of my own, hitting him square in the ribs. The vampire grunted in pain but recovered quickly with a move I didn't expect. He faked a left hook that I blocked. whirled to the side, then brought his leg around and kicked my leg straight out from under me. I barely recovered in time to prevent my face from connecting with the pavement, landing heavily on my side. The vampire then grabbed a fistful of my hair, yanking my head back painfully. I snarled with the pain, but as he wrenched on my hair, my eyes fell on something nearby. An unconventional weapon. But it would work. I twisted around slightly to gain leverage and elbowed the vampire as hard as I could, which caused him to slightly loosen the grip on my hair as the blow connected. I took this opportunity to abruptly reach forward, grabbing one of my shoes. My eyes watered as my scalp screamed in pain. I was pretty sure some of my hair had been pulled out with my rapid movements. All of this had happened in a mere second, and I wasted no more time. In the same motion that I grabbed my shoe, I twisted back around again, gathering every ounce of my strength, and threw my arm forward, driving the heel straight into the vampire's abdomen. Who knew if humans had ever tried this trick? I thought dimly. They may not have the strength to make the heel into such a lethal weapon. But hell, at least these pointy shoes had been good for something tonight. I thought wryly, as the vampire screeched in agony and stumbled back. I quickly leapt upward again, growling ferociously. I rushed over to him with werewolf speed and slammed him into the wall. Baring my teeth, he put up a struggle, blood darkening the front of his shirt, but I gripped him tightly, my claws digging into his arms. I was considering the best way to leverage myself to break his neck when I was caught off guard for the second time in mere moments. I heard something above me a split second before a heavy weight landed directly on my back. I staggered and collapsed to my knees from the force of it. I heard a malevolent dark chuckle from the entity on my back before something sharp and cold plunged into the side of my neck. I bucked furiously, throwing the intruder off, and staggered to my feet as I tried to focus on him. He stood there, a couple inches taller than the other two, but clearly another vampire. Just how many were around here? Anyways, he obviously had not bitten me. The burning pain had not returned. So what had he inserted into my neck? Without thinking, I raised one hand to my neck. I could feel a minuscule puncture wound. A sense of foreboding washed over me an instant before the dizziness hit me. I staggered yet again, suddenly exhausted. The world started to tilt on its axis and I collapsed, breathing heavily. A sense of calm was beginning to wash over me despite the dizziness. I felt as if I hadn't slept for a week. My body was beginning to shut down and my eyes drooped. My wolf urged me to get up, to keep fighting, but I was just too tired. Dimly I registered that he must have inserted some drug into my system, but there was nothing I could do about it. The last thing I heard was the two vampires arguing before I keeled over and my world went dark. It could have been mere seconds, or it could have been days, before I began to regain consciousness. I floated in the dark place between awake and asleep as I tried to comprehend what was happening. I dimly registered that my hands and feet were bound, and I was lying horizontally on a fairly uncomfortable surface. I could hear voices muddled in the background, but I did not have the presence of mind to understand them or even open my eyes. Something nagged at me something was wrong, but my mind was too tired to try to figure it out. Groaning slightly, I gave in to temptation and returned to the darkness. This happened a couple more times before I truly regained consciousness. I vaguely remembered being dragged on the ground before being propped up and tied to something. I even thought an needle had been plunged into my neck a second time, although I wasn't sure. I remembered a sharp burning pain at my wrists, and multiple instances of hushed talking. I wasn't sure what was real and what was a dream anymore. My body constantly craved the dark, dreamless sleep, and I gladly sank into it. After a while, however, the sleep became less peaceful. I began to register a dull, incessant pain and voices. The agitated voice in my mind became increasingly agitated, shouting at me to wake up. My body throbbed and ached in the darkness behind my eyelids gradually transitioned into a bright light. I truly knew I was awake when I finally opened my eyes and winced. There was a bright fluorescent bulb directly above me. I made no noise as I finally woke up. Some semblance of caution forced me to hold my tongue, squinting against the beam of light. I glanced around to take in my surroundings. I was alone in what looked like a warehouse or storage room. Although it was fairly small, the room was almost completely bare except for a small table and a couple of chairs set against the corner near the only door. The door itself looked like it was pulled open from the bottom, somewhat like a garage door. As for me, I was tied to a chair in the middle of the room. I was currently alone. My wrists were burning, and I realized the pain must have brought me to consciousness. They were tied behind the chair, and as I glanced over my shoulder, I realized why they hurt so badly and I swore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The kryptonite of werewolves. Silver sapped our strength and drove a mental barrier between us and our wolves, preventing us from shifting and leaving us almost as weak as humans. It even made communication with direct family members more difficult in human form. As long as it touched me, my wounds would not heal and I would not be able to shift. Nobody knew why silver was such a weakness of ours. It had been this way since the first wolves roamed the planet, and as far as I knew, there was no way to develop a tolerance to it. We were immune to so many things that caused humans harm, yet they wore silver jewelry on a daily basis. The irony was not lost on me. My father had said it was best to understand the effects of silver as making our inner wolves ill, which isolated them from us, while the skin irritation was more of an allergic reaction. I tugged at the silver chains that bound me, wincing in pain. I wasn't going to be able to break them with my reduced strength. The chains were locked together and one of my kidnappers had the key. Trying not to panic, I attempted to contact my wolf. I could still sense her agitation and her pain, but I could not hear her voice. I could tell she felt the same frustration at the lack of contact. But for now we were stuck, feeling frighteningly alone. How was I going to get out of here? I wasn't strong enough to break free. I had no idea how long I had been here. My pack was probably having a heart attack by now. Had my friends noticed my absence at the club? Was my family searching for me? Thinking of my family gave me a moment of surprising clarity. The silver created a barrier between my wolf and I, meaning I couldn't shift and converse with the rest of the pack. However, I didn't need to be in wolf form to converse with my immediate family or the alpha. The problem was, conversing at this great of a distance from them required both strength and concentration. I'd been in too much pain and too distracted during the battle to contact them, but now it might be possible. I had no doubt that they could be trying to communicate with me, but with the silver-induced barriers in my mind, they were having no luck. If I could just lower my barriers for a few seconds to send a quick message, it would be difficult. I knew that much. I would have to conserve every last drop of energy I had. Even if I did have enough strength to break through the silver-induced haze and lower my barriers, I would only have a couple of seconds before my reduced strength gave out. It was definitely not a guaranteed plan, but it was the best I had. With a glimmer of self-deprecating amusement, I realized that this would be easier if I were mated to Gabriel. Mates had a bond so strong that the strictly external touch of silver couldn't break their mind link. It required a silver bullet or silver in the bloodstream to disrupt that connection. Thinking of Gabriel brought a fresh rush of pain, and I turned my head to the side, gritting my teeth. Did he have any idea where I was? I did not have time to dwell on these thoughts, for I heard footside, fast approaching. Not knowing how to handle the situation in my unfortunate state, I pushed back the pain in my body and allowed my head to loll to the side, closing my eyes. Perhaps I could catch them off guard or learn something about them if they thought I was asleep. What had they drugged me with? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forcing my breathing to be even and relaxed, I kept up my act as I heard a loud, rusty grating sound. The door slid upwards and I heard two distinct sets of footsteps. I tried to breathe through my nose to better understand what I was up against, but all I got was a faint whiff. Once again I was struck by the subtlety of a vampire's scent. "She's still asleep," came the incredulous voice. I recognized it as the vampire that had bitten me, then later called me a werewolf bitch. I'm not surprised. I gave her enough to kill a vampire. The voice was calm, collected, coming from the vampire that had drugged me. I heard the door slide shut again, connecting with the ground with an ominous thud. Still, it's been more than 8 hours. It's nearly sunrise. I tried not to let my obvious shock show. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Surely someone was searching for me by now. My father would be going out of his mind with worry. Yes, the timing of this was most unfortunate. Antonio can't come meet us here until this evening. He was too far away to make it here before sunrise. So the vampire Antonio didn't want to travel during the day. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was it true vampires were weakened by the sun? To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And what the hell did the vampires want with me? I don't see why we can't just kill her now, the first one said, sounding a bit petulant. Orders are orders, although we disobeyed them by capturing her so soon. We weren't ready yet but would have to make do. His voice had grown hard. You two almost fucked everything up. You're lucky I was there. It wasn't our fault. We were just trying to have an evening snack. How could we have known that werewolves would be nearby? You were supposed to be watching her. What the hell? Watching me? The other one hissed. Silence. Do not disrespect your elders, especially when I'm the only reason your neck wasn't broken. He sighed irritably. I was watching the club from the front. I didn't expect her to go out that way. I didn't know you two idiots would be munching on a human nearby. Marco huffed and there was a moment of silence. I've never met a werewolf. I didn't think she'd be that strong. You're too young to be a match for a fully grown werewolf. Don't forget that. I heard the noise of a chair being pulled out as the vampire sat down. Can I at least wake her up? She bit Angelo. She deserves some sort of punishment. I wondered if my bite had killed Angelo or just wounded him. Knowing my luck, he was still out and looking for blood. Be my guest. Just don't injure her too badly. Antonia wants her in good condition. I automatically tensed, my breathing coming out faster than I'd intended. I heard footsteps approach me as Marco neared. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. I braced myself for a hit, knowing I had to conserve my energy in order to have any chance at communication. I fervently hoped the vampires didn't know about my ability to mentally communicate with my foul being in wolf form. Rise and shine, Marco snarled, and I felt a breath of air before the back of his hand collided with the side of my face. My head snapped to the side and my eyes opened instantly, fixating on his face as I bared my teeth in a snarl. In the back of my mind I registered the fact that he looked different from yesterday. More human, for lack of a better word. His fangs were no longer visible and his eyes were not the black pits they had been yesterday. His pupils had shrunk to make his unnaturally bright green irises visible. I glanced down, noting that he had a clean shirt on. I hoped the wounds I inflicted still hurt like hell. My cheek stung from the blow and I felt my wolf's anger that we were being attacked in our helpless state. Gritting my teeth, I positioned myself to face Marco. Good morning, bitch, Marco snapped. I ignored the insult, shifting my gaze to examine the vampire that had drugged me. He had white blonde hair and his eyes were blue, unnaturally bright like Marco's. He had an unamused expression on his features as he watched us. Look at me when I'm talking to you. He drew back his hand and slapped me on the other side of my face. Once again my head jerked to the side. I bit my lip to keep from making any noise. Pain lanced through my face. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Crawling in irritation, Marco curled his hand into a fist then punched me, part of his fist connecting with the side of my mouth. This time I visibly winced as his punch forced my teeth into my lip. I tasted coppery blood as it filled my mouth. I knew without hearing her that my wolf was howling her fury at this despicable creature. If I could get free I would tear him to shreds. I forced myself to take a deep breath. If I was going to get out of here I needed all of my energy. I fervently hoped my pack would find me. The vampire's nostrils flared. I can smell your blood. Dog, good thing it smells disgusting and repulsive. Otherwise I'd make you into breakfast. I snorted before I could help myself, knowing it was obviously a bluff. Their boss, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Needed me for something, so I doubt he'd let Marco make me into breakfast. My reaction seemed to infuriate him, for in a second Marco was in my face. His hand reached out and grabbed my neck. He began to squeeze, his grip crushing. I could feel bruises forming on my throat as he gripped harder. His face contorted into a snarl. I struggled to spite myself, attempting to get air into my lungs. Release her, the blonde vampire demanded, an edge to his voice. Marco paused, his angry eyes still boring into mine. The other vampire barked, and with a growl of reluctance the vampire released my neck. I sucked in the air gratefully, my neck bruised and tender. You need to go cool off, now before sunrise. Antonio will punish us if she's to bruise. She's his leverage. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wheezed, trying to catch my breath. Leverage for what? I had a sneaking suspicion, but hoped I was wrong. The two vampires stared each other down for a moment more before Marco stalked over to the door, tossing me an angry look over his shoulder as he went. I don't see why we have to stay in this place before he gets here, he muttered darkly as he held the door open. We could just meet him at the mansion. We can't risk leaving the city. As soon as we get away from all the humans her pack will be able to find her scent and they'll track us down. So did that mean they were looking for me now? I wondered. At least it told me we were still in the city, although I wasn't sure where. If the vampires kept me here to mask my scent, it would make sense if they were closer to downtown where the population density was higher. Marco lifted the door to the facility open. It was dark outside, but the sky was beginning to lighten slightly and I knew sunrise wasn't far away. I tried to inconspicuously observe the surroundings outside. Fortunately, there were a few dim lights outside so I could make out certain details. Directly across from us was another door that looked identical to the one Marco had just opened. From the quick glance I obtained before he shut the door behind him, I tried to memorize all I could. If I was going to try to contact my father or Alpha Brett later, they would need all the clues they could get, unless they found me first, which based on my luck so far was highly unlikely. As soon as the other vampire left, the blonde one relaxed in his chair and pulled out a phone. He began clicking away on the device, ignoring me completely, left alone with my new bruises and burning wrists where the silver touched. I finally allowed my mind to wander to Gabriel. I pictured his flawless skin and dark eyes. Trying to get away from thoughts of him had landed me in this mess in the first place. Maybe that was a sign. I thought over our interaction in the clearly and husky way he had declared me as his. Was I going to die without ever having touched my mate? My situation seemed pretty hopeless at the moment. If I wouldn't have been so pathetic and confused, maybe he would have wanted me. He had been cruel in the past, but my hatred of him had dimmed after meeting these horrid vampires. My mind wandered in circles like this for quite some time. I attempted to distract myself from the dull physical pain with thoughts of Gabriel and my family as the minutes trickled by. Another hour passed in silence, then another, and I lost track of time. I had just begun to contemplate my growing hunger when Marco returned. He created quite a racket, throwing up the storage room door and slamming it as soon as he was inside. Looking out, I realized it was because tendrils of sunlight were beginning to stretch across the sky. Thankfully, Marco ignored me as he pulled out a chair and sat at the table next to the blonde vampire. He had brought a sack of items with him and he pulled out a book from the sack, facing away from me and promptly beginning to read. Another hour passed by and I began to grow increasingly uncomfortable. My stomach had started to rumble and my throat was incredibly dry. But worst of all was my need to use the restroom. I hadn't consumed much liquid the night before, but my discomfort persisted. Surely the vampires wouldn't let me soil myself. I cleared my throat, and icy blue eyes quickly snapped to my face. The blonde vampire stared at me with a blank expression. I need to use the restroom, I said coldly, my voice raspy from my thirst. How is that our problem? Marco sneered, glaring at me over his shoulder. You're the one that's trapped in here with me. If I just let it go, you'll be the one smelling it all day. The blonde one raised an eyebrow, looking bemused. Marco, give her that bottle you brought and I one of her hands. Only one. We don't need her shifting. A bottle. Was he serious? Marco was scowling, but apparently he had no desire to smell my urine, for he approached me, crumbling and clutching an empty Powerade bottle. Meanwhile, my mind was racing. If he untied one of my hands, I would have a bit of my strength back. I had remained motionless the last 3 hours, trying to relax and store my energy as much as possible. Did I have enough to send a message to my dad? It was as good a time as any to try. I wanted to be long gone before Antonio arrived. Marco stooped behind me, and I felt him insert a key into the padlock that held the chains together. He tugged the chains off of my left hand before locking them. I flexed my hand, glad to be rid of the burning sensation for even one moment. I also felt a bit of my strength return, although not much. A large plastic bottle was placed in my lap. Make it quick, dog. No sudden moves or tricks. Marco snapped before returning to his chair. Part of me felt extremely uncomfortable trying to do this while they were in the room, but I had no choice here. Still, my cheeks burned at the thought of that immodesty. I knew it was petty to care about that at a time like this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who knew if I'd even get out of here? I took a deep breath and attempted to ignore my embarrassment. It wasn't as if they were watching me anyways. They had entered a heated conversation about something, and I knew this was my chance. I began to go about my business, attempting to arrange my clothing with one hand so I could relieve myself, which was pretty dang difficult. For the first time in a day, I was actually thankful that I had a skirt on, but my mind was preparing energy instead of focusing on the task at hand. After I finished using the restroom, still feeling immensely awkward, I made a big show about readjusting my clothing. Really, I was preparing to send the message. Fortunately, the vampires were still in a fairly intense discussion and paid me no mind. I knew I had 30 seconds, at most, and probably not even that. I dipped into the reserve of energy I had stored all day, taking a deep breath. It wasn't much, but hope it would work. With all the force I had, I roughly broke through the haze of pain that was causing my mental block and focused on my father. I closed my eyes, narrowing my vision to Justin. I felt my energy quickly draining, and I had to act fast. Vampires have me somewhere near downtown. Warehouse or storage unit. Even these few words left me with my energy nearly gone. I could feel it seeping away as I tried to maintain my concentration. With one last bit of effort, I projected the image of the building I had seen when Marco opened the door. I kept this image in my mind for as long as possible, hoping against hope that my father could see it. Then the last vestiges of my energy left and I drooped. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The image faded from my mind, and I felt my mental barriers return as my concentration vanished. I could only hope it would work. I still don't understand why we can't just question her, Marco said. He had started pacing about 2 hours after I had sent my mental message. Meanwhile, I was growing increasingly worried. Shouldn't they have found me by now? It had been well over 2 hours. And by my guess I had left the club 13 or 14 hours ago. Where the hell were they? Did my message not go through? That last thought was extremely disheartening. I tried not to give up hope. I had to make it through. The master trusts Antonio with questioning, not those of our rank. I made a mental note that Antonio was not the big boss after all. We could still ask a few questions, just basic ones. We captured her after all. We should get to participate in the fun. He wouldn't like it. He doesn't have to know. Brutus. Marco snapped impatiently. I took another mental note. If I ever got out of here, I wanted to know who these vampires were so I could get my revenge. Brutus sighed, leaning back in his chair. She could take a couple more hits. he said coolly, a slight smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. I've grown bored. I wasn't hired to babysit her she-wolf all day. If it weren't for her relation to Gabriel, we could have killed her already. I jolted upright in my seat at the mention of Gabriel's name, so this had something to do with him. It made sense. Given the timing of all of this, what did they want with him? My mental questioning came to a standstill as Marco approached me, strolling with the grace of a predator. I did not like the hateful and angry expression hovering on his features. With a burst of speed he appeared in front of me and struck me in the face. I gasped slightly, reeling with the force of the blow. All right, I'm bored, so you're going to answer a few questions for me. Where is your mate? I bit my lip, not liking the fact that he was asking about Gabriel and that they knew he was my mate. This solidified my suspicion that they had been watching us in the forest that day. That faint scent I'd caught in the woods must have been that of a vampire following me. It had still been before sunrise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Regardless, I had no idea where Gabriel was at this second. If the vampire had half of a brain, he'd know that. I remained street-on-ly silent, not liking my silence. Marco grabbed my cheek roughly and glared into my eyes. I asked you a question. I just watched him coolly. Like hell they were getting any answers from me. Marco sneered and backhanded me again. I winced from the pain of the blow. Although at this rate I wouldn't even notice my newest bruise. Here's something we need. I'll ask you again, where is he? There was no way to win here, either by staying silent or by telling him the truth, which I would never do. Not that I knew the answer to his question. I felt a surge of frustration, something you need, like a breath mint. I snapped cheekily before I could help myself. My wolf would be proud. Immediately I knew I should have just stayed silent, as the next slap was much harder. The questioning continued for 4 more rounds, and each time I did not answer in any way other than to glare at him or make a snarky comment. Each time I received a slap to the face. One of my cheeks was going numb, although I could taste blood in my mouth from where my teeth had cut into the inside of it. I spit most of it out on the floor, but apparently the vampires really didn't care for werewolf blood because they didn't even glance at it. We need to be more rough with her, Marco snapped, but Brutus was shaking his head. I told you, Engineer wants her undamaged. Marco turned on me again, expression taut. I thought his eyes had darkened somewhat and I was worried his fangs would come out any minute. Tell us where he is. Leaning in close to my face, I spit on him. The globs of saliva, and even a little bit of blood, splattered his face and he roared with rage, punching me directly in my side and cutting my satisfaction short. I cried out in pain that time despite myself as I felt a definite crack. I hunched over, gasping in agony. My side was on fire. Breathing heavily, I winced. It seemed as if he'd broken a rib. Marco roughly grabbed me and shoved me upright. I whimpered in pain, screwing my eyes shut as I anticipated the next blow. I had no way of defending myself. Brutus snapped, sounding angry. Marco snarled in fury again, seemingly ignoring Brutus' protests, but his snarl was drowned out by a mighty roar. My eyes snapped open as the vampires spun towards the source. I heard a loud screeching noise and then a grating sound as the door was pulled up. Sunlight flooded part of the room, causing the vampires to hiss in pain and flee to the back corners of the building. But I didn't care about them. My eyes were fixated on the blinding light. The werewolf stood there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Will, and my father, all with worried and furious expressions, but my gaze quickly slid to the 4th werewolf, the one who had roared and opened the door. Gabriel, my mate, saving me. I sighed with relief as I heard the vampire snarl in fury behind me, and then all hell broke loose. Chapter 8. A couple hours earlier, Maria's POV. I glared mutinously at my father, our dark eyes locked in a silent standoff as we mentally argued. You need to stay here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was insisting. You've been looking for Skylar all night, and now the others are searching the city. It's your turn to rest. You look exhausted. I don't give a crap if I look tired. I snapped furiously. She's my best friend, Dad. I don't care if I have to search for a week without sleeping. Our pack is taking shifts. Do you not trust your father and will to find her? They've been searching all night without rest. Doubt they aren't taking any breaks. Closing his eyes briefly and running his hand through his dark hair, I knew that my father, as Pack Beta, was trying to avoid causing a panic while keeping everyone rested and on full alert. For all we knew, an attack on our pack was imminent if one of our own had been kidnapped. My father was right to be cautious, and he was even more so when it came to me. I had been searching all night with no luck. We could find no trace of her scent anywhere. After a while, Alpha Brett commanded that Anne, Jake, and I return with a report and others would take our place searching. Skylar's father. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Had been in the city since we first reported Skylar missing and he refused to return to the pack until she was safe. We had somehow avoided being called back to the village and was still searching alongside Skylar's father. I knew I couldn't rest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was physically exhausted from lack of sleep, but my mind was on constant alert. I couldn't help but feel that something bad had happened to my best friend and I couldn't allow that to happen. So here I was, stuck arguing with my father about letting me leave and rejoin the search party. Dad, please. I finally spoke out loud. We were in Alpha Brett's house and there were others conversing nearby, but I didn't care at this point. I won't be able to sleep. And maybe they'll need my help. It's a big city. Well, a big city when you are trying to find one, she-wolf. My father clenched his jaw and looked down. I could tell he was close to caving. I noticed that Alpha Brett had finished his conversation and was coming to stand next to my father. I hoped they wouldn't gang up on me. She'd do it for me. Dad, I aired quietly, knowing it was true. Skylar would not hesitate to look for me until she collapsed with exhaustion. If our situations were reversed. My father glanced at Alpha Brett, and the two appeared to be having a silent conversation. After a moment they turned back to me and my father opened his mouth to speak, but Alpha Brett suddenly froze, holding up a hand. His eyes became unfocused as he paused, listening to something in his head. I shifted from foot to foot, itching to shift into wolf form and return to the search. Her father just contacted me. Skylar sent him a message. It was brief, but she sent him a picture of what she could see. It won't narrow it down much, but it'll help. I'm going to pass it along to all of the searchers, including you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Alpha said. I felt a rush of hope. Any hint was helpful at this point and it sounded like he was going to let me return to town. I closed my eyes as I felt the touch of a mental contact. I opened my mind, receiving the image that Alpha Brett was sending. It was somewhat fuzzy, having been passed through Skylar's father, but it was better than nothing. There wasn't much to see in the mental image, but from what I could gather, it looked like some sort of warehouse. I tried to memorize the layout and color of the surrounding buildings outside of the room Skylar was in. I reopened my eyes, feeling a surge of nervousness. Her location had not seemed pleasant, and I could only hope she was okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know you want to help, so I'm going to authorize your return to the search team. Alpha Brett tossed a look at my father, who hesitated before nodding. We need all the help we can get, Jack. And knowing your daughter, she'll go either way. My father gave a wry smile. I gave him my thanks before turning to leave. I wasn't going to bother changing clothes or eating clothes during the search. My father and the Alpha followed me outside. It was still morning. the sun slowly ascending in the sky, and I could not believe we had searched for so long all night and early morning, without finding her. I felt like a horrible friend. Skylar's scent had still been fresh when we noticed her missing, so it had been within 30 minutes after her departure that we followed her. But I felt terrible nonetheless. I wish I'd have stuck by her side all night, especially knowing what she was going through. We found her shoes, tossed aside in an alleyway. That was where her scent had ended. The smell of human blood had hung thickly in the air, with a decent puddle of it on the ground, and I'd suspected that was what drew Skylar out there, to make sure the human was okay. However, we'd seen no signs of humans anywhere. No bodies, despite how much blood was on the ground. The most curious part had been the blood caked on Skylar's shoe. It wasn't hers, and it wasn't human. I had no idea who it belonged to, and that was a frightening thought. I swallowed hard, trying to rein in my emotion. Skylar must have felt so lost and abandoned, especially since her father hadn't been able to contact her mentally. Surely she would know we weren't giving up. I stopped abruptly when I heard a low snarl come from Alpha Brett behind me. I spun around to see a frighteningly angry expression contorting his features. My father looked confused, glancing around to see what the problem was before looking at Alpha Brett for an explanation. That bastard. Alpha Brett was seething. What? Bewildered. Border Patrol just notified me that Gabriel, he spit out the name, is on our territory, requesting to see me. He's almost here already. How he made it so far before they detected him, I don't know, but they are escorting him here. Apparently he felt excruciating pain coming through his link with Skylar, and he came right away. I felt a strange mix of emotions then. Worry, for Gabriel was a frightening individual and his appearance would surely cause trouble. Horror, because of the excruciating pain, that he felt they hadn't even mated. So the pain must have been intense. Mates could feel each other's every emotion and thought once they completed the process. But before the claiming, only the most intense emotions and physical pain could be shared between them. I also felt a surprising amount of relief. Gabriel was the most powerful wolf I'd ever been around. Surely he could help us find her. If he was coming all this way, that meant he cared about her. Right. I then realized that he'd made the journey all the way from his pack village to the heart of our territory in half of a day. It was normally a day's journey between the two villages, which meant he'd been traveling incredibly fast to get here. That reassured me even further, and I was begrudgingly impressed with his speed. We have less wolf patrolling today because of how many are searching for Skylar. That's probably why they took so long to send and catch up to him. What are you going to do? My father was asking, his brow furrowed. I don't want him on our territory, Alpha Brett growled, although I'm not sure I can stop him. By law he is allowed to request my presence. You might help us find Skylar, I added, nervous about his reaction. His eyes focused on me. Perhaps, he admitted begrudgingly. Dislike was evident in his expression. I couldn't blame him, but our pack member had to come first. We can't exactly attack him. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My father said bitterly, not without risk of his pack's reaction. As horrible as the truth was, the Black Mountains pack was a lot stronger than us. We couldn't afford to anger them. The two began to converse about Gabriel, swiftly walking in the direction that I assumed the Alpha would be coming from. I followed without permission. I may not like the wolf, based on what he and his father had done to our pack over the years, but he was Skylar's mate and we needed help. If she was in pain, her wolf would need his presence. And we had to put her before pack relations right now. To my surprise, the Alpha and my father let me follow with only a brief stern glance in my direction from the latter. They had more important things to worry about right now, and I sure as hell wasn't staying behind when I could be helping my best friend somehow. Apparently I'd be getting the chance to meet my best friend's mate up close and personal. I only hoped that he could prove himself worthy of having a mate like Skylar and help us save her. Before it was too late, we stopped in a clearing some distance away and secluded from our pack village. We didn't have to wait long before the unfamiliar scent grew strong. I felt a small flutter of nervousness in the pit of my stomach. The alpha of the Black Mountains pack unnerved me. I couldn't even imagine how Skylar must have felt when she discovered that he was her mate. Perhaps there was some good in him? Deep down, if fate chose him for Skylar, he couldn't be all bad, could he? He emerged from the trees nearby, flanked by the 2 wolves on border patrol. I snorted mentally he'd wolf both of them, and I knew there was absolutely no chance they'd be able to take him in a fight. The alpha was massive and muscular, a few inches taller even than Alpha Brett, with incredibly dark hair and eyes. I had to admit, for such a cruel asshole, he definitely was good looking. If it weren't for the predatory gleam in his eyes and the animalistic way he moved, he would look more beautiful than dangerous. I, of course, did not feel the type of attraction to him that my best friend did. As my wolf had absolutely no interest in him, I knew it must have been hell for Skylar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Whenever she was near him, I quickly averted my eyes as his dark gaze briefly connected with mine. Geez, I was ogling the guy's good looks and I wasn't even attracted to him. How the hell did Skylar resist him? I felt a pang of sympathy for what she must go through every time she was around him. I knew that one day, I'd feel the exact same irresistible physical pull towards my own mate. Where is she? He spoke abruptly before anyone could address him. I detected an edge of worry in his tone and it was surprising, considering the emotionals' way he spoke at the meeting I had gone to. Alpha Brett replied shortly. I was surprised he wasn't reprimanded Gabriel for infringing upon our territory then again. A kidnapped wolf took precedence. I cautiously looked up to see Gabriel's reaction. How can you not know? He demanded, voice harsh. His hands were curled into fists. The 2 wolves on either side of him looked nervous. We have a group of wolves looking for her as we speak. I could tell Alpha Brett was trying to control his anger. Skylar disappeared outside of a club in the human settlement nearby over 12 hours ago. She recently contacted her father with a brief message, claiming she was kidnapped by vampires and is being held captive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My gaze snapping to his face. Vampires. Alpha Brett had not said anything about that before. Why did he not look surprised that Skylar was talking about vampires? I thought they were a myth. Then again, humans probably thought we were a myth. Gabriel's eyes had a deadly gleam in them. You haven't found her? I felt both wolves stiffen next to me at the implied reprimand. Then I will go to the settlement. Where is it? He did not seem surprised by the whole vampire idea. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just angry. His expression was unnerving. Alpha Brett turned to me then, irritation evident in his stance, and I caught my breath. I thought I saw where this was going. Maria was with Skylar last. We've been searching for her, but her scent is nowhere to be found. We will send Maria and 2 other wolves to escort you to the city. It was clear he wanted Gabriel gone as soon as possible. Gabriel's imposing black eyes were on me again, and I shifted my weight uncomfortably. I could already tell that my father did not like the idea of me going along with Gabriel, but he dare not contradict Alpha Brett in front of another alpha. Then we are wasting time. Let's go, he said coolly, but once again I detected a worried undertone to his words. I could only hope that he could help us find her, because I couldn't shake the notion that her time was running out. Half of an hour later, we were sprinting in wolf form through the woods towards the city. 2 other wolves from my pack, Seth and Carrie, had joined us as we raced to the city to meet Skylar's father, Will, and the rest of the search party. I could sense both of their unease and dislike for the gigantic black wolf running alongside us, but they hadn't complained. If someone in our pack was in danger, we cut them before everything else. Glancing at Gabriel nervously out of the corner of my eye, my wolf couldn't help but be slightly awed, which was likely due to the alpha presence that we still recognized despite being in a different pack. Brett had a similar effect on my wolf, but he wasn't as imposing as the alpha next to me, Skylar's mate had the largest wolf form I had ever seen, and it was pitch black in color. I could tell he was slowing his run slightly to accommodate us, and it was paining him to do so. But he needed our mental picture of Skylar's location to find her, so he kept to our alpha pace. I could see the tension in every line of his form. It must be even worse now that his wolf was running free. A wolf would always put their mate above everything. At our fast pace, it did not take too long to reach the fringe of the trees. Here we had to shift back into human form while our mission was important. We couldn't risk exposure of our species for any reason. The four of us each found a tree to shift behind, which would not have been necessary without Gabriel's presence. Normally I tied my clothes to my ankle, but this time I had carried a pack of clothes on my back, since shoes were required when venturing in the human settlement. I quickly changed, shoving the shoes on my feet hastily before emerging. My sense of urgency increased tenfold now that we were in the outskirts of the city and I could see its sheer size. How were we supposed to find her amidst all of the humans' overpowering smell? A few minutes later, we spotted Skylar's dad, Will, and two other wolves awaiting us outside of some random coffee shop. As we approached, I saw all four of them stiffen when they saw Gabriel. Although Alpha Brett had warned them in advance, Will and the two wolves shifted uneasily, trying to conceal their reactions to Gabriel's imposing presence. Alexander especially had an ease in his expression as he eyed his daughter's mate. I couldn't blame him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander greeted him curtly, as using his name would be far too informal. Gabriel nodded, his eyes holding an unfathomable expression as he examined his mate's father with renewed interest. I could tell he was sizing Skylar's father up, measuring him. The tension between my pack and Gabriel crackled in the air. Will's expression was darker than normal, clear dislike in his gaze. Gabriel turned his head slightly as if noticing Will's stare, and would immediately look down. He didn't have the gall to look the alpha straight in the eyes. Hell, neither did I. Gabriel stared at Will a moment longer, eyes slightly narrowed. I furrowed my brow in confusion. Was it just me? Or did Gabriel seem even more tense now? Had Will's expression irritated him that much? Do you have a plan? Gabriel finally asked, turning away from Will and breaking the taut silence. Alexander nodded, and Will seemed relieved that Gabriel was no longer staring at him. We were going to split up into two groups again. Me, you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And we were going to take the south side of downtown. The message Skylar sent me said she was somewhere near downtown and it looked like she was in a warehouse of some sort. We've been combing the streets down there, but it's a huge area. The others can take the north side, part of which we've already searched. Alexander was holding out a map at this point and outlining the general area. It really was quite large. I only wish she'd been able to contact us sooner, for we'd wasted several hours checking the territory around the city and the outskirts of the city itself, thinking her kidnappers would not want to stay put. However, this many humans served to mask us out completely. It really was a clever tactic. Alexander indicated two cars parked on the curb. We were using these earlier, but the traffic is pretty bad downtown. It's actually faster to walk. He reached out his coat pocket and pulled out one last piece of paper. When she contacted me earlier, I had storage units, empty buildings, and warehouses in the city. I glanced down at the paper. It had started out with dozens of names, but over half had been crossed out. We ruled out those not near downtown and a few that we've driven by. That still leaves several in the general area. Their addresses are marked, so that's where we are going. Alexander glanced around the entire group, his eyes finally resting on Gabriel. Any questions? Nobody indicated that they had a question, so the group split and the four of us headed south at a brisk walk. My wolf wanted me to utilize werewolf speed, and I cursed the fact that there were so many humans around, milling about in the streets, smelling of everything from cheap cologne, sweat, gasoline, to various types of food. I wrinkled my nose in distaste. Wolf fell into step beside me, As we walked towards downtown, I felt the small prickle of happiness that always made itself known when he was near me. Will wasn't my true mate, but I had developed feelings for him the past couple of years. I had never told him, worried about rejection, and I wasn't sure he had gotten over Skylar, as he'd had a crush on her a few years ago. He'd even been her first and only, as far as I knew, kiss. Skylar had moved on when she didn't feel the sparks, but I wasn't sure where we stood. "It's okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Snapping me out of it, I tried to focus on the task ahead, shaking my thoughts out of my daydreaming. "Not really," I replied tiredly. "I can't help but blame myself. You know, I could tell that Gabriel was listening to our conversation from his rigid posture as he walked a few steps in front of us. I would have to be careful what I said. It's not just your fault. None of us noticed she'd gone." Bitterness in his tone. "We should have gone out to eat instead. She's not that into clubbing." Dejected. "You were just trying to cheer her up," Will replied, trailing off. We both knew that the cause of her agitation was just a few feet from us. Gabriel's posture had grown even more rigid, if that were possible. Still, she wandered off alone and we weren't even paying attention. She seemed okay the last time I saw her. She was sitting in a booth across from that random guy, and there was a drink in front of her. I tossed Will a warning glance after he said that, not wanting Gabriel to get the wrong idea. One of his hands had curled into a fist as he walked in front of us, causing the rigid muscles to stand out along his arm. It was a very threatening stance. I knew male wolves could get jealous very easily, and he was an alpha, no less. "Yeah, I saw that too, but she wasn't even paying attention to him," I quickly added, fibbing a little for Gabriel's benefit. "We got the hint." "Yeah, she's never been interested in that sort of thing," he mumbled. I thought I detected a trace of sadness in his voice, but I shot him a grateful smile as Gabriel seemingly relaxed in front of us. "Still, I think this one's on me." I knew she'd get bored on the dance floor quickly. I should have gone to sit with her. If anything, it's all of us. We all know Skylar has a tendency to wander off. Will grinned as he spoke, and I knew he was talking about that time at the beginning of high school when Skylar got completely lost in the human mall. I missed those carefree days. Conversation ceased at that point as we approached the first addressed address on the sheet. I noticed Alexander holding a small GPS. He must have bought it in town. We did a cursory scan of the warehouse, taking a few minutes to me and around the building surrounding it. But Skylar's father was shaking his head and I agreed. It didn't look right. We continued our expedition, growing increasingly frustrated as we searched. The next addresses weren't the right location. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I tried to keep the picture in my head, memorizing every detail of the doors, street altered, and even the brick on the side of the building. I threw a glance at Gabriel. He must be extremely frustrated, as he didn't even have a mental picture to go by. I felt the tension quickly escalating as the minutes trickled by. We must have been searching for over an hour and still no luck. Damn it. We burst out as the next location was a bust. As well. Time is running out. We don't even know if it's one of these addresses. "It has to be," Alexander replied tautly. "We have to trust Skylar's message. She has to be downtown somewhere." Well, what if her kidnappers forced her to send that message to intentionally mislead us? She could be long gone. I don't think so. To me, she sounded like she couldn't send a longer message because she didn't have the energy. Something is blocking her mentally. His green eyes focused on Gabriel. "You said you felt her pain. Did you get anything else?" Alexander's expression was contorted. I knew he didn't want to hear about his daughter's pain. Not enough. The mating bond isn't strong enough. I felt the tension increase as Gabriel said that. I only felt it because it was so strong. I think it came from her neck. A vampire must have bitten her. He tried to keep his voice controlled, but I sensed the strain. Will turned to me, mouthing vampires as a question. Not knowing the answer, Alexander had uttered a swear word, rubbing his temples with his hands. Apparently everyone knew about vampires except us, and getting bitten by one was not a good thing judging by Skylar's father's reaction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is it going to kill her? Will asked, voice shaking slightly. A vampire bite won't kill, Gabriel said shortly. I wondered how he knew. They could have killed her after they bit her. Will said darkly. I gave him a look, wanting him to shut up. I didn't like to think about Skylar being. I couldn't think about it. Alexander was shaking his head. But Gabriel spoke first. She isn't. I would know if she died. Will eyed him suspiciously. You haven't mated. You can't be sure. It must have been the exhaustion and worry that was making him speak to an elf like that. Will wasn't normally so forward, and I knew he found Gabriel intimidating. Don't question me. Pup, Gabriel replied coldly, a hard edge of anger in his voice as his eyes flashed. Will looked away, gritting his teeth in fury, a condescending tone. But he had the intelligence to shut up. He was no match for the alpha and he knew it. We're here. Alexander cut it to prevent further confrontation. From his facial expression I could tell the conversation had gotten to him. He quickly turned onto a small, narrow street between two tall buildings. We followed, Gabriel striding ahead of Will and I. We followed the narrow street for a block or two before making an abrupt right. The streets here were only one, way in the tall buildings looming next to us created an ominous atmosphere. We passed few people as we continued our convoluted trail through the city streets, taking several more turns before Alexander came to an abrupt halt. Gabriel stopped beside him, nostrils flaring. I felt a flicker of recognition as my eyes fell upon the cluster of small warehouses stretched out in front of us. There were a few small streetlighted above. The doors were the same color and style of those in Skylar's message, and the brick was the same mottled, faded pattern. With renewed urgency we approached the first warehouse. Alexander indicated for us to be completely silent. Not that we weren't anyway. He put his ear against the metal garage door, then shook his head as he took a whiff of the air. The buildings were small and we passed them all before we heard a loud roar coming from the warehouse across from us. The roar was quickly followed by a yelp of pain that all of us recognized at once. Skylar. I breathed. My quiet exclamation was drowned out as Gabriel lunged towards the door. A furious sound ripping from his throat, no doubt caused by Skylar's pain. The sound drowned out any noise coming from inside as Gabriel grabbed the bottom of the door, yanking it upwards roughly. I winced as the metal grating fell upon my sensitive ears, but there was no to waste as the four of us gathered at the entrance. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds as we took in the room's contents. The first person I saw was Skylar. She was hunched over in a chair in the center of the room, blinking into the bright light. I could tell her hands were bound behind her by her awkward posture. I gasped sharply as I took in her bruised and battered face. The way she winced as she moved. An instant later my eyes slid to the other two creatures in the room, who were huddling back against the far wall of the room, trying to get away from the sunlight. Vampires. They could be nothing else with their pale faces and protruding fangs. They looked like living corpses with black, soulless eyes. Out of the corner of my eye saw Gabriel's eyes fixate on Skylar's for a split second before his face contorted with rage. He let out a furious snarl and leapt into the room. I wanted to do the same and tear those vampires apart for hurting my best friend, but Alexander grabbed my arm in a tight grip. Contact the other said party. Quick. Tell them to bring the car outside 186th Street. They should be nearby. They were searching the other half of town. He hissed in my ear, passing me what looked like a Go phone. He must have purchased it knowing we couldn't shift to wolf form in the middle of the city to mind, link the other searchers. I took it numbly, trying to resist my impulse to rip the vampire's limb from limb. Alexander then hurried over to Skylar, kneeling in front of her, while Will glanced at me then leapt towards the vampires. I hoped the other search party in the human city was not too far away. I could have mind-linked them in wolf form, but obviously I could not do that here. I quickly dialed the number and put the device to my ear, standing there transfixed with the phone clutched in my hand as the scene unfolded. The room seemed to explode with sounds of hisses and screeches. A battle erupted between the two werewolves and the two vampires. There was barely enough space to accommodate all of them. I could not tear my eyes away from the scene as one of the other werewolves searching for Skyle across town answered the phone, and I quickly gave him the address before hanging up. Judging by Skylar's state, she would not be able to walk, and the car was necessary to avoid attracting the attention of the humans while dragging an unconscious girl around town. An instant before Gabriel leapt on a dark hair vampire, I knew what was coming. The vampire tried to swing at him, but the alpha was far too fast, grabbing the vampire and roughly throw him against the wall. The force of the collision almost seemed to shake the building. I dimly registered Will's struggle with the other vampire, but could not look away from the beat down that was occurring. Gabriel had pinned the vampire in a blow of motion and was punching the monster repeatedly in the face. Each blow caused the vampire to howl in pain, and I swore I heard something crack. The alpha was merciless, murder in his expression, and I was surprised he hadn't lost control and shifted into his wolf form despite the danger. Perhaps he wanted to witness the vampire's suffering as a human, or perhaps he was just remarkably good at keeping his wits about him. I couldn't help but feel somewhat satisfied that these monsters that had abused Skylar were getting what they deserved. The vampire's face was completely bloodied now. Gabriel picked the creature up by his neck, a snarl on his face. "Don't kill the other yet," he ordered Will, who had managed to pin the other vampire against the wall near the corner of the building. Although the blonde vampire he had pinned was putting up quite a struggle. Will nodded, sweat beading on his brow. Alexander was still crouched in front of his daughter, shielding her from most of the battle and speaking softly to her. Gabriel was crushing the vampire's throat. He kicked and struggled weakly, clawing at the alpha's hand, but to no avail. With a swift jerk, Gabriel slammed the vampire's head into the wall. Once, twice, 3 times. Then he released the vampire and it slid to the ground, not moving. There was a dark stain on the wall and I gulped. Gabriel's dark eyes focused on Skyle hesitantly as he crouched over the vampire, as if to make sure she wasn't watching him. Her father was curtly saying something quietly to her and tugging at whatever bound her to the chair. Gabriel looked relieved that she wasn't looking, and a second later, I figured out why, as with one large twist and a disgusting crack, Gabriel broke the vampire's neck. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," he commanded, looking at me, and I just had time to dodge out of the way before the vampire's body came hurtling past. It crumpled onto the ground in a heap and the skin began to sizzle where the sunlight touched. The scent of burning flesh permeated the air and I tried not to gag. It was revolting. It took mere seconds for the body to catch on fire, then a few seconds more before it disintegrated into ashes completely, leaving a pile of clothes. The sight was disturbing and disconcerting, something I would not soon forget. But I also felt a strong sense of satisfaction that the creature got what it deserved. Nor would I forget the vicious and ferocious way that Gabriel had torn that vampire apart in defense of my best friend. As Gabriel made his way over to where, or was trying to keep the other vampire pinned, I realized that my father and the elf needed a status update. They were a couple hours away, so it would require a bit of concentration, and I quickly turned away from the scene before me, summoning the strength and focusing intently on my father before sending a very quick mental message to him. I was too tired to send anything elaborate. Then, taking a deep breath, I entered the storage room. Skylar looked half asleep in her chair, her head drooping. Her father was trying to keep her relaxed and was visually examining her binds. Although he was not touching them, upon closer inspection I saw that they were silver chains and she had burn marks on her wrists. I growled furiously, knowing that silver caused a werewolf considerable pain, prevented them from shifting, and drained them entirely. "There's a padlock," her father said, voice tense. "Maria, will you look for the key? Search the clothes outside too." I nodded and did as asked, rummaging through the sack of items on the table while keeping an eye on Gabriel and Will. "Who sent you?" Gabriel was snarling. He was now pinning the vampire while Will stood nearby, The vampire had no chance to struggle against Gabriel's imposing strength. The vampire attempted to sneer. "Like I'm going to tell you." Gabriel swiftly punched him in the gut and the creature howled in pain. "Don't make me ask again." The alpha growled warningly. "You might as well kill me. I'll die either way. And your stupid little mate will too if you don't give the master what he wants." The vampire responded. A furious sound emanated from Gabriel's chest, and he bashed the vampire's head back against the wall. "You don't deserve my mercy. Not for touching what's mine." Repeating the action, I glanced at Skylar as I finished my search and walked outside to examine the pile of clothes. So he was possessive of her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Majen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." That was a good sign. "To my agent extraordinaire, Majen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The fact that he'd come all the way out here for her was obviously a good sign too, and I felt myself dislike him a little bit less. After a bit of rummaging, my hand enclosed on a small brass object and I pulled it out of the pocket with relief. I hurried back inside the room and handed it to Skylar's father. "Bring me a piece of the clothing," Tuar's father instructed. "The padlock is silver and I don't want to touch it with my bare hands if I can avoid it." I did as he asked. I did not watch as Gabriel hit the vampire a few more times before swiftly breaking its neck like he did the others. But again I felt a twisted sense of satisfaction when I heard the deafening crack. Skylar was no longer conscious and I wondered how much of Gabriel's violent actions she had seen. His treatment of the vampires may have been disturbing, but they totally deserved it. And any wolf would have acted the same in the defense of their mate. Hell, I wished I could have gotten a few punches in. Although I knew I couldn't have caused the creature half as much pain as Gabriel did. My strength paled in comparison. Gabriel threw the other body outside to burn in the sun before striding over to us. I watched him carefully, wanting to see how he behaved as he examined my best friend, and saw a look of worry and concern flit across his face, which starkly contrasted with his usual dark expression. Skylar's father, using one of the vampire's shirts to avoid touching the padlock directly, twisted the key and then yanked the padlock off of the chains and let them slide to the floor without touching them. Alexander then stood up and pulled his daughter into his arms. Despite the fact that she was unconscious, I saw her wince and heard her quiet whimper of pain as her body was moved unnoticed. Gabriel stiffened considerably. "I'm going to have to work on her when we get back to the pack. I used some of my affinity to dull her pain and make her drowsy. She has a broken rib. I healed it somewhat so we can move her. I can heal it completely once we're back home. Hopefully she'll sleep the whole way there. We can take the cars and lay her in the back seat," her father said quietly. He looked drained from the energy he had expended. "Yes, they're on their way." Gabriel was standing there, clearly agitated. Staring at Skylar's prone body, he slowly held out his arms, then raised his gaze to meet her father's. "I need to hold her. My wolf," he began, keeping his eyes on Alexander. I noticed Skylar's father's reluctance as he hesitated. No doubt he didn't want the enemy alpha holding his precious daughter. And part of me agreed with him, but I also knew that partially because of Gabriel's help. She was alive right now, and in a time like this, Gabriel's wolf wouldn't want anyone else touching her. And Skylar needed the touch of her mate. Even if they hadn't bonded. Alexander knew this better than anyone. It was completely silent for several seconds. Will and I shared a significant look. Gabriel's jaw had clenched and his eyes had darkened. I knew it was nearly killing him to have to ask Skylar's father for permission to hold her. And it was painful for Alexander to let go of her. After a few more tension-filled seconds, Alexander hesitantly nodded and passed her into Gabriel's arms. He had to know it was the best thing for her right now, and it was better to avoid angering Gabriel's wolf. The second they touched, Gabriel's eyes darkened even further and a surprisingly tender expression crossed his face. It was so strangely personal that I felt was intruding in their moment, and I was forced to look away, wanting it to be as private as possible despite the presence of the rest of us here. Skylar instinctively curled her body to be closer to his, although she was asleep at this point. I thought I saw a jealous glint in Will's eyes before he To looked away. Then the farewell. If you included the unconscious Skylar of us made our way to the main street, Gabriel glancing down at Skylar every few seconds, almost as if he couldn't believe she was there. Soon enough the others had brought the 2 cars and Gabriel was sliding into the back seat with Skylar, ignoring the looks of the others. Some of us would have to run back to the pack house, but I refused. Sliding into the passenger seat, I had to make sure she was okay. Alexander got in the driver's seat and looked back at Gabriel. Half of Skylar's body was on the seat and Gabriel was supporting the rest on his lap. Skylar was still curled into him, sound asleep. The Alpha was staring down the car as if they were the only 2 in the car. Once again I was forced to look away, feeling like an intruder in their private moment, even though she was asleep. So you're coming back with us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Until she's better, Alexander asked cautiously. I'm not leaving her again, was the curt reply. You Alexander began, but Gabriel cut him off. I won't leave her. As soon as she's better, she's going to come live with me. Although my body was aching, in my dream I felt safe and warm. Upon waking, I found myself back in my bedroom, but felt an inexplicable coldness and loneliness. Chapter 9. Although some part of me dimly registered the various aches and pains assaulting my body, for some reason I felt secure, safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was as in the darkness of sleep I was holding on to something that was protecting and healing me. I didn't want to let go of this source of protection and warmth, so I drew closer, holding it to me dearly. In this moment I thought that everything was right in the world. Tethered to my source of security and holding onto it tightly, I quickly fell deeper into the confines of a dreamless sleep. Some time passed before I felt the coldness begin to seep into my bones. I was no longer clinging to the heat source and I felt empty and alone without it, although I did not know what had been the source of my security in the first place. Without it my body felt isolated, and weak, and a dull ache from my injuries began to return. As my mind awakened, I began to pull away from the impenetrable blackness in which I had slept. Part of my brain wanted to stay asleep and not have to face the world yet, but I fought against this notion. I could now hear my wolf in the back of my mind, and she was urging me to wake up. My eyes snapped open, and I blinked, disoriented. As I adjusted to the lighting in the room I glanced around, determining my location. I felt a small trickle of shock as I realized I was back in my bedroom. The blinds were open and I could see that the sun had just gone down and the moon was beginning to rise. My room was quite warm, but oddly enough I still felt cold. Everything in my room was as I left it. But how had I gotten here? I frowned in puzzlement. The seconds passing by as I tried to work out the mystery of how I had gotten back to my house, when the last thing I remembered was vampires. It all rushed back to me in an instant. I tried to sit up, wincing as my body protested. Everything came back in a flood of images as I arranged myself in a sitting position. Although I was sore, it did not hurt nearly as bad as it should have, and I realized my father must have worked on me. Werewolves heal fast naturally, but there was no way it should be this painless. I assumed I hadn't been asleep more than a day, fervently hoping my assumption was correct. My mind quickly wandered to the last thing I had seen before I dozed off. My father, Will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Gabriel had come to my rescue, and I remembered hearing violent fighting behind me as my father crouched before me. The thought of Gabriel fighting the vampires that had hurt me made my wolf growl in satisfaction. I felt a rush of emotion at the thought of my mate, and I had to force it down. I was still supposed to dislike him, and I was beginning to fail miserably, especially since he'd just shown an entirely different side by coming to rescue me. I needed to thank him for that, despite my misgivings about everything. Just then I realized that I could detect a faint sound coming from downstairs. Utilizing my werewolf hearing, I honed in on the noises. Voices emanated upstairs towards my bedroom, and as I listened they began to grow louder until I did not have to strain to hear them. Clearly there was an argument breaking out downstairs. I detected my father's voice first, then Alpha Brett's, then Gabriel's. My mate's husky baritone set me on edge and made my stomach clench in a way that was not at all unpleasant. "You don't have a choice," Gabriel was saying, an undertone of anger in his voice. "She's our daughter. We damn well have a choice." My father snapped back. I gasped quietly in surprise that he would have the gall to talk to Gabriel like that. Then again, they were clearly talking about me, and my father was extremely overprotective. I slowly swung my legs towards the edge of the bed, only wincing slightly this time. I knew the soreness would abate soon. Right now I had more pressing matters to worry about. "Lower your voice," my mom said, her voice quieter than the others. "You'll wake her up. Shouldn't she be waking up soon? She's been out for hours." That was Alpha Brett speaking. The conversation resumed, but their voices were lower, and I decided I should just go downstairs. My skin prickled at a thought of seeing my mate again, and I did rationalize it this time. I was attracted to him and drawn to him, and I couldn't do anything about it. My wolf agreed smugly. "That doesn't mean I like him," I said wryly. She ignored me. I stood up, unsteadily at first, but regaining my balance after a few seconds. I glanced down somewhat warily at my attire. I was in a loose shirt and pajama shorts that might be a bit small for present company. "You will do no such thing," my father suddenly yelled, and my sleepwear was forgotten as I hurried stiffly towards the door. "Are you saying you can stop me?" replied Gabriel coldly. The threat behind his words made me uneasy. "Are you threatening us while in our territory?" Alpha Brett bit out. I had opened the door and started down the stairs. My eyes fell upon the scene occurring in our living room, and my agitation only increased. Gabriel had his back towards me, but judging by the stiff way he stood and the tautness of his muscles, he was ready for a fight. Alpha Brett was glaring at him furiously, and I was nervous. But for some reason I was more nervous for Alpha Brett than I was for Gabriel. While my Alpha was a strong wolf, I instinctively knew somehow that Gabriel would win in a fight. Surely Alpha Brett would not be foolish enough to take him on one-on-one. That was the lawful setting for an alpha fight to occur. But I hoped he was considering it. Abstinently I wondered, as I had before it passed out, how Gabriel had found out I was in trouble. I resolved to ask later. We had not completed the mating process, so I was sure how he could have known. Was my pain so intense when the vampire bit me that Gabriel felt an echo of it from that far away? I suspected that was the case. For now, though, I had to figure out how to defuse the situation. My parents were off to the side, my mom nervously biting one of her nails as she sat on the couch, my father standing behind her as he gripped the back of the couch. His knuckles were turning white. My father's eyes snapped in my face as Gabriel spoke. "You do know I can just command you to make her go with me, right?" I froze with dismay as I remembered Gabriel's uncanny ability to command other alphas, an ability that had yet to be explained. Judging by the dark look on Alpha Brett's face, he remembered quite well. And what did he mean? Go with him? What is going on? I cut in before I could stop myself, horrified at the thought that he would command my family or Alpha like that. Gabriel spun around in an instant, and all eyes focused on me. I blushed, not liking the sudden attention. Gabriel's dark eyes became unfathomable before slowly roving up and down my exposed legs. My blush deepened, and I felt my heart rate skyrocket because of his close scrutiny. "You're awake?" My mother's voice broke the tension as she bounded over to me before pulling me into a tender hug. Minding my injuries, still feeling embarrassed, I tried to smile at her as she pulled back, blue eyes meeting mine. "Oh, Skylar, I was so worried. We never should have let you go," she began, features contorting with sadness. "Renee, we have more important things to worry about right now," my father said tiredly, indicating Gabriel with a jerk of his head. "Although we will talk about her decision to go later." His look became stern, but I detected relief as he gazed at me. "What's going on?" I asked cautiously. I could still feel Gabriel's penetrating gaze trained on me. I shifted uncomfortably. Alpha Brett began to speak, but Gabriel cut him off. "You're coming to live with me," he said tonelessly. I cowed at resist looking at him then, and I was sure my surprise and uncertainty were evident on my face as my mouth fell open slightly with shock. His eyes caught and held mine, and my wolf began to pace restlessly as my body heated up yet again. How could he look so sexy just standing there? His dark hair was tousled, and his shirt did nothing to hide his physique. I definitely wanted to. "Damn it, Skylar. Stop." I scolded my body's reactions. I had to get myself under control. "No, you aren't," my father bit out, distracting me from my traitorous lust. Gabriel's inscrutable expression became angry and he wrenched his gaze from mine. "Yes, she is. I don't care if you're her father, I will command you. Do not forget who you are talking to. I am being courteous by telling you instead of commanding you, but I won't hesitate to make this an order." My father shook with anger but did not move. I could tell he was weighing the options in his head. As for me, I was quite sure what to think. Of course my wolf was howling at me to go, and a large part of me did not want to leave his side. But the logical side of me was afraid. Live with him, with the Black Mountains pack that I hated. I would be away from my family when I barely knew him. How could I do that? Did I even have a choice? I knew realistically, if I wanted to get to know him better, I needed to live with him. That was how it traditionally worked when mates were from different packs. Anyways, getting to know him was both a terrifying and alluring concept. Alpha Brett looked like he wanted to snarl but was very much trying to rein himself in. I was worried that either he or my father would make a stupid move, and I cowed and let that happen. It was my mate, so my problem to deal with. I gathered every ounce of courage that I had. Guys, could I talk to Gabriel? The name felt so perfect coming out of my mouth, and out of the corner of my eye I saw my mate stiffen. "Alone, please." I was almost quaking with nervousness at the thought of being alone with him, but the tension in here could be cut with a knife and I had to do something. My father looked like he very much did not want to leave me alone with Gabriel, but my mother saw the look in my eye and gently put a hand on his arm. "Alexander, it's what she wants," she said hesitantly, looking between me and Gabriel. Alpha Brett had shoved his hands in his pockets and was staring at Gabriel mistrustfully. "Okay, Skylar, let me know if you need anything," he ground out after several seconds before tossing my parents a look and striding out of the room. My father opened his mouth to protest, but I spoke before he could. "Please, let me handle this. Just for a minute." I silently pled with my eyes, even though part of me was freaking out at being here alone with Gabriel. Hopefully I could control my wolf before she tried to make me jump him. With an angry huff, my father finally nodded. "But if you decide to go, it better be your choice and only your choice. If not, we'll have an entirely different discussion," he snarled. If he had been speaking in that manner to any other wolf, it would have been incredibly intimidating. In this situation, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Gabriel merely turned to face him, a threatening growl rumbling in his chest in response. I shivered at the sound, trying to hold myself together while giving my father half-hearted smile. Then my parents left and I was alone with my mate. Gabriel slowly turned back towards me. I couldn't help but admire the way the dim lighting in the room created shadows that fell across his face, accentuating his handsome features. I could now understand why everyone said that when you found your mate, it was as if they were made just for you, created just to be with you. Gabriel was the most physically perfect specimen I could ever imagine. I felt frail and underwhelming in comparison. For a split second Gabriel looked uncertain before he resumed his unfathomable expression. His posture had relaxed slightly, although he still looked somewhat uneasy. I couldn't blame him. It was especially difficult to focus with my wolf conjuring up inappropriate images in the back of my mind. Although Gabriel stood a good 10 feet from me, I could feel the tension crackling in the air. It was nearly unbearable. "You could have asked me first," I finally said, breaking the taut silence. "You were unconscious when I made the decision," he replied unapologetically. "It would have been easier to wake me up than to threaten my family." Unable to keep the accusatory tone out of my voice, I didn't like the idea of them being bullied by my mate just because he always got what he wanted. Threaten. Slightly incredulous. If you thought that was me truly threatening them, you're more nervy than I thought. I blinked, feeling a surge of irritation at his condescending tone. I had a pride streak a mile wide and did not like being spoken to like that. Well, you were talking about commanding them, I began, but he cut me off. I will command them if they try to argue. He replied dismissively. Do I get no choice in the matter? I demanded, feeling a surge of bravery despite Gabriel's intimidating presence. His gaze hardened. Not when you do reckless things, like go to a town infested with vampires. I clenched my fists, feeling my anger rise. How was I supposed to know there were vampires there? I didn't even know vampires existed. Unlike you, apparently, because they knew all about you. Gabriel actually looked slightly guilty for a split second, taking a step forward. I'd heard about them. That answer seemed oddly vague to me, but I didn't have time to argue before he continued. I didn't know they would come after you. I did not feel any less angry. Well, they did. I don't understand how I'm so reckless when they'd only came after me to ask where you were. The last few days had made me short-tempered and braver than usual. Or perhaps I was getting used to his presence. I was learning how to speak my mind in front of him. I didn't think you'd leave your pack and go looking for trouble, or I would have warned you. And the slightly condescending tone was back. I gritted my teeth as I felt another rush of anger. I was looking for trouble. I was trying to stop thinking about you, I replied heatedly, my cheeks feeling exceptionally warm as I admitted that. He seemed taken aback, staring at me with his inscrutable expression back in place. I went to town to clear my mind. I had no idea it'd be captured by beings that I thought were mythical and men physically abused while they tried to get me to tell them their location. I continued, my tone darkening as I remembered my painful experience. That, combined with Gabriel's cold and antagonistic attitude right now, was incredibly aggravating, and had no idea why he was acting like this was entirely my fault. Sure, he'd gone to the town, and he followed the scent of blood thinking someone was in trouble. Who would have guessed that I would be captured by vampires? But he had come after me to save me. Right. Surely that meant something. Despite his inexplicable attitude at the moment, I blinked and took a shocked step backwards as Gabriel suddenly appeared in front of me, only a foot away. The electricity between us intensified, and I felt my wolf stirring with lust now that her mate was within arm's reach. I looked down at the ground, afraid to look in his eyes. I was sure why he was acting the way he was, but I was beginning to realize that I felt hurt that he seemed to blame me for the whole vampire incident. I tore them apart, he said softly, his voice deep with suppressed emotion. I slowly looked up to see that his eyes were intense, burning with something unrecognizable. I gave those vampires what they deserved for touching you. I felt goosebumps rise along my arms, and inside I felt a small thrill at his protective words. Although I was still confused by his mood swings, I quickly averted my gaze, afraid of what I would do if I looked at him for too long. A few tense seconds passed by before he spoke again. I want you to come with me so I can keep an eye on you. The vampires won't give up on you. But my family is here, I replied softly, still looking away. I knew my argument was weak. It was normal for a wolf to leave their family behind when they found their mate. I was just reaching for excuses now. In an alpha, you can't honestly think my wolf will just stand and let you stay here, he retorted. Bullying my pack is not the way to go about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Matching his tone, I thought I heard a faint growl in his chest. Like I said, they don't have a choice. His tone had become unapologetic again. I detected a trace of irritation. But I do, and damn it. Skylar. Gabriel snapped, my name sounding wonderful in his husky voice. I felt a flutter of fear as he advanced, and suddenly I was backed up against the wall as he leaned over me, his arms above my head on each side as he supported his weight. His scent washed over me, and my nostrils flared as I took it in. Despite his daunting stance, I couldn't help the butterflies that erupted in my stomach as he said my name. nor could I help the secret invigoration as I saw the frustration etched on his face, although my attraction was mingled with unease. Do you have any idea what it is like to feel your mate's excruciating pain and not be able to do anything about it because she's hours away? She's suffering, and you weren't there to protect her. Dimly I realized that my suspicions were confirmed, that he knew I was in danger when he felt the bite. He must have run incredibly fast to make it all the way to town and meet up with the others in half a day. I began hesitantly. You could have died. Quieter now, his eyes boring into mine. His voice had taken on a rough edge. I thought I could detect true emotion in his expression, and it bewildered me, as I'd never seen him look vulnerable, even for a split second. The moment passed, but I could still feel the heat of his conviction. I was hyper, aware of just how close we were, and I urged to reach a hand up and stroke his face, feel the muscles on his arms and chest. Instead I maintained a straight face and held my arms at my sides, trying not to let my body betray me. I am not risking that again. So whether you like it or not, you are accompanying me back to my home. He backed away then, and I felt a rush of disappointment at the lack of contact, feeling as if air was being pulled out of my lungs. I wanted to be near him so badly it was like oxygen, and inhaling his scent was so compelling to me, and my wolf, the thought of that scared me. But I was even more frightened of the way my heart was beating erratically in my chest due to the brief glimmer of sincerity I had seen in his expression. He did care for me on some level, and I was afraid of what he was doing to me. And deep inside of me, I knew I would go with him. Not only because my wolf was refusing to let me stay, or because Gabriel might force my family into letting me go if I refused, but because part of me truly did want to go. He may have been an emotional asshole at times, but there was something else there. Something deep down. Fate had given me Gabriel for a reason. Perhaps I was supposed to help him and balance him out. I knew it would be foolish to give away the only mate I would without trying to get to know him. I would miss my family, but we shared pack territory, and I knew there was a way I'd be able to see them. As for the Black Mountains pack, as much as they frightened me, I knew they killed and hurt me. My mate was their alpha. This is the right decision, my wolf whispered softly in my mind. She sounded so sure of herself, although I knew she was incredibly biased in this situation. I slowly raised my gaze, finally meeting Gabriel's. His emotionals mask was back in place, but I wouldn't forget that brief emotion I had seen in his dark eyes. If you promise to leave my family and pack alone, I will go with you, I said quietly. I was fully aware that he could be brutal and force me to come with no promises, but I hoped he wouldn't. Besides, if he gave his word not to harm my pack, it would help assuage some of my concerns. Gabriel looked away, jaw clenched. I have more significant problems at the moment, was his reply, and I took that as the best affirmative I was going to get. I exhaled wearily. At least let me say goodbye. Can we wait until the morning? I didn't want to go very long before seeing my parents again, but I figured it was not the best time to negotiate with Gabriel. He was wound tightly enough already. Make it quick. I've been away from my pack for long enough. His tone was clipped, and I sighed internally. It seemed as if that slight glimpse of true emotion was all I would be getting for a while. An hour or two later, I stood outside with my family and close friends around me in a semicircle. My father had not liked my decision, to say the least. It had taken a considerable amount of arguing and pleading and reasoning to get him to fully understand where I was coming from, and I could tell he only conceded my point because he didn't want Gabriel resorting to more drastic measures to bring me back to his pack. Not that my father could have really stopped either one of us from the beginning. It was werewolf custom to live with one's mate. Despite his reluctance, I knew my father really did understand. After Gabriel had come to help rescue me from the vampires, he had earned the tiniest sliver of my father's trust, at least when it came to me. When I explained to him at a later my mother that this is what I had decided, that I wanted to give my mate a chance, they eventually caved. I knew they disliked Gabriel, but as my mate and an alpha, it was his right by law to bring me to his pack if I chose to go. It was going against nature to keep a wolf from her mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Alpha Brett gave me a gruff hug before walking away, leaving me with my parents. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and will. My mom had tears in her bright blue eyes. We were currently standing in a clearing a couple of hours from my house. Gabriel was located near enough to hear our conversation but at respectable distance, for which I was grateful. I didn't need his unnerving presence when I felt so vulnerable. Poised and alert, gazing into the distance, my mom wrapped me into what must have been my 10th hug, a blonde curl touching my cheek as she nuzzled me. I felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving her. My father was next, pulling me into a secure embrace. "Don't forget to mind link with us every day," he said softly, attempting to make a wry joke. I smiled slightly and his face grew serious. "Skylar, let me know if you need anything." His look was significant and I caught the double meaning behind his words. Next, Maria came forward, wrapping a dark tress of hair around her finger like she always did when she was nervous. "Skylar," she began softly. Her eyes contained so much worry that I hugged her tightly on reflex. "I never got to thank you guys for everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Noticing I had come forward and was standing next to us, he tried to grin reassuringly, but it came out more as a grimace. "You would have done it for me," Maria replied, smiling slightly. "And just glad you're okay." She squeezed my hand tightly. "Come visit soon. We need to catch up on Law and Order." I laughed at that and was passed over to Will. I relaxed into the familiarity of his hug, inhaling his scent. He had consistently been there for me, and had always appreciated his companionship. He released me, raising one of his hands to gently cup my cheek. An unusual, almost haunted look came into his blue eyes as he studied me intensely, eyes examining every inch of my face. "To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Confused by his expression, he licked his lips, almost appearing nervous. His thumb stroked my cheek and I shifted slightly, aware of my mate's presence nearby. I got the impression that Will was gathering the courage for something, and the only reason he was about to say it was because it might be his last chance for a while. "Skylar, I will begin," voice cracking slightly as he spoke. Wondering what the hell was up with him, he hesitated, as if deciding if whatever he was about to say was really a good idea. I got a strange sense of foreboding and quickly spoke. "Don't worry, Will. He'll be back soon." "I know, it's just..." He was interrupted by a low, threatening growl nearby. I quickly stepped away from all to see that Gabriel had come over to us and was standing next to me, glaring daggers at Will. His hands were balled into fists and his expression looked murderous. "Get away from her, pup," Gabriel snarled, and I was shocked by the venom in his tone. Will gave me a frustrated look as his face flushed to be dread. He quickly turned and strode away, my mate glaring after him. I shot Maria a confused look, but she just looked very uncomfortable, giving me a small wave before walking off as well. "Calm down. You shouldn't talk to," I began, turning towards my mate, but Gabriel had picked up my bag of necessities in one hand and was already striding towards the trees. At least he was nice enough to carry it for me. I felt wryly, although it was heavy to me. "We need to get going." Anger still evident in his voice. Apparently he was not going to be in a good mood for this trip. Sighing, I gave both of my parents one last hug before heading towards the green fringe of the forest. I gave a final wave over my shoulder before entering the forest, where I would be running in wolf form in front of my mate for the first time, and within a day I would be living with him. Despite my reservations, I couldn't help but feel slightly hopeful as I thought about what the future held. Chapter 10. The cool breeze whispered across my bare skin, making me shiver slightly. The moon was high in the sky and I could feel my wolf whining inside of me. She was itching to be let out. Goosebumps covered my body, although that might have been due more to my nervousness than the crisp air. I was currently behind the large, twisted trunk of a tree, completely naked but outside of Gabriel's line of sight as I prepared to shift. Part of me had the urge to step outside of the shelter of the trees, just to see his reaction, but I quelled the thought. I wasn't ready for that sort of intimacy yet. I barely knew Gabriel, and I still wasn't sure exactly how I felt. My wolf, however, was making her intentions clear. We knew that our mate was standing not too far from us and that he was completely unclothed as well. My body itched to be near him. Bare flesh pressed against bare flesh. The thought made me shiver again. And not from the cold this time. Behave yourself. I instructed my wolf. She would be much more prominent in my consciousness as soon as I shifted, and her instincts would be hard to resist. Although I could still rein her in with enough willpower. She winced slightly, disagreeing with me but partially understanding where I stood. I'm not ready for that yet. You know that, I continued softly, although her animalistic urges would be hard for her to ignore. We were bound together. She could feel what I was feeling. I knew she'd take that into account and not act too rashly. I felt a slight sense of begrudging agreement emanate from her. I'd have to keep an eye on her. I picked up the large bag that held my clothes and necessities, loosening the straps as much as I could and putting it on my back. Gabriel had been prepared to carry it, but I hadn't been sure that the straps could even loosen up enough for the bag to fit on his back when he was in wolf form. As an alpha, he would be much bigger than me. Admittedly, I had also been tired of him bossing me around all evening and wanted to do something for myself. So I had insisted and then grabbed the bag from where he had set it on the ground before he could respond. The bag hung off of my small form but would fit tightly once I had shifted. I knew it would look comical, a wolf wearing a large bag on its back, but it was the most convenient way. Closing my eyes, I willed the shift onwards. Instantly my shoulders hunched and I fell forward, my bones realigning themselves as I transformed into a different being entirely. A wolf's first shift was painful, but now the sensations didn't hurt in the slightest. He crushed from my core outwards and I felt a tickling sensation as clothes exploded from my limbs and sprouted from my skin. As my large paws hit the ground, I felt my canines elongate and a rush of overpowering smells as my wolf senses became predominant. I shook off the last vestiges of a shifting sensation, fighting the urge to yip in excitement. I desperately needed a run, and my wolf was overjoyed that we would be running with our mate. I was a bit more preoccupied about the idea, but I had no choice in the matter. I could only hope our wolves would control themselves so we didn't find ourselves in an awkward situation back in human form. I padded out from behind the twisted tree, my silver fur glowing softly in the moonlight. I was above average size for a female, but I had no doubt that Gabriel would still tower over me. My wolf's eyes, the same shade of blue as my own, roved the forest as we searched for. It didn't take long for him to emerge from the thick foliage. I immediately froze in place, awestruck. He was larger than any wolf I had ever seen, although this did not surprise me. His fur was thick and pitch black, the color matching his hair. He was nearly indiscernible from the deep shadows of the forest. Gabriel's entire form rippled with thick muscles and he radiated power, both alpha power and sheer physical strength. My wolf growled softly, clearly pleased and even slightly intimidated as he approached us silently. He seemed to be taking us in, too, his dark eyes flickering with interest. He made a brief sound deep in his throat. It sounded like approval, and I fervently hoped I was right. I would be completely humiliated if Gabriel's wolf was not at all impressed by how he looked in our wolf form. Gabriel stopped several feet from us, his wolf inhaling our scent. I kept my paws firmly planted to the ground, not stepping any closer to him. I was pretty sure Gabriel's wolf wanted us, but there was no telling what he'd do if we acted on our more basic impulses. His unfathomable gaze observed our form for a few seconds more before he jerked his head in the direction of the trees. My wolf padded after him obediently, staying a few feet behind but close enough so his alluring scent surrounded us. Gabriel quickly broke into a faster pace and I followed suit, enjoying the feeling of stretching my stiff muscles. I barely even felt my injuries anymore, especially in this form. I had a sneaking feeling that Gabriel was slowing himself down slightly to accommodate me, but I pushed myself, easily keeping up with him. I couldn't run at an 8's pace, but my wolf and I wanted to show him that we were in perfectly good shape. The forest whizzed by and the wind whistled through our fur as we sped towards our destination, the moon rising ever higher into the sky. It was a pity that we couldn't mind link with him. That was possible until the actual mating was completed. He had to mark me and I him during. I stopped my train of thought right there. The idea of that sort of intimacy excited my wolf but made me huff in embarrassment. And I would have been blushing in human form. Gabriel briefly glanced over his shoulder at my quiet exhalation, feeling my embarrassment worsen. I tried to focus on something other than the giant wolf running in front of me. I wondered if my pack would be angry at me. Only those that had sent me off knew where I was going to avoid more of a confrontation. Alphabet was telling the others until tomorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All of them already knew that Gabriel had paid us a visit to help them find me. Surely they could have guessed what would be coming. I could only hope they didn't begrudge my decision, that it had helped ensure my pack's safety. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They wouldn't have wanted to witness Gabriel's fury if I had blatantly refused to go with him. We ran like that for several hours. As we continued our quick pace, I grew increasingly lonely without anyone to talk to. I could have contacted my pack, but I figured they would think I was chickening out already. And I didn't want that. Who I really wanted to talk to was running to my right, only a few feet in front of me, close enough to catch my signal if I indicated that I needed to stop, but far enough that our coats weren't touching. My wolf, too, was frustrated. The whole point of this venture was to get to know Gabriel, to assure that fate really had made the right decision and that there was something there beyond the merciless tyrant everyone made him out to be. So far, it was not going well. I had no way to speak with him at all, and I would have to wait until we returned to our human forms. Hungry and frustrated, I growled slightly to get his attention. Slowing my pace, Gabriel glanced at me from the corner of his eye before slowing. As we came to a halt, he turned to face me, an inquisitive look evident in his features. He probably thought I was weak and tired already. I was more frustrated than anything, but I knew I needed to eat soon if I wanted to keep up that pace. I had recently been injured. Surely he realized I wouldn't have as much endurance as I normally did. I growled and sniffed the air, hoping he would realize what was going on. I thought I detected the faint scent of rabbit, so I meandered further into the woods, padding lightly as I followed my nose. I noticed that Gabriel was following me at a safe distance, giving me plenty of room to hunt. I cut through the undergrowth at an angle and maneuvered myself so I was downwind of my prey. Rabbit was my favorite, but it would do I hadn't scented any herds of large game anywhere near the area. Rabbit had been the only prey bigger than squirrels that I could find. Recently, I crouched low to the ground, silently stalking the small animal. It had always amazed me how quiet my kind could be considering our enormous size. We were far more graceful than any other animals this large. I didn't have to hunt often since I only ate raw meat in wolf form, but my wolf enjoyed the predatory practice and I let her revel in her ferocity. In the back of my mind, I knew that Gabriel, or at least his wolf, would probably be interested in how well we hunted. Moments later we had leapt swiftly on the rabbit as it scurried out of its den, breaking its neck with a twist of jaws. Without preamble I dug into the fresh meat. I felt my ravenous hunger take over. Madness meant nothing to a wolf. I was so absorbed in my dining that I didn't think before acting as Gabriel approached me. All I registered was that there was a wolf infringing upon the prey that I had caught. I had a single-minded focus on devouring my food, and it was my prey. Seeing another wolf so close to my kill infuriated me, and I reacted on pure instinct without a human's logical thought intervening. Growling low in my throat, I snapped at Gabriel's legs in warning before realizing my mistake a second later. Gabriel snarled furiously at my disrespect, and in one instant he had barreled me onto my back and had me pinned down. One massive pop landed on my chest. My backpack was crushed underneath me from my own considerable weight, and I winced. hoping nothing was smashed. I felt a surge of regret and fear as he towered over me, leaning close. Gabriel had me pinned tightly, though not with a necessary force. It was as if he was trying to avoid causing me pain. He was growling slightly, his lip curled to reveal one dangerously sharp canine. I mentally reprimanded my wolf, although I knew it was equally my fault for getting so absorbed in my food. I had disrespected an alpha male, and one with a short temper at. I knew he hadn't been approaching me to steal my kill, regardless of his motivations. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had snapped at him, which was completely unacceptable. Yet, as he leaned over, I felt another emotion rising besides the fear. I could not quell it. Lust. I could feel my lust rising at my mate's close proximity to me, and I began to squirm slightly as I realized I was in a dangerous position. Gabriel's wolf's eyes had darkened considerably until they were completely black. They burned with a bright intensity, and I could almost feel his own desire rising. He leaned even closer until his snout was inches from me. Inhaling deeply, I felt my thirst on end as I tried not to whimper. Thankfully, something else happened then, or I'm not sure where that would have gone. Gabriel's powerful sense of smell obviously detected something else as he inhaled, for his head snapped up and he lifted his paw off my chest. His ears pricked and I heard another growl erupt from his throat, this one much more threatening. I attempted to struggle to my feet, but in a flash he had shoved me down again with his paw. While I was still laying there, belly up, he moved and placed his front legs on either side of my body. He remained in this protective stance, glancing around, the deep growl continuing to erupt from his chest. Gabriel's fur stood on end and I took a whiff of the air. Despite my potent sense of smell, I howled and detect anything. Gabriel, however, obviously sensed something was there, for he continued to stand over me defensively. I didn't move, trusting his alpha instincts. While I was fond of my vulnerability, my wolf and I found that we rather liked the protective way our mate towered above us. We remained locked in these positions, my earlier mistake forgotten, for another moment or two before Gabriel's fur flattened again. He stepped away from me, allowing me to scramble up. I whined softly. He shook his head in a very wolf-like gesture, and I resolved to ask him what the hell that was about as soon as we shifted back. Feeling uneasy, we resumed our trek, although Gabriel first waited a moment longer for me to devour the remaining half of the rabbit. I couldn't shake the prevailing sense of unease, remembering the last time someone had been watching me in the forest, and what had happened to me just days after. The rest of the trip was uneventful, although I did make him stop 3 times more throughout the date-wise for brief rest periods. I was still recovering from my experience with the vampires. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and was weaker than normal and wants to hunt again. We shared no more uncomfortable moments, for which I was glad. Contact with Gabriel made me weak and vulnerable, and I wasn't ready for that yet. Besides, he seemed to want to maintain the barrier he erected around himself. The cool distance he kept. Aside from a few brief glimmers of emotion, I didn't really know him, though my body yearned to be closer to him. I was worried about the daunting task that lay ahead. His territory was much more difficult to traverse than mine. For a few hours now we had been navigating rocky slopes and steep inclines. The foliage was patchy, and as we climbed higher and the sun began to rise in the sky, the landscape around us was thrown into clarity. I wanted to stop and observe, as it was far more beautiful than expected. The ridges and slopes were a different sort of natural beauty than I was used to in my home valley, but I could appreciate them all the same. Gabriel, however, pressed on relentlessly, and I tried to absorb as much as I could. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This would be my home for a while now. The thought definitely made me nervous. Soon I would be meeting his pack for the first time. It had just getting dark when we arrived, meaning it took us a little less than an entire day to travel to his village. I again realized that Gabriel must have run almost impossibly fast to get to my village in half the day when he was coming to save me. Gabriel stopped as the trees, already much less prevalent than near my valley, began to thin out even further. I thought I could see the tops of houses over the next ridge. Gabriel jerked his head towards the bag that I had strapped to my back, indicating that I should shift back. I obliged, feeling a wave of nervousness crash over me. I hid behind a small copse of trees and quickly changed form, the large pack sliding off of my now human figure. I opened it and dressed myself quickly before striding out to meet Gabriel. My cheeks reddened slightly as his gaze touched mine. I looked down at the ground, remembering our moment from earlier. I was all too aware that our mating pull may be slightly more difficult to resist now that we'd interacted in wolf form. It didn't take long to climb the last slope, which was considerably steeper than the others. I felt my nervousness increase tenfold as we finally reached the top. I tried not to gasp as the pack village was laid out before me. The ground dipped downwards immediately in front of us so that the nearest houses were actually in a valley of sorts, but I noticed more houses situated on rocky crags in the distance. I was sure what I expected, but it certainly was this. The houses were less updated and modern than mine, clearly built to serve a rudimentary purpose and not as decoration. However, they were still large and well kept, situated amidst scraggly trees and small, rolling hills. There were many more houses than I was used to, testifying to the size and strength of Gabriel's pack. Not too far from us stood a three-story house that somehow looked more elegant than the others. It was also the largest house that I could see. "That's where you live," Gabriel said gruffly. His face was expressionless, but by his stance I could tell he was proud of his pack village. For what he'd heard of the Black Mountains pack before meeting them, I would have expected this place to be much less civilized. I eyed his house again. It seemed a little grand for his taste, but then I remembered that his father had probably designed it. Gabriel had only been alpha for 4 years. "Come on," he said coolly, and I couldn't help but feel confused as to why he was being so brusque. It was his idea that I come here in the first place. Shouldn't he be more excited about it? I furrowed my brow. Gabriel was too unpredictable. A puzzle like ours didn't work out. It was then that I realized that I had yet to see another werewolf. Where were they? I opened my mouth to ask the question, but snapped it shut as I realized Gabriel was leading me away from his house. He led me through the center of town, leaving me to quickly absorb everything as I passed. To my surprise, they had electricity. I felt somewhat stupid for thinking they lived like cavemen, but they were so isolated I was surprised they had any modern conveniences at all. We wandered a convoluted route through the village, twisting and turning around many houses and other buildings, the purpose of which I could not determine. Just as I was growing impatient, we edged along a narrow path on the side of a small cliff, and the ground opened up in front of arch, grassy field. The expansive scenery was beautiful, but that is not what made me catch my breath. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Situated in the field was the rest of Gabriel's pack, some standing and some sitting. There were well over 100 of them, clearly waiting on us. All of their eyes were fixated on me. I clenched my hands together in front of me, knowing my nervousness was easily discernible. All of them had stood up eagerly after they saw Gabriel. I had never enjoyed being the center of attention, and having so much focus on me was disconcerting. Hundreds of eyes examined me from top to bottom, analyzing me and judging me. I wanted to cower behind Gabriel until the attention was no longer on me, but knew that would make a bad impression, so I straightened my back and kept walking until Gabriel came to a halt. A massive, muscular werewolf with deep brown skin and a shaved head broke from the pack and strode forwards. I recognized him from the meeting as Gabriel's beta. "Welcome back," somewhat gruffly, and Gabriel nodded. The beta turned to me, examining me closely. I felt a prickle of nervousness but did not look away, standing strong under his scrutiny. To my surprise, one of the corners of the beta's mouth twitched into a half-smile. I blinked, not expecting that reaction. The beta turned back to Gabriel. "I trust your journey was uneventful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." he asked formally. Eli, I'd like to get right to it. Gabriel responded shortly, although there was no venom or irritation in his tone. I could tell Eli was used to such responses, for he made it unmoved to stand behind Gabriel like I was. Though on Gabriel's other side, Gabriel cleared his throat. As you all know, I left the village in order to retrieve my mate. I wondered if HED told them about the vampires. This is Skylar. She will be living here from now on. His tone was clipped and I felt confused. Yet again. Apparently that was becoming my permanent state around Gabriel. I tried to brush it away as the attention was refocused on me. There was silence for a few seconds, only broken by a few hushed murmurs. Once again, I felt daunted by the presence of the Black Mountains pack. Aside from the youngest wolves, all of them looked cautious and battle-hardened. I saw any cold and calculating looks from the pack members. These weren't wolves that accepted outsiders easily. Will she be going through the formal induction? One she-wolf asked. I held my breath. Yes. It is law, Gabriel replied calmly. I felt my nervousness spike as I wondered what exactly that would entail. Every pack had a way of introducing new members into the pack, but every ritual was different. Would that mean they were planning to make me an official member of the Black Mountains pack? Could I go through with that? If I planned on staying with Gabriel, I knew I had to. Still, the concept of becoming a member of this pack was not yet appealing to me. I didn't know any of them, and my entire experience with this pack, short of Gabriel helping save me from the vampires, had been negative. Gathering my courage, I let my eyes roam the crowd. My gaze locked with that of another she-wolf, a redhead with long, silky hair. Her bright blue eyes were cold and hostile, and my wolf stirred within me, not liking the redhead's expression. What was her problem? Did she just despise outsiders? Holding my glare for one more second, the redhead coolly turned her head away. I tried not to let my anger show. As I kept looking around at the crowd, I realized that the redhead was not the only one who disliked me on sight. It was not a reaction specific to her. Several others gave me the exact same look she did. As I suspected, I was not welcome here. The crowd was whispering and muttering again, and Gabriel raised his hand to silence them. She will be living with me. Her battle skills and value added to the pack will be tested shortly. I didn't like the way he talked about me so casually, not showing any emotion. Most wolves would be proud to display their mate to the pack. I looked down abruptly, swallowing the lump that had risen in my throat. I thought I saw the beta looking at me from the corner of his eye, and I tried to put on a brave face. Dimly, I registered an incredulous snort from one of the larger male wolves. You sure she can keep up with us? Her pack doesn't train as diligently as we do. I had to clench my teeth together to keep from snarling at him, blood boiling at the insult to my pack. I felt my fingernails dig into my palms, and tried very hard to maintain a cool effade. Nothing good come out of me, losing my temper here. Still, my wolf growled furiously. I saw Gabriel's expression harden considerably. Are you doubting my judgment? He said coldly. The other wolf snapped his mouth shut and looked away. Although he still looked dubious, Eli has already briefed you on everything else, so we will have our next pack meeting in a week. Usual time. If there aren't any other questions, then you all are dismissed. There were no other questions, and I noticed the pack begin to disperse, many of them still glancing at me. I turned my head away, unable to deal with so many wolves at once. That hadn't gone worse than expected, but I wished their reactions would have been friendlier. I guess I cowed and hoped for a warm welcoming given which pack I was from. My pack would not have treated an outsider from the Black Mountains pack any differently. I knew. I noticed that two wolves, a male and a female, had come forward, and Gabriel had walked over to meet them, so I stood on my own in awkward distance from the others. Although my wolf was growing increasingly attracted to him, part of me was already regretting my decision. As if reading my thoughts, I noticed Eli approaching me. I didn't really get to introduce myself. Him, Eli, the beta, giving me a slight smile as he offered his hand. His brown eyes seemed sincere. And although the gesture seemed formal, I appreciated it, and I gladly took his hand. "Skylar," I said softly. "Welcome to the pack. I know it seems like a bit much, but you'll get used to it." I nodded. "I don't think I really have a choice," I said honestly. Eli shrugged. "I know it seems strange coming here, but obviously it was meant to be." He indicated Gabriel with his head. "It seems so," I replied vaguely, chewing on my bottom lip. I only wished I could know what Gabriel was thinking. "Did he show you around?" "Sort of," I replied, remembering my rushed tour where Gabriel hadn't actually told me about anything. There was a knowing look in Ellie's eyes, and I felt like he must be more comfortable with Gabriel than anyone else. "Well, let me know if you need anything," I smiled gratefully in response. "And oh, just a minute. I have to take care of this." He cut off, turning and approaching a wolf that was hovering nearby, leaving me by myself again. I cowed and helped the prickle of irritation that emerged as I observed Gabriel still talking to the two wolves. I may have been patient and reserved compared to some, but that didn't mean I liked being practically ignored by my own mate. He had gotten distant ever since we left my pack, and I cowed and helped but feel that I had done something wrong. I worried that I had made the wrong choice coming here. So far he'd been about as warm and inviting as a brick wall. As much as I was still getting used to the idea of Gabriel being my mate, I had made the effort to come all this way. Hadn't I earned better treatment than the cold shoulder? My stomach clenched unpleasantly as I noticed the redhead from earlier approaching Gabriel, joining in their conversation. They weren't too far away and I pricked my ears, not caring if it was rude to eavesdrop. The conversation itself was innocent enough, not giving me any cause to worry. I suspected it was just my insecurity emerging, as she really was quite beautiful. Fortunately, seconds later Gabriel disengaged himself from the conversation and came towards me. I tried not to let my flare of irritation make me do anything stupid. "I have business to take care of back home if you're ready," he said calmly, although I got a sneaking suspicion that he wouldn't care if I was ready or not. I shrugged non-committal lie, and we turned and headed back the way we came, hands just inches away from brushing. Despite our proximity, I cowed and helped, but feel like there was a massive distance between us. His house really was something to behold. It was elegantly and very formally furnished, with a massive stone fireplace being the center of attention in the living room. There were plenty of plush armchairs and leather couches to accommodate a small crowd, and the color scheme was rich and inviting. Gabriel showed me the living room, kitchen rustic, but large, and dining room which looked like it was barely used, before leading me up the curved staircase to the second floor. We strode down to the end of the hall where he opened the door. A large four-poster bed stood against the wall. It looked like it had been recently made. There were large windows on either side of the bed and a comfortable armchair in the corner. I felt a prickle of excitement upon seeing a shelf with plenty of books that would occupy me for days. The room was designed in the same rich colors, deep red, creamy white, and brown, as the rest of the house. Lastly, a door in the back clearly led to a private bathroom. There was one thing that confused me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. If this was Gabriel's room, why did it look like nobody ever stayed here? "This will be your room. Mine is upstairs," Gabriel said quietly from behind me. My heart sank at his words and I felt as if I cowed and breathed for a few seconds. We were staying in separate rooms. The idea of staying in different rooms of the house seemed odd, as if we were strangers. Despite the fact that I wouldn't have known how to handle myself had we been staying in the same room, I felt a rush of disappointment and frustration. That I knew I was being a hypocrite, because I wasn't ready for any sort of intimacy with him yet. This whole situation was complicated, and my emotions warred with each other. I shouldn't feel hurt by his actions of putting me in my own room, but here I was all I could muster at first, standing there as I tried not to let my confusion show. Gabriel gave me an appraising look, sensing that I wanted to say more, but he looked unsure as to whether he wanted to hear it. "Okay," I muttered. Apparently I could only handle one-word sentences at the moment. All of my small disappointments throughout the day were catching up to me. Gabriel clenched his jaw, avoiding my gaze. He seemed to have accurately gauged my confusion. I think for now it's better that way. Mates weren't supposed to stay on opposite ends of a house, no matter how unconventional the relationship was. Once again, I noticed my own hypocrisy. I probably wouldn't have been able to handle sleeping in the same room as him, regardless, but the way he had been treating me all evening had really gotten to me, along with the unwelcoming and hostile treatment from his pack. My patience was wearing thin, and it was a difficult situation to begin with. Frustrated with him, I couldn't help but argue with his logic. It's better to isolate me. Gabriel ran a hand through his tousled dark locks, clearly agitated. It isn't isolation. Yes, it is. You asked me to come here with you, away from my family and friends. And now you are shoving me to the side like you'd rather me not be here. I wasn't sure where this bravery was coming from, but my anger had been building up all day, and I was having a difficult time containing it. Gabriel's eyes flashed and he took a step back, balling his fist at his sides. You're overreacting. I am not. I spit out. You're either one. Why are you being so argumentative? His voice a growl. That was rich. Coming from him. Why are you being so cold to me? He hesitated, irritation still plain in his expression. And I continued. I could be back home with my mom and dad. They can't protect you. Back at my pack village. With my friends. I continued recklessly. Is this house not good enough for you? Clearly agitated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel demanded, eyes darkening, and I felt warning bells going off in my head. I began weakly, unsure what else to say. Gabriel suddenly roared, slamming his palm against the wall near him with such force that I swore I heard something splinter. If his hand had been in a fist, he surely would have punched through the wall. I swear that if that pup touches you again, I will fucking rip his throat out. Gabriel snarled in fury, his deep brown irises no longer visible. His pupils had expanded and I could tell his wolf was about to take over. I stood there, frozen in shock, my hands gripping the doorframe on either side on me. I was sure Gabriel was about to shift any moment, and the logical side of me wanted to hightail it out of there before he could. I was still frozen in shock at his outburst, breathing heavily, deciding whether to back away or try to talk him down. Comfort him. Do it. My wolf snarled into my mind, her conviction washing over me in waves. I hesitated briefly. Part of me yearned to do just that, to ease his anger, as it was one of the things a mate was supposed to do, but I was still stubbornly furious, trying to set my thoughts straight. But before I could, Gabriel was already backing away. In going for a run, he seethed before I could say anything. He spun around and took off down the corridor, shoulders hunched and hands clenched so tightly his knuckles were white, still feeling somewhat numb after seeing him more infuriated than ever before. I slowly walked into my room and closed the door behind me, ignoring my wolf's reprimands in the back of my mind. I had already felt guilty, even though it was Gabriel that had angered me in the first place. I could have helped him. I knew. I could have eased his anger. But I was still angry too. He dragged me all the way here and then treated me callously. We deserve better than that sort of treatment, I told my wolf. I slowly slid down the door into a crouching position, resting my head in my hands, lamenting my current situation. What had I gotten myself into? Chapter 11. Gabriel had been gone for hours. I knew it must be late at night now, but I couldn't sleep. I had paced my room in deep thought, my wolf's agitation preventing me from relaxing. She was angry that I had watched him nearly lose his temper and done nothing to stop it. Some part of me did feel guilty, But it always had a stubborn streak, and I still maintained that it wasn't entirely my fault. She'd urged me to come here with him, and now he was giving me the cold shoulder. It was absolutely perplexing to think about the disparity between his actions when he came to save me from the vampires and his actions now. I had been the reluctant one at first. Admittedly, I was still a little reluctant, but I was willing to try to get to know him. As intimidating as the prospect was, if he kept acting like this, that would be nearly impossible. The selfish part of me wanted him to feel some of the turmoil he was putting me through. So far, Gabriel had gotten his way, mostly without protest, but I wasn't sure how much more I could take. I usually kept my temper under tight control, but something about him kept me constantly on edge. The mating bond. You keep resisting our mate and it's unnatural. My wolf growled condescending. Right now, Achia's the one acting like he doesn't want us at all. I could tell the thought insulted her, but she knew it was true. For all I knew, Gabriel was going to storm in and kick me out of his pack's home at any minute. To distract me from my warring emotions the past couple hours, I had unpacked my bag of necessities, folding my clothes and placing them in a small wardrobe next to my bed. The bathroom was large and had a cabinet for my toiletries. Not that I toted around bags of makeup or anything. I usually preferred to keep my appearance natural, unless it was a very special occasion. The bathroom also contained a large foot tub which I was incredibly excited about. I loved baths and a stand-in shower. I couldn't help but be begrudgingly impressed that the Alpha House had so many amenities after hearing so many wolves talk about the savagery of the Black Mountains pack and witnessing some of their cruelty first hand. I had almost expected them to live in caves. I needed to try to forget some of my preconceived notions. I knew some were probably correct. The hostility I'd witnessed today was evidence of that, but others clearly were not. I reluctantly admitted to myself that I had to keep an open mind if this was going to work. I sat on my bed, sighing, and attempting to twist my frizzy mess of curls into some semblance of a bun. One glance in the mirror was frightening enough, and I wished it had time to shower before meeting Gabriel's pack earlier. After forcing my hair to comply, I glanced around the room. There were a few books to read, stacked on a shelf nearby, but I was too agitated to do so. And there was no tea. In my room, I narrowed my eyes, an idea coming to me. Perhaps this would be my chance to explore why there was no Gabriel around to hound me. Surely I could find out something about him by examining the contents of his home. He hadn't told me to stay put, had he? This was probably a terrible idea. Realistically, I accepted that. But if I was getting the cold shoulder from him, then I'd just have to learn about Gabriel through other methods. My mind made up. I stood abruptly and exited my room, leaving the door cracked behind me. The house stood still and silent, the hallway stretching out before me. For some reason I felt the urge to practically tiptoe down the carpeted floor even though there was nobody home. I wasn't used to the place yet, and it almost felt as if the building was holding its breath, daring me to explore. Or maybe I was just going crazy. I opened the door closest to mine, disappointed to see a mostly empty storage closet. The door across the hallway was another bedroom, more simply furnished than mine. The room next to it contained another bathroom. I continued down the hallway, finding another bedroom, another bathroom, and the room closest to the stairs that had no doorway and looked like a sitting area. All the rooms were still and appeared unused. I was surprised Gabriel didn't seem the type to invite house guests over often. I approached the stairs, freezing in place as another idea came to me. My heart started pounding with nervousness. Gabriel had said that his room was on the floor above. I knew he may not appreciate the intrusion on his privacy, but my curiosity was nearly overwhelming me. I wanted to know what his bedroom looked like, especially since he was allowing me to stay there. Without further ado, I began to skip up the stairs with renewed vigor. As I reached the landing above, I glanced around with surprise. This floor was much smaller than the other two. On one side was a single door. On the other side stood a set of proud double doors. I opened the single first, gasping in surprise as the room's contents were revealed. It was clearly a makeshift library of some sort, with shelves and shelves of books crammed into every single space. Gabriel hadn't struck me as much of a reader, but this room looked more used than those downstairs. My nervousness rose again as I closed the door quietly and crossed the hallway to the double doors. This was his bedroom. I knew it. Stupid. 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 I mentally chanted. It was not my wolf berating me this time. It was the logical side of my brain. The curiosity. However, one out. I knew I'd be able to hear the door to the house when it opened and sneak out of Gabriel's room before he caught me red-handed, if it came to that. I also knew Gabriel would later notice that my scent was in his room if I went in there. I realized he would probably be displeased with me. But if he was going to make no attempt to talk to me, this was my alternative. Besides, I wouldn't take anything or disturb the contents of his room. Holding my breath, I placed my hands on the knobs and gently pulled them toward me, feeling a surge of wariness as I entered his living quarters. I blinked, eyes immediately fixating on the moonlight that streamed into the room from the gigantic set of windows on one side, giving the area a lovely glow. The bedroom had a beautiful view of trees and a small pond behind his house before the terrain rose, turning into rocky hills and crags before stretching into mountains in the distance. I briefly imagined waking up to a sight like that every morning, the mountains touched by sunrise, before realizing it'd have to be in Gabriel's bed to do so. Blushing at the concept, I turned away from the window. His bed was a four-poster like mine but larger. His room was done in a similar color scheme but looked much more lived in, although I was surprised to see he made his bed neatly. On the opposite wall from the windows was a fireplace, much smaller than the one downstairs, with 2 armchairs next to it. Near me was a large set of shelves crammed with books. There were 2 doors in the room which I assumed led to the bathroom and closet. I felt a bit awkward being in here without him knowing, and quickly pushed aside my misgivings. I had to be quick about this. My attention was caught by the built-in set of shelves on the wall immediately beside Gabriel's bed. The 4 shelves were dark. Polished wood looked expensive, but I was more interested in the trinkets adorning the shelves, especially the pictures displayed. Some of the built-in's content were boring enough. A few books and files that likely had something to do with the pack. On one of the shelves rested a globe. Next to it a small compass and some other items that I assumed were for navigation purposes. It was clearly more for show, as werewolves had excellent sense of direction. My eyes roved over all of this in a brief instant before settling on the pictures. There were only 3 of them that I leaned in, trying to observe as much as I could before Gabriel got home. The picture on the left was taken from far away and was clearly a pack photo. My mate stood rigidly, right in the center, and it was obviously not his idea to take the picture because he had a half-scowl on his face. The expression was visible even from the camera's far distance. Wolves crowded in on all sides of him, Eli immediately to his right, smiling. The children sat on the ground at the forefront. I was surprised at the sheer numbers in the picture there. It must have taken quite a while to fit everyone in the picture. My eyes found the next picture. I smiled despite myself as I realized that it was of Gabriel and Eli, next to a 3rd male wolf that I didn't recognize. All 3 of them were young. I guessed around 8 or so in the photo. Eli had a mischievous grin on his face, while Gabriel unsurprisingly looked much more serious. They were dressed in such a way that it seemed to me the photo was taken at a mating ceremony or other pack ritual. If the Black Mountains pack rituals were anything even remotely close to my packs. Lastly, I glanced at the 3rd picture. To my surprise, it was much dust, i.e. all than the other 2 and set back a bit, as if Gabriel didn't want it to be easily visible. I reached out and gently pulled it forward, blowing the dust away. I blinked in surprise. There were 3 individuals in the picture. On the left was a man that was indubitably Gabriel's father. There was quite a bit of resemblance in their coloring and stature. Like Gabriel, he had dark eyes and hair, although his features were broader, less regal than Gabriel's. The man was large and imposing with no trace of warmth in his eyes. In the middle was Gabriel. He couldn't have been older than 3 or 4 in this photo. What shocked me was his expression. He was beaming from ear to ear. He appeared completely carefree. which was obviously normal at that age, but I couldn't imagine seeing such an expression on his face now. I felt a pang of sadness at the thought. Holding his hand was Gabriel's mother. She was absolutely radiant. Her hair was light brown and parted at the center. It fell down her waist almost down to her waist. She had bright brown eyes and a curvy figure. Her facial features entranced me, because although she was obviously less rugged than Gabriel, I could definitely see the resemblance. They each looked almost regal, like some sort of royalty from times past. She clearly held herself proudly. Her smile, however, for some reason she looked slightly withdrawn in the picture, as if she wasn't feeling well or was upset about something. Frowning, I returned the picture exactly to its proper place. I wondered what had happened to her. She obviously wasn't around. Had she died? I was burning with curiosity but knew I wouldn't ask Gabriel something like that. At least, not yet. Judging by the placement of the picture, it was a sore subject. I backed away slowly, giving the room another once-over. I definitely felt like I was intruding, but I couldn't curb my curiosity. Talking to Gabriel was like pulling teeth sometimes, and this was much easier. Don't do it. My logical brain warned me again as I decided my next move. My wolf was surprisingly silent. Just as curious as I was, I crept over to the door nearest me, pulling it open to reveal a closet. I flicked on the switch, unsurprised to see that Gabriel didn't own a surplus of outfits. All of his shirts and pants were plain and inexpensive. Unable to help myself, I leaned towards the nearest shirt, taking a deep whiff and allowing his scent to invade my nostrils. Despite my conflicting feelings, his smell still had the ability to soothe me, and now I was smelling shirts in his closet. This was an entirely new level of awkwardness, and I knew I should probably go. I was about to turn and leave, reaching my hand out to turn the light off, when something caught my eye. It was a small black shoebox that was barely visible in a gap between his hanging shirts. Now a shoebox in a closet was unremarkable enough, but something made me hesitate. His shoes were on the far side of the closet. Why would a shoebox be here? And why was it hidden? Open it, my wolf instructed curiously. All frustration with me gone. Once again, logic and curiosity clashed in my brain. I chewed on my bottom lip, contemplating. That would certainly be intruding and would be a gross invasion of his privacy. What would Gabriel say if he found out I'd rifled through his clothes and opened boxes in his closet? But she'd probably be even angrier than he already was. Still, I couldn't ignore the nagging voice in my head, the voice that wanted to find out as much as possible. I knew I probably wouldn't be able to sleep until I at least got a peek into the box. Now look what you're getting yourself into, Skylar. This is wrong. So wrong. I mentally chastised myself as I reached towards the box. It was very heavy, and I clutched it to my chest as I settled down, cross-legged on the ground. This was certainly an intrusion. I shouldn't be doing this, even with my nosy wolf urging me on, wanting to know as much about her mate as possible. Yet despite myself, I opened the small box with trepidation. The first thing I saw was a picture. Face up, I grabbed the small stack of pictures first, setting the box back down. I perused the picture, wondering why it was shoved in a box instead of being displayed in Gabriel's bedroom. The picture depicted a man with chestnut hair and stunning blue eyes. Although his coloring was different, I again recognized the regally high cheekbones and straight nose that Gabriel and his mother had. Even through the picture, the man had incredibly piercing gaze. Looking into his eyes, I felt exposed and vulnerable. Something about the man just seemed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Unnatural. I placed the picture back into the box, suddenly feeling nervous. The next picture was of a smiling woman with brown hair and eyes. Her expression glimmered with warmth and she had pretty, full lips like Gabriel's mother. If I had to guess, I would say the two pictures in the box were of Gabriel's maternal grandparents when they were younger. So why were they shoved in here? Disregarding my unease, I shuffled through the last few pictures, none of the people looking familiar or as if they were related to him in any way. Feeling creepier by the moment, I set the rest of the pictures aside and I peered back into the shoebox. I let out a small gasp of surprise as my gaze fell upon a beautiful necklace with a heart-shaped locket. The beauty of the trinket washed what surprised me. What shocked me was that it was made of pure silver. My unease grew by the second. Why would Gabriel have a jewelry item made of pure silver? A werewolf's greatest weakness. How could he bear to sleep knowing a potential weapon was sitting in his closet? I peered closely at it, but kept my skin far away from any contact. The locket glimmered with small gems, but I dared not open it. It had enough experience with silver as it was. I couldn't help but wonder where he'd gotten it. It didn't look like a lover's token, but still. I felt a sharp pang at the thought and brushed it aside. There was only one other item in the box. I hadn't noticed it before as it had been hidden under the stack of pictures. It was a large, white, stunningly beautiful feather. Avoiding the locket, I pulled it out of the box and held it up. The color of the feather was so pure that it made Gabriel's white shirt look dim in comparison. I wondered what sort of bird it could possibly have come from. It was shaped elegantly and incredibly soft to the touch. I ran my fingers across it, marveling at the texture. To my surprise, I felt a small tingle in my hand as I ran it across the feather. The sensation was odd and unexpected, the source of which I could not determine. However, my wolf was whining in the back of my mind, and my instincts told me this was no ordinary feather. I began to feel the urgency to put the feather back in the box and leave without further ado. I quickly did so, putting the pictures back on top. I wasn't sure what all I had just seen, but my wolf was telling me I needed to leave. I stood up abruptly and shoved the box back in place. Everything I had seen made me uneasy. It showed me more of Gabriel, but I had actually grown even more confused. There was definitely a lot more to his story than I thought. Perplexed, I made my way out of his bedroom. About half an hour after I'd returned to my own room, I heard the front door turn. Gabriel was back. I exited my bedroom and made my way back to the landing. Gabriel would probably notice my scent as soon as he returned to his room, but it was better that I was caught in there. I knew that there would probably be a confrontation about it, and I deserved it. It snooped in there and wouldn't be surprised if he yelled at me for it later. I leaned over the railing to the stairs, observing cautiously as the front door swung open and Gabriel strode in. He was coated with a light sheen of sweater detail, which I attempted to ignore as the smell was surprisingly odd. His hair slightly matted. His clothes stuck to his sweaty skin, and I tried not to stare at defined muscles beneath the thin layer of fabric. Although most of his agitation seemed to have ceased, Gabriel still looked tense. His unfathomable eyes found me almost immediately, and he halted, staring up at me. The silence stretched out over a few seconds as I tried to find something to say. I realized that my anger from earlier had abated somewhat. I hadn't meant to set him off. Still though, his overreaction was a bit extreme. I would have to remember not to bring Will up again. Gabriel broke the silence. I spoke with Eli. He agrees with me that we need to test your fighting ability. You'll start tomorrow. I swallowed a bit nervously. I knew I was a pretty good fighter by my pack standards. But what would the Black Mountains pack think? I asked the question that I had been pondering for a while. Why are you testing me? Do you plan on having me join the pack? No wolf can go on living with this pack without being tested. I bristled slightly at the way he phrased that. Was being his mate not good enough? I felt a rush of determination to prove myself to him, even though part of me felt insulted that I would have to go to such lengths. With a twinge of insecurity, I thought that maybe my mate didn't think I was worthy. My wolf growled lowly at the notion. You were gone a long time. I decided to change the subject, not wanting to get into another argument. Gabriel didn't respond for a moment. Instead, he began to head towards the kitchen. Are you hungry? Clearly not wanting to address the earlier issue. Making my way down the rest of the stairs to follow him. I guess, I replied, somewhat sullenly. Why was it so damn hard to talk to my own mate? I felt like it was harder now that it had been that first night in the clearing. Gabriel opened a refrigerator, scanning the contents. He seemed determined not to look at me. Normally, one of the pack cooks takes care of the meals. He pulled out a plastic container. I caught the scent of chicken and my hunger intensified. Where are they now? I gave her the day off. I nodded aimlessly, wondering if he sent the cook away because I was going to be here. Gabriel swiftly transferred a few fried chicken breasts to a plate, pulled out some paper towels to cover them, and shoved it unceremoniously into the microwave without a word. Typical bachelor cooking style, reheating leftovers in the microwave. I thought wryly. I shifted from foot to foot, itching to say something. Earlier, I began, but he cut me off, turning to look at me. I resisted the urge to shudder under his heavy gaze. Don't talk about him other males. My wolf doesn't like it, he said shortly, turning away from me after he did so. I blinked, surprised at the admission. My wolf liked the idea of her mate being possessive, and I had to admit some part of me did too, even if he was going overboard. Okay, but just don't, he muttered. I huffed in mild irritation but dropped it, changing the topic. What happened in the woods earlier? Gabriel placed both hands on the counter. Sign. I scented a vampire. What? I stammered, feeling a flutter of fear. Although I was surprised that they were still following me. Why hadn't I scented them myself? They may have figured out where you are. Although a vampire could not have followed us here during the day, I've doubled the patrols again. He did not seem pleased. White owled and I smell it. Most vampires are much weaker than werewolves, physically. However, they leave almost no traceable scent. It is nearly impossible to track them. In that they have an advantage. I bit my lip, remembering the time I'd been watched in the woods but had barely caught a scent, and how I could hardly smell the vampires when they were in the same room as me. It made me nervous that I couldn't rely on my werewolf senses. It was then that I recalled with a jolt the names I'd overheard in the storage unit. I hadn't had a chance to question or even talk to Gabriel about it before, as we'd left for his pack village pretty much immediately after my father healed my injuries. Everything had been so hectic that I'd forgotten to share the information I'd gathered. Speaking of vampires, the two you killed mentioned another one, Antonio, and said something about Antonio having a master. Does that name ring any bells? Gabriel's eyes darkened, and he slowly shook his head. No, I always thought they were solitary. I got the feeling that there was more to it than that. How do you know so much about them? He turned his head slightly, and I saw his jaw clench. I was told about them. I was much younger. I was warned they might look for me. Why do they want you? I faintly realized that we were actually having a normal conversation, or at least a conversation without shouting. Gabriel's shoulders tensed. He remained silent. The seconds trickled by, but still he didn't respond. Gabriel, I asked hesitantly. Gabriel made a noise deep in his throat, almost akin to a growl. Don't do that. His voice had taken on a rough edge as he spoke. Don't do what? Don't say my name like that. He was gripping the countertop tightly. I was about to ask why, when my wolf's inner smirk clued me in now. I tried not to blush as I realized what he meant. I felt the tension thickening yet again. I was craving the conversation with him, wanting an explanation for my question about the vampires. But the microwave suddenly beeped loudly, effectively ending the conversation. Gabriel seemed relieved for the interruption as he opened the microwave and pulled the food out. The juicy scent invaded my nose, making my mouth water. He divvied the food out onto 2 plates, grabbing a loaf of bread from a bowl near the refrigerator. He opened the appliance again and pulled out 2 bottles of water. He set one in front of me and indicated that I grab my plate and drink. I did so, hesitating slightly before I made my way into the dining room. The table was large and expensive looking, but I could tell Gabriel didn't use it often. I sat down in the nearest chair, half expecting Gabriel to take his food upstairs and eat by himself. But to my surprise he walked around the table and sat down across from me, placing the bread between us. To any outsider, it would have looked like a typical couple sitting down to eat. I looked down at my food and blushed. This activity just seemed so normal, especially for our unconventional relationship, if one could even call it a relationship. I registered Gabriel's eyes on me, and I slowly looked up to meet his gaze. "Eat," he ordered sternly, as if I were a small child. "Okay, bossy," I murmured under my breath and grabbed a piece of bread. I was somewhat nervous being this close to Gabriel, and I could feel my wolf's awareness at our proximity. As if on cue, my wolf began to push a few inappropriate thoughts into my head. I scolded her mentally, trying to get the lustful thoughts of my head, but I couldn't help but observe the way Gabriel's muscles rippled as he lifted the food to his mouth, all the faint scent of sweat that still clung to him. "Damn it, Skylar," I thought as I felt yet another blush creep onto my cheeks. Sometimes I hated my pale skin. It did nothing to hide embarrassment. A moment of silent eating passed, but just as I was about to attempt another conversation, Gabriel froze, his eyes becoming unfocused. I could tell he was having a mental conversation with another pack member. I let my mind wander as Gabriel had his silent conference. How often would we sit at this table to eat together? Would we ever get to the point where there's discomfort between us? I realized that Gabriel always refrained from any physical contact with me. It was difficult to imagine the progression of our relationship. He set his food back onto his plate, sighing, and I knew the internal conversation was over. Pack business. He stood up, looking resigned. The self-deprecating part of me wondered if he was glad to get away from the awkward conversation with me. Then I berated my own insecurity. "He wants to be here with us," my wolf said firmly, in argument with my insecure thoughts. I realized I was still sitting there, staring blankly at Gabriel as picked up his plate, throwing the scraps away. I wondered if this was a frequent occurrence. He had such a big pack that there was probably always someone that needed help. I felt a pain of sympathy for him despite myself. Alpha Brett always had a hectic schedule, and my pack was only half the size of the Black Mountains pack. Gabriel had a lot on his shoulders. He was exiting the kitchen now and heading towards the front door. For a second, I genuinely thought he would leave the house without a word. I felt a surge of sadness despite all of my reservations. I still wanted to be close to Gabriel, and I couldn't do anything about it. That was just the mating bond at work. Because of thoughts like these, I was surprised when Gabriel froze in the doorway, facing away from me, shoulders hunched. He stood there a moment, unmoving. When he spoke, his voice was even deeper than normal, and there was an undertone in his voice that I couldn't place. "The pack will come around. They're just wary of strangers." I blinked, surprised. So HED noticed the uncertainty and the animosity at the pack meeting. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "How do you know they'll warm up to me?" Hoping HED elaborate. There was a heartbeat of silence. I held my breath, waiting for his answer. It's impossible not to. So softly I could barely catch the words. An instant later I heard the front door to the house open, and Gabriel was gone. I sat there for several seconds, heart pounding. Had he really just said that? I couldn't help the warmth that had rushed through me at his words. It was probably the nicest thing he had ever said to me. I was also completely bewildered, as his words were totally at odds with his behavior. Gabriel was saying it was impossible not to warm up to me, yet he hadn't been warm at all, until he said that. I took a deep breath, trying to control my racing emotions. It scared me that one little sentence from Gabriel could elicit such a reaction from me. I finished my food in a hurry and disposed of the plate, my cheeks still feeling warm from my mate's words. I began to head upstairs towards my room, my mind going over our conversation over and over again in my head. It hadn't ended in an argument, thankfully enough. Perhaps we were making progress. If his pack came around, like he said, maybe he'd have an easier time being here. I still had to wrap my head around Gabriel and his multiple personalities, but I felt even more determined to get to know him now. Something told me that if there was goodness there, the hard work would be worth it. Half an hour later I was bathed and clad in my night clothes, lying in the surprisingly soft bed. My body was tired, but my mind would not rest despite the fact that I knew it had to be super late and I wouldn't get much sleep. Aside from the thought that I would be sleeping in Gabriel's house tonight, although he wasn't back yet, I couldn't shake my nervousness about the day to come. I would be tested. That likely meant I would have to fight one of his trained wolves for practice. I desperately wanted to rise to his pack standards. I couldn't imagine the difficulties I would face if I was perceived as weak. I couldn't let these wolves see my fear. Trying to quiet my wolf, who was pining for her mate, I closed my eyes and willed sleep to come. I dimly registered a faint rumble of thunder in the distance. Despite the comforts of my room, I felt lonely. I missed my family and my pack. My wolf and I couldn't help but imagine being in Gabriel's bed, inhaling his scent as I fell asleep. I wasn't brave enough to creep in his room again, but perhaps if I got to know him well enough I'd feel comfortable doing so. I quietly exhaled, forcing my whirlwind of thoughts to slow as it began to rain outside, the droplets splattering lightly against the window pane. As I began to doze, my thoughts were increasingly scrambled. The last wayward thought I had before I fell asleep was of the pure white feather and the beautiful silver locket in Gabriel's closet. Where had they come from? Chapter 12. Morning came faster than expected. Bright sunlight streamed through my window, falling upon my closed eyelids and awakening me from my deep slumber. I turned over, away from the sun's rays, feeling the pinch of nervousness as the events of last night came rushing back to me. Today was the day I would be tested, as Gabriel had put it. Hopefully that didn't entail anything too horrible and I could showcase my fighting skills. I could definitely hold my own pretty well back in my own pack. I slowly sat up, rubbing the tiredness out of my eyes. What time was it anyways? Blinking, I glanced at the old-fashioned clock that hung on the wall by my bed. 10:08. I was surprised Gabriel had not woken me up yet. He seemed the type to make everyone rise at the crack of dawn. My wolf wondered what it would be like to open my eyes and see him first thing every day, smiling slightly in my half-asleep state. I crawled out of bed and stumbled into the bathroom. All that running yesterday had definitely taken its toll and I had slept like a baby. I did a quick assessment in the mirror. My face seemed slightly paler than normal, and wayward curls were sticking out in numerous directions. I took a quick shower, not wanting to waste any time, brushing through my wet curls before roughly shoving my hair into a bun. After brushing my teeth and dressing myself in a loose shirt and shorts, I exited my room and headed downstairs. I was slightly disappointed to see that Gabriel was nowhere in sight and his alluring scent was slightly stale. It seemed he had left early this morning and hadn't bothered to wake me up. I tried to reassure myself that perhaps he was just being polite, although not his typical behavior, and allowing me to recuperate before my test today. I opened the refrigerator, taking out a water bottle and snagging an apple from the fruit bowl. What was I supposed to do? Did he just want me to wait for him at the house? Or was I supposed to go hunt him down? I chewed my lip in indecision. I definitely didn't want to loaf around all day. Aimlessly wandering around the pack village would be more productive than sitting in my room. However, I was sure the Black Mountains pack would take kindly to an outsider meandering about. I quickly finished the apple and took a few swigs of water. Thankfully, I had 3 large knocks on the front door, saving me from having to make the decision between staying or leaving. I hurried towards the sound and swung the door open. To my surprise, Eli stood there calmly, arms crossed in front of him. "Good. You're awake. The Alpha wanted me to come fetch you for training." His words held no room for argument, but he gave me a small smile. "He couldn't come fetch me himself," I muttered, trying my best not to sound petulant. For some reason I felt quite comfortable openly expressing my irritation in front of Eli. Eli shook his head, smiling wryly. "She's always got a million things to do. Maybe it'd be better to say that I volunteered to come get you." I raised my eyebrows in surprise. "You did? You're the Alpha's mate, and you seem nice enough. If you're gonna be around, I might as well get to know you better." I smiled, despite myself. At least there would be one consistently friendly face. "Okay. In ready." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stepping outside and closing the door behind me, Eli nodded and beckoned for me to follow him. As we began our trek through the village, I inhaled deeply. The rain had obviously stopped overnight, but the fresh smell hung in the air and the ground was still slightly damp. A slight breeze tickled my skin. It was hard to be in any sort of foul mood with weather like this, but my slight sense of nervousness persisted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eli, slightly timid because I was unsure if I was supposed to call him Beta. He didn't seem to mind the informal term, but he turned his expectant gaze on me. What exactly will I be tested on? I continued the question. Basic ability, was his calm response. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Endurance. Your human form will be tested before your wolf. You'll likely have to spar with a pack member of similar age and stature. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied non-committal lie, my nervousness spiking. Would Gabriel be observing the affair? It's just standard for a new wolf to join, although it doesn't happen often anymore. It's been a while since one of our pack members found a mate outside the pack. He kept his tone neutral, so I was unable to decipher his feelings about outsiders. Eli furrowed his brow slightly as he continued. I'm not sure what all you'll go through. We've never been in this exact situation before. I'm sure it will be different for you than for the average wolf. I was sure if different was a good or bad thing. Eli had a point, though Alpha's mate joining the pack was not the same scenario as the standard rogue. We continued our walk through the village. After I let the subject of my tests drop, Eli began pointing things out to me. He indicated the long, flat building where the food was stored, the pack doctor's infirmary, and even his own house. I nodded with interest. Gabriel hadn't been forthcoming with the tour, so it was good to get a better idea of the place. Once again I was struck by the sheer number of houses. Because their home was twice the size of mine, I knew it would take some time to adjust. As we exited the main part of the village, the path narrowed and weaved around large boulders and groves of trees as the terrain grew slightly rockier. We trekked upwards as the path led us towards a large hill. After a few more minutes, it began to level out, and I could see the landscape laid out before us. The ground sloped down in front of us, giving us an easy view of the surrounding areas. We were at the top of a small valley. It thought we were pretty high up, but on the far side of the valley several mountains stretched even higher to the sky, and I was taken aback by their monstrous size. I could see a fairly dense forest at the base of the mountains, and the area closest to Eli and I was a decently sized, flat plain that led directly to the woods. I gathered that this flat area was where many wolves went to train, and the forest was likely a convenient hunting ground as it was only a half-hour trek from the village at most. Confirming my suspicion, I could see about half a dozen wolves in the flat grassy area. It looked like a couple of them were sparring while the others watched. The guys were shirtless, displaying their muscular builds proudly as they sparred, and the girls were clad in thin tank tops. Apparently I was overdressed in my baggy t-shirt. I felt my heart rate spike as my eyes roved the group for Gabriel, but to my surprise he was nowhere to be seen. I frowned. Was he not even going to be here to witness his own mate's training? Several wolves had noticed Eli and me at the top of the ridge, and as we trotted down the slope and approached the group, they all gave respectful nods and greetings to the beta, the two sparring temporarily halting their activities. I felt a few wary eyes on me, but I tried to ignore them. I glanced around to see what type of training was going on. To my surprise, there was no equipment around. Was it just simply sparring? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't see an agility course set up or anything like that. Where's the alpha? Ella was saying as we came to a halt in front of the small group of wolves. A big, burly fellow stepped forward to answer. He had blonde hair in a buzz, cut and cold, calculating blue eyes. Joey injured himself pretty badly on the obstacle course. He jerked his thumb towards the woods and I gathered that was where the agility training took place. The Alpha and Ava are with him. I assumed that this Ava person was the pack doctor. The injury must really have been as bad as Blondie, or so I mentally named him. Said if they needed a pack doctor's immediate abilities, werewolves healed quite quickly, so only the most severe injuries were immediately tended to. I wondered what exactly this obstacle course entailed if wolves were getting seriously injured during training. Each pack had different training methods. My pack had an agility course of its own, but there was nothing dangerous about it. How long ago? Eli queried. About half an hour. Beta. They should be back soon. Blondie's cold gaze fell on me, and he looked me up and down. Judging by the expression on his face, he was not impressed, and I resisted the urge to scowl at him. Is she supposed to spar? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked gruffly, using me in the third person as if I wasn't standing right there. Yeah, but the Alpha wanted to witness it along with the others, was Ellie's response. Great. It'd have a whole audience. Although I was admittedly glad that Gabriel would be here. The blonde werewolf turned to survey the other 5 wolves, all of whom were staring between Eli and the beefy guy as if I wasn't even present. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, muscles bulging as he did so. Bree, you can spar with her when the Alpha returns. I immediately turned to my opponent, who nodded smoothly, but I detected the scowl she was attempting to hide. The girl, Bree, looked to be a year or two older than me, but she was of similar stature, though slightly taller. Her light brown hair was pulled tightly in a bun, and because she only wore a small tank top and short shorts, I could see she was quite toned. I couldn't underestimate her. You two will begin as soon as the Alpha returns and gives the orders. Blondie said straight to my ly, keeping his gaze on Bree instead of me. They will be sparring in human form, Eli added. Bree didn't look surprised by this. Nor did the others. Human sparring was much more common than sparring as our wolves. For wolf-inflicted injuries were much more severe. That was a much more advanced stage of training, but I had passed back in my own pack but didn't expect to begin with here until I was deemed worthy. Just then the rest of the group stirred, heads turning in unison towards the trees. I followed their gazes, my heartbeat increasing in anticipation of seeing my mate again. I did not have to wait long before Gabriel emerged. To other wolves with him, I felt a surge of irritation as I saw the redhead by his side. The same she-wolf from the pack meeting. Was she Ava, the pack doctor? All of these thoughts processed in a split second before my mind became quickly preoccupied. Gabriel was shirtless. My mate was shirtless. I sucked in a large gulp of air, becoming quickly transfixed as he approached. All werewolves had muscular builds, but alphas were the fittest of all. I had never thought of it before, but it was in the forefront of my mind now. I couldn't tear my gaze away from Gabriel's perfectly defined torso and sculpted ABS. My wolf just as eager as I was to drink in the sight of her half-naked mate. There were numerous lustful thoughts rushing through my brain. I couldn't blame my wolf for all of them. I was practically drooling as I stared. Look away. Look away. I repeated the mental mantra numerous times. I couldn't be caught staring. Not like this. With a Herculean effort I tore my gaze away, gazing into the distance as I felt that my face was on fire. That was completely unfair. He had to have known the effect he would have on me. On top of all of this, my wolf was starting to grumble in the back of my mind that her mate's torso was on display for all of these other she-wolves to see. I did not like that one bit. Even though I was sure he shifted in front of all of them regularly. That thought didn't help. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eli was greeting him, the others following suit as they saluted my mate with respectful dips of their heads. They began to discuss Joy's injury and condition, but I remained preoccupied with getting my impulses under control. I took a couple deep breaths. Was I just imagining it, or was Gabriel glancing at me every couple of seconds? I finally turned back to the others to see Ava, the unfriendly redhead, slowly leading the injured wolf away. He was limping pretty heavily. I thought I saw Ava looking at me from the corner of our eye before she left, but I could have been imagining it. Since that's taken care of, you all may resume sparring, Gabriel was saying. His husky baritone set me on edge even more than usual. He turned to the blondie with the buzz cut. Vincent. Vincent stood at attention. I told Bree to spar with her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he said respectfully. Gabriel nodded thoughtfully. I still couldn't look at him for very long. Instead, I kept my gaze shifting between him, Eli, and Vincent. Then go ahead. His gaze fixated on my face, and I luckily managed not to blush again. You'll spar in human form. The objective is to pin, not to maim. Vincent will tell you to stop if the pin is sufficient. I nodded, trying to keep eye contact with him but failing miserably. Stupid hormones were betraying me. Bree, holding her head proudly, walked a distance from the others and turned to face me. She stood there, shifting from foot to foot expectantly. I tried to swallow my nervousness as I followed suit. On my mark, Vincent said. He came to stand near us. I took a slightly shaky breath. Why was I so nervous? I had done almost this exact same exercise 100 times back home. Begin. I was lucky I had fast reflexes. Bree immediately lunged directly at me at full speed. Many wolves hesitated before the attack, but not she. I only had a split second to move as she came hurtling towards me. I decided to spin to my right as quickly as I could, throwing myself out of her way. She missed me by inches. Bree landed and turned to face me, a new hesitation in her dark eyes. She clearly hadn't expected me to move quite so quickly when caught off guard. We slowly sank into crouches, circling each other warily. I dimly registered Gabriel's tall figure a short distance away, observing our battle. My wolf was glad he was watching us, but I had to pretend he was there or I would be far too distracted. My opponent apparently decided that testing my sheer strength would be her next move, for she came at me again, this time faking a quick lunge to my left before spinning around and swinging a punch from my right side. Observing her body language, I detected the move and quickly dodged out of the way. I immediately countered with a couple punches of my own, a flurry of blows that she narrowly dodged by swaying from side to side as she backed away. Bree attempted to gain the advantage by turning, using her momentum to swing a roundhouse kick to my head. Thankfully, I had prepared for the kick, as it was a move I had used many times in practice sessions, a move I had used on the vampires, and a move I was good at. As soon as she shifted her weight, I knew what was coming. Although her kick was fast, I rapidly ducked and her foot was over my head. Before she could regain her balance, I threw an undercut at her ribs. My blow connected solidly and Bree winced, bending over slightly as she absorbed the impact. I pressed my advantage by swinging a left hook at her face. She caught my fist just in time, her arm trembling slightly. I had to admit she was fast. She swung her knee up towards me, and I had to quickly stumble backwards to avoid the blow. Straightening up, the two of us began to circle each other again. To other times we came together to exchange blows, and each time neither one of us obtained the advantage. I received a powerful punch in the ribs and a painful bruise from when I blocked one of Bree's kicks, and Bree misread my body language before one of my series of punches and received a blow to the face. Once again we circled each other. I was glad to know that I could at least hold my own with one of their trained wolves. I could sense the Black Mountains pack watching us with renewed interest. However, I also knew that pinning a wolf required taking them down to the ground. Neither of us had even attempted a takedown since Bree's first lunge. We were both just testing each other right now. I knew I needed to get her down soon before I received any more hits. She was being cautious now, and so was I, though I had a few seconds to think. So far I had put most of my energy into watching Bree's body language and dodging her blows, but I needed to go on the offensive. I could punch fast and hard when I needed to, although it left me exposed. If I could just get her off guard for even a second, I would bring her to the ground. It was a risky gamble, but I had my trusty roundhouse kick that I'd used on the wolves back home. They'd gotten used to my ferocious kick, but Bree wouldn't know that was my secret weapon. In an instant, I lunged towards her, bringing my fist towards her face as I did so. She quickly dodged as I expected, but I immediately swung my other fist towards her. Utilizing all the speed I continued to throw punches left and right, not really expecting them to hit, just throwing them fast enough that Bree would have to devote her attention to dodging instead of attacking. Her face registered surprise at my ferocious onslaught. As I had been on the defensive all game, she was quite agile, and continued to dodge my punches and even a kick here and there. She attempted to throw a few counter punches, but I spun around to avoid them. I tried not to let my frustration show. Most wolves would have been hit by now, but I didn't let agony distract me. My opening came when one of my blows finally met its mark, colliding with a spot near where I had hit her earlier. Wincing, Bree spun around to my side and attempted a high kick at my chest to counter. Her kick was fast, but she was slightly off balance as she had not taken the time to absorb the force from my blow. I allowed the kick to strike me and I stumbled backwards as if I was caught off guard, although my movements were controlled. Bree, thinking she had the advantage and desperate to take me down the first opening she got, immediately tried to lunge at me, her body hurtling through the air. I spun to the side in a blur of movement, bringing my leg up in a roundhouse kick in the same motion. As expected, Bree was still slightly unbalanced from earlier and she had landed somewhat clumsily from her lunge. She tried to turn around to avoid my kick, but she was a hair too slow. My foot collided right with the side of her head and she staggered backwards, swaying in her disorientation, reeling from my blow. I seized my opportunity and lunged. She was unable to dodge me. We collided and fell to the ground, me landing on top of her and using my weight as leverage. In a flicker of motion, I grabbed both of her arms and pinned them on either side of her head, using my body weight to trap her lower half. I could tell she was still trying to recover from the kick to the head. Before she could begin flailing, I allowed my canines to elongate, lowering my head to the side of her neck with the flash of my canines exposed. Bree tried to lift her arms, but I used all of my strength to keep them pressed to the ground. She may have been just as strong as me, but in this position she was at a disadvantage. "Kind," I said quietly. In a real battle, the enemy would continue to struggle, but in sparring the battle was over as soon as the opponent's neck was exposed and all of their limbs were pinned. I heard Vincent's firm voice. I immediately released Bree, who finally seemed to have recovered from the blow to the head and was glaring at me with a mixture of frustration and grudging respect. I scrambled upwards, dusting my clothes off. I could practically feel Gabriel's eyes boring holes into the side of my head, but I ignored him, still unable to handle seeing him half naked. I glanced at Eli instead. He had a small grin on his face and he gave me a nod. "It seems you've had some hand-to-hand combat experience," Vincent said begrudgingly, actually addressing me for once. "Come on, you two. Back to the others." I nodded. Bree, ignoring me, strode ahead back to the group. I couldn't help but hold my head a little more proudly as I followed her. "It seems so," Gabriel said. I dared glance at him to find him staring at me intently. His expression was mostly unreadable, but if I wasn't mistaken there was a hint of admiration. Was that actually pride in his expression, however slight? I felt warmth blossom inside of me at the thought of my mate being proud of me. However, he quickly masked the expression before resuming his usual look of indifference. "Satisfied?" he asked coolly without looking at Vincent. Vincent nodded, but he still had a scowl on his features. "Yes, Alpha. Are we moving to agility training now?" Gabriel kept his dark eyes on me the whole time Vincent spoke to him. I felt my gaze locked with my mate's as if I was frozen in place. For a few seconds it was as if only the two of us were out there on that training field. I felt the electricity sparking between us, my body and Wolf on full alert, aware of a half-naked man in front of us. After a few more drawn-out seconds in which I felt that all the wolves could see the tension between us, I finally broke the eye contact and Gabriel turned back to the others. "We'll leave the obstacle course for tomorrow. Today I want you to show her the west quadrant of our land." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It seemed that the last thing Vincent wanted to do was give me a tour, but he was too intimidated by Gabriel to say so. If she's going to be joining us, she needs to know the layout of the land shall be living on. You were due on patrol anyways. Take another with you. I felt a prickle of irritation that they weren't using my name, but it would be nice to learn some new territory. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Are you sure you want us to go now? Vincent was clearly trying to avoid spending time with me. Apparently it'd always be on his bad side. Patrol will only take a couple of hours and I wanted to train. No, you will be going in human form, so it will take longer. I felt my heart sink at Gabriel's words. My wolf wanted to run. Vincent was staring incredulously. You wanted to test her endurance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. This will be better. You can't communicate with Skylar if you're in wolf form. I felt my stomach flutter at Gabriel's use of my name, realizing it would be foolish to argue with Gabriel. Vincent lowered his head, sighing. Very well. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. We'll leave now. Gabriel nodded, glancing at me once more. I felt my skin heat under his gaze. Vincent, be back before sundown. That's an order. At first I wondered why it mattered. And then I remembered the vampire Gabriel had scented in the woods. It wouldn't be safe to wander in a small group at night if the creatures were still lurking about. The thought deeply disturbed me. With one last look at me, Gabriel Beck and to Eli and the two strode off. I felt a prickle of disappointment that he was joining. But what did I expect? He had packed duties much more important than giving me a tour, but we got to show him our fighting. My wolf said smugly. I smiled a bit at that. Sorry you don't get to run, was my reply. She just sighed. Maybe once they trust us. If that would ever happen. I wasn't even sure I liked them yet. Except for Eli. That hadn't given me much reason to like them in the past or present. One didn't become best friends with old enemies overnight. Several hours later, I was about ready to kill the man in front of me. I was back to calling him Blondie in my head again, as I'd been staring at the back of his stupid blonde head all day. Not only was I beginning to tire from running in human form and the ridiculously fat, his constant reprimands were setting me on edge. Hurry up. A pup could run faster than that. You aren't fit to join our pack if you can't even handle border patrol. You don't need a break if you're not taking a break. The jibes were definitely getting to me. Everything was worsened by the fact that he had chosen to bring Bree along, which definitely made things awkward. If we had been in wolf form I wouldn't have worried about the terrain or tiring, as my wolf could easily handle it. But as it was I knew my human form would be exhausted before sundown hit. I had a decent amount of endurance even as a human, but this terrain was extremely difficult to traverse. The one thing that made me feel slightly better was the fact that Bree seemed slightly out of breath too. Vincent was much stronger than the average wolf. He seemed to be one of Gabriel's led warriors. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he was training the others, he probably did this regularly. I, on the other hand, did not often travel so many miles as a human, and it seemed that Bree was in the same boat. We'd kept at it the entire afternoon at the same breakneck pace. My silent prayers were answered when Vincent finally called a halt. We slowed our jog next to a large stream. This is the edge of our territory on this side, and it is one of the key points of border patrol. We will follow the river for a few miles. The other side gets closer to human territory as you go along, so don't cross it. I nodded, to urge with him to speak. Fortunately, he let us rest for a few moments and drink from the stream before we resumed our trek. Slightly replenished, we continued along the stream, Vincent pointing out keel and marks in their territory. Despite my reservations, I had to admit the Black Mountains pack had some beautiful landscapes. At one point we passed a large, crystal blue lake that I wanted to visit sometime. It even had a small sandy area on one side that I imagined being somewhat like a beach. Although I had never seen one, I imagined stretching out in the warm sand. My wolf imagined Gabriel with us. I pushed the distracting images out of my mind. I was definitely feeling the exhaustion as the hours passed and the sun began slowly descending in the sky. I was sure my cheeks would be lightly tinged from sunburn. Due to the relentless pace we had covered everything Vincent wanted covered, and we were now starting to head back towards the pack as sunset was fast approaching. I glanced at Bree out of the corner of my eye as we jogged. Like me, she was covered in sweat, the liquid matting her hair and trickling down the sides of her face. My side began to dully ache, my breathing more labored. Every stretch of trees was beginning to look the same. Our last break had been a couple of hours ago, and I felt like I needed another one before I collapsed. I glanced up at the sky with trepidation. The sun was beginning to sink below the horizon as the time continued to pass. But thankfully I thought we were pretty close to the training area, so we had plenty of time to make it. I slowed my pace slightly, taking deep breaths. My lungs burned, and my t-shirt was sticking to my back with the sweat. Vincent noticed my lagging jog and glared at me out of the corner of his eye. We're almost back. I breathed out heavily. Can't we rest for just a bit? Vincent's scowl deepened. Alpha said be back by sunset. And it's almost sunset. And we're almost there. If I collapse now, we'll never make it back before sunset. I cowled and helped the irritation from seeping into my voice. My exhaustion made me brave. It was true. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for her unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At this pace I was worried I wouldn't make it at all. I'm already moving slowly enough. I have a mate and a daughter urging me to come home. Lucky them, I thought irritably. Just go. Vincent. Bree chimed in, tiredly. I could tell her breathing was labored as well. I can show her the way from here. Just get back to your mate. I need to slow down too. Vincent eyed her for a moment, uncertainty crossing his broad features. The Alpha. It'll be fine. We'll be just behind you. Bree slowed to match my pace and I shot her a grateful look. Then Vincent hesitated before nodding once. Don't linger, he said shortly, then sped up, taking off. His broad form quickly vanished into the thick trees. Silence descended on the two of us as we slowed our pace to a brisk walk. I wanted to thank Bree, but she kept her face averted from mine, so I let it slide. I focused on my breathing, trying to get rid of the stitch in my side and the burning in my lungs. I hadn't run that much in human form for a long while, and I hoped it wouldn't be a daily activity. Vincent may be able to handle it, but normal wolves like me weren't accustomed to it. A few more minutes passed by, the only noises being our footfalls and the rustle of the undergrowth around us. I glanced up at the sky. The sun was quite low now, the last beams of light stretching across the sky. I really hoped we weren't far away. I was unfamiliar with the lay of the land and didn't want to be out here in the dark. Despite the fact that Bree was with me, Bree suddenly froze, cocking her head to the side and sniffing the air. I followed her actions, worried about what exactly she was smelling, but I relaxed when I caught the faint scent of another werewolf. It wasn't Vincent though, which surprised me. If Gabriel didn't want us out after sunset, I doubted he'd like other wolves wandering around. What the hell is he doing? Bree hissed, almost to herself. I blinked at her in confusion. She tossed me a wary glance over her shoulder before turning slightly, facing the woods to my left. She frowned in concentration for a second, and I guessed she was mentally contacting someone. I can't believe is out here. It's getting dark, she muttered furiously under her breath. I shifted from foot to foot, well aware that darkness was creeping across the sky. We had scarce minutes left before Gabriel would be angry. Seconds passed, then minutes, before I heard crashing through the undergrowth and a human from emerged. He looked young, likely in his early teens, and had obviously just shifted back into human from judging by the fact that his shirt was inside out and there were wigs matted in his dark hair. What the hell are you doing? Riley, Bree snapped. The young boy winced. I was hungry and nobody has let me hunt recently, so I just wanted to go out and catch a rabbit. He trailed off. Seeing Bree's angry face, his eyes flickered to me as he noticed my presence. Is that the alpha's mate? I shifted position, slightly uncomfortable with those wide brown eyes focused on me. I nodded in response, and his eyes got even wider with surprise. Bree ignored his question. You know we can't be out after sunset. Not since. She trailed off, obviously not wanting to talk about it in front of me. I know, but no buts. Your brother would kill you if he knew you were out here right now. You're coming back with us. A petulant expression appeared on the young boy's face. Yeah, but no buts. She practically yelled. Riley sighed, looking downtrodden, before he nodded. Fine. They'll go back with you, he mumbled resentfully. Come on, she said impatiently, grabbing his arm and practically shoving him in the right direction. The three of us set off again towards the packed village. The two of them walked slightly in front of me in quiet conversation, which might have irked me another time, but I was too exhausted to care. More of my attention was focused on the fact that it was dark outside and Gabriel would probably be pissed. Knowing my luck he'd get blamed for not having enough endurance. Maybe I could get Bree to explain how hard Vincent pushed us and how she'd been tired too. Plus there was this kid Riley that had delayed us a few minutes. Gabriel probably wouldn't like my excuses, but I didn't want him to be disappointed in me. Not after seeing the proud glimmer in his expression for a brief moment earlier. I just don't see why Riley was complaining. A petulant tone back in his voice. Are you seriously arguing right now? Do you want to talk to the alpha about this? Because I sure as hell don't. Bree was responding. No good. Then don't push it. Her tone was firm. I'm almost full grown. I can take care of myself. Don't get ahead of yourself. I sighed and tuned them out, glancing aimlessly down at my appearance. My clothes were damp with sweat and I had numerous scratches and cuts from my trek in the woods. I was certainly not presentable right now. Being around Gabriel so much made me more self-conscious than ever. I couldn't help but focus on every imperfection and wonder if he would notice. I cursed myself for thinking in such a manner. I refocused on the woods around me again, knowing we would be there in mere minutes. I was absolutely exhausted, but tried to stay alert, at least until we were out of the fringe of the forest. Despite my best efforts to focus, I didn't see it coming. 1 second. Bree and Ryder were chatting in front of me. The next I felt a powerful whoosh of air, sensed a presence whizzing by me, and heard a sick squelching noise. There was a strangled cry from in front of me. Something warm and wet splattered across my face and torso, and I froze as the scent of blood permeated the air. I watched as, almost as if in slow motion, Riley's small body twisted in mid-air. My wolf senses immediately honed in on him despite the impending darkness, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was a gaping hole in his chest and his throat was torn open, blood spurting from the wound and standing out against his pale skin. Riley's glassy, lifeless eyes stared up at the sky, expression frozen in a half-frown. Mouth half open with the cry of pain, his tiny form collapsed into the ground in a jumbled heap, red staining the earth beneath him. The leaves in the tree next to us rustled as if something had just rushed through them. I scented the air and detected nothing, but the lack of traceable scent told me enough. Vampire. And then Bree began to scream. I stood there, numb with shock, watching as the last bit of life drained from the small body in front of me. As a werewolf, I've seen plenty of violence, but never anything as real as the murder of an innocent child. His heart torn out. Chapter 13. I stood there, numb with shock, as I watched the last vestiges of life leave the small body on the ground in front of me. The seconds passed by, and part of me knew that my wolf was howling at me, urging me to snap out of my trance, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the grotesque sight. As a werewolf, I had seen plenty of violence in my lifetime, but never had I witnessed something like this, the brutal slaying of a boy that was but a child. Judging by the size of the hole in his chest, his heart had been ripped clean from his body. That was one of the only ways to kill a werewolf. I registered all of this in mere seconds, and it was then that my instincts kicked in. I quickly sank into a defensive position, tearing my eyes away from the body as I slowly turned in a circle. The attack had been fast and silent, faster than even my werewolf vision could detect. My eyes bored into the trees as I sought the attacker. In the darkness of early night, my wolf senses aided me, but still I detected no movement other than the swaying of branches and the rustling of leaves. As I was examining our surroundings, Bree's shrill scream had turned more into a gurgling wail before she quickly clapped her hands to her mouth, stifling the noise as she sank to her knees in front of Riley's corpse. Her sides heaved and she was seemingly unaware of the possible danger as she sobbed. I narrowed my eyes, frustrated. My nose detected nothing, but I didn't expect to smell the vampire. Gabriel had said they were almost impossible to track. Still, that did not stop me from forcing down my nausea and seeking the creature that did this to an innocent child. I wanted to tear it limb from limb. Seeing nothing, no enemy to attack, my eyes inevitably wandered back to the scene in front of me. Bree was hunched over Riley's from as a high. Keening noise escaped her throat. I dimly realized that warmth was still trickling down my face and front as Riley's blood stuck to my skin. I fought down the bile that threatened to rise. I ate. Bree stammered, looking up at me with bloodshot eyes. It struck me how even a good fighter like her could look so broken and vulnerable. What? She whispered, her voice breaking. I shook my head. It happened so fast, I said softly, trying to reassure her, but I cowled and helped the guilt that arose. If we wouldn't have taken so long to get back to camp, then again, if we had hurried, we would never have met up with Riley in the first place. Had our presence even made a difference? What kind of vampire could get past a strong werewolves and kill another in an instant without being detected? It had to be far stronger than those I had previously encountered. Questions continued to assault my brain as I wondered why it had attacked us in a group, and then left Bree and me alive. In the distance I registered shouting, and my wolf hearing picked up rapid footsteps. They no doubt heard the screaming, or Bree had mentally contacted them. Tilting my head, I inhaled. Deeply I recognized Gabriel. Eli, another scent I faintly recognized. And then one I didn't. I stood there, my body beginning to shake from suppressed emotion as I kept my gaze averted from the mangled body. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, and I couldn't keep Riley's lifeless eyes out of my mind. The vacancy in them that indicated that both he and his wolf were gone forever. I felt sick. Moments later, the incoming group burst through the trees towards us, Gabriel ahead of the others. He took one look at the corpse before his expression hardened, a look of visible fury entering his dark eyes. A second later, his gaze flipped to me, taking in my bloodied appearance. Immediately, he looked alarmed, and I realized that he probably thought I was injured. The instincts of a wolf protecting his mate must have kicked in, for he leapt over Riley and Bree in one smooth motion and landed in front of me. I felt my wolf whining at his proximity and my nerves tingled, but I could only stare up at him blankly. The images of Riley's face on repeat inside my head. Gabriel's eyes were as dark as I had ever seen them, and there was a multitude of emotions churning in them. But he was gentle as he raised his hand and gripped my chin. I felt my body sizzle at the contact as I distantly realized it was the first time Hed willingly touched me. He delicately turned my face to the side, examining the blood, before his gaze traveled down to my shirt. Are you injured? Or is this all his blood? His keen sense of smell letting him know that the blood was not mine, but his wolf probably wanting to make sure. I felt my shaking abate slightly. No, it's all his, I choked out. What happened? His gaze was still dangerous, but his voice was soft. I saw Eli and Ava crouch down beside Bree, Eva's eyes shining with unshed tears as she looked at Riley. Vampire, I managed to whisper, my voice feeling as if it was caught in my throat. Gabriel released my chin and I suddenly felt colder. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenching at his sides. Bree and I cowered. I tried to explain, although the revolting images made it difficult for me to think. It moved faster than the others. By the time I felt movement, it was too late. I felt tears threatening in the back of my eyes, but I pushed them away. It was my own pack member, but it was a young child, and despite the tragedy, I had to be strong. Gabriel turned over his shoulder and his eyes met Ellie's. Both of them looked grim, but surprised. Bree was still crying softly as Ava tried to comfort her. A werewolf I hadn't seen before knelt next to Riley. His face shadowed. "You were supposed to be back by sunset," Gabriel said, voice tight. I felt another wave of guilt. Even though I knew it was my fault, I lowered my head to stare at the ground. "I told Vincent to have you back by then." His voice was louder now, taut with anger. "It isn't his fault," I said quietly. The pace was too fast. Bree and I had to slow down. When we were almost back, she smelled Riley, and we waited for him to join us. By the time we set off again, it was dark. She didn't want him out here hunting alone. The words were rushing out now as I rambled. And then we were almost back and I felt movement, and the next thing I knew his body was falling to the ground and... "Skylar," Gabriel said, cutting me off. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." From a mix of fear and his use of my name, "Eli's going to take you back to the house." He was back to his emotional self, his tone leaving no room for argument. But I started to protest. I was sure why I was arguing. I just felt partially responsible and I didn't want to walk away. No, Wolf should be out at night. It could come back any moment, and since I have to take care of this, I can't be watching you every second to make sure you're safe. I bristled, not liking his implication that I was a child that needed constant watching. Then again, every time I was away from him something seemed to happen. Despite his tone, I thought I saw a hint of something in his expression. Guilt. Maybe. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up as I wondered. Was it just coincidence that the vampire had attacked the group I was in? I shook away the disturbing thoughts. But I was here. I could help explain what happened. The thought of recounting the tale horrified me and I faltered. "Stop arguing," he replied, irritation evident in his voice now. "Eli," he barked, and the beta stood up to make his way over to us. "Take her to my house. I'll send someone there to guard her. Then come straight back so we can take care of this." His eyes bored into his impression that they were having a silent exchange of words. I nodded, and I was annoyed at the concept of Gabriel sending a babysitter to watch me. I didn't argue. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My stomach was churning and I was worried if I didn't get away from the smell of death soon I would faint. Never had I seen such a thing in almost 20 years. My wolf, too, was sickened. It was all worsened by the fact that it happened to someone so vulnerable and innocent. I gritted my teeth as Eli set off, me trailing behind. I glanced back over my shoulder, my eyes skimming over the bloody scene. Bree was slowly being led away by Ava. My eyes found Gabriel, who was staring at me intensely. "Don't wait for me tonight." I knew he didn't mean to be cruel. In fact, I knew he only meant that he'd be back quite late. But I couldn't help but wince inwardly at his harsh tone. Gabriel must have seen my slightly wounded expression and he quickly turned away, his face a cold mask as he strode over to the others. The Navi part of me wanted him to follow us, to con me until I fell asleep. I knew I was being childish. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." One of his pack members had just been brutally murdered. He would have a lot to take care of. The walk back to Gabriel's house was completely silent. The atmosphere was thick with worry and tension, and I glanced over my shoulder in paranoia every few minutes. I couldn't help but feel as if I was being watched. Ella's shoulders were thick with tension and I knew he was on full alert. I felt safer in his presence, and I knew Gabriel wouldn't trust just anyone to take me home, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I also couldn't help but wonder if Riley was killed deliberately in front of me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The vampires had definitely taken notice of me for being Gabriel's mate. It all just seemed too coincidental. What bothered me further was that Riley had been killed by a vampire. Had everyone else already known they existed? Had this happened before? I felt goose and strides on my skin as the beetle led me to the front door. There were already 2 burly wolves there, one on each side. Muscular babysitters. Basically, in another situation I would have laughed at the absurdity of it, and at Gabriel's paranoia, but for now I knew it was completely unfounded. I opened the door. The 2 guards there giving me curt nods. I turned to Eli. His dark eyes met mine and held them for a few heartbeats. I saw thinly masked worry and sadness buried in his gaze. I said softly, not knowing how else to convey my feelings. His expression twisted and he turned his head. Take care of yourself, Skylar, was all Eli said before he strode off into the night. I knew he was hurting from the loss of a packmate. I couldn't even imagine the agonizing grief that Riley's family must be feeling. I hurried inside and shut the door, feeling slightly awed as I saw the 2 guard wolves move to stand in front of the entrance. Despite my exhausting day, food did not even sound remotely appetizing. I grabbed a water bottle and hurried upstairs to my bedroom. I had showered this morning, but I was sweaty, and one glance into the mirror almost made me throw up. I still had Riley's blood splattered all over me. Starting up a bath with steaming hot water, I rubbed my tired eyes. Immediately upon closing them I saw a pair of wide, glassy orbs, blood trickling down a torn throat. I immediately opened my eyes again, feeling another wave of nausea. As I waited for the bathtub to fill up, I quickly stripped all of my clothes off and threw them to the side, vigorously scrubbing my face with cold water from the sink to get the crimson liquid off. I shouldn't be alone right now. I knew that. I couldn't get the scene in the woods out of my head. All jubilation from my earlier fight with Bree was completely gone, and now all I could remember was her broken sobbing over her friend's body. She was a member of one of the deadliest packs on the continent, yet she had cried over a comrade's body like any other. Despite my wariness for the Black Mountains pack, I could respect a pack member's passing. Even after being around Riley for less than half an hour, I could feel their pain. I didn't even want to know what Gabriel was going through. The vampires were after him, for some reason. Was he blaming himself? Was he in pain? My wolf wanted me to comfort him, yet he had pushed me off to the side as usual. I tried to shove all of my twisted thoughts away as I sank into the warm bathwater. Even so, I refused to shut my eyes, afraid of what I might see when they were closed. An hour later, I lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling. Sleep was refusing to come, and I was afraid of dreaming. Part of me wanted to lower my mental barriers and have a conversation with my parents to check up on them, but I was worried that they would see everything inside my head. I couldn't cause them unnecessary worry by telling them about Riley. I would wait until everything calmed down before I warned them about vampires in the area. I would do it as soon as I got my mind under control. I tossed and turned for a while, the nightmares hanging in the fringes of my imagination. My wolf felt agitated, and her mate was not around to soothe her. We needed his company, and I couldn't help but selfishly wish he would come check up on me. Surely his presence alone would help. But since he wasn't here, I bolted up in bed, made my way to the door as the idea came to me. I did not care about the consequences. Enough had happened today that I knew I wouldn't get any sleep if I didn't follow my instinct. I slowly walked down the carpeted hallway, making my way up the staircase and towards the endlessly tempting double doors. As I strode bravely into Gabriel's room, his scent surrounded me and I inhaled deeply. I knew he hadn't been here since early in the morning, but the smell alone was enough to help. I stopped beside his neatly made bed, staring down with preoccupation. Would he mind? I wanted nothing more than to crawl in bed and surround myself with his unique scent. Even though he likely wouldn't be there beside me all night. I knew if he came home he might be agitated that I had gone in without permission. But this is the closest we will be to him. My wolf whined softly. She too was mourning the passing of one of our kind, and she sounded incredibly vulnerable. An idea then came to me, that I thought compromised between soothing my frayed nerves and avoiding Gabriel's agitation after all. It already snooped through his room enough. I strode over to his dresser, opening two drawers before I found his T-shirts. I grabbed the closest one and exited the room quickly. His scent should be enough. Once back in my room, I crawled into bed, sinking into the downy comforter. I took a deep breath, clutching the T-shirt to me. Instantly I felt my frayed nerves relax as his welcoming and familiar scent washed over me. Maybe one day he can soothe us in person, my wolf whispered. I grabbed a fistful of the shirt and moved it to where it was mostly under my head, between my head and the pillow. Maybe, I replied, unable to keep the wistfulness out of my own voice. I continued to breathe deeply as I sank deeper into the bed, significantly more relaxed now. Within a few minutes I was fast asleep. Skylar. I mumbled something incoherent in response to the voice. Warm and comfortable and unwilling to move. Come on, Skylar. Wake up. The voice was more impatient now. Go away. I grumbled, feeling that my bubble of happiness would be popped if I woke up. Skylar. Quite loudly, and my eyes snapped open. For a split second I hoped to see Gabriel, actually coming to check on me, but my hopes were dashed as I made eye contact with Eli. He was crouched next to me, his expression wan and slightly irritated. Why was he in my room? Anyways, realizing I was still clutching Gabriel's T-shirt in one hand and it was very obvious what he'd done, I felt the color rush to my cheeks along with all of the events of the previous night. Eli, what are you doing in here? Mortified, not caring that I was addressing the beta. I felt incredibly disconcerted that he had come all the way up here to wake me up. I knocked on the door 10 times but you didn't wake up. He didn't sound over-apologetic, and his eyes were hooded, barely concealing sadness. The funeral is about to start. You didn't really know him, but I thought you might want to be there. I blinked up at him, surprised by his thoughtfulness. He was going to let me, an outsider. I swallowed the lump in my throat. My sleep had been mostly dreamless, and I knew why. I glanced down at the shirt. I didn't want to return to the cruel reality, but some part of me felt obligated to go. I couldn't shake the concept that I was partially responsible for the young boy's death. I dreaded the look on the pack's faces when I showed up. But if Eli supported me, then there was no reason not to go. Thank you, I said softly. Eli nodded gruffly, then stood up to his full height. You're becoming a member of the pack, and you passed one of the tests. You have a right to be there. He averted his gaze, seemingly uncomfortable with the proximity of a pajama-clad female. You've got 10 minutes. Before striding out of the room, the mood of the pack village was somber as Eli and I walked through. I felt many gazes on me, but thankfully nobody said anything loud enough for me to hear. Although today felt eerily similar to the day before, L's behavior alone was glaringly different. It was customary to have a funeral at night, but I had absolutely no doubt as to the reason why this one was being held at midday. I had been to a human funeral once in high school to support one of my human friends, and I had been struck at the similarities. The ritual after the ceremony, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was different as werewolves did not have cemeteries. The ceremonies, however, had much in common. The trek today was nearly an hour long as we ventured through a different part of the woods. Several other wolves crowded in around us as we made our way to a common destination. The sun beamed high in the sky overhead, but I barely noticed the heat. The path ahead of us was somewhat overgrown with ferns and weeds, likely because funerals were not exceedingly common for werewolves. We had extended lifespans and were hard to kill. Trying not to think about it, finally we emerged into a large, grassy clearing. In the middle of the clearing was a long, flat rock that had room for several wolves to lie side by side. Currently the rock only had one occupant, a body swathed in clothes. Where wolf corpses were only covered if the death was brutal, and I was forced to look away. It seemed that the setting for a Black Mountains pack funeral was similar to the few I had been to at home. Most of the funerals I had been to had occurred because of the actions of the pack I was staying with now. I tried not to think about it. Werewolves stood in a gigantic semicircle around the clearing despite the size of the area. Each wolf was almost elbow to elbow as there were so many of us. There was a wide space left between the group and the flat boulder, and only a small group stood on the far side of the rock nearest the body. The wolves parted to let Eli and I through, and I felt many gazes burning into the side of my face. Most of the whispers were not friendly. Not that I could blame them. I was still an outsider to them, as Gabriel and I had not completed the mating process and had not participated in a mating ceremony. I was no Luna yet. Yet, my wolf emphasized. I tried to focus only on the ground in front of me as we approached the far side of the rock. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eli told me to stay. I shifted uncomfortably as I was forced to nearly touch elbows with a couple of wolves I didn't know. However, I didn't complain. I was the alpha, beta, or part of the family, so I had to stand a distance away from the rock. I looked up tentatively to see Gabriel standing stiffly next to the body. My eyes took him in, reassuring myself of his presence. There were 3 wolves huddled near him that I assumed must be Riley's family. The younger male had been next to his body the night before. I couldn't bear to look at them and see their grief-stricken faces. Gabriel's dark eyes flickered across me briefly before Eli stood next to him, and he turned to the group, beckoning us to be quiet. Then the funeral began. I kept my gaze downward but drank in Gabriel's words as he told Riley's life story, talking about his positive traits and his appetite for adventure. Then each of Riley's family members had a chance to speak. Hearing about Riley from his parents' perspective was difficult. I cowed and imagined how it would feel if they'd known him as a packmate. I tried to keep the tears away as his mother broke down mid-speech, hiccuping into silence as her mate began to comfort her. It was unbearable to witness, and even worsened by the fact that Riley was too small to be exposed at his own ceremony. I hadn't sensed the silent tears of the majority of the pack. I had never been to a funeral for one so young, and I hoped never to repeat the experience. I squeezed my eyes shut as the minutes wore on, trying to keep the gruesome memory of his death from popping unbidden into my brain. Then Gabriel began the blessing. The words were different than in my pack, so I remained silent, thinking my pack's customary words as the Black Mountains pack joined in with Gabriel's voice. After the blessing was finished, an unfamiliar blonde walked forward, hair shimmering in the sunlight. She stood in front of the gathered wolves and began to sing in a clear, strong voice that I was envious of. The song weaved in undoubt, a beautiful haunting melody that spoke of a young life lost too early. I had never heard it before, but it gave me chills. The lonely chord hanging in the air long after she stopped singing them. A few last words were said, and there were several moments of quiet reflection before the pack began to retreat from the clearing. Roaming wolves would leave their lost ones where they died, allowing nature to take over. Werewolves also let nature take her toll, but we allowed the family to take their loved ones to their final resting place. The rest of the pack would return to the village and give Riley's family time to go choose a place to put Riley before allowing the elements to do as they may. They would usually travel for several hours before leaving the body, so that it was less likely for others to come across it later. It was only fair to maintain the balance of life by giving our bodies to nature after we died. As the pack members began to quickly file out, my eyes inevitably found Gabriel. He was speaking quietly with Riley's family while Eli stood by. I was sure if I was supposed to head back to his house or wait for him to join me. I was sure he had a million things to do, but part of me felt that he could use some company. Not that he ever seemed to want it. I sighed internally when I was one of the few left in the clearing. Riley's father came forward and gingerly lifted the small body. I was almost glad it was covered so his family wouldn't have to gaze at the wounds while they carried their son. Riley's mother had tears silently streaming down her face, and another werewolf that was likely Riley's brother was comforting her. Slowly, the three exited the clearing. After another moment, the only three left were Gabriel, Eli, and I. The two slowly walked over, deep in conversation. After a moment my mate's eyes found mine. He looked more tired than I had ever seen him, exhaustion evident in the manner in which he moved. "There's something I need to do," he said to us, although there was an odd hitch in his voice that made me suspicious of his words. "Eli, take her back." "Yes, Alpha," Eli replied obediently. I stared at Gabriel incredulously. He was just going to walk off again without even talking to me. I felt my frustration building. But I began, feeling as if I was constantly arguing with everything Gabriel said. "I need to be alone for this." Gabriel cut me off, and I felt my stomach drop. He was pushing me off to the side. What had I ever done wrong? He seemed incredibly worn out, and my wolf was snapping at me to comfort him. My instincts were telling me he needed my help. Yet, there he was, giving me the brush off. I stumbled slightly, still staring in disbelief as Eli gently took my arm and began to lead me away. I felt as if I was going to cry all over again as Gabriel turned and vanished into the trees. After a few more seconds I gritted my teeth, stopping mid-step. Eli turned to me in confusion now. I said stubbornly, feeling a bit childish, but I was refusing to do this again. The beta raised his eyebrows. "He keeps pushing me away," I muttered, feeling a surge of anger that I tried desperately to control. My wolf senses that he needs me, but he keeps ignoring me. He drags me here with him, then pushes me away like him nothing. Eli shook his head slowly. "He doesn't know how to let others in." I stared at him, surprised by his honesty. "I'm his mate. He can't keep treating me like him just another wolf. There's a lot about him you don't know." Ellie's expression was deathly serious. "Well, he could just tell me," I argued, feeling worn out from the heavy emotions I'd been experiencing all day. "It isn't that easy. Are you trying to be vague?" Frustrated, I couldn't prevent my irritation from bubbling to the surface. Eli sighed. "Yes, just. In going after him," I stated determinedly. Ellie's look grew perturbed. "Skylar, I don't think that's necessarily," he began cautiously. "He didn't order you in the alpha tone to take me home this time. You can't get in trouble." I was stubbornly refusing to give in. Eli turned completely to face me. "He can be volatile. You might." "I can't do this, Eli. I can't live with a pack that doesn't even know me and a mate that doesn't even like me. If he doesn't want me, he can just tell me himself." My voice rose with each word as my frustration grew. Eli looked taken aback at my outburst, but before he could reply I was already spinning on my heel and dashing towards the trees. He called after me but made no move to follow. I ignored him, knowing I'd have to apologize later but not caring. I had let Gabriel maintain his distance for days now, and my emotions were stretched thin. I was trusting my wolf and not letting him get away this time. How was I supposed to stay here and take a chance on Gabriel if he wouldn't even let me in? I was trying to get over my previous hatred of him and not think of him as the tyrant that had abused my pack. But he was not showing me a good side. I couldn't resist developing feelings because of our mating bond, but he was making it damn near impossible to like him. I followed his scent, dashing somewhat recklessly through the undergrowth as I fought to catch up with him. He must not have been moving too fast, for it didn't take long. I burst out of the copse of trees, coming to an abrupt halt when I saw him. Gabriel was standing at the edge of a small creek, staring down into the water, facing away from me. His posture was stiff, shoulders hunched. He was moving. Every line of his body was tense. I could sense his great agitation, even though we hadn't completed the mating process. I didn't know him on the intimate level, but the mating bond was growing and I could discern enough to feel a rush of sympathy. He must have heard me and sensed me standing there. But still Gabriel did not move. I took a few tentative steps towards him. I hadn't been sure if I was going to try to talk to him or yell at him, but seeing him this way unnerved me. He had said he wanted to be alone, and I was struck with surprise as I wondered if this was his way of dealing with his grief. I might be intruding, but right now is probably the only person that could help. Swallowing my misgivings, I approached him until I stood directly behind him. Still, Gabriel remained frozen in place. A few heartbeats passed in silence. "Gabriel," I whispered. My hand itched to reach up and touch his broad shoulder, but I resisted the impulse. I didn't want to make it worse. Broken from his trance, my mate slowly turned around to face me. His expression was hooded, but exhaustion clearly lined his face. His mouth was set in painful resignation. "You should not have followed me." His voice quiet, but there was no anger in it. He seemed more subdued than I'd ever seen him. A muscle in his jaw twitched. I gazed into the depths of his dark eyes, trying to figure out what he was thinking. He tried to mask it, but I saw some emotion deep down. Underneath Gabriel's emotionals' mask, he was in pain. He was grieving for his pack member, but he couldn't show it in front of everyone else. He was always alone. That thought caused a sharp pain to lance through my chest. My wolf whimpered loudly in the back of my mind. I reacted on impulse and my wolf's instinct. I had ignored her urges for a long time now, but for once, I trusted my more animalistic side. He needed me. My mate needed me. I put my arms around Gabriel's waist, wrapping them securely around him. He immediately tensed. Whether in shock or distaste, I didn't know, but I ignored his discomfort. I turned my head to the side and rested my cheek against his chest, the warmth of his body touching me through the thin cotton of his shirt. I could feel every muscle as I pressed my body against his butt. For once the lustful impulses remained at bay. I closed my eyes, unsure how exactly it worked, but I attempted to send a warm, soothing feeling from my body into his. I imagined a sensation of complete relaxation, trying to force it through the physical connection of our bodies. I could hear his heart beating, loud and strong, despite the unfamiliarity of the sensation. Right. It was as if a tiny piece of me had fallen into place. I knew in that moment I was completely safe and secure, and I didn't want to move. The feeling of our bodies touching was completely perfect, and I now understood why mates always knew they were destined to be together. Gabriel's arms moved. For a second, I thought he was going to push me away, so I was left reeling with shock when I felt them wrap around me. One of his large hands climbed to the back of my head, fisting in my hair, while the other wrapped securely around my lower back. He lowered his head, resting his chin on top of my head. I actually felt his muscles loosen slightly, the swell of his chest indicating he had taken a deep breath. Through my dreamy haze I still felt shocked that he was responding, and my wolf was completely elated. My heart fluttered rapidly against my rib, but I was sure he could hear it. We remained in that position for a few more seconds, wrapped around each other in silent comfort, before I felt him begin to stiffen again. Just like that, I knew the moment was over. Gabriel let go of me and began to pull away, so I was forced to release him. He took a few steps backwards, and I felt a pang as I saw that his guarded expression was back. He watched me for a few seconds as if he was unsure what to say. Surprise still faintly lingered on his features. I knew my cheeks were tinged pink from our brief interaction. "It's my fault," he finally said, breaking the silence. His tone was monotonous. "How is it your fault?" Puzzled, my voice coming out raspier than intended. I still couldn't shake the feeling of his arms wrapped around me. I wondered if I'd really made a huge breakthrough, or if he thought it was a moment of bad judgment. "It's me they want." "Why do they want you?" He averted his gaze, not responding. I felt a twinge of frustration. "You can tell me," I said softly. Gabriel shook his head. "It would be better not to." "Why do you always do that?" He looked at me blankly, so I continued. "As soon as I ask something personal, you push me away. Because I don't want to talk about it." "Why? Because it's personal. I'm your mate. I can't help you if you don't tell me things. I can't help if you're constantly ignoring me or pushing me away." His expression hardened slightly. "I don't ignore you." "Yes, you do." My frustration was building all over again. "You drag me all the way out here, to a pack that hates me, and then make virtually no effort to try to make me feel welcome or at least get to know me. I sounded petulant, but didn't care at this point. I have packed duties to attend to. I can't be with you constantly. His tone was too cold for my liking. Constantly. You're hardly with me at all. And now you're trying to contain me in my own wing of the house, and not let me leave. You're complaining about my house now. How could be misconstrue my words like that? That's not it, I replied, matching his tone. Someone has to try to keep you safe, as twice now your recklessness has almost gotten you killed. Gabriel said coolly. I bristled. I knew I was only making everything worse by arguing, but I couldn't help it. Everything from the last couple days was getting to me. That's not the point. Then what is your problem? That only made me angrier. I'm angry because come all the way out here and then you barely acknowledge me. You act like you don't even want me. Like you don't care. I tried to force myself to calm down. Is that what you think? His tone condescending. I felt another surge of anger at the way he was speaking to me. It's pretty obvious. I snapped. Gabriel stared at me, remaining silent. I took that as a confirmation. I felt all of the hurt bubble to the surface. If you don't want me or if I'm not good enough, you should have just rejected me from the beginning. At least I would be able to move along and, maybe sometime in the future, try to find someone else instead of being strung along like. Gabriel snarled loudly, effectively cutting me off. There will be nobody else, he growled furiously. I thought I made that abundantly clear. What the hell is wrong with you? I exclaimed, my voice growing shrill. 1 second you're ignoring me and the next you're trying to be all protective and jealous. You can't be both at once. Gabriel's eyes were flashing and his fists were clenched. I couldn't believe this was our second and big argument in just a couple of days. I also felt a small pain of guilt that I was causing him distress on the day of Riley's funeral. The thought caused pain to lance through me. I weakened slightly. This isn't how mates are supposed to be, I said thickly around the lump that was growing in my throat. My voice was lower in my attempt to control myself. You're supposed to want each other. Love each other unconditionally. Wanting you is never the problem, Gabriel said, his voice deep with suppressed agitation. I blinked, momentarily taken aback. Then wits, in doing it for your own good. It's better this way. I stared at him incredulously. Hurting me like this is for my own good, I demanded. Better now than later, he replied straight on ILY. Gaping at him. What the hell did he mean by that? So he did deliberately push me away, but he was trying to avoid causing us pain in the future. I was beyond confused and I could only stare at him blankly. Gabriel sighed, running a hand through his hair in agitation. It's never going to be anything you did. Quieter now. He was clearly trying to control his anger. Because of my bloodline. Enthusiasm, I'm destined to hurt you one day worse than I am hurting you now. He was revealing more than ever before. And I was bewildered. Bloodline. Because of your father. Gabriel stared at me for a long moment, not responding. I held my breath. Speaking about his bloodline reminded me of the pictures I had found in his room and closet. I tried to put the pieces of the puzzle together. With little success. Gabriel's expression was preoccupied, eyes flickering with some unknown emotion. For a moment, I actually thought he would tell me. However, this small burst of hope was quickly squashed as he turned away with resignation. We need to get back to the others, he said quietly, all vestiges of emotion gone. His unfathomable mask had returned. I almost wanted to childishly stamp my foot in frustration. I had come so close to learning more about him. His stiff posture had returned and I could see the tight set of his jaw. I bit my lip, wondering if I had pushed too far. Without waiting for my response, Gabriel began to walk away. I was left with an empty frustration that never seemed to go away when I was in his presence. Come on, he said tiredly, glancing briefly over his shoulder to assure that I did as asked. I stared for a moment longer before forcing my feet to move. I trailed after him, deep in thought, my mind a jumble of confused thoughts. New determination burned deep inside of me as I stared at his towering form in front of me. Gabriel may think he avoided the difficult questions, But he had only aroused my curiosity even more. After his brief display of affection, I was even more set on figuring him out. My wolf wouldn't have it any other way. I narrowed my eyes and tilted my chin defiantly as we began to make our way back to the rest of the pack. I would get my answers, and I would get them soon. Chapter 14. The next several days were absolutely miserable. Strangely enough, my misery was solely due to the violent images of Riley's death assaulting my mind every time I closed my eyes. While this was definitely an issue, the main cause of my agitation was Gabriel himself. My stubborn, antisocial, over-protective mate kept me locked in his house with no means of escape. He refused to let me leave for any reason, even during the day, and he kept 2 of his wolves constantly on guard at the front door with the alpha command not to let me leave. This was worsened by the fact that Gabriel was hardly at his own home during the day. I was going stir-crazy, and my mood had steadily worsened as the days passed by. The first few days after Riley's funeral, I knew Gabriel and the others were trying to work out the logistics of defense against the vampires, as well as trying to get things settled. So I tried to be patient. I knew they had to organize patrols at all hours of the day. But after that, my patience began to wear thin. I contacted my family a few times to talk with them, shifting in the middle of my bedroom so it was easier to speak to them across the great distance, which I was sure looked comical. I told them the red tag on Gabriel's pack, but I did not supply them with the details. They would go out of their minds with worry. I also conveniently did not tell them that I was basically a prisoner in Gabriel's house. I also read a couple of books to pass the time, but eventually my thoughts would always wander to Gabriel and did get distracted. The one bright light of the miserable experience of being kept inside was the woman who cooked for Gabriel. Evelyn. She showed up every evening to cook dinner for me and leave the leftovers for Gabriel, as he didn't get home until the middle of the night. Gabriel had given her a few days off when I first came back to the pack with him, but clearly he realized that the amount of food was getting scarce. Or perhaps he was worried I would start talking to the wolves because I was so lonely. So every evening she showed up to cook dinner. She was wonderful at it. A tall woman in her mid-60s, Evelyn was one of the only wolves in the pack that treated me kindly. As the days passed after the funeral, I got to know more about her and about the Black Mountains pack. The 5th day after Riley's funeral, I tried to ask her more about Gabriel and his past. For the first time since I'd met her, she looked acutely uncomfortable at the questions and gave very evasive answers. So I didn't press. I didn't want to anger her and lose one of my only friends in the pack. My determination and optimism about retrieving much needed answers from Gabriel was beginning to fade. He was very rarely alone in the house, and few times he was. I got the sense that he was avoiding me. We had very short conversations when we did speak. He knew I was determined to find out what secrets he kept and he was dead, set on hiding them from me as long as possible. My wolf was almost as agitated as I while our mating bond was strengthening because of our proximity with Gabriel. It was not the natural order of things to resist the pull for so long. Most wolves consummated the bond as soon as possible. Our behavior was unnatural. Any patience I would normally have had was nearly gone. I could scarcely sleep at night because of the horrible recent memories, and the lack of rest was beginning to take its toll. Gabriel had held several meetings downstairs, but I dared not intrude because it would risk a lot of negative attention from his pack. Besides, most of the meetings pertained to patrol strategies and the like. Clearly, most of Gabriel's warriors already knew about the existence of vampires, so were not surprised about the many precautions they were taking. I could not help but wonder why I had been kept in the dark in my pack for so long, especially considering my parents and Alpha Brett had seemed to know about the vampires too. I had overheard one thing when I was grabbing a granola bar from the kitchen while Gabriel was conducting a small meeting in the living room. While vampires could travel fast, Gabriel had said there was no way they could have made it from the nearest town in time to strike, that soon after dark this meant that either one or many of them had a hideout nearby in a cave or some other shelter. The thought was not pleasant. So far, the searchers had found nothing, although I did not admit it out loud. Gabriel's behavior hurt. The rare times when he was around the house, his eyes would find mine briefly before flickering away with an unreadable expression. He often brushed by me with only a short word or two in explanation of where he was going. And the few conversations we did have were short and awkward. I was always asleep before he came back at night and woke up after he left in the morning. He was working himself to death but not seeking my comfort or companionship in any way, and intentionally avoiding any sort of confrontation with me. Every time it happened I felt myself getting closer to a breakdown. A week after Rai's funeral, I had gotten up super early to catch him and finally confronted him about it while he was halfway out the door at 5 in the morning. I had told him that I was suffocating, and asked if HED at least let me go outside to train. I must have looked completely insane, or some part of Gabriel knew how poorly he was treating me, because he conceded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel instructed Eli or one of the other babysitters to accompany me to the training field in the afternoon. They let me train for a couple hours with the other wolves each day. I was not allowed to patrol, but at least I got to demonstrate my agility and fighting skills. It was still immensely uncomfortable with the way the others treated me, and Gabriel did not once observe my training. Plus, although I was keeping up with his packmates, 2 hours a day was not nearly enough time for me to stretch my legs. If he was going to change his mind about keeping me locked up, I would take matters into my own hands. So on the 12th day after Riley's funeral, I decided I'd had enough. I had to get out of the house no matter what it took. I had begrudgingly followed Gabriel's orders so far, but at this point, I did not care about disobeying him. It had been a week and a half since the funeral, just since I first arrived, and Wade made no progress. He couldn't treat me like an insignificant speck of dirt and expect to get away with it. To my surprise, my wolf factory agreed with me. She wanted to run free for a little while, work the agitation out of her limbs. As soon as Gabriel left for another search, I put my plan in motion. I walked quietly down to the foyer, glancing outside to see that the 2 guards were loitering about in front, looking irritable. They likely thought that guarding Gabriel's mate was a waste of time, but they dare not disobey the alpha. I couldn't blame them. I disagreed with his decision to keep me cooped up like a prisoner. I knew he was trying to protect me in some way, but it was ridiculous. I was not some pet to be caged up, and despite the fact that he was trying to protect me, it was still childish of him to avoid me the very few hours he was around. Assuring myself that they weren't really paying attention, I hurried back upstairs. I slowly walked down the hallway to the 2nd floor, opening doors as I went and peering out of the windows in the rooms. What I really needed was a window near a large, sturdy tree. Shimmying down a tree wouldn't be the world's most graceful exit, but I needed some fresh air before I went crazy. I finally got lucky when I opened the door to the bathroom nearest my bedroom. There was a decent-sized window that I could likely fit through, and it was along the back side of the house, so the guards would be less likely to hear me. I doubted they were alert enough to catch the subtle noise I would make when climbing down the tree. Gripping the ledge of the bottom half of the window, I quickly unlocked the latch and then heaved the window up in one fluid motion. It was a relief to see that there was a thick branch pretty close to the window. I clambered out and onto the branch, having climbed a lot during my childhood years. It wasn't overly difficult. I had werewolf grace to thank for that. Trying to be as quiet as possible, I slowly crawled along the branch, dropping to a lower branch once one was near enough. I repeated this action with 2 more branches, eyeing the ground below me with some caution. I was too far up now, and my landing shouldn't make too much noise. I swung myself below the branch and then released it, landing on my feet in the thick grass behind Gabriel's house with a soft thud. I couldn't waste time now. I quickly took off towards the nearest copse of trees, stripping my clothes off and tying them around in record time. I easily welcomed the contortion and burning sensation that the shift brought. It had been too long since I had last shifted. In fact, I hadn't been in this form since I had started living with the Black Mountains pack. My wolf yipped with excitement, stretching her long, powerful legs. "Where should we go?" she asked me, tone lighter than I had heard it in days. "Let's just run for an hour or so. Not so far that we can easily make it back hours before sunset." I was hoping to talk to our pack. The thought of opening my mind and hearing others' voices was a relief. I had been quite lonely the last few days. I took off without further ado, my wolf and I enjoying the breeze whispering through our fur and the thick grass of the forest under our paws. The trees provided shelter from the sun for a few moments before the woods ended, giving way to rockier, hilly ground that the Black Mountains pack was known for. I slowed my pace, treading cautiously around the sharper rocks that would hurt my feet. I began to climb onto large rocks and leap from boulder to boulder, relishing the feel of my wolf's powerful muscles in this form. My human body was just so frail in comparison. We ran like that for just over an hour, having no issue traversing the rougher territory, although some part of me missed the dense forests from closer to home. After a while I instructed my wolf to slow down, and she did so, although regretfully. I waited until we found a large stretch of relatively flat ground overgrown with thick grass before stopping completely. We would probably be here for a while. I turned in a circle, stretching my large form out in the warm sunlight, holding my breath in anticipation. I lowered my mental barriers and stretched tendrils of thought out to my mother and father, leaving the others for later. Skylar, why haven't we heard from you in days? As expected, my father was angry. It had been 3 or 4 days since I'd last spoken with them. Skylar, so glad to hear your voice. Sweetie, my mother, after greeting me, attempted to calm him. Typical responses from both of them. Sorry, Dad, I tried to make my tone as apologetic as possible. Before he could lecture me, I gave a brief explanation of my training during the past couple of days, and how I was holding my own. I didn't include the way Gabriel was treating me. That would only serve to infuriate my father. Once more, I didn't mention the fact that I was cooped up pretty much all day. At this point, I had contacted Alpha Brett to join our mental discussion. I had a question for him, as there was something still bothering me. I've been wanting to know, why did nobody tell me about the vampires before all of this? I always thought they were a myth. There was silence for a few seconds before my father spoke. I've only met one once when I was very young. They are rare creatures, rarer than werewolves. It hoped you'd never come into contact with one, never have to know they exist. I advised them not to tell you. Alpha Brett continued where my father had left off. Same with many of the other families. That's why none of the younger generation knows. I remained quiet for a moment, not sure how I felt about them making this decision for me. Maybe if it had some idea of what waited out there. Now, of course, I realized that it would have been easier for you had you known, Alpha Brett admitted, after several seconds of silence. Skylar, Gunny, don't blame your father or the Alpha. We argued over it and I thought it best we stay silent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now I wish we would have said something. There was a piercing sadness in her tone and I decided to drop it. After half an hour of catching up, I requested to speak to Maria or Will. I knew that it was likely that neither was in Wolfram at the moment, but I hoped they were missing me enough to want to shift for a few minutes. I politely asked Alpha Brett to convey the message, then said goodbye to my parents. Talking to too many wolves at once could be near impossible, especially when I was at this distance. A few minutes later, I felt both of my friends' presences in my mind. My wolf gave a small heap of elation as I realized just how much I had missed them. I had only been able to talk to them once since I left home, and it was over a week ago. Skylar, Maria said excitedly, and I could sense her excitement even at this distance. Will began to greet me, but his calm voice was drowned out as Maria started grilling me with questions. How are you? Has anything new happened? How was that mate of yours? Have you guys some? She stuttered off into awkwardness and will seem tense for some reason. Calm down. Calm down. I'm fine. I've started training with the wolves here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Frustrating. And no. I gave the last answer shortly. I knew that in human form I would have been betrayed. The conversation continued from there, although Maria gave considerably more input than Will. It was odd. How it felt like I hadn't seen them in months when it had only been a couple of weeks. It was definitely difficult to be away from the pack you were born into. Maybe it would have been easier if Gabriel was so impossible. After an hour of conversation, my mental barriers were slowly beginning to rise again. I had expended a lot of energy talking to all of them for an extended period of time from this distance. Glancing up, I realized it was afternoon and I needed to return to the pack soon. Hopefully Gabriel wasn't back yet. He'd likely be infuriated that I had passed his guards. I said goodbye to my best friends, my tone tinged with regret. I could only hope I would see them again soon. Take care of yourself, Skylar, was said softly. I smiled mentally, glad to see that somebody cared. Closing off the conversation for good, I stood up and shook my thick silver fur out. It was time to head back to the pack and see what kind of trouble I was in. With any luck, Gabriel would not be home. It was the norm, after all, and I'd be able to sneak back in. I really didn't think this through. I berated myself as I exited the trees behind Gabriel's house in human form again. I could hear Gabriel from this distance, shouting at the guards for letting me slip by. He must have just gotten back. I couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation directed at him. If he had paid attention to me in the first place, I wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures to make myself feel better. Besides, it wasn't exactly like I was trying to make a grand escape for good. Gabriel's deep yelling abruptly cut off. He must have caught my scent. I hurried around the side of the house, eyes falling upon the exact scene I had constructed in my mind, Gabriel yelling at two downcast guards. One of them flashed me a murderous stare as I walked up. Gabriel was facing me, standing stiffly with his arms crossed in front of his chest and his eyes cold. I felt a spike of pain deep within my chest. He was looking at me as he would any other disobedient member of his pack, whereas I couldn't help feel admiration every time I saw him. I wished for the umpteenth time that he could see me the way a mate was supposed to. You weren't supposed to leave the house, he said icily, anger resounding in his tone. I didn't come here to be a prisoner, I replied shortly, not liking his tone. While part of me was intimidated by his alpha posture, all of my patience had worn thin and I was barely keeping my agitation at bay. I can't constantly keep an eye on you when in dealing with everything else. I gritted my teeth. I don't understand why you think you need to babysit me. I noticed Stilo walking up from the corner of my eye and I blushed with embarrassment. Did Gabriel really have to confront me in front of 3 others? Haven't you noticed what happens every time you wander off? His arms were by his sides now, and he was clenching one of his fists in agitation. Corded veins stood up along his arms, and he was tensed up as if in preparation for an attack. I started to defend myself, but he cut me off. You don't do as you're told. My eyes narrowed. Maybe because you always get into some sort of trouble. You're reckless and impulsive. Again, calling me reckless. I flushed, this time with anger. I felt emotion rising in my chest. I could not believe he was calling me out like this in front of others, talking down to me. I didn't leave just now to try to go get into trouble. I just needed to run after being locked in your house for so long. I made no attempt to mask my growing frustration. Why is it so hard for you to understand that you attract danger? Gabriel ground out through gritted teeth. If I'm such a hazard, maybe you shouldn't have brought me here. I snapped, fury evident in my tone. Gabriel looked away, his jaw clenching, staring off into distance. Then he spoke so quietly, I barely heard it. I wish I didn't. I gasped despite myself, eyes widening. It felt like HED driven, something sharp directly into my chest. For a moment I couldn't breathe. How could he just say something like that? I felt burning at the corners of my eyes and I knew I was dangerously close to crying. I couldn't cry here. I couldn't break down now. I turned away from him. I had to make it back inside the house, quickly, before emotion took over and I was further humiliated. I began to walk away without another word, trying to fight the rising pain. Rather than saw Gabriel make a move towards me, I turned my head slightly to see him reaching out to try to stop me. I spun around fully then, my wolf snarling in the back of my mind. She was angry with her mate. My angry eyes fixated on his, fury taking over. How dare he make a move to touch me after what he had just said? Don't you fucking come near me. Putting as much venom as I could into every word. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. They always said. Well, after being scorned for days and then basically rejected in public, I now knew that to be true. Gabriel recoiled from me, and I thought I saw visible pain flash in his dark eyes before he turned away. I didn't care either way. My wolf was as angry as I, not appreciating the way her fate, given a mate, had insulted her pride. I stormed inside, ignoring everyone else as I slammed the door behind me. I dashed up to my steps and into my room, closing and locking the door. My wolf was whining softly in the back of my mind. The way he had treated us had been insulting the last few days, but never had he come out and said something like that. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't. The words kept running through my mind, blinking rapidly to fight away the tears. I entered my bathroom and started up a hot shower. The last thing I wanted to do was cry, especially if there was a chance he could come up here and overhear me. I was starting to lose this battle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As the water got hot and steam began to escape the confines from the shower, I thought I heard a knocking on the door. Skylar. The baritone was unmistakable. Gabriel was at my bedroom door. I shut the bathroom door nearest me, loudly, so he got the message. I closed my eyes tightly as the pain rose again. I wasn't sure if he was coming to yell at me for snapping at him or coming to apologize. The former seemed more likely, but it didn't matter. I had no desire to talk to him. As far as I was concerned, he has made it apparent that he didn't want me. My wolf whined. Loudly, I stripped off my clothes and stepped into the scalding water, my eyes still burning from unshed tears. I heard knocking again and a muffled voice calling my name. I cowled and cared less. He would have to break down the door to talk to me. Hopefully he would respect me enough not to. Although with his recent behavior, that was doubtful. In tears of internal turmoil, I made a decision. I knew it was going to be the most painful thing I had ever gone through in my life. But I was going to have to leave Gabriel. It was apparent that he was too heartless to ever want me or to ever love me. I wasn't sure what exactly I had done to deserve a mate that didn't want me, but that was what I got. I would have to return home to my pack, to the people that cared. All of my previous determination to get to know him was gone. Gabriel had given me absolutely nothing to work with. I slowly slid down the side of the shower until I was sitting, the water pounding against me and traveling in rivulets down my skin to the ceramic tile below. I shut my eyes tightly, feeling the tears gathering. It already felt like something was breaking inside. My wolf felt it too. I could sense it. He hadn't said the words of rejection, but he might as well have. I felt like this whole trip had been a gigantic waste of time. There was no more knocking for the rest of my shower. I climbed into bed about half an hour later, feeling almost completely numb. All of the little rejections and brush offs had just added up to one question: why didn't he just reject me first, instead of stringing me along like this? I should have known all along that what everyone said about him was right. He was just cruel, soulless. In my state of dejection, I blamed fate for giving me an impossible task. I'd always thought I was more compassionate than most, but even I cowed and break his shell. I was just going to have to accept that and move on with my life. I fell asleep with all of those disconcerting thoughts whirling through my brain. My tired eyes slowly opened and I blinked, trying to adjust to the lack of light in my room. I frowned in confusion. Why was I awake? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was the dark of night and my room was slightly chilly. I turned to the side, glancing at the clock above my bed. It read 2:58 am. Why the hell was I waking up at this time? My wolf was whining softly in the back of my mind. At first I thought it was because of the event from earlier, with Gabriel, but then I realized it was something else. She was nervous about something. I sat up slowly, rubbing my tired. I shivered slightly. It really was cold in here. At this time of the year it was chilly at night. I frowned again. How had it gotten so cold? I heard a slight rustling noise and I turned to the side, my eyes widening. My window was open. Had I left it open? I didn't remember doing so. I felt a twinge of nervousness and I took a deep breath. There was a strange scent in the air. It almost smelled like blood, and I felt my stomach plummet as my eyes scanned my bedroom with renewed vigor. The air in my room felt different than normal, less stale, as if something had stirred it. It was then that my eyes fell on something at the foot of my bed. A sliver of paper gleamed white, and next to was a medium-sized brown shape that looked like a box or container of some sort. My heart began to pound as I realized that someone had been in my room, that they had likely come through the window I had left open. They had been in here while I had been sleeping and had been quiet enough that I hadn't heard them. The thought was deeply disturbing and I shivered. Not from the cold. I crawled out of bed, the hairs of the back of my neck standing up as my nervousness increased tenfold. Holding my breath as the stench akin to blood increased, I warily approached the items at the foot of my bed. L's point of view, I leaned back in the armchair, attempting to stifle a yawn. We had been at this nearly all night and still there was a pronounced lack of progress. Working with maps and coordinates was not my favorite thing, my wolf, and I would rather be outside patrolling than doing the paperwork. Not I would tell Gabriel that. When he put his mind on something, he doggedly pursued it until he achieved his goal. I glanced up the Alpha, who was brooding examining a map on the table from the chair opposite mine. He had been quiet and sullen tonight. Even for him, I was pretty sure I knew the reason. I could still recall the stricken look on his face as Skylar had walked away from him earlier this evening. I kept my opinions to myself, but after the way she'd reacted towards her, I can't say her reaction was unforeseen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel and I had been friends a long time and had been close growing up, although we'd stopped calling him by his first name out of respect as soon as he became Alpha, despite the fact that he was more withdrawn now than when he was younger. On rare occasions he would confide in me. I had hoped he would talk to me about this, but he was stubbornly keeping his lips sealed. He wasn't used to opening up, that I knew, but if he wasn't careful he would lose her. He might already have. I didn't want to know what would happen to him if Skylar left. This quadrant needs to be searched again, Gabriel was saying, tapping a pen impatiently on an area of the hand, drawn map that he had circled. I leaned forward, examining it. Vincent said he took that quadrant yesterday. I commented. Gabriel shook his head. He drew a line with the pen straight through the middle of the indicated quadrant. He only took this left side. The right side has only been searched once, but not by our best teams. We need to check it again. I nodded. What time tomorrow? Gabriel leaned back again, his expression hooded. He looked exhausted. I'll tell them first thing in the morning. I studied him for a moment. He looked more drawn than I had ever seen him, and there was a grin set to his mouth. If there's nothing left for tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe you should rest. I knew I was one of the few that could get by with saying something like that. Gabriel made a noise deep in his throat. I don't think that's possible right now. As if on reflex, his eyes flickered up towards the staircase. I hesitated, wanting to say something but completely sure how to approach it. What is it, Eli? Gabriel did not miss my expression. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nothing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I winced internally, knowing I should have just come out with it. You're not a good liar. I snorted slightly. It was one of our inside jokes. I really was a terrible liar and HED always called me on it. You seemed a bit tired since earlier. I didn't dare elaborate on that, but Gabriel's eyes flashed as he got my meaning. Remaining silent for a few seconds, I hoped I hadn't pushed him. I didn't mean to talk to her like that. he finally said after a moment of silence. His voice was quiet, and there was genuine regret in his tone. I blinked with surprise at the admission. Perhaps this was one of the rare times he was going to talk through his internal struggles. I didn't intend it to end that way. I was just recognizing my own selfishness. His expression had morphed into one almost akin to self-loathing. I know that. Just confused. I muttered half-heartedly, not knowing how to console him. It was true that Skylar didn't have a Gabriel's history. I could see both sides. In her position, I would want to know everything about my future mate, but I could see the various conflicts that Gabriel was presented with. He was having to fight his wolf every step of the way. I want to tell her, Gabriel said abruptly. He seemed almost uncomfortable that he was being so forthcoming. That she'll be even angrier after I do. I shook my head. You don't know that for sure. Gabriel sighed, rubbing his temples as if he had a headache. I was thinking about taking her with me to visit Raziel. I tried to hide my surprise. I knew Gabriel was considering paying Raziel a visit, as he might be the only one who had the answers we needed about the vampires. If Gabriel was willing to take Skylar along, that would mean he had decided to tell her. I think that would be a good thing, I replied, trying to keep my answer fairly neutral. I really did like Skylar. She was tenacious and had a big heart. It was about time for Gabriel to let her in. Gabriel narrowed his eyes in silent contemplation. I didn't press him any further, as he'd already been surprisingly forthcoming. He shifted position as if he were about to say something when a loud sound cut him off. It was a horrified shriek, coming from the upstairs bedroom. Skylar, Gabriel muttered, an overwhelming expression of worry and concern crossing his features. In an instant he had leapt out of his chair and was hurtling up the stairs, trying to get to his mate as fast as possible. I stood up and followed him, feeling a twinge of worry myself. Skylar didn't seem to be the type to be easily spooked. I took the stairs two at a time, rushing into Skylar's room immediately after he did. The brunette was huddled in the corner of the room, staring with a horrified expression at something Gabriel's figure was hiding from my view. Gabriel glanced at whatever it was before his shoulders stiffened, and he quickly darted over to his mate. My eyes sought out whatever it was on the bed. It looked like a small slip of paper and a brown box. Cautiously sniffing the air, I walked over to the objects. My body instantly became on full, alert as I caught the scent of blood. Whatever was in that box smelled absolutely foul. Did you open it? Gabriel was asking. He was gripping Skylar's arms and staring at her intently, almost numbly. She nodded. I could see disgust evident in her blue eyes. I gently picked up the slip of paper and read it aloud, my horror growing with each word. You look lovely when you sleep. Thought you might want this as a reminder. With great trepidation, I picked up the box. It was surprisingly light, although I was sure what I expected to be in it. Gabriel had turned and was staring at the box with an unreadable expression, still gripping Skylar's arms. Although his hold was gentle, he shifted slightly to block her view of the box. Open it, he commanded, holding my breath. I undid the latch on the outside of the box and slid the lid open. My stomach plummeted as I saw the box's content. Inside was a rotting, bloody chunk of remains that I quickly determined to be the heart of a werewolf. I knew instantly who it had belonged to. Riley. The stench of blood grew thick in the air as I dropped the box, snarling with disgust. The horrible smell of old blood and decomposition was nearly overwhelming, especially now that the box had been opened. I quickly backed away, trying to fight the bile that was rising in my throat. Who the hell? I began, feeling my fury rise. Vampires. Gabriel spit out the word with disgust. They came in here and put this on her bed while she was sleeping. He glanced down at Skylar, who just stood there frozen, thankfully unable to see the contents again because of her mate's hulking figure. Gabriel's expression was dark and murderous, and he was clearly trying to restrain himself from tearing after the culprit. I couldn't blame him. One of our worst enemies has snuck right in here, in the middle of the night, into his mate's room. Trying to regain control of my emotions, The thought of a vampire slithering in here while an innocent girl was sleeping was vile and disgusting. It was also disgusting that the vampire had been carrying that rotting heart around for nearly 2 weeks, just to torment Skylar. What are we going to do? Attempted to keep my voice level. The box now lay on the ground, half opened, a faint glistening sliver of the organ still visible. I turned away so I wouldn't heave. Gabriel's jaw was set. I know we discussed this as an option before, but now I see no other alternative. We need answers, and it's even more urgent now. I'm not sure how a vampire could have gotten in here completely unheard by any of us. Closing his eyes for a brief second, as if he was having a mental battle, he let go of Skylar's arms, stepping a bit away to give her some space as she'd nearly been pressed up against her. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Skylar shuffled closer to him almost unwittingly, seeking the comfort of her mate. Her eyes were looking anywhere but at the box, although I could tell that she was trying to keep a straight face and regain control of her emotions. I couldn't imagine how she must be feeling right now, with a sick monster watching her sleep. The thought gave me unpleasant goosebumps and made my stomach lurch. My wolf, too, recoiled at the thought. Gabriel's dark eyes opened again, and I knew he'd made a decision. Skylar slowly looked up at him in dazed expectation. I'm going to see Raziel, and I'm taking Skylar with me. Imagine a mysterious vampire sneaking into your room, leaving a bloody organ, and your only protector is a man you just argued with. Chapter 15. I couldn't help it, I was terrified. The thought of some unknown vampire creeping through my window, writing me a note to make sure I knew he was there, and then leaving Riley's bloodied organ just feet away from my sleeping form deeply unsettled me. I should have known better to open the box once I read the note, especially since my nose had been able to detect the smell of old blood. I had cracked the box open only slightly, which was enough to release the foul odor so that it permeated the air in the room. And that was enough to make me freak out and almost throw up on the spot. For the first time all evening, I had been glad to see Gabriel. I still felt dazed as Gabriel and Eli ushered me out of my room, Gabriel instructing Eli to dispose of Riley's remains as soon as I was out of sight. I tried not to shudder in disgust. Gabriel stood quite close to me as he led me to the stairs, but he made sure not to touch me. I wondered if it was because he didn't want to touch me or because of our argument earlier. Thinking of Gabriel's earlier words caused pain to lance through my chest, and I winced outwardly. Gabriel glanced at me, and I was pretty sure I saw a flash of concern in his eyes before I strode ahead of him, hurrying down the stairs and into the main living area. All thoughts of the creepy intruder aside, I still felt wounded. I was glad Gabriel had come to my rescue, but I still did not want to get too close to him. I had promised myself earlier that I would leave him and move on, taking the unbearable pain as it came. But the thought of doing so now was incredibly daunting. I could feel my wolf's anger with Gabriel, but I knew she would have a hard time recovering if I rejected our only mate. She may never forgive me. Gabriel indicated that I sit down on the couch, and I did so, sinking down into the plush cushions with a sigh. There was a lamp lit next to the table in front of me, accompanied by several maps covered in marks. Gabriel turned the lamp off and made his way over to the majestic fireplace. I watched as he yanked el ever upwards and then rummaged around a bit before he grabbed a lighter, holding it out to the large pile of dry logs that sat within. I found myself staring into space yet again. What was I supposed to do? Gabriel had mentioned that he was going to bring me to meet this Raziel person, whoever it was. Perhaps this could be my chance to find out more about my mate and his many secrets, but did I even want to? Did I want to involve myself further? Only for Gabriel to throw angry and harsh words in my direction whenever he saw fit. It was long before Eli returned and made his way to the kitchen, opening cabinets and grabbing mugs. As the fire in front of me began to blaze, I heard the sound of brewing coffee. Gabriel had settled down in the armchair nearest mine. His muscles were still tense as he stared into the fire, the bright light reflecting in his unfathomable eyes. I couldn't help but stare at him, The way the flickering fire accentuated his chiseled features with light and shadow. Some tiny part of me absently wished he weren't so good-looking. Perhaps then I wouldn't stare at him like a pathetic idiot all of the time. Then again, he was my mate. I'd likely be attracted to him even if he were ugly. Who is Raziel? I blurted out after a few more minutes of silence. I had to say something before my mind went in circles for so long that I went crazy. The smell of fresh coffee permeated the air and invaded my nostrils, soothing me slightly. I was glad they weren't trying to get me to go back to sleep, as I knew the probability of that happening was slim. Then again, it would take quite a few cups of coffee before my body began to even register the caffeine. So drinking the small amount that Eli was probably making wouldn't actually serve to wake me up. It would just help me relax. Gabriel looked at me then, his eyes appearing even blacker than normal due to the fire being the only source of light in the living room at the moment. To my irritation, he looked just as closed off as usual, despite being borderline cruel to me earlier. She is someone who knows a lot about vampires, was his cool response. Why are you taking me with you? I had my suspicions, but I wanted Gabriel to confirm them out loud. He looked surprised that I was even asking. One of those. He paused, clearly fighting down a surge of anger. Things crept into your room while you're sleeping. If you think I'm letting you out of my sight after that, you're very much mistaken. Although some part of me would have been flattered by his protectiveness another day, today it just irritated me. Earlier you seemed perfectly content with the thought of me not being with you. I couldn't keep the bitterness from infusing my tone. Gabriel's hands gripped the sides of the armchair and a look of legitimate regret crossed his features. He looked down, not attempting to hide the expression this time. I didn't mean it like that, he said quietly. Too oozed regret. I was surprised by the depth of the emotion. I stared at him, unsure what to say. Dozens of thoughts whirled through my brain, but I was unable to put them into words. He looked up, slowly, gaze intent. You wanted to know more about me. This is your chance. His bitter tone mirrored mine from earlier, which unsettled me. Eli walked in with 3 steaming mugs of coffee, saving me from a response. He set them down and then returned with milk and bowl of sugar. My mouth quirked into a half smile. He had correctly guessed that I'd put a ton of extra cream and sugar in my coffee before I deemed it drinkable. I worked on getting it to the perfect level of sweetness as Eli sat down. My mind wandered off yet again. Did I want to go with Gabriel? After thinking, I realized I probably didn't have much choice. Gabriel would drag me along either way. Part of me dreaded the trip, knowing it'd probably be hurt sometime along the way, as my emotions always seemed to get damaged when I was around him. Plus, I'd already made up my mind to leave him. But the other part of me wanted answers. If I walked away now, without ever knowing what Gabriel was hiding, I might always regret it. My wolf definitely would regret it. She demanded an explanation for why our mate was resisting us so much. And, of course, there was the whole creepy vampire sneaking into my room thing. Despite the way Gabriel was treating me, I was still freaked out by the incident and wanted to stay closer to him for protection. So you do want to go? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Despite what he did earlier, he owes us answers, was her firm response. I furrowed my eyebrows in contemplation. I guess I'm just worried about getting hurt again. But it will help us understand why he acts the way he does. I've never understood his actions. His wolf wants us desperately. I can tell. He fights his wolf. The thought of Gabriel fighting himself because of me stung, and I sipped on the piping hot coffee to distract myself. Still, I knew she was right. My curiosity had always been insatiable, and I at least deserved something for my efforts. Ilgo. Then, I said out loud, interrupting Gabriel Endel's murmured conversation. Gabriel's brows furrowed, as if he couldn't believe I had ever considered not going. He had the good grace to remain silent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Surely he knew I was still angry from earlier. I was not going to just act like nothing happened, and I was not going to forgive him easily. I cheated better have some damn good explanations in store. After finishing my coffee, I stretched out on the couch, trying desperately not to let thoughts of a lurking vampire invade my mind. I was sure I'd ever be able to sleep in that room again. "We're leaving at sunrise," Gabriel said, thankfully breaking into my disturbed thoughts. I nodded in response but didn't look at him. I would make sure to have minimal contact with him, at least until he explained his hurtful actions. My stubborn streak was winning out on this one. I was going to let my jumble of feelings for Gabriel get in the way of retrieving the answers I wanted. So he definitely had a long trip ahead of him. I dozed off a couple of times, but never reached a full sleep due to the disturbing thoughts that still lurked in the corners of my consciousness. Only a few hours after the incident in my room, Gabriel and I were getting ready to hit the road. Eli volunteered to get the things I needed so I wouldn't to go back up to my room. However, I was admittedly way too embarrassed that he would have to go through my underwear to do so. So I decided to suck it up. I would only have to be in that room for a few more minutes to pack. Besides, it was daylight, so the vampire was long gone. "How long are we going to be gone?" I asked before heading upstairs. I thought it was a day trip initially, until Eli volunteered to pack my suitcase. Ideally we'll be back before night tomorrow. But, if not, we'll have to stay in a hotel for another night, Gabriel replied monotonously. Despite the coffee, he looked a bit tired. I blinked in surprise. We were staying somewhere overnight. A hotel. The thought of staying with Gabriel at a hotel room put me on edge, especially since we'd probably share a room. I hurried upstairs, pushing the thought from my mind and packing as quickly as I could. A few minutes later, with a couple more instructions to Eli, we were on our way. Gabriel took us towards a part of the pack village that I had never been to. The sun's first rays were just peeking over the horizon and the sky was a mottled blue-pink. I glanced around, inhaling the fresh morning air. I was just glad the vampire's cowl wouldn't be lurking about at this time. I itched to ask Gabriel a question, as the silence was growing awkward and it was making me uncomfortable. But then I remembered my resolve to avoid talking to him as much as possible. He must have sensed my unease. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What is it?" Glancing at me out of the corner of his eye. Annoyed that I was so easy to read. "I'm surprised you're willing to leave the pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Keeping my tone clipped and as neutral as possible, the question was sincere. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And I'd been wondering about the answer since he said we were leaving. I knew how devoted Gabriel was to his alpha duties. Then again, he had left to come rescue me. The thought of such a gallant action was confusing as it starkly contrasted with some of his more recent behavior. "Raziel will only communicate with me. I could not send another in my stead," he said curtly. I sighed at his attitude and didn't push further. I suppose did find out soon enough. I was utterly surprised when we stopped at a long, flat building with numerous garage doors. I hadn't realized they had all these cars in the Black Mountains Pack Village. "We're driving?" I asked incredulously, although it made sense if we were going to a more urban area. "Vampires can't smell as well as werewolves. It will be almost impossible for them to track us," was his reply. Gabriel pulled out a small key and unlocked the padlock holding the garage door closest to us, sliding it up with a swift jerk. The car closest to us was large, black, and relatively new. It looked like some sort of Jeep. I wasn't aware there were any roads around here. "We keep them well hidden," he indicated, "but I climb in the passenger's side." It felt almost surreal, the thought of riding in a car with him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "No." I threw my bag in the back seat as Gabriel climbed in the car and started it. He deftly pulled it out of the garage and around on the side of the building, where I saw a rough, overgrown dirt road nearly hidden by brush. He began to drive down this road as I sat back in my seat, trying to ignore the jerks and bumps that came with driving on an unpaved road. About half an hour passed in silence, in which I was trying not to acknowledge the sharp curves and steep drops on either side. The road was even more precarious than the one that led out of my own village. I tried to ignore the fact that one too sharp turn from Gabriel would send us over the edge. I steadfastly kept my eyes ahead, with nothing to fill the silence. After a while the road began to gently tilt downward. I remembered hearing there were sloping hills and then relatively flat land on the far side of the Black Mountains Pax territory. As the mountains began to slowly transition into flatter, more rounded shapes, I realized this intel was correct. About an hour after we left, I could see pretty far into the distance. It looked like we were almost to paved roads. Once again, the awkwardness between us was palpable. I had never been good with smoothing over uncomfortable moments. "What changed your mind?" I finally asked, when I felt like I couldn't take any more tense silence. Gabriel glanced at me out of the corner of his eye, frowning slightly. "I mean letting me learn more about you. I realized I could either let you in or shut you out. And after what you've been through, you at least deserve some answers." His voice was somewhat contemplative, as if he was just working through this in his own mind. I was slightly taken aback by his honesty. "You seemed keen on shutting me out yesterday," I said after a moment, deciding to take a chance. As expected, Gabriel's jaw clenched and his heightened on the steering wheel. "I told you I didn't mean it like that," he gritted out. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When you told me you wished you hadn't brought me with you, you didn't mean that negatively." In my frustration I cowled and kept the sarcasm from coloring my words. I knew I was being argumentative, but I just didn't care. "It was the reflection on you." I muttered non-committal lie, glancing away so he wouldn't see my hurt expression, attempting to stifle my growing frustration. The more we argued, the more awkward it would be during this car ride. I knew. I tried to rein in my emotions. Gabriel made an aggravated sound. "I didn't mean to hurt you." He trailed off, taking a deep breath. "You'll learn everything soon enough." Once again his tone implied that he was not looking forward to telling me. Not liking his constantly vague answers. It was going to be a long car ride, I suspected. My suspicions were correct. Gabriel informed me that it was nearly a 10-hour drive. The hours seemed to drone on in the Jeep, time blurring together as we passed endless plains. The mountains had receded into the distance after a couple of hours and there was nothing to look at but green flatland. Gabriel, as usual, was curt and only gave one-word answers to everything. The very few times I asked a question. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I tried to speak as little as possible, and when I did my tone was nearly as clipped as his. Once we were far enough away from the towering peaks I turned on the radio, scanning through the stations until I found one that played classical, figuring Gabriel wouldn't mind that sort of music. We stopped twice during the day to relieve ourselves and I grabbed a handful of food from the gas station. The employee there stared at me as if he couldn't believe I would eat all of that in one sitting, but I ignored his incredulity before returning to the car. I had a werewolf-esque appetite, and I knew we wouldn't be stopping at a drive-through. Gabriel definitely did not like to waste time. I asked him once if he wanted me to switch off driving with him, but at his incredulous look I quickly shut up. Mercifully, sleep soon found me and I was able to rest for the last half of the trip. Gabriel nudged me awake some time later, and I opened my eyes begrudgingly, rubbing them as I stared at our surroundings. The car's clock read 5:13 p.m., and I understood why it was a 2-day trip. It would be far too dangerous to carry on as sunset was fast approaching. I had quickly learned that vampires liked to pop up in unexpected places, although hopefully they hadn't tracked us. We were in a city now, and I was surprised all of the lights around us hadn't woken me up sooner. It appeared to be a pretty big human settlement, judging by the size of the hotel we were parked at. "La Quinta Inn," I mentally read. The hotel had several floors and was well maintained. Looked nice enough. I stepped out of the car and stretched my stiff muscles. Glad we had arrived. Gabriel grabbed his small bag and my backpack before leading the way towards the front entrance. A few groups of humans milled about in front, many of them looking hassled as they tried to yank their bags out of their cars. Those bags would have been no problem with werewolf strength. As we approached the front desk, the young woman looked up, eyes widening marginally when they landed on Gabriel. She subtly glanced him over appreciatively. I felt my wolf growl in irritation. I tensed up instinctively, not liking the way this human looked at my mate. I glared at her despite my better judgment, and as her eyes met mine she flinched slightly before glancing away. Get a hold of yourself, I snapped mentally. I was acting like a jealous idiot over a mate that barely cared about me. This painful thought calmed me down. Okay, so one king bed? The lady asked, grinning a little too brightly at Gabriel. Two beds would be better, was his retort. The lady blinked in surprise and I looked away, trying to ignore the pain that flashed through me. Gabriel stiffened noticeably and a distant part of me wondered if he could sense my hurt. But I couldn't say it was unexpected. We didn't share a bed back at his house, so why would we here? Besides, the logical side of my brain knew that I was still trying to give him the cold shoulder until I got my answers. That would be much more difficult if we shared a bed. This was for the best. As she worked on the reservation, he pulled out a credit card. With mild interest, I wondered how he got funds. In my pack, the generations before us had worked hard and made many wise investments and business decisions. Their money had compounded over the years, so several families in the pack were just born into wealth, especially the alpha. Others in my pack worked part or full time at the human settlement nearby to earn extra money. Since the nearest human city to the Black Mountains pack was so far away, I assumed some of Gabriel's money had come from his father. Within 20 minutes we were up on the 4th floor and Gabriel was sliding the keycard into the slot. Sure enough, there were 2 beds. The room was large enough with a flat-screened TV and a mini refrigerator, but I didn't care about the niceties as I strode over to the far bed and dumped my things unceremoniously. Gabriel obviously saw my agitation and knew exactly what it was about. It's better this way, he said stiffly, feeling another surge of anger. I tried to fight the retort from rising to my lips. I knew he was probably right, but he had wounded my pride so much recently that it was difficult to recover. I'm going to take a shower, I spit out instead. I just needed to get away from him for a few minutes before I said something I regretted. Hopefully a shower would help wash away the burning aggravation. To avoid any further conversation, I quickly hurried into the bathroom, shutting and locking the door behind me. Just a moment later I was preparing to strip off my attire and step into the shower when I realized something. I hadn't brought my clothes into the bathroom with me. I mentally swore, realizing in my haste that I had forgotten to grab night attire. I strode back towards the door of the bathroom, prepared to walk right back out and fetch clothes before coming back in here and undressing, when a sudden thought stopped me. You shouldn't go get clothes. You should just go out in a towel after you shower, my wolf said, and I detected a mischievous lilt in her tone. I blinked, the idea causing a blush to rise on my cheeks. Go out there in only a towel? That's hardly decent. You think he will have such an easy time resisting you in that? What? You mean? Seduce him? The thought was almost appalling, not because of Gabriel, but because I just knew it'd be an awful seductors. No, just show him what HE's missing. Our mate should want us, my wolf said firmly. I could tell her pride had been insulted by the 2-bed thing, and this was her way of getting Gabriel back. I chewed on my lip, contemplating. It may not be wise to behave like that when Gabriel was so volatile. On the other hand, he may not even notice. Did I want to find out how he would react? Would he be tempted? He deserves to be tempted after how he spoke to us and how HE has been treating us. My wolf continued. I admittedly agreed with that. I wasn't sure how he would behave if I walked out there, glistening from my shower and clad only in a towel, but a large part of me wanted to find out. He was our mate, but he was acting like he wasn't even attracted to us. I deserved to find out if he at least felt something beyond overprotectiveness. I had made up my mind. I would deliberately not go get close. Besides, I had just made a big show about storming off to take a shower. As childish as it was, I really didn't want to walk right back out there and deal with Gabriel again, at least not before I relaxed a bit with the warm water running over me. I stepped into the shower, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath as I finally let some of the hurt wash over me. I just didn't understand. I was so ridiculously attracted to every part of Gabriel, from his dark and brooding features to his muscular physique, yet he seemed to feel nothing close to the same. Or at least, he was able to brush it off much easier than I was. Granted, I wasn't as beautiful as some other she-wolves, but I was still his mate. On top of that, he could be so short with me, often bordering on cruel. I had seen true flashes of emotion in him, but he seemed to be trying harder than ever to turn his feelings off. He was succeeding, because I had been just about to leave him when he took me on this trip. If I didn't get the answers I wanted, I wasn't sure what to do. With these perturbed thoughts, I soaked for a few more minutes, washing and conditioning my curls with the shampoo and the conditioner provided by the hotel, as mine was still out in the room in my bag. My hair would be exceptionally difficult to deal with later, but I pushed the thought aside. I quickly scrubbed my body down with a bar of soap before turning the water off and grabbing one of the thin towels, wrapping it around my small frame. Stepping out, I saw I had completely fogged the mirror up with the curls of steam rising from the hot water. I rubbed the humidity away, observing my appearance. My face was slightly flushed with the heat of the shower, but I still looked pale. The terrible lighting did nothing for my complexion. My eyes stood out in my white face, giving me an almost haunted appearance. It was time to leave the bathroom and face the consequences of my deliberate decision not to bring clothes in with me. I was good at this sort of thing, but I convinced myself that all I had to do was walk out there acting normal, as if I wasn't even aware that I was in a thin towel. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped out, the cool air of the room raising goosebumps on my bare skin. Averting my gaze from Gabriel as if he weren't even there, I walked across the room, ignoring my pounding heart. I made my way over to my bed, as if I were going to look for clothes. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but I could have sworn I felt the dark eyes fixated on me from the bed where Gabriel was going to sleep. Almost nervously, I held onto my towel with one hand while I grabbed my wayward hair with the other, pulling it away from my face and tucking it behind me so I could see. I deliberately pulled the towel up another inch or two to expose more of my legs, wondering if I was doing any of this right. There was a blur of movement and a rush of air, and suddenly I found myself slammed against the wall nearest my bed. My breath left me in a gasp of air, and I barely held onto my towel as I looked up in surprise to see Gabriel towering over me, one of his hands on each of my bare shoulders as he pressed me into the wall. His eyes were intimidating wide arc, and there was a hunger in them that I had never seen before. Heat seared from his hand's contact with my bare skin, sizzling throughout my body. Gabriel lowered his head to the side until his face was but a couple inches away from my neck. It was a position oddly similar to the one on the first night we had met, and I shivered at the memory and his proximity. Slowly, Gabriel took a deep breath of my scent, and I heard him growl softly, intensely, his expression appear entranced, as if he weren't in full control of himself. I wondered how close his wolf was to taking over. "Why are you doing this?" His voice much deeper and huskier than normal. The sound of it set my insides on fire and ice cold. I eyed Aunt. I began to stammer, my voice coming out breathlessly. I cut off, unsure what I was going to say, anything, too distracted by my raging hormones. Gabriel's chest was a half-foot away, and I just wanted to reach out and run my hands down his torso, the outline of his muscles visible even through his shirt. Gabriel lowered his head further, hesitating a bit, extremely tense. There was a scant inch between his lips and the side of my neck now. I wondered if he was having a mental battle with his wolf. Slowly he released one of my shoulders and moved his hand up into my wet hair, gripping the back of my head in a firm grip. I wanted his mouth to make contact with my skin so desperately that I was nearly pounding for it. At this moment I was so blinded by my lust and want for him that I forgot all about his curt behavior earlier, the cruel words he had said to me the night before. All I knew was that in this moment he wanted me, and he was having a hard time denying his attraction to me. It was the first time I felt like Gabriel was as attracted to me as I was to him. I knew that later I would regret this moment of weakness when I was supposed to be giving him the cold shoulder. But right now, my sense of logic was not in control. "Gabriel," I managed to whisper, my voice so contorted by lust that it was barely recognizable. The sound of his name escaping my lips seemed to put him even more on edge, for another hungry growl emitted from his chest. In an abrupt movement, as if he was doing it before he could think it through, Gabriel closed the distance and began to kiss the side of my neck, his mouth skinned from the area underneath my jawline, trailing down along my neck until his lips brushed my collarbone. I felt a trail of fire from where his lips touched, my skin hot and feverish. I gasped despite myself at the sensation and felt warmth pooling in my belly. I stood on my tiptoes to press my skin even more firmly against his mouth, craving more as my wolf peeped feverishly in the back of my mind. Gabriel's mouth obliged, kissing hungrily on the side of my neck before sliding down onto my exposed shoulder. He pressed his hard body against mine until I was even more firmly pinned against the wall. I reached one hand up and tangled it in his dark hair, reveling at the softness of the strands. Every muscle in my body was on fire and I was nearly incapable of coherent thought at that point. Gabriel's mouth grew firmer on my skin as it moved across my collarbone. His kisses were deeper, more lingering, as if he were savoring the taste of me. I let out a strangled noise as I felt the brush of his tongue along the crook of my neck, leaving another trail of heat. He let out a husky sound of approval, and it was then that I felt the sharp prick of canines on the side of my neck. I tensed despite myself, a small gasp escaping my lips. Was he going to claim me? Here and now? My thoughts began a frantic whirlwind as my body craved Gabriel's bite, but my mind was trying to process everything that was happening. I was ready, as if my body's reaction had brought Gabriel to his senses. He suddenly froze, every muscle going rigid. His mouth abruptly moved away from my neck and he quickly took a step back, releasing me. His dark eyes were churning with a multitude of emotions, but there was one predominant among them: horror. This horror was quickly replaced by anger, although I wasn't sure who it was directed at, and Gabriel spun away, clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. "God damn it," he swore furiously. I felt a tremor of worry, quickly replaced by pain. Did he really regret it already? Pain shot through me at the notion, even though I knew it was partially my fault for tempting him in the first place. On the other hand, it was like I forced him to press me up against the wall and kiss me. Still, I should have done it. I should have expected him to react like this. I mentally swore at my own impulsiveness. Gabriel swore again, looking like he was going to punch something as he ran a hand through his already disheveled hair in agitation. He spun around, eyes locking with mine. There was a fire burning in them. "Goddamn it, Skylar. Why did you have to do that?" he demanded, fury evident in every line of his body. His accusatory tone stung, but at the moment I was too stunned by the intensity of his anger that I cowed and even feel defensive. I recoiled, pressing myself against the wall, stomach fluttering with fear. I began feebly. But he cut me off. "I told you it was better for us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If we stay apart." His voice was still incredibly loud and I was worried the people next door would hear. I winced at his words, my wolf whining at the thought of staying away from the mate that had made her feel so blissfully happy a moment before. Gabriel turned around and roughly shoved a chair out of his way as he stormed to the bathroom. It toppled to the ground with a loud thud and I flinched. But I tried again. "Put some fucking clothes on." He snapped in fury over his shoulder, making his way into the bathroom and slamming the door loudly behind him. The whole frame shuddered from the impact and I was worried he had broken something. I heard the shower turn on but just stand there, standing numbly after him. The sensations of Gabriel kissing the side of my neck kept replaying over and over again. The way Hed filled me with a fire I'd never felt before. The husky growl of approval. But then the fury in his expression was like nothing I'd ever seen. I'd been mixed with horror. Regret. Worst of all, worry. He truly thought it was a mistake. Whatever his reasons, he still thought that kissing me was a mistake. Trying to fight back tears, I slowly changed into my pajamas and then slid into bed. Not bothering to turn off the small lamp beside my bed, I wriggled under the covers, trying to fight away the rising pain. The one time Gabriel and I had any sort of intimate contact, he had ended up almost losing it. He had been horrified with himself. I vainly tried to see it from his side. As Gabriel had said, he had his reasons, but I kept coming back to the fact that it was not natural for my own mate to have that kind of reaction to kissing me, and he hadn't even been kissing me on the lips. I turned on my side, away from the bathroom, resting my head on my hands. I wanted to leave now. I wasn't even sure I could bear seeing him again after that. Hed made me feel so complete and perfect before throwing the whole thing away like it didn't matter. How could we ever truly mate if he lost it over the first hint of physical contact? I was sure how I'd handle seeing him tomorrow. I felt my wolf's misery. She didn't understand how he could go from wanting us to nearly hating us in such a short time span. It seemed that any possible progress I could ever have made with Gabriel was now completely erased. Normally the way he yelled at me would have infuriated me, but I was too hurt and befuddled at the moment to feel any sort of anger. That would probably come tomorrow as soon as I regained some semblance of control. Despite my attempts to hold the sadness in, I felt one rebellious tear trickle down my cheek. I angrily wiped it away. How pathetic am I? I demanded, not really expecting my wolf to answer that. She attempted to soothe me, but a level of agitation was evident. I should never have tried that. I continued morosely. Although the physical side of me didn't regret it one bit, I knew I was being self-pitying. The logical part of my brain reprimanded me for acting so weak, but I pushed it aside. For once I wanted to wallow in pity before I had to make the most heart-wrenching decision of my life. The shower was still going in the bathroom. I really did not want to see Gabriel again after what had happened. But what else could I do? Hed said the vampires couldn't track us here, but after what had happened in my room, there was no way in hell I was sleeping anywhere alone. I found myself wishing that my parents, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, or even more were here. Somebody I could talk to about this whole situation, ease the pain a little bit. My poor wolf was trying not to be broken down by Gabriel's constant rejections, as it went against everything in werewolf nature. But I knew she was growing tired. I squeezed my eyes shut, deciding to fake being asleep in preparation for Gabriel exiting the bathroom. I was not going to deal with him right now. There would be no more attempts at a conversation with him, no matter how awkward the silence was, and I certainly wouldn't try to tempt him again. I could only hope that whatever I learned tomorrow would bring some clarity to the situation. If it was too late. Chapter 16. It took me a very long time to fall asleep. My upsetting thoughts continued to relentlessly circulate in my mind, and my wolf's agitation did not help the matter. On top of all that, it was still dinner time, as we'd arrived around dark. I was only praying that my all-nighter the day before left me sleep, deprived enough to pass out early. I didn't want to deal with my mate anymore tonight. Before Gabriel got out of the shower, I reached over and snagged the TV remote, turning the nearby lamp off in the process. I needed some sort of noise in the background, a distraction to keep me from thinking. It didn't help that I still felt the trail of heat on my neck from where Gabriel had kissed it, and the thought of him naked in the shower not too far from me only worsened things. Stop thinking about him like that, I instructed myself angrily. I was supposed to be ignoring his existence, preparing myself to get over him. Yet, even through the pain that clouded my mind, I still was having lustful thoughts about him. I bared my teeth in a silent snarl, turning over onto my back. The humorless sitcom on TV did little to lessen my hurt and frustration, but at least I could focus on something mindless. Several minutes later, I heard the shower stop. I turned back over on my side and squeezed my eyes shut, remembering my earlier plan to fake being asleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or at least I think it did. Gabriel made no attempt to speak to me as I heard the bathroom door open, footsteps lightly padding on the carpeted floor, and then a rustle as he rummaged around in his bag. It occurred to me that he hadn't grabbed his clothes before storming into the bathroom. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cowled and helped myself. I slightly opened my eyes, just barely peeking out from behind my lashes. Call it morbid curiosity or my wolf's instincts. I still could not prevent myself from wanting to get a glimpse of my mate, only partially clothed. Seeing him nearly made me choke on my own spit, and I had to bite down on my lip to keep from making any sort of verbal reaction. It was dark in the room, but I could still see enough with werewolf vision. Gabriel loosely held a towel wrapped around his waist while his other hand pulled clothes out of his bag. That meant that his entire chest and stomach were bare, glistening in the flickering light of the television. Moisture clung to his skin from the bathroom's humidity. With a visible effort, I shut my eyes again, refusing to ogle him any longer. I blamed it on my still, raging hormones. It was pathetic how little control I had with him, especially after he had just caused me so much pain. I turned over so I was facing away from him. I forced my body to relax, muscle by muscle, as Gabriel quickly changed clothes in the confines of the bathroom before he returned to the main room, climbing under the sheets in his bed. To my surprise, I heard the lamp on the far side of his bed turn on, although it wasn't bright enough to disturb me. Apparently he was making no attempt to go to sleep so early, which shocked me. He had pulled an all-nighter just as I hadn't slept on the drive here. I supposed alphas barely needed the rest, or Gabriel had more fortitude than most. I bravely maintained my FA at asleep. I absolutely refused to let Gabriel get under my skin again tonight. When I was still hurting, after another grueling 2 hours of fake, sleeping and mental turmoil, I eventually drifted away amidst my disconcerting, painful thoughts. Skylar. I moaned something unintelligible, turning so I could escape the bright light that had fallen upon my closed eyelids. I felt like I was cringing away from something that I couldn't place, something awful that I did not want to have to deal with. Wake up. Go away, I muttered. I was not a morning person. Skylar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And it was then that I recognized Gabriel's deep voice. I quickly sat up in bed, rubbing my sleep-filled eyes to see him standing nearby, looking down at me with an impassive expression on his face. The events from the night before suddenly came rushing back, and I blushed furiously. Looking away from him, I culled and helped the fresh wave of hurt that washed over me, and my wolf whined quietly in the back of my mind. What time is it? Attempting to keep my voice devoid of emotion, I culled and helped but feel paranoid about my appearance. Did I look like a sleep-deprived corpse? Did I have bad head? I felt embarrassingly self-conscious to have him seeing me first thing in the morning. I attempted to smooth my hair down a bit without making it too obvious. Skylar. What are you doing? Who cares what this emotionals prick thinks? I mentally berated myself. I had intended to give Gabriel the cold shoulder today, and that's what I was going to do. After the way he treated me last night, I felt pretty confident that I'd do a better job of being cold to him today than I had yesterday. Just before 6. We need to go. I just nodded mutely, hating the fact that he was waking me up at what felt like an ungodly hour in the morning. I knew we had to make it back before sundown. But still, as Gabriel stepped away from my bed and strode over to his belongings, I reluctantly stood up and stretched. I slowly and monotonously begather my own things, already knowing that today was going to be miserable. I could only hope that the answers I obtained would be worth the wait. As Gabriel checked out of the hotel, I grabbed a muffin and a small coffee from the free breakfast bar. Might as well eat while I could. The food was still piping hot as it was 6 in the morning and it had just been laid out. I clambered into Gabriel's large car as I munched on breakfast, attempting to keep thoughts of last night at bay. Such thinking would only make this day far more difficult. Gabriel climbed in and we drove off, the silence thickening above our heads. The atmosphere in the car was tense. I refused to make simple conversation like I had the day before. I had every intention of remaining straight on Elwes Island as much as I could, at least until we were in Raziel's presence. The minutes trickled by as we drove through town. I pretended to be extremely interested in the passing city scenery, although it was a dull grey day and all of the buildings blended together. I noticed that as we drove it became slightly more rural, the houses larger and further apart than the ones in the central part of the city. As Gabriel turned a few more corners, I was taken aback by the sheer size of the homes we passed. They all had massive plots of land and a couple of them were 3 stories tall. This Raziel must be a wealthy fellow. We wound our way up a fairly steep hill, and I could barely tell that we were anywhere near a city. The trees arched overhead and pressed thickly on either side of the car. Open fields whizzed by, cattle grazing idly in one of them. I spotted a few rolling hills in the near distance. It really would have been a beautiful scene if not for the dark sky and the even darker mood inside the vehicle. The silent tension was crackling between us, but if Gabriel thought I was apologizing, he was very much mistaken. He was the one that had treated me like dirt, regretting even the simple action of putting his lips on my skin. The thought caused pain to lance through me and I huddled in the seat, keeping my face stubbornly turned away from him. To my great shock, he actually broke the silence for once. Hearing his words, however, pissed me off even more. I have my reasons. Skylar. While I loved the way he said my name, the way he could just dismiss his actions the night before infuriated me to no end. I tried not to let my anger show. I'm sure you do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice coming out satisfactorily indifferent. I was looking out of the window still, refusing to notice his reaction, whatever it may be. If you knew then, you never would have done that last night. Oh, so apparently I was the only one in the wrong. I gritted my teeth, trying to calm myself. The tactic wouldn't work if I displayed my anger openly. Whatever you say. Again, I kept my voice devoid of emotion. This time I glanced out of the corner of my eye to see him tensing. Skylar. I repressed a shiver as my name rolled off of his tongue. Would I ever get tired of hearing my name fall from his perfect lips? Don't think like that. My logical side recommended. That's what they call me. I was actually impressed with my own stubbornness. It was clearly our King Gabriel to no end, and I thought he might have been a bit insulted too. Don't do that. An edge in his voice. Okay, I replied coolly. His hands clenched the steering wheel. I was sure it bothered him. As an alpha, to have a wolf being borderline disrespectful with him. Stop being difficult. I almost spluttered with indignation out of all people. Gabriel was telling me to stop being difficult, just because I was giving him short emotionals as answers like he always gave me. I had to force my retort down, instead continuing to stare mutant asly out of the window. He deserved every second of the cold shoulder treatment. Thankfully, his escalating anger was cut short as he turned into a narrow drive and we pulled up to a large house. I couldn't help but stare, impressed. It was 2 stories, built in a traditional style with imposing columns in the front. There was a large, wrap-around porch. It was excellently landscaped, bright flowers bringing attention to the detail of the front garden. The road continued to the side of the large house up to a separate garage, which contained a sleek silver car. Apparently, Raziel had a decent amount of money. Gabriel pulled up behind the silver vehicle and turned off his car with a bit more force than necessary. I hurriedly opened my door and scrambled out, not wanting to continue the argument where we left off. I tried to ignore Gabriel's obvious tension as we strode towards the sidewalk leading to the front of the house. 3 steps led up to the massive porch, which we followed to an imposing wooden door. I suddenly felt my nervousness spike. What would Raziel be like? Gabriel raised his fist and knocked loudly, 3 times. I couldn't help but wonder if He'd even bothered to tell Raziel we were coming. I hadn't heard him making any calls. I heard the large doorknob turn and I shifted position, chewing on my bottom lip nervously. With a loud jerk the door was yanked open, and I couldn't help my mouth from dropping open slightly as my eyes fell upon the man standing there. I recognized him instantly as the man from the picture in Gabriel's closet, the one I had presumed to be Gabriel's grandfather. But this was impossible. The picture had seemed slightly worn, so it assumed it had been taken when Gabriel's grandfather was younger. He'd have to be at least in his 60s now, considering the fact that Gabriel was in his mid-20s. Yet the man standing in front of us was clearly in his mid to late 30s. He had aged a day since the day the picture was taken. Obviously, he was nowhere close to mortal. Perhaps I had been wrong about his identity altogether. All of this processed in an instant as I attempted to control my shock. Raziel was intimidating tall, about the same height as Gabriel, so I estimated him to be at least 65. I felt tiny next to the towering man standing near me. Razi had dark brown hair and the stunning blue eyes that I remembered from the picture, and his build was surprisingly muscular. He was exceedingly attractive, with the same chiseled jaw and sculpted features that Gabriel had. I had absolutely no clue how old he actually was. Raziel. Gabriel was greeting the other man as I tried to get a hold of my surprise. Razi looked my mate up and down, appraising lie, and I was surprised to see a fair amount of warmth in his gaze. Would it be too kitsch to say you look all grown up? The man said, a hint of teasing in his melodic voice. I blinked, taken aback. Definitely not what I was expecting. That's what werewolves do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was Gabriel's neutral response. He seemed as if he was trying to control his emotions, and I was left even more befuddled. This must be Skylar. Then, Raziel said after a slight pause, and his gaze slid to meet mine. Completely taken aback by the intensity of his stare as our eyes locked. His eyes were the most electric shade of blue I had ever seen. It was like they were deep, unfathomable pits, drawing me in. I got the same sensation I had felt upon looking at a picture of him, that there was something foreign and unnatural about him, something I could not comprehend. I felt incredibly intimidated as I could sense his power and wisdom just by looking into his eyes. But I bravely held eye contact. He is something else. Not werewolf. Not vampire. Oh there, my wolf said. And she, to sense Tracy a less powerful presence. I didn't want to appear rude, so I forced myself to speak before I made a complete idiot out of myself in front of Gabriel. Pushing aside my wariness, I replied, "Nice to meet you." My voice came out slightly shaky. To my embarrassment, Raziel smiled slightly, and I couldn't help but feel like he was sizing me up with his penetrating eyes. I held my ground stubbornly, not wanting to show how intimidated I was. "Pleasure is all mine. Are we going to stand out here all day?" Gabriel snapped, clearly annoyed. Typical Gabriel behavior. Raziel chuckled lowly as if he was expecting this before standing aside and beckoning us inside. Once inside, I glanced around in wonder at his expensively decorated and richly furnished home. There was a plush carpet under our feet with intricate designs, and next to us sat a table covered in oddities. Some over them looked very old and very expensive. Paintings adorned the walls as Raziel led us to a sitting area. The pictures depicted everything from landscapes to war scenes. Apparently he was some sort of collector, with extremely expensive taste. I would try my best not to touch anything. Raziel glanced over his shoulder, icy gaze catching mine once again. "Would you like some tea?" he asked politely as he indicated we sit down on an expensive leather couch nearby. Not wanting to impose on his hospitality, "I don't mind." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I haven't had a guest in a long time. He grinned a bit, flashing a set of brilliantly white teeth. I blinked, slightly stunned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you, I managed to force out. Raziel was disconcerting to say the least. Gabriel, for his part, turned down the offer of tea, still looking irked. I sat down slowly on the couch, unsure what to make of this situation. Gabriel sat down on the same couch, as far away as possible from me. I was slightly hurt before I remembered I was ignoring him as much as possible. Even so, I could tell he was very tense. I glanced to my left to see Raziel rummaging around in a grand kitchen with marble countertops and stainless steel appliances. Exactly what did he do for a living? A tense silence descended upon the two of us. I tried not to fidget, wanting to appear collected and cold. Even his presence mere feet from me was enough to set my nerve endings on fire. Raziel thankfully returned a moment later as the tea was brewing. He eyed us with an unreadable expression on his face before he sat on the armchair across from us. Gabriel wasted no time getting to the point. So you got my message then? Somewhat abruptly. I couldn't exactly miss it. Raziel said wryly, his eyes glimmering as if he had some sort of inside joke. Gabriel glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. You told me to come here once the vampires showed up. Well, 2 of my pack members are dead. His voice had grown cold and monotonous as he spoke of the tragedy. My eyebrows rose so Riley hadn't been the first. Raziel nodded, his expression turning solemn. It hoped you wouldn't have to come find me. I thought there was a chance you were well enough hidden. Apparently not. And they seemed to take pleasure in harassing her, Gabriel said. Enthusiasm, indicating me with a jerk of his head. I tried not to look hurt at the fact that he wouldn't even look at me. Raziel looked at me thoughtfully. I need you to tell me everything, Skylar, and from your first interaction with the vampires to the last. I swallowed hard, not exactly wanting to relive the kidnapping experience. If it could help the werewolf packs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was my duty to speak about it. If Raziel really knew so much about vampires, we needed his help. I knew nothing about this man, but if Gabriel was familiar enough with him to trust him, I would have to as well. I nodded and tentatively began to describe what had happened, starting from the time I had felt like I was being watched in the forest light after meeting Gabriel, then to the fight in the alleyway, up to everything that had occurred in the storage room. I made sure to give Raziel the names of the vampires that I remembered and the things they'd said about the rest of their pack, or whatever vampires called it. When I got to the part about being silvered, I noticed that Gabriel had visibly stiffened. As I continued to talk about my interrogation, his agitation only worsened. I was pretty sure he'd figured out what had gone on in there, but had never expected to hear it outright. I tried to keep my voice down less as I described the brutal beating I had received, but right when I got to the broken rib, Gabriel cowled and contained a vicious snarl from emerging from his throat. His hands gripped the couch cushion. I glanced at him in open surprise, not expecting such a strong reaction. Raziel's eyes flickered over to my mate, who was staring into the distance with his jaw clenched as he tried to get a hold of himself. I couldn't help but feel a small prickle of warmth that the thought of someone hurting me was pissing him off so much. At least it was some sort of emotion. Gabriel, calm down, Raziel said firmly. I blinked in shock. I had never heard anyone order Gabriel to do something before. Gabriel folded his muscular arms in front of him, glaring down at the ground. I didn't know all of the details. Apparently trying to explain his reaction. I should have made them suffer a lot more than they did. I felt another rush of warmth, vainly trying to control my body's reactions. It doesn't matter now, Raziel said, keeping his voice calm. Skylar, continue please. Still surprised that Gabriel was getting mad at the way Raziel spoke to him, I hurriedly continued my story up until my rescue, not wanting my mate to lose control in Raziel's sitting room. From then, I skipped to the night in the forest when Wiley had died. This story was much more difficult to tell because as I did so, I could see the images flashing behind my eyelids. I tried to stay composed, keeping my voice fairly devoid of emotion as I described Riley's last moments and the brutality of the vampire attack. Razier's gaze darkened. As I spoke, and I could see his visible dislike of the horrendous creatures. I ended with the gruesome discovery on the foot of my bed, trying not to think about it too hard to avoid being freaked out again. When I was finished, he leaned back in the armchair with a contemplative expression on his face. The teapot in the kitchen suddenly startled me as it began to emit a high-pitched noise, and Raziel went to fetch it as Gabriel and I once again lit tensions around us. I bit my lip, a small part of me wanting to talk to him after seeing his angry reaction to the way the vampires had treated me. I tried to remind myself of the emotions I had felt last night after he stormed off. He had acted like a complete ass, so he deserved my less than friendly treatment. Razi returned shortly with 2 cups of tea and a couple packets of sugar. He placed one steaming cup in front of me and one of himself. I gratefully clutched it in my hands and inhaled the soothing scent. After a moment or two of silence, he finally spoke. I know exactly who you're dealing with. There's only one vampire that would behave like that, who has so many vampires under his thumb, and who is old enough to attack with such silent brutality and move around without being detected. Yes, the oldest vampire in existence. Not liking where this was going. I've never heard you mention him, Gabriel responded, confusion evident in his voice. Raziel sighed. Expression dark. I hoped I would never have to. It's not a good situation if he's involved. Vampires had to come from somewhere. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And at the beginning there were only 2. Regardless of how those 2 became vampires in the first place, they began to turn others. They are the makers of all other vampires. The eldest and more vicious of the 2 is named Cain. I believe it is Cain and his coven of vampires that are attacking you. His eyebrows were furrowed with concern, which worried me. If Raziel was nervous, then perhaps we were underestimating what we were dealing with. I shuddered visibly. The thought of the oldest vampire in the world creeping into my room was horrifying. He could have snapped my neck in an instant. Why didn't he? And what did he want with Gabriel? I took a sip of tea, wincing at the scalding heat, but the taste was soothing and left a trail of warmth down my throat. Cain, Gabriel said quietly, testing the name. What do you know about him? He created his own bloodline of vampires, although none of them are as strong as he. A turned vampire, no matter how old, will never be as strong as the one that originally created them all. Cain is ruthless and sadistic. He likes to toy with his victim's mind before killing them. He plays games with his prey. Creeping into Skylar's room would be typical for him. You sound like you know him, I blurted out before I could stop myself. It was true that Raziel knew an awful lot about Cain's killing methods. Razier's grave eyes met mine. He stared at me for a moment, solemnly, making no effort to contradict me. My eyebrows raised. Was he implying what I thought he was implying? Come into contact with him a couple times over the years, he admitted. How many vampires does he have with him? Gabriel asked, effectively cutting me off from asking any more questions. I would guess about 50 or 60. From the whispers and rumors I've heard throughout the years, vampires are exceedingly rare creatures that prefer to live solitary lives, though I don't doubt that Cain's coven is one of the largest, if not the largest around. How do we get rid of him? Gabriel continued, just as it opened my mouth again. I tossed him an irritated look, as there was a question I desperately wanted to ask. Raziel stood up, drawing himself to his full imposing height. He'll have to do some research. I've been having difficulty discovering intel on this particular subject. I need some more information on the timing of. He trailed off, giving me an odd glance that told me there was something I wasn't aware of. I frowned as he continued. Everything. Truthfully, Gabriel, when I told you to come to me if the vampires ever discovered you, it hoped I was just being paranoid. Your pack is almost impossible to find in those mountains. His expression darkened. Then again, Cain has all the time in the world on his hands. I should have known she didn't ever stop. The man set his cup of tea back down on the table, looking perturbed. I do have something that can help you, To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A protection of sorts. Give me a moment. Mumbling something unintelligible to himself, Raziel left the room and I was alone with Gabriel again. Not wanting to speak with him, but I was burning with curiosity. Too much was being left unsaid. So all along he knew that the vampires might find you? I asked finally, trying to keep my voice neutral. Gabriel shifted on the couch, still looking down instead of directly at me. He came and warned me many years ago. His tone indicating that he was reluctant to tell me this. How did he know? I continued to press him. She has been around a long time and learned a lot of things. He kept his voice cut, but I tried not to let this annoy me. Why do they want you? The question that had been pressing upon my mind for a long time. That had been bothering me since the vampires had interrogated me in the storage room. They'd been desperate to find Gabriel and see how much I knew about him. Yet I had never received a solid answer as to why they wanted him. Gabriel looked up at me finally, and his eyes were burning with a dark intensity. I saw reluctance in them, clear as day, but mixed with a bit of resignation. He clearly did not want to tell me, but was trying to convince himself that HG basically promised to reveal his secrets. You said he'd get my answers here. I continued, very softly. Gabriel's mouth tightened and wariness crossed his expression. A minute passed in silence. I tried to be patient, even though I was practically sitting at the edge of my seat. Dimly, I registered Raziel's returning footsteps. He entered the room in my peripheral vision, carrying a very large box. I was too focused on Gabriel to query about its contents. I kept my eyes fixed on my mate. Tell her, Gabriel, or I will, Raziel said calmly. Apparently he had been listening in. Gabriel sighed heavily, running a hand through his dark locks. They want me for my blood. Skylar. Very quietly. Not comprehending. They are vampires. Of course they want blood. I replied, feeling stupid. He shook his head. My blood isn't normal werewolf blood. They want me because of my lineage. He exhaled slightly in frustration. I continued to stare at him in confusion. He was doing a good job of clarifying things. What did he mean by normal werewolf blood? There's a ritual. Raziel cut in, saving Gabriel as the latter was trying to find words to say. They need Gabriel's blood for it. Skylar, there's a lot of things in this world that you never would have dreamed possible. Werewolves and vampires are the most common mythical creatures, but they aren't the only ones. I blinked up at him, feeling a prickle of nervousness. I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. Vampires are creatures of the darkness. Demons. Sunlight isn't their only weakness, but it is the only guaranteed way to kill them. Cain has always believed that if he can walk in the sunlight, he will be truly invincible. However, a demon's blood will never let him do that. Basil exhaled, and I felt my heart rate increase as my mind began to work overtime. He needs the blood of something pure, made of goodness and sunlight, something holy. Even just a small amount of holy blood will do. Raziel's eyes focused on something over my shoulder, feeling my nervousness spiking. I slowly turned around to follow his gaze. Directly behind us was a large, beautiful painting done in a medley of watercolors. However, the color wasn't what struck me. What stood out was what the picture depicted: a host of angels, flying high in the sky, their beautiful white wings spread wide. As I looked upon the snowy white feathers of their wings, I suddenly felt like I was going to faint. I felt my mind flash back to the day I had snuck in Gabriel's room, where I had found the stunningly white feather and felt a strange sense of energy emanating from it. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stuttered out disbelieving lie. But aren't angels in heaven? I felt so incredibly dumb, but my mind was refusing to comprehend what Raziel was saying. Wait, Raziel, Gabriel. Biblical names. Was it just coincidence? Not all of them. It is a rare occurrence. But once or twice in a millennium there will be an angel cast down from heaven for committing a sin. The angel will be doomed to spend the rest of their immortality on earth unless they can redeem themselves. His piercing eyes grew distant, almost morose. I was once such angel, cast down a long time ago. His piercing eyes flickered to my face, which inshore was slack-jawed with shock. No wonder my wolf and I had felt the sense of foreignness and power. There was a holy being standing in front of us. I could only gape at him in disbelief. Sadly, I don't have my wings anymore, for I committed another crime, a terrible one in heaven's eyes. Here on earth, his mouth twisted in a sardonic smile. It took a couple centuries, but eventually I fell in love with a beautiful werewolf, and I unintentionally impregnated her. Fallen angels are never supposed to reproduce. We cannot reproduce with humans, so normally it isn't an issue. But a werewolf is physically capable of carrying an angel's child. My choice was to either kill the child or sacrifice my wings and special abilities. It is obvious which one I chose. His next words coming out almost bitterly. My angelic abilities slowly faded over time, my strength ebbing until I'm as fragile as a mortal being now. My wings molted, and I had to watch the feathers drop, one by one. The one thing that was taken from me was my immortality. I'm destined to live among the sinning, mortal beings forever, never aging or dying, witnessing human wars, hatred, and strife for the rest of eternity. I dared glance at Gabriel. He was refusing to look at me, but at some point he had stood up from the couch and was pacing back and forth, fist clenched at his sides. I felt slightly dizzy as I tried to absorb the new information. I actually felt a pang of sadness for Raziel. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to lose my werewolf senses, my wolf herself. So if you're an angel, then your child. And Gabriel. I was a step behind, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Gabriel's mother was my one and only child, making Gabriel my grandson. I stared at my mate in shock as the pieces clicked together. Gabriel was one, fourth angel. My mate had angelic blood running through his veins. Part of me didn't want to believe it, yet it all made sense. The feather in his closet, his regal features, and his ability to command other alphas. He had holy blood in his veins, of course he would be stronger than any other alpha on the planet. It was such a foreign concept. It never really considered religion before, so the ideas of heaven and eternal life were mostly beyond my comprehension. Yet, being in Raziel's presence, I believed him. My wolf and I had already realized he wasn't werewolf or vampire. And now we understood. Raziel gave me a few seconds to process before he continued speaking. Unfortunately, where I chose to let my child live, I didn't realize the danger it'd be putting her, and her future child in. His jaw clenched and I saw visible self, loathing flash through his icy orbs. You see, vampires can't drink pure angel blood. It will burn them from the inside out. He glanced over at Gabriel, who was still refusing to look at me. How was I supposed to act around Gabriel now? Why had fate chosen me of all people to be his mate? But the blood of a hybrid will not. Werewolf blood dilutes angel blood to a level where a very strong vampire, like Cain, can drink it. So then Cain. I began, numbness beginning to take over my body as everything started to make horrible sense. Gabriel is the only living hybrid on this planet. Cain will stop at nothing to get his blood because it will allow Cain to walk in the sunlight, breaking his curse of the darkness. His face was grim. Cain, and every vampire he has ever turned, will be invincible. Imagine discovering that your soulmate has been hiding a secret so dark and powerful that it could change everything. Chapter 17. My wolf and I were stunned speechless for several long seconds. The idea of those filthy blood-sucking vampires, strolling about in the daylight and feeding upon anyone they wanted, was horrifying. Knowing that my fate, given mate, was the key to the vampire's salvation, so to speak, was even worse. Had Gabriel lived his entire life knowing? Had he spent his years as Alpha waiting for the day that the vampires would knock on his front door? I just couldn't believe he had angelic blood in his veins. I had known that Gabriel buried many secrets deep inside, but never could I have expected something like this. Raziel was watching me with that unsettling gaze of his, but I turned away from him and faced my mate instead. "Why didn't you tell me?" I finally asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I had been at his house for weeks. I had asked him multiple times why the vampires wanted him, and he had never come out and said it. It was a huge secret to keep, but, as his mate, I was supposed to help him shoulder the burden. At first I had pushed him away, but once I was living with him, if only I had understood what he was going through. Gabriel's eyes found mine, flickering with a multitude of emotions. How could I just come out and say something like that? He replied, his voice thick. For some reason, I felt like there was something more he wanted to say, something he was keeping suppressed. "Is this why you keep pushing me away? Why you thought you weren't supposed to have a mate?" I was speaking as if Raziel was standing right there, as I was too absorbed in my thoughts to feel embarrassed at my vulnerability. Gabriel's face contorted, and to my shock he turned away from me, refusing to reply. I blinked at him in disbelief. Was he seriously refusing to answer yet another question, even after I had just learned his deepest secret? "You're not going to answer that?" I snapped, my whirlwind of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. He remained silent. To my frustration, you reveal something like that about yourself and then refuse to explain how it relates to us as mates. I clenched my fists, unable to prevent my rising anger. Gabriel turned halfway to glance at me. "Skylar, no, don't do that. Don't use the patronizing tone." I really was losing it. Gabriel glanced over at Raziel, and to my surprise his look was almost pleading as he locked gazes with his grandfather. Raziel sighed, looking resigned as he walked over to me. He gently planted his hand on my forearm. His touch was almost soothing instead of disarming. "Skylar, do you want to take a walk with me?" Raziel asked, eyes boring into mine. I have a really lovely garden out back, and almost nobody ever gets to see it. He gave me a significant look. My eyes flicked to Gabriel, who had started to pace in agitation. I really wanted to continue to pry him with questions, but at the same time I was feeling claustrophobic and stressed. Perhaps I could use some fresh air. I attempted to take a deep breath, forcing down my anger. If Gabriel wouldn't tell me things, maybe I could get them out of Raziel. "Okay," I replied shortly. Raziel grinned that brilliant, disarming smile of his before leading me towards the back of the house. I glanced over my shoulder to see Gabriel sinking back down onto the couch, placing his head in his hands. My wolf suddenly itched to comfort him, but I held her back. He was not getting that sort of treatment until he stopped hiding things from me. Part of me knew I was being a bit unfair and demanding, but I had waited long enough. I had handled the angel thing without fainting. How much worse could it get? Lost in thought, I barely registered the grandeur of the rest of Raziel's house as he led me to the back door. When he opened the door, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stared in awe at the massive garden stretching out behind his house. It was indeed lovely, as H.E.D. put it. Flowers of all shapes and sizes bloomed on either side of us as we began to walk down a well-kept path that led through the middle of the garden. There were vibrant splashes of color everywhere I looked, and I marveled at the effort it must have taken to maintain something like this. Raziel did not speak as we continued down the path, and I examined the vast variety of plants around us. The sweet aroma of honeysuckle wafted through the air. I didn't know a lot about flowers, but I was pretty sure most of them weren't native to the area. Raziel must have had a lot of time to cultivate his gardening ability. We turned a sharp corner and my eyes fell upon a large gurgling fountain. A circular space had been cleared around the fountain and there were small park benches on either side. The architecture itself was impressive. The fountain looked very old, like the rest of the items in Raziel's possession. He led me to one of the quaint benches, indicating that I should sit down. Raziel himself remained standing, taking a few steps closer to the fountain, seemingly lost in thought. I couldn't help but admire his profile as he stood there. Raziel really did have elegant, regal features that suited his angelic bloodline. I recognized some of them in Gabriel, too, although Gabriel had his father's coloring. I felt slightly intimidated sitting there, alone with a holy being that was probably older than anything on the planet. "Your garden is beautiful," I finally said, wanting to break the silence. I wondered if Raziel had brought me out here to tell me anything in particular. "Thank you." He turned to face me, studying me with a contemplative expression. I tried not to shrink away from his penetrating eyes. "You have to forgive Gabriel," he said after a long pause. "I know he can be difficult to talk to sometimes. Achias, one of the most stubborn creatures I've ever met." Raziel sighed, turning his eyes back to the fountain, but he handled this whole situation the best way he knew how. "I just wish he would have told me sooner. I'm his mate, even though he likes to pretend otherwise. He doesn't like to pretend otherwise." Raziel contradicted me softly. "If it were up to him, he would accept you in an instant. He cares very deeply for you." I felt my face heating up at the intensity in Raziel's words. "He doesn't exactly show it," I muttered, embarrassed. "Trust me, I've been around long enough to read emotions. Gabriel has already grown attached to you. You're practically a miracle." He never thought H defined his mate, or that he even had a mate at all. My eyes widened as I remembered some things Gabriel had said, similar to Raziel's words. "Why?" Puzzled. "I mean, he is werewolf blood. All wolves have mates." Raziel sighed and sat down beside me, leaning against the back of the park bench. "I will tell you this, I know you think Gabriel is cold, distant, and heartless. I've checked in on him over the years and observed him. I know he has treated outsiders less than favorably. His pack killed some members of my pack for minor territory infringement. They took away almost half of our land. Before I met him, I hated him. As an outsider, I could understand why he felt that way. But from what I know of him, in Gabriel's mind it is all just survival. His pack is bigger than yours and needs more land. They are stronger. So to him it is survival of the fittest. If you have more land than you can use, the Black Mountains pack is going to take it for themselves. It is a selfish way of thinking, but they didn't always live so comfortably. When Gabriel was younger, they relocated a lot. Many wolves in their pack died from starvation and rose. Gabriel was hardened at a very young age. Now he will do anything for his pack members. He couldn't care less about outside packs. I sat there, absorbing all of this, trying to understand. My pack did have an incredible amount of land and we'd always lived comfortably. That didn't excuse Gabriel's actions, but it did shed more light on the situation. I remembered what my father had said before I found out Gabriel was my mate. He had called Gabriel a visionary to the Black Mountains pack. I couldn't forgive Gabriel for the pain he had caused us, but in his position, many Alphas might have done the same. "There's something else you must know," Raziel continued after a moment. "Gabriel seems uncaring, and I know he often doesn't treat you the way a mate should. He does have reasons for this that he can discuss with you himself. But before you ask him, you have to realize what his childhood was like. Gabriel's father, David, was heartless, relentless, and cruel. He fought to expand the Black Mountains pack's borders at any cost. And most of your pack's issues with them occurred while he was alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was different. He didn't care for the welfare of his pack like Gabriel does. He only cared about power." I noticed that Raziel's expression had darkened considerably. He clearly was not a fan of Gabriel's father. Then again, neither was I. He extended this sort of behavior to his son after Gabriel's mother died. I blinked in surprise, curious about her. It figured she was out of the picture because she had passed away, but Gabriel had never talked about her. She was half angel, according to Raziel, so I was burning with curiosity. I held down my questions until Raziel finished his train of thought. David was very cruel to Gabriel. He pushed him but never rewarded him for his efforts. He was often physically abusive, but most of his lingering effects are on Gabriel's mind. David caused a lot of emotional damage. He never loved his son because of his angelic blood, and David drove it into Gabriel's mind relentlessly that he would never have a mate because of his lineage. He began telling Gabriel this even when he was but a child. Raziel's tone was bitter, and there was vivid sadness in his expression. I could only sit there, staring up at him in horror. I had known that Gabriel's father was not a good person, but I never would have thought he could have been so horrible to his own son. Why would he tell his son that he was doomed to live life without a mate? Every werewolf dreamed of finding their mate one day. It was something to look forward to. It was every werewolf's source of happiness. To take that away from one so young was despicable. I looked down at my hands, intertwined in my lap. Gabriel knew that he had angelic blood, but he was different, coupled with his father's words. It was no wonder he had been surprised that I existed. I felt a surge of sympathy for my mate. Still, I was confused about one thing. If Gabriel had seen me as such a miracle, why had he put forth every effort to drive me away? Why did David hate Gabriel's angelic bloodline? Deciding to leave the more personal question for later, I also wanted to know what had happened to Gabriel's mother, but worried that would be too sensitive of a subject with Raziel. How could I approach such a thing? Raziel's mouth tightened into a hard line, his eyes becoming guarded. For some reason I felt like I had trespassed on a taboo subject. That's not something I should tell you, he replied carefully. Apparently I was getting all the answers I wanted. Slightly frustrated. A few things just weren't adding up. I knew that Gabriel's father had died a few years ago. Rumor said he'd been attacked by rogues. Gabriel's mother had never really been mentioned. Plus, there was the one picture I had seen of the beautiful woman, where she had looked strangely withdrawn standing next to her family. Something was definitely off. A few minutes passed in silence. I idly watched the bubbling fountain, enjoying the fragrant smell of the gardens and the chirping birds overhead. The sun was beginning to climb in the sky, reflecting off the clear water. If I lived here, this would be a wonderful place to come and think. Ready to go back, Raziel said after a while. I know Gabriel doesn't want to be here too long. You have a lengthy drive ahead of you. I nodded in confirmation, following his lead as he headed back to the house. Questions clouded the forefront of my mind, along with an unsettling mix of emotions after hearing so much about Gabriel's past. It was no wonder he never talked about his father. My parents had always been loyal, protective, and kind. I couldn't fathom how any parent, especially an alpha, could be cruel to their own child. When Ray entered the sitting room, I was surprised to see Gabriel standing upright, staring at us. He had an intense, agitated look on his face, and everything about him was tense. His arms were folded in front of his broad chest. When I walked in after Raziel, Gabriel's eyes met mine and he gazed at me for several long seconds. I couldn't fathom his expression. He seemed to be searching for something. I shifted under his dark scrutiny, and after a moment I saw resignation, clear as day, enter his eyes. I want to see her, he said shortly, shifting his attention to Raziel. Now Raziel was the one that seemed uncomfortable. Gabriel, I want to see her. When we spoke all those years ago, you told me you had her. I have the right to see her. His jaw was clenched, every muscle on edge. I had absolutely no clue who they were talking about. My wolf was equally confused. Raziel sighed, lowering his head. As you wish. His eyes met mine. What about Skylar? Gabriel looked reluctant as he spoke. She knows everything else now. She might as well come along. I perked up in surprise at that, hardly able to believe he was going to let me in on something, judging by the mood of the two men. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Chrishut's enthusiasm. It was the most positive subject. Raziel eyed him for a long moment, as if sizing up his intentions. Before he nodded. Very well. Come along. Only if you're sure. Gabriel. He spoke coolly, although I got the impression my mate was trying to mask any emotions. We exited out of the back door again, although this time we took a sharp right in front of the garden and followed a different pathway. We traveled to the edge of the garden before exiting into the open, revealing the entirety of razorless green. Well, manicured lawn. I spotted a thick fringe of trees in the distance, to which we seemed to be heading. Gabriel walked just behind me, but he seemed distracted and remained silent as we trudged along. The pathway had ended and I felt guilty, treading on such beautiful grass. It reminded me of a much larger version of one of my human friends' lawns. Humans always seem so intent on keeping their plot of land nice and tidy. After several minutes we entered the trees. The forest floor dappled in shadow. There was a narrow space cleared through the undergrowth, although branches still reached out to scrape at my legs. It was slightly chillier out of the morning sun's rays, and a light breeze whispered through trunks. I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous as we continued our journey. I was sure where we were going, but for some reason I had a sense of trepidation. It was mostly coming from my wolf. She whined softly in the back of my mind as we emerged from a particularly thick clump of trees. Before us stood a large, marble structure, finely crafted and imposing. It looked to be about 8 feet tall and was the size of a small room. The marble was pure and looked relatively unscathed for the words carved on the side of the building. They were in a language I did not recognize. In front of us was a large door, and I felt my unease increase tenfold as we approached. I had never seen one of these before, but I knew what it was. A mausoleum. It was the type of tomb which humans buried their dead, so I had never been in front of one, but I read about them. I stopped in place, looking up at the building. Who was buried here? Even more importantly, why were we here? I felt my skin prickle as my mind began to work overtime. My wolf did not like this place, as it was unnatural for werewolves to be around something like this. We did not bury our dead in mausoleums. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Raziel said, indicating we stop. His face was drawn, his expression taut. Raziel looked like he was trying to rein in some strong emotions. I focused on my mate. His face looked like it could have been carved out of the marble before us. So tense was his expression. Slowly, he took a step forward to the door. My wolf did not want us to get any closer to the strange burial site, but I ignored her. Gabriel had said we could come and I desperately wanted him to reveal what he was hiding. With one motion he grabbed the handle on the door and heaved it open. It made a loud grating noise as the mausoleum's depths were revealed. Straightening his shoulders, Gabriel stepped in first. Swallowing my fear I followed. Raziel close behind me. My werewolf eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness gathered inside the building. Above us was a very small hole, placed strategically so a narrow beam of light filtered into the room and fell upon the coffin in the center. I heard Raziel pull something out of his pocket behind us and he quickly lit a match, using it to ignite a nearby torch. Although the door was still partially ajar, the torch did a lot more to illuminate the darkest corners of the mausoleum. Inside was a long, flat table, on top of which rested a coffin. The coffin itself was intricately carved and ornately detailed. It looked as if a lot of effort had gone into its making. However, the craftsmanship wasn't what caught my eye. What startled me was the fact that the coffin had no lid, nothing encasing the corpse inside, and it was completely exposed to our view. I couldn't prevent the small gasp from escaping my mouth as I saw the figure within. Dark hair cascading around her shoulders, regal features, pale face completely peaceful in death. She was beautiful and perfectly preserved, decomposition not affecting her in the slightest. It was Gabriel's mother. I heard Gabriel's sharp intake of breath as he hesitantly placed a hand on the coffin. Raziel, to step forward, his eyes burning with intensity of emotion. For some reason I almost felt as if I was intruding, as if I should back out and head back into the forest. My eyes were wide with shock as I stared at her. Gabriel gazed down on his mother's still face, a multitude of emotions flickering across his features in mere seconds. I felt a sense of lost willpower filling my chest, and I put a hand to my heart in confusion before I realized the feelings were not mine. I was feeling an echo of Gabriel's pain across our growing link, much as he had felt flashes of my pain before. I stared at him, taken aback by the intensity of his feeling and how well he was managing it. He could conceal his overpowering emotions better than anyone I had ever met. Gabriel took a step back from the coffin, and instantly I felt the pain diminish as he tossed me a dark glance, clearly trying to recover. "This is my mother." His voice completely devoid of feeling. I already knew that, as I had snooped in his room, but instead I just nodded. What was I supposed to say? He stared at me for a moment before turning back to her form. Raziel was looking down at her with pain etched in his features, and I remembered with a jolt that she was his daughter. "How is she still?" Gabriel began, indicating her still healthy, looking flesh. "She isn't completely dead," Raziel replied. I put my hands to my mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. If she was dead, why was she in a mausoleum? Gabriel was clearly wondering the same thing as he glared at his grandfather in complete disbelief. "What? She might as well be. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Raziel continued, infinite sadness in his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gabriel snapped, clearly not liking being left out of the loop. "But I came and told you about her death. I didn't tell you the full story. I was waiting until now." And I could sense the agitation rolling off of Gabriel in waves. The vampires didn't kill her. They didn't catch her by surprise. She knew they were coming after her. It was part of the reason she left your pack. I stood there, flabbergasted, absorbing the words as they came. They were dangerously close to capturing her and using her blood to walk in the sunlight. She was working with a human geneticist to try to figure out how she could alter her DNA so the vampires couldn't use it. Alter her DNA. She wanted to kill her wolf. Raziel's eyes were grave as he spoke. I recoiled in absolute horror. My wolf howled in agitation, and I tried to keep her at bay. How could any werewolf do such a thing? Our wolves were part of our souls. To try to kill our wolf would go against every fiber of our nature. Trying to control my reaction, I stared at Gabriel, who looked equally horrified. "Why?" he began, but Raziel cut him off. "She was half angel, Gabriel. She was as in tune with her wolf as you and Skylar are. Killing her wolf would leave her with pure angel blood, which the vampires couldn't use. It was still a huge sacrifice, but one she was willing to take to protect your race from Cain and his vampires. She was taking a medicine, bit by bit suppressing her wolf. It was working. Then, one day she got caught by Cain's right-hand man. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." As a last-ditch effort to prevent herself from being used or tortured, she injected herself directly with the formula. It effectively killed her wolf. He looked down at her form, closing his eyes as pain coated his features. What she didn't realize was that her werewolf DNA was completely intertwined with her angel DNA, and the medicine could not separate them. One cannot live without the other. The angel part of her was undamaged, and is still alive today, but it cannot go on living without that part of her soul, her wolf. So she remains here in perpetual sleep, unable to fully live without a wolf and unable to commit to death while angel blood still runs through her veins. He trailed off. I stared at the figure in complete horror. So she had killed her wolf, and now she was doomed to lie there in a mausoleum for the rest of eternity. It was a horrible fate. Gabriel stood rigidly, absorbing the news. I couldn't fathom how much this must be affecting him. "Why didn't you just kill her?" he finally said, voice thick. "Instead of just leaving her there to live in perpetual sleep." "I could never kill my own daughter," Raziel said coldly. "And while some of her DNA, the angel side, remains undamaged, there is still hope. Her wolf cannot live with the amount of formula she injected. that there is the possibility that it cannot truly die. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nolden, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. While the angel in her lives, her wolf may just be in a comatose state. If I could find something to bring it back, if it isn't truly dead, Rebecca would live again. It was the first time her name had been spoken. Rebecca. It was fitting. As it sounded like another biblical name, Gabriel was silent, lost in thought. That seems like too many ifs. He finally murmured, the words barely discernible. And leaving her out here, alone in this tune, is just unnatural. I come visit her every day, sometimes numerous times a day. What was I supposed to do? She's my daughter. Gabriel, do you honestly think I haven't spent every waking moment agonizing over what to do with her? Funny, she didn't agonize over what would happen to me and my father when she abandoned us. I stared at him in shock at his heartless dismissal. Razorless face hardened. She only ever wanted to protect you. Gabriel. She left when she got wind of the vampires so they would never find out about your existence. Her only hope was they'd never learn you'd been born. You were angry that she left, but she did it to protect you. The least you can do is hope that she has a chance. Gabriel growled, low in his chest. You have no right to tell me what to do, he said coldly. Not everything she did was selfless. Raziel shook his head slowly. He looked angry. The first time I had seen him that way. I will give you some privacy, he said shortly, before abruptly turning and exiting the mausoleum. Gabriel and I were left in thickening silence. I could sense his vast array of intense emotions. He continued to stare at his mother's form, jaw clenched, eyes flickering in the torchlight. I was sure what to do. My wolf sensed that Gabriel needed me, but he hadn't been too willing for me to touch him the last time we were alone. I cautiously took a few steps forward until I was standing right next to him. I felt a prickle of electricity as our arms brushed. Looking down at her this close, I could see that she was truly dead. Rebecca was as sallow as a normal corpse. I held my breath and attuned my ears to see if I could detect any signs of life. After a few seconds, I heard it, a heartbeat. Very slow, agonizingly slow, but then nonetheless. There was the faintest rise of her chest and a near, silent whisper of breath as she breathed. Her breaths were few and far between, and it was unnerving standing so close to her in such a state. It was as if she was in some sort of deep coma, I supposed, where she didn't need food or water to go on living. The angelic bloodline was incredible indeed. All of this was nearly beyond my comprehension. I'm so sorry, Gabriel, I finally said, keeping my voice soft. I tried to put every ounce of emotion I could into my tone. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. A few more seconds of silence passed before he spoke. Voice heavy. It's because of her that we can't be together. You know. I twisted to face him, blinking in surprise at his bluntness. I had thought he would continue avoiding this subject. It was outside of her control. But if my blood is anything like hers. Gabriel trailed off, still not looking at me. What do you mean? What happened? I asked softly, almost scared to push him. He indicated Rebecca with a jerk of his head. Look at her, Skylar. Really look at her. Do you notice anything out of the ordinary? I frowned but did as he asked, roving my eyes over her figure, aside from her own current state. Confused. Look at her as a werewolf. As my mother, was his short reply. I examined her again, almost painfully slowly, raking my eyes over every inch of her. Her skin was smooth, unblemished, still youthful. She was garbed in a sequin gown, dressed up in a similar manner as human corpses. My eyes trailed across her prominent collarbones, her smooth neck. There was something missing on her neck, something every mated werewolf female had. Wait, she was your father's mate, right? Tentatively, awareness was pricking at the back of my mind. Gabriel nodded curtly and I continued so. Was her mating mark? The scar caused by the mark of her mate's canines was noticeably absent. It never faded and never truly healed, so her unblemished neck looked strangely out of place. Gabriel had tensed again, and for some reason I felt my wolf's agitation suddenly skyrocket. "What do you mean it's?" I started, but he cut me off. "As soon as my father marked her and she grew pregnant with me, her mark disappeared." I could only stare at him blankly, not wanting to make the connection. Slowly, Gabriel turned to face me. I felt my stomach plummet as I saw the look in his eyes. They were burning with agitation, contained a deep sadness, intermingled with resignation. "Angels don't have mates, Skylar. Mates are for werewolf, not any other species. The central reason that werewolves have mates is to reproduce, to find the best suitable match to continue the bloodline. It's purely instinctive, and everything else love. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trust comes with the more human side of us, for lack of better word. Angel blood rejects the bond as soon as it's made. While my mother's wolf initially recognized the bond with my father, it was never as strong of a pull as my father felt. As soon as she grew pregnant and completed the central purpose of mating, the connection, I stared at him with wide eyes, disbelief overcoming everything else. I cowed and even formed words. My father's feelings for her, however, did not fade. He had to suffer through the agonizing emotional turmoil as, day by day, she faded away from his consciousness. She fell out of love with him as her mark and the connection faded, but his mark remained intact. My mother's angel side completely took over her mental and emotional state. No matter how much she loved my father before, it was outside of her control as her bloodline rejected everything about the mating. To my father, it was as if his mate was slowly dying. As an alpha, every emotion was multiplied for him, and it all went against werewolf nature. The emotional agony drove him mad and turned him into a shell of his former self. His voice had grown cold, monotonous, but I could still see the pain palpably visible in his expression. I felt cold, almost numb, as I finally managed to form a question. "You said it. Angel blood that rejects the mate as soon as the mating is completed, so will the same thing happen to us as happened to your parents?" I stood there, practically trembling, dreading the answer but unable to tear my eyes off of him. Gabriel's face contorted and he looked down at the ground. Every line of his body seemed as if he was in intense pain. "There's a really strong chance that it will," he finally said. I clasped my hands to my mouth as a whimper of pain escaped. My wolf was howling in the back of my mind, drowning out any coherent thoughts that it had. I could feel unwilling tears welling up in my eyes, blurring my vision. "It's why I tried to keep you at arm's length," Gabriel said, so softly I could barely hear. "I'm fighting my wolf every second of every day. But I knew that if I gave in and we mated." He trailed off, but I caught the implication. But if you knew this from day one, why didn't you just reject me? Why did you make me come live with you?" My voice came out pathetically weak and scratchy, but I didn't care at this point. My inner pain was so great I was barely remaining in a standing position. It felt like the world was crumbling down around me, and I wanted to curse fate for doing this to me. Gabriel's eyes abruptly met mine, and there was a bright fierceness in them. "I never thought I'd find you, Skylar. When I did, you were the most precious thing he'd ever laid eyes on. You were a gift." I couldn't think straight. I wanted you so badly. When I left you that night, it was the hardest thing he'd ever done. But when I got back to my pack, I decided I would do the selfless thing and reject you. I knew I'd practically kill my wolf in the process, but I didn't care. And then, his voice broke and he rubbed a hand through his hair in abrupt agitation. "Then I felt your pain when the vampires attacked. My wolf tried to take control and I nearly lost it. I couldn't just sit by while you were in danger. I found you and saved you. And from then on I had an overwhelming urge to protect you no matter the cost. I don't trust anyone else to keep you safe while the vampires were around. My wolf won't have it any other way." He had begun to pace back and forth while he spoke, While I was still standing there in mute horror, my wolf had subsided into painful, short whimpers. I knew from day one that I would have to tell you all of this. I decided to stay distant from you until you found out. My wolf had already grown attached to you, my miracle mate, and I wasn't going to spit in fate's face by rejecting you. Once I told you everything, I planned on letting you decide for yourself if you wanted to reject me. And now we're here. He looked up at me again. I was selfish bringing you to my pack. His eyes glimmered with self-loathing. If I could go back and change it, I would. And I have the oldest vampire in existence after me. Even if we could be together, you'd constantly be in harm's way. I remembered his hurtful words from a couple nights ago. Now they made much more sense. I won't blame you for rejecting me. I can't bring myself to do that to you. I'm not strong enough to break our bond. Never had I heard Gabriel speak of himself as not being strong enough. It astounded me, seeing the pure vulnerability in his eyes. My mind was a complete mess. I was hurt and conflicted about him not telling me this at the beginning. But would I have done anything differently in his place? Could I have brought myself to reject a mate I had never dared dream of? Emotions whirled through my body, and it felt like my heart was being squeezed in a vice. I need some air, I choked out, willing the tears not to fall. I turned around and shoved the door open in my haste to get out, blinking in the bright sunlight. I heard Gabriel following me, but I didn't dare look at him. My wolf was completely subdued now, not even trying to speak to me. The thought of our likely fate if we stayed with our mate had completely silenced her. To my surprise, Raziel was standing very close to the mausoleum. One look at my expression and a knowing look entered his eyes. Along with a deep-rooted sadness, I shifted my gaze to the ground, unable to withstand the pity I'd seen in his icy orbs. But I began, not even sure what I was trying to say, still staring at the forest floor beneath me. When we first met, I was referring to the silver sheen that had appeared in Gabriel's expression the night of the meeting, which indicated that his entire being was recognizing the missing piece of his soul. The silver discoloration only lasted mere moments as the bond was initially recognized, but I had seen it there nonetheless. I recognized you as my mate, Gabriel said quietly, affirming my suspicions, and I felt the pull more strongly than I could have ever imagined. Then how do you know the bond will break after we mate? You said your mother barely felt the pull when she met your father. I whispered, pain-laced in my tone. Slowly, I turned to face him, and I could barely stand the raw emotion lingering in his dark eyes. It was Raziel that answered. Angel blood is dominant. Skylar, the most powerful blood in the world. Gabriel is just as in tune with his wolf as you are, but he still has my bloodline. He looked at Gabriel, his eyes contemplative. I didn't know you had physically recognized the bond. That could help your chances a bit. He looked hesitant to say it, but I felt the tiniest flutter of hope. What are our chances? I asked softly. The angel turned to me. If Gabriel was an alpha, it'd say very slim. However, because he does have a powerful wolf and he did recognize the physical manifestation of the bond, it'd say 50-50, at best. So there was just as much of a chance that he'd eventually go crazy from loss after we mated as the chance that our mating would be successful. I thought grimly. My wolf whined softly, not liking the odds. It would be quite a risk to take. The thought of Gabriel fading away from me, our mental link being slowly severed. I couldn't fathom it. Many wolves nearly went crazy from loss when their mates died. I couldn't imagine how I would be able to live without a mate once I had the mark. After your mother's mark began to fade, what happened to her? I dared to ask. Anything to distract myself from my train of thought. She grew quiet and withdrawn, full of guilt. She wanted to love my father again and rekindle the bond, but nothing would work. His mark would not stay on her skin. As my father grew increasingly disturbed and violent, she eventually left. I realize now she's leading the vampires away. But that was the whole reason. She wanted to get away from us. Raziel began, but my mate turned and glared at him. You weren't there. Gabriel snapped. You didn't say. It was like her wolf wasn't there anymore. Like she barely cared about the pack. My father went after her to retrieve her. But he couldn't. When he came back, he said she'd shacked up with some human. He spit out the last word in disgust. The human geneticist was helping her. No, Gabriel snarled. She could have stayed. She could have at least explained to me what was going on. I was left with that. That bastard of an alpha. He took all of his pain and fury out on me. My mate was shaking with anger. And Raziel looked moderately alarmed. If I were in her position, I would have tried harder to be with my mate. Gabriel turned to face me. His gaze tinged with desperation. I would never leave you. I don't care how distant I felt. I'd never abandon you. He spoke vehemently, and I wanted to believe him. Wanted to think it would all be okay even if my mark may never permanently reside on his neck. It literally was all or nothing. I could be perfectly happy with Gabriel, or I could slowly go insane as his body rejected the bond against his will. But right now, it was all too much to take in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bloodlines, living corpses, the severing of the mating bond. I just cowed and handled it. I was shaking with suppressed emotion and I couldn't take any more. All of these emotions were going to burst out of me and release the floodgates. And I didn't want them to be there where I finally broke down and lost it. I'd always thought of myself as strong and reliable, the emotionally stable one. But right now I just wanted to be alone. My wolf was more emotionally distraught than I'd ever felt her. What I needed was time. Time to think everything through and figure out what the hell I was supposed to do. I couldn't think coherently right now. I didn't want to do anything rash. Gabriel was still staring at me, visible longing hovering in his eyes. Another time I would have been relieved to see this emotion from him, to hear him outwardly state how he felt attached to me. But now, it just hurt even more, knowing that his bond with me may fade if we ever tried to reproduce or fully complete the mating ritual. Trying to be with Gabriel could literally result in my soul becoming fractured. It was a terrifying concept. I want to go home. I just need to think. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice held thinly veiled exhaustion. I did not try to hide my pained expression from him. Thankfully I had kept the tears at bay, but I knew they would fall soon enough. Which home did I want to go to? Deep in my bones. I ached for the company of my family and pack. I needed comfort. Gabriel's jaw clenched and his eyes were pained, but he nodded. Slowly. Well, leave now then. His eyes flicked to Raziel, who looked resigned. I need to give you a few things when we get back to the house. But it's probably time for you to head back anyways. You have a long drive ahead of you. Glancing at me with something akin to pity in his blue eyes, I nodded, subdued. Without another word we bent head back into the woods towards Raziel's less magnificent house. I had all of my answers now, and Gabriel's strange behavior was thrown into perfect clarity, but the truth was completely unexpected and painted a grim outlook for my future with my mate. For the umpteenth time, I mentally cursed fate. I would never understand why I had been chosen for all of this. I wouldn't wish this on anybody else. But that still didn't prevent me from wishing it hadn't happened to me. Gabriel himself was everything I could have dreamed of. And I now knew there was a depth to him I had never perceived. But his bloodline, of all people, I had been matched with someone I could likely never be with. I felt a hollow echo of pain, and I couldn't be sure if it was Gabriel's or my wolf's at this point. I lowered my head, my dark tresses falling forward to obscure my expression from the others. I let the horrible gravity of the situation simply wash over me. There was no denying it. I just knew. I had a really difficult journey ahead of me. Chapter 18. The trip back to the house was painfully quiet, but mercifully short. I was itching to get out of here. To get back home. Being near Gabriel was preventing me from thinking straight. Because every time I was around him, I couldn't prevent the natural pull from drawing me to him like a moth to a flame. If I was going to make a decision, I had to allow my mind a perfect clarity. With my mate around, that would never happen. As soon as we entered the sitting room, Raziel made his way over to the box that he had brought out earlier. There are a few things I need to give you before you leave. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I have all of them here. If they aren't in this box, I'll have to make a trip to go fetch them. I must have looked puzzled, because he continued to explain. Over the many years I've walked among humans, I've collected hundreds of trinkets. Some more valuable than others. Some of them are quite sought after. That being said, it wouldn't be wise to keep them all in one place. He was digging through the box now, pulling out various artifacts as he spoke. I told you before. Vampires are demonic creatures. Because of that, they can be warded off by a holy object, something that has been blessed. Mouth twisting in contemplation, Raziel pulled something out of the box, a delicate necklace, adorned with a wooden cross. I blinked at it, recognizing the symbolic meaning of the cross itself. I'd always thought that most of the myths about vampires were false, including the one where they shied away from crosses, but perhaps I was wrong. Raziel approached me and held out the necklace. I took it lightly in a hand with some precaution. I had no familiarity with human religion, so the cross made me slightly nervous. Unfortunately, this is the only thing I have here that can really help you. It has never been worn before, so it's still quite potent. Put it on. He jerked his head, indicating I do so. Almost hesitantly, I pulled it over my head. The wooden cross was cool against my bare skin. This is similar to something humans call a rosary, although it is slightly different. It is very old. Wearing it constantly is the best way to utilize its protection. I nodded. What did Raziel mean by potent? I voiced this question out loud. A best object's power won't last forever. As soon as it is put in use, as in somebody puts it on, its protection is in place, but the power will slowly drain from the object the longer it is worn. This necklace should protect you for a couple of weeks. Skylar, with it on, the vampires can't touch you, but as it gets weaker, Kane will likely find a way to get past it. I glanced down at it. Was I just imagining it? Or had the cross warmed slightly since it had touched my skin? The concept of it all was a bit over my head, but after everything I had learned today, I was beginning to just accept what I was told. I have other objects that can help protect your packs, at least for a time, but it will take me a few days to fetch them. They're at one of my more well-guarded places of storage. I distantly wondered just how many artifacts he had. How long had Raziel been on Earth? Anyways, I can't be away from my pack for that long. Gabriel grit out. He was staring at my necklace intently. Raziel frowned. Could you meet me halfway? Then, as soon as Ivy retrieved the items, Gabriel shook his head slowly but didn't say anything. I could tell he was weighing the risks of leaving his pack against the reward of having the blessed items. Gabriel, I'm not sure how soon this ritual is, but as it approaches, the vampire attacks will likely increase in frequency. This is the only protection I can offer, since I no longer have any of my abilities. I felt my heart skip a beat at the thought of vampire attacks. I couldn't bear to witness another scene like Wiley's death. I hope that what you have is worth it. I could tell my mate's thoughts were following a similar pattern as my own. They'll contact you the usual way, Raziel replied, nodding in response. I wondered how they spoke when Gabriel didn't have a telephone or anything similar. What else do you know about this? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing pre-shoot's enthusiasm. Gabriel asked. I noticed he was avoiding my gaze as much as possible, although for some reason I felt like he was ashamed. Instead of aloof like usual, I felt a small pain and quickly diverted my thoughts to the conversation at hand. Raziel's countenance had darkened considerably and he sighed heavily. Unfortunately, not much. It heard whispers and rumors of there being such a ritual, but it was confirmed until the vampires started chasing Rebecca. Gabriel's shoulders tensed at the mention of his mother's name. So you can't tell us anything? Raziel's lips thinned. The one person The only person I know of who found out the more intimate details of the ritual is lying inanimate, locked inside her own mind. My mouth opened slightly in surprise. So she, Rebecca, she learned something about it. After she left her pack and found the geneticist, she devoted every waking second to studying the ritual and the vampires. Rebecca often endangered herself recklessly to get information. She wanted to know how to stop the ritual from happening. She was taking the medicine to kill her wolf more as a safeguard if the vampires caught her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. Honestly, I think she knew it was inevitable. Cain always finds his prey. I had to look away as I could see the sadness bright and visible in the angel's expression. Why didn't she tell you what she found out? Gabriel demanded. I saw a flash of sorrow in Raziel's icy gaze. She kept minimal contact with me at first. It was safest that way. She stayed away from anyone who knew about you. And she kept away from me because she didn't want the vampires to know where I was in case they caught on to her scent. She was too nosy at times, and eventually it caught up to her. His face hardened. Cain eventually found out that the hybrid he was pursuing was just fleeing him. She was prying into his deepest, darkest secret. I could tell Raziel had no desire to talk about this, and truthfully I felt a bit guilty. That this was my problem now, it was my family's problem. And both of the pack's problem too. We had a right to any information he could provide. Rebecca had a big breakthrough just before she died. It was important enough that she wanted to share it with me, in case she didn't make it. She told me to meet her at a certain place in 3 days' time. If she thought the vampires would tame her, she wouldn't show up. But if not, well, Rebecca planned on telling me everything she knew. Gabriel had stilled. I could tell he hadn't heard all of the details of the story before. I felt pity for him, having to hear about his mother like this. Despite his mixed feelings for Rebecca, she was his flesh and blood. That had to mean something. I waited for hours at our meeting place, but instead of Rebecca, the geneticist showed up. He said that Rebecca knew the vampires were going to catch up to her. She was going to administer the rest of the medicine. I was worried that she hadn't calculated right, that it would kill her. The geneticist led me to her. His voice had taken on a bitter edge. I showed up right as she died. The vampires were there too. I hid and watched as Antonio, the vampire that does a lot of Cain's dirty work, threw a fit that the hybrid bitch had killed herself. They took the human geneticist with them and left Rebecca there on the pavement, cold and lifeless. I couldn't leave her there. If I wasn't mistaken, Raziel's hands were shaking as he relived the memory. I had to fight back a lump in my throat. I also noticed that he had a very strange expression on his face and his mouth had twisted as he spoke about the vampires leaving Rebecca on the pavement, almost as if he was holding some details back. I went to bury her, but it was then that I realized she had revived. Well, slightly. She had been lifeless for a short time, but her angel bloodline brought her back from the brink of death. I couldn't bury her while heart still beat, however slowly. You know the rest. I was amazed at Gabriel's composure as he spoke. Did the geneticist tell the vampires about my pack's location? Is that how they found me? Raziel shook his head. Slowly. Rebecca never told him about you. She never told anyone else. She couldn't risk someone being captured and tortured and telling the vampires everything. David said my mother loved him. The geneticist. That is, when he went looking for her he found them. His voice was cold, but I could tell Gabriel was just barely masking his anger. It did not miss my attention that he didn't call his father Dad or anything endearing. I wondered if this was the reason David hated humans so much. Because of the geneticist that ended up with David's mate. There had always been rumors about the Black Mountains pack preying on them. The notion was unpleasant, so I brushed it aside. Raziel's face softened and I saw a flicker of sympathy. I could tell Gabriel noticed it, too, and did not appreciate the emotion. She didn't have a mate anymore. Gabriel. She didn't intend on falling in love with the human. But if she did, you have to remember she was out of touch with her wolf. I felt my stomach plummet. So if Gabriel's mark faded after we mated, would he eventually fall in love with someone else? The thought was horrifying, and I vainly tried to overcome the rush of pain that struck me. Judging by Gabriel's expression, he knew exactly what I was thinking. "We need to leave now. I have to get back to my pack," he said shortly. Raziel seemed displeased with the turn the conversation had taken, but he simply nodded. With a glance at me, he indicated we led the way, and the three of us made our way to the entryway of his house. Gabriel opened the door without a word and strode ahead. I half-heartedly thanked Raziel for his hospitality and moved to follow my mate, but Raziel caught my arm, pulling me back. I looked up into his piercing eyes, taken aback as usual by the intensity of his gaze. "Skylar, it is imperative that you do not say anything about this to anyone. You cannot speak of me, of Gabriel's lineage, and especially not about Rebecca. The vampires think she died that day. She's the only leverage we have, especially if we can wake her up one day and she can tell us everything." He didn't look too confident in the idea, but Raziel continued anyways. "We cannot risk word getting out in any way, so it is just best to remain quiet." I knew my family would demand an explanation for why I was returning home so downtrodden and confused. Alpha Brett too. I understood why this needed to be kept a secret, but I would have to be very careful if I was too reluctant to give information. And Alpha Brett caught on. He could just command the information out of me. "Please, Skylar," Raziel asked, almost pleadingly. It was strange to think that an angel, a holy being, was practically begging for me to do something. "If you tell someone, you'll only put them in danger. Cain will not shy away from torture to get the information he requires. He obviously knows about Gabriel, but others do not have to. Not until it is absolutely necessary." After a few more seconds of silence, I slowly nodded. He was right. I could only imagine Alpha Brett's reaction if he found out about Gabriel. Plus, it was my secret to tell. I could only hope that withholding the information would not put my family and friends in more danger. The drive home was tense, miserable, and agonizing. The more minutes Gabriel and I spent together, the stronger I felt the pull. Yet now that I knew everything, I didn't dare get closer to him. I couldn't, not until I sorted everything out in my head. Sitting a few feet away from him was torture, and I was sure he felt the same way I did. I slumped down in my seat, resting my head against the cool window. My wolf emanated soft whimpers every few moments. I had never felt her like this before. It was the sharp, agonizing pain I would anticipate came with rejection. This was more of a slow burn, setting my nerves into an agitated frenzy. Knowing everything about Gabriel's past and knowing that there was a strong possibility he wanted me to, did nothing to calm my hormones. Every time our close proximity would get the better of me, I would just envision the two possibilities that lay ahead, and that sobered me up immediately. I needed to be away from him. I needed to think. But despite my desire to be alone, thoughts continued to assault me. My wolf just couldn't wrap her mind around the options. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, hast thou thanked her unsailing patience, enthusiasm? My wolf said, desperation evident in her tone. Those were the first coherent words she had spoken in a while. "I don't want to let him go. It's almost like a cruel joke. We get the most emotionally isolated and intimidating mate on this side of the continent. Then once we see past all of that, we learn there could be horrible consequences if we follow our instincts. I don't know if I can let him go." Softly. Wolves were proud and noble creatures beyond measure, so to hear her sound so subdued and resigned was unsettling, to say the least. His mother fell in love with someone else after the bond faded. What if that happened to us? I bit my lip to prevent any sort of sound from escaping, as I felt yet another pang in my chest. He said she'd never do what she did. She'd never leave us. I replied softly, somewhat uncertainly. He wouldn't leave. I'm sure of it. But if his mark faded, he'd never feel about us the way we feel about him, was her quiet response. That was true. If his mark faded, that would mean the angel side of him was dominant, and thus rejecting us entirely. His wolf would no longer care for us. The way he'd made the situation sound with Rebecca and his father, There would be no affection left if the mating pole disappeared. Gabriel's human side may never be capable of loving me if his angel blood repelled him even if he could. It would be a mere echo of what the mating bond entailed. And my wolf would be irreparably broken. How do we feel about him? I mean, I'm not even sure what I'm feeling right now. My eyebrows furrowed. I'd yet to take a step back and really examine exactly what I was feeling. If you decide to reject our mate, you'll never want another, she said adamantly. I expected nothing less. I wolf only had one designated mate their entire lifetime. Even if, years and years into the future, I found another, my wolf would never grow truly attached to them. I subsided into silence. I wasn't going to lie to myself. I did have feelings for Gabriel. Strong feelings. My wolf was part of that, but a lot of them had developed from my human side. Seeing the depth and torment that hid behind Gabriel's dark eyes just made me want to help him in the way that only a mate could. But there was a risk if I chose to travel down that road. A huge risk. It was not just the risk of a broken heart. Because I was a werewolf. It was the risk of a broken soul. It was like I would get hurt, but then recover years down the line. If his mark faded, I would never be a complete person again. It would be impossible. Rejecting him would be painful for both of us. It would be miserable, excruciating, but it would pale in comparison to the agony of his wolf slowly pulling away, of the bond frame then breaking, of his wolf gradually losing recognition of the mating bond, at least based on how Gabriel had described what happened to his parents. Rejection caused an immense amount of pain, but I had never heard of it slowly driving a wolf to insanity, probably because most of the pain was instead of drawn out. But if his mark didn't fade, my life would be complete. I knew I couldn't be anywhere near Gabriel when I was making such a decision. I couldn't think clearly around him. There were a couple hours of silence in the car, in which both of us remained trapped in our own thoughts. After a while I began to doze off with my head resting against the window. Just when I was lingering on the fringes of sleep, Gabriel spoke. My eyes shot open and I glanced at him in surprise. Gabriel was not the type to apologize often nor admit fault. He was a proud alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Achiti never tried to broach the subject in such a blunt manner before. I paused for a moment, chewing on my lip. It isn't your fault, I finally replied. He ran a hand through his dark locks, his common agitated mannerism. Yes, it is. My selfishness brought us here. I should have done the right thing for you from the beginning. Rejecting me, he meant. I didn't say it aloud, but I knew what he was referring to now. My reply was firm. Surprisingly, he glanced at me, taken aback. You were right in telling me everything and then letting me choose. I deserved the chance to make my own choice. The thought was just occurring to me as I said it. But it made perfect sense. I understood a bit more now that I had time to think. I wasn't as angry with Gabriel for bringing me to his pack, or even for taking weeks to tell me his secrets. At least he was giving me the choice, letting me decide for myself which path I wanted to take. Rejecting me from the beginning would have eliminated my free will. I knew that now. We fell into another thick silence. I could tell he was trying to push me or sway me in any way. He was letting me think. Unfortunately, I had a hard time doing just that in such close quarters to him. I couldn't help but notice the way his arm flexed when he shifted gears, his sculpted profile, the way his hair fell across his forehead. I was losing it. I knew. I was barely able to control my train of thought anymore. By some small mercy, after another long stretch of troubled thinking while afternoon transitioned into early evening, sleep finally found me. I lost myself in its enveloping warmth, pushing aside all of my worries and preoccupations for the time being. After such a mentally and emotionally strenuous trip, I needed to rest. Perhaps everything would be clearer when I woke up. When I next awoke, things were definitely not any clearer. I was surprised to note that I was lying on something soft in a horizontal position, Gabriel's couch. How did I get here? Confused. The last thing I remembered was the car trip home. I must be fallen asleep and Gabriel carried me in here. I lowered my head, feeling a blossom of warmth mingled with pain at the thought of him carrying me in here while I obliviously slept. My emotions were so muddled I couldn't make heads or tails of them. I sat up slowly, glancing at the nearest window. By the tendrils of light snaking across the horizon I saw it was very early morning. I must have slept for nearly 12 hours. I must have been extremely distressed to sleep that long. At least Wed made it back sooner. I was somewhat surprised that Gabriel had decided to drive back all night with the threat of vampires. But I suppose he didn't want to leave the pack for too long. And I had the necklace for protection, judging by my wolf's subdued mood. She was no more looking forward to saying goodbye to Gabriel than I was. However, it had to be done. I had to come to my own decision without any sort of influence from my wolf hormones. I had to be completely sure I was doing the right thing. Almost absentmindedly, I traced the shape of the cross on the end of the necklace. It definitely felt warmer. Having it around my neck did make me feel safer, even if it would only last a few weeks. The vampires could not touch me. I only hoped I could find similar protection from my pack, assuming Raziel found what he was looking for. Seconds later, I heard the front door open and shut and Gabriel strode into the room, his eyes finding mine instantly. A slightly pained look crossed his face before he masked it under a blank facade. "Are you hungry?" he asked a bit gruffly. He clearly was sure how to act now that I knew everything about him. I shook my head. I had no appetite, in fact. My stomach was churning. I had thought about it a lot on the car ride home and I wanted to return to my pack, at least to make my decision. I was sure Gabriel would not be happy about it, but he would understand. He had too. They hated me here. Or at least most of them did. The animosity was intense. How could I make such a life-altering decision around so many unfamiliar and unfriendly wolves? And if I admitted it to myself, being near my family would help. Besides, I needed to warn the pack about the vampires, at least to the extent that I could without breaking my promise to Raziel. They deserved to know. You returning home could put them in more danger. What if Cain comes for you? My wolf mused. He could come for me regardless of which pack I'm staying with. Both packs are in danger, I responded. It was true. And Riley's face went wide-eyed innocence flashed before my eyes. Then another horrifying thought came to me all. He could come for my family to get to me, regardless of whether in with Gabriel or at home. I started feeling sick as I said it. It would make no difference where I was, other wolves around me could get hurt. And I wouldn't wish that on my pack or Gabriel's, regardless of how much they disliked me. They were his pack, and it would hurt him to lose more pack members, so therefore I didn't want it to happen. He can't touch me because of this necklace though, and Raziel is going to get the other items to protect our packs. We just have to hold out until then. Skylar. Gabriel cut into my thoughts, and I realized he had been staring at me expectantly. His use of my name made my heart flutter and I tried to ignore it. I was going to. I trailed off, taking a deep breath. I had to tough it out, return to my pack. At least for a bit. His expression hardened slightly but he seemed unsurprised. "If that's what you want." A bit stiffly, was my soft reply. He turned away, shoulders hunched. "Your things are in the room across from your old one. I figured you wouldn't want to go back." He trailed off, but I understood the gist. I stood up slowly, fidgeting. It was uncanny how Gabriel could go from so open one day to completely closed off the next. Normally I wouldn't let anyone leave, especially after they came to my pack so recently. But I understand this is a special circumstance. His callous tone almost made me flinch before I realized he was likely hardening himself out of self-preservation. He cared about me, right? He had to or he never would have been this understanding. "Thank you," I mumbled. "Are you leaving immediately?" Staring at the ground. Why was I feeling guilty? Gabriel clearly took my silence as confirmation. "I will escort you to the border then. I'll meet you outside when you're done packing." Without another word, he had briskly walked to the front door and exited the house again. I couldn't help the dejection I felt caused by the thought of leaving him. I could tell my wolf was not happy about it, but she understood what I was doing. She too was still adjusting to the newfound discoveries about her mate. Gabriel's emotionals as attitude did hurt, but not as much as it had before. As I headed upstairs and began to throw my piles of clothes into my suitcase, I knew he was probably just protecting himself. For all he knew, I could reject him any minute. Judging by the way my clothes had been neatly folded by my suitcase, he had anticipated that I might leave. I stared at the clothes remaining to be packed, and I nearly felt like crying. His scent was all over the small bundles. He had clearly folded them with care and spent enough time in here that his scent still lingered. Had he spent all night curled up on my clothes? And fought back tears. I rapidly threw all of my other necessities into the bag before exiting the room with haste. My hunch was probably wrong, but the thought of Gabriel sitting here, folding my stuff, was enough to nearly send me sprawling to the ground. Oh, how I wished it could all be normal. I met my mate outside and we set off at a brisk walk towards the edge of a village without a word. Part of me wished I could say goodbye to Eli, but at the pace Gabriel was setting there would be no time. You might see him again, my wolf said, thinking about returning here once everything had been settled. I knew that's what she wanted, a life with her mate. It was a risk she was probably willing to take. But was I? I shook the thoughts away. We shifted as soon as we entered the trees, me with my bag of necessities again on my back, clothes to my ankle. Seeing Gabriel in his massively powerful wolf form was enough to set me on edge again. Every ounce of my own wolf pined for him, but she was far more subdued than normal, because she knew of the possible consequences now. I could see my wolf's sadness reflected in Gabriel's wolf's deports. While running as my wolf was usually a liberating experience, today my thoughts were much preoccupied elsewhere. Gabriel ran near me, muscles rippling with every stride, but we made sure not to let even the fringes of our fur brush. There was no telling what would happen if our wolf took over. That run as my wolf was the least enjoyable of my entire life. Having something so close, yet not being able to have it, was excruciating. Everything was amplified in my animalistic form. I took my anger out on the ground, pounding against it with my massive paws as we tore through the undergrowth. Finally, we neared the border. Gabriel indicated that we shift back. I assumed to say goodbye, feeling down modern ice which forms behind a copse of trees, throwing my clothes on haphazardly. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to leave him, but I needed to think clearly. I had both Gabriel's future and mine in my hands, and it was not the time to make an impulsive decision. Too much was at stake. We approached each other in a small clearing, stopping a few feet away. It was mid-afternoon and the sun shone high above our heads, throwing everything into clarity. I was reminded of the first night we'd met, in a clearing similar to this one. I'm surprised you're letting me run the rest of the way by myself. I started the conversation hesitantly, trying to keep my voice light. If it weren't for that necklace, I'd never let you. I'm sure it would upset your pack if I joined you, but without that protection, I wouldn't care. Be careful, it'll be long past dark before you're home. His eyes flashed with worry, and he was still taut with tension. I sensed that he was putting a great deal of trust in Razierless necklace by letting me be alone in the dark. That spoke volumes of the angel's wisdom, for Gabriel seemed to not trust easily, and I was sure it was a higher standard when it came to me. Don't worry. I'll meet up with Border Patrol. The vampires won't come near me. I'll be safe. I touched the wooden cross and felt its warmth, really hoping the blessed item worked. Gabriel sighed, looking down at the ground as he clenched his jaw. A moment of silence passed by. I don't want to let you go. Really, I don't. Everything in me is going against this. He closed his eyes for a second. But just this once. I know I need to step back and let you make your own decision. I stared at him, surprised yet again by his honesty. He must really have cared to put aside his alpha nature and let me be independent this once, when I most needed it. His eyes fixated on me then, and there was alarming intensity in them. I could tell everything he said was about to be spoken with a conviction. But you have to know this, Skylar. Take your time deciding. and I will understand. If it's days or months, I will understand. Don't return to me until you've made a decision. And when I do see you, I want you to end this. You can either reject me and move on with your life, or you can accept me and become part of my pack. He stood there, shoulders tense. As I stared, the dot can't come see me unless you've made your choice. I can't take the pain of not knowing anymore. His gaze was scorching, desperate, and I swallowed hard as Gabriel's eyes bored into me. I gazed at him then for a long moment, and am sure my expression mirrored his. A series of emotions flickered between us then, along with the usual electricity of our close proximity. I tried to convey to him everything I was feeling through my eyes alone. I didn't want to use words because I was sure how to put my feelings forth verbally. I just hoped and prayed that he could somehow know what I was thinking. I wanted him to know that this was causing me pain, too, and that both my wolf and I cared for him deeply. On the other hand, I was worried that articulating my feelings for him might make it even more painful, and I didn't want to cause Gabriel any more torment than I was by leaving. He didn't deserve it. We stayed like that for a bit, just staring into each other's eyes, silently conveying our emotions to the best of our ability. I was sure how long I would be going without seeing him. I wanted to memorize the way he looked now, even if I would be seeing him again soon, because I knew how hard it would be to go without him for even a day. I kept the mental image locked inside my head before I nodded once. Slowly, I understand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The words coming out a whisper. He nodded. Once, the fire in his eyes dimming slightly. I turned to leave and took a few steps away. My wolf was whimpering loudly and I tried to force her down. I wanted to go back to Gabriel and embrace him, but I knew I couldn't. It would only make everything worse. Stay safe, Skylar, Gabriel said, so quietly I barely caught the words. I glanced over my shoulder to lock eyes with him. I will. Goodbye, Gabriel. I tilted my chin up with sudden conviction. I couldn't make him wait a long time. That would be cruel, seeing him standing there alone, looking more dejected than I'd ever thought possible. I knew I had to make my decision fast. I will see you soon, I added, putting every ounce of honesty I could into those words. Then, without another look back, I turned and entered the fringe of trees, heading home. Struggling between my wolf and human identities, I have to suppress my longing for my mate, knowing that our union could bring unpredictable consequences. Chapter 19. I shifted back into my wolf as soon as Gabriel was out of sight. She was itching to turn around and run back to our mate, but I held her firm. It was easy enough for her to forget the consequences and go with her instincts. She was an animal. As the human side of our consciousness, I had to look into the future and worry about what would happen to us. I contacted my family in Alphabet as soon as I was safely inside our pack borders. My parents' shock was tangible as we mined, linked, but I detected a palpable sense of relief there as well. No doubt they were surprised that Gabriel, the alpha of the enemy pack, had let me go at all. Before I had gotten to know him, I wouldn't have blamed my parents for thinking that way. Now I found that it had irked me. There was so much more to Gabriel than met the eye. Then again, he had done some cruel and heartless things in the past. I knew there was still a rough and darker side to him that he didn't expose to me. It was something I would have to accept if I were ever to be his. The thought of belonging to Gabriel and only Gabriel sent a shudder up and down my spine, not an altogether unpleasant feeling. I caught a whiff of familiar scent after I broke the mind, ink with my family off. It was the border patrol of my pack, fast approaching. I stopped where I was and waited patiently for them to arrive. As the three wolves broke through the undergrowth and circled me, I could see the surprise evident in their eyes. Skylar. That was Jack. The beta, his brown and white wolf towering over my own as he sniffed me cautiously. His confusion translated over the mind, Link, as he questioned me for an explanation. It's a long story, I replied, somewhat vaguely, lowering my silver head out of respect for his authority. I do have some information on the vampires I'd like to tell Alpha Brett. On the run I had been planning what to tell him, making sure Alpha Brett would not think I was leaving anything out so that he would not pry. I had to avoid the command at all costs. I couldn't possibly fight it, and I would hate myself if I broke my promise and revealed Gabriel's secrets. He cocked his head, considering, and surprisingly didn't push it. How long will you be back? I'm not sure. That seemed to perturb him even more. His eyes flicked to my neck, where he clearly realized that I had no mating mark. The mark would translate from human from over to our wolves. Now Jack knew that Gabriel and I hadn't completed the process. He jerked his head to indicate I joined them, saying a quick hello to the other wolves. I noticed how they looked at me with caution and wariness. I hoped this was a common theme among the other pack members. Leaping after them, we set a steady pace that led us back to the pack village as the sun sank in the sky. The necklace protection still hung around my neck, much tighter now that my neck was thick and furry, almost too tight. I glanced around as the darkness fell, praying it would be enough and that we'd make it home safely. Thankfully, nothing leapt out of the darkness to attack us as we finally arrived at the pack village. Home. Perhaps I was just being paranoid. Even so, my wolf's fur was bristled and on alert as we exited the copse of trees and made our way to Alpha Brett's house. Just out of sight of the others, we quickly shifted back into human form before approaching the three figures that stood there. My mom immediately leapt at me, enveloping me in a tight hug that smelled of oranges and vanilla. I nestled my nose into her shoulder, inhaling the comforting scent. It had been too long since I'd been around her. As my father joined her in the hug, I realized just how much I'd missed everyone. Yet, even as I reunited with my pack members, I felt the hollow ache in my chest as I missed him. I just cowled and helped it. Alpha Brett approached me after I reassured my parents that everything was okay and shed another tear. Filled on my mother's part, she cried over everything hug. Like the Border Patrol wolves earlier, his eyes were hooded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I noticed that the Alpha's face looked tight and drawn as if he'd been through a lot of stress while I was away. Or perhaps I had just failed to notice the lines of stress before. I felt a pang as I realized a lot of Alpha Brett's stress in previous years was due to my mate in the Black Mountains pack, and the problems he dealt with now could also be traced back to Gabriel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was he that the vampires were after. Welcome back, Skylar, the Alpha said, although his voice was a bit tense. I dipped my head and respectfully greeted him. I know you're tired, but would you mind telling me why you're back so soon? You're always welcome here as long as you are a member of this pack, but with recent circumstances, it may not be in the pack's best interest for you to keep running back and forth. I felt my cheeks redden slightly at the implied admonishment. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With the deaths in the Black Mountains pack and the vampires on the loose, Gabriel and I had a minor disagreement. There's a lot of turmoil in their pack right now, and I wanted to be back here and help protect my pack while those blood-sucking creatures are around. It was really a complete lie, and hopefully he bought it. Alpha Brett studied me for a moment, realizing how vague my answer was. To my great surprise, he didn't pry. Very well, but you'll have to make a choice soon, one way or another. You can't keep your feet in both packs. I nodded, realizing how similar his words were to Gabriel's. Yes, Alpha, we are having a meeting tomorrow evening. I expect more details then. Many members of our pack will be there to discuss the vampire situation. I need you there so we can get your input on the creatures, as you've had the most contact with them. I nodded yet again. It would definitely be a tricky situation, as Alpha Brett would want as much information on the vampires as possible. I would not reveal Gabriel's secret, but I still needed to provide my pack with some intel on the vampires. to help keep them safe. Plus, Raziel had said he would bring something to help power packs. More blessed items, so I assumed. How exactly was I going to explain all of that? With a few more words, Alpha Brett dismissed all of us. My parents stood close to me, for once not drilling me with questions, as we headed towards our house. Perhaps they could sense my exhaustion and inner turbulence. My father had always been excellent at reading me. I was pretty sure he could tell that I was having an internal struggle about something. Either way, I was extremely grateful that they weren't asking me for all of the details right now. However, I did notice their eyes boring into the side of my neck, assuring that I was not marked. Soon enough I would have some serious explaining to do. The next morning I was woken up bright and early by an excited, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," and unnecessarily loud voice. "Skylar, oh my gosh, I've missed you so much. Why didn't you tell me you were here last night? You could have come and woken me up." Seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had woken me up from a deep sleep, Maria continued to prattle on. I sighed in mild exasperation, sitting up and rubbing my eyes. "I missed you too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," I replied dryly, although it's a bit early, don't you think? I felt her weight on my bed and I was suddenly engulfed in a tight hug. "It's past 10. You dork. Not that early." I blinked, not realizing what time it actually was. "Oh," was my intelligent response. I focused on my best friend's face, taking in her excited eyes and disheveled dark hair. She grinned cheekily, radiating warmth and true happiness at seeing me. At least she was treating me with the same wariness as everyone else. "So why are you back so soon? You going to tell me everything that's going on?" she asked as I stood up out of bed. Stretching, I winced as everything came rushing back to me. Gabriel's secrets, the vampires, leaving my mate standing alone in a clearing. I suddenly looked down at the ground, biting my lip. "Oh, sorry, Skylar. I didn't mean." Maria frantically tried to backtrack. I shook my head, cutting her off. I looked up at her, locking gazes. This was my best friend. I had to be honest with her. "Honestly, I can't tell you everything. It's complicated." Her eyebrows drew together. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I can't elaborate, but basically, it caused a sort of rift in between us. Plus there's all the vampires causing havoc. I returned home to clear my head, think things over. Maria nodded in response, understanding dawning on her features. I was grateful when she didn't ask for specifics. "So you're deciding what to do about Gabriel," she said quietly. I gave a half smile. Maria had always known exactly what I was getting at. She was an excellent people reader, which made her an amazing source of support when I was down. And the way she spoke about Gabriel didn't make it seem like she hated him the same way everyone else in my pack did. I was grateful, even if she was faking it. Pretty much. "Well, I have just the thing to cheer you up." She smiled brightly. I rolled my eyes. "Oh great. Please not another night of clubbing. That didn't go very well." Maria bit her lip, looking a bit guilty, and I felt bad for saying it, but she brightened before I could apologize. "No, I was thinking we could go shopping this time." I almost grimaced at the thought of returning to that city again, but then stopped myself as I realized I was being cowardly. I had gone to the city hundreds of times while attending high school and nothing had happened. I couldn't let one bad experience scare me away from it forever. It was daylight, and I had the necklace. Her eyes dimmed slightly. "But if you don't want to. I mean, I know last time we were there." "No, it's fine. I'd love to go." I quickly cut her off, not wanting to hurt her when she had that hopeful expression in her eyes. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She was my best friend. I wanted to spend time with her. Besides, we would be going in the middle of the day and I had protection. The vampires cowled and touched us. The shopping itself actually was fairly therapeutic. I had to admit, Maria and I went by ourselves surprisingly. I hadn't seen Will anywhere as of yet to a quaint part of town with plenty of little boutiques. I had snagged a pretty big wad of money from the jar in my closet. My parents had made me work every summer between high school years and had even worked some after graduation to earn extra cash. My parents were really well off but made me earn my spending money, but I had always been a frugal person, so the money was just sitting there. I had never known exactly what to do with it, what to do with myself. Most werewolves stayed with their packs or their mates their whole lives, spending their time helping out with pack duties or patrolling the borders. Many of them work part-time in nearby human settlements to earn the money necessary to get by in life. Some werewolves, however, left their packs to integrate themselves in the human world. A lot of them went to college or traveled. Most wolves frowned upon such integration, but a tiny part of me had always wondered what it would be like to go to college, now that I had an alpha as a mate. However, I didn't think such things would ever be possible. So Marie had insisted that I bring a lot of the cash from my jar, and for once I didn't feel guilty about spending my hard-earned money. I hadn't bought new clothes in far too long, as she so gracefully put it. Because of her insistence, I now carried a couple of shopping bags packed with new shirts and dresses. We currently sat outside of a small CAF sipping on caffeinated beverages and waiting to order lunch. It all felt so normal, when everything in my recent life had been anything but. "You okay, Sky?" Maria asked, affectionately shortening my name. I nodded, anxiously chewing on my straw. After keeping so much bottled up for so long, I really did want to talk. It was just difficult to pick which subjects I could discuss. "I don't know. It's just hard. My wolf wants him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." So bad. But because of his history, there could be consequences if I mate with him. She was curious. I could tell. Her dark eyes were inquisitive. How bad are the consequences? Very bad. And there's about a 50-50 chance of them happening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Her eyes narrowed. I knew it was difficult for her to give me advice when she had no clue what was going on. That still means they're just as likely to not happen. Right. Meaning you could potentially be perfectly fine and happy. But if you don't go for him at all, you have a 0 chance of being happy. At least for a long time. I lowered my head, nodding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But the potential consequences of mating with him are even worse than the pain of just rejecting him outright. It was true. Rejecting him would be excruciating, but it would be a lot of pain all at once. If his mark faded, it would be drawn-out torture, which in my opinion was a lot worse. I could go insane like his father. Maria seemed shocked that anything could be worse than rejection. I could see the question hovering on her lips. But still, Sky HES your mate. I mean, I haven't even found my mate yet. Her brown eyes looked briefly saddened. I suddenly felt incredibly selfish. Here I was, lamenting me and my mate's problems, when Maria hadn't even been given a chance by fate yet. She was still very young and had plenty of time, but that didn't change the facts. You're right. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's talk about something else. I don't want to burden you with my problems, I quickly said. How have you been? She frowned but didn't get out to reply before our waiter appeared. Sorry for the wait, ladies. How can I help you? He grinned flirtatiously, glancing from one of us to the other. I briefly studied him, noting his angular features and blindingly white teeth. before I quickly looked down and ordered. He had nothing on my mate. Sensing my wolf's agreement, a blushing Maria, however, giggled a bit and stammered as she ordered her food. She had always been somewhat nervous around the opposite sex. I hid my grin as the waiter collected our menus and left with another flirtatious smile. See what I mean? Skylar. Staring at me knowingly. What? That guy was pretty dang cute. But you barely spared him a glance. I know you and Gabriel have problems, but you're still really hung up on him whether you know it or not. Now it was my turn to feel embarrassed. I stared down at the table and didn't reply. My ear was right, and she'd definitely given me some things to think about today. Several hours later, we all stood crowded in Alphabet's living room, waiting for the meeting to begin. I stood next to Maria, the latter of whom had arrived late and given me a quick hello. His behavior was curt and strange, but I didn't have time to dwell on it now. I was worrying about what I would say to everyone. Half a dozen of the pack's best fighters were in the room, along with Alphabet and his family, including in Beta Jack. And Maria, my parents, me and Will, who was one of the pack's best trackers. This was a more exclusive meeting as to avoid worrying the remaining 2/3 of the pack, who Alphabet was trying to keep mostly in the dark about the whole vampire thing until we figured out the details. We formed a semi-circle around Alphabet, Jack, and my father. The living room was spacious enough to accommodate all of us, but I still felt claustrophobic, for some reason. When Alphabet called, everyone immediately settled down. I felt my nervousness spike. Thanks for coming, everyone. As you all know, we're trying to keep this mostly under wraps. Everyone else knows about the vampires, but they don't know the finer details. Just not to go out alone at night. We can't afford causing a panic right now, especially when we already have enemies like the Black Mountains pack to worry about. I tried not to wince as I heard the murmurs of agreement. The Black Mountains pack was harsh, but they weren't the root of all evil. That spot was reserved for Cain. We need a better plan. Skylar recently told me that, during her stay with the Black Mountains pack, one of their pack members was killed by the vampires, and it wasn't the first death there. While we have yet to be attacked, we've got to stay on our guard. From there, Alphabet began to outline different border patrol plans, pulling out a hand-drawn map of the landmarks around our valley. The warriors and trackers, including Will, went forward to examine the sketch. It reminded me a lot of what Gabriel had done after Riley's death. Alphabet's plan was to double patrols, especially around the area of our territory nearest to the Black Mountains pack, because the vampires were likely clustered there. After dark, no wolves were allowed alone for precautionary purposes. At one point I suggested to my father that Alphabet forbid anyone from going outside after dark. When my father brought it to the Alpha's attention, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The idea was dismissed to my dismay. Alphabet insisted that in groups we were more than capable of handling vampires. Forbidding us from going out after dark would cause unnecessary panic. We had no reason to resort to such extreme measures, leaving our borders open to the vampires and Black Mountains pack after dark. Unless there was an attack. Unless there's something else you should be telling us. Skylar, the Alpha asked. After he gave me his reasoning, he must have seen my incredulous expression. Well, I stammered, not liking how all of the attention was suddenly fixated on me. You have been around them the most. Tell us everything you know. His tone was calm, but I sensed that he would have no issue commanding me if I refused to obey. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't know very much. I heard they're in a large group, about 50 or 60 of them. Their leader is named Cain. He is one of the oldest vampires around. He's insanely strong and fast. He killed one of the Black Mountains pack members in an instant before anyone could stop him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That should be enough to warn them of the threat. without causing more questions or revealing any information about Angel's or Gabriel's history. I left out the way he had left Riley's heart in a box, taunting me. That might lead Brett to ask why I was being taunted. And the next logical step would be Gabriel. I couldn't have my pack blaming Gabriel for all of this. It was really his fault. He couldn't control his heritage. And I knew it would infuriate Brett to no end and only cause a deeper rift between our packs. I had to protect my mate, and distancing the two rival packs at this point would not be advantageous. It was probably what the vampires wanted. How do you know all of this? Brett demanded. I tilted my chin up, preparing myself for a half-truth. I overheard a lot of things where I was kidnapped. And the Black Mountains pack did reconnaissance. I overheard some of it. I hoped my expression was convincing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was a complete lie. Brett was sitting in a chair leaning over the map, and he tapped his pen on the table, eyes narrowing in contemplation. Do you think they would deliberately hide anything from you? No, I replied firmly. I was sure of the fact that Gabriel wouldn't have put me in more danger by deliberately not telling me something. I don't think there's any way for you to know if they left you out of the loop. He replied coolly. I didn't like his tone, but I attempted to understand his viewpoint and remember that to him. The Black Mountains pack was the worst enemy. Maybe they're taking advantage of the fact that you came running back here. Maybe they provided you with false information. The room had grown absolutely silent. I knew that was true, but I couldn't explain how I knew it was true, so I instead replied, Gabriel wouldn't do that. Brett snorted and I bristled, not liking his dismissal of my mate's honor. You're a bit blind to his faults. Skylar. I'm not. I just know he would lie to me about this. I couldn't believe I was arguing with an elf. Perhaps spending so much time with Gabriel had changed me, made me braver. I think it lie to you to protect his own ass, and to hurt Egg. Leave us vulnerable. My wolf growled and I tried not to let the sound escape. Gabriel, listen, the problem here. The vampires are the problem. I know what the problem is. Brett seemed agitated now, and he narrowed his eyes at me. You would be wise to stop arguing with me. You would be wise to stop blaming the wrong person. I snapped back before I could help myself. I saw my parents' eyes widen with horror and my blatant disrespect. I instantly wished I could take back my words. Brett snarled. See what I mean? You're already turning into his little pet. I can't even be sure of your loyalty anymore. You never really clarified why you left. How am I supposed to trust you? I stared daggers at him, feeling my skin prickle. Infuriated at the implication of disloyalty, I said nothing, but my look expressed it all. We've heard enough from you. Skylar, get out now. We will have a talk later, just you and I. There was no room for argument. I heard the command in his tone. Seething, I turned to leave, sensing my parents about to follow me. Out of the corner of my eye saw my father turn to Brett, opening his mouth furiously. Silence. Both of you are staying here, he demanded of my parents, using the command in his tone again. Low in my throat, before roughly shoving through a group of people in the living room on my way out. I ignored their stares burning into the side of my face. I was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. The Black Mountains pack may have been the problem before, and once upon a time I would have agreed with Brett. But they clearly weren't the problem now. He was a horrible alpha if he couldn't see that. I strode out into the fresh air. It was late evening, and darkness was fast approaching. I clutched my necklace, glad of its warmth. I didn't feel like the vampires were anywhere nearby, but it was still good to have protection. Outside of Brett's house I paced back and forth, taking deep breaths to calm myself down. I had never been a short-tempered person, but insulting my mate was apparently a fast way to get me riled up. I inhaled the fresh air, letting the scent of home soothe me. I just couldn't help but feel Brett was dealing with the wrong problem first. I knew the Black Mountains pack posed no threat to us until the vampires were gone. Cain was much more frightening than Gabriel at the moment. Mate or not, lost in thought for several minutes. I almost didn't notice the set of footsteps approaching me. Skylar. I recognized Will's voice as he strode up beside me. Breathless, I noticed I had walked nearly a block away from Alpha Brett's house with my fevered pacing. Hey Will, I muttered, embarrassed at the scene he had witnessed. How did you get out? I snuck out as soon as I could. Your parents cowed at leave and Maria's father was watching her. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine. Letting my shoulders droop. I feel like HE's dealing with the wrong problem when HE's trying to blame the Black Mountains pack for everything. There was understanding in Will's blue eyes, but also a slight bit of aloofness I wasn't used to. It was like he was intentionally distancing himself from me. But I was sure why. I know. But look at it from his point of view. I know you see it differently now. Skylar. But for years we've been basically at war with the Black Mountains pack. You know how big of a toll stress has taken on Alpha Brett over the years. It isn't easy for him to just move on. I'm not asking him to move on. I'm just asking for him to be a good alpha. Will's gaze flashed with surprise, then hardened slightly. You're saying our alpha isn't competent. He just isn't acting like he should right now. Easy enough for you to say. I glanced at him, surprised at the bitterness in his tone. What do you mean? I demanded, feeling my agitation rise again. Will shook his head, raising his hands in surrender. Look, Skylar, I don't know. It's just that Alpha Brett may not treat you the same way he did before. You aren't. In not what? A member of this pack. My anger surged again. I hadn't been marked by Gabriel yet, and I sure as hell didn't feel at home yet among the Black Mountains pack wolves. So technically speaking, this was still my pack. Where you probably won't be for long. The sheer amount of bitterness in his tone was bewildering. You have no idea what you're talking about. To where agent extraordinaire, Wellen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You make it sound so easy. Like I'm just going to go from one pack to the other in a heartbeat. It probably will be easy. I saw the way you looked at him. Will seemed angry now, his bright eyes darkening with emotion. Well, it won't be easy. And of course I look at Gabriel like that. I can't help it. HES my mate. Will winced as I said the word. Mate. This only served to irritate me further. What? To where agent extraordinaire, Wellen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you going to give me that look like everybody else does? Condemn me for having Gabriel as a mate? HE's a tyrant. Skylar, you deserve so much better. My wolf snarled furiously and I clenched my hands into fists. Glaring at Will, I had no idea what had gotten into him. I had never seen him behave like this. That just shows how little you know. I spit out. Nobody would insult my mate and get away with it. My wolf wouldn't allow it. I think I know enough about him. HE's already changing you. I glared at him. He'd had enough of this. You know what? To where agent extraordinaire, Wellen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not going to deal with this. Deal with people telling me I'm changing or becoming disloyal to the pack. It's really none of your business. I'm your friend, Skylar. I don't want that asshole ruining you. Don't talk about him like that. Or, more appropriately my wolf, snarled at him. I was sure my eyes had darkened as my wolf fought for control. She was already hurt and agitated, and everything tonight had brought her crawling to the surface. Will took a step back, looking hurt and horrified at the way I was speaking to him. I didn't care. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had enough going on and I didn't need my pack members turning on me. Without another word, I turned away from Will and strode off into the gathering darkness, trying to fight the shift from happening. I needed to go home, back to my parents' house. That was the only place I'd feel comforted right now. What had gotten into me? I couldn't help but feel that being so far away from my mate while the mating bond was still developing was only making everything worse. What was I supposed to do? Marius POV. The meeting only lasted about 30 minutes after Skylar left. I felt like the altercation had made the mood uncomfortably tense, at least for some of us. So I was grateful when Alpha Brett called it night after a few more instructions. Sighing and rubbing my hand against my forehead, I made my way outside. I felt bad for Skylar. I truly did. She would never be disloyal to this pack or any pack. And I couldn't help but feel like she had a point. From what Shed told me, the vampires were to be taken very seriously. Then again, Alpha Brett had been dealing with the Black Mountains pack's viciousness and Gabriel's heartless attitude for years. He couldn't be expected to just assume their innocence because she said so. I doubt he'd be able to shift his focus from Gabriel being the bad guy unless he saw the vampires for himself. I hoped he wouldn't have to. My mother and father had stayed behind, along with Skylar's parents, to discuss more with Alpha Brett. They were the highest ranking in the pack, so it was their responsibility. I hoped my parents wouldn't turn on Skylar, too. I caught a whiff of a familiar scent on the breeze and I narrowed my eyes through the impending darkness, spotting Will's figure. He was pacing back and forth, shoulders hunched. As usual, I felt my body warm slightly upon seeing him. I couldn't help a spark of feeling I retained for him, even though he was not my mate. I sighed. I really needed to get over the petty childhood crush, but I knew I just couldn't until I found my significant other. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I called out, quickly approaching him. He turned to face me and I immediately sensed that something was wrong. His face was drawn and tense and his eyes hollow. What's going on? Concerned, he turned away from me, hiding his face. Nothing. Don't worry about it, he said gruffly. Does it have anything to do with Skylar? Remembering the way H.E.D. followed her out, I felt a small pang of jealousy, knowing he still felt very strongly for her. I couldn't blame the girl though. She had no idea. Well, Houghton didn't reply, which gave me my answer. What happened? Repeating the question after a moment when he didn't answer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said I don't want to talk about it. I blinked, taking a step back, feeling hurt at his rude reply. Well, you don't have to take it out on me, I replied defensively. I was just trying to help. Well, that's what I was trying to do too, but apparently I suck at it. Because Skylar screamed at me and stormed off. He muttered, "What did you say?" He was silent for a long moment. Resuming his pacing, I argued with her about Gabriel, told her he was good enough for her, and said that Achias an asshole. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I gasped, shocked, not believing H.E.D. say that about her mate. Well, it's true, he snarled, spinning to face me, eyes boring into mine. He'll never be good enough for Skylar. That's just your opinion. Fate obviously thought they were meant to be. Seriously. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you have to rub it in my face? He demanded, blue eyes snapping. Underneath his anger I could see the deep pause of hurt. He and Skylar had never fought, and he was sure how to handle his emotion. Will, I know you like her, but she isn't your mate. I tried to be kind about it, that the words came out more abrasive than it hoped. Will's expression quickly morphed into one of horror. You mean? He stuttered. Belatedly, I realized I'd never confronted him about his feelings for Skylar before. There had never been any need to. However, since she had left H.E.D. being quiet and withdrawn, just not himself, he'd been wanting to approach him for a while. I've known for years. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. ever since you'd kissed." He kicked the ground roughly, frustration evident in the line of his strong jaw. "Does she know?" I shook my head in response and he continued. "She never liked me then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, she wanted to wait for her mate. After you two kissed, she realized she wanted to wait for that one special person." He gritted his teeth. "She is not very special if you ask me. Don't be jealous. The least you can do is be supportive of her, jealous. Well, Maria, you really know how to make me feel better about things. Thanks for your support." He spit out. "Support?" I bristled at his condescending tone. "Well, I've always supported you. You're my best guy friend. Don't take this out on me. You have no clue what it's like. Being obsessed with someone, knowing they'll never feel the way about you." I looked down at the ground, the words spilling out before I could help myself. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I do," I whispered, so quietly that he barely caught it. He glanced at me sharply, startled. "What?" His eyes bored into mine as I looked up, and I felt captivated by their depths. I felt my heart rate speed up, but I howled and take the words back. I do know what that's like. In the background, I heard the light padding of feet and its scent washed over my nose as she approached us. I registered her voice as she called my name, but I ignored it, focusing on Will. But who? Clearly lost. And that hurt most of all. He really had no idea. He really didn't think of me that way. It had always been Skylar, and it always would be until he found his mate. I felt a stab of rejection. I looked down again, biting my lip. "You never noticed. You're just like Skylar in that regard." I heard his sharp intake of breath, felt his incredulous piercing orbs fixated on my face. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Clearly unsure what to say, and had reached us now and looked back and forth between us, clearly having heard the last part of her conversation. "Don't worry about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Feeling the sadness well up, his dubious expression and lack of response confirmed everything. I knew then, but I needed to walk away before I said something else I regretted or embarrassed myself more. Without another glance at either Will or I quickly strode away in the direction of the woods, trying to fight down the rising sadness. Why the hell had I even said that? Our friendship was probably ruined now that he knew. Things would always be awkward between us. I thought I heard them call after me, but I ignored them, furiously wiping at my eyes. I strode into the thick trees. "You shouldn't have done that." My wolf chided, ever the motherly one. I could sense her concern through our link, her lingering affection for Will even though he was our intended mate. "I know," I whispered back, but that was all I said as I continued through the fringes of the forest, dodging through the thick undergrowth. There was a place I often went to think, and I found it shortly, settling myself on the long, thick log. I let the sounds of the forest press in around me. For some reason, it seemed a lot quieter than usual. How strange. Then the words of the meeting register came back to me, and the warnings not to go out after dark. Darkness had just fallen and I glanced up, biting my lip contemplative lie. Stupid, stupid, stupid. My embarrassing confession to what had eliminated my common sense. I needed to go back. This was just asking for trouble. Before I could move though, there was a rustling in the distance that quickly grew louder, and I heard Emma's voice calling my name yet again. She burst through the brush, blonde tresses in disarray. "I knew you'd be here. Why did you ignore me?" she demanded, placing her hands on her hips, even through her haughty, arrogant stare. I could see the concern in her hazel eyes, and was rough around the edges, but once I had gotten her respect and loyalty, she had always been my steadfast friend. When I was younger and had been bullied for being chubbier than the other kids, she had pummeled them for me. When I needed help with makeup, she was always on standby. She may not have the same compassion or patience Skylar had, but was a good friend in her own way. She didn't like Skylar though, which had tested the limits to our friendship on multiple occasions. I had tried endless times to get her to be nice to Skylar, but had never been more than civil. It always wondered if it was mere jealousy, or if didn't respect Skylar because the latter let her compassion and security make her into a pushover on multiple occasions, although she'd developed more of a backbone in recent years. Either way, I'd always wished they could just get along, but it never gotten my wish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She screeched, staring me down. Sorry, I whispered, placing my head on my hands. Immediately the slender blonde looked contrite. So, you going to explain why you just confessed your heart out to dear William? She came and sat down gracefully beside me. I don't know. Set me off. He was being really mean to Skylar, and when she left it upset him, and he took it out on me. I just slipped. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Leaning back a bit. It's getting ridiculous. Anyways, maybe it's about time the cat's out of the bag. Does Skylar know he likes her? I snorted. Of course not. I swear. That girl is just oblivious to male attention of any shape or form. It's not like she's gotten that much before or shall get any more anyways. Not now that she has that alpha as a mate. And spoke of Gabriel with disgust. But to my surprise there was another undertone to her voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't be rude. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I admonished. I was too tired to deal with her petty feelings. I know. I'm sorry. She grumbled grouchily. I never would have picked her as an alpha's mate. She's cute and all, I guess. But still, there it was again. The hint of jealousy. Anyways, let's not worry about her. Are you going to be okay? She asked me, and this time I noted true sincerity in her voice. I stood up, brushing myself off. Darkness had fallen several minutes ago, and I trusted Skylar's judgment. We should not take our chances and stay out here. Yeah, but it's going to be awkward now, regardless. So let's head back. Sorry for bringing you out here. I was cut off by the sound of a loud twig breaking. I spun around, immediately crouching into defensive mode as I did the same. Startled by the loud noise, there was a blur of movement, a whisper of sound, and then all of a sudden I felt something harsh and cold wrap around me several times, binding my arms to my side. The sensation was immediately followed by a sharp burst of pain that could only be described as excruciating, intolerable. I opened my mouth to scream, but something was shoved in my mouth, roughly cutting off the sound. I fell to my knees in agony, my eyes blurry with tears as I dimly registered what bound me, silver chains. All of this happened in mere seconds. As soon as I registered what was going on, I saw her prepare to launch herself at the attacker, but before she could he was behind her, wrapping her throat and torso tightly with silver chains identical to what bound me, and clamping a hand over her mouth to prevent sound from escaping. I had never seen anyone, other than Alpha Brett, move anywhere close to as fast as the attacker did. My wolf was howling in agony at the back of my mind, but I couldn't reach her. The silver distanced me from her and prevented me from any sort of mental communication to let my pack know we were in danger. I was drained and weak from the kiss of silver, but the agony went on and on as I felt my flesh searing and burning. I remained hunched on the ground, staring at him in desperation, too weak to move but just wanting something to stop the pain. Judging by the contorted look on Anna's face, she was feeling the same way. but her body was held up from collapsing by the creature that stood behind her. This was my fault. It blindly run out here after humiliating myself. I hadn't been paying attention to how dark it had gotten, and I had ignored Skylar's warning because I was too absorbed in my own thoughts. Stupid. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amidst my pain, my tear-filled eyes slowly flicked to his face, and I took in his appearance in a matter of agonizing seconds. He was very tall, very broad, very muscular, and likely a vampire judging by his unnatural pallor, although I could not catch his scent. His hair was a light brown color and slicked back. His eyes an unnatural electric green, blue that stood out in the darkness. He looked to be in his late 30s, but if he was a vampire, there was no telling how many years he'd actually lived. He had a rather rugged bone structure with a wide jaw and stubble along his chin, but I was not thrown off by his appearance. What perturbed me was his intimidating gaze. His eyes were glimmering with malevolence, and everything about his stance indicated that he was a predator. I could not ignore the aura of danger that emanated from him. If it weren't for the burning pain up and down my body, I would have paid more heed to the tremor of fear that ran along my spine. I just knew this man was somebody powerful. My wolf felt it too, and recoiled into the back of my consciousness as far away from him as she could get. Snarling in pain, I bared my teeth at him, before realizing the gesture was as intimidating because I was gagged. An amused smirk graced his features. "Why, hello to you two. Dog," he said coolly, keeping his voice low. He glanced at Han, who he was holding upright. "Unfortunately, my dear Maria, it hoped to catch you alone, but since she's here." Tears were streaming out of Anna's eyes as she attempted to struggle, but the vampire was far too strong, which made me even more nervous. She had alpha blood and couldn't fight him off. I struggled against my burning restraints, groaning in pain, the sound muffled. I could feel my skin searing from the sheer amount of contact with silver. I was beginning to grow dizzy, unsure of how much more I could take before I passed out. The vampire skid his gaze with disgust, making his lip curl. "The alpha's daughter, am I right?" and growled against her gag, face contorted in pain. "I didn't plan on finding you, but I suppose you could work to my advantage. However, since I know you won't come as quietly as I hope." With one swift jerk, the vampire roughly twisted Anna's neck. There was a loud crack and the blonde collapsed on the ground, unmoving, neck broken and contorted at an odd angle. I gasped in horror, numbness creeping in as I stared at my friend. "Oh, relax. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's not dead. A broken neck won't kill a werewolf. You think I don't know that?" The vampire grinned cheekily, displaying a set of even white teeth. I had expected to see his canines exposed, but apparently he was containing himself. "She's just collateral damage," he continued, picking up Anna's motionless body and heaving her over his shoulder. Then, he approached me, his intimidating form towering over my prone position. His electric eyes darkened. "As are you," he snarled, and the last thing I saw was his fist flying towards my face. I was unaware of what was happening. I felt a burning, an itching sensation, heard voices going in and out, registered my body being rested on something soft. I felt as if the silver was gone, but I couldn't be sure. My wolf was softly whining in the back of my mind. I couldn't help but feel like I should stay awake, away from the brink of sleep. I fought against the unconsciousness as I registered a presence near me. Something warm gripped me, and I felt strength flowing into my body, easing the pain, erasing the dizziness, healing me, seizing a hold of this source of energy. I welcomed it, allowing it to flow into my veins. With this form of comfort, I felt the sleep rush towards me, and this time it just felt right to fall into it. So I slept. I couldn't be sure how time was passing, but I nestled myself in the comforting blackness for some hours. Slowly, strength continued to trickle into me, although I still felt weak. I did not dream instead. I was somewhere between true sleep and wakefulness. How much damage had the silver caused? The reminder of the vampire made me jolt and my eyes slid open. I winced as light flooded in, but I quickly realized it was just moonlight, streaming through the window nearest my bed. I glanced around in confusion. My entire body was stiff and sore, and even the smallest movements hurt. As I absorbed my surroundings, I realized where I was, the infirmary. So they found me in time. They saved me. Or, more accurately, Skylar's father had saved me. I glanced at the foot of the bed to see him resting there, eyes closed as he lightly slept. His face was pale and drawn, and I cowed and felt the feeling of guilt that assaulted me. It seemed as if he had truly drained himself helping me. I half closed my eyes again, my body still incredibly weak. It was a wonder I hadn't died. With all of that silver touching me, the vampire easily could have killed me. And then, so why hadn't he? With these troubling thoughts in my head, I began to doze off. A quiet thump caused me to jump to wake of signals. Or perhaps it was my wolf, who was whining in agitation. My eyes sprung open, and the first thing I saw was a dark figure, hovering over me. It was a vampire, with its fangs exposed, long dark hair hanging in its face. Its eyes burned with fury and disgust. I opened my mouth to scream, but it quickly placed a hand over my face, stifling most of the noise. I began to thrash, glancing around desperately for a weapon, but my search halted when I saw what was happening to Skylar's father. The tall vampire from earlier had one hand raised Anders' head and cupped over his mouth, but Skylar's father was making no moves to escape. I realized why when I saw the silver wrapped around his neck. I mentally began to scream for help, although hopefully there were wolves near enough to the infirmary to have heard my scream, despite the fact that the vampire had muffled it. The vampire's other hand was gripping a syringe, to my horror drawing blood from Alexander, and in a quick movement the vampire had removed the syringe before replacing it with another, inserting something into Alexander's system. Alexander sagged in the vampire's arms, beginning to convulse and thrash due to whatever had been injected. All of this occurred in a matter of seconds and, sure enough, I heard approaching footsteps from outside the infirmary. In the blink of an eye the two vampires were gone, escaping out of the open window. As soon as the hand was removed from my mouth I began to yell, the sound scraping against my sore throat. My body ached and I cursed my own weakness for not being able to fight the second vampire off and help Alexander. Alexander was so drained from healing me that he hadn't even been able to fight or warn the others. I felt another wave of guilt. Within seconds Alpha Brett, my mother and father, and the others burst into the room and darted over to us. Alpha Brett took one look at Alexander before going over to him while my father rushed over to my bedside. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you okay? What happened? His eyes held thinly veiled panic, and he looked exhausted. Knowing my father, H.E.D. stayed by me until Alexander had ordered him out. Vampires. And Alpha Brett quickly ordered the two other wolves to follow the scent. I knew they wouldn't find the vampires, they left no scent at all, especially the one from the forest. I shivered thinking of his uncannily bright blue, green eyes, oozing malevolence. I ignored whatever was said next and allowed my gaze to fall upon Skylar's father, Alexander. He was lying on the ground, eyes closed, completely motionless. His skin had achieved an unnatural pallor, and H.E.D. finally stopped thrashing. It didn't look like he was breathing. I never imagined seeing such a sight, my father, pale and lifeless, lying in a coma. As a pack doctor with extraordinary self-healing abilities, he had never been sick. What could have possibly done this to him? Chapter 20. Your father is in a coma. Skylar. I could only stare in Alpha Brett in dismay, refusing to believe the words coming out of his mouth. My father, pale and motionless in a cot in the infirmary, was something I had never expected to see. Pack doctors, having an affinity unlike normal werewolves, had a superior self-healing ability than anyone but an alpha. My father had never been sick, not that werewolves were prone to sickness after childhood. Anyways, he had never had any sort of medical condition. When I thought of the epitome of health, my father came to mind. Yet here he was, nearly lifeless in the cot right in front of me. Alpha Brett had pulled out a chair for me and I sank into it slowly. I gingerly reached out and rested my hand on my father's arm, almost wincing from the lack of heat emanating from his skin. "How?" I asked softly. The last it heard. My father had been treating Maria after she had been attacked. When Alpha Brett ordered me to come to the infirmary immediately because something happened to my father, it was as if the ground was collapsing under my feet. Could anything else go wrong? Maria was barely coherent as Alexander while she was still weak. She said the vampires took some of his blood and injected him with a substance. Whatever it was, there must be some silver infused, because his wolf isn't healing him. He indicated my father's upturned arm. The veins were dark and stood out against his pale skin. It was poison pumping through my father's veins. There obviously wasn't that much silver because it didn't kill him. Your father's affinity is strong. He would have a better chance of recuperating than anyone else in the pack if he hadn't been drained from helping Maria. The alpha stone was flat and clipped. I could sense the tension simmering underneath his tone. And I knew why Anne was missing too. It had taken a while to notice the blonde's absence, as Maria had not been coherent enough to talk. It was several hours after Marius' arrival to the infirmary, but sometime before my father was attacked, that the pack was notified that an scent was stale. She was known to wander off on her own sometimes, but when her father could not break her mental barricade to contact her, he knew something was wrong. Now the whole pack was in a near panic state. 2 werewolves injured, one of which currently in a coma, and the Alpha's daughter missing. I barely noticed when Alpha Brett strode off, presumably to renew his search for his daughter, leaving me and my mother alone with the prone figure in front of us. My mother's brilliant blue eyes were red, rimmed, her curls in disarray. She was crying softly and refusing to look at anything in particular. I couldn't blame her, it was her mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The thought of my own mate caused a lump to rise in my throat, and I quickly brushed the image of Gabriel's face out of my mind. My own flesh and blood was suffering in front of me, and that had to take priority. I dimly registered the sound of the door opening and closing, followed by shuffling footsteps. I spun around to see a haggard Maria limping. She still looked tired and strained from her contact with silver, in fact. I was surprised she was moving at all. She slowly walked over to the bed nearest my father's and eased herself in. I just needed some fresh air," she said quietly. Dark eyes dull. "Skylar. So, don't Maria. It's not your fault." I waited outside while my father was treating you, but Alpha Brett told me to go home, to get some sleep until you were awake. I shouldn't have listened. Maybe I would have been able to stop them. She shook her head quickly. You wouldn't have been able to. Those vampires were in and out in half a minute. Maybe less. They barely even woke me up and I couldn't smell them. I'd never seen anyone move that fast. A flicker of fear crossed her expression. I gritted my teeth. What happened? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was sure she had told the story already to hear it. I needed to hear it. The brunette sighed, lowering herself into a horizontal position on the cot. After you and Will argued, I confronted him. He said some upsetting things. I went to the forest, and followed me. We were talking, and all of a sudden he was there. Who's Empire? Tall, lighter brown hair, creepy blue, green eyes. He seemed really strong, and really evil. I didn't even catch his scent. He just snuck up on us. I nodded for her to go on. He wrapped us in silver before we could move, and gagged us so we couldn't call for help. We were no match for him. He knew my name, and he knew who Anne was, which means he must have been watching everyone for a while. He said something about not wanting Anne to be there, but said she would be collateral damage, just like me. He knocked me out and took Anne. A palpable sense of guilt appeared in Maria's dark eyes. There was nothing he could have done. That was Cain, it had to be. No other vampire would be able to take on two full-grown werewolves at once that quickly. I couldn't imagine going face to face with the monster like Maria had. The thought made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. She visibly shuddered. He just radiated evil. Skylar. I can't explain it any better than that. He is the oldest vampire. He would be too strong for anyone except an alpha. Too strong for anyone except Gabriel. I added inside head. I don't remember much of being brought back here. When I woke up from one of my dozes, there was different vampire leaning over me. He smothered me so I cowled and cried out while the other one, Cain or whatever his name is, began to inject. Maria indicated my father with a jerk of her head, seemingly unable to say more. But I understood. My mother had remained silent through all of this. But I could see the lines of visible tension in her delicate shoulders. She sniffed, loudly, taking one of my father's hands in hers. It was heartbreaking to watch. Alpha Brett said they took his blood. I was stating it more than asking, but I had to know. What the hell would Cain want with my father's blood? The thought deeply perturbed me. Maria nodded mutely, and he said you, an unworkable lateral damage. Not the intended target. My brain was quickly working to put the pieces together. He also attacked when my father was at his weakest. Everything came together with horrifying clarity and I swallowed hard. So he wanted my father's blood all along. That was what he was going for. All of his other actions with you and Anne were leading to this. So why does he still have Anne? She asked weakly. I did not want to find out. I stayed by my father's beside as the sunlight began to creep across the sky. Night turning into early morning, then morning transitioning into a bright and hot afternoon. After a few hours, Maria left the infirmary to return home. After she left, I lowered my head and let the guilt wash over me. This is all my fault. I thought morosely, resting my elbows on the bed nearest my father. He hadn't moved in all the hours since he'd been here. My mother had fallen into a restless sleep, her hand still placed in his. You couldn't have known ego after your family. My wolf tried to reason, but she too seemed subdued. Yes, I could have. He likes to play games. I should have known that anyone close to me would be a direct target. He could have just wanted packed up to blood regardless of the relation to you. Then why attack my best friend? He could have attacked anyone in the pack to get my father's attention. She couldn't argue with that logic. I stared down at my father's face, peaceful in sleep despite the situation. Why did Cain want his blood? I had no doubt it had something to do with my father's affinity. Attacking Maria just seemed like Cain's way of getting at me. He could have killed her, but instead he left her on the fringes of death for my father to heal her. It seemed like he was toying with me, letting me know what power he had over all of us. I felt a flutter of panic as I took in my father's stillness. And for the millionth time I wished I had inherited his affinity. The pack did not have another doctor to take his place. We would be lost until another was born with the affinity. I was worse than useless, and I was sure everyone was thinking the same thing. There was a she-wolf in the pack, Linda, who worked part-time in the human settlement at a medical clinic to earn money for her family. She could not treat my father as a werewolf. His makeup was completely different than a human's. But she came in every so often to check his vitals. I caught a waft of her scent as she entered the room, tools in hand. I was grateful to her for trying even though she couldn't really help him. I had been feeling feverish the last couple of hours. My skin was prickling, and I felt jumpy. No doubt it was due to all of the stress. But regardless, I needed some fresh air. I'll be right back, I muttered to Linda, quickly exiting the infirmary knowing my father was in good hands. The gentle breeze and warm air outside were refreshing, but I still felt. I took deep breaths as I attempted to calm myself down and think about what to do. What was wrong with me? Was I coming down with something? Trying to ignore the itching under my skin. I thought about what to do. There were scant options. I could not help my father, in fact. The nearest source of help was in Gabriel's pack Ava. I stiffened as the idea came to me. What if we sent for help to the Black Mountains pack? Would Gabriel allow Ava to cross our borders? Would he do something like that for me? Helping the enemy pack? I felt a flicker of doubt as I remembered Brett's blatant hatred for them. But surely he would listen to reason when it came down to someone as important as my father. I glanced around, noting the absence of wolves in the pack village. They must all be looking for Anne. The blonde and I had never gotten along, but still I felt the guilt rise again. It was my fault she was missing. I could have argued more and told Brett that Kane liked to taunt me and play mind games, that he might go after someone close to me. I was selfish to keep my mouth shut. I reached out a mental probe, finding Brett's presence. Brett. Almost more owsly as I thought of what his reaction might be to my previously unheard of proposition. What? Skylar. I'm a bit busy right now. His tone was quite unwelcoming. I just had an idea about how we could help my father. I know you don't like the Black Mountains pack, but Gabriel might be willing to help since it's We're not asking for help from them. Brett's voice rung with dislike and left little room for argument. But they could send over their pack doctor and she could help. They have made no effort before to be peaceful with us. We do not need our enemies here in a time like this. Yeah, but Gabriel has a mate here now. It's different. I sensed Brett's snarl over the mind link. Absolutely not. And don't think I'd forgotten that we need to have a serious talk. Skylar, with that, he abruptly cut me out, gritting my teeth as the anger rose. I quickly strode back into the infirmary. What was his problem? Was he too blinded by his own hatred to ask for help in a serious time of need? I sat down roughly in the chair next to my father as Linda exited. Ignoring my mother's confused stare, I reached forward and determinedly grabbed my father's hand, mentally reassuring him that it would all be okay. To my surprise, when I grabbed his hand I felt an odd sensation. It was like a brief moment of searing heat, jolting from his hand and shooting up my arm. It left the hairs on my forearm standing straight up and I released my father's hand in confusion. My arm was tingling as the sensation faded. What was going on? Was that a good sign? I tentatively grabbed his hand again, but the blazing sensation of heat did not reoccur, and I was left staring his sleeping face, preoccupied. A couple hours later, and still had yet to be found, and there was no change with my father. My mother made me jolt in surprise when she spoke for the first time in a long while. Skylar, would you mind leaving me alone with your father for a while? I'd just like to talk to him. I don't know. Maybe hearing my voice will help wake him up. Her eyes were glassy with unshed tears. Her beautiful face nearly crumpled in despair. I couldn't say no to her when she looked like that, so I reluctantly agreed. Perhaps I could rest for a while at home. After Will and I argued, I had returned home and taken a shower, trying to wash away my anger, but had never been able to sleep because Maria was attacked so soon after dark. I reluctantly released my father's hand and, with one last glance at my mother's morose expression, exited the infirmary and navigated the narrow alleyways between houses to return to my own. Upon walking in, the air seemed stale, the house tense and quiet. I frowned as I entered the living room. Nobody had been here since late last night when we'd received news of my father. Yet something was off. My wolf waned in the back of my mind. I tensed up, trusting my instincts, as they'd never led me astray before. I glanced around warily, my eyes roving the furniture and the pictures on the walls. Nothing had been touched, so why did I feel as if another presence had been here? My trepidation increasing, I slowly took the stairs up toward my room. My preoccupation was heightened as I approached the sleeping quarters. I couldn't quite explain it. It was as if the air had been stirred by a body other than my own. As the hair on the back of my neck began to prickle, I knew I was correct. I had learned to recognize this feeling as I always got it when vampires had been around. My wolf had a keen sense for other supernatural creatures. Recognizing it made my blood cold, and I slowly pushed open the door to my bedroom. The wooden door creaked ominously as my room's contents were revealed. My eyes immediately found the culprit, a small white slip of paper. innocently resting in the exact center of my bed. My bed was immaculately made. Sheets tucked in and pillows fluffed. But there was one problem. I hadn't made the bed. Goosebumps sprung up and down my arms and I tried not to shiver. It was the middle of the day and I knew the vampire's cowl didn't reach me here. But the thought of Kane making my bed disturbed me on a deep level. I hesitantly approached the bed, remembering the last time he had left me a gift. I could only hope he hadn't put one of Anna's body parts in a container and sent it to me, to my small sense of relief. The piece of paper was the only new addition to my room. I swallowed hard and braced myself as I gingerly picked it up. Half of the page was covered in a flowing script that I recognized as Kane's. Assuming Kane had written the note to me in Gabriel's home when Riley's heart was left in the box on my bed. Skylar, you really need to straighten your room. Although I imagine you've been busy. What with taking care of your father and all. Sorry about that. But I needed his blood. Call it scientific curiosity. I believe I have something or someone your pack wants. I know they're looking for me, but I'm rather hard to track as you know, and they'll have no luck finding the Alpha's daughter. I am, however, available to talk to you. Consider the blonde my bargaining chip. Walk north into the woods immediately after sundown, and keep walking. I'll find you. Come alone. I'd hate to see what would happen to this scared little she-wolf if you don't come, or if you try to lead someone else to me. I'll be waiting. Never had a day felt so long. I hadn't even debated ignoring the note. At this point, I had seen enough of Kane's ruthlessness to know he would kill Anne in a heartbeat and leave her there for us to find. It would be all my fault. If it were anyone else besides Kane, I might think they were bluffing. But I knew it would be just as easy for Kane to kill off the pack members one by one until I gave in. I was going to let any more blood be spilled if I could help it. It didn't matter that Anne and I had never gotten along. She was my pack member, and she had a mate out there waiting to meet her one day. She had a father, a mother, and a little brother that loved her. It was her time to die. With my rosary to protect me, I would have to trust Razier less words that the vampire's cowl didn't touch me. I knew that I was putting myself in danger, and that Gabriel wouldn't like it. But Riley was dead. Maria had almost died, and my father was in a coma. I couldn't take much more. I needed to know what the hell Kane wanted from me, and I was going to put my entire pack's safety at risk because of cowardice. Perhaps I was being reckless, but I didn't care. I was out of options. So I acted like nothing was on my mind besides my father's health to fool my mother, sitting by his bedside and staring into space as darkness slowly arrived. The rest of the pack was in such a state of panic because of Anna's disappearance that I knew they'd scarcely notice if I slipped away. I simply told my mother that I was going outside to clear my head before it got too dark. In her dreary state, she just nodded, barely registering what I said. I still felt strange, the blood burning through my veins, as if I were coming down with some sort of rare disease, but I could only attribute it to the stress of the situation. My nerve endings felt frayed, but they would keep me alert. I had to be on my guard when meeting Kane. The patrols and searches for Anne were easier to avoid than I thought. Because it was getting dark, Alpha Brett would not allow smaller search groups to rove the land, so the parties were more spread out. I found an area of the woods where my packmate's scent was fresh, so they would not be searching there again anytime soon. And from there I headed north. I walked in a stream for a brief spell as to mask my scent better. My wolf itched to be free, as she was feeling the same feverish tension I was. But I ignored her. I would meet Kane face to face. The forest grew steadily quieter as I continued, the animals likely scurrying far away from the menace that was lurking nearby. It was fully dark now, the thin moonlight doing little to illuminate the forest floor. Leaves crackled and crunched under my feet as I crossed another stream. I hoped my innate sense of direction was guiding me true. Not too long after dark, the hairs on my neck stood on end, and I knew I was getting close. The forest was deathly still now. The crunching leaves underneath my bare feet seemed disconcertingly loud amidst the silence. I felt a spike of nervousness but attempted to quell it, feeling my rosary warm against my skin and hoping it would be enough to dispel Kane's evil. It was not Kane's scent I caught first, it was Anna's. I emerged into a clearing to see 3 figures standing there, bathed in moonlight. Anne was there, bloody and bruised, silver loosely wrapped around her thin torso as a vampire with scraggly hair stood behind her and held her in place. She was slumped, blonde hair falling forward to obscure her features. My eyes immediately flicked to the vampire I knew must be Kane. He was tall and imposing, his features as Maria described them. His unnatural eyes burned with such maliciousness I almost took a step back. My wolf could recognize the aura of pure evil that he emitted, and I tried not to visibly shudder. A lazy smirk made its way across his features as he took me in. And here I was, thinking you'd be no show. He drawled lacily. What do you want? Was my short response. In such a hurry, don't you want to get to know me first? The smirk grew. I'll have you know, Skylar. That letter took a while to write. I did not like his arrogance. The way he was treating this all like a game. My name sounded like poison coming from his lips. I heard the vampire holding and snicker cruelly. Enough playing around. I snapped, trying to be brave despite my inner turmoil. Why did you want to meet me here? Call it scientific curiosity. Eyes glinting, echoing the words from the letter. I stared at him, perplexed, completely unsure where he was going with this. Tell me, Skylar, how have you been feeling since your father's accident? I couldn't prevent the snarl that escaped my chest. Don't you dare talk about him, I snapped furiously. The vampire cocked his head, raising an eyebrow. You really don't know what I'm talking about, do you? I only stared at him mutinously, refusing to partake in his game of his. Kane shook his head slowly. It must be much more deeply buried than I originally thought. I suppose the blood will have to do for now. He almost seemed to be talking to himself. Now I made no attempt to hide my bewilderment. What are you talking about? What is deeply buried? Kane made a tsk noise in his throat. Now, don't be hasty. If you don't already know, I'll have to let you figure it out by yourself. Figure what out? I was about at the end of my patience. It didn't escape my notice that Anne had shifted position, whimpering in pain. I didn't even want to know what they had done to her. Kane took a step closer, and I had to fight not to move backward. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Yes, it definitely is different. There's an edge to it. He opened his eyes and his lips curled in a sneer. Although other than that, you dogs all have blood that smells the same. Disgusting. I ignored the insult. So he was talking about my blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyebrows furrowed. Did this have anything to do with the odd way I'd been feeling all day? I was hoping that, with your father's predicament, it would have emerged. Seems I'll have to wait. Before I could put all the pieces together, Kane moved on, his eyes taking on a hungry edge as he examined me. Or I could just take you with me, see if I can beat it out of you. He grinned, and I noticed with a stab of horror that his canines had slightly elongated. I did not prevent the growl from emerging from my chest. There's no way in hell I'll go with you, I snapped. Kane's eyebrows rose. You think you know anything about hell? Dog, he bared his teeth, his voice hardening. Your whole species is pathetic. You know nothing of suffering. His eyes were darkening and I recognized the demon within, making itself known. My wolf rose within my consciousness at the insult, but I fought her down, seething. No, you're either one that is pathetic, hiding in the shadows like a coward, refusing to face your enemies head on, killing those that are weaker than you. I indicated, and with a jerk of my head, seeing the furious expression on Kane's face but recklessly continuing anyways. You're despicable. In a flash, Kane's face morphed until his eyes were completely black, his fangs bared. In a movement so fast I barely saw it, he lunged at me, claws extended. I scarcely had time to leap backwards, although I knew I would be too slow for him. I braced myself for the impact, but it never came. There was a furious hiss as Kane stopped himself mid, lunge and recoiled, face contorted in pain. He landed on all fours and then quickly scurried backwards like an animal. It was then that I realized his demon eyes were fixated on the necklace hidden under my shirt. There was a burning fury etched in his expression. I drew the cross out. Slowly. As soon as it was visible, the second vampire snarled and backed away while Cain continued to glare at the necklace. But he started to say, spitting his words out, that thing that was supposed to be destroyed. I had never seen so much anger in one expression. Cain's eyes glittered when I wondered what experience HED had with my rosary to infuriate him so. Well, apparently it worst, I said coolly, still holding it out. The rosary was so hot it was nearly burning my hand. A few seconds passed in which Cain visibly tried to control himself. It was then that I realized he really did have a short temper. Perhaps I could use that to my advantage. He backed away a bit more, keeping a safe distance between himself and the rosary, before his fangs retracted and his eyes returned to their electric green, blue hue. Well then, he said coldly. Cain's fists were clenched tightly at his sides. Apparently, there will be a change of plan. I felt a small blossom of relief as he said that. Obviously he hadn't known I had the rosary and HED planned to take me with him, likely to use as a bargaining chip against Gabriel. If I hadn't had the rosary, I would have been in trouble. Or I may have never come. No wonder Cain said he thought it'd be a no-show. You think you'd walk in here unarmed? I replied, trying to keep my cool left-eyed although I was trembling inside. Cain shrugged, the movement almost delicate. I was hoping. However, since I can't take you with me, I'm afraid I'll have to do something else drastic. His eyes flicked to the other vampire, who let go of and uncoiled the silver that had been wrapped around her. She crumpled to the ground, landing on her hands and knees. Head bowed. In a burst of motion, Cain leapt over to Anne and grabbed her hair, yanking backwards so she was forced to look up. I felt a tremor of fear as I realized what was about to happen now. I yelled furiously, tensing up to leap at him. It was as if everything from then happened in slow motion, although it couldn't have been more than a second. Unastired, despair filled hazel eyes flicked up to meet mine as I leapt towards Cain on the far side of the clearing. Her gaze caught and held me. In her orbs I saw more emotions than she had ever shown me her entire life: fear, resignation, pain, but most of all, sorrow and regret. In that brief second, Anne displayed more feeling than I had seen in almost 20 years. The intensity of her expression almost took my breath away, as if she was sending me a silent explanation for everything that had ever happened between us instead of begging me for help. Because she knew I was too late. As I was mid-leap, Cain shoved his arm roughly into Alice's chest, the same way he had Rye's, and I heard bones snap as he penetrated her structure. With one jerk he ripped her heart out of her body and all emotion in her eyes vanished, leaving her expression vacant. With a howl of fury I continued my trajectory, but in the same movement Cain smoothly leapt out of the way, narrowly avoiding my fevered lunge. He could not retaliate because of my rosary, but he hissed menacingly as I landed on all fours and turned to face him. Hovering over Anne's body, he clutched Anne's heart in his hand. Blood smeared on his pale skin. He let go of the organ and it dropped to the ground with a thump. I felt a wave of grief rise within me as I glared at him, my teeth exposed in a snarl, trying not to shift. I was torn between the natural instinct to hover over my dead packmate's body or leap at the attacker. Cain made the decision for me. He smirked menacingly, eyes dark again as the demon inside of him made itself known. Next time, Skylar, I suggest you let me stick with my original plan. He jerked his head to his companion, the vampire with the dark scraggly hair. The vampire turned and vanished into the trees with scarcely a sound. Cain made to follow before glancing over his shoulder. This little get-together was far too short for my liking. They'll be seeing you soon. Cruelty in his expression. Before he too exited the clearing, I sat over Anna's body until I was sure they were gone before I let my eyes travel downwards to her corpse. Her lips were slightly parted, hazel eyes wide and empty. There were cuts and bruises all over her fair skin and her hair was matted with dirt. Gently, I reached down and brushed a strand of hair out of her face as I felt another wave of uncontrollable grief crash over me. This was Anne, the Alpha's daughter. one of my packmates. And now she was nothing but an empty shell, her wolf gone forever. Her mate was now destined to be alone, and Alpha Brett had lost his only daughter. I stared down at her sadly, without the arrogance and haughtiness normally present in her expression. She was beautiful, and almost looked gentle. I gently reached forward and closed her eyes. I couldn't stand seeing the profound emptiness that indicated that her soul wasn't there anymore, although her front was splattered with blood and gore. I paid no mind as I lowered my head and rested it against her still, warm figure. Tears blurred my vision and began to trickle unheeded down my cheeks. This was my fault. All my fault. I had provoked Cain somehow, and he had killed Anne, who had never done anything to deserve a death like this. Maybe he had planned on killing her no matter what I did. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. According to Maria, he had called her collateral damage. The guilt was almost unmanageable. I stayed like that for nearly half an hour, lost in my emotion, cradling Anne's still figure in my arms, before I realized I would have to tell the rest of the pack that she was dead. Dead because of me, letting all of my emotions well forth and my wolf come to the forefront of my consciousness. I tilted my head up and let my grief emerge in a long, drawn-out howl. The rest of the night was heartbreaking, big silent. Alpha Brett had taken one look at Anne's body before all emotion was wiped clean from his face. He had carried her body to his house and had not emerged since. At others' urging, I had returned home to change clothes and shower, although I scarcely remembered doing so. I was standing outside the infirmary now, staring into the distance as sunrise approached. I felt like my life was in shambles. I needed Gabriel. My packmates were looking at me with emotions ranging from pity to fury. I knew some of them blamed me, but I didn't care. I blamed myself too. Although the more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that Cain would have killed her either way. Jack came by at one point and got the entire story from me, and I told him everything from the letter to the events in the clearing. A grief-stricken Maria had wandered over eventually, looking lost. I had pulled her to me and refused to let her go, and we cried together as the first rays of the sun began to light up the sky. I couldn't imagine what she was going through. She was a lot closer to him than I was. Some time later, I noticed a commotion nearby. A large group was approaching the infirmary, and I heard angry shouting. Alpha Brett was at the forefront of the group, Jack beside him, appearing as if he was trying to reason with him. I caught the end of his words as they approached. "Brett, think about what you're doing, you." "Shut up," Alpha Brett snapped. Maria and I stood up, concerned. I had never heard Alpha Brett speak to his beta like that. Alpha practically sprinting towards us, and I felt a spike of nervousness as I saw what his eyes were fixated on me. We walked out to meet them halfway. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "What's going on?" Maria asked, sorrow laced in her tone. I opened my mouth to say something, but I never got the chance. Alpha Brett lunged at me in a blur of motion, striking me on the side of the face with his fist. I was thrown backwards like a ragdoll, and I collided with the ground about 10 feet away. Wincing at the explosion of pain in my cheek, I attempted to roll to absorb the main impact, throwing up dust all around me. I struggled to my feet, clutching my cheek as the pain spread. "What the hell? Brett, are you crazy?" Jack snapped, looking at me with a horrified expression. My eyes met Alpha Brett's, and I was frightened at what I saw there. Raw, burning fury, mixed with pain that ran deeper than I could ever imagine. "You," he spit out, ignoring his beta completely. I stared at him, opening and closing my mouth. What was I supposed to say? "This is all your fault. We were fine until you came back." "Brett, it isn't Skylar. It's the vampires." Silence. "Stop arguing." The Alpha roared at his beta, putting a command in his tone. "Alpha Brett." I trailed off, completely lost. It was my fault. Wasn't it? I couldn't defend myself. "What? Skylar? What pathetic excuse do you have now?" He was almost sneering cruelly at this point. My daughter is dead. Dead. Because you led those fucking bloodsuckers right to us. And you willingly did what they told you to do in that stupid letter. They were going to kill her if I didn't, yeah. Well, she's dead now. And his voice nearly broke. The pain on Alpha Brett's face was palpable. I couldn't imagine what he was going through. What my father would do if he were in Alpha Brett's situation. I'm sorry does not fucking cut it. You're going to tell me everything, Skylar. Or I will exile you, right here and now. The werewolves around us gasped. I could sense more and more of them approaching to see what was going on. I looked down at the ground, trying to fight my rising emotion. What could I tell him? I couldn't tell him that Gabriel was part angel. He probably wouldn't believe me anyways. And I had promised Raziel. But I couldn't lie to my pack after everything that had just happened. Why are the vampires here? What do they want? Tell me the truth. Using the command. They want Gabriel's blood. I blurt out, unable to fight the command. I frantically thought for words to say that wouldn't reveal my mate's heritage. They need his blood to become invincible. And they were going after his mother, but she got away from them. So now Cain has a personal vendetta against Gabriel. All of that was true. Hopefully it was enough. So you're telling me that my daughter, because the vampires are going after your mate? Our worst enemy. He accented the words with hand gestures, his face a mask of fury. I tried not to cower under his wrath. Yes, I whispered, unable to lie to him. Has he known about this? That they need an Alpha's blood? He was shaking, yes. A furious snarl escaped from Alpha Brett's chest. His eyes were pitch black now, and I knew he was fighting the shift all of the grief and stress made him. Like any Alpha. I'll fucking kill him. Shaking, I blinked at him, horrified, hoping I heard wrong. No, you can't. Yes, I damn well can. Because of that bastard. Our pack is getting attacked. My own daughter was killed and your father is in a coma. Spittle was flying out of his mouth. He looked insane. I have dealt with his cruelty, his pack's oppression, for years and years now without fighting. I have hated every second of it, but I've done it. But I'm not going to anymore. My little girl is dead because of him. Because of your fucking. The grief had caused him to snap, to lose all sense of reason. Jack looked like he was mentally pleading with him, but due to the command, he couldn't argue. If you challenge him, I'll kill you. I pled desperately, ignoring the fact that several of the wolves around us were agreeing with Alpha Brett's words. It was that I didn't want to protect my mate. The fact was, he was stronger than Alpha Brett, and I knew it. If an Alpha trespassed on Gabriel's territory, he would kill without a second thought. It was allowed under werewolf law, and Gabriel was proud and ruthless. Not if I kill him first. I suggest you shut your mouth, Skylar. You've caused enough damage. He shot me a lot, filled with so much hatred I winced and backed away. Jack, stay here. You three. Using his command, Alpha Brett indicated the three wolves nearest him. Without another word, they turned and began to leave. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jack and I standing there in horror. Alpha Brett was using his anger as fuel, thinking he was invincible, grieving so badly that he did not care about the consequences, which I knew would be severe. As the group began to head off, I heard Alpha Brett give a furious howl, along with the words, "We are going to challenge this bastard and get him out of this territory once and for all." Chapter 21. I stood there in shock for several long, drawn-out seconds, trying to absorb exactly what was happening. With everything that had occurred in the last few days, my mind was overwhelmed, and the cowardly part of me just wanted to shut everything down, return to my house, and sleep. But I couldn't. My wolf jerked me out of my moment of self-pity when she snarled, loud and clear, in the back of my mind. Our mate. Go to our mate. Maria had made her way over to me and was staring at the swelling lump on my face with an expression akin to horror. "Skylar, I can't believe he hit you," she turned to her father. "What are we going to do?" I didn't hear what Jack said, as I felt the blood rushing through my veins and my head started pounding. My wolf wanted to take over so we could shift and run towards the Black Mountains pack territory as fast as we possibly could. I fought her down, gritting my teeth at the effort it took to control her. We have to go there now, she snapped furiously. Are just going to kill Gabriel? I sensed the worry and concern in her voice, and shaking my numbness off, I snapped into action. I shoved through the crowd of werewolves still gathered nearby, ignoring whatever Beta Jack was saying. Maybe Alpha Brett was going to his house first, and I could catch him there before he took off. Some part of me, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Seriously doubted that. I had seen the madness glinting in his eyes. He had suffered an overwhelming loss and he was responding with anger. I understood, but that didn't mean I was going to let him start war between our packs. I took off at a quick pace towards the Alphys house, knowing I cowled into afford to waste time. I heard footsteps behind me as Jack and Maria jogged after me. Are you going to save Gabriel? Maria asked, and I turned over my shoulder as I continued my pace. Her expression was unreadable, while I felt a twinge as I heard Gabriel's name, and I resented the fact that my own Alpha was going after my mate. I realized it wasn't Gabriel's safety I was worried about. I knew how powerful and relentless he was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No one going to try to save Alpha Brett. Jack caught up to me, eyebrows drawn together in confusion. Skylar, I know your mate is strong, but Alpha Brett's rage is fueling him. Right now he feels like he has nothing left to lose. He might. Trust me, guys. I broke in, cutting the bait off bluntly. Gabriel is too strong. Alpha Brett won't stand a chance. As I spoke the words, I knew they were true. Gabriel would kill Alpha Brett without thinking. And while I thought Brett was making some very rash decisions, I didn't want him dead. It would only throw our pack into more chaos. The packs needed to work together until the vampires were gone, not to tear each other apart. We reached the Alphys house. To my disappointment, I didn't catch Brett's fresh scent there, so he had decided to go straight to enemy territory. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had to go now or I wouldn't catch up to them in time. I have to go after him. I turned to face Jack as if I were pleading for permission, but I didn't plan on letting anyone stop me. Not this time. I know you may not believe me, but Alpha Brett is in over his head, and we can't afford confrontation with werewolves while we have worse enemies around. My eyes fell on Maria as I silently pleaded with her. Jack ran a hand through his short hair in agitation. Skydar, I just don't think it's... I have to go. I responded desperately, shifting from foot to foot in anticipation. I couldn't waste any more time. My wolf still wanted to claw her way out. You honestly think I don't know I'll be putting myself in a dangerous situation? My father's in a coma, for crying out loud, and I'm leaving him for this. We can't afford a war on our hands, and Alpha Brett is too blind to see that. I began to back away after Jack didn't respond. Maria stepped forward. Skylar, I could go with you. You don't have to go alone now. This is my fault. I can't put anyone else in danger. Jack cut in. Your parents. My mother will keep in contact with me. Just tell her I have to do this. I won't be in danger from the Black Mountains pack. They won't hurt me. My wolf whined urgently, forcing me onwards. I turned away from Maria and Jack and began to jog towards the trees in preparation to shift. The conviction and conviction at my voice definitely assured Maria, but I caught a dubious look on Jack's face as I turned away. I didn't care. I had only myself to blame for this mess, and I sure as hell was going to solve it. I just didn't know how yet. Stay alert, Skylar, Jack shouted after me, and I was relieved he wasn't arguing anymore, probably because he knew I was right. It was all my fault. I shifted as quickly as possible after tying my clothes to my ankle. I had still been feverish and twitchy, although less so after Ernest's death, but the sensations thankfully subsided to a bearable level after I changed into my wolf. I did not want to deal with all of that right now. My wolf yipped in agitation, and we took off in the general direction of the Black Mountain Pack's territory. I felt a stab of guilt for not explaining everything to my mother, but surely she'd understand. I knew I was disregarding my own safety and my respect for Alphabret, but if I could help my pack, I would. It felt good to stretch my muscles again, but as I dodged thick tree trunks and leapt over fallen logs, I could feel the exhaustion that had come on from the lack of sleep. If I were human, I wouldn't have been able to stay awake for so long. I could only hope I would have enough energy to get there. A couple minutes into my run, I sensed another presence, fast approaching me, a grey blur through the vivid green of the forest. I skidded to a halt, my giant paws scrabbling on the ground, so the gigantic wolf narrowly avoided me. He whizzed within inches of me, the distilled air from his barreling runt stirring my fur. He came to a stuttering halt and spun to face me, snarling. I recognized the wolf as Mikey, a decent warrior that was a large size, but slower than I. My fur bristled as I returned his growl, glaring at him. "What the hell are you doing?" I snapped through the mind blink. "Alphabret told me that Cow didn't let you follow them," he replied in his deep, guttural voice. I growled louder, the sound reverberating from deep within my chest. In trying to help Alphabret, I'd just going to get himself killed. He commanded me, and I obey my Alpha's orders, he replied coolly, although I saw wariness presiding deep in his yellow eyes. Mikey didn't want to attack me, but he had no choice if I tried to follow the Alpha. I mentally cursed as my wolf continued to growl at his. I could not afford to waste this precious time. I glanced around quickly. I didn't want to fight my own packmate. Could I escape? Don't even try it. Without another word, Mikey rushed at me, tensing before bringing his gigantic body into a powerful leap. I quickly rolled out of the way, growling in frustration. He lunged at me again, but I neatly dodged, taking a lunging snap at his haunch but narrowly missing as he twisted around. I decided to use my agility as an advantage to Mickey's left side. He turned to face me, and I spun quickly to the other side, taking another snap and getting a mouthful of fur. This was a waste of time. Worse, if I received an injury, there was no chance I could make it. I had to outrun Mikey before it was too late. We circled each other for a brief moment, both growling deep within our chests. Mikey lunged yet again, but I sidestepped and an idea came to me. Why not use his momentum against him? Without further ado, I took off in the same direction as before, hearing him quickly take up pursuit. His paws thundered against the ground as he followed hot on my heels, and I slowed my pace so he would begin to catch up. I had to trick him into thinking he would catch me, so I maintained the slower pace, hearing his steps increase in frequency as he sped up. Within seconds I felt warm breath on my back legs and heard his deep pounce immediately behind me. I had to give him credit. For his size, Mikey was almost impossibly fast, which was likely why Alphabret thought he'd be able to detain me. He was wrong. I trained my ears on Mikey's movements, speeding up ever so slightly so he wouldn't realize I was deliberately slowing down. I knew he would lunge soon and try to pin me to the ground with his massive stature. Sure enough, near heartbeats later I heard a break in his thundering steps as he tensed and then lunged. I felt the air stir above me and, in the last possible second, I abruptly stopped and rolled to the side in one swift movement. I returned to my feet as Mikey landed heavily and stumbled. That was my chance, as he teetered to one side, putting all of the weight onto feet while he tried to regain his balance. I lunged and ensnared his front leg in my jaws. I bit down, feeling a surge of guilt as the bone crunched under my powerful jaws. I released his leg before he could counterattack, hearing his furious snarl, and again I took off, not giving him even a single second to recover. I knew it was a low blow, crushing his leg like that and running, and not a tactic I would have used in any sort of training maneuver, but I had no choice. He couldn't follow me, but still, I could not help the prevalent sense of guilt I felt as I heard his pained, furious howl erupt far behind me. I ran after Alphabret and the wolves he was bringing with him, following their scent as soon as I came to it. I knew I was half an hour behind, and I was a lot slower than Alphabet to begin with. But I hoped since he was bringing a few others with him he would be forced to slow his pace. Birds erupted from the trees and animals scurried out of my way as my paws thudded on the ground and I continued my breakneck pace. I had to stop Alphabet before he could make such a stupid decision. I knew he was stressed, and I knew he was in incredible pain. I couldn't imagine losing a family member. He had likely retreated to the back of his consciousness while his wolf took over, driving him to go kill who he perceived as the enemy. But even though part of me understood him, I couldn't let him do this. I had stood by for far too long, and deserved a funeral. Like every werewolf had, she deserved to be recognized, despite the differences it had with her before. Normally the family would be preparing the funeral now. Alphabet would regret this later. I knew. If he was dead, and if he died, his poor mate and young son would never recover, and his brother would be Alpha in several years once he came of age. He needed his father to watch over him and guide him. Underneath everything, I couldn't lie to myself. While I was going to help Alphabet and my pack, a very large part of me wanted to see Gabriel again. I missed him desperately, and with everything going on I hadn't been able to sort everything through yet. I knew he'd be upset to see me when I hadn't made my choice. But despite all of that, I couldn't deny the fact that I wanted to see him with my own eyes and make sure everything was okay. Had anyone else in his pack been hurt? Had Raziel found what he was looking for? My wolf longed for him with a feverish desperation, and I couldn't deny the jolt I felt every time I pictured his dark eyes and the way GD looked at me when we last parted. I could only hope I was not too late, and that Alphabet had not caused irreparable damage to both of our packs. L is POV. There are intruders from the Silverwoods pack on our territory, I told Gabriel, bracing myself for how he would respond. I was panting, having been running border patrol all day, but as soon as we'd caught the scent I knew I had to tell him. For a second I thought I sensed a glimmer of emotion coming through our mind, Link and I instantly knew why. Skylar. For a brief instant Gabriel had probably hoped it was Skylar coming back. Before he realized I would have called her out by name. Who he demanded coolly. All vestiges of emotion vanished. He had a prominent distaste for her pack as a whole. I knew, and it would be worse when he found out exactly who had come to visit. There's no mistaking it. The scent is very faint, so they must have just crossed our border, but it's distinctive. It's got to be their Alpha. There are 3 others with him. Their Alpha is trespassing on our territory. Gabriel snapped and I winced, detecting the simmering anger there. If an Alpha from an enemy pack was crossing without permission, that could only mean one thing. Yes, Alpha. There was a snarl in his voice as he spoke again. They'll be right there. Rendezvous with me at the fringe of the forest. By the time we met up with Gabriel, I knew that the intruders would be quite far into our territory. The thought made me uneasy. Something must have happened to set the other Alpha off. He had never dared infringe upon our territory before. We ran as fast as we could, all in wolf form, as the overpowering scent continued to waft towards us on the breeze. Judging the trajectory, we made a rough estimate of where we would intercept them and continued in that direction. Running along next to the Alpha, I couldn't help but feel concerned. Surely it wouldn't have anything to do with Skylar, would it? His wolf would know if something happened to their mate. My own wolf said calmly, as usual, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I felt his pang of sadness as he spoke of mates. We had yet to find ours and we were long past 18. Although younger than Gabriel, I hadn't found Skylar until he was 25. I hope so, was all I responded. At this distance Gabriel could only feel Skylar's pain if it was severe. Like when the vampires bit her. He hadn't really felt anything, so she had to be okay. I tried to assure myself. We continued on and the scent steadily intensified. I could see Gabriel's fur standing up, and I knew it must have infuriated him that someone dared trespass. He was a very proud and unforgiving Alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The other Alpha didn't stand a chance. Soon enough we had emerged onto open land, the trees' shade neglecting us to be replaced by rocky hills and scraggly grass. We stopped just out onto the open land, the trees still circling behind us and to our immediate left, while the rocky plains stretched out ahead and disappeared into a fringe of forest in the far distance. Gabriel told us to shift back into human form and get dressed while we awaited the intruders. We weren't exactly sure of the other Alphas' intention, but it was customary for Alphas to address each other in their human bodies unless they decided to fight. It didn't take long for Skyle Ozpack members to arrive. They burst out of the forest far ahead of us, already having shifted back into humans. They approached at a rapid pace while we waited, tensed in defensive stances, although it was not werewolf custom to attack another pack without exchanging words first. The Alpha, Brett as I thought it heard him called in meetings previously, was at the forefront. 3 other werewolves were spread behind him, all muscular and imposing. We had the same numbers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would normally have stayed behind to watch the pack, but since it'd already been out on patrol and copper scent, Gabriel had allowed me to tag along. Vincent was normally present at Gabriel's side, but he was overseeing the pack for the brief time we were gone. Not that it mattered, the intruders were so far onto our land by now that we weren't a terribly far distance away from the pack village. As they grew closer, the look on the Alpha Brett's face was unmistakable, pure, unfiltered rage and loathing. Something must have happened to set him off. His eyes burned with such ferocity that I hided Gabriel would get out of here without a fight. Not that he wanted to. If Alpha Brett trespassed on his territory and challenged Gabriel, the two would battle. Whichever wolf won would be within their rights to kill the other. It was the nature of Alphas to be harsh and unforgiving. The custom was one of our more primitive ones. But we had animals inside of us, wolves that refused to bow to human morals. Killing was natural among Alphas. Survival of the fittest. As they said, the group of intruders finally stopped, several yards away from us, staring us down angrily. Alpha Brett angriest of all. He was trembling and I was surprised he was even controlling himself. He had the look of a madman. "Why are you here?" Gabriel asked, a growling undertone in his deep voice. "You," the other Alpha snarled, balling his hands into fists. The veins stood out along his arms. Those fucking monsters are here because of you." For a split second Gabriel looked taken aback, and I saw a flicker of betrayal cross his features. So Skylar had told her pack then. I wondered if she had had a choice. She didn't seem the type to just blurt out secrets like that. In the Black Mountains pack, I was the only one who knew everything about Gabriel's history. I had been commanded to never tell anyone about his heritage. I'd been glad when Gabriel told me H.E.D. finally confessed everything to his mate. "That doesn't give you any right to trespass," was Gabriel's cool response. Although I could see anger rising in his dark eyes. "I have every right. I should have done this a long time ago. You've abused your power far too much," came the Alpha Brett's snarling reply. "I should kill you for your disrespect." Gabriel snapped. His wolf was likely not taking kindly to the power struggle. "I'd like to see you try. My daughter is dead. You soulless bastard. Dead because of you and Skylar." I blinked in shock at the revelation. The wolves behind Alpha Brett shifted, looking pained as the topic was brought up. Gabriel tensed up, looking murderous. "Leave Skylar out of this," he growled dangerously. If he was surprised to hear the Alpha's daughter was dead, he didn't show it. Knowing him, he didn't care. Alpha Brett laughed, the sound coming out distorted and cruel. Too late. If she was such a spineless liar, none of this would ever happened. A furious snarl erupted from Gabriel's chest. His fury was so palpable that my wolf Winston shied away from his alpha power. I saw the other 2 werewolves in our pack flinch as their wolves did the same. I noticed uncertainty on the faces of Alpha Brett's warriors. "I swear if you fucking touch her, she's in my pack. I will punish her how I see fit. She's practically a traitor anyways, thinking that you're worthy of any sort of forgiveness. She deserves to be exiled." Alpha Brettseed. Gabriel leapt forward in a blur of motion, coming to stop directly in front of Alpha Brett. The two alphas radiated power, standing mere feet apart. Gabriel a couple inches taller. I, knowing Gabriel's full heritage, could see that Alpha Brett had no chance despite his fury, and you deserve to have your throat ripped out. I will tell you one last time, leave her out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You will not harm a hair on her head. Gabriel leaned closer, he spoke, growling. There was a command in Gabriel's tone as he spoke the last words, and I saw Alpha Brett take a step back, gritting his teeth as his wolf bowed to Gabriel's command. I knew that because of Gabriel's blood, he could command other alphas, but it was still disconcerting to watch as Alpha Brett's veins stood out, his face turning red as he vainly fought the order and failed. This is the last time I will ask you, why are you here? Despite Gabriel's obvious anger, he had to obey the formalities. If Alpha Brett was challenging him, it was customary to say it outright. At this point I didn't think the intruding Alpha gave a damn about tradition, but Gabriel would follow it to retain the respect from us. Alpha Brett stood upright, baring his teeth as he spoke the words and confirmed our suspicions. I, Alpha Brett, the Alpha of the Silver Woods Pack, challenge you and all of your rights as Alpha of the Black Mountains Pack herein. The words normally ended there, or at least I thought they did, as I'd never seen anyone challenge Gabriel before. Brett, however, recklessly continued, I think you are weak and pathetic, hiding behind your commands in your brain. Wush Pack. Your actions against my pack are despicable and you don't deserve to live, you. But Alpha Brett never got to finish. In a movement quicker than lightning that even Alpha Brett couldn't prevent, Gabriel struck him with a powerful punch that sent him flying, rolling into the dust. Alpha Brett turned over, snarling, and then began to shift, close ripping. Gabriel had time to quickly strip his clothes off before he transformed into the midnight black wolf he was notorious for. The two wolves circled each other, teeth bared and haunches high. Gabriel was bigger than Alpha Brett's grey wolf, although not by much. The sheer force of their alpha dominance was overwhelming, and the rest of us backed away, our wolves intimidated. We were mostly there as witnesses or back up if the other pack broke customs and attacked. While it was supposed to be a one-on-one fight, by the looks of the Silverwoods Pack warriors, they had no intention of attacking Gabriel. Menacing growls erupted from the alphas' throats. With a snarl, Brett leapt at Gabriel, but Gabriel dodged easily and came to circle around him. Alpha Brett, in his furious anger, attacked again. Gabriel continued to dodge and the dance continued, Brett never landing a single blow. Brett moved very fast, fast enough that I wouldn't have been able to keep up with him. That being said, he was enough to take on Gabriel. Even I could see that Gabriel was toying with him, tiring him out. Gabriel knew he was the stronger fighter, but he wanted to humiliate the Alpha that had trespassed on Black Mountain's pack territory. And it was even worse because Brett had insulted Skylar. After Brett lunged, quicker than lightning, Gabriel twisted around and sidestepped, sinking his teeth into Brett's haunch as he did so. The grey wolf howled in pain and backed away, snarling. It got considerably more violent from there as the two wolves lunged simultaneously, connecting with a mighty roar. The two began to rapidly exchange blows almost faster than the eye could see. From what I could tell, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel was easily overpowering Brett in every exchange. The grey wolf howled in pain as a gash was opened on his thigh, followed by one on his upper back. Gabriel's face was a mask of snarling fury and sharp teeth as he continued to let into the other Alpha. Judging by the cries of pain increasing in frequency, he was holding nothing back. Watching them, I knew just what was going to happen. Skylar's Alpha was a goner. Skylar's POV was exhausted. Luckily, my wolf had incredible strength, because my human form would have passed out long ago. I had run all through the afternoon only stopping for water. No food, because I just didn't have the time. There were leaves and twigs stuck to my light silver fur and my paws were caked with mud, but I paid no regard. I had to hold on to the hope that I could stop Gabriel from killing Alpha Brett. I knew there was a very slim chance, because when one alpha challenged another, it was usually a fight to the death. Alphas were proud and did not forgive. It was their animalistic nature to kill their rivals. And Gabriel was considered one of the cruelest of all. Half an hour ago the scent had gotten increasingly fresher and I knew I was getting close. I had long since passed into Gabriel's territory, but no wolf had come to stop me yet. Perhaps they were all focused on the more prominent trespassers. Or maybe they recognized my scent. Either way, I was nearing the edge of the forest, and I couldn't help the sense of preoccupation that struck me. This preoccupation worsened when I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder that washed mine, indicating that Gabriel must have been bitten. I winced, briefly breaking stride as the simmering pain slowly faded, only to be replaced by another in my hind leg. Was I too late? I had run recklessly all day and I thought I had gained some ground on them. But I would have noticed the broken mind link if Brett were dead, and the pain I felt from Gabriel only indicated minor wounds. I probably only felt it because I was getting, quoting my frustration. I pushed my paws to go faster. My wolf, excited at seeing her mate and wanting to protect her alpha if she could, complied. My muscles burned, but I streaked through the forest at a breakneck pace. Only when I heard the sounds of snarling fighting did I alter direction, deciding to follow the line of trees until I was as closeable to the battle. I could use the element of surprise to my advantage. Perhaps startle Gabriel enough that I could buy some time. While my lack of faith in my own alpha would be disconcerting to some, I somehow just knew that Brett would lose. He had no chance. And then I saw them through a break in the trees. What I observed made my blood run cold and my heart almost stop. But I could not be surprised, because it was exactly what I expected. Alpha Brett, in wolf form, was on the rocky ground, battered and broken, blood oozing out of numerous open wounds. It looked like several of his bones were shattered. Gabriel stood over him, fur standing on end, snarling. Gabriel's injuries were barely visible. As I watched, sprinting through the forest parallel to the group, my mate jerked his head and sunk his teeth into Alpha Brett's side, ripping his skin open. Then he withdrew, only to leap to Brett's other side and do the same thing. Alpha Brett was too weak to retaliate, only able to cry out in pain as the beating continued. Gabriel, my mate, was basically torturing and humiliating my alpha, and it honestly scared me. I had never seen such a dark side to him in person, and I recoiled from his brutality as he closed his jaws in on Brett's hind leg, crushing it. My wolf whimpered, not liking the sight of our mate in his cruelest form. I was near the edge of the trees now, immediately beside the group of werewolves. I felt fear strike my heart as I realized what I was about to do. What I had to do. Gabriel was circling Alpha Brett slowly. His stance was menacing. My heart was struck with fear as I realized that Gabriel was going to do it now. He was going to kill my alpha. I couldn't let that happen. It would tear our packs up beyond hope. And I realized that was what Cain wanted. He didn't need his enemies uniting. Hell, he had probably killed Anne predicting something like this would happen. So, for the first time in a very long time, I acted without thinking it through. I exploded from the trees a few yards from the group. Gabriel was still circling near Brett, letting him suffer, but prepared to deliver the killing blow. I did the unthinkable. I tensed my body and leapt, putting every ounce of strength into my lunge, sailing over the heads of the nearest wolves as they turned to gape at me. Gabriel, intent on killing his foe, noticed my presence at the last instant. I saw a glint of his eyes, cold and unforgiving, flash to me. He was in the middle of the battle, about to kill his rival, and I recognized nothing of him in his wolf's orbs. He was lost in his animalistic nature. I knew what I was doing had probably never been done. It was unthinkable to interrupt an alpha's fight if I did so. The alpha had every right to kill me too, but it was what I had to risk. I had to hope he realized who I was before he let his wolf annihilate me for interrupting the battle. I landed somewhat unsteadily near the two and I quickly sidled forward, placing myself in the small space between Alphabet's prone figure and my mate. Gabriel snarled furiously at being interrupted in the middle of his kill. I looked up, trying not to cower as I made eye contact with Gabriel, who was approaching me slowly and menacingly. He doesn't know us. He doesn't recognize us. I whimpered internally. His wolf has taken over. We interrupted an alpha's fight. What were we thinking? He has to know us. My wolf responded, although she seemed unsure. It was much easier for an alpha to lose himself in his wolf than it would be for... Perhaps his angelic side would actually come in handy here. All eyes, except Alpha Brett's, were fixated on the two of us. I crouched low, acting submissive, praying my mate would come to his senses. It would be much easier if we had already mated, but as it was, the bond was still tenuous. All I knew was I had to keep my figure in front of Alpha Brett, whose breathing was labored and unsteady. Gabriel halted suddenly, his growls ceasing. He appeared to be having an internal battle. I saw confusion flicker across his eyes along with inner turmoil. After a few tension-filled seconds, I saw what I had been looking for most, recognition, which was quickly followed by incredulity. My mate straightened and continued to walk towards me, even more slowly this time, until his snout was less than a foot from mine. My wolf wanted to curl up against him, seek comfort from his black fur, but I held her back. The pull was still very strong, but I could manage. I was sure what was going through Gabriel's head right now. His eyes as a wolf were much more expressive than when he was human, but I couldn't be sure. Gabriel whined, very softly, and I winced at the pain apparent in his expression. He had wanted me to come back, but clearly realized I had done so only for my alpha. His eyes flickered to Brett as if remembering he was there, and then back to me. He seemed to be struggling with himself as if he didn't know whether to follow the wolf's instinct or listen to me. I knew I had put myself in an incredibly dangerous position. I was just hoping that Gabriel cared about me enough to at least think this through. Gabriel growled yet again, frustrated and torn. He lowered his head, muscles bunching and claws digging into the ground. The impulse to kill was definitely strong. Skylar, what the hell are you doing? You can't interrupt an alpha's battle. That was Eli. He had stepped forth, an angry look creasing his brows. I whined softly and Gabriel growled, glaring at his beta and clearly not liking the way Eli was talking to me. Then, to my shock, Gabriel started to shift back into human form. I tried not to stare, averting my gaze as his fur and claws receded, and he stood there as a naked human man. Thankfully his clothes were close by it. He quickly to shorts before I lost all sense of self-control and openly ogled him. My wolf was purring in appreciation. Stop. We've more important things to worry about right now. I snapped at her. As a human, I could more clearly see the deep gashes on Gabriel's shoulder and leg. They were worse than I realized. I whined softly. My wolf worried, but Gabriel ignored me. Move out of the way. Skylar, Gabriel said impatiently. His eyes were emotionless again. I crouched lower, not wanting to move. Dimly I noticed that behind me, Alpha Brett had shifted back into his human form, naked and bleeding. This meant he and his wolf were both unconscious. Damn it, Skylar. If you don't move, I might lose it again. Wincing at his tone, I slowly stepped away. I could feel my 3 pack mates staring at me intently, but I ignored them. Gabriel huffed and ran a hand through his hair. He trespassed on my territory, insulted me and challenged me. I have the right to kill him, even now, in fighting my wolf. He is a rival alpha. Skylar. I whined again. Couldn't he see what was happening here? I had to speak to him in person. I indicated the woods with a jerk of my head, running into the tree shelter and shifting back in record time before putting my clothes back on. I knew Gabriel wouldn't want his packmate seeing my unclothed form. Upon returning, I tried not to stare at Gabriel's lack of upper body clothing. I berated myself for being so easily distracted at a time like this. Alpha Brett was not moving, but blood was still oozing out of his cuts. Beaten to a pulp, he didn't look nearly as intimidating. Gabriel, I started, not missing the way he tensed when I said his name. He stared at me intently. I hoped the bruise from Alpha Brett's punch had faded over the last couple hours. I didn't want him any more pissed off. What happened to your face? Apparently it hadn't faded altogether. Nothing. Just a minor battle wound while trying to get here. It wasn't entirely a lie, and Gabriel would kill Brett if he found out the truth. Gabriel narrowed his eyes, but I quickly changed the subject. The Alpha's grieving. And just died. I swallowed the lump in my throat. This is what Kane wants. He was originally targeting Anne, but he saw the opportunity and seized it. He wants to create a rift between our packs. You're playing into his hands. Gabriel stiffened. You met Kane? Yes, his jaw clenched. Knowing Gabriel, he was thinking about how it was his fault. How he shouldn't have let me go. Did he say anything else? He was mainly just taunting me. He attacked my father, though. I neglected to mention the coma part. Gabriel looked down then, but not before I caught the guilt in his expression. It's not your fault, I said softly. Judging by his posture, I had correctly guessed his train of thought. Look, it doesn't matter. I continued before he could argue. Please just don't kill Alpha Brett. His family has suffered enough. And my pack mates, I don't want them hating your pack when the vampires are the real enemy here. He isn't fit to be Alpha. Skylar. He is as good as dead. I knew he was right. Alpha Brett Cowden led us in a time like this. But still, his recklessness will get you all killed. I didn't see how I could get out of this. But I tried to anyways. Please, Gabriel. I'm begging you. My pack is begging you. I felt pathetic, groveling in front of my own mate. But what else could I do? I'm not doing it for your pack. I felt my stomach drop, but there was a strange expression in Gabriel's eyes, as if he was pondering something. He glanced at Eli, and the two seemed to have a silent conversation. I tried to wait patiently as they spoke, but I couldn't help but shift position every 2 seconds. What could they possibly be discussing right now? My pack members looked equally confused, the three of them watching Gabriel and Eli with blank faces. I got the impression that some sort of big decision was being made. Another minute passed before Gabriel finally sighed, long and drawn out. It was going to happen eventually, for one reason or another. Eli mused aloud. I blinked, completely bewildered. Gabriel nodded once, and his dark eyes found mine. I felt my heart rate increase just at the eye contact with him. I'm doing this for you, Skylar. Don't forget that. His voice was quieter, tone serious. I suddenly found it hard to breathe. Gabriel slowly walked until he stood directly over Alpha Brett's naked body. Eli and another wolf, on silent command, came over and heaved up his unconscious body, each one with an arm around Brett's waist. His head lolled and eyelids flickered. Wake up, Gabriel snapped. Brett didn't respond. Gabriel said it again, louder, and this time there must have been some sort of command in his tone, because Alpha Brett's eyes slowly opened and flicked around lethargic ally. His face was mottled with bruises and swelling, but I was more concerned about the way some of his bones were knotted. He must have been in an abominable amount of pain, but he said nothing as Gabriel stared him down. You don't deserve to carry on living, in my opinion, but someone in your pack thinks otherwise. Gabriel indicated me with a jerk of his head. So, I'm giving you a choice. I can kill you, or I can purge you. I stared, completely lost. I had never heard of a purge, and I had no clue what it meant. Alpha Brett obviously did. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichet's enthusiasm. For I could see a look of horror and regret pass through his eyes. You can't, yes. You challenged me, and you lost. And the penalty is death. But this is your one chance to avoid that. I won't ask again. Alpha Brett began to struggle and thrash, but to no avail. A pained grimace appeared on his face as he stared at Gabriel's mutinous lie. I didn't know what a purge was, but it looked Gabriel was quickly losing his patience. Alpha Brett, I said quietly. His bleary eyes turned on me. You can't die. You have a mate and a son back home. I know you miss Anne, but the rest of your family needs you. They miss you, and how could they go on without you? My Alpha glared at me but did not speak. Please, Alpha Brett. I know you're feeling a lot of rage right now, but think of them waiting for you to come home. Your son will need your guidance. Your mate can't do it all without your help. I don't know what the purge is, but anything is better than leaving them forever. There was several seconds of tense, drawn-out silence. Before Alpha Brett finally bowed his head, it seemed like all of the fight left him as his shoulders sagged and his body drooped even further. I tried not to stare at the festering wounds and broken bones. Now are you going to do this willingly? You know the purge won't work if you don't do it willingly. And if it goes wrong, I will kill you. Gabriel growled impatiently. I'm sure you know the words. Alpha Brett grunted. Everything you worked for it'll be gone. You willingly sacrificed it as soon as you crossed into my territory. But he subsided into silence as he seemed to realize there really was not much of a choice here. Death or purge. Brett looked absolutely humiliated, while I could only stare there in bewilderment as he took a deep breath, steeled himself, and began to mumble a fast string of words that I barely caught. I, Alpha Brett, hereby submit to you. I state that I am no longer fit or able to be an alpha, and I am no longer fit or able to lead the Silverwoods pack. I reject my bloodline and hereby terminate my alpha line. I knowingly relinquish and divest all control to you. My mouth dropped open. Wait, so did that mean let the scar be a reminder of what I have forsaken? With those words, Alpha Brett proceeded to elongate his claws and with a jerking motion created a gash right over his heart. The blood welled up and dripped down his exposed torso as Gabriel began to speak. I, Alpha Gabriel, hereby accept your alpha entitlement to the Silverwoods pack. I acknowledge that I have received all of your former responsibilities as alpha, and I will lead the Silverwoods pack as long as I am fit able. I knowingly continue the bloodline that you have relinquished. Let this scar be a reminder of what I have undertaken. With a similar jerking motion, Gabriel created a gash over his heart. I winced as I felt the smarting pain. So this was a purge, where one alpha took on another's responsibilities. Of course it would come down to blood. All werewolf ceremonies came down to blood. Gabriel put a hand over his bloody chest as Brett did the same. Then, in a simultaneous motion, Gabriel lifted his blood-smeared palm and placed it against Brett's. I felt something in the back of my mind snap and break, as if a connection had been severed. It was so sudden and so intense that I staggered backwards, taken off guard, trying not to fall to my knees. I noticed my packmates were having similar reactions. I placed hands to my temple as I felt a pressure, an unfamiliar presence in the back of my mind. I realized with a start that it was Gabriel. I could not reach him, as there was still a barrier between our minds. But somehow I knew he was still there, and Alpha Brett's presence had been erased completely. I stood there, clutching my head as I tried to adjust to the new development. Gabriel turned to face us. He stood straight, his eyes burning with energy, and he absolutely radiated power. I actually felt intimidated by my own mate. The purge will completed tomorrow night at moonrise, and our mental link will be established. His eyes focused on my face, boring into mine with a disconcerting intensity. Welcome to the pack. Although I felt the last word directed only at me, it was then that everything finally clicked and I could only gape at him. My wolf, as shocked as I was. Instead of killing Alpha Brett, Gabriel had used the purge to remove him of his responsibilities. As another alpha, Gabriel had the capabilities of absorbing Brett's former responsibilities, which meant Gabriel was my new alpha. When I discovered that I was about to become the mate of the new alpha, my heart was filled with contradictions, respect and admiration intertwined, and my wolf bowed to the new leader's power. Chapter 22. The sense of power radiating off of my mate was astounding. I couldn't help but notice the intense admiration and pride emanating from my wolf, who was excited that Gabriel was going to be my new alpha. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my pack mates lowering their heads out of respect for their new leader, even felt my own wolf bowing to his presence, which was strange, thinking about my mate like that. However, since we hadn't completed the bond, I supposed he was still my superior. I copied the actions of my fellow pack members, lowering my head in respect. It felt incredibly strange. I could sense Gabriel's eyes boring holes into me as he observed my behavior. But what else was I supposed to do? My wolf was confused, torn between admiration and submission. I had never heard of a she-wolf being in my position before. I relaxed slightly as Gabriel turned away, focusing his attention on Eli. The two began to converse quietly, and I realized just how much work my mate had ahead of him. If the Black Mountains pack was going to absorb us, how exactly would we go about it? The two territories were so spread out that it would be difficult for Gabriel to go back and forth. I knew there would be a lot of logistics involved. I barely noticed what was happening as Gabriel strode over to my pack mates, who looked frightened and intimidated by him. With a barking order, Gabriel instructed them to take Alpha-Breath's body back to our village. Brief your pack on what happened. I expect the rest of your village to be awaiting my arrival. I'll be there to talk to them later tonight, Gabriel said coolly. There was no need to put the command in his tone. His presence was intimidating enough that my fellow pack members instantly obeyed. One of them shifted while the others placed Brett's drooping body on the giant wolf's back. I shifted position uncomfortably. Was I supposed to follow them? Was Gabriel going back with us? The thought made my heart flutter. Skylar, I need to talk with you a moment. The husky baritone interrupted my train of thought, and my eyes shifted to Gabriel. He indicated the friend of the forest with a jerk of his head and strode off, me nervously following him. It would be the first time we were alone together since I left him a few days ago. I scratched my arm absently as I followed him into the shade. Back in human form, the irritation and burning heat lingering under the surface of my skin were returning. I fervently hoped I was getting sick. The diseases affecting werewolves were few, but very powerful. Gabriel stopped just inside the shelter of the trees. The patchy, late afternoon sun up in the forest floor with golden specks of light. Darkness was a couple hours away at most. I was all too aware of the fact that Gabriel was shirtless, putting his sculptured muscles on open display for everyone to see. My wolf was very appreciative of his form, and I had to look away before I started blushing. Who hit you? Gabriel finally said, breaking the silence. I realized the faint welt on my face from Alpha Ore. Formerly Alpha Brett was still visible. It's not important, I replied quietly, still keeping my gaze averted. Obviously my shorty lie did nothing to deter his curiosity when he asked me earlier. It's important to me, was his snapping retort. It sounded like he was speaking through gritted teeth. I finally turned to face him, keeping my eyes on Gabriel's face instead of his exposed torso. I was sure I could restrain myself right now. I was exhausted, and resisting him was difficult. It's over and done with, and I deserved it, I added, mumbling. His eyes narrowed. You never deserved to be treated like that. It's my fault, and I pissed Kane off because he cowled and attacked me, and he took it out on Anne. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brett needed a target for his grief. Belatedly, I realized I probably shouldn't have called Brett out like that. A low growl vibrated in his chest. That's a pathetic excuse for him to lay his hands on you. If I would have known, that's exactly why I didn't tell you. Brett is just grieving. I just suffered enough. Gabriel was silent for a long moment, his jaw clenched. As the seconds trickled by, my eyes inevitably settled on the bleeding gash stretching across the front of his shoulder, near his collarbone. The bleeding had slowed, but it still looked painful. My wolf whined. You're injured, I said softly, taking a step closer to him before I stopped. I couldn't trust myself in such close proximity, not in the state of mind I was in right now. He kept his gaze averted. I wanted to reach out and touch him, but kept myself at bay. We were still several feet away from each other. Thankfully, Skylar, things are going to be really different now. There are a lot of issues to resolve. But I won't, he trailed off, shifting position almost uncomfortably. I won't be able to stay as far away from you. I have to go with you to your pack village today. It's customary for the wolf to meet their new alpha, and the ceremony completing the purges tomorrow. I glanced down at the leaf-strewn forest floor. I know. The thought was just occurring to me. It was as if I hadn't really accepted the fact that Gabriel was going to be my new alpha yet. I was sure how he would work everything out, but once he did, it'd be around him a lot more. I would have to forcefully keep my distance if I wanted to make my decision. And it would have to be soon. You should have already decided. My wolf snapped angrily, and I almost winced at the reprimand. Through everything, she still desperately wanted Gabriel and his wolf. And I couldn't lie and say I didn't have any feelings for him whatsoever. The longer I was around him, the more danger I was in of acting impulsively on my hormones. Another silence stretched out. I felt the tension increasing again, and my wolf began to claw at the surface. The sight of our shirtless mate was driving her crazy. My father is in a coma. I blurted out before I could help myself. I was sure why I told Gabriel, except for I was hoping there was some chance he could help. Gabriel's head swiveled and his dark orbs fixated on me. What if I was mistaken? I saw visible concern in his expression before he masked it as usual. Knut packed Maria. My father healed her and was drained from doing so, and he got blindsided. They took some of his blood and injected him with silver. He hasn't woken up. Realizing I was rambling, my voice had grown weaker. I felt extremely vulnerable. My lack of sleep was rapidly catching up to me, along with the strange physical symptoms I had been experiencing. Gabriel almost looked as if he wanted to step forward, to comfort me, but he resisted. "You'll have Ava come right away," he said quietly. I tried not to grimace, as the redhead didn't have a particular fondness for me. But Gabriel noticed my expression. We're in the same pack now. She'll have no choice but to help. I nodded. I was sure she was a perfectly capable pack doctor. If she could help my father, I couldn't complain about her rough, around the edges demeanor. Meanwhile, Gabriel's gaze grew distant, and I had no doubt he was contacting her. "The real reason I brought you out here was to give you less news," he said after a moment. I looked up expectantly. Did he find what he was looking for? Gabriel nodded. "I'm asking Ava to bring one of the objects with her. It'll help protect your pack, at least for a while." I felt a rush of hope, along with piqued curiosity. "What is it?" "Another blessed object. Different from your rosary, because instead of protecting one person, it protects everyone within a certain radius. It's very old and very powerful. It should keep all of the vampires from coming within several miles of your pack village, until it runs out. It operates similar to the rosary in that regard." "How long will it last?" "Hopefully a few weeks." That wasn't as much time as I was hoping. But what if I began? But he cut me off. "We will be working on plans as we integrate the packs. All we can hope is that it'll buy us enough time." A few weeks was not near enough time, in my opinion, but it was better than nothing. If the object worked like Raziel and Gabriel said, nobody would have to hide in their homes for a while. I could only wish we would come up with a strategy by then. I glanced around the scenery for a bit, something nagging at me. I hadn't wanted to bring it up, but I had a guilty conscience. I wanted to let Gabriel know what he'd done, and some part of me was worried he'd be angry, but at least he'd be telling the truth. I glanced up at my mate. He seemed as lost in thought as I was. "Gabriel Alpha." I stuttered, feeling like a complete idiot. What did I call him? I felt stupid having to think about it, but I'd never been in a situation where I could address my alpha informally. And since Gabriel and I weren't bonded, my wolf bowed to his. So did I call him Alpha like the rest? "Don't do that." His voice was hoarse, urgent. I looked up to see his eyes boring into mine. Gabriel looked almost hurt. which shocked me seeing the depth of emotion in his gaze. However briefly. Don't call me that. I gazed at him, completely taken aback. I've never dealt with anything like this before. I managed to choke out. Gabriel clenched his fists and looked down. You shouldn't be afraid to call me by my first name. He looked angry, though to me it almost seemed like Gabriel's anger was directed at himself. You're my mate. For fuck's sake. My wolf purred at his acceptance of us, so I felt my heart skip a beat as my cheeks reddened. I vainly tried to fight down my rising emotion. Gabriel, I said instead, enjoying the way his muscles visibly clenched as I spoke his name. It's my fault Alpha Brett tried to kill you. Although Gabriel attempted to mask his expression, I could see vivid emotion lingering just behind the surface. What did you tell him? His voice had gotten completely monotone. Intensity gone. I didn't tell him about your ancestry. Just that Cain was coming after you for your blood because he couldn't get to your mother in time. Now I felt like Gabriel was angry with me. I didn't mean to tell him, but he must have gotten some sort of hint. Because he used to command on me, so I had to tell him. I tried to hide as much as I could, but I felt like I was about to cry. He commanded you. I nodded mutely, biting my lip as I stared at him. I felt weak and pathetic, especially after everything that happened. Tears were about to threaten at the corners of my eyes. My emotions were going haywire. I wasn't sure how much more I could take. Gabriel sighed heavily. It isn't your fault. Just don't give me that look. I can barely stand it. Not sure what he meant by that. I instantly apologized. Sorry. Stop apologizing. I shut my mouth. Gabriel ran a hand through his hair. His customary agitated habit. He didn't say anything else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For I heard Eli calling him from a distance. He tossed me a heavy look. I have to discuss logistics. Ava should be here in a while, and we will leave for your pack village. I nodded mutely, sagging against a nearby tree. My body wanted to crumple to the ground while my wolf wanted to jump onto Gabriel's muscled physique. It was a strenuous internal battle. My mate's expression softened, ever so slightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skylar, you look exhausted. And with my name falling so perfectly from his lips, I sank down the side of the tree, putting my head in my hands. It was all just so much to take in. I wasn't sure if Gabriel wanted me to follow him, but I figured that since he was almost within eyesight, I was safe to doze off here in the forest. I relaxed against the rough bark of the tree, trying to ignore the hot flush under my skin, and the way my heart was pounding faster than usual. This time, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel had nothing to do with it. It was the strange sickness I was coming down with. I felt a pang of worry but pushed it aside. Almost of their own accord. My eyes drifted shut. My body desperately tried to catch up with the sleep it had so sorely missed out on over the past 2 days. What felt like minutes later but was likely at least an hour or so, I woke up to Gabriel's voice urgently calling my name. I blinked. Lee Riley. Not feeling much better. That hour or so had served to give me a glimpse of the sleep I was missing out on. Not rejuvenate me. I'm awake, I muttered, groggily glancing up to see him standing over me. I struggled to my feet as he backed away to give me some space. My wolf did not like that gesture. Eva's here. Gabriel's brows furrowed slightly as he examined me, and I saw concern flash through his expression. Apparently he didn't like what he saw. Are you fit to return to your pack tonight? I waved him off, ignoring the mildly feverish conditions I was feeling. I'm fine. I could tell Gabriel did not believe me, but before he could pursue the issue, a sleek, brownish, red wolf burst through the trees and approached us. The she-wolf was carrying a large bag in her powerful jaws. She set it down and, with a respectful dip of her head to Gabriel, began to shift back in human form. Seconds later, the redhead Ava stood there, in all of her naked glory. I had to turn my head to the side as I felt a wave of nearly overwhelming anger overtake my wolf. I clenched my jaw and tried not to let my fury show, but my wolf was snarling that there was a naked female so close to our mate. I knew it was stupid, as Ava was in his pack and it was common for pack members to shift in front of each other. But I couldn't help it. I was exhausted and my wolf was on edge. I gritted my teeth, barely fighting back the deep growl that threatened to escape. I scarcely believed the level of jealousy and possessiveness I was feeling. Calm down. Achia's probably seen it all before. I attempted to placate my wolf, but realized a second later I had just made things worse. She growled furiously and I bit down. To prevent the sound from slipping past my lips, my teeth cut into my lip, drawing blood, and I winced. I was really losing it. I realized that the two were speaking and I tried to tune into the conversation. I fervently hoped Gabriel hadn't felt an echo of my sentiments. My cheeks were red enough as it was and I didn't want to humiliate myself further. Were you discreet about getting it? Gabriel was saying. Ava nodded, completely ignoring my presence. Her bright blue eyes fixated on Gabriel. Don't tell anyone else about this. He continued speaking to Ava, a command in his tone, before he lifted the bag off of the ground. Reaching in, Gabriel pulled out something that was the complete opposite of what I was expecting. It was a stone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Relatively flat, completely boring stone. I stared at it blankly. He called this the Stone of Jacob. Gabriel muttered, gazing at it contemplatively. He tested its weight. It definitely radiates power. He gestured that I touch it, and I walked forward, tentatively placing my hand on the rock-smooth surface. I quickly jumped backwards as an electric sensation sizzled up my arm from the rock, the power spreading like wildfire through my veins. It disappeared as quickly as it came, but I stared at the rock with renewed wonder. It felt like my rosary, only many times stronger. Gabriel gauged my reaction before he carefully returned the stone to the sack. Well, keep it somewhere safe, he murmured, almost to himself, before he turned to the redhead. You're coming with us to the Silverwoods Pack Village. They're part of our pack now. And Skylar's father, their only pack doctor, is in a coma. I will need you to heal him as best as you can. I tried not to scowl. Of course it had to be Ava that was going to help me out. By the look on her delicate features, she was not taken with the idea, but she managed to keep her thoughts to herself. Ava nodded stiffly, still avoiding my gaze altogether. My wolf recoiled at the thought of her still, naked and admittedly near, perfect form so close to my mate. I felt another wave of jealousy and I berated myself. We can't waste any more time. Are you two ready? Gabriel gazed at me specifically as he said that, and I got the impression he was feeling my emotions more than he let on. I just nodded curtly. I knew it was pathetic, but being so close to the gorgeous redhead made me feel insecure all over again. Preparing to shift. It was going to be a long trek home. My presumption was correct. We took off for home. Gabriel, Ava, me, and two of Gabriel's pack members. And I returned to the Black Mountains pack to take care of things for the next couple of days. They had their own blessed object from Razy or so. For now, they were safe. My pack mates had gone ahead to deliver the news and get Alpha Brett to the infirmary. I hoped he and his mate were going to be all right. I couldn't imagine the pain that our Luna had gone through during the fight. Hopefully she had passed out so she could avoid most of the agony her mate was going through. The trek was painfully quiet, because the purge hadn't been completed. According to Gabriel, I could not yet communicate telepathically with the others. I was sure they were having an internal conversation several times and I was unfortunately left out. To top it all off, there was the distance between Gabriel and I. I knew I was the cause of most of it, but I couldn't help but feel the stab of jealousy every time Gabriel's for brushed Eva's. Get a hold of yourself, I snapped, more to myself than my wolf. I'm acting like a pathetic, jealous high schooler. What is wrong with me? We haven't slept enough. My wolf replied, her exhaustion tangible. And being so close to our mate again is only intensifying the bond, whether you want that to happen or not. Jealousy, possessiveness, lust, all of that is heightened for both of us. You're not ready for that. I've scarcely had time to think, was my response. It was true. Everything had been chaotic since I returned home. I just wanted one opportunity to be alone and really think. And the run home was depleting the rest of my already scarce energy reserves. I hoped I could make it. It was well past dark when we finally neared the village, and I was glad to know my home hadn't been ravaged by the vampires now. Hopefully with the stone of Jacob, which Gabriel was carrying, we could live without fear for a couple of weeks. We shifted back to human from outside the fringe of trees, the moon shining bright above us and illuminating the scene below. As I stared intently, I realized there was a large multitude of bodies clustered in the large space in the center of the village. They must have gotten the news and were waiting on us to arrive. I felt a trickle of nervousness as I eyed the gathered pack. Minutes later, we were approaching the others, my heartbeat increasing with every step. I peeked around Gabriel's broad shoulder to see their faces. Many were confused, several were fearful, and others were just downright angry. Gabriel stopped and I stepped out beside him, feeling the heated gazes on me. My mate eyed the pack, staring them down. It was absolutely silent and I was worried that everyone could hear my thudding heartbeat. I glanced around, making eye contact with Maria. Her eyebrows were furrowed and she looked worried, her father's expression mirroring her own as he stood next to her. I searched the crowd again, but could not locate Will anywhere. Was he on patrol? As you know, your former alpha intruded on my territory and issued a challenge. Gabriel's eyes were unfathomable black pits that seemed to almost absorb the moonlight, giving him a hauntingly ethereal appearance. He continued, his tone clipped. My agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nobody looked surprised. I was sure they had been pre-warned. If it were entirely up to me, I would have killed him. He acted rashly and disrespectfully, and it would have been my right. He trailed off, giving me a significant glance, and I felt my pack members staring at me again. One of your pack members convinced me otherwise. I purged him, which now means I am the rightful alpha of your pack. It was a testament to my pack's fear of Gabriel, for they remained street on the Elweiss Island. I cannot mind, ink with you until the ceremony is completed tomorrow night. Until then, we will work on plans for integration. He shifted position, crossing his muscular arms in front of his chest. I know most of you hate me and my pack, but we are facing a bigger, more powerful threat now. We have to work together to rid this territory of those blood-sucking monsters. There were a few murmurs in the crowd now. I saw a few wolves who seemed to reluctantly agree with his statement, while others still looked angry. I expect obedience and collaboration from all of you. Punishments for disrespect will be severe. We don't have time to fight amongst ourselves. Gabriel's gaze was hard and roved the crowd, causing many wolves to flinch away from his penetrating eyes. However, I will let all these be members of my pack. He indicated Ava, standing on his other side, with a jerk of his head. This is Ava, our strongest pack doctor. She will tend to your pack doctor to assure you all can take care of yourselves. For now, our territory is spread out. We will need a doctor in each location. I had stared at him quizzically when he said strongest pack doctor. So did they have others? To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had never met any others, but many packs had to wolves with the affinity at one time. With a few more words, Gabriel dismissed the pack and turned away. I noticed Gabriel specifically addressed Jack, indicating that he wanted to meet with him later. It was still strange and foreign, seeing him talk to my pack like that, when we were all part of the same unit now. I couldn't quite wrap my mind around it. My wolf liked it, but I could only hope we would all get along, especially until Cain was gone. Take us to your father, Skylar, Gabriel said quietly. I tried not to shiver when he said my name and, ignoring Ava, enthusiasm indicated the direction we would go with a jerk of my head. They followed close behind me, Gabriel's husky scent invading my nostrils as I led them to the infirmary. When we walked in, my mother jolted upright in her chair, a look of pure shock taking over her features as she registered just who I was with. She had still been looking over my father. Her bright eyes were bleary, and I could tell she had been crying. I could barely look at her. Even after all of these years, she still felt the same about my father. That was the magic of the mating bond at work. I realized bitterly. This is Ava. I'll pack doctor. Shall be seen to him. Gabriel indicated my father with a jerk of his head. My mother looked between the three of us, utterly confused. Alpha Brett challenged him and lost. Gabriel purged him. She is our alpha now, I said tiredly, giving her the shortest possible version. My mother looked taken aback, but she didn't argue, instead moving a bit backwards for Ava to have room. I was sure she was struggling to cope with everything as it was. Well, will you be able to help him? My mother stammered out. Ava glanced at her and shrugged. Well, see. As usual. Her tone was clipped and I tried not to growl at her rudeness. My wolf didn't want her so close to my family, but I knew I had to trust Gabriel here. It was the best chance my father had. I stared down at his peaceful face, trying not to cry. If only I hadn't been such a disappointment and gotten my affinity Skylar. I need to talk to you outside. I nodded tiredly, having no clue what this was about. I just wanted to sleep for the next 3 days. Was that too much to ask? I followed my mate until we were outside the infirmary. The darkness was thickening, crowding in around us, and I clutched my rosary obstinately. Gabriel still had the sack with the stone of Jacob slung over his shoulder, and I hoped it would work as well as Raziel said. I was tired of being afraid of the dark. Gabriel turned around about 5 feet away from me, shoulders tense. Do you want to tell me what that was all about? I blinked stupidly at him. What are you talking about? I can feel your strongest emotions when we are in such close proximity, he replied coolly, and I looked down at the ground. He was talking about all of my jealous episodes earlier. He must have thought I was completely pathetic. Sorry, I muttered, the word coming out a bit more petulantly than I intended. I don't want your apologies, Skylar, he replied impatiently. But I can't have you wanting to tear Eva's eyes out every time you're close to her. My wolf growled at the mention of her name. Wouldn't want that, would we? I replied sardonically, which was completely out of character for me. I really was on edge. I realized my patience was worn thin and I was running on empty. Gabriel growled softly and I realized he did not appreciate my snippy replies. Stop acting like a child. Stop patronizing me. It seemed like the old, condescending Gabriel was back. Was he deliberately trying to push me away? Or was I just so edgy that I was getting pissed off at every little thing? My skin felt hot and I shifted position, ignoring the unpleasant sensations that had increased tenfold when I had shifted back into human form. He growled again, louder, like it or not in your alpha now, and my wolf doesn't like being disrespected like that. Even from you. I threw my hands up in frustration. So I get jealous one time and now I'm the bad guy. As if you didn't act the same way when I was saying goodbye to Will. I can't control when my wolf gets jealous. She didn't like the sight of a naked female so close to you. I beat out, not even caring what I was saying. Just because you're practically incapable of emotion doesn't mean we don't feel anything for you. I realized belatedly that I had said we instead of my wolf, but I didn't care at this point. My anger and frustration was continuing to build. It was like we were back to square one all over again. I knew I was being unfair because Gabriel did feel emotion. At least, sometimes. But my rarely seen temper was dangerously close to emerging. Lack of sleep and a burning fever will do that to you. As my anger grew, I could feel the heat underneath my skin rising. I vainly tried to control myself. Gabriel was completely taken aback by my outburst, and he stood there a moment, silent, before his eyes hardened. That's what you think of me? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That him incapable of feelings, his words were hard, bitter, but I thought I could see the thinly disguised hurt in his expression. If you recall, Skylar, you were the one that asked to return home. You were the one who cowled at Stan being around me. The heat and sizzling under my skin increased to a nearly unbearable level. That's not what I suddenly. A wave of dizziness overcame me. I staggered backwards in surprise, catching myself on the outside wall of the infirmary. As Gabriel's expression morphed into one of worry and he took a few steps towards me, my throat suddenly felt constricted, and I took a deep breath, closing my eyes. My skin was practically on fire and I tried to calm myself. Somehow I knew the argument with Gabriel had made everything worse. I sagged against the wall, attempting to keep myself upright. Skylar. Gabriel's voice was softer now and he stepped even closer. As if he could sense what was wrong, he reached out a hand and placed it on my forehead. I felt a rush of pleasure and an electric spark from the contact, but it was nearly drowned out from my searing, hot skin. Gabriel swore, "You're burning up." Withdrawing his hand, "Why didn't you tell me?" I didn't reply, taking a few deep breaths. After a minute, my heart rate slowed and the burning sensation abated slightly. I continued to lean on the wall, trying to control my body's reactions. As I calmed down, the feverish sensation continued to lessen. "I'm getting a gaver," Gabriel said after a minute, making no attempt to hide his worry, and strode towards the infirmary. He didn't get a chance to walk in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For the redhead in question strode out. Instantly I forced my body upright, momentarily forgetting my symptoms in eagerness to hear what she had to say about my father. "Is he going to be all right?" I choked out, my voice raspier than intended. Gabriel stared at me, as if waiting to see if I would collapse. Ivy glanced at me, expression unfathomable before she turned to Howard Alpha. I used up as much affinity as I could. It wasn't enough to wake him up, but she rubbed her temple with one hand, and it was then that I realized how tired she looked. Her vivid red hair was in disarray, a light sheen of sweat on her skin, from mere minutes of using her affinity. I panted slightly at the effort it took to stand up without the support of the wall. Her next words, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," temporarily drowned out all of my worries. I think AG's going to be okay. Chapter 23. I sagged against the wall, my relief profound. Even with that single sentence, I felt a lot of the tension leave my body. I placed my hand on the side of the building, letting the coolness of the brick seep into my skin. The feverish sensation was more bearable now, but I could only hope I wouldn't get another dizzy spell like the one a few moments ago. "How much more healing will he need?" I managed to say, the relief palpable in my voice. Eva glanced at me out of the corner of her eye but directed her words to Gabriel. "I will need to rest for a few hours, but I'll try again later." There was an odd in her voice as she spoke about my father, and I couldn't quite figure it out. I sighed heavily. Now that I had that small amount of stress off of my shoulders, all I wanted to do was sleep until my dad woke up. I began to walk towards the entrance of the infirmary, thankful that I could stand. "I think he'll just stay here tonight. I want to be with him." Gabriel opened his mouth to say something, but, to my surprise, it was my mother's voice I heard. She had come to stand in the doorway, and for once there was a glimmer of hope in her blue eyes. "Sweetie, that won't be necessary. You need to sleep in a comfortable bed. You look exhausted. These infirmary beds are not great to sleep in. I can tell you that." Getting ready to protest, but she cut me off. "Skylar, I won't take no for an answer. We only live a block away and I can contact you as soon as he wakes up. He wouldn't want you sleeping here. He wouldn't want you sleeping here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I retorted, "HES my mate. Skylar, He has needed my soothing touch. Her delicate brows were furrowed as if she was trying to convince herself that her presence had been helping. Somehow, I looked down at the ground. Hearing the word mate just put me on edge all over again. My mother didn't seem to notice my expression, but I caught Gabriel examining me out of the corner of his eye. Besides, Ava here already told me she needs her space next time. They'll be waiting outside the infirmary when she goes in to use her affinity again. There's no sense in both of us staying up all night out here. My mother's tone was ringing with finality. I sighed in defeat. It really would be quite a relief to not be sleeping on one of the infirmary's hard mattresses. Fine, I muttered, but I'm going to see him before I go to bed. Before anyone could argue, I did just that. Striding in the large room, I sat by my father's side for a few moments as I reassured myself that he did in fact look better. When I felt more secure about leaving him, I kissed his forehead before tiptoeing out of the infirmary as if I was actually at risk of waking him up that very second. Upon returning outside, I noticed that the wolves Gabriel had brought with him were gathered around. I wondered if they'd been lurking nearby the whole time and heard Gabriel and his argument. My cheeks felt warm as the thought crossed my mind. Gabriel was giving them some sort of muttered instructions, and I caught Jack's and Brett's names among the hushed words. As my thoughts turned to Brett and the former Luna, I hoped they were okay. I wanted them to receive medical attention from Ava, too, but I knew Gabriel would only get angry at the suggestion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I remained silent. I prayed that they would be up and around within the next day or two, and deserved a proper funeral. I had not the slightest clue where the blonde's body was right now, and the image of her corpse disturbed me, so I mentally scrambled for anything that could possibly distract me from the depressing cogitation. "Where are you all going to sleep?" I blurted out. It was customary for guests to stay in the Alpha's house, as he had numerous extra bedrooms, but at this rate I knew the worst happening. I glanced up at the sky, realizing just how late it was. It was practically early morning by now. I wondered if the others would even sleep at all. We'd left Gabriel's pack when it was evening, and it was a very long run. My sleep schedule was definitely going to be messed up. Gabriel turned and examined me, looking preoccupied. I realized he probably hadn't had time to think about it. "We have a guest bedroom, and a couple of couches downstairs. You all could stay at my place," I muttered, glancing at my mother out of the corner of my eye. She didn't look overly pleased at the idea, but she also didn't argue. No doubt she realized the Black Mountains pack members couldn't stay at Brett's. Truthfully, I didn't want Eva anywhere near my house, and I didn't feel comfortable with the others either. However, they were technically my pack now. Eva was helping my dad, whether it was against her will or not. That didn't matter to me. Despite my strong dislike for her, I certainly owed her one, although admittedly, the thought of Ava and Gabriel sleeping in the same house threatened to make my blood boil. Gabriel's packmates, especially Ava, looked acutely uncomfortable, but Gabriel nodded stiffly. "Thanks," was his gruff reply. I was faintly surprised he was thanking me at all. My wolf was stirring as she pondered the concept of her mate sleeping in our house, but before her thoughts took a turn for the inappropriate. I honestly didn't need that right now. Or maybe I did need that, but I sure as hell was going to admit it. Catching my mother's stern look, I waited for a break in Gabriel's words before I spoke again. "Do you need me for anything else?" I'm exhausted. I prayed Gabriel would say no, even though some part of me wanted to spend time with him. I also fervently hoped he wouldn't pursue my whole fever thing. However, judging by the intensity of his stare, I knew Gabriel was inspecting me for more symptoms. I probably couldn't get away from him for long. As soon as He'd taken care of all of his duties, I was sure He'd bring it back up. After a long moment, he shook his head. "No, but I would need to talk with you when you wake up." I tried to keep my face blank as I nodded. I was surprised that Gabriel suspected something was up. Sooner or later to tell him about the sick feeling it had for the last couple of days. "Go get some pillows and blankets out," I said quietly. ignoring all of their stares as I hugged my mother goodbye and headed home. I took a long, hot shower before I even considered crawling into bed. The scalding liquid felt nice on my exhausted and weary body. I let it run down my back as I sat down, trying to rein in my emotions. I felt like I'd been battered left and right, although the only visible bruise was a faint welt on my cheek from Brett's punch. My symptoms had abated, but I could still feel the overwhelming heat lingering under the surface of my skin. Once my father woke up, I would ask him what the hell was wrong with me. By the time I dried myself and threw on the baggiest TT shirt I could find, I knew dawn was approaching fast. I could sleep a day if I wanted to, but I set the alarm near my bed for afternoon. If something important happened, someone would wake me up. Sometime later, an annoying and persistent sound began to leak into my peaceful haven of sleep. I turned over, burying myself deeper into the warmth of my comforter, but still the noise continued. After a few more minutes of slowly building aggravation, I opened my eyes and blinked blearily at the clock. 10. Who was at the door? It figured Gabriel and his packmates would just come in. She'd been to my house before. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Sign. I slowly dragged myself out of bed. I felt slightly better, but I honestly could have used a lot more sleep. Throwing on the nearest pair of shorts and switching out my oversized t-shirt for a tank top, I headed downstairs as the urgent knocking continued. As I glanced around the living room, I realized with a frown that my mound of blankets was still untouched. They hadn't come to sleep here. I felt a stab of disappointment before realizing Gabriel probably had a lot more things to do. He rarely slept as it was. Incoming, I grumbled. I was sure I looked like a zombie, but since I couldn't catch Gabriel's scent, I knew it was him at the door, so I honestly didn't care what I looked like. Throwing it open, I could only stare with my mouth gaping in shock. Will stood there looking worse than I'd ever seen him. He was panting and there were deep, baggy circles under his eyes. His irises were bloodshot and there were wigs in his sandy brown hair. It was immediately obvious to me that he'd gone for a long run and hadn't slept for a while. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked him, almost timidly, thoughts of our argument the other night flying out the window. Are you okay? He shook his head slowly, fixing his miserable blue eyes on mine. Can we talk? Voice hoarse. It honestly looked like he'd been crying. I hadn't seen Will cry in years. I figured he was grieving about Anne. After all, he'd been friends with her too. All the unmated wolves tended to hang out together, and Will and Maria were now some of the only wolves over 18 that hadn't found their other half. Anne would never find hers. I swallowed hard before nodding. Come in, I said softly and gestured for him to enter my house. He mumbled a thank you before limping in. Will had always tended to his appearance well, so seeing him so haggard was frightening. Can I get you anything? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. I tacked the last part on, hoping to ease the tension a bit, but Will just shook his head. Water's enough. I indicated he sit down and he slowly made his way over to the couch, sinking down onto the middle cushion. I quickly poured him a glass of water and made my way over to join him. He took the glass of water and sipped, keeping his eyes averted from me, not saying a word. I wanted to come right out and ask what was wrong, but something held me back. I could tell Will was bracing himself and I didn't want to push. After a moment or two, he finally cleared his throat. I'm so sorry, Skydar, were the next words out of his mouth. I blinked, expecting him to say something about Anne. Why are you? It's all my fucking fault. Will began to run both hands through his twig-infested hair in agitation. Your fault. I almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity. After you and I argued, Maria tried to calm me down. I was horrible to her and I hurt her feelings. She ran off into the woods, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As usual, told me off and went to comfort her. Will finally turned to face me, and I was struck at the massive amount of guilt pooling in the depths of his eyes. If it weren't for me, they never would have been in the woods that night. His voice broke and he turned away quickly. I was shaking my head as he spoke. No, Will. You can't blame yourself. If anything, it's my fault. I went to confront Cain and he was angry at me, and he killed Anna's revenge. I felt the lump rising in my throat again, but I cowed and cried now. I had to act strong because Will was falling apart. Gently, I reached a hand out and rested it on his back. Will scarcely seemed to absorb my words. I was horrible to you and to Maria. Maria liked me. Skylar. Sheth liked me all along. How could I never have seen it? I remained mute. I had been suspicious of Mary's feelings for Will for a while, but she'd never said them outright. I'd never understood why she wouldn't share them with me, but perhaps she just didn't want to make things awkward in the friend group. She never told me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied softly, that's just her own business. You couldn't have known. I smiled slightly, again trying to lighten the situation. Guys are oblivious. Remember, Will's mouth quirked ever so slightly, but the expression quickly vanished. He focused his eyes on me again. I've been running almost non-stop the last couple of days. I figured if I ran enough, the feeling of guilt would go away. I was trying to forget about all the crap that I have to deal with every day since you came back from the Black Mountains pack. Then I heard about what happened to Brett, and how we have a new alpha now, and how he was coming here. I couldn't stand it, Sky. I know I was supposed to be at that meeting last night, but I couldn't face anyone again, and I couldn't stand seeing him here. I knew that by him. He meant Gabriel. Almost sadly. You really hate him that much? I asked softly. We looked away, jaw working. We've hated him for so long. I don't know how else to feel. I know we have bigger problems now, but I just can't get over the fact that HES your mate. I know, but there's more to him. As much as I've been around him, there are a couple times I've seen past the surface. Gabriel's a lot deeper than anyone else realizes. Will looked like he wanted to argue, but he resisted the impulse. I don't think I can ever agree with you on that, Sky, but there's one thing I can do. What's that? Apologize. He shifted his body to face me full. Again, I want to say I'm sorry. I know I don't like him, but HES our alpha now, and I never should have said those things about your mate. I nodded, smiling slightly at his heartfelt words. I had enough going on right now. I didn't want to fight with one of my best friends. I could only hope he would warm up to Gabriel one day. I forgive you, Will, of course I do. What are friends for? Will tried to smile, but it looked more like a grimace. He suddenly looked away again, twiddling his fingers. There's something else I wanted to tell you. I'm not sure it's the right time, but I don't think he'll ever really get another chance to say it. My eyebrows furrowed in puzzlement. What's that? He took a deep breath. A lot of the reason I acted like such a dick is because of the way I feel about you. The words practically came out in a rushed mutter, and I had to strain to hear them. The way you feel about me, echoed, confused. I felt my wolf pacing in agitation as if she didn't want to hear what Will was saying. I like you, Skylar. As more than a friend. I have for a long time. I felt my mouth open as I stared at him in confusion. Will had romantic feelings for me. Since when? I remembered the way Gabriel had acted around him. Perhaps Gabriel had been able to tell all along, was I that blind, but... I began to stammer, completely unsure how to respond. I mean... we'd kissed once, and I'd liked him back in the day, but that had been a few years ago. Will held a hand up, stopping me mid-stutter. He was avoiding my gaze. You've been oblivious to it. I know that, and I understand you don't reciprocate my feelings. He sighed heavily. I just wanted you to know. If I ever acted weird or overprotective, well, that's why. Why didn't you say something sooner? although it was like the outcome would be different. I didn't want to ruin our friendship. But now, I figured since I practically have already ruined it. No, you haven't. I shook my head vehemently. Will huffed out a shaky chuckle. Honestly, Skylar, I don't expect anything from you. You have a mate now. And in hoping once I find one of my own, it'll be that much easier to get over you. It had my fingers interlaced and I stared down at them. My wolf was not enjoying this. Hey, he said softly, throwing his arm around my shoulders. It felt comforting. As He'd always been touchy with me. Now I wondered if his touchiness had stemmed from more than friendly feelings. Don't feel bad. He glanced down at his arm. And this is not me hitting on you. I couldn't help it. I giggled a bit at that. I just don't want our friendship to change, I said softly after a moment. It won't. I don't expect anything to come out of it anymore. You won't have to feel awkward, he replied firmly. I nodded. My wolf and I still felt a bit uneasy at his confession. But I couldn't lose him as a friend. I would deal with it. And hopefully He'd find a mate who could love him the way I never could. I shifted position and he removed his arm from my shoulders. I turned to the side, resting my back against the arm of the couch, and laid my legs over his lap. It was our customary position when watching movies and not as intimate as the arm over the shoulder. I am curious though, I blurted out before I could help myself. Did this have anything to do with our kiss sophomore year? Will smiled wryly. I was glad I had at least momentarily distracted him from his grief and guilt. It wanted to kiss you for a while, but after we kissed, I realized how much I was into you. A flash of worry suddenly crossed his expression. Please don't tell our new alpha about that. I chewed on my bottom lip, pondering how I should reply. That was the worst possible moment for the front door to be shoved open. It was also the worst possible moment for Gabriel to walk in. I ignored the way my body heated up as I saw him and my wolf yippee in happiness, because the look on his face was downright furious. He took one glance at Will and I, his dark eyes burning, before he snarled loud and clear. I felt Will flinch next to me and quickly scramble to his feet, backing away as fast as he possibly could. Get the hell out, Gabriel snarled furiously, the words distorted through his anger. Will did not hesitate. I saw the way Gabriel's fists were clenched, the way he looked like he was poised for attack. Quicker than lightning, Will darted towards the back door of the house, not wanting to go anywhere near my enraged mate. I stood up slowly, heart pounding as I took him in. How long have? Long enough. Beginning to pace. I could tell he desperately wanted to go after Will and tear him to shreds. Gabriel, it isn't what it looks like. I tried to reason with him. It wasn't like he'd done anything wrong. I knew how it must have looked, but if anything, Will had been completely friends on today. He had his fucking hands on you. Gabriel practically roared. I thought I made it pretty clear that nobody is to touch what's mine. I felt my wolf purring, deep in my chest, and I couldn't help the way my cheeks reddened. He is my friend. I was consoling him. He was upset about an under Maria. Don't bullshit me, Skylar. I heard enough to know your conversation was drastically different. Go to him. My wolf was practically begging. Calm him down. It's your duty. Won't that only make things worse? Can't you see how close he is to shifting and going after Will? She retorted, urging me onward. Hesitantly, I took a few steps closer to Gabriel. I didn't want to make the already distracting mating bond worse, but he was practically in a frenzy. We couldn't afford any altercations in the pack right now. My fellow pack members didn't need to see this side to Gabriel right now. I bit my lip, eyeing Gabriel as I approached. He had frozen and was staring at the ground, fist clenching and unclenching, breathing heavily. I felt the electricity sparking between us as I stopped a mere 12 inches from him, staring up at him nervously. Slowly, he raised his head, and those mesmerizing eyes met mine. What I saw there made my heart throb pain. He was clearly hurting from what He'd heard. Intermingled with the hurt was jealousy and rage, but I saw it nonetheless. I was pretty sure I was in over my head. But being this close to him, I couldn't resist the pull. Besides, I was probably the only one that had any chance of calming him before he did something rash. Tentatively, I reached my hand and slowly slipped it into one of his. Heat immediately spread through my hand and up my arm, my nerve endings coming alive. Gabriel's expression had morphed to one of complete surprise. I gave his hand a soft squeeze and I felt his grip tighten on mine. Closing my eyes, I tried to gather every ounce of reassurance I had, sending it to him through our connection. After a moment, he relaxed, if only slightly. I opened my eyes. He looked confused now, torn, and surprisingly vulnerable. My hand was still encased in his and I was struck by just how perfect it felt. My body was tingling pleasantly and I inhaled his masculine scent. Without giving it any thought, I stood up on my tiptoes, leaning forward and wrapping my other arm securely around his muscular frame. I knew I was being impulsive and not thinking things through, but I desperately craved the comfort of his embrace. Even if it was only for a few seconds. I would probably berate myself for this later. But right now, I wanted this. After a moment of hesitation, I felt Gabriel's free arm slowly come up and around me. His hand splayed out across the center of my back. I buried my face in his shirt, not caring if he noticed that I was inhaling his scent like an addict. Our hands were intertwined and for once, it felt like we were a real mated couple, as if we were acting like a normal mated couple would. His hand moved upwards to the top of my tank top, and then his fingers brushed against my bare flesh near my shoulders. Tingles immediately burst from his touch and spread across my skin, and I stiffened noticeably. My wolf whimpered with pleasure at his touch. I felt Goosen's rise on my arms. I was sure HED noticed my reaction, but his hand continued to wander across the exposed skin that my tank top did not cover. Slowly, I let my hand fist into the back of his shirt. Gathering the thin fabric, Gabriel's hand abruptly moved downwards along my side, and I belatedly realized my tank top had ridden up slightly when I had reached upwards to hug him. Now a thin strip of skin was exposed just around my midriff. Gabriel's fingers slowly, easily trickled along my side until they brushed that section of skin just above the line of my shorts. My wolf purred and I shuddered despite myself, immediately pressing my body even closer to his. I felt Gabriel growl huskily, low in his throat. The heat between our bodies was incredible. Just when I thought Gabriel was going to act on his hormones, his hand abruptly dropped mine and he released me from the hug, stepping away from me. I suddenly felt cold with the absence of my mate's touch. He put a distance between us and looked away, jaw clenching. It appeared as if he were trying to get a hold of himself. I knew it was the right thing to do before one of us made a hasty decision, but I still felt a pang of hurt. How was it so easy for him to resist me? I could barely keep myself under control around him. Surely that meant there was something about me that he found undesirable. My own mate was not supposed to be able to just step away from me like that. I looked down at the ground, feeling somewhat ashamed that I acted like a hormone-ridden idiot. I should have just held Gabriel's hand and let that be the end of it. I wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing that my mother chose to rudely intrude in my mind in just that moment, her loud and chipper voice causing me to jump in surprise. "Your father is awake," she practically screamed with excitement, and I gasped, my mouth curving upwards. Gabriel was staring at me and I refocused on him. Whatever emotion had been on his face, he quickly masked. Before he could ask me what was going on, I cut him off. "My father is awake." My voice was breathless, although some of that could have been due to my encounter with my mate. He nodded, once, the odd expression still on his face. "Let's go to him. Then," and I was slightly disappointed that his cold and detached voice was back. My wolf was sad we hadn't continued our little moment, but thinking about it now made me blush profusely. As the embarrassment at my rash actions started to kick in, I tried to brush it aside. My father was now my top priority. I practically sprinted to the infirmary, brushing by Eva, who was standing outside, looking tired. I knew I'd have to forget my animosity and thank her sometime. She had practically saved his life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I bursted into the large room to see a very welcoming sight. My father, sitting upright in bed, looking pale but okay. My mother had his hand in a death grip and was smiling ear to ear. Dad. I cried excitedly, and as he turned to face me, his eyes lit up. I barreled over to him and tried not to crush him when I hugged him. In just that moment, caught in an enveloping embrace with my family, everything felt right in the world. Several hours later, my father was up and about thanks to his superb immune system and the absence of silver from his veins, although he still moved a bit shakily. We had caught him up to speed on everything that had happened, including Inna's death and Brett's rash decision-making. It had definitely been awkward to recount the tale, especially with Gabriel looming in a nearby corner. I could feel his gaze burning into me while I spoke, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was because of our little moment in my house. I felt a bit pathetic for acting so desperately, but it had worked to calm him down. I could only hope he wasn't angry at me for being so touchy-feely, especially since I had yet to make a decision, much to my wolf frustration. I already knew it was difficult for us to be around each other in our current situation, but I just couldn't resist. My level of physical attraction to my ridiculously attractive mate was hard to control. Gabriel had left a couple of hours ago, probably to take care of some things here and there. Now, the purge ceremony was only a couple hours away and I was feeling nervous. My feelings of a loaf beaver, and the just kept coming and going. I wanted to ask my father about it, but I felt like he had been through enough already today. I would mention the symptoms to him tomorrow, that is, unless I had a fainting spell again. Another thing we had learned was that Inna's funeral would be the next morning after the purge. Maria had come to check up on my father and delivered the news. Along with the news that her father, though no longer Beta, had been put in a pretty high position of authority by Gabriel. I was grateful Jack generally made good decisions. Maria and I were heading over to my house now. She'd insisted on helping me pick something to wear for tonight. I hadn't considered my attire for the purge. I didn't even know if it was a formal event. However, Maria was sad and downtrodden, her eyes red, rimmed, and I would be willing to do anything to help distract her from her torment. What are you wearing? Breaking the silence as I threw my closet door open and began to rummage through everything. She shrugged daintily. My father said we should dress nicer. It is a pretty formal ceremony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I guess he'll wear a dress or skirt. Does it involve shifting? I didn't want to get my clothes dirty. Well, my father didn't know at first. He had to call some of the guys he knows from other packs to find out exactly what a purge ceremony entailed, since we've never had one. I'm assuming Alpha Gabriel had to do his own research as well. I tried not to stiffen at the term Alpha Gabriel. It still sounded foreign to my ears. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His friend said that a shift does happen, but it's at the very end. The whole pack is supposed to go on a run together. Not sure that it'll happen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With everything that's going on, Maria trailed off, dark eyes clouding with sadness. I leaned forward, pulling my friend in a tight embrace. We stayed like that for a moment as she clutched me tightly. There was nothing left to be discussed. We had already cried our eyes out together, and I was sure we would again tomorrow at the funeral. After a bit, Maria pulled away and attempted a smile. Enough of that. Voice coming out a bit shaky. Let's get you something to wear. As she had done so many times before, Maria made her way into my closet, ruffling through my admittedly modest collection of outfits. I sat on the edge of the bed, hoping she would pick something half decent. My best friend was muttering to herself as she examined my dresses and skirts, and after a few minutes she finally decided on something. The irony of this dress. She pulled out the dress in question, turning around with a grin on her face. It's perfect. I definitely disagreed with Maria's statement. I had never been a huge fan of dresses, and I felt oddly formal in this one. Even though the dress wasn't exactly fancy. It was a pure white color. I had not wanted to wear it because it reminded me of the human wedding I had been to once. But Maria insisted that it was perfect for the ceremony. We were getting a new alpha and trying to start anew. Hence white was the perfect color. She wouldn't take no for an answer. It was a halter, style and fell a few inches above my knees. It was gathered in just the right places to make my small chest look slightly larger. I had worn it once or twice when we went to town in the middle of the summer. It was still summery weather, but I could tell by the slight chill in the air that fall was not far away. Thankfully, my werewolf nature made me practically impervious to cold. Maria was in a dressy red top and a black skirt that emphasized her curves. Both of us were barefoot, which was customary for werewolf dress. I was sure it looked weird to have a nice sundress without any sort of foot attire. I felt odd, strolling through the packed village in such formal get-up, but glancing around, I saw that most of the other pack members were dressed in similar fashion. I supposed it made sense our formal ceremonies were rare but important, and I couldn't think of anything more important than this. I would just have to suck it up. We made our way to the large clearing near the village where our pack meetings were held. The path was well worn down from hundreds of paws and feet trampling it. The clearing contained a cluster of rocks, where the alpha had used to stand, that several years ago some of the pack members had built a large, flat wooden platform with steps leading up to it on either side. This made the alpha address the pack from a much higher vantage point. It gave him an aura of power. Not that Gabriel had ever lacked that. I was surprised that the remainder of the ceremony was occurring here. Then again, I suppose the rest of the Black Mountains pack didn't have to be present for the ceremony to occur. It would be difficult to get everyone in one place since our territories were so spread out. I wondered how Gabriel would address that. My pack members were slowly gathering, forming tiny huddles and conversing in hushed whispers. Maria and I were some of the later ones there, and my parents waved me over as soon as I arrived. My father was leaning his weight against a tree, looking tired. I hugged him gently, standing near him as Maria's father approached us with a nod. "What exactly is going to happen?" my mother asked curiously. Jack shook his head. "Honestly, I don't know a lot of specifics. It's a bunch of formalized words and some blood sharing. That sounded like most of our ceremonies, but I felt my heartbeat increase anyways. Blood sharing. With Gabriel, I was sure how exactly my body would handle that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My blood yearned for him, but we hadn't completed the mating yet. There was no way of knowing how I would react. I didn't know why I was surprised. Blood was the commonality of all werewolves. It held the essence of everything it meant to be a wolf. All of our ceremonies came down to blood. Well, blood and ancient words. Nobody really knew the exact origination of the words that made our ceremonies happen. All I knew was that our rituals were connected to the world around us. It was like the affinity that the pack doctors inherited. It couldn't be described through modern science. It was something old and powerful that ran through our veins, and nobody could describe. All we knew was that our rituals worked, and that was all that really mattered. My train of thought was broken as I heard my mate's deep voice from the wooden platform. More than 60 pairs of eyes traveled upwards and fixated on him as he stood, tall and proud, alone from his high vantage point. I spotted Ava and the other members of the Black Mountains pack standing at the bottom of the platform. Glancing around, I locked eyes with Will. He was standing at the back of the group, furthest away from Gabriel. I tried to send him a reassuring smile as Gabriel spoke. "Tonight we will complete the purge and you all will be mine, linked with me permanently. When in wolf form, you will be able to communicate with both me and the rest of my pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You will officially be members of the Black Mountains pack." I saw many wolves stiffen, not liking being part of their enemy pack. It definitely was a lot to take in. I suppose we couldn't have kept to different pack names forever, but it still was going to be strange not identifying myself as Silverwoods. All of you form a single file line on this side of the platform. The blood sharing takes place individually. There was a scattering of murmurs as everyone did as they were told, shifting position and relocating to the far side of the clearing. Trying to swallow my nervousness, I followed my parents as they headed towards the forming line. My father turned around, stopping me in place. "You should go last, Skylar." I stared at him blankly. "What?" "Why," he frowned contemplatively. "Yes, your mate. And you haven't been marked." His eyes zeroed in on my neck as he said that, and I couldn't understand his expression. The blood sharing for you might be different. It could be distracting for the Alpha, too. There's no telling how his wolf will react. I've never seen a situation like this. "Okay," I said softly, my nervousness increasing tenfold. "I think it's safest that way." He tried to smile at me reassuringly. "Don't worry." I nodded, hanging back as the others continued to join the line. I was thankful for Maria, who held back next to me. After a moment, I saw Will approaching us, although he stopped a safe distance from me. I noticed Maria's cheeks reddening and she pointedly looked away from him. Will's expression looked upset as he sighed, joining the last group of wolves at the back of the line. Maria went in front of me, leaving me last, my throat feeling incredibly dry. I glanced up at Gabriel as he spoke again. "Bring it up here." And the redhead complied. I zeroed in on her as she climbed the steps. She held a long wooden bowl in one hand and what looked like a knife in the other. I gulped as she handed the items to Gabriel. Gabriel placed them on the rail of the wooden platform next to him before turning to face us. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Will was acting strangely. He was shifting from foot to foot uncomfortably and his head was tilted up at an odd angle. I stared in puzzlement. Was he just frightened of Gabriel or... My thought process was halted as my mate commenced speaking. "Tonight, I join with you as your new Alpha through this ceremony. I claim the rights to the Alpha position from your former Alpha, as he has relinquished his position to me and to any heirs I may birth in the future. I promise to protect this pack with my life and make choices regarding the pack's best interests. I will lay down my life for this pack if the need arises. The pack's well-being will always be top priority. In return, this pack will respect the wishes of my wolf and will obey my every command. As our blood is shared, let your wolves recognize mine as your new leader, and let our minds be linked as one. Let this scar be a reminder of what I am undertaking for your pack." Again, I recognized some of the words from the first part of the purge. The whole part about the scar surprised me, as werewolves healed completely from almost all wounds and did not retain scars. However, in a ceremony like this, perhaps the ritualistic side of it prevented the scars from ever fading. I tried to snap to attention as I realized Gabriel had completed whatever else he was saying and had lifted the knife to his chest. With a smooth jerk, he slashed the knife across his palm, similar to the way he had done with Brett, although this time it was his hand instead of his chest. I winced slightly as I felt a faint stab of pain across my own hand, and Maria glanced at me with concern. With a nod of his head, Gabriel indicated the first pack member come up to the platform. I realized that it was Jack who had made his way to the forefront. It made sense if he was going to be in charge. Their words were muffled, but to me it sounded like Jack stated his full name and a series of words before Gabriel handed him the knife. Jack brought the knife across his own palm. If it hurt, he did a good job of concealing it as he and Gabriel reached out and clasped hands. I realized now that their clasped hands were positioned over the bowl that Ava had brought. A few drops of the scarlet liquid fell into the bowl and intermingled. To an outsider, the process might have looked grotesque, but to me it was entrancing. Combining our essence was one of the most powerful things we werewolves could do. The process began to repeat over and over again for each wolf that came up to the platform. I hoped that Gabriel was okay, because he had to have cut himself pretty deep for the blood to still be flowing. But then I realized I was just being stupid. He was strong enough to survive a small gash on his hand. As the line moved, I felt my nervousness compounding. To distract myself, I focused on Will, who was still behaving strangely. To where agent extraordinaire, Welin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hissed at him. He turned over his shoulder and I saw that his blue eyes were confused. Distracted. What's wrong with you? He shook his head. I'm not sure. When I first got here there was this wonderful smell. But now it's gone, he trailed off. Looking sad. Hearing about a wonderful smell instantly reminded me of when I first caught Gabriel's scent. My eyes widened, but it was here that what had never smelled before. The answer hit me like a freight train, Ava. My eyes frantically scanned the area for her, but to my shock I saw that she had disappeared from her position from the platform. There was no way she could be Will's mate. That was just too coincidental. But why else would he be catching a magical scent that he had never encountered before? As my mind tried to wrap around the concept, I continued to observe Will. After a few more moments, as he neared the front, he appeared to calm down. I wasn't letting this go though. I had to see the two of them in close quarters. I had to know if they were mates, although I had no clue how to feel about it. I needed to focus my attention on the purge again. There were only a few wolves before me now. The others were huddled on the other side of the clearing, waiting for the rest of us to finish. My heartbeat picked up its pace as my eyes focused on Gabriel. What would it feel like sharing blood with my mate before he marked me? I knew the marking actually involved a bit of blood sharing, but this was different. This was so intimate. At least for me it was going to be. You hey? Maria whispered. I nodded mutely but didn't respond. I noticed that it was Will's turn, and I did not miss the anger and dislike that flashed in Gabriel's eyes as they fixated on my friend. Will seemed incredibly nervous as he made his way to the platform. Thankfully, my mate seemed to be holding it together, although he spoke a bit harsher than necessary. As Will cut his hand, I noticed him shaking a bit. Gabriel roughly grabbed his hand harder than required and squeezed. I winced as I saw Will's face tighten in pain. Looking down on the ground, I felt a wave of guilt. My mate hated one of my best friends and it was all my fault. Maria's turn was uneventful, though I practically cowed and watched as I realized how close I was to going up there. When she was done, it almost felt like the world had stopped. Everyone was on the other side of the clearing, staring at me intently. I wondered if they suspected the blood sharing would be different for me. Their eyes burned into my skin as I took a deep breath and swallowed hard. Gabriel had finally looked over to me and his near, black eyes were unfathomable. Trying to prevent myself from shaking, I slowly ascended the steps to the platform. My palms were clammy. My wolf was growing excited at the prospect of such interaction with her mate. My skin was heating up again, although I was sure if it was the fever or the proximity to Gabriel that was causing such sensations. Finally, I stood in front of him, daring to look up and meet his eyes. The clearing seemed deathly quiet. All attention on us. I tried to straighten up and seem brave. Why was I so nervous? It was my mate. For crying out loud. State your name and heritage. Skylar, daughter of Alexander and Renee, born on the 8th moon. 20 summers past. Werewolves identified ourselves differently than humans. We didn't tend to use last names. Although I technically had one in high school when we were in interaction with humankind. Skylar. He began, and I tried not to visibly shudder. Do you recognize me as your new alpha? Do you promise me your allegiance and loyalty? Do you accept my blood as commencement of the formation of our mind, Link? Coming from my mate, the words seemed so much heavier, more intense somehow. It didn't help that his eyes were boring into mine and my wolf was frantically chanting yes, yes. I could almost see a series of questions and emotions lingering in their dark depths. I felt my skin prickling as the electricity between us crackled. It almost seemed like Gabriel had more to say, but he was holding himself back. I do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rather breath ILY to my embarrassment. Gabriel's eyes darkened even further. To my surprise, I thought I detected a note of concern in his expression. My skin was growing hotter by the second and I hoped I wouldn't faint again. "Let your blood be testament to this promise," he replied, handing me the knife. Our fingers brushed slightly and I jolted as I held the knife. I held my hand, thumb up, taking a deep breath. It was just a cut. No big deal. I tried to reassure myself. Gritting my teeth, I slid the knife smoothly across my skin. I prided myself in holding back the flinch of pain as the blood welled up freshly from the wound. It trickled across my pale flesh, dripping down onto the ground. And now it was time for the blood sharing. Tentatively, my eyes crept up Gabriel's body until we held eye contact again. Slowly, he held out his already bloodied palm. His eyes were absolutely burning now, and I was sure my expression mirrored his. My wolf was feeding incredibly lustful impulses, and I was barely able to hold her back as she scratched at the surface. Sucking in a deep breath, I thrust my hand out and wrapped it around his, hovering above the bowl. I felt our blood intermingle and he trushed up my arm, all of the hairs on my body standing on end. I felt a burst of desire low in my body and I gasped, feeling my face heat up. Gabriel was obviously feeling the same thing, for he was growling, low in his throat, his eyes lustfully staring into mine before they began to roam my body. I was pretty sure he liked what he saw, for his growl deepened, but I had no time to react. My levels of lustful desire were skyrocketing, but that wasn't what I noticed most. It was the burning heat. It exploded out from under my skin. My mouth open closed as I felt the fever searing across my body in a not-so-pleasant manner. Suddenly, I felt incredibly dizzy again, and my desire for Gabriel was forgotten. I released his hand abruptly and staggered backwards, hoping the sensation would abate, but didn't. It was like my spell near the infirmary, but this time it was worse and it was not lessening. I felt my knees give out and I dropped to the platform, gasping. I heard Gabriel call my name in concern, but I could scarcely register what he was saying through the blood rushing in my ears. I began to claw at my arms and legs, feeling like I was about to explode in a million pieces from whatever sickness was tearing around under my skin. My wolf was howling. I felt like I was about to burn alive. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I cried out in agony, my voice coming out distorted. Then there was one last surge of heat in my body and mind couldn't take it anymore. The world began to spin around me and, with one last gasp of pain, I let the last of my strength escape me. I felt something warm and strong wrap around my body just as my world went black. Just when I thought everything was over, my consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality, finding myself drenched in sweat with a racing heart. Chapter 24. An indeterminate amount of time later, the heavy blackness I was swimming in seemed to draw back, letting me claw my way towards the light. I was still surrounded by searing heat, but it was at a more tolerable level, struggling in the confines of darkness. I was afraid of what would happen if I couldn't get away. In the back of my mind, I felt my wolf stirring. As I finally escaped the deep recesses of unconsciousness, my eyes snapped open and I sucked in a breath of air as I adjusted to the dim lighting. My skin was sticky with sweat. I was practically swimming in it. Heart pounding. I glanced around nervously. I was in my room and it was dark outside. I could see a glimmer of moonlight trickling in through my partially closed blinds. My sweltering body was wrapped in blankets and I weakly struggled, attempted to pry my sweaty skin from the fabric. Slowly, the recent events were coming back to me: the purge, Gabriel's moonlit, bathed face, the blood sharing, and then the darkness. I yanked my hand out from under the comforter and glanced at it. There was a thin line across the center of my palm where I had slashed myself. It was already mostly healed, but I wondered if it would ever completely fade. That scar signified that Gabriel was my alpha now. Tensing, I realized that deep in the back of my consciousness, I could almost sense his presence. It was as if he was hovering just out of reach. It was a sensation similar to when Brett was alpha. The thought made me nervous. Gabriel could talk to me whenever he wanted. My heart began quickening its pace and my wolf paced with excitement as I thought about hearing his husky voice inside my head. Adjusting my position, My eyes roamed the room again. How long had I been out? It was still dark, so perhaps it had only been a few hours. I felt marginally better than before. There was still a lingering itch under my skin, but it was bearable and not nearly as excruciating. There was a loud creak outside my room and the door opened, revealing my disheveled father. His eyes flashed with relief when he saw me and he hurried over. He breathed, putting a cool head on my hot and sticky forehead. How long have I been asleep? My voice rasping against my parched throat, and enthusiasm, an entire day. I blinked with surprise as my father grabbed a nearby glass of water and brought it to my lips. Gratefully, I swallowed the cool liquid as he tipped it down my throat, draining the cup completely dry. I studied his face closely. His brows were furrowed with worry and judging by his resigned expression. My father knew exactly what was wrong with me and was hesitant to say it aloud. Dad. Trying to sit up, but he reached out a hand and pressed me back into the pillow. Skylar, you need to rest. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. What happened? I intertwined my fingers under the blankets where he couldn't see them, trying to mask my nervousness. Sighing, my father pulled up a nearby chair and settled down. He rested his elbows on my bed and gazed at me intently. There's no need to beat around the bush here, Skylar, so I'm just going to come out and say it. I nodded, mouth suddenly dry again. You're getting your affinity. I nearly choked on my own spit. What? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I'm almost 20 years old. How I spluttered in confusion. He reached out a hand and rested it on my shoulder, rubbing it to soothe me. I know. It's rare that something like this happens, but when I was trying to heal you, I could sense the affinity in you. That's why you still have a fever. I can lessen the pain for you, but I can't completely make you well. This is something your body has to do for itself. Silently staring, I sat for a long moment before I spoke, voice coming out as a cracked whisper. How did this happen? My father sighed yet again. As you know, the affinity is usually hereditary. What you weren't aware of is the fact that there are two forms of the affinity, the dominant and the recessive. Most children of pack doctors, about 90%, inherit the dominant form. A child that receives the dominant gene will get their affinity before or during puberty. They get it at this time because the body is still malleable, still adjusting to the wolf inside. Matured wolves do not so readily accept change like that. Contemplating, the recessive gene works differently. I nodded once more, chewing on my bottom lip as I absorbed the information. So I have the recessive form. A child with a recessive affinity will only inherit the ability to use it if their parent dies while the child is still young. If the parent is still alive, as the child ages and matures with a recessive affinity, they grow increasingly less likely to ever show signs of being able to use it. Basically, the recessive gene gets buried so deeply it can never be drawn out. So how am I getting it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In way past puberty, and you're still alive. That's why it's unusual. When Kane put me in a coma, it triggered something in you. It would have been normal if you were younger, but since you've fully matured and the gene is so deeply buried, your body shouldn't still have been able to make the transition. So why am I transitioning? His eyes were distant as he pondered. There are always exceptions to every rule. The only thing I can think of is that some part of you still recognized the deeply buried gene. Your body is already going through changes because of the mating pull. It might have made you susceptible to other changes, such as your affinity emerging. His expression grew solemn as he added in a quiet voice. Or it could have something to do with whatever concoction Kane injected me with. I felt a flutter of anger at the vampire's name, and our conversation in the woods came rushing back to me. His words made sense now. Kane had suspected that something was happening within me, and it was almost like he wanted it to happen. That freaked me out more than anything. He had planned on taking me with him. What exactly did he want with my father's blood? And what did he want with me now, that I might have an affinity? I tried to change the subject. I had time to recall of that out. I had to focus on the immediate problem. I shifted position again, wincing slightly. I felt incredibly sore. Is it always this painful? He shook his head. No. It comes with a mild fever, but nothing like you've been experiencing. It goes back to the maturity thing. Your wolf isn't accepting the transition as well as she would have when you were young. Outside of the mating pool, your body has never anticipated change like this. Honestly, being so close to Gabriel is making things worse. Your wolf is struggling to cope with the mating pull at the same time as the affinity. Sharing blood with him just compounded everything. Your body went into sensory overload. I blinked up at him, feeling a pang of worry. Did this mean I howled and see Gabriel until I felt better? My father seemed to read my mind. You'll still be around him. Just limit physical contact until you're better. Something flashed in his eyes, but I cowed and place it. Not like anyone could keep him away. He almost bit all of our heads off when we were trying to help you. For a while he didn't want anyone else touching you. My face instantly heated up even more and I felt my cheeks turning red with a blush. My wolf was feeling very satisfied with her mate's protectiveness. Releasing a heavy breath, I pushed some of my dark locks away from my sticky face. It was all making sense, and a large part of me was excited that this was finally happening. I had always been teased for not inheriting the affinity. Now I had the chance of being a pack doctor, of being special. I bet our mate will be proud, my wolf said smugly. So when this all ends, they'll be able to use it. Just like that. Like I said, I've never dealt with this before. Hopefully your fever goes away within the next day or two. Normally it only lasts a day, but I have a feeling yours will be more drawn out. After you feel better, I can't try to teach you how to use it. I thought I detected a bit of pride in his expression. For a split second. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I could have sworn I saw a flash of worry in his green eyes as well. I've been feeling feverish for a couple of days now. I was just ignoring it. I was going to bring it up, but I wanted to wait until you felt better. His eyes narrowed. You should have told me sooner. You almost gave everyone a heart attack. The typical stern expression was back on my father's face, but there was still a tinge of worry there. What's wrong? My father shook his head. I just don't like the fact that you're so sick and I can only do a little to help. You're strong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your body will get through the transition fine. He spoke reassuringly, but his voice was tense. I really hoped he was right. The fact that he was slightly nervous. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was off-putting. I would make it through the transition. I had to. My body may not be used to this sort of thing, but to get over it, I had to be strong. Especially in a time like this. I was alone in my room for the next couple hours. Because my father went to go rest. Using his affinity had worn him out after recent events. He had also informed me that Deva had helped take care of me during the day I was passed out. The thought made me extremely uneasy, and I was sure how to feel about it. I knew she couldn't stand me, yet she had still helped me out twice now. The redhead was currently staying in our house in the guest bedroom. I hadn't seen her since I had woken up, but I could catch her scent. It was strange that she was here without anyone in her pack. Just then, a startling realization came to me. Was she avoiding Will? It seemed a bit far-fetched, but she had disappeared the night of the purge, and now she seemed to be lying low at my home for the most part. She had no chance of seeing Will since Gabriel had scared him away. I wondered why on earth she would possibly be avoiding him. Will would be overjoyed to find his mate, so I could not fathom how she wouldn't feel the same way. It was a puzzling mystery I was determined to work out. I had yet to see Gabriel since I woke up, and I cowed and helped the hurt that blossomed when I thought about it. Did he not even care that it fainted in the middle of the ceremony? My father said he brought me home, but now he was making no effort to come check up on me. I would never admit it to him, but its tongue. especially after our moment yesterday. Maybe he was regretting it. That thought was very disheartening. A couple hours after my father told me about my affinity and subsequently made me some potato soup. My favorite high let my eyelids droop. It was still uncomfortably hot in my room, but I was supposed to stay under the covers to sweat it out. Since my father would not let me get up except to go to the back room, I might as well sleep. My mind began to wander and my thoughts aimlessly drifted until I found myself dozing. Minutes later, I was dreaming. It was one of those dreams where I knew it wasn't real. I knew I could wake up at any moment, but that didn't make it any less frightening. Kane was in my dream, or at least I think it was him. He materialized as a shadowy presence at the edges of my vision, relentlessly chasing me as I raced in wolf form through the woods. My paws thundered against the ground, but every second that passed, I knew he was gaining on me. My heart was pounding and I was desperately trying to leave the woods before Kane captured me. I had to save Maria and Will. They would pay the price if I didn't make it in time. Seconds later, I felt claws sink into my back and I was brought hard to the ground. The monster leaned over me, baring his fangs in a hiss, kicking and thrashing. I snarled and growled while fighting wholeheartedly to get the bloodsucker off of me. But Kane held me down, pressing my shoulders into the ground harder, preventing me from struggling. I whined in misery, kicking back and forth, and Kane opened his hissing mouth to taunt me. "Skylar, wake up," he hissed menacingly. "What? You're e-dreaming? Wake up." I continued to thrash. "Skylar." Kane began to shake me and I was roughly yanked from the violent dream, sent crashing into reality. My eyes snapped open and I panted, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Taking in the contents of my room as relief struck me. I had known it was grateful I could escape the terror of Kane's pursuit. It was then that I became aware that it was Gabriel above me, pinning me down. Not Kane. He was standing next to my bed, but his hands were planted firmly on my shoulders as he pressed me into the mattress. It was still nighttime outside and my light was off. Bars of moonlight squeezed through the blinds and fell upon my mate's face as he stared down at me, making sure I was truly awake now. My mouth opened slightly as I became aware of our proximity. His face was only a foot or two above mine. I stared at him unabashedly, appreciating the way the light from outside accentuated his chiseled features. He was so beautiful. His dark eyes had an incredible amount of depth and I had never realized just how thick and dark his eyelashes were. My eyes trailed along his high cheekbones before falling to his mouth. He had a light growth of stubble along his jawline, but it suited him. I was sure I was blushing now, but I couldn't tear myself away from his ethereal perfection. Gabriel released me suddenly and backed away, and I felt cold despite my fever and all of the blankets. "You were dreaming," he muttered by way of explanation. I tried to sit up a bit. "It was Kane," I replied, glad that my voice didn't shake. My wolf was purring in the back of my mind, and it was quite distracting. Gabriel's expression tightened. I glanced around, noticing the chair pulled up by my bed. Had he been watching me sleep? The thought made my blush return in full force and I avoided his eyes. "Do you have nightmares often?" I pulled my hands out from under the covers, examining them as I replied, "No, this was the first in a long time." Slowly, Gabriel moved back to the chair and lowered himself. I felt a prickle of excitement. He was finally staying to keep me company. I tried to remember what my father said about physical contact. Gabriel had held my shoulders down while I was waking up, but it didn't seem to have made my fever worse. Thankfully, I supposed it was the blood sharing that had set everything off. I would have to be careful, even though I was itching to reach out and run my fingers along the side of his face. "Where were you all day?" Hoping I didn't sound too pathetic. "Working on pack logistics," was his simple reply. I nodded, picking at the blanket. "Are you feeling better?" I glanced up at him, the question taking me completely by surprise. He was giving me a cursory scan as if assuring himself that I was well. I felt a trickle of warmth. "I am now that you're here," I replied before I could think about it, unable to help myself. I looked away from him again as I felt my face heat up. Since when was I so straightforward with him? I heard Gabriel's sharp intake of breath and he was silent. Had I gone too far? Your father said that your contact with me worsened things. Gabriel replied after a moment of tense silence. The blood sharing overwhelmed my body. I didn't know your body would react like that, or I know. I cut him off before he could go any further. There was no need for him to explain himself to me. I didn't require an explanation. Closing my eyes for a moment, I remembered the minutes just before I'd fainted. The desire that had coursed through my body was easy to recall. In those seconds, I had wanted Gabriel more than ever before. My wolf had been dangerously close to forcing me to jump him. I peeked up at my mate from the corner of my eye. He was staring into space. Jaw clenched. I aimlessly wondered what he was thinking about. Gabriel was always so closed, often hard to read. He put up barriers between himself and everybody else. Although occasionally I thought I saw through his walls. Those moments of true emotion glimmering in his dark eyes made everything worth it. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable as we sat there. The silence stretching on. The heat rushing around under my skin, reminding me that my fever had yet to break. I felt my forehead beading with sweat, some of it trickling down my temples. I needed some sort of distraction before I focused more on discomfort. Glancing at Gabriel again, I felt a prick of curiosity. I'd always wanted to know more about him, but Hed rarely volunteered information about himself. Well, here he was sitting next to me, and I had absolutely nothing to do but talk with him. I wasn't sure why I was feeling so brave. Maybe it was my body sickness, or Gabriel's proximity, or the fact that I'd up with him pushing everyone away. I knew I needed to make a decision soon. My wolf was constantly reminding me of that, and the issue was always hovering in the back of my mind. I kept finding reasons to put it off, but the more I ignored it, the more attached to Gabriel I was becoming. Soon my logical side would have no say in the matter. I would be deciding purely based off of instinct. I wouldn't lie to myself. Some part of me just wanted to follow my instincts despite any potential consequences. Either way, I wanted to know more about the person that was constantly plaguing my thoughts. All of my reasoning combined into a sense of determination, and I shifted my body to face Gabriel. Gabriel. His dark eyes flickered to me, some sort of undefined emotion lingering there. He waited for continue. I just realized something. I had to look away again, unable to bear the intensity of his eyes. You told me everything about your heritage and your parents, but you told me next to nothing about you. His brow had furrowed slightly as if he had no clue why I was bringing this up. I know hardly anything about you. I don't know your favorite color, or favorite type of music, or what hobbies you have, or what movies you watch, or what you spent your spare time doing before all of that health training. I trailed off, realizing I was rambling. I tried not to squirm where I was sitting. An expression of incredulity had made its way on Gabriel's face. I knew my examples were stupid and shallow, but surely he got the point. Usually mates got to know each other after they met. We had never had that opportunity. Why does it matter? He asked after a long moment, voice tense. I could tell he really didn't like talking about himself. He wasn't used to it. Because I mentally cursed myself for my nervousness. Why was I freaking out? He was my mate. It should not be so difficult. Because I want to know you. He remained silent, as if he was having an internal argument. You're my mate. The only mate I'll ever have. You're supposed to get to know your mate. Right. I cleared my throat, knowing the pink tinge was returning to my cheeks. Why did I think this was a good idea? I should have known that the thought of opening up would freak Gabriel out. He was looking away from me. Jaw clenched. I mean, if you're destined to spend the rest of your life with someone, shouldn't you know them first? It's what normal people do. I know our situation is anything but normal again. I trailed off. Do you honestly not want to know anything about me? The hurt was palpable in my voice, but I didn't try to hide it. Gabriel still seemed so closed off and disinterested. If I couldn't crack his walls, nobody would ever stand a chance. Or maybe he didn't care about me as much as I thought. Judging by the way he was still sitting stiff and silent, I was annoying him. Never mind, I said finally. my voice very small. I turned my head away, unable to look at him. My wolf was whining softly. As hurt as I was by his lack of response, I had to remind myself that we weren't a couple of pubescent teenagers trying to get to know each other on a first date. What we had was much deeper and more instinctive. Still, I wished he would show a little more emotion. I shouldn't have tried that. I should have known it was stupid. Several seconds trickled by. I knew my face was still vibrant red. At this point, I almost wished Gabriel would just leave me in here, so I could wallow in my embarrassment. I would find something other than 20 questions to occupy my time while I was feeling so shoddy. I was completely shocked when I finally heard his deep baritone. Blue. My head snapped around and I blinked at him. What? My favorite color is blue. His voice was softer now, eyes boring into mine. I stared at him in shock, feeling my stomach churn with excitement. What type of music do you like? I asked after a minute, hoping he would continue to answer. Classical music is some of the only music I can tolerate. Oh, so my choice in the car had been a good one. Hobbies. Eyes growing somewhat distant. I don't have time for anything outside alpha duties. What about when you were younger? I was worried I was pushing it. Gabriel's childhood was a sore subject. Sure enough, his expression tightened, but he surprised me by answering. My mother used to play piano. After she left, my father forced one of the pack members to teach me. I was sure I was gaping. You play piano? As cliché as it sounded, I found that extremely attractive. For a moment, it was like I was in high school again, learning how to talk to boys. It was strange feeling like that in my current situation. I used to. After a while, it made things worse because it reminded my father of her. I didn't have to ask who her was. I haven't had time in years. I was practically squirming with joy. I couldn't believe he was opening up to me. What's your FAV? Gabriel cut me off this time. It's your turn to answer questions. The way Gabriel was staring at me indicated genuine interest. I snapped my mouth shut, feeling my heartbeats increase in frequency. Okay, what do you want to know? Anything. I glanced at him quizzically. Just tell me about yourself. He elaborated. I racked my brains, coming up with absolutely nothing interesting. Gabriel would probably be bored with whatever I had to tell him, but I continued anyways. My favorite color changes every day of the week. I am addicted to crime shows. I have the entire series of NC is in here on DVD. I tried to learn how to play guitar once and failed miserably. I'll listen to pretty much any music except country. I've seen every Disney movie at least 10 times. Oh, and I can't stand sauerkraut. I wrinkled my nose in disgust at the thought. I couldn't meet Gabriel's eyes. I knew I was a boring person, and that he thought our whole exchange was trivial. But truthfully it meant a lot to me that we were having a normal conversation in our anything but normal situation. When I finally glanced back at him, he seemed to have absorbed all of my words and was mulling them over thoughtfully. I was touched that he had listened. Your turn again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Perhaps sounded a bit too excited, and his expression instantly morphed into the customary guarded one. Favorite TV show? I almost winced again as I asked. I was awful at coming up with questions, but I didn't want to ask anything too serious and make Gabriel uncomfortable. I don't have time to watch TV. I was surprised. Well, what about before you were alpha? Or when you were little? I couldn't picture my hulking, muscular mate as little, although it seemed the one picture of him as a child. Gabriel frowned. I don't know. I guess I watched Scooby-Doo a lot as a child. I grinned widely at him, remembering my own fondness for the show. I was trying not to laugh at the image of a tiny, black-haired Gabriel sitting in front of a TV and watching Scooby and the gang. I supposed all of that must have been before Rebecca left and everything fell apart. Gabriel was staring at me, taken aback, and I quickly masked my expression with my hand. I didn't want him to think I was laughing at him. Where did you live when you were younger? Before you came here. I decided to risk another question. The Appalachians. He made no effort to elaborate on that. Your turn. Okay, I said tentatively, not liking the serious tone his voice had taken. What was he going to ask? Gabriel looked down then, running one hand through his hair. He avoided my gaze as he spoke, his voice thick with tension. Was there anything between you and your friend? It took me a moment to realize who he was speaking about, and my eyes shot open with surprise. You mean Will? Gabriel didn't respond to my question. He was sitting there, tense, and I could tell he really didn't like thinking about it. No. I mean, I thought I liked him at the beginning of high school. We kissed once and I didn't feel anything. He has always been a friend to me since then. Nothing else. I decided to be truthful. Although I felt a pain at the way Gabriel's fist clenched when I said kissed. He looks at you as more than a friend, he said coolly, still avoiding my gaze. I know, but you'll never feel anything other than friendship for him. How can I? The last part came out as nearly a whisper, and Gabriel's head shot up as his eyes connected with mine. They were burning with some medley of emotions, and I had the urge to reach out and touch him, although I forcibly kept my hands to myself. My wolf growled at my resistance toward our instincts. Gabriel's eyes suddenly glazed over, and I realized he was mentally conversing with someone. I felt a jolt as I pondered the fact that I could contact him whenever I wanted. Eli too, or any of the Black Mountains pack when I was in wolf form. We were all connected through the alpha now. Gabriel stood up from the chair, bringing himself to his full height. I have to go check on some logistics for Eli, and I left the papers at Jack's, he said brusquely. I was surprised he was giving me an explanation at all. His eyes from the intensity was gone, and I instantly wanted it back. I was hoping to continue the questioning and find out more about him, but apparently luck was not on my side right now. Gabriel observed me for a moment. Take care, he finally said, his voice softer than expected. I felt a flush creep up my neck, and I watched as he exited the room and trudged down the stairs. Seconds later, the front door slammed. About 2 hours later, the TV downstairs turned on, and I was brought out of my dozing state. My throat was raw and parched again. I stretched, deciding that it hadn't hurt to go grab a glass of water after I went to the restroom. I slowly climbed out of bed, ignoring the protesting aches and pains. The room's air was cooler when I washed under the stifling covers, and it felt nice on my sweaty skin. After I used the restroom, I tiptoed downstairs, curious about who was watching television. My parents had already come to check on me after Gabriel left, and they were now fast asleep in their room. I hadn't had Gabriel's male pack members roaming around, so that limited the possibilities. My eyes fell on a familiar head of red hair, and I'd not to wint. She had helped me after all. The least I could do was thank her despite my dislike for her. Ava had some mindless drama playing on the TV, and was curled up on the couch with some blankets, her blue eyes fixated on the screen. She ignored me as I made myself a glass of water, pressing the cool glass against my burning forehead. I took a deep breath, really not wanting to talk to her, but my parents had always taught me manners. I slowly made my way over to the armchair next to the couch she was sitting on. Still, Ava did not bother to glance at me as I made myself comfortable and focused on the tea. There were a few moments of awkward silence before I gathered the courage to speak. I never said thanks. Her eyes flickered to me and back to the tea. She said nothing, so. Thank you for helping me and my father. Ava nodded brusquely. I felt a prick of irritation. Could she really not say anything in return? Are you ever going to tell me why you dislike me so much? I blurted out after another moment. Might as well try to clear the air while she was staying in my house. Ava turned to face me then, eyes narrowed slightly. I sure had her attention now. To my audiobook extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. I know you don't like me. It's pretty obvious. I think I deserve to at least know why. She pursed her lips and observed me thoughtfully. For an instant, I wished Ava could be more like one of the stupid bimbos from high school. She seemed very cunning, and it made me nervous. Is it just because I'm an outsider? I continued impatiently. I don't like your pack. If that's what you mean. She finally spoke dismissively. Like it or not? We're all together now. I don't like it. She turned back to the tea. I almost growled. Look, we need to cooperate here. So just tell me why. I don't need to tell you anything. They'll just ask Gabriel. I observed her from the corner of my eye, wondering if this tactic would work. To my surprise, after a moment she just sighed in resignation. If you won't talk, you'll just. I was only 10 years old. She cut me off coolly and my eyes widened in surprise. My father was a pack doctor and our other pack was attacked by rogues. They killed him and my mother and I ran. We traveled far and finally came across your pack. I stared in surprise. I didn't remember that. Then again, I would have been nearly the same age as her. My mother had lupus disorder. Now my surprise and shock increased tenfold. Lupus disorder was one of the few diseases that affected werewolves. My father had some fancy technical name for it, but he'd never met a wolf with it. Probably because it was term and a left and treated. It could also be highly contagious, transmitted to the saliva or bloodstream, or even airborne in some cases. It killed the wolf, side first, leaving the person deranged for months before they died. My affinity was not developed enough for me to treat her. We came to your pack. We begged for treatment from your former alpha and your father. My mother was close to death. They turned us away because of the risk of contagion. I opened and closed my mouth like a fish. They had turned her away. That seemed so cruel and heartless. I knew the disease would have been a risk to the pack. But surely they could have done something. We left and headed towards the Black Mountains pack. My mother died on the way there. They took me, and because I was a 10-year-old getting an affinity, others spoke so emotional as lie. I stared down at my hands, feeling ashamed, even though I knew it wasn't my fault. It made sense now why she hated our pack and why she had such an odd look on her face whenever she spoke to my father. I wondered if he remembered her. That had been a decade ago. If Gabriel hadn't told Ava to treat my father, she probably would have left him to rot. I had no idea what to think about all of this. I'm sorry, save it. She rudely cut me off, returning to the boring show. Is that why you're avoiding Will? You want nothing to do with anyone in this pack? I asked it before I could stop myself. Will was one of my best friends. I just had to know. Eva's head snapped to me and I noticed her eyes had gone cold and furious. That's none of your business. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. She knew exactly what I was talking about, confirming my suspicions. She really was Will's mate. He wants his mate, I continued, ignoring her burning stare. He needs his mate. Don't fucking tell me what to do. This is my business. Her lovely face was set in a rigid mask. I was shocked by this outburst of reaction. Surely this could not all have come from something 10 years ago. Something Will had nothing to do with. Either way, I didn't like it when she spoke to me like that. And neither did my wolf. You can't hurt him just because of something that happened 10 years ago that was out of his control. Ava stood up, throwing her hands in the air. That has nothing to do with this. She almost looked menacing, the way her shoulders were hunched. I slowly stood to match her, ignoring my aching body. Then what? Yeah, Skylar. You want to know the reason I don't like you? Aside from everything your pack did to me. Her voice escaped her lips in a hiss. I stared at her blankly. I should have known there was something else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was my fault my father turned her away, as horrible as my pack's actions were. You're insecure. You're weak. And you second-guess yourself. You're not even that pretty. Quite frankly, you don't deserve an alpha for a mate. I gaped at her, unable to speak. My wolf snarled furiously in my mind, and I felt the blood rushing to my cheeks as I growled low in my chest. But even so, I felt her words hit home. It was like she knew exactly what to say to hurt my feelings. You will have my respect when you've earned it, she snapped, gathering up the blankets she had been using. The redhead was still rigid with fury. I had really pissed her off. She headed towards the staircase, turning over her shoulder to fixate me with one last glare. And just so you know, I don't need a mate, because I'm already in love with someone else. I furrowed my brow. That would be a problem for Will. But once she saw her mate, she should be able to get over her previous love. That shouldn't matter, I argued, but Ava waved my words off in annoyance. You're being incredibly selfish, I snapped, standing up for my best friend. Her eyes flashed. As I said before, this is none of your fucking business. Ava adjusted the blanket she was holding again. Suddenly, a calculating expression worked its way onto her face. One last thing, Skylar, she added. I don't suppose the Alpha has told you about our history. I felt as if I had been punched in my chest and all I could do was stare at her as I wondered what the hell she meant. With a scoff at the confusion on my face, Ava made to head upstairs, but just then, I heard the doorknob turn. We both shifted to face the door, almost trance, like in our movements, as it opened to reveal Gabriel standing there. He strode in, looking back and forth between us as if he had no idea what was going on. I glanced at Ava out of the corner of my eye. Her entire expression had changed as her eyes fell on Gabriel. What is this? Gabriel was demanding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said softly, not elaborating. Gabriel's expression tightened. What are you telling her? Eva, he snapped. As Eva's eyes found mine again, I witnessed the true extent of her dislike. She was willing to get in trouble with her Alpha to tell me whatever it was she wanted to say. Her perfect features were fixated in a sneer. Her eyes bright and cold. I found myself sweating again, although I wasn't sure if it was from the fever or nervousness. My wolf whimpered softly. I felt the blood rush to my ears as I stared at her. Then at Gabriel. Then back at her again. Surely I was wrong. I couldn't possibly be coming to the right conclusion here. When I looked at Gabriel again, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His expression said it all. Anger and guilt, intermingled in his dark eyes, as if he knew what she was going to say. He made no attempt to stop her from speaking to me, probably because he knew that lying or trying to cover it up would only make things worse. Eva's smirk widened. Gabriel and I were lovers. Chapter 25. I stood there, completely mute, as the reality of Eva's words sank in and the pain rushed over me like a tidal wave. My hands curled into tight fists, my fingernails cutting into my skin, and in the back of my mind I registered my wolf's painful howls as she realized what the redhead's words entailed. Gabriel had slept with someone else before me. He had given the most intimate part of himself away to another she-wolf. Gritting my teeth to fight against a sudden bout of nausea, my eyes found Gabriel's. The guilt and self-loathing were burning so brightly in his eyes I could nearly feel the sentiment myself. Perhaps I was feeling an echo of his raging emotions. I couldn't help the surge of betrayal that emerged. How could he do something like that? With her of all people. Gabriel moved to take a step forward, but I instantly took one backwards to get away from him. Every inch of me felt repulsed. Dimly, I became aware that Eva's eyes were boring into the side of my head. My eyes flicked to her and my rage only intensified at the look on her face. While she was trying to appear indifferent, I could see the smug smirk hovering at the corners of her red lips. And that's when I realized this was what Eva wanted. She wanted me to feel the pain, to grow enraged, to break down and cry like I was dangerously close to doing. She was attempting to elicit this reaction out of me to prove her superiority. Despite the painful knot of emotions in my chest, I felt a prick of determination. I may be insecure and weak to her, but right now I was going to prove her wrong. The best way to get to Ava now was to not react the way she planned. With a Herculean effort, I straightened my spine and tilted my chin defiantly. I may be a pushover sometimes, but I had a proud streak like every wolf did. There was no denying the nearly overwhelming pain blossoming in my chest, judging by the look on Gabriel's face and the thick tension between us. He could feel it too. I couldn't take back Eva's words, but I could at least attempt to stay strong and beat her at her own game. My wolf was whimpering in pain, and with every ounce of force I had at hand, I pushed her to the deepest corner of my consciousness. I couldn't have her agony distracting me now. Seizing on this burst of determination, I mentally tried to erect barriers around my consciousness, barring out as much of the pain as I could. I already felt humiliated in front of Gabriel, and broadcasting my feelings, clear as day, would only worsen things. I tried to force the hurt away and maintain a cool face as I spoke. "Well, Gabriel, sleeping with her must have been quite underwhelming for you." To my pleasant surprise, my words came out just as icily as I'd hoped. Gabriel's expression had shifted to one of confusion as he continued to stare at me. I turned my head and focused on Ava. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She is not, and will never be your true mate. Shall never satisfy you the way I can." As I finished speaking, Eva's expression contorted from smugness into one of pure rage. I felt a brief moment of pure satisfaction at the look on her face. Her pale cheeks reddened with anger, and she took a few steps towards me. "Why you ever?" Gabriel cut her off. His voice was nearly a snarl. Eva stopped mid-step, her eyes flicking to him. "Get out of here," Gabriel snapped, coolly and dismissively. Eva hesitated, looking slightly hurt. Again, I felt a twisted sense of satisfaction that he was hurting her in some way. I was normally a vindictive person, but I had never wanted to throttle someone so much in my entire life. My wolf was practically begging me to let her out to tear Ava apart. But I couldn't, because that would just prove that she'd gotten to me. But Ava started, but a threatening growl emerged from Gabriel's chest. I said, "Get the fuck out." He snarled at her, and Ava flinched, quickly lowering her head and scurrying towards the door. Before she opened it, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," I called after her. I couldn't help myself. "You will never deserve Will as a mate," I said lowly, my voice dripping with venom. A flicker of shock crossed Gabriel's expression, and he turned towards the redhead, who had paused after opening the front door. "You found your mate?" he asked incredulously. There was anger in his voice, and instantly my stomach plummeted. Was Gabriel upset because he didn't want Ava to have a mate because he wanted to have her all to himself? My wolf snarled at the thought. "Why, yes, well. She stammered. I had never seen Ava this flustered. I could tell she didn't want to tell Gabriel the truth about Will, but didn't want to lie to him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You found your mate and you're sitting around here." Now I was completely confused as to why he was angry. I didn't want to, I never wanted Ava trailed off. Blue eyes wide as she took in Gabriel's livid expression. "You're fucking telling me that you found your other half, your one true mate, and instead you are wasting your time trying to sabotage my relationship with mine." I stared at my mate in disbelief. Now, he seemed furious that Ava was going after Will, while I was glad that this was the reason Gabriel was angry. It completely befuddled me. I had never expected him to be pissed off on Will's behalf. "I don't want a mate," Ava replied shrilly. She had backed away until she was standing half out, half in the threshold. "You know that. Ivy always told you that. I thought you understood. Maybe I would have understood once. But now, I know what it's like to find my mate. What it's like to be given a chance. You've been given the most precious thing you will ever have, and you are turning it away for some pathetic and selfish reason." Gabriel's tone was devoid of emotion, his countenance dark and intimidating. I was not used to him being so forthright. I could feel a blush rising on my cheeks as I realized that, in some convoluted way, Gabriel was standing up for me. HED called me the most precious thing. It didn't tease the sense of betrayal I felt, but it proved that he was at least capable of some sort of emotion when it came to me. My wolf was turning circles in my head, the hurt still radiating off of her in waves. I tried to push the thoughts of Gabriel and Deva aside. I wanted to rush up into my room, collapse on my bed, and cry. Perhaps that's what I would have done a long time ago. But not now. I was sick of letting Gabriel's every move get to me so easily. Get out. Gabriel was snapping at Ava, and this time there was a calm edge in his tone as he spoke. The redhead backed away, shooting me a furious glare. But Gabriel slammed the door roughly in her face before she could say anything. The sound echoed in the house. It was a wonder that my parents hadn't woken up. I had a suspicion that they were awake, but giving me some space to deal with Gabriel myself. My heart pounded as he slowly turned to face me. The guilt in his expression was palpable, and I turned away so I wouldn't have to look him in the eyes. I still felt as if I was in a state of disbelief. I had never paused to really think about Gabriel's sexual history, but he had gotten distraught of the mere thought of me kissing was so I had just figured. Well, you figured wrong. My wolf snapped furiously. Don't yell at me. This isn't my fault. There must be something wrong with us. If he would pick her instead. She whimpered. He didn't pick her over us. It was in the past, it had to be. I fervently prayed that Gabriel hadn't slept with the redhead after he met me. I didn't think I would ever be able to recover from a betrayal like that. I faintly registered that Gabriel was still staring at me. I could feel an echo of his emotions in my chest, and I tried to push it away. Skylar. For once, it appeared he was lost for words. Don't, I snapped, my anger coming out in a rush. It was a long time ago. I didn't even know you existed. His voice was soft, filled with emotion, and I still couldn't look him in the face. You could have told me. I was actually proud of myself for keeping my voice cold, steady, and devoid of emotion. It was all fake, of course. Inside I wanted to break down, but I was not going to let him see me like that. How do I bring that up? How do I go about telling you that I'm a disgusting, selfish pig that slept with another she-wolf before his true mate? I looked down, clenching my jaw. Gabriel's emotions, coupled with mine, were almost too much to bear. I knew I needed to take time to reason this out, to have this conversation with him. But right now I just couldn't. There was a chance I would burst into hysterics at any minute. You know, I don't want to talk about this right now, I muttered lowly, avoiding his gaze. Skylar, just let me explain. I refused to look at him. Please, Skylar, just hear me out. Gabriel rarely said please, and I knew it must have meant a lot for him to almost beg. But my knees were beginning to tremble and my wolf was threatening to come out. The hot fever rushing around underneath my skin did not help the situation, and only served to aggravate me further. I did not need this now. After everything that happened, hadn't I been through enough turmoil? Selfish part of me wanted Gabriel to suffer, if even for a moment, the way I had when Ava said those words. The vindictive part of me rarely made an appearance, but it was emerging now. I really don't want to talk to you right now. I snapped angrily, finally focusing my glare on him. I was scared of his reaction. I just didn't give a damn. I needed to be alone right now. His presence was suffocating. I hurried towards the front door, giving Gabriel a wide berth. He turned towards me but thankfully didn't try to stop me. I might have tried to rip his head off if he did. My wolf was angry beyond belief and I was dangerously close to letting her take over. Not a pretty sight. Skylar, stop. I spun around to snarl at him, my hand on the doorknob. Just stop. I'm going for a run before I shift. Gabriel, don't come after me. Don't try to contact me. He was silent for a few seconds, and I tried to ignore the hurt hovering under the surface of his eyes. He had no right to feel hurt right now. You're just going to leave? He asked finally, voice flat. Yes, and for once, Gabriel, do the thing that won't hurt me. Let me go. I knew those words were causing pain, but I paid no regard to the guilt that sprung up after I said them. I avoided looking at him and turned to leave. I burst out onto the porch before he could reply. I knew I was being incredibly disrespectful to him as an alpha, but I hoped the side of Gabriel that cared for me, however small, would let me be. For once, I felt a profound sense of relief when he didn't follow. Disregarding the fact that it was ridiculously late at night, I bounded for the nearest fringe of trees. I didn't plan on going too far out of the radius of the Stone of Jacob, but I was going to shift. I had to let my wolf out to run before I made the rash decision to go rip Eva's red hair out and dig my teeth into the side of her neck. I was not normally this violent, but apparently my feelings for Gabriel brought out my animalistic nature. I let my wolf take over, relishing in the feeling of heat rushing through my body and first sprouting from my paws as my bones shifted to accommodate my new form. Once I stood on for paws, I shook out my thick fur, breaking into a jog. The affinity-related fever it had was much less noticeable in this form, although I hoped that running as a wolf wouldn't make things worse for me once I returned to Talix. Speeding up my pace, I threw up thick barriers so nobody would be able to mind, linked to me without considerable effort. Although with Gabriel's alpha strength I knew he could push past my barriers if he really wanted to. I let my wolf's instincts take over as I ran deeper into the forest, trying to escape the pain that had relentlessly been chasing me since I left Gabriel. I ran for a very long time. My paws continued to trample the grassy ground below me as the sun rose above the horizon and steadily crawled into the sky. My pace was much slower than my customary run, as I still felt a bit sore and ever so slightly feverish even in this form. I was now sure this jog would take its toll on my sick body later, but for now I was taking advantage of my wolf's supreme strength and stamina. There was a slight chill in the air even at midday, though the sun was hot on my silver fur. I could tell that autumn was near, although I would not feel the cold until it was far below freezing. Werewolves were built to endure brutal winters. As I dodged through the trees, I realized that my birthday was less than 2 weeks away. I would be 20 years old and I could only hope things would turn around before then. I rarely felt self-pitying, but I couldn't help it. Didn't I deserve just one happy day? Were all of my days going to be as miserable as the most recent ones? I took a lot of time to think as morning transitioned into afternoon, finally pausing in my trek to lie down in the thick grass near a gurgling stream. Panting, I realized I had indeed released some of the pent-up tension I had been feeling. My wolf was slightly calmer now, although she still itched to go rip Eva's head off. Once I was lying there, stretched out and bathing in the bright sunlight, I allowed myself to really go over Eva's words. Lovers, she'd said. The pieces were not difficult to place together, and it was easy to see that she was talking about Gabriel when she'd said she was in love with someone. They'd slept together and she had a profound hatred for me. It only made sense that she was in love with my mate. As infuriating as that was, what I hoped was that lovers was an exaggeration. Gabriel had rarely shown me any emotion, and it would cut deeply to think that he'd been in love before. Somehow, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't picture him being in love with Ava. The self-loathing he had been feeling as she told me the truth was testament that he regretted his actions. Surely that couldn't mean that they were in love, or so I tried to reassure myself. There was one thing that I could reason through. Gabriel had outright said that all of those things happened before Chidi met me. Despite my churning emotions and sense of betrayal, the logical side of me argued that Gabriel had never thought he would have a mate. His father had brainwashed Gabriel into thinking that his angelic side meant he was forever alone and mateless. I tried to imagine an existence where I thought I would never find that other werewolf meant for me. It seemed like a dreary outlook, but it had been Gabriel's reality. Even worse, he was a full-grown alpha male. Alphas felt emotions much more strongly than the average wolf, and this included hormones. If I had been a fully grown alpha male that thought I didn't have a mate, would I have done any different? I couldn't be sure. All I knew was that I had to make sure none of Gabriel and Eva's interactions happened after he met me. I also couldn't ignore the irritation I felt that Gabriel had made such a big deal out of my kiss with Will. Yet hid something like this from me. He would have to answer to that. I stood up after a while, deciding I had been out here long enough, my mind going in circles for hours. I aimlessly turned around and began to head back towards the village. I definitely did not want to return to my home anytime soon. I couldn't face my parents or Gabriel. I had decided that I would give Gabriel the cold shoulder for the time being until I thought everything through and demanded an explanation from him. He'd always been the one relentlessly pushing me away. Now he was going to get of his own medicine. Upon my return and my transition back to human form, I found my feet carrying me to the one person that might help me feel better, Maria. I couldn't tell her everything about me and Gabriel, but a best friend's advice was sorely needed in this situation. I knocked on her door a couple times, knowing that I probably had twigs in my hair and a flush from my fever, but not caring. My symptoms were actually bearable right now, and her place was safer than mine. I actually couldn't detect any fresh traces of my mate's signature scent near her house. I frowned after there was no answer, and raised my fist to knock again. Loudly, I tried to get a glimpse through the window but couldn't see anyone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you there? I called out tentatively. I could have sworn her scent was fresh. After one more round of knocking, the door finally swung open, and I blinked in surprise as I took in Marius' appearance. It reminded me eerily of the way Will had looked on my doorstep the other day. Marius' dark eyes were bloodshot, her olive, toned skin pale, and her thick hair was in a bedraggled state. Maria, are you okay? My problems momentarily forgotten, Maria shook her head and stepped aside, allowing me entrance. I closed the door behind me and turned to face her. What's wrong? Her red, teamed eyes met mine. I'm sorry I didn't know you were coming over. I was asleep upstairs. No, it's my fault. I didn't warn you. Do you want me to come back later? She shook her head vehemently before attempting to comb through her tangled hair with her fingers. I need to get up and about. It's just Anna's funeral was yesterday, and my tears have been coming and going since then. I stared at her in shock. Wait, yesterday? You mean they had the funeral while I was still out sick? I had completely forgotten that Anna's funeral had been scheduled for the morning after the purge. I felt a surge of guilt, momentarily forgetting my current problems with Gabriel. I had been the last one to see Anna alive, and despite my former dislike for the girl, I had wanted to attend her funeral. They didn't want to wait any longer. Brett was up and around. I didn't want to leave her body just wasting away in their house. I looked down at the ground, swallowing hard. Now I wouldn't get another chance to say goodbye. I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder. Don't feel bad, Skylar. Everyone knows you were sick and couldn't make it. Brett probably didn't want me there anyway, I replied bitterly. The expression on Maria's face confirmed my suspicions, and I turned away from her, making my way into their large living room and settling down on the plush couch in front of the television. Maria settled down next to me, still trying to fix her hair. A few seconds passed in silence as I let the guilt briefly consume me. I couldn't believe I hadn't gone to my own packmate's funeral, especially when it was partially my fault she was dead. You were sick. The pack will understand. My wolf piped up, using a gentle tone. That doesn't make me feel any better about it. I felt my wolf's sympathy, but she didn't reply, and Marius' voice broke into my depressing train of thought. I spoke to her after the funeral, thinking of what only led me to Ava, and I tried not to visibly flinch. How did that go? Maria shrugged slightly, but the glum set of her face said it all before she could. He apologized, and at first it was fine. Then he told me that he thinks HE has found his mate. He keeps scratching her scent and tips at the redhead. Of her aim with Alpha Gabriel, that she's been avoiding him and he can't find her. I gritted my teeth, the anger from earlier rising again in my chest. I replied shortly with my jaw clenched. Maria didn't seem to notice the sudden coldness in my voice. I was okay with it when he was hung up on you, but now it just hurts all over again. Glancing at Maria's crimpling face, I felt a surge of compassion. She had always worn her emotions on her sleeve, except when it came to Will, so it was strange seeing her open up about him. It must have been painful for Maria to think about him having a mate. She appeared to be dangerously close to crying, and on impulse I drew her into a tight hug. I had come to rant about my problems, but it was clear that she was very vulnerable right now, and I didn't want to impose my own problems on Maria in her fragile state. Taking a deep breath, I pushed my issues aside for the moment and just hugged her to me. I heard her sniffling quietly and spoke to break the silence. "Why did you never tell me you liked him?" I asked softly. "I knew he liked you. I didn't want to make our friendship awkward." I just sighed and didn't reply, keeping Maria in my embrace for several moments until she seemed to calm down. "Sorry," she sniffed, moving away from me again and wiping at her eyes. "I didn't mean to break down on you, and I know that's not what you came for." She turned to face me, attempting to get a hold of herself. "Is everything okay?" I looked down at my intertwined fingers, avoiding her piercing gaze. Maria always knew when I was lying, but I didn't want to tell her the truth while she had so much going on. It just wouldn't be fair. You know, it's not a big deal. We can talk about it another time." "I don't mind. Tell me. Really, it's not an issue. I just wanted a friendly chat." Maria snorted, and I could sense her eyes rolling. "You're an awful liar, and you know it." She reached out a finger and poked me annoyingly. "Come on, fess up." I huffed in aggravation. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not going to give you anything else to deal with. I can take it. I need a distraction anyways. Tell me what's going on in your life." I mumbled something incoherent and she prodded me again, causing me to wince. At least she was acting a bit more like her bubbly self. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Despite everything going on around her, heaving a gigantic sigh, I told her almost everything. I started with the revelation about Gabriel and Ava, and exactly how Ava was avoiding Will and how she had got about telling me her history with my mate. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I felt a bit guilty telling someone else about my own mate, sexual past, but I knew Maria wouldn't tell anyone else. After the way Gabriel had treated me, I thought it earned the right to at least talk to one other person about him. This led to incredulity from Maria, and I inevitably explained how Gabriel thought he'd never have a mate. I left out his lineage, implying instead that his father's brainwashing was the only reason Gabriel felt that way. Maria and I had both heard of the cruelty of the former Black Mountains pack alpha David, so it didn't seem too far-fetched. I finished with what it said to Gabriel and the way it stormed out. When I stopped talking, Maria sat there for a long moment, pondering everything she had heard. "What are you going to do?" This is definitely one of the strangest situations I've encountered, especially since she's whirled off uncertainly. I don't even know what to do. But right now I'm leaning towards the cold shoulder. I've tried so many times to get closer to him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." But it's damn near impossible. I'm going to make him come to me for once. She nodded, lips pursed in concentration. "It definitely sucks that you found out like that. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I've heard it isn't that uncommon for werewolves who haven't found their mates by their mid-20s to start sleeping around. It's frowned upon, but it happens. Blame hormones, I guess." "I know. But still, I had always dreamed that it'd be the only you know. I can't blame you for that." My best friend was silent for a moment before an oddly sneaky look crossed her features. "Hey, Skylar." I frowned at her, preoccupied. "I think I know something that will cheer us up." "Oh, good grief. Not this again." Once again, Maria was brainstorming some grand idea of fun. Maria fixated me with a mock stern look, although her eyes were still a bit bleary, looking so it didn't turn out how she intended. "My parents are actually meeting with the Alpha right now. I think they are consulting with one of the elders that helped build this village." My eyebrows rose at that, but she continued before I could pry. "And later they're going around the territory for something or another. which means we have the house to ourselves. I didn't like where this was going. Don't tell me we're gonna throw a party. In one of my very rare sarcastic tones that I seldom used. She grinned a bit cheekily. Not exactly hold on. I blinked in mild surprise as she used some of her enhanced werewolf speed to dash towards the kitchen, returning mere seconds later with a large bottle in her hand. Oh no, I muttered, eyeing the bottle of wine with mild trepidation. I don't really drink. Marie, I know, but there's a lot going on right now. I haven't seen you smile in a long time, Skylar, and I think you just need to have a bit of fun. Getting drunk is fun. She stared at me in exasperation. You really did miss out in high school. We're not getting drunk. Anyways, just a little buzzed. And just not sure it's the best time. You're always so serious. You take on other people's problems and put everyone before yourself. Just lighten up for a few hours. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Almost melancholy expression crossed her features. I was thinking of him before this idea came to me. It's what she would have done in a time like this. Just for a few hours. There's no pack meetings or anything. You won't be missing out. I felt my stomach plummet a bit at the blonde's name. Maria was right and would have taken this opportunity to lighten up. I stared at my friend's hopeful face, thought of everything that had happened today, and sighed in resignation. Werewolves don't even really get affected by alcohol. I mumbled as a last resort. Yes, they do. It just takes us 5 times as much as humans. You'll see. I should have taken the mischievous glint in her eyes as a warning before I agreed. You're never gonna catch my breath. Voice hoarse from so much yelling. Say goodbye to those who knew me. Maria replied in a shrill singing voice. Boy, was I a fool in school for cutting gin. I tried to imitate the man's voice as closely as possible. This guy's got him scared to death. Maria's deep impression was so comical I almost missed the next line. Hope he doesn't see right through me. Now I really wish that I knew how to swim. With the last word, Maria twisted and fell backwards, landing flat on her back on the couch with a loud giggle. For my part, I continued to stand on the coffee table and point at the screen as Mulan was playing, trying my very best to make my voice imitations possible. Dear man. My gravelly impression caused Maria to burst into another round of hysterics. I was most definitely, indisputably, into it being drunk. The 2 large, completely empty bottles of wine next to me, coupled with 2 beers Maria had found in the refrigerator, were testament to that. Maria had much more to drink than had because according to her, I was a complete lightweight. I could understand why people did this now. The lightheadedness coupled with the sense of not having a single care in the world was a relief after I'd been through so much. My still, biky body and light fever didn't even bother me in this drunken state. Maria and I were on our second Disney movie and we were making sure to sing along to every word. The world was spinning slightly around me, but I ignored it as I pranced around on the table. I felt brave, as if I could take on the world. In fact, I was pretty sure I would punch that stupid redhead in the face if I saw her right now. Oh, Sky, I don't think I've ever seen you laugh so much. Maria cried giddily, pointing at me in an exaggerated manner. Look at you. You're actually acting like a teenager instead of an overprotective mom. I pouted and glared at her. I do not act like a mom. Yes, you do. Worrying all of the time. Being so not spontaneous and thinking things through you make the rest of us look bad. I opened my mouth to reply, but my attention was caught as Shang returned to the screen. It had the biggest crush on him when we were younger, and I didn't care if he was a cartoon. I was still ogling him. A cheers so dreamy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to sway my hips to the song, as I was completely uncoordinated when it came to dancing. I failed miserably, but at the moment I didn't care. My wolf was very subdued in the back of my mind. Some part of me knew I was being irresponsible and did pay for this later. But acting carefree and spontaneous was such a nice change that I didn't worry about the consequences for once. The song soon ended, and I somehow ended up sitting back on the couch, staring at the screen with a dazed expression. The world had tilted on its axis, or so I thought. Maria handed me the bottle of wine she was working on, and I sipped on it aimlessly as the movie progressed. The minutes trickled by and my mind inevitably began to return to Gabriel. In this state of mind, my pain was dulled, but that didn't stop me from thinking about him. Just when we'd had a normal conversation too. I had been so happy that he'd spoken so freely with me. It my alcohol-induced haze. I couldn't lie to myself. I had been overjoyed. I was worried what that meant. The simplest signals from Gabriel drove me crazy. There was no denying the deep feelings I had developed for him. My reaction to Eva's words only confirmed how attached I was getting. The depth of my emotion was frightening me, especially when I considered the consequences of mating with him. I noticed a strong pressure at the back of my mind, which drew me out of my oddly thoughtful state. Frowning slightly in puzzlement, I pushed it away as we continued to comment on the movie and how good Shane looked without his shirt. After a couple minutes the pressure turned to incessant buzzing and I winced, trying vainly to throw up mental walls. I was now aware that it was someone trying to speak to me, but my thoughts had grown so muddled that I couldn't focus enough to have a mental conversation. After another moment, the voice left my mind. Mary's voice dragged me out of my drunken stupor as the song, "A Girl Worth Fighting For" came on. I stood up in a rush, staggering slightly as I clambered back onto the table. Maria stood up next to me and we began a duet. I could barely remember the words at this point, save for the chorus, but I didn't have a care in the world. I tried to pretend I was Mulan bravely charging into battle. Midway through the song, I heard the front door open. My brain and Wolf registered the noise, but I continued to stare at the bright TV screen as I sang. Beside me, Maria paused in her karaoke and turned to face the visitors, so I was left to sing a solo. What do we want? A girl worth fighting for, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Raising my hands in the air, I quickly became aware that Maria had my arm in a vice that gripped and was tugging on it. Frowning in puzzlement, I turned to follow her line of sight. I gulped and stared at the culprits that dare intrude on our karaoke. Standing near the front door, looking completely perplexed, were Maria's parents. Standing behind them, tall, imposing and beautifully handsome as usual, was the last person in the world I wanted to see, Gabriel, and he didn't look happy. Chapter 26. My eyes flickered between Maria's parents to Gabriel and back again. Normally, I would have been feeling a rush of embarrassment at this point. The alcohol had definitely tampered with my emotions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Because although my logical side knew I was embarrassing myself, enthusiasm, in my drunken state, I didn't care. At this precise moment, I actually found the situation quite funny. "Come on, Dad, Alpha." Maria greeted nearly incoherently. I could tell she was feeling the awkwardness of the situation. Unlike me, she wasn't quite as drunk as I was. "Do you have an explanation for this?" Jack demanded. Gabriel remained silent, eyes boring into me. I realized I was still standing on the table and that a girl worth fighting for had just ended in the background. I fought down the urge to smile because I knew it wasn't amusing, yet the laughter was threatening to bubble up. I cautiously stepped down from the coffee table, swaying slightly as I stood on the ground. The world was nearly spinning around me, but I attempted to stay upright so I wouldn't appear as drunk as I really was. My best friend began to stammer, slurring her words a bit. I quickly covered my mouth with my hand so they wouldn't see me grinning. Maria's face was so red with embarrassment that it was hard not to giggle. "We just wanted to loosen up. I thought you guys would leave the home for another couple of hours." Her dark eyes looked absolutely miserable. Feeling brave, I attempted to distract Jack's glaring eyes away from Maria. I didn't want her to get in trouble. We were watching Mulan. I burst out excitedly, realizing belatedly that it was pretty obvious what we had been doing. I racked my brains for something more clever to say, but came up with nothing. Unfortunately for me, the intelligent side of my brain had all but disappeared, and drunken babble began to escape my lips before I could stop it. Maria said that I act like a mom, and she wanted to see me smile, and act spontaneous. We really wanted to look at Shang. I know H is a cartoon character and it's weird, but he looks really good shirtless enough. Gabriel snapped, cutting me off. I frowned at him, not caring if he saw me. My inner caution was not making an appearance now, not when I had consumed so much alcohol. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know better than this. You're underage for crying out loud, and dragging Skylar into it. Her mother lectured, and Maria shrank down slightly. We don't even really follow human laws. Mom, so the underage thing is upstairs now, her father commanded. Maria flinched and glanced at me over her shoulder. I blinked at her, bewildered, and opened my mouth to speak, but my brain couldn't conjure up a coherent sentence. My amusement was gone now that my best friend was getting in trouble. She sighed and began to trudge up the stairs. Her mother sang a respectful goodbye to Gabriel before following suit. Jack's stern gaze landed on me, but he didn't speak, instead asking Gabriel's permission to leave the room. I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach now seeing Gabriel's expression. He granted Jack's request, staring at me all the while. I shifted from foot to foot, drunken brain scrambling to think of something to say. I should go home now, was all I came up with, and my words were pretty obviously slurred. Avoiding Gabriel's gaze, I made my way towards the front door. Before I could get there, Gabriel shifted position and stood directly in front of me. In walking with you, I can find the way to my own house. I've made the trip from here like a bazillion times. I was pretty sure bazillion was the word, but hopefully he got the point. You're drunk. I'm not letting you wander around. I huffed, knowing I would not win this argument, especially in my drunken stupor. I shook my head a bit, trying to clear it of the fuzziness, but that only made the world shift around me, so I immediately stopped, trying not to let my dizziness show. I followed Gabriel as he turned around and opened the front door for me. And they say chivalry is dead, I said loudly as we exited the house. Gabriel gave me a very strange look. What? I demanded defensively. I really was not thinking at all before I spoke. I realized I had no filter right now. You're really drunk, was all he said as we strode across the porch and began walking towards my house. I turned my head to look at him. It was dark out, but the light from nearby houses illuminated his profile. Gabriel's jaw was set, his eyebrows furrowed. It was the same look he had given me upon first seeing me in Maria's house. Are you mad at me? I asked bluntly, the alcohol making me braver than usual. Slight surprise overtook his features and Gabriel's eyes flicked to me. The silence stretched out for a few seconds before he spoke. No, I just did not like being ignored. When did I ignore you? I frowned slightly. Oh wait, you mean all day today? Well, honestly, you deserved it because no. Not then. He cut me off. I mean an hour ago when I tried to mentally contact you. Oh, that's what was going on in my head. I wondered. Once again, the words were escaping my mouth without any sort of thought process. I could tell my wolf was irritated at the immature way I was acting, but it was easy to ignore her in my current state. Gabriel sighed and said nothing for a long moment. Our light footsteps seemed unusually loud with a tense silence between us. I glanced up at the sky, admiring the bright stars as we walked. I was mostly managing to walk in a straight line, although the faint dizziness would not subside. I didn't mind it though. I felt courageous and almost fever-free, and my heart was taking like it had been all day. I could understand alcohol's appeal now. What did you do all day? Gabriel asked tersely. I glanced at him again, having to squint slightly to focus on his face. There was an edge in his voice as if it was a loaded question. "Oh, hung out with a bunch of guys," I remarked flippantly, grinning at my own brilliance. That would teach him to ask cryptic questions. I thought I heard a growl, low in Gabriel's throat, and he spun to face me as he halted his stride. I stopped too, stumbling slightly. "Not funny, Skylar," he said with thinly veiled irritation. "Relax. I was just joking." Some distant part of me felt irritated that he was playing Mr. Possessive when HED had sex with another she-wolf before me. I knew, but it still hurt although the pain was dulled for the moment. "This isn't a joking matter," was Gabriel's snappish reply. "Calm down. To my agent extraordinaire, Nihilin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Feeling a burst of annoyance, the alcohol spurred me on, the fuzziness in my brain preventing me from really thinking my words through. "I would never do. I am faithful to my own mate." My tone was incredibly bitter. A very visible expression of hurt flitted across Gabriel's features and he turned away, touching his shoulders. My sense of compassion kicked in and I felt a prick of guilt, which caused me to make an attempt to lighten the mood. I knew I shouldn't have said that. Again, the drunken babble began to emerge as I tried to think of anything to take that expression off of his face. "Besides, you're way hotter than any guys here." "Really, Skylar? That's what you came up with?" I was sure if it was my conscience or my wolf speaking. Gabriel's face was absolutely priceless as he stared at me in open incredulity, as if he couldn't believe I was saying something like that. "You're even hotter than Shang. Skylar, just stop," Gabriel muttered under his breath. He looked uncomfortable. "What? You don't know how attractive you are. Why the hell was I saying these things? Why would it let my mouth stop?" I made a vain attempt to shut up, but as I continued to stare at my mate's perfect face, the words kept coming. "Why are we talking about this? The first time I saw you, I drop it. Was terrified, of course, but I couldn't help but notice, Skylar. And it was then that I took a closer look at his face and my mouth dropped open in surprise. He looked embarrassed. For the first time ever, Gabriel actually looked embarrassed. I couldn't help the grin that spread across my face until I knew I was smiling like the Cheshire Cat. "I can't believe it. You're actually embarrassed," I said aloud before I could help myself. It was true. Gabriel was looking anywhere but at me, shifting from foot to foot. It was an expression I had never seen on his face and it was absolutely worth every moment of acting like an idiot. Maybe I should drink around him more often. Gabriel did not deny allegation, instead setting off from my house again without a word, walking stiffly, while we did not talk the rest of the way. I couldn't keep the grin off of my drunken face. I had made him show some sort of customary emotion. I couldn't help but feel proud. When we reached the threshold of my house, a lot of my good mood dissipated. I remembered what had happened, that the last time was in here and just like that, I felt my bubble burst. I was sobering up quite yet, but even my drunk mind knew I had a large amount of problems to deal with, and likely a lot of hurt still to go through. If Gabriel noticed my mood, he didn't comment as he opened my front door. I couldn't help but openly goggle at the way his muscles tightened and shifted as he moved. I felt a sudden rush of desire and I had to quickly turn away. Cheeks tinged pink. I knew that in this state of mind I was greatly at risk of acting on my hormones, so I would make sure not to have any more inappropriate thoughts. I observed my house's contents with forced curiosity as if it had never been here before, keeping my eyes far away from Gabriel's muscular frame. Thankfully, nobody was home. I had no idea where my parents were, but it was only about 10 o'clock, so perhaps they were out running or spending some time alone together. Gabriel's packmates except for Ava had left to return to the Black Mountains pack now that the emotions were slightly more settled here. My pack still had some adjusting to do, but at least nobody was launching themselves at my mate. Gabriel stopped at the foot of the stairs and turned to face me as I eyed the stairs dubiously. I hoped I could make it right now with my increased clumsiness, Do you want me to come up? Can you make it up those stairs? And I blinked at him in surprise. It was a surprisingly considerate request from him, and I felt a little warmer. I desperately wanted to say yes, and my wolf was relishing the thought of having him in my bedroom while we were alone. But then my thoughts drifted to the events from earlier, and I remembered what Ava had said, and the fact that she could walk in at any moment if she was still staying here. Is Ava sleeping here still? Completely ignoring his question, instead making my way cautiously up the first couple steps so he would know I could make it without his aid. I had to know about Eva's situation that was more important. I absolutely didn't want her here, but if Gabriel did, he tightened and he shrugged. Haven't seen her. I don't want her back here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My words coming out much more vehemently than I'd intended. Gabriel's dark eyes bored into mine. The intensity in his expression was almost unnerving. I itched to reach out and run my fingers across his smooth skin, and I folded my arms behind my back to prevent myself from acting on my impulses. I promise you, Skylar, I never had feelings for her. It never meant anything. I looked down, some of my hair falling forward to obscure my face. My happy-go-lucky drunk state was gone, and now I just felt morose and depressed. Was that, perhaps I just needed sleep? I don't want to talk about it, I muttered, feeling a lump in my throat. Just like that, I felt like I couldn't be around him any longer. I was dizzy and my energy was severely depleted now. I just wanted to crawl upstairs and pass out. I began to head that way, taking the steps very slowly, but I stopped abruptly when something strong wrapped around my forearm. I spun backwards a bit. Glancing down, Gabriel's hand rested there, sending warm tingles shooting up and down my spine. He was looking at me with that same intense expression. I know you're drunk and tired, and I know you're angry with me. I don't expect you to talk to me now, but I need to explain myself. Just give me a chance. I hesitated, even though I already knew I would cave in. I just cowed to stay away from him, and I really wanted to hear his explanation. Please. His voice lower now, knowing Gabriel almost never said please. I nodded. Okay, I said softly, realizing he truly did want a chance to explain his motives for sleeping with Ava. Gabriel released my arm and stepped back. I'll give you some time while I take care of a few things, but I'm going to find you soon. Then we'll talk. I nodded again. Mutely, my wolf itched to close the distance between us and hug him. She was so forgiving of Gabriel's actions. Normally I was the more patient, compassionate one, but when it came to Gabriel, my wolf was a complete pushover. She was absolutely crazy for him. Gabriel made his way towards the front door again, but I could only stand there on the step, staring after him and feeling a bit bereft after he walked away. You're either one who wants him to leave, my wolf chided, though there was no real venom in her voice. She just sounded sad. I don't want him to leave me. I'm just not ready to talk about it yet. No, you're too drunk to talk about it, and you don't trust yourself with him, she said wisely. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Okay, those reasons too. The mating bond is natural for us. Why can't you just give in? I didn't bother answering, instead brushing my teeth very quickly before changing and climbing into my bed. As my drunkenness was slowly subsiding, I felt the heat of the fever returning. I quickly stripped off the stifling covers. I knew my wolf had a point. I was wasting time and I needed to decide what I was going to do. I had no more time to lose. As soon as Gabriel told me everything, it would all be out in the open, and it would rest on my shoulders. I could only hope I would make the right choice. I didn't see Gabriel again until 2 nights after my drunken episode. The first morning afterwards, I woke up with a pounding headache and a severe case of nausea. Now I could understand some of the drawbacks of alcohol. I lay in bed for a while, lamenting my poor choices as my still, present fever and my hangover symptoms combined to make me feel altogether unpleasant. Worse, My parents had heard about the whole thing from Mary's parents, so I had to sit and endure half our lecture while I felt like I was going to throw up. That evening, I felt considerably better, decided to wander around the village. I was tired of being cooped up all day, and the fresh air would hopefully help me think. As I aimlessly meandered, I couldn't help but notice that many of my packmates seemed to be avoiding me or deliberately not looking at me. I tried to smile at them anyways and put on a brave face, but deep down it hurt. I knew it probably had something to do both with my involvement with Anesth and my relationship with Gabriel. I knew they were still scared of their new alpha, but these wolves had known me for years. I couldn't believe their opinions of me were so easily swayed. It angered my wolf as she pondered how they would act if I ever became Luna. I stopped her right there. I couldn't think about that now. I could honestly say that the concept of becoming Luna one day was equally intimidating. Part of me relished the thought of having such a powerful position in the pack, and my sense of pride encouraged the notion that I would do a great job. However, the smaller, insecure part of me couldn't help but wonder if I was strong enough for the position. I sure as hell didn't think I was worthy of being Luna. I gritted my teeth, feeling a new surge of determination to prove her wrong. By the next morning I had learned that Gabriel had gone to meet with Eli halfway between pack territories. Even so, I knew he was back by now, and I still hadn't seen him. I spent the majority of the day in the building that was built especially for training in human form. It had punching bags, weights, and the like. I had always scoffed at this, thinking I was plenty strong in human form, but my fight with the vampires had made me realize just how vulnerable I was when I couldn't shift. I would be prepared next time. My fever made my moves more sluggish, but I kept at it for a couple hours until my body ached so badly I didn't think I could take it anymore. Mopping my sweaty forehead, I sat down on the bench next to the weight rack, taking deep breaths. My whole body was burning and sticky with sweat. I knew that training might only make my fever worse, but I had to do something. When I was alone, all I could think about was Gabriel and Dava, and then I felt a rush of humiliation as I remembered some of the things I had said to Gabriel while I was drunk. I still felt my cheeks redden when I recalled how many times I had commented on his physical attractiveness. Preparing to head back home, but just then someone broke into my thought. There is going to be a pack meeting in 2 hours, in the usual clearing. Gabriel's deep voice speaking inside my head made me jump, startled. It was the first time he had mind-linked me. I knew he had probably sent that message to the entire pack simultaneously, but I still couldn't help the butterflies that erupted in my stomach. Hearing him in my mind like that just felt so intimate. I knew I was blushing, and quickly hurried out of the building before I could feel any more pathetic. I was very tempted to send him a mind-link message in return, however. I knew it was customary to respond to a pack-wide message, so I resisted the urge. Still, I couldn't help but briefly consider what it would be like to be fully mated with him and able to sense his every emotion at will, communicating mentally with him with minimal effort. I would not deny that I liked the idea. A little less than 2 hours later I sat in the clearing. Maria sitting next to me and grumbling about how her parents had lectured and grounded her. I winced sympathetically, blushing when she began to remind me exactly how much of an idiot I made myself out to be. I blamed it on the alcohol and fever. Thinking of my fever, I realized that it was very slight now, hardly noticeable. I was feeling a lot stronger. Perhaps that workout today had helped, as miserable as it had been. Don't forget when you told my parents and the alpha how dreamy you thought Shang was. She was giggling almost maniacally. My cheeks reddened further. Oh, Maria, I managed to do worse than that while Gabriel was walking me home, I replied morosely. To my surprise, Maria didn't ask what embarrassing thing I did. Her face suddenly grew serious and she examined me. So about the whole lever thing, had you talked it out? I shook my head no. He said he'd find me soon though, because he wants a chance to explain himself. Her expression was contemplative, but she didn't get to respond as Will plopped down on my other side, sounding glum as he greeted us. I noticed that Maria stiffened but managed to still say hello. What's wrong? I asked him, already knowing what he would say. It's just I smelled my mate, Skylar, at the purge. Remember, And now I can't find her anywhere. Sometimes I catch her scent and follow it, but then she's gone. It's like she is avoiding me. I think it's that redhead that the alpha brought with him. I chewed on my lip, wondering how much I should tell him. Yeah, her name's Ava. She has a lot of issues, I don't care. She's still my mate. The only one I have. Inputting take her and all of her issues. Will replied desperately, ripping grass out of the soil viciously as he spoke. I looked down at the ground, unable to respond to that. I suddenly felt chastised even though Will's words were directed at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was the one having trouble accepting Gabriel even though I desperately wanted to. Will would think I was a coward if he knew. Perhaps I was a coward. Seconds later, Gabriel arrived, and my eyes inevitably found him as he climbed up to the wooden platform to address us. He looked glorious as usual, and my eyes scanned every inch of his face and body. It just wasn't fair how physically perfect he was. How on earth was I supposed to resist that? The purpose of this meeting is to update you all on our progress on combining the two separate packs. As you know, the more stretched out a pack's territory is, the more vulnerable they are. Jack and some of your elders have worked with me on the logistics of combining the two groups. Right now, our predominant idea is to build a third village in the location of our former semi-annual meetings. This is an ideal area because it is in the middle of the territory. I do not expect all of you to relocate to this new village. I will live there, along with the betas, senior warriors, and a pack doctor. It will make it easier for us to manage things from the middle instead of one end or the other. His eyes roved over the pack, my face burning as they hovered on me for a few seconds before moving on. Think of it almost as a center of operations for the pack. If any of you want to move to the new village, you will be allowed. We have plenty of wolves available to help construct the new village along with installing the water and electrical systems. If we contact... He began to explain some of the more technical issues, most of which were over my head. However, I knew that a few of the wolves that had built our pack village could help with the construction of the new village. Werewolves did have extended lifespans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The average werewolf lived to be over 100. Once a werewolf was fully grown and matured, which usually happened in the mid to late 20s. The body's aging process slowed. We still aged, just slower than humans did. Overall, I thought it was a good idea, or the best we had for now. Although I couldn't help but wonder where I would live. Would Gabriel want me with him in his new house? I was surprised he was willing to move out of the old one in the Black Mountains pack, although it likely held a lot of unpleasant memories of his father. After we were dismissed and we stood up, I noticed something next to me. Will had stiffened completely and his eyes were fixated on something across the clearing. My eyes followed his line of sight until they landed on a slender, red-headed figure Eva. She was standing in the shadow of the wooden platform, mostly hidden, and facing away from Will. I felt a surge of anger as I realized she was still avoiding him even at pack meetings. I watched in complete disgust as she turned away from the platform and began to stride into the forest. Gritting my teeth, I turned to Will. I began, but I never got the rest of the words out, because Will instantly leapt into action, dashing across the clearing towards the place Ava disappeared. He shoved fellow packmates out of the way as he desperately chased her, vanishing into the forest mere seconds after she did. Apparently he was determined not to let her get away again. I could only stare at the fringe of the trees, not sure what to think. Will deserved happiness, but I wasn't sure Ava would ever be worthy of him. Skylar. I tried not to shudder as Gabriel spoke my name, the sound falling so perfectly from his lips. I wrenched my gaze away from the forest to see him standing a few feet away from me, observing me with an unfathomable expression in his eyes. I swallowed hard, feeling the customary surge of lust as I noted his proximity. Hi, I replied, wincing internally. Was that seriously all I could come up with? Can we talk? I realized Maria had long since disappeared, and most of the pack had left the clearing. The few that were left were sneaking glances at Gabriel and I from the corners of their eyes. I felt my nervousness spike, but I nodded anyways. Yeah. Gabriel indicated that I follow him and he led me towards the forest. Thankfully on the opposite side of the clearing than the area in which Will and Dava had disappeared. All thoughts of Will were soon forgotten as I followed my mate deeper into the trees. It was dusk and the animals in the trees and bushes were coming alive. Although they gave us predators a wide berth, I studied Gabriel's broad back as I followed him, once again admiring the way he moved. My fingers itched to trace his muscles and I bit my lip. My hormones were going absolutely crazy and I needed to get a grip. There was a small creek a safe distance away from the clearing and Gabriel stopped in front of it. A couple of small boulders were scattered next to the creek and I sat down on one of the smoother ones. The sound of the gurgling water was actually soothing as I braced myself for whatever Gabriel was going to say. I was all too aware that it was just us out here, with nobody to intrude, unless they mentally contacted us. Gabriel seemed to be organizing his thoughts for a moment before he finally turned to face me. The dim lighting made his eyes look completely black. I knew it would be hard to read his emotions from this angle as his face was so unexpressive most of the time. I have to tell you that she never meant anything to me outside of the fact that she's one of my pack members. She called us lovers, but there was nothing close to that emotion involved. I glanced down at my hands, intertwining them in my lap. I was surprised, even though I did feel a bit of relief. I didn't even think Gabriel could love me, let alone Ava. I was sure he was capable of such emotion. The thought was quite disheartening. I had the blood of an alpha, thus the increased sex drive. I tried everything to tame it from running to fighting. Sometimes I would be furious for no reason, and my father only made things worse. I thought I didn't have a mate. I knew I needed some sort of release. Either. She told me she never wanted a mate after seeing her mother's heart break when her father died. As it never met my mate, I just accepted her words without argument. I remembered some of Eva's words the other night, when she told Gabriel she'd thought he understood why she didn't want a mate. I also recalled how angry Hd gotten when Hd learned that Ava was sitting around at my house instead of finding me. It made me feel a bit better than meeting me had changed his reaction to Eva's stance on finding her mate. Still, I remained silent, waiting for him to go on. The first time happened by chance, but it was not the only time. I went to her when I needed release and there was no other way. Quite honestly, I used her, although I told her from the beginning that nothing would ever come of it. I thought she understood. She doesn't feel like it was a casual hookup, I replied, trying to keep my voice tone less. The fact that they had sex numerous times made me nauseous. It never seen that side of her until the other night. The way she looked at you and treated you made me realize that she'd grown attached. I stared down at my hands. I saw it before. She flirted with you and it pissed me off. My wolf sensed that she had feelings for you. And then you defended her. I defended her as my packmate. Skylar, I didn't want you feuding with anyone from your future pack. I would have defended any other wolf in her position in the same way. I was silent for a bit, trying to think what I wanted to ask him. So many questions swirled through my brain, but I didn't know how to bring them up. How often did it happen? I finally blurted, unable to help myself. I knew the answer was going to hurt, but I had an insatiable curiosity. I just had to know. Our gazes met and his eyes burned into mine. It was like it was a weekly or even a monthly thing. I didn't want to form many connections with even the slightest romantic connotation. I did it for release. And it was my last resort. It's kind of heartless the way you used her. I know that now. At the time, quite honestly, I just didn't care. I had my father and then alpha duties to deal with. It wasn't until after I met you that I realized what a selfish pig he'd been. It was hard to tell in the dim lighting, but I thought his expression softened. You've taught me a lot about emotions, you said quietly. I felt my face heating up and I quickly changed the subject. I guess what I'm angriest about is the fact that you didn't tell me, and how pissed you got about me kissing Will when you had slept with another woman. I didn't know how to bring something like that up. You already had so much to deal with when you de-learned everything about me. I was waiting until a better time when you weren't overloaded. Gabriel looked away, clenching his jaw. It was selfish not to tell you. Now that I look back on it, part of me was worried what you'd think of me. You already had enough reason to hate me. His head swiveled back towards me. I would have told you though. He spoke gravely, sincerity oozing from his words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My wolf was already begging me to forgive him. Honestly, I knew I had forgiven him for sleeping with Ava. He hadn't known about me at the time. It was disgusting, but I could accept it was in my nature to be unforgiving. I was just angry about how HED handled it. And Will, I can't help it. Skylar, I know I have no right. But him an alpha male, dominant and possessive. The thought of another male touching you makes me want to rip their head off. My wolf was basking in his possessiveness. I found it both irritating and flattering. You knew I was jealous of Ava. I told you about Will. I just wish you'd told me about her. I might have reacted differently if I had been told differently. The thought of you two. And what if she'd gotten pregnant? I realized I was rambling now, but all of my insecurities were rushing to the surface. Wolves that aren't mates have a much lower chance of reproducing. You know that. Her genes were not designed for me like yours are. Besides, it was like I didn't use protection. A child was the last thing I needed with my bloodline. I felt yet another blush coming on as Gabriel spoke of my genes being made for his. It was true. Wolves had a very low chance of getting pregnant by someone who was their mate. It was all orchestrated by fate to determine the best wolf to reproduce with. You're right. I should have told you differently. If I could go back and change it, I would. I nodded, unsure what to say now. Once again, my wolf was begging me to voice my forgiveness aloud. For the second time, I was struck by her depth of emotion for Gabriel. He was completely perfect to her. She wanted him unconditionally. Honestly, she was in love with him. There would never be anybody else for her. This thought practically made me tremble. Love. It was an equally exhilarating and frightening concept. I stared up at Gabriel, feeling my nerve endings come alive as I realized he had taken a couple steps closer and was now a mere few feet from me. He was gazing at me intently, observing every inch of my face as if he desperately wanted to know what I was thinking. What else did she say to you? Gabriel asked quietly. I instantly knew he was referring to Avi and I looked away. Her words had been humiliating, and I didn't want to repeat them. I could tell you were arguing before I arrived. Tell me what she said. Feeling the heat of embarrassment under my skin, hotter even than the traces of the fever that remained. It was going to be horrible to say the words again aloud. She just told me her opinion. She has a right to, Skylar. He growled impatiently and I sighed again. She told me that I'm weak, and insecure, and not worthy of an alpha, and also not pretty. My words were mumbled almost incoherently. Gabriel growled, low in his throat. None of that is true. She was speaking cruelly to you out of selfishness and you shouldn't have listened. As was customary, I felt insecurity rushing to the surface. Ava had definitely been right about that part. Some of it is true. Gabriel, I'm sure Cher's not the only one from your pack that thinks you deserve someone stronger as a mate. I don't care what they think. You're a lot stronger than you think. And you are mine. There was actually pride in his voice and I felt my heart flutter as my wolf purred. Lucky you, I muttered, torn between feeling embarrassed and completely elated at the way he spoke about me. I knew I was acting a bit immature and attempted to push my insecurities aside. I had been doing so well a couple of nights ago, if only I had access to the alcohol in this bravery now. Gabriel made a noise of frustration and stepped forward. I felt his strong hand grab my chin and tilt my head up as he glared down at me. The breath left my lungs in a rush as I realized just how close we were. Our faces less than a foot apart. I could see every perfect detail of his features and the way his eyes were burning, whether with anger or desire. I didn't know. My body was heating up as every inch of me craved him. Do not talk about yourself like that, he said firmly. Although his voice was deeper than usual and I thought I detected a husky edge to his tone, I was still sitting on the large boulder while he stood immediately next to me, staring down at my face and snared in his hand. I bit my lip, unable to speak in that moment. Desire was pooling in my belly and I was pretty sure I was trembling as my wolf urged me to close the distance between us. Gabriel made a growling sound deep in his throat and I realized his burning eyes were fixated on my mouth as I bit my lip. Slowly, I let my eyes trail down to his lips. In that moment I wanted him to kiss me. In fact, my entire body was practically begging for it. I wanted to know how it felt to have his mouth on mine. Gabriel was still staring at me intently, and I could have sworn his grip on my chin tightened. We were only inches apart. His scent completely enveloped me, and my lust was increasing by the second. For a brief moment, I saw something flash through his expression and I thought he was going to kiss me. Then, all vestiges of emotion vanished and he abruptly dropped my chin and pulled away. I stared after him, feeling completely bereft as he walked away. A lump rising in my throat. I looked down. I did not attempt to mask the hurt that was washing over me in waves. How could he do that to me? How could he just pull away like that so easily? It had to be me. I had to not be very appealing to him. I knew it was normal for mates to resist each other. Yet Gabriel had done it on multiple occasions. I felt a rush of bitterness rise to the surface and I couldn't help but say something. Eva must have been right about the attractiveness thing, huh? I mean, it takes no effort for you to push me away while you welcomed her with open arms. I knew my words weren't fair, but I was hurting and I couldn't help but lash out. I almost felt like I had been rejected in some way. Gabriel spun around, and to my surprise he looked furious. What right did he have to be furious? Are you kidding me, Skylar? He snapped angrily. I blinked at him, unable to comprehend why he had gotten so angry so quickly. You honestly think I'm not attracted to you? That I don't want you? His voice was merely a snarl. Had you ever stopped to consider that I just have a sense of self-preservation? Every time I touch you, my wolf just gets more attached to you. Yet, you haven't even given me a fucking answer. You could decide to reject me tomorrow. I sat there, the reasoning behind his words dawning on me. Why would I do that to myself? Why would I do something that I know will just make me want you more and you can decide tomorrow that you don't want me? Worse, it'll make your decision even harder. When you already have enough to think about and you said you wanted to make up your mind without my influence. I was completely speechless. And then I felt a burst of shame. Gabriel was right. I was being incredibly selfish. I was expecting him to treat me like he was my mate when I technically hadn't even accepted him yet. He was just following my lead, and I was getting angry at him for it. Are you right? It's just I vainly tried to find words so he would understand where I was coming from. My wolf goes crazy when you're so close. I'm not as strong as you and I can't resist you easily. I guess it just seemed like I was nothing if you could push me away with so little effort. Gabriel ran a hand through his hair, closing his eyes momentarily as he got a grip on himself. Resisting you is one of the hardest things I've ever done, he said through gritted teeth. But until you make up your mind, I have to deal with it. Feeling ashamed still, I stared at the ground. I let a moment pass in silence so Gabriel could calm down a bit. He was right, and I was disgusted with myself for not thinking of how he must be feeling. When I looked up and opened my mouth to apologize yet again, what I saw took me completely by surprise. Gabriel had a glazed expression in his eyes as if he was mentally talking to someone. But the item clutched in his hand was not what I expected to see, razier less large. Snow white feather. When had he gotten it? More importantly, was he communicating with Raziel through the feather? My question was soon answered as Gabriel's eyes focused on me. All anger drained from their depths. Raziel just contacted me. He said he found out something very important concerning the ritual. We are meeting him in the closest town. Chapter 27. I awoke the next morning feeling a strange mixture of hope and apprehension. I wanted to think that Raziel had good news for us, or that he found some secret weakness of Cain's. But knowing our luck, we would learn something horrible today. The tension between Gabriel and I was very fragile at the moment. After Raziel had contacted him, Gabriel and I returned to the main pack village before we parted ways, my mate claiming he had some alpha business to take care of. I wasn't sure if he just wanted an excuse to get away from me or not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel had opened up to me, which was something he was not accustomed to. Neither one of us really knew how to act now. Truthfully, I knew the pressure was on me. Gabriel had laid out all of the possible consequences of our mating, and it was up to me to make the decision. He was just giving me space until I chose which path I wanted to follow. Well, I knew which path I wanted to follow. My wolf fate for our mate, and despite my complicated feelings, I knew a lot of my desire for Gabriel could not be blamed solely on my wolf. I was trying to think things through logically like I always had. I possessed the same sense of self-preservation Gabriel had referenced the night before. In this case, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was tempted to just throw all logic out of the way as my window of opportunity was closing. The stone of Jacob, which Gabriel either carried with him or kept securely hidden in my house, was waning. Who knew how much longer it would last? My thoughts a muddled, confused mess. I quickly got dressed and brushed my teeth, throwing my rebellious curls up into a ponytail. We were returning to the same town in which I had first come into contact with the vampires. Not exactly pleasant memories, but at least Gabriel would be with me this time, and it was the middle of the day. I was a bit confused as to why Raziel would risk coming to us, but I was sure he explained his reasoning upon his arrival. I said a quick goodbye to my parents on my way out, tossing some feeble excuse over my shoulder as I closed the door behind me. I felt guilty lying to them, but they didn't know anything about the angel or the ritual. They were in enough danger as it was, so I knew lying to them was the best thing to do in this scenario. Hopefully my father wouldn't grill me about it later. For now, he was just glad I was getting out of the house, since my fever was nearly gone. I wondered when he would bring the whole affinity issue up. So much had been going on that I hadn't had time to dwell on the changes my body was going through. Gabriel was waiting near my front porch, looking slightly impatient as he stood there, tall and imposing as usual. He had on a tight-fitting white shirt that only accentuated his broad torso and made me look away before I blatantly ogled him. I had embarrassed myself enough recently. Sorry, woke up a bit late. I mumbled, not wanting to explain how I had spent many minutes daydreaming about him this morning. Let's go, was his curt reply, and I inwardly sighed. Typical Gabriel. He had opened up and shown me a different side of him. And now he felt exposed and vulnerable, so he was shutting down. I can practically become a psychologist if I keep up the analysis, I thought to myself dryly as we meandered towards the forest. We were running in wolf form today since the city was such a short distance away. As we entered the fringe of greenery and prepared to shift away from each other's line of sight, of course I faintly wondered where Will and Dava had gotten to. Had Will had any luck persuading the she-wolf to accept him when she was so enamored with my mate? The thought of her aggravated me, so I pushed it aside. It felt like I had so many issues in my life at the moment, and I could only hope I would be able to manage them all at once. Perhaps this was what it was like to be Luna. Unsurprisingly, there was scarce conversation between Gabriel and I on our way into town. My mate could directly link to me now if he wanted to, but he seemed set on avoiding it. After hearing his reasonings, I supposed I couldn't blame him. Where are we meeting him? I finally asked after we'd shifted back to human form and gotten rest. We were just inside the shelter of the trees, after which the ground sloped down to meet the outskirts of the city. Some local coffee shop in the middle of town. I almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity. We're meeting an angel at a coffee shop. It's more inconspicuous to blend in, and it'll be loud enough that we aren't overheard. It still felt strange. Why did he want to meet in town? Anyways, I'm not sure. That worried me. Surely Raziel had a reason for wanting to meet amidst the mass of humans as opposed to a more secluded location. So you can use the feather to talk to him. We were making our way down the slope towards the buildings on the edge of the city. Gabriel glanced at me out of the corner of his eye, likely exasperated by all of my questions. Yes, do you have it with you now? I had no way to carry it in wolf form. When exactly did you get it? I had Eli bring it to me when I met up with him 2 days ago. I sensed that Raziel was trying to contact me. Gabriel must have seen my perplexed look because he elaborated further. He used to be able to link me without the feather. But his angelic power has waned. So now when he is contacting me, I barely sense his presence in my mind. I actually have to be touching the feather to directly talk to him. I glanced down at my hands, feeling the sudden urge to tell Gabriel the truth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He finally revealed everything to me. I might as well fess up. I already knew you had a feather. I went exploring one day and found the box in your closet. I felt my cheeks reddening because of the confession and avoided his gaze. There was a chance Gabriel would be furious with me. I knew. He probably didn't condone snooping about in his room. I peeked at him in my peripheral vision. His expression had hardened, unsurprisingly. And you didn't say anything because, clearly trying to mask his irritation, you were already pissed at me half of the time. I didn't want to make it worse. Gabriel let a sigh, turning his head slightly to observe me. He was silent for a moment as he examined my expression. Had you put the pieces together already when I took you to Raziel? He seemed disconcerted by the thought and I quickly shook my head. Not at all. I never would guessed. I trailed off. Saying it aloud still felt unreal. My mate had holy blood, and it was unnerving to think about. If I didn't know about his angelic blood, I was pretty sure, but I knew it would have only reinforced her ideals about me being unworthy for Gabriel. I hurriedly pushed thoughts of the redhead away, because despite my conversation with Gabriel the night before, I was quite over the whole topic. What's the locket for? I couldn't resist adding the question. He tossed me a sharp glance, and for a second I thought he wouldn't bother replying. But with a small sign Gabriel relented. I'm not sure. Raziel brought it to after my mother left. He thinks she stole it from Cain. I haven't noticed any special properties other than the fact that it irritates my skin. Judging by his tone of finality, Gabriel didn't want to discuss any more issues relating to his mother. Several minutes passed in silence. We made our way along the edge of a shopping center, walking casually as if we hadn't been beast running through the trees just moments before. If anyone had seen us a few minutes ago, giant wolves with clothes tied to their ankles and shoes clutched in their mouths, I was sure nobody would have believed it. Humans were funny that way. I wasn't sure how Gabriel knew where we were going, but I trotted along obediently as we cut through a few side streets before finding one of the main roads of the city. There were other passersby on the sidewalks around us, and I noticed several of them giving Gabriel cautious looks out of the corners of their eyes as they passed. It wasn't exactly one of those small towns where everybody knew everybody, but it was small enough that people knew an outsider when they saw one. I was surprised I hadn't seen anybody I knew my last couple times here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'd gone to school in town for years. I also could not help but notice a few young women or girls. In some cases, sneaking glances at Gabriel too. The admiring glint in their eyes was not lost on me, and I tried to remain calm. Getting possessive for no reason would only worsen the situation. And it wasn't Gabriel's fault that they noticed his look. Are you scared of me, Skylar? Gabriel's quiet question nearly stopped me in my tracks. I turned to face him as we strode through a narrow alleyway, and I'm sure my surprise was clearly visible on my face. Caught off guard. You said you were worried to tell me you went through my things, because I might have been angry with you. He elaborated, although it figured that's what set him on this train of thought. I hadn't considered it in a long time. On the night of the meeting when we first met, I had truthfully been terrified. I had thought of him as the formidable enemy Alpha, so of course it had my reservations. Now Gabriel was still rough around the edges, short-tempered, brusque, and intimidating. Yet, underneath all of that, I had seen true emotion, and despite all of our arguments he had never hurt me, physically at least. My wolf and I knew Gabriel would never lay a finger on us. Not exactly. Not the same way as before. I finally answered slowly, aware that Gabriel had a pained expression on his face because I was taking so long to answer. He didn't look satisfied by my answer, so I continued. I used to think of you as an enemy alpha. Not anymore. What reason would you have to be scared now? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked down, my cheek starting to burn. The truth was, I was scared now because of my feelings, and I was scared of the possible consequences of mating with him. I was nervous about how Gabriel would act if I decided to accept him as my mate. There were many things to be worried about. I'm not really scared of you. Just the situation, I guess. It was true. Gabriel was intimidating as a person, but I really had toughened up when I got to know him. His brevity and cold mannerisms didn't deter me quite like they used to. I was becoming accustomed to his difficult personality. Gabriel made a non-committal noise in his throat and, moments later, directed us to a coffee shop across the street. Once again, the absurdity of Raziel at a coffee shop struck me, before I realized that he had been on Earth a very long time and probably acted like a human all the time to blend in. I wasn't human either, yet I had attended high school and gone clubbing. Humans outnumbered us on such a massive scale that it was best just to act like one. Jinger's Cafe. Read the age sign above the door as Gabriel ushered me inside. The bell chimed merrily as we entered and I immediately inhaled the warm odor inside. I had always adored the smell of coffee, and my heightened sense made it even better. Gabriel was right about the place being crowded. It had that homey feel to it, with little mismatched chairs with plush cushions and tables in almost every square inch of space, and a few booths in the corners. Almost every spot was occupied and loud chatter filled the air. The lady behind the counter greeted us, but Gabriel scarcely light roamed the room for Raziel. There were several people staring at us all. More specifically, Gabriel's massive and imposing form, but I did my best to ignore them. My eyes finally settled on Raziel, sitting at a table in the back corner and eyeing us with something almost in his piercing blue eyes. We made our way over to the angel and he greeted me warmly, tossing me his dazzling smile. I blinked and weakly returned his greeting as I settled in one of the comfortable chairs. Gabriel copied my motions, nodding his head as he acknowledged his grandfather, but wasting no time getting to business. Why did you want to meet in a human settlement? My mate asked. The same thing I had been wondering earlier. Raziel's smile rocked a little, becoming grim. I saw preoccupation flash through his blue orbs. I can't be sure, but when I was heading back to my house I thought I sensed a vampire nearby. It was likely just coincidence. A rogue vampire, because I've done a good job of staying well hidden. However, just in case I decided to come back here to throw any pursuers off the scent, I will be returning shortly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't leave her alone. I knew he was talking about Rebecca. Raziel probably felt like he was abandoning her in the mausoleum, even though she was in a comatose state so deep that she might as well be dead. His clear affection for his daughter was touching and I had to look away. Gabriel did not look pleased by this vampire. Related information and he folded his arms in front of his chest, contemplating. The human settlement is perfect because the vampire's sense of smell is nowhere close to yours, so they'll never be able to track us. Plus, it's one of the last places they'd expect a rendezvous and they can't do anything about it during the day. Raziel added. I had to admit, he had a point. I really hoped he was right about it being a rogue vampire and not one of Cain's. If they found the angel, we were in trouble. Raziel had to remain in complete and utter secrecy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. On to the subject at hand. Here is what I want to show you. As he reached down, Ali lifted a black messenger bag from next to his chair. He opened the flap, giving me a glimpse of the bag's contents, which appeared to mostly be papers. He reached in and pulled out a small packet of documents. I leaned slightly closer, peering at the papers before determining that they had obviously been scanned or copied, judging by the quality of the printing. I had absolutely no clue where Raziel had copied them from. My eyes widened as Raziel spread the papers out till I got my first good look at the contents of the pages writing. Endless lines of flowing script in a language I had never seen before. I had taken Spanish in high school, but other than that I had little experience with foreign languages. However, I instantly knew that the writing on the pages was in no modern-day language. It seemed archaic and foreign. Somehow, I got the feeling that the words themselves had power. "Where's that from?" Gabriel asked, an edge in his voice. "I've been here a long time, Gabriel, and I've made a lot of contacts. Some older and more powerful than others. Just know that I copied these pages from someone with a very large collection of old books. Trust me, our secret is safe with him." Gabriel looked uncertain, his dark brows furrowed, and I knew he wanted to press Raziel but had enough respect for the angel not to. "What language is that?" I blurted out, genuinely curious. Raziel smiled tightly, and the expression didn't reach his eyes. I could tell this was an uncomfortable subject for him. "It's the language of my kind. Very old, and unknown to humans. It's a dialect I'm not as familiar with. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." So I'm working on translating. Some of it is harder to read because the original book was handwritten. I stared at the papers with renewed interest, absorbing the impact of the hundreds of black characters scrolling across the pages. The language of angels. It was an intimidating concept. I couldn't even think of a response, so I just nodded obstinately as I tried to study the pages as much as I could from across the table. "How much have you deciphered?" Gabriel cut in, moving his chair closer to Raziel so that he could get a better view of the documents. I understood now why Raziel picked the most secluded table in the coffee shop. Gabriel and I would block the view from any prying eyes. Not that any human would be interested in a stack of papers. Didn't most humans deal with that sort of thing every day? Not a lot, unfortunately. I'm having difficulty with the messy handwriting and some phrases that are specific to this particular dialect. Plus I haven't had to read or write this language in, well, a long time. How many pages is it? The book as a whole is hundreds of pages long, but this is the section on which was involving angelic presence. I found a couple of keywords that might pertain to our situation and copied the relevant subsections. So I ended up with about 40 pages from the book. Gabriel's eyes returned to the pages and he pulled a couple of them towards him, dark eyes scanning the lines intently. I noticed Raziel watching me and my eyes met his. I raised my eyebrow questioningly, but the angel said nothing, staring at me as if he was trying to find the answer to a conundrum. After a moment he appeared to come to some sort of conclusion, but his piercing gaze returned to the task at hand. He spread the pages out further, and for several minutes, the two continued to look over the foreign script. I wanted to scoot closer and lean over Raziel's shoulder as I watched, but something held me back. I didn't want them to think I was getting in the way while it was already surprising enough that Gabriel brought me along. Plus, I sincerely doubted I would be of much help. The language of the angels was beyond my comprehension. Surely Raziel would let me know if he needed something. As a quarter hour passed with Gabriel still silently reading and Raziel pointing out as marks he had made while previously scanning the papers, I let my eyes wander around the cafe. There really was a lot to look at. It was mostly young human couples or working professionals enjoying coffee. Once again, the fresh scent wafted into my nostrils and my stomach growled. I blushed, hoping the men hadn't heard it. My piercing hunger was just now making itself known and I shifted in my seat uncomfortably. When Gabriel finished reading, he looked poised to ask a question, but Raziel spoke before he could. "Now that you've looked over them, I will tell you that there were some small parts I deciphered earlier. Most of them contained nothing of use to us, but there was one section that I think will be immensely helpful for you to read. I leaned forward eagerly, hoping it was something that could help us bring Kane down, but when Razorless' gaze focused on me, I was surprised to see him looking almost apologetic. Unfortunately, Skylar, this is something that requires I speak with Gabriel alone. It's quite personal, and I think it is best he hears it when you aren't here. Feeling slightly offended and hurt, but not wanting to argue with Razor. Why had I been brought all the way out here if they were just going to make me leave? You two can speak about it later if you so desire, but for now it needs to be a private conversation. Razor Lestone was polite but unwavering. I sighed and glanced at Gabriel, who looked completely confused. I thought I saw regret flash through his eyes, as if he wished I could stay, but he kept his mouth shut and just gave me a small nod. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You may just go get something to eat, I said quietly, feeling uncomfortable. I tried to keep my face expressionless. Gabriel would have some explaining to do later. I wanted to be kept in the loop, but making me leave before revealing the only important information made me feel oddly insignificant and useless. Don't go far. They'll come find you, Gabriel said. Had I just imagined the way his tone softened and slightly when he spoke to me? I nodded and turned to leave the cafe, aware of my mate's eyes boring into the back of my head. Part of me wanted to get some coffee, but as my eyes fell upon a bar and grill across the street, I realized that I actually needed a heartier meal. Striding out of the cafe, I was glad I had shoved my wallet into the back pocket of my jeans on my way out. These jeans had buttoning pockets in the back, which was perfect so the contents didn't fall out while I was running in wolf form and my clothes were tied around my ankle. I hadn't been sure we would have time to eat, but now I was grateful for my foresight. It was bright and sunny outside, but there was a slight nip to the air as I made my way towards the grill. Many humans had on jackets. A cold fall was fast approaching. The grill was called Rocky Mountain Burgers, and I recalled eating here a couple of times in high school. The meaty smell of grilled beef assaulted me as soon as I entered the establishment, along with a loud wave of human chatter. The grill was fairly busy, but I didn't attract much attention as I approached the hostess stand. Hi, can I help you? Are you waiting for someone? Oh no. Just me actually. I'd like a booth if you have it. The blonde waitress raised an eyebrow but kept a false smile plastered to her face as she grabbed a menu and gestured for me to follow her. She led me to a booth next to a window that funnily enough gave me a view of the cafe across the street. Your server will be right with you. I nodded and smiled, knowing she probably thought I was strange. When the waitress came and asked what I wanted to drink, I received a similar odd look. The woman was probably wondering what kind of a person came and baited to sit down establishment by themselves. I was getting a couple glances now, especially from a table of a group of guys sitting near me, but I studiously ignored them as I examined my menu. I wasn't a human, and I didn't care about human standards. It was like I had a boyfriend to eat with. Anyways, you have Gabriel. My wolf chided, as if he hadn't already been on my mind. I can't exactly picture us eating together at a place like this. Normal. Well, sometimes normal couples are the happiest. Look around. I did, as she ordered, letting my eyes scan the couples nearby. I felt a little pang as I saw the guys' cheesy grins, the girls' bright expressions and happy eyes, a few young men and women and kids tagging along with them. I watched one woman spoon feed her child as the man across from her beamed proudly, love and adoration in his eyes. I bit my lip hard. I wanted that. I really did. One day I wanted a child of my own. I wanted to be one of those couples holding hands across the table or just sharing a casual lunch in the middle of a busy day. Granted, Werewolf didn't partake in the whole dating scene as much as humans, but they still spent time together, whether it was running, hunting, or doing more human activities such as cooking and dining. Some werewolves occasionally went on dates in places like this all around town. I wanted that. Looking at the visible love around me, I was struck by just how badly I needed that companionship, especially when the man I dreamt about was so close to me. You'll never want it so badly from anyone else, my wolf said quietly. For a moment, it was as if everything around us faded and it was just my conversation with my inner wolf that mattered. I know, I admitted quietly, done with denying the facts. If you reject him, you might love someone else again, a long time from now. But you'll never be able to feel as strongly about anyone else as you can for him. And I will never love another. I wouldn't expect you to. He's been through so much. Skylar. He's never known love. Never been shown love. But I know it's there inside him. We both know that. I thought about it, realizing with a jolt that she was right. Gabriel had never experienced what it was like to be loved. At least, not knowingly. His mother had abandoned him when he was young and he had grown up with that sense of abandonment. His father had been cruel and cynical, telling him true love didn't exist. Ava had loved Gabriel, but Gabriel had not been in a position to receive it and it from him because she knew he couldn't love her back. And me, I hadn't even given him a chance yet. He deserved that chance just as much as I did. There might be horrible consequences of mating with him, but there was a chance of true happiness as well. Sure, if everything went wrong I would have to deal with the agony of lose love, if I ever secured it in the first place. But if I didn't even try, I would have to handle the guilt and regret of never knowing. I would be condemning Gabriel to a life without love because I was scared of what might happen. It would be my sense of self-preservation prevailing, and it would be incredibly selfish of me. That's what I've been telling you all along, my wolf said. The waitress arrived, a bit belatedly, with my drive. Pepper and took my order. I asked for the biggest meat-est burger they had and a side of fries, slightly irritated that she had broken into my train of thought even though she was just doing her job. Her expression clearly indicated that she didn't think I was making a wise choice with my order. But she didn't comment. So are you sure nobody else is joining you? I didn't like the smug tilt to her lips. Positive, I mumbled. And her smirk widened. I narrowed my eyes at her condescending behavior. She flounced away, leaving me alone with my thoughts again. HES designed for us. Skylar. Perfect for us. He has his issues, but there is a reason fate deemed him worthy of being our mate. It's like spitting in Mother Nature's face not to try. For some reason, I felt my hands shaking slightly, and I interlaced my fingers. All of the pieces were clicking together in my head, the reasoning finally making sense. In a burger joint, of all places, I had really managed to sit down and think about what I wanted to do. I had wasted enough of my time. Kane could show up on our doorstep this week. The thought struck me with horror. What if he hurt Gabriel? What if something happened to my mate before I could even give him an answer? Or what if you rejected him only to later find out, some way or somehow, that it would have worked out? My wolf asked. The concept caused a sharp burst of pain to shoot through me and I tensed. No, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't be able to live with the what-ifs. If I said no to Gabriel, I had absolutely zero chance of having true happiness. I would also force him to live a life alone because I was tiered to act on my instinct. If I said yes, I had a 50% chance. There was the potential for severe pain and loss, but the trade-off was a higher chance of a happy life. Was it worth it? He had already hurt me with the revelation about Ava, and I knew I couldn't just accept their history in a couple of days and move on, but I already knew the answer to my mental pondering. Thinking of Gabriel's dark eyes, perfect face, and his moments of rare but true emotion was enough to answer the question. Thinking of how my parents and every other mated pair acted around each other was enough to answer the question. Thinking of the happiness in my mother's eyes when she saw my father every day was enough to answer the question. I was ready to be brave and follow my heart. It was impulsive, and there could be consequences, but for once I was going to take a risk. Because the reward was worth it. I would only ever get one true mate. I was going to, hi there. The deep, male voice cut into my determined thoughts. Snapping out of my reverie, my gaze focused on the young man sitting across from me. He had sandy blonde hair and glinting hazel eyes, with a mischievous stilt to his mouth. He was one of the human men from the table near me. His friends were blatantly staring at us, a couple of them chortling, "On high," furrowing my brow as I stared at him in confusion. What could he possibly want? "In Brandon, I just noticed that you're sitting here alone." His eyes glimmered with amusement. Really not wanting to deal with this now. Normally, random guys didn't just come up and talk to me, and had always gotten the majority of the attention. Thinking of her, I felt a pain of sadness, so I shook myself out of my unpleasant thoughts. Was all I said, not sure where he was going with this. "Well, would you like some company?" Brandon grinned, flashing a set of white teeth. A burst of chortling broke out from his friends. With my sensitive hearing, I could detect the laughter even though they were trying to hide it. Fine. I kept my tone clipped so he would get the message. He didn't take the hint. "What's your name?" "Skylar." "Where are you from?" Why did people always ask me that? "About an hour away." Surely my choppy replies were boring him. "May I ask why you're sitting here all by your lonesome?" Brandon's grin widened. Was he mocking me or hitting on me? I couldn't tell at this point. "May I ask why the hell you're in my seat?" A new voice broke in, angry and deep, and I felt shivers run up and down my spine as I registered Gabriel's presence. He stood next to me, towering over the booth and glaring daggers at the human. He looked ridiculously attractive even when furious. I couldn't help but notice. The boy glanced up, his amused expression morphing into one akin to fear before he attempted to score his face into a blank mask. It didn't really work. She was sitting alone and... "Is she your girlfriend?" "Leave now." Gabriel was practically snarling. I was pretty sure the human, Brandon, was about to lose control of his bladder. His friends had quieted immediately and were staring at us in horror. The human stood up very hurriedly after that, his face paling. He mumbled something practically incoherent before stumbling back towards his table. His friends scooted slightly away, and I knew Gabriel's alpha presence was affecting them, although they didn't know it. I felt like smirking, actually basking in Gabriel's protectiveness for once. Although if HED hurt the human it would have been an unnecessary scene. My mate was still glaring at him as if debating whether to follow Brandon and threaten him more. "Gabriel," I said softly, placing my hand on his arm in an attempt to soothe him. He tore his eyes away from the cowering group of humans to focus them on me. I quickly pulled back my hand, remembering Gabriel's previous words about physical contact. With a sharp exhale, he slid into the booth on the opposite side from me, though his face remained tense. "Thanks," I said quietly, feeling my cheeks turn red. I think they were just making fun of me for sitting alone more than anything. It was true, I mean. Why else would Brandon have felt the gall to just sit with me? I doubted that he was going to ask me on a date. High school experience taught me that most guys my age preferred their women much curvier than myself. Gabriel's eyes darkened and I saw some undefined emotion flickering in their depths. "You should never have to sit alone." I blushed even farther as he stared at me, and suddenly my previous thoughts came back to me. I clasped my hands to prevent them from shaking as I took in every detail of my mate's appearance. I felt nervous, or far more nervous than was usual. Was it because it had such deep thoughts about him and made some major headway with my decision? Even while sitting alone in a random burger joint of all places. "Skylar." I belatedly realized Gabriel had been trying to get my attention, and I blinked at him, knowing he'd been staring off into space. A waitress had arrived at our table and was setting my steaming food in front of me, glancing at Gabriel out of the corner of her eye. My mouth watered as I inhaled the delicious scent of beef. Hello, sir." She, didn't tell me anyone else was coming. "Let me get you a menu." The waitress spoke in a rush with pink-tinged cheeks, quickly dashing off to get Gabriel a menu and silverware. She wasn't looking down on me anymore. That was for sure. "Are you okay?" Gabriel seemed genuinely concerned. "Yeah, I'm fine. You don't have to stay if you don't want to." I wouldn't have ordered such a big meal if I knew. "No. Go ahead. I'll eat too." My eyes nearly bugged out of my head as the waitress returned and Gabriel told her to bring him whatever I was having. This all seemed surreal. I knew it was circumstantial that we were eating together, but sitting across from him at a restaurant was something I would never have expected to happen. It was just so normal, almost like we were dating. The notion my heart skip a beat and my wolf yippee enjoy at my newfound thoughts about Gabriel. I realized just how patient she had been with me ever since we left the Black Mountains pack. So, about Raziel. Noting that Gabriel's expression instantly became guarded. So he didn't want to talk about the angel's revelation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It must be indeed been personal. I'll tell you. Just not now, Gabriel replied after a minute of silence in which I waited expectantly, and not even sure what to do with the information yet. Despite my insatiable curiosity, I just nodded. It was my right to push him, even though I wanted him to open up about it. I had to respect his privacy on the issue if it was that big of a deal. Wait, if you're here, where did Raziel go? She is still going over the pages, and we were stopped by on the way out. He hardly had any information for me to begin with. Oh, are you going to start eating? I glanced down. I'd been waiting for Gabriel to get his food. You don't have to wait on me. It was as if he had read my thoughts. Tentatively, I began too much on my fries, aware of his eyes on me. Now I felt toward. I tried not to openly fidget in my seat. Truth was, I had a whirlwind of emotion raging through my head and I didn't even know where to begin. There was so much unexplored territory between Gabriel and I, but he was very difficult to approach. Taking a large bite of my burger, my eyes strayed to the happy couple and their small child they'd been spoon-feeding earlier. They were standing up and preparing their things to leave. As I watched, the man threw his arms around the woman's slim shoulders, chuckling about something. He looked so carefree. I could never imagine such a carefree expression on Gabriel's face. Come to think of it, I had never even seen him smile. I'd never seen a smirk, a slight upwards tilt of the mouth. Nothing, even being around me, had never made him smile. How depressing. I shoved another fry in my mouth with more force than was necessary as the waitress finally brought Gabriel's plate to him. She thought she was being sneaky while she ogled my mate, but my eyes caught it and I scowled darkly as she walked away. Gabriel started to eat in silence and I tossed glances his way while we ate. For some reason, I still felt extremely jittery and even more nervous around him than normal. Butterflies were erupting in my stomach and I was sure my cheeks were a light shade of pink. It's because you're finally admitting to yourself just how much you want him, and that it's possible to have him, my wolf said, making no attempt to hide how content she was with the idea. There are a lot of obstacles. Yes, still so hard to read. Then why waste time? The relationship needs work, but it's possible if you're willing to try. When did you get so wise? Smiling a bit to myself. I'm not wise. I just know that we're supposed to follow our instincts. I couldn't argue with that. Now I don't know how to approach the subject. Just do it soon. I'm tired of waiting. I want him to mark us as his. My wolf's words made my blush increase as I realized just what the marking entailed. We finished the rest of our food quickly and the waitress brought the check. I pulled out my wallet from my jeans and fished around for a few bills. But Gabriel's hard glare stopped me. I'll pay for it. You don't have to, I began to protest. Although I felt warmth blossom inside of me at his gesture. His eyes narrowed slightly. You honestly think it'd make you pay for your own food? Without waiting for my response, he pulled out a couple of 20s, leaving a decent amount for the waitress, although I wouldn't have cared if he didn't tip at all. As he indicated that it was time to go, I tried to keep the bright grin from my face. Again, I was struck by the surrealism of the situation. Gabriel had just paid for my food at a burger joint. It was almost like a date. As I contemplating, I realized I really could get used to the situation, provided Gabriel was a bit more forthcoming with words in the future. Then again, he was just the brooding time. I doubted my mate would ever be a chatterbox. Thank you, I said softly, a little shy as he led me towards the restaurant's entrance. Gabriel glanced at me and his eyes flickered briefly with some indescribable emotion while we walked back to the cafe at an almost leisurely pace. My stomach was pleasantly full and I rubbed it obsessively, my thoughts returning to their earlier subject. Gabriel. Of course my mind would never stray from him. To my surprise, Raziel was packing up the pages of angel writing when we returned to Ginna's cafe. Gabriel glanced at him questioningly and he smiled tightly. Too many humans in one place. Very quietly, I'm going to return to my motel room and continue from there. I'll contact you the usual way. He spoke to Gabriel another brief moment before turning to me, looking me up and down contemplatively. I haven't forgotten you, Skylar. Gabriel told me everything that has happened, and Kane's interest in your blood. I'll look into it. He placed a large, strong hand on my shoulder. Take care. You too. Thank you. With a few more parting words, Raziel left, easily blending into the crowd of passersby as he exited the cafe. Gabriel and I trudged back towards the packed village without further ado. The air between us was tense as usual, and I could not stop fidgeting. This time, however, my agitation was due to anticipation of my decision. All I could focus on was my thoughts, which kept going in circles even while I was enjoying the fresh air in wolf form. I'd come to realize that the potential reward of having my mate outweighed any risks, since deciding that it was as if a ton of stress had been lifted off of my shoulders. I realized that I knew this was the right decision all along. It was just about letting my logical and emotional sides come together to reach that conclusion. Part of me regretted just how long it had taken me to reason all of this through. I had always been level-headed and thoughtful, traits which aided me in most situations, but it had hindered me from following my instincts here. I should have listened to my wolf more and accepted Gabriel even after learning everything about him. I sent a mental apology to my wolf for pushing her away so many times. I was still terrified. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Because Gabriel's emotion for me could start fading as quickly as it had formed. But it would be so much worse to never know what I could have had with him. Are you going to tell him now? My wolf asked eagerly. I had spent weeks worrying about thinking through this conundrum, and now I had a whole new problem when it came to how exactly I was going to bring it up. I had already wasted plenty of days with my own selfishness. Gabriel had been left alone, thinking he may never get a chance with his mate, and I didn't want to prolong his suffering. I was still examining the scenario from every angle in my head as we finally reached the village and began weaving through the large houses. To my surprise, Gabriel stopped walking a safe distance away from my home. I've got to go take care of some things, he muttered vaguely, and I wondered if this had anything to do with what Raziel had told him. Okay, well, do you need my help? He looked confused for a moment before he shook his head. You'll be able to handle it. What did Raziel want? I blurt out, unable to help myself. Whatever the angel had said to my mate, it was clearly bothering him. My suspicions were confirmed when Gabriel's expression closed down completely. I don't want to talk about it now. I exhaled loudly, completely unsurprised but a little hurt as usual. Here he was again, pushing me away. You know why AG is doing that? My wolf said calmly. It isn't just the whole scared of me rejecting him thing. He just has issues opening up to anybody. She couldn't argue with that. I'll talk to you later then. Completely unsure what else to say. A flash of disappointment crossed Gabriel's dark eyes, but he nodded stiffly before turning to leave. Immediately, my wolf began to chastise me. Go after him. Achia's acting like he wants to be alone right now. I argued, but my excuse sounded weak even to me, and my feet itched to follow my mate. Skylar, haven't you tarried long enough? I know you're scared to approach the subject, but it's what you want. It's our mate you want. You've always known what your decision would be, but you've been too scared to face it and put yourself in that vulnerable position. Well, you can't be scared anymore. You're stronger than that. Achia's hurting and lonely, and he will need you. You need each other. I took a deep breath, feeling my heart's pounding rate increasing. Gabriel had vanished around the side of the nearest house, but his heady scent still hung in the air. My wolf was right and I knew it. She had been right all along. I felt my palms grow clammy as I realized what I was about to do go. It was a single command, firm and unrelenting. My wolf's stubborn streak rivaling my own. I straightened up, pausing just in front of my house. She was right. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to be chasing after Gabriel and telling him that I had finally made my decision. I know I still had to get over some of my emotional turmoil, especially where Ava was concerned. But lingering on that problem now when Cain was lurking just on the horizon seemed so petty. I really had no time to waste on jealousy when there was nothing Gabriel could do to change what had happened. Squaring my shoulders, I tilted my chin up in a defiant stance. I spun on my heel and marched away from my house towards where Gabriel had disappeared, maintaining a near, jogging pace, feeling my nervousness compound with every step. I had made my decision. It was time to give Gabriel answer. Chapter 28. My hands were shaking, palms damp with clammy moisture. Don't be pathetic. Skylar. I chastised myself as I strode purposefully towards the place Gabriel and I had parted ways. More to distract myself than anything, I tilted my head and inhaled his musky scent. I continued to follow the tantalizing fragrance, changing direction slightly as I approached the woods. So his alpha business was taking place in the village. It seemed that he had disappeared into the forest, and I felt a strange sense of déjà vu as I remembered another time I had followed Gabriel like this, after Riley's funeral. That horrid day seemed like a distant memory, even though it hadn't been terribly long ago. So much had happened since then. However, I still remembered the warm and secure sensation of Gabriel's strong arms wrapped around me in our first hug. Perhaps we would share another embrace today. I tried to envision how this was going to happen, what exactly I was going to say to him. But in my nervousness I just came up empty. I would have to improvise and hope that I didn't make a fool of myself. Truthfully, I didn't know what I was doing. It never confessed my feelings for Will all of those years ago, and they deepened so insignificant compared to what I felt for Gabriel. I just prayed I wouldn't screw anything up and that he wouldn't push me away. I needed him to lower his barriers. Just once, taking another deep breath to catch my mate's scent. I brushed through the thick undergrowth as I entered the edge of the forest. A slightly chilly wind whistled through the trees and caused the hairs on my arms to stand straight up. I was glad it was midday despite the presence of the Stone of Jacob to keep the vampires at bay. I was still wary of the darkness of night. The wind shifted direction, causing me to momentarily lose track of Gabriel's scent. Unless he was running, he couldn't be far away. I had followed him minutes after he left. I stopped in a patch of dappled sunlight, turning in a slow circle as I sifted through the scents of the forest. A flock of birds chirped in the trees near me, but I tuned them out, focusing only on my extremely powerful sense of smell. Seconds later, my wolf yipped in excitement as I caught the scent again, this time fresher. I changed direction and continued to follow the enticing smell. I only needed to continue my trek for another minute before I heard a gurgling stream nearby and the scent grew nearly overpowering. For some reason, I found myself slowing down and treading more lightly. It was that I was sneaking up on Gabriel. I just wanted to see what the heck he was doing out in the woods all by himself, and I wouldn't disturb him yet because I was still downwind of him. I only had seconds until the wind shifted again and his powerful senses picked up on my approach. Peering through a splay of thick branches, I spotted him huddled a short distance away. To my surprise, he was in his wolf form, the animal sitting still and silent next to the bubbling water, clothes in a heap nearby. His black as night fur was a stark contrast to the greenery beneath him. My wolf whined, sensing her mate's agitation, and I felt a spike of worry. Mere seconds later, Gabriel seemed to sense my presence because he stood up and turned abruptly as I exited from my shelter of the trees. His wolf's deep and intimidating gaze met mine, but I did not hesitate as I continued my approach. Gabriel tilted his head slightly, clearly confused as to why I had followed him. and his deep voice resounded in my head. "Skylar, do you need something?" I had momentarily forgotten that we could communicate through mind link now. I had never been in front of Gabriel's wolf form in my human state for a prolonged period of time. Seeing the massive beast was even more inspiring when I was fragile and human, and I could not tear my eyes away. Very articulate, I thought to myself dryly, staring at Gabriel now. I realized I was having serious issues putting my thoughts into words, especially when his regal wolf was staring me down. I could still see Gabriel in the animal's eyes, but there was much of his wolf in them, too, and I was as familiar with the creature. My wolf, however, very much liked admiring the muscular thick, glossy fur. "I just wanted to talk to you," I finally said, mind racing to come up with an elegant phrasing. "Is something wrong? I could ask you the same thing. Why did you come out here by yourself? Were you meeting with anyone?" No. I was very grateful he hadn't been meeting anyone like Ava. For example, I pushed the insecurity away. I stared more intently into the wolf's eyes. Underneath the mask, I could detect a whirlwind of emotions and uncertainty. Almost without realizing, I took a step closer until I could touch his soft fur if I wanted to. Gabriel's wolf was so gigantic that we were practically on eye level. Gabriel stared right back, and I could feel the warmth of his breath as he exhaled. "If it's a pack issue, I will address it shortly. No, it's about me." The wolf's eyes darkened as I spoke, and I couldn't resist anymore. I reached out a hand, almost tentatively, and brushed it against some of the thickest fur on the side of his neck. He made a growling sound deep in his throat, but I didn't think it was a noise of annoyance. "Would you mind shifting back? It's important." I really wanted to tell him now. There was no time to waste. Gabriel observed me for a moment before he huffed a sigh, padding over to the heap of clothes on the ground. I don't know why I was expecting him to take cover to shift back, but he most certainly did not. I attempted to look away before he shifted entirely but did not tear my eyes away in time. I swallowed and almost choked on my spit as a naked Gabriel carelessly threw some short over his lower half. But not before I got a good glimpse of him. My cheeks began to burn and my wolf whined with anticipation. He was built so flawlessly it wasn't even fair. Plus HES more than enough to satisfy us, my coveted wolf said proudly. My cheeks were absolutely on fire, and I coughed into my hand, trying not to linger on all of the images popping up. I couldn't believe she'd just said something like that. Perhaps I was Navi, but I still felt horribly mortified at the inappropriate turn my thoughts had taken. I was trying to have a civil conversation. It's not my fault he showed us all he has to offer. "Stop," I commanded her, beyond embarrassed, and I almost felt her smirking. If wolves could even smirk. She was deliberately trying to get me to just empower me here and now. He left his torso bare as he approached and my eyes continuously strayed to his ABS and chest as I shifted from foot to foot. Now my thoughts were scrambled and all over the place. "What did you want to talk about?" Gabriel asked, a wary tone in his voice. I wondered what he was thinking. I was glad he wasn't mind linking me anymore, because my thoughts were much more accessible to him when we were having a mental conversation. Not that Gabriel would pry, but if HED wanted to, HED have a much easier time while we were mind linking. In wolf form my thoughts were even more transparent. Right now, with verbal conversation, I was safe. He wouldn't know how much of a mess I was. "Skylar." Had I realized I hadn't spoken? Hi. Hey, well. That's all you could say. Exasperated at how pathetic I was, growing more humiliated by the second. This was not how a future Luna should behave, and Gabriel seemed utterly confused. My face probably looked like a tomato. It'd never done anything like this. So I was thinking. I trailed off, taking a deep breath. On impulse, I decided to just go with it. It was pointless coming up with a clever way to say it, so I just needed to be honest. I was thinking a lot at that burger joint today before you got there, and I was seeing happy couples and their kids, and happy little families, and people in love, and I realized that I want all of that, Maybe not kids yet, but someday. And I thought, that did not wait for you. Gabriel cut me off, and I almost choke again. I stared at him in disbelief. What? His brow furrowed slightly, but his words were acidic and bitter as he spoke. That's what you were going to say? Right. You want happiness, but there's no guarantee with me. You're just as likely to end up miserable. So you don't want to take the chance. My mouth must have been hanging open, and I winced as I felt a pang of hurt that was not mine. Gabriel must have thought I was genuinely rejecting him. I supposed he took my nervousness and embarrassment the wrong way. There was undeniable hurt in his eyes, and it pierced me to the core. Seeing his raw emotion like that, perhaps it's best that you decided now. In returning back to the rest of my pack anyways. He was not looking at me. His jaw clenched tightly. His words escaped from gritted teeth. Just get it over with. Every line of his body was tense, as if he was braced to fight off considerable pain. I felt a surge of frustration. No, his eyes snapped in my face. Incredulity in their depths. Tu es agent extraordinaire, moyen noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In not rejecting you, if you would have just let me talk, you would have known that. Your Eno. He trailed off, looking as if he didn't dare believe what I was saying. What I was trying to say is that my wolf will never want anyone as much as she wants you. The potential happiness I can have with you will be unmatched by any other. I know it's a risk, but it's 50-50, which means it could work out. His expression had gone curiously blank as he stared me down. I was sure how to take his expression. It's not just my wolf that wants you. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, moyen noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I pressed on recklessly. You're rough around the edges. Sure, but I know there's good in you. I've seen true emotion in you sometimes. You push me away a lot, but I think, underneath all of that, you care about me too. I was sure what had possessed me to be so open with him, but I continued. It was now or never, and it was too late to take anything back even if it wanted to. I don't think I could live with not knowing. If I never tried to be with you, it would hurt more to think what could have been. I know the risk. You put the decision on my shoulders after telling me everything. I'm not going into this blindly, but it's my choice. Gabriel's eyes were very dark. His hands clenched at his sides. Skylar, his voice was hoarse. His words a bit jumbled, as if he didn't know what to say. You know what this could do to you. If my mark fades, I know. I know it's at stake. He took a step closer, staring at me intently. Do you? His tone still had that curiously rough edge. I blinked at him. Are you trying to talk me out of this? Gabriel swallowed, the muscles in his throat working. I don't want to see you get hurt. I felt a fresh wave of frustration. Gabriel, for crying out loud. I know what can happen. I've decided that you're worth the risk, and that I want you anyways. You're the only mate I'll ever have. We're meant to at least try. My wolf was voicing her agreement in my mind. It almost looked as if Gabriel was trembling slightly as he moved even closer until he was towering directly above me. I stared up at him defiantly. I know I told you that the decision would rest on your shoulders. Gabriel, I just don't want you making any rash decisions without thinking. I felt a pang of hurt deep within me as I stared up into his unfathomable eyes. Have you changed your mind? My words almost came out as a whisper. I was sure he could feel the hurt that was coursing through me. I suddenly looked down at the ground, unable to bear his ethereal beauty any longer. Is that why you're resisting so much? I thought you wanted me to decide. I thought to be making you happy. I knew I sounded pathetic, but I didn't care at this point. I clenched my fists at my sides, not knowing how I would manage if HED decided I wasn't worth the risk. Does this have anything to do with Ava? I regretted my words instantly, but Cal didn't take them back. No, Gabriel growled irritably. This has nothing to do with her. Skylar, I already told you she was nothing to me. And if I could take it back, I would. I regret every second I spent with her. Then why? He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. In trying to protect you. Don't you see that? In just making sure you've thought this through. You make it sound like a freaking puzzle. I already told you I've made up my mind. I want you as my mate, Gabriel, and that is never, ever going to change. He was suddenly quite still. I wasn't even sure he was breathing. Feeling fed up, I let a frustrated growl escape. Apparently, you were the one that still needed to decide how you feel about me. Let me know when you stop trying to make my decisions for me and actually come to the conclusion that I'm worth the risk too. With those parting words, attempting to fight back frustrated tears, I spun on my heel and walked away from him. I didn't get very far. I felt a warm, strong hand circle around my left wrist, clutching it in a secure grip. An instant later, my body was being tugged backwards and spun around with great force. The move was so sudden I felt like my arm was almost pulled out of its socket, but I could only let out a gasp as Gabriel yanked me back to him. As my body turned back to where I was facing him, a large and demanding hand grabbed my chin and forced it up to where I was gazing into my mate's dark eyes. And then his lips came crashing down on mine. I stood there, momentarily frozen, as a shock of electricity coursed through me and I felt pleasant chills up and down my spine. Gabriel's kiss was hard, demanding, and possessive, the kiss of an alpha wolf. My eyes fluttered shut and I felt a rush of heat exploding from where our mouths met, and my wolf howled with joy as she realized what was happening. Realizing I was standing like an idiot, I tried to gather my jumbled thoughts and I kissed him back, moving my lips in synchronization with his. I heard a growl deep in Gabriel's chest and he angled his head to the side, deepening our embrace. One of his strong arms wrapped around me and pulled me tightly to him, the hand fisting in my dark curls. Every inch of space was eliminated between us and I felt lust pooling deep within me as I felt the contours of his hard body. His bare torso pressed against me and only intensified the burning sensation I was feeling. I felt like I was floating, the blood roaring in my ears. Gabriel broke the kiss momentarily to come up for air, but a second later his lips found mine again. I dimly realized that his free hand had settled on my hip, while the other remained clutched in my hair. I let out a little gasp when I felt his fingertips brush my bare skin underneath the bottom of my shirt, and Gabriel took this as permission to deepen the kiss further. My whole body tingled as our tongues intermingled. Gabriel's husky scent surrounded me and I inhaled it every time we came up for air. I'd never been kissed like this before or experienced anything even close to our passionate embrace, and I wanted more of it. I never wanted this to end. Realizing that my hands were hanging uselessly at my sides, I brought them up to wrap around Gabriel's broad torso. I ran my hands down his back, outlining his thick muscles and letting my nails scrape against his skin. He growled again and I felt his muscles tighten as he forced me backwards. Another gasp of surprise escaped my parted lips as I felt my back press against something hard, the bark of a tree. I was trapped now, but I relished the feel of it, continuing to put every ounce of feeling I had into the kiss. Gabriel withdrew slightly, biting down on my bottom lip, and this time I felt the rumbling growl emanate from my throat as my wolf reveled in the sensation. My lust was continuing to build and I was practically dizzy from Gabriel's scorching mouth on mine. I wanted to feel more of him, run my hands down the contours of his chest. Bringing my hand around, I pushed Gabriel back slightly so I could slip my hand between us, running it down his upper chest and then down to his abdomen as I explored his chiseled body the same way his tongue was exploring my mouth. Letting out a husky rumble, Gabriel's lips left mine briefly as, with one smooth motion, he hoisted me up, using the tree as leverage as he wrapped my legs around his torso. I could care less about how suggestive our position was. I used my legs to draw myself even closer to him. The blood rushed to my cheeks as I felt his arousal pressed against me, and my wolf felt a burst of pride that we could elicit that reaction from him. His mouth departed from mine again and he began to trail hot kisses down the side of my neck and across my collarbone, leaving me gasping with pleasure. It was similar to how it cheated at me all those nights ago in the hotel, but this time I knew he was not holding back. His mouth roamed back up to the area near my earlobe. My skin felt like it was burning where HED kissed it. "I'm leaving my scent all over you so every wolf knows that you're mine," he growled softly, right next to my ear. His voice came out deep and contorted, and I could discern heavy lust interlaced with his tone, like there was ever any doubt. I replied breathlessly, barely able to force the words out. Gabriel seemed to like what he heard because he kissed down my neck with renewed vigor, his mouth moving down my chest where my neck left exposed skin, causing me to tremble. I felt his tongue replace his lips and I dug my fingernails into his skin, a noise of pleasure escaping me. I dimly realized that I wanted to return the favor, my wolf wanting to stake her own claim on our mate. I used one hand to find his chin, jerking his head up towards me so I would have access to his neck. Gabriel obliged without complaint, and I stretched upwards to press my mouth against the warm skin on the side of his neck. I had never done anything like this before. I knew I was incredibly naive and inexperienced, but touching my mate like this came naturally. I relished the sound that escaped Gabriel's throat as my mouth continued to move across his skin, feeding a rush of bravery. I opened my mouth and bit gently at the area that I planned on marking when we completed the mating ritual. Gabriel groaned with pleasure. "You're going to be the death of me, Skylar." I smiled against him, continuing to move my mouth lower until I was placing gentle kisses and bites across his chest. "Come with me back to the Black Mountains Pack," he said suddenly, causing me to pause and look up at him. His eyes were burning brighter than I'd ever seen them, desire evident in their depths and in a certain part of his anatomy pressed against me. "I want you there with me, please." His voice held such vivid emotion, his gaze pleading. I'd never seen such an easily read expression from him before, and I relished the way he was opening up to me. I nodded, smiling slightly. "So does this mean you're trusting me with the decision to accept you?" I asked quietly, unwinding my legs from around his torso and allowing him to move away slightly so that I was standing on the ground again. His eyes closed briefly as if he was trying to control himself. "It scares me what might happen to you, but I've made enough decisions for you. As much as I want to protect you, you're my mate, and I know I need to trust you with this." I smiled again, my heart soaring. In this brief, passion-filled moment, it seemed like everything was going to be okay. "I'm glad," I told him softly, reaching up to press my mouth against his neck again, unable to help myself. Like him, I felt the urge to let everyone know he was mine, and my wolf urged me to continue kissing him. She wanted us to return to our former position. It was hard, holding her back, but I didn't want to press Gabriel too hard. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Judging by the look on his face as I trailed my mouth across his collarbone, he didn't mind. "Skylar, I think we need to stop now," he said hoarsely. I blinked up at him, puzzled. My desire-riddled body did not want to stop. My wolf wanted me to mark him this very moment. "I can't hold my wolf back much longer," Gabriel added. I saw the darkness in his eyes that indicated his wolf was close to the surface. "Then don't," I replied before I could help myself. His eyes widened a fraction. "As much as I want to push you on the ground and mark you right here, judging by his expression, he would very much enjoy doing just that." As he spoke so blatantly, I felt yet another wave of desire and warmth building up in the more intimate parts of me. I bit my lip, fighting back the imagery. "I would think you'd want it to be, well, not in the middle of the woods where anybody could find us and interrupt." My wolf sulked, and I was sure my face held a disappointed expression, but I knew he was probably right. That type of intimacy deserved some sort of romance, especially since I had never experienced it before. "I guess you're right," I said reluctantly, although my hand was trailing across his chest and down his stomach again. I couldn't help but touch perfection when it was displayed right in front of me, without meaning to. I felt my eyes dip lower until they were fixated on the tail bulge in his shorts. My cheeks flushed hotly. I mentally reprimanded myself for being embarrassed when it was my mate, but had never been exposed to this sort of thing before. I was curious, and I wanted to drink in every inch of him. "Skylar," Gabriel said warningly, voice deeper than usual, and I knew HED noticed me staring. "Sorry, it's just, How is that going to? I stuttered almost incoherently. My blush red, and as I realized I hadn't meant to say that last bit out loud, and I stared at the ground to hide my humiliation. I just didn't understand how something so large would be compatible with my small frame. I hadn't wanted Gabriel to know my complete ignorance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I continued to stammer like an idiot, finally raising my eyes to meet Gabriel's. To my complete and utter shock, I saw amusement glimmering in his deep eyes, and one side of his mouth was slightly quirked upwards. It wasn't a full, blown grin or anything, but it was the first time I'd seen the slightest indication of amusement from him, and it was mind-blowing. I would act like an idiot every day if I could just see that barest hint of a smile from him again. You look hot when you're almost smiling, I blurted out, mentally scolding myself immediately afterwards. What the hell was wrong with me? Why was I just talking without thinking first? It was like every ounce of self-awareness had fled my body when Gabriel kissed me. It was completely mortifying. A sudden movement from Gabriel saved me from humiliating myself further as, with another frustrated growl, he lowered his head and smashed his lips against mine again. Apparently, this time he liked being referred to as attractive. I opened my mouth to allow him entrance, feeling a rush of bravery that caused me to gently bite on his bottom lip. I knew he wanted to wait for a better moment, but at this moment I didn't give a damn. As soon as I bit down on his lip, I knew Gabriel was having similar thoughts to mine because his kiss intensified and my back was pressed against the tree again. I felt one of his hands reach under the bottom of my shirt and stroke the bearskin on my midriff. I couldn't prevent a small moan of pleasure from escaping. His fingertips were like fire blazing across my stomach. Distantly, I felt some tiny part of me protesting, the logical side of me that wanted to wait for a romantic atmosphere in the middle of the woods. Suddenly, with great force, Gabriel wrenched himself away from me. When my hazy eyes blinked open, he was halfway across the clearing, chest heaving, as much as I want to right now. Skylar, this isn't the time or place. It means a lot to both of us, and it isn't meant to happen here. Sliding down the tree, I took a deep breath, quelling my lust. Gabriel's fists were clenched, and I could tell he was visibly restraining himself from leaping back at me. Did you hear what I was thinking? I gasped out, seizing on anything to distract me. Gabriel gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Our bond is strengthening, and it helps that in Alpha, in a position like that, I could sense the direction your thoughts were going more than anything. I was somewhat disappointed, and my wolf wanted to resume where we had left off. But the logical side of me was kicking in, and I agreed with what Gabriel was saying. Better a bed than on the grassy forest floor. Thinking of such activities made my cheeks heat spark up yet again. Besides, your friend has been trying to contact me for a while now. My eyes widened, and I didn't miss the way he said Will's name, but I brushed it aside. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What does he want? Before I find out, I want to know that you mean what you said before. I want you to come back to the Black Mountains Pack Village. I'll be going back and forth a lot, especially when we're building the third village. As this pack's future Luna, you'll need to be with me, and I want you there. I felt a rush of pride, especially from my wolf, as I realized what his words entailed, especially the last part he made sure to tack on. This pride was followed by a burst of nervousness, but I attempted to ignore it. I mean it. Gabriel, I'll go wherever you want me to go. He looked relieved, which surprised me. Had he honestly thought it turned him down? Especially after what had just happened. Gabriel's eyes momentarily glazed over, and I realized he was talking to Will. I wonder what Will wanted. Did it have something to do with Ava? Had she finally come around? Or was it something else entirely? Seconds later, his gaze ray focused on me. There was a strange expression on his face as he studied me. What is it? I'm not sure if you'll be happy to hear this or not, but it seems my conversation with David did her some good. I tried not to bristle as I heard her name escape his lips. The conversation at my house. Thinking about that night made my stomach turn. No, after. I felt a sense of unease and tried to brush it aside. What did you talk about? To my chagrin, there was a tone of jealousy very evident in my voice. Gabriel's expression softened slightly. I told her that finding one's mate is the best thing that'll ever happen to a wolf. Wasting her affections on someone that will never return what you feel is not worth sacrificing the one that can love her best. Boring into mine, oozed sincerity, and I felt my heart lift. I did not miss the double meaning in his words, as I realized he was indirectly telling me how important I was to him. It took her a while, but she came around. So she and Wilshess accepting him, yes. He wants me to conduct the mating ceremony as soon as possible. While I was glad that what chasing her had been successful after all, Gabriel had been right to assume I would have mixed feelings. I didn't think I could ever like Ava, but I hoped she really was accepting Will for the right reasons, and not just to spite Gabriel. The whole thing seemed rushed, but of course that was how mates usually worked. Most wolves wanted a ceremony in front of the whole pack to recognize them as mates aside from the marking, which was private for obvious reasons, and usually it happened very soon after they met. I nodded expectantly, realizing Gabriel was waiting for my reaction. I guess we'll see how it turns out. We need to head back, he replied, and I nodded, watching him as he retrieved the rest of his clothes and proceeded to put them on. I sped up my pace to catch up to him as he entered the shelter of the trees again, heading back in the direction of the village. It was only a few minutes' walk from here, and I realized how easy it would have been for others to intrude on our moment. It was better that we waited for a better time to become mates officially. Gathering the rest of my bravery from earlier, I tentatively reached out and took Gabriel's hand in mine. It was a forward gesture. I knew Gabriel was not the touchy type. I wanted him to be touchy with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Which meant I had to condition him. I felt a rush of pleasure as Gabriel glanced at my face, then down at our intertwined hands before he tightened his grip on mine. A smile graced the corners of my mouth, then I felt a bit of extra spring in my step. We'll leave for the Black Mountains village tomorrow at dawn, Gabriel said as we neared the village. I nodded, understanding we didn't have time to waste. Who knew how much longer the holy objects would last? I glanced down at my rosary. It was still warm against my skin, but it grew cooler each day. I had tried not to think about it, but it was definitely cause for concern. It's going to be hard to wait until then for it to happen, he added after a moment, barely murmuring the words. I felt my brow crease with confusion. Wait for what? What's happening? Gabriel glanced down at me, and my breath caught in my throat. His eyes were burning with suppressed desire, and he did nothing to mask the expression. Because of that, I knew what he was going to say before he said it. I shivered involuntarily as he spoke. When we get there, Skylar, I have every intention of picking up where we left off. Chapter 29, Part 1. Gabriel and I continued walking with our hands intertwined even after we entered the main area of the pack village. I was sure that I had a dopey smile on my face, but I couldn't help it. I felt pleasant tingles running up and down my arm caused by the skin contact. My wolf's lust was sated for now, and she hummed contentedly in the back of my consciousness. There were few werewolves about, oddly enough, but the scattered members of my pack stared intently at our clasped hands as we passed. We must have seemed like such an oddity to all of them, a pair of destined mates yet to complete the marking. Even so long after we first met. I glanced up at Gabriel out of the corner of my eye as we approached my house. He had a relaxed expression, and I couldn't help the burst of warmth I felt as I realized I had caused his good mood. He released my hand as we neared my front door, and I tried to ignore the sense of longing I felt as soon as we lost contact. I have some business to take care of before the ceremony. If we're leaving tomorrow, I need to ready everything. I felt a burst of excitement and nodded in response. I guess I should pack too. When's the ceremony? I see no point in waiting. You'll conduct it right after dark. He looked at me for a moment, dark eyes flicking across my features. I thought I saw his eye hovering just behind his expression, in one smooth move that surprised me. Gabriel leaned forward and placed a feather, light kiss on my lips that lasted less than a second. I felt a rush of heat and my cheeks darkened as I blinked up at him. Immediately, my body craved for more. But Gabriel took a few steps back before I could give in to my lustful impulses. "I'll see you later, Skylar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Voice a bit contorted, and I thought he was having a similar reaction. "Okay," was my breathless reply, and I scolded myself for not coming up with anything better than that. I couldn't help it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Gabriel's touch had a profound effect on me and left my thoughts muddled and laced with desire. Practically in a daze, I slowly made my way inside my house and up to my room. I brushed my fingers across my slightly swollen lips. The recollection of our passionate moments in the woods caused me to blush even more, and I was grateful that my parents weren't home. My thoughts distant, I slowly began to gather my things into the same bag I had used last time. It was interesting how different the situation was to the previous occasion I left home. I was dreading my first encounter with the Black Mountains pack, and there was a strong chance I would come back marked. The next time we see everyone, we will be Luna, my wolf yip ped. I swallowed hard, unable to evade the nervousness caused by that concept. It was a lot of responsibility. I was willing to take it on, but that didn't mean it would come easily. "Our mate will help us every step of the way," she said confidently. I agreed with her on that one. I was really looking forward to telling my parents about leaving again, but surely they wouldn't be all that surprised. It was customary for the female to join the male's pack and/or live with him, and there weren't any other viable options since Gabriel was alpha. I shoved my bag of toiletries in with my other things as I contemplated. It would be hardly in Maria and Will again. But now we'll had Ava, and hopefully Gabriel and I would return before too long. Almost as soon as I finished packing, I heard a loud rapping on the front door, throwing my brow. I took the stairs down two at a time. Who was coming to visit me in the middle of the day? Swinging the door open, I came face to face with Will. The last time he'd been on my doorstep, Will had been battered and exhausted, but right now he looked like he was on top of the world. "Skylar, did you hear?" Blue eyes alight with excitement. I couldn't help the small smile that made its way on my face. "About you and Ava?" "Yeah, Gabriel told me. Congratulations." Will paused momentarily, seeming as if he was sniffing the air. His eyes narrowed slightly. "His scent is all over you, Skylar." I blushed and looked down. Yeah. I'm not marked yet, but he wanted everyone to know I am his." Will had a strange look on his face but didn't pursue the subject. "Can we go for a walk? I wanted to talk and was sure who else to go to. Plus, I remember what happened last time I was alone in your house with you." Remembering Gabriel's blatant display of jealousy, and quickly walked outside to join Will. He was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet. I could honestly never remember him being this overjoyed. He seemed radiant. I wondered if that was how I would looked under different circumstances after meeting Gabriel for the first time. After he accepted me and we planned on joining together in front of the whole pack. "Sorry to drag you into this. I'm just getting used to. Well, you know," Will confessed as we meandered along one of the central pathways in the village. "You know, I don't mind. You seem really happy, so you're adjusting just fine. Honestly, I never expected to have to chase her so much." "What happened?" I couldn't prevent the curious question that emerged. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to," I added hastily. Will shrugged. "I followed her in the woods. We had a long talk. She was set on the whole mate concept at first, but when we made eye contact, well, a lot of her resistance faded. She said she had been in love with someone else before me, but decided she wanted to move on. I tried to keep my expression neutral. I didn't want Will knowing my dislike for Ava or how she had loved Gabriel. First, I detected a hint of jealousy in Will's voice and didn't want to worsen any problems. We talked all night, and she let me kiss her this morning. It was the most perfect thing to ever happen to me. He eyed me keenly. a spark of mischief in his baby blues. I think you already know about that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I blushed and didn't reply. Gabriel's scent was heavy enough that it left no room for guessing what had happened. At least your mate finally came around. Too, he added. I was pleased to hear no bitterness in his tone. Meeting Ava must have re-drained the last vestiges of Will's feelings for me. That was, admittedly, a relief. In going back to the Black Mountains Pack Village with him, are you having a ceremony, too? Not having really considered it. I mean, you're going to be Luna once you're E-marked. The pack will want to recognize you in a ceremony. I caught a glint of admiration in his eyes and it made me slightly uncomfortable. I wasn't used to that sort of attention. I guess you're right. Maybe after all of this vampire crap is over with, I said the sooner, the better. And I elbowed him teasingly. You just want to mark her. I won't deny that. We laughed for a moment more. But then Will's face grew uncharacteristically serious. That was all I wanted to talk to you about. I found out something today and I was sure who to tell. Ava doesn't know him, so it made more sense to talk to you. Know who? I responded, puzzled. Will's mouth tight and into a grim line. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stared at him blankly. Before the name registered, I was sure my eyes had grown as wide as saucers. Your brother, what about him? We had one older brother, Cale, who had graduated high school while we were still in middle school. He was one of the few wolves that had left our pack to mingle in the human world, choosing to attend a faraway university. We hadn't seen him in 5 or 6 years. Will's parents had wanted Cale to stay with our pack, but the boy had refused, and it had caused somewhat of a rift within their family. Will never talked about it, and I had almost forgotten all about it till now. There was enough of an age gap between us that it never really associated with him. I remembered that Maria had a crush on him when we were in elementary school. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A cheers coming back. What? Why now? Will sighed and ran a hand through his tousled, sandy, blonde hair. If I remembered correctly, Cale had even lighter hair than Will and the same bright blue eyes. Well, there's almost death. My parents have a hard time thinking him from so far away, but they called his apartment and left a message. Of course he wouldn't have picked up his phone. I could hear bitterness prevalent in Will's voice and I didn't pry. It was his family business. And then they told him about Cain and the vampires, and about me finding my mate. He called back this morning and said he'll be here later tonight. Maybe he is tired of the human world. I mused, trying to take all of this in, or he just misses you guys. And finding your mate is a big deal. You should be here. Will sighed yet again. I guess. I'm just nervous and I don't know how. I mean, H.S. only talked to my parents maybe twice a year since he left. He doesn't want to associate with us. I'm worried he'll make things awkward. I rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. Or it could go the other way. If H.S. making the effort to return, that should prove something. His lips twisted in a grimace, but he didn't reply for a moment. I wonder if H.S. even the same person. H.S. still mate, lessened everything. But H.S. been around so many humans. I really was sure what to say to that. He can't have changed that much. Not as long as his wolf is still around. I'm just hoping my parents don't go off on him again. I don't want you thinking my family is psycho. I'm sure they won't. This is a time for everyone to work together, not argue. You're sounding more noble every day. Skylar. A slight smile appeared on Will's face. Either way, I have to talk to the Alpha later. Get permission for my brother to enter our territory. Cale is still technically a part of this pack, but the Alpha may not want him here since H.E. has been gone so long. I frowned slightly. I'll talk to Gabriel about it. Will smirked as he looked past me toward the forest we had just treaded. I expected him to have caught up to us by now. threatening to tear my head off if I continued spending time with you. I began to blush. H.E.'s not that bad. Yes, he is. But I can't blame him. He has the alpha instincts. I bit my lip, not going to admit aloud how I actually kind of liked Gabriel's possessiveness. You're his mate, and H.E. is bound to overprotective of you. I can understand that now. H.E.'s your knight in shining armor, riding in on his white horse to save the damsel in distress. Will's grin was teasing and I snorted. Gabriel's way too dark and broody for that sort of thing. Either way, H.E.'s the knight. You're his maiden. You've been watching too many fantasy movies. Why do I have to be the weak little female? I can take care of myself. I replied, but my tone was light and I was really offended. I actually liked the idea of Gabriel being a protector, and it was true. He was all mine. He had saved or been there for me several times now, such as when the vampires had kidnapped me, and out of the purge when H.E.D. caught me in his arms. I guess I did look at him as my hero, my knight in shining armor. In a way, Will, waving his hand in a blatant dismissal of my protest, returned the conversation to Ava. I was not fond of the way he praised every aspect of her face and figure and personality, but I kept my lips shut. Despite Eva's flaws, there had to be some good in her for Will to be chosen as her mate. Besides, he was much happier talking about her than about Kale. If my best friend was happy, I had to put my petty problems aside and be happy for him. It's what a Luna would do. The rest of the day passed by quickly, but I ached to be in Gabriel's presence again. I broke the news to my parents that I was returning to the other pack village the following day. As expected, they were not overjoyed, but judging by the look on my father's face, he recognized Gabriel's scent all over me. My dad was stupid, and he was going to prolong the inevitable. I was going to accept Gabriel, and it was my responsibility as his mate to follow him wherever he went, helping him when I could. Thankfully, my parents may not have been pleased, but they weren't heartbroken like last time. We were all one pack now, and they knew we'd be home before too long. I nearly jumped for joy when Gabriel mined, linked with me just as the darkness of night was taking over the sky. Meet me at the south end of the pack village. Is that where the mating ceremony is being held? Confused. Normally it was in the same clearing as pack meetings. No, we have a visitor coming in from the outside world. A former pack member. We're meeting him an hour outside of the village. The ceremony will have to occur later than intended. My confusion lasted only seconds longer before I realized it must be Kale, Will's brother. I was surprised that Gabriel was letting him enter our territory. Kale was still technically a member of the pack, as his connection had never truly been severed. It was frowned upon for werewolves to join the outside world, but not illegal. Brett had not excommunicated Kale just in case the latter decided to return one day. 6 years later, the estranged wolf was finally coming back. Gabriel, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was being overly cautious by insisting on meeting Kale outside of the village, but I was going to complain. I was overjoyed that he was bringing me along for once. He'll be there shortly. About an hour later, Gabriel and I stood side by side in a clearing as we heard Kale fast approaching. Gabriel had asked Jack to accompany us, and he stood silently nearby, despite not remembering much about Will's brother. I was glad H.E.D. made it okay. The Stone of Jacob had repelled the vampires after dark so that he arrived unscathed. I discreetly took a whiff of the air to catch his scent. It was woodsy, faintly resembling Will's, but there was some blandness about the smell that indicated Kale had lived among humans recently. A werewolf, their scent was stronger when we were in our natural element. Gabriel shifted position next to me and our arms nearly brushed. I felt the electricity sparking from our nearness, but I attempted to ignore it. We'd exchanged some conversation, but Gabriel hadn't brought up the passionate encounter from earlier, for which I was grateful. Not that he would have brought it up with Jack traveling with us. Thinking of it just made me want to continue where we'd left off. The concept of doing so made me shiver slightly, and I hoped my mate hadn't noticed. Seconds later, The trampling of paws halted and was quickly followed by the sound of bones snapping and the rustling of clothes. So Kale had run to us in wolf form. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. According to Gabriel, Wer had said that Kale flew into the nearest human city before setting off on foot. If he could still shift so easily, he hadn't lost touch with his wolfish side. That was a good sign for someone who'd been with the humans for the past 6 years. Kale emerged shortly, and I blinked in surprise. Archie really changed a lot. He was taller than Will, although not as tall as Gabriel, and lean. Though nicely toned, he had the same blonde hair that I remembered, but it was cut slightly shorter, and his bright blue eyes stood out against his lightly tanned skin. He was very handsome. Maria would freak when she saw him. Archie's not as handsome as our mate. My wolf said a bit's new tire why, and I chuckled inwardly. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nobody can compare to Gabriel. Kale's face registered surprise as he looked at me. Then Jack, his gaze soon sliding to Gabriel. From there, I saw recognition flare in his expression and his jaw clenched to you. You're the alpha. His voice was colored with shock and distaste. Gabriel's eyes narrowed slightly. I was told you'd been informed of the changes within this pack. Well, yeah, that they didn't tell me who was the alpha. When I was here, your father was in charge of the Black Mountains pack. The packs have been merged as one. Kale, Jack said calmly, clearly trying to diffuse the tension. Brett was no longer fit to be leader. You guys just let them take over like that. I could understand where Kale was coming from, but it was not helping the situation. It was in our best interest. With everything going on, Jack tossed a nervous glance at Gabriel, who was still ominously silent. I honestly don't. Kale, everything will be explained in due time. If we wait around here any longer, you'll miss the ceremony. Jack's words weren't exactly true, as Gabriel had to be there for the ceremony to start. But I knew he was trying to help. Kale's vibrant eyes narrowed as he stared at Gabriel appraisingly. Gabriel had stiffened considerably, not appreciating the disrespect. I was surprised that Kale was acting so gutsy. Gabriel was extremely intimidating to most werewolves. Kale must have been a bit out of touch after living amongst humans instead of under the command of an alpha. Now I see why my parents didn't mention who was alpha now. A growl escaped Gabriel's throat, and in an instant, he stood directly in front of Kale, eyes burning with anger. I consider myself very hospitable for allowing you to return. Do not make me regret my decision. I have very little tolerance for disrespect. With a menacing set of his shoulders, there was no doubt of the underlying threat. Kale tried to act calm and collected, but I noticed a flash of fear in his blue eyes. Slowly, he nodded. Let's go. Gabriel snapped brusquely, turning away from Kale and completely ignoring him as he headed off towards the trees. I sighed and made to follow. Gabriel had actually held his temper in check, but I could sense his aggravation that a newcomer was talking to him like that. I couldn't blame Kale. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As it used to feel the exact same way about the Black Mountains pack. It was a lot for him to take in. Dimly, I realized Kale had fallen into step beside me while Jack caught up to Gabriel. I barely recognized you. Skylar. I glanced at him to see his eyes bright and curious. Well, it's been a while, I replied nonchalantly. It felt strange, conversing with him casually. He hadn't been part of the pack for so long, even if he was Will's brother. It was hard for me to view him as such. I guess so. He was lost in silent thought for a moment before lowering his voice. How is it? With him as alpha? It's just after everything with their pack, I understand. It's different, but it's important that everyone has banded together. Your parents told you about the vampires, right? He nodded, expression solemn. It was so hard to believe. I always thought they were a myth. I laughed humorlessly. Unfortunately not. I heard about Anne. There was visible sadness on his handsome face, and I realized he must be cared about Anne for it to still affect him so many years after HED left. They're relentless and cruel. That's why we needed a strong alpha. Brett cowls and handle it after she, you know. Kale sighed, seeming to accept my answer. We continued towards camp for a few more silent moments. What about you? He spoke suddenly, and sniffed for a moment before his eyes widened. I thought that's what I smelled. The alpha scent is all over you. For the seemingly millionth time. I blushed. Gabriel is my mate. Kale whistled. Little Skylar, with an alpha as a mate, while his eyes perused my neck. You're not marked yet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not yet? What else was I supposed to say to that? You'll be Luna. That's crazy. He shook his head, running a large hand through his tousled blonde locks. You have your work cut out with that one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The last words were spoken in a whisper. I couldn't help but smile slightly. I had indeed worked hard to get where I was with Gabriel now, almost as if he knew what I was thinking. My mate tossed me a penetrating look over his shoulder. Flashes of earlier today assaulted my mind and the red on my cheeks intensified. A cheers worth it, I muttered to Kale before I really realized what I was saying. I didn't miss the look of disbelief on Kale's face, but I ignored it. My words had escaped unintentionally, but they were true. Gabriel was worth it. Kale's arrival caused quite a stir. I could hear the thinly disguised whispers across the assembled werewolves in the clearing. Kale had arrived half an hour ago, and Gabriel had immediately called everyone together to complete the ceremony. Will and Dave were currently out of sight, as they would enter the clearing at the same time once everything settled down. Kale was standing with his parents, but even from this distance I could sense the awkwardness within his family. It seemed like the three were conversing, but judging by the stony expression on the young man's face, he was not comfortable with it. I mean, what was he going to say to them after so many years away? For my part, I was standing next to my parents near the front of the group. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To her talking about Kale's sudden arrival, my mother thought it was a good thing, that every family should unite in this time of need. Tuning her out for a bit, my eyes slid across Gabriel and Jack, who were conversing next to the wooden platform, and I vainly tried to find Maria in the crowd. I didn't see her anywhere. This made my eyebrows furrow in puzzlement. Why would she not be here? Will was extremely excited about it. It was an incredibly proud moment for him, and we were his best friends. It was our obligation to support him. So why she has feelings for him? Seeing him with another will hurt her. My wolf said calmly the same instant I came to the conclusion myself. That had to be it. Maria had deep feelings for Will. I was sure how long she'd liked him since it just recently found out, but it would still pain her to watch the ceremony. I was sure Will would completely understand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He would want Maria to be happy for him without realizing what it would cost her. Knowing Maria, she would feel extremely guilty for not coming, as she was often too compassionate for her own good. I made a mental note to go visit her after the ceremony and make sure she was doing okay. My eyes continued restlessly skimming the crowd, and I tried not to visibly wince as I briefly made eye contact with Brett and Lynn, his mate and the former Luna. While Lynn's expression was mostly indescribable, I saw vivid dislike in Brett's penetrating stare. I grit my teeth and ignored them. It wasn't entirely my fault that Brett had been removed from his position as alpha. He had helped dig that grave himself. Or at least that's what I kept trying to tell myself. Lastly, and inevitably, my eyes rested on Gabriel. I felt a small jolt as I realized he'd already been staring at me. His dark eyes were intense, and as our eyes met I saw hooded desire that he did not attempt to hide. I was sure my expression mirrored his, and his tantalizing words from earlier work continuously on repeat inside my brain. He may have been dressed simply, but his shirt was tight enough to accentuate the muscle from underneath. Checking him out was only worsening things, so, with a small unapologetic smile, I managed to tear my eyes away. My wolf was getting restless. Moments later, Will and Ava entered the clearing hand in hand, and I tried to keep my face expressionless as I took in Eva's flowing dress and perfect hair. She looked absolutely beautiful. It was customary to dress up for the mating ritual. I did not miss the way her vivid blue scanned the crowd and then returned to the area next to the wooden platform where Gabriel was standing. I also did not miss her taut and almost longing expression as she discreetly observed her former love. However, just as my hands were curling into fists, Will whispered something in her ear that I did not catch. Eva turned to face him, and her tense expression visibly relaxed. She was the easiest one to read, but I thought I detected sincere affection in her eyes as she gazed at her mate. Will put an arm around her as they trudged up the platform together. In that moment, I thought that maybe she truly did care about Will, and this would help her to get over her wasted affection for Gabriel faster than any other method. As the ceremony started, I felt incredibly selfish for letting my mind wander, but I couldn't help but think about tomorrow, the journey back to Gabriel's village, and the events afterwards were making my stomach churn in anticipation. In my opinion, tomorrow could not get here fast enough. Marius POV. I felt like a horrible person. Will was one of my best friends, and I was so selfish that I couldn't even make it out to his mating ceremony. It was probably the most important ceremony of his life. Yet here I was, sitting in my living room and stuffing my face with chocolate ice cream. It was my go-to food, especially with everything that happened recently. I knew it was sad and pathetic and that I needed to just get over it. But it was hard. I'd liked him for years now, and feelings like that didn't just go away. It'd been recuperating. Really I had. At least until my father informed me that the ceremony was tonight. After that I pretty much lost it. I was currently watching some runs of one of those corny reality shows Skylar hated. I already knew what she would all done in my position. Skylar was incredibly self-sacrificing, and she would have gone. I wanted to be as noble as she was, but I couldn't find the strength. I shoved another spoonful of cold goodness in my mouth, not caring that I'd be getting another brain freeze at any moment. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My wolf had tried to comfort me, but now she was strangely withdrawn in the back of my mind. Against all logic, she had some sort of tenuous connection with whoever since it'd been of mating aid. It didn't make any sense because she should not feel attracted to anyone but my one roommate, but had learned to accept it. Unfortunately, it just made this worse. Okay, stop being such a selfish bitch and go, I told myself for the 10th time after a few more minutes of mindless TV. The all-important ceremony would be starting any minute. I even had an outfit laid out in case I changed my mind, because I sure as hell was going in sweats. As I tried to convince myself, I felt my wolf begin to stir restlessly in the back of my mind. She whined softly, but I pushed her away, sinking back into the plush cushions of the couch again in defeat. My sudden rush of bravery had deserted me again. Who was I kidding? When it came to Will, I was such a coward. I gripped the spoon tightly in my hand as I thought of the woman destined to be Will's mate, Ava. The stupid redhead that had reeked of a Kinskyle love life. Why, oh why did she get Will as a mate? The thought of him marking her caused a powerful surge of jealousy to rush through me. Realizing I was about to contort the spoon with my werewolf strength, I quickly dropped it on the table. Thinking of that woman's beautiful face only worsened things. My wolf whined again, this time louder. What's your problem? A bit snippier than intended. My wolf, ever the patient and kind one, ignored my rudeness. I think we should go to the ceremony. I'm itching to get out of this house. Something feels different. We can't. Or I can't. I don't know what he'll do if I see them. My wolf was practically turning impatient circles. We need to go. I'm telling you that I can't do it. Yes, you can. Show them how strong you are. I sighed in frustration at my own weakness. Her impatience was growing. She was practically trying to force herself through my skin now, and I felt her tangible sense of urgency. Okay, if you just need to run, we can do that later. It isn't that. We need to go. This time, it was her tone that was snappish. I was silent for a moment. Rarely did she act like this, and use such a harsh tone with me. Please. She was insistent, and I'd never heard my wolf beg like that before. Despite my misgivings, I really did trust her instinct, and I always had. She was part of me, and I respected her needs. Plus, she did not ordinarily behave like this, so it must have been important. Whatever you're egoing on about better be of more importance than me getting my heart crushed. Sure, I was being a bit melodramatic, but for today I was enjoying my pity party. 5 minutes later, I was escaping my house, setting the pace at a fast jog. My wolf was urging me on, and she was growing increasingly frantic. It scarcely had time to run a brush through my scraggly dark hair and change into jeans before she forced me out of the bathroom. I wondered if there was something wrong, but surely my father would have notified me. Either way, I had to force myself not to shift. I rounded the corner and entered the thick trees, following the multitude of scents. Dread was forming in the pit of my stomach because I absolutely did not want to see the ceremony. My wolf's instincts came first. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I gritted my teeth and braced myself for whatever I would see as I rapidly approached the assembled pack. I heard Gabriel's deep baritone as I trod Dee along the well-worn path. This close to the rest of the group, it was much easier to discern individual scents, although the smell of the pack overall was nearly overpowering. Sifting through the various odors of Smestonlead, I suddenly came onto one that made me stop just at the edge to the trees. The group was huddled together in the clearing, and I noticed Will and Ava clasping hands on the platform, but the smell was so distracting I cowed and even think about the ceremony. It was a scent that was faintly familiar, somehow, and smelled woodsy. For some reason, I felt my wolf stir with excitement, and I began to take deeper breaths as I tried to inhale more and more of the scent. It was absolutely compelling. I had never caught a scent like it, and it momentarily made me feel safe and comforted. Thoughts of Will were banished from my mind. I was beginning to have an inkling of what was happening, and my eyes began to scan the crowd to instinctively pick out what I was looking for. Dare I hope then I saw him. He wasn't looking right at me, at least not yet, but the way he was glancing around the crowd curiously let me know that he was searching for the same thing I was. My heart lurched as I looked at him. His beautiful, two-souled blonde hair and strong jawline. Despite the teeming mass of werewolves, I knew the scent was coming from him. I had not smelled it in a long time, and he was the only newcomer here. Finally, inexorably, his piercing blue eyes met mine. I gasped as my wolf began howling in my mind, joy radiating from every fiber of her being. I recognized him, though it had been 6 years and he looked older. I remembered Cale from my childhood, but it wouldn't have mattered if I knew him previously or not, because that was not what left me gasping. He is ours. My wolf crowed, yipping with happiness. His face had lit up in absolute wonderment, and even from our distance I could see the silver sheen appearing in his orbs. Slowly, he began to approach me, both of us unaware of the fact that the ceremony had temporarily halted and everyone was realizing what was occurring before their very eyes. My heart was thumping hard in my chest. I probably looked like a complete idiot, but in this moment I didn't care. My eyes were roving every detail of his handsome face and toned body, and my senses were absolutely coming alive as he drew nearer and nearer to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He gasped finally. The sound of my name coming from his lips made me and my wolf shiver. The lustful impulses were beginning to course through me as he finally came to a stop right in front of me. I understood now why my wolf had some sort of mild connection to Will. Because his brother was my mate. He had left our pack when I was so young that my wolf wouldn't have recognized him as our mate yet. Kale, I replied, completely star-struck. I saw desire in his eyes, plain as day. And right then, he raised a hand and gently cupped my face, sending pleasant tingles sizzling across my skin. In this moment, I no longer cared about Will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or even the vampires. I could only stare into those blue eyes, completely lost in their swirling depths. I had found my mate, and I was deliriously happy. Deep in the forest, my mate Gabriel and I were enjoying a brief moment of peace. However, upon returning to the village, I discovered a mysterious bouquet and a terrifying note on Gabriel's bed. Cain, the evil vampire, had infiltrated our territory. The note he left sent chills down my spine. I never got to pay my condolences at the funeral. What does this mean? Chapter 29, Part 2. The sensation of the wind ruffling my fur was exhilarating. It was dawn, and the orange glow of the rising sun filtered trees onto the forest floor below. My large paws trampled the ground as I sprinted through the woods, Gabriel's massive wolf from running alongside me. It was the morning after the mating ceremony, and for the first time in a long time I felt carefree. I knew Cain was lurking right around the corner, but I couldn't help but feel a burst of optimism. Will had his mate, and Maria had found hers too. I had been shocked to see the loving look appear in her eyes when she saw Kale, but I was undeniably happy for her. Maria deserved someone to love and take care of her. I had left the happy couple behind less than an hour when Gabriel and I departed, and I could still picture Maria's glowing face as she had her fingers intertwined with Kale's. She did not bear his mark yet, but I knew they would complete the process soon. To my surprise, Maria had elected not to have a ceremony with the pack. I assumed it had something to do with Kale, but I didn't pry. Now that both of my best friends were happy, all of my attention was on Gabriel. I wanted to enjoy these moments with him before our time ran out and Cain returned. I turned my head slightly, glancing at my mate. The muscles under his thick coat trembled as he took powerful strides, and my wolf admired his form. Noticing my blatant stare, Gabriel's head swiveled and his eyes surveyed me. If I was in wolf form, I would have blushed, but instead I hastily returned my gaze to the path ahead of me. I knew I was acting like a hormone adult teenager. But well, I was a hormone adult teenager. My 20th birthday was in a few days, but I felt like a shy high school girl all over again. Being around Gabriel left me with muddled thoughts and lustful impulses. Honestly, I didn't mind. Until we completed the mating, I knew my desires would only get worse. Is something bothering you? His voice interrupted my thoughts. No, I was just thinking. I spoke a bit too hastily to sound innocent. About what? I was prepared to just say nothing. Before I realized something, we were accepting each other as mates now, which meant we needed to be completely open with each other. Even with something as minor as this, it would improve our relationship if I was frank with him. Plus, I wanted to see his reaction. About how you look while you're e-running, I replied before I could chicken out. Part of me absolutely could not believe I just said that. My wolf was content, but I felt completely embarrassed. I was horrible at flirting. Apparently, Gabriel's look had darkened considerably, and I detected lust intermingled with incredulity. Is that so? Was all he said, but there was emotion lingering underneath. I didn't say anything back. Instead, quickening my pace to leap over a fallen, I wanted to be open with Gabriel, but that was just plain embarrassing. My hormonal side was definitely getting to me. My wolf wanted me to jump his bones here and now, and it was harder to resist the urge while in this form. You don't have to be embarrassed, Skylar, Gabriel said, and I thought I sensed a hint of amusement coming from him. Well, never mind. You're going to have to refrain from those types of comments for now, he continued, saving me from my stammering. I don't think my wolf can take much more. I shuddered slightly at the implication. It sent pleasant chills up my spine. I'll try. My wolf definitely wanted to push his buttons, but I forced her primal urges back. I was not getting marked in the middle of the woods like a heathen, even if I was part animal. I couldn't let her completely take over like that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel grew quiet again, and our conversations over the next few hours were much more meaningless and light-hearted. Still, I could feel the sexual tension hovering just under the surface, threatening to break through. It was easiest for now to just keep my distance and veer away from the subject. By the time the Black Mountains Pack village was in sight, I was completely exhausted. Gabriel kept up a very fast pace that was more suited to an alpha than a normal she-wolf. Even worse, we'd only found his small rabbits during our single hunting stop. My wolf's stomach ached and her canines itched to tear into a deer or some sort of bigger game. The sun was setting, and I lowered my head as I trod down a steep hill. My paws were aching. I had only made the trip that fast when I ran after former Alpha Brett, and I had adrenaline on my side that time. I noticed Gabriel glancing at me out of the corner of his eye repeatedly as if to make sure I was collapsing. Moments later, he told me to shift, and I took cover behind a tree as I did so. Soon, the cover won't be needed. Technically HES our Alpha. We can shift in front of him. You know, my wolf chastised. I knew she was right, but I still felt incredibly modest and self-conscious of my naked body. Gabriel's sexual experience indicated that he liked his women a bit curvier. I wrinkled my nose with disgust, banishing thoughts of Ava from my mind. What was in the past should stay there. Besides, Gabriel had no choice but to be attracted to me. I was his. As we descended into the main part of the village and approached Gabriel's house, several wolves approached us and warmly greeted their alpha. I received some curious looks, but thankfully the pack didn't seem as hostile as last time. Then again, we were all part of the same pack now. I felt an automatic smile from on my face as my eyes fell on a hulking figure approaching. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skylar. Eli greeted us, dipping his head respectfully. Welcome back. Eli. Gabriel acknowledged him, ever the talkative one. Hey Eli. It's good to see you again. I greeted warmly. Eli, as usual, genuinely looked pleased to see me. It seems the pack hasn't fallen apart under your care, Gabriel remarked, causing a slight smile to form on his beta's face. Told you we'd take good care of it. He folded his arms in front of his chest, causing the muscles to bulge. Eli may not have been as large as Gabriel, but he was close, and quite imposing, even for a beta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know you just got here, but there were some things I wanted to go over with you. I looked over at me guiltily as he spoke, as if he were apologizing for distracting my mate. How important? Gabriel asked tersely. Pretty important, Hal is flickered to me, not knowing what they could be referring to. Skylar, if you want to go put your things away, I'll meet you there. Gabriel's face held an expression I couldn't place. I sighed and nodded, hoping he would fill me in at some point. Eli sent me an apologetic smile and the two began to walk away, Gabriel tossing me one last look over his shoulder. It was only then that I realized he hadn't specified where I was supposed to put my things. Last time, I had chosen my own room, but we were a lot closer this time. Would I be staying in Gabriel's room with him? My wolf was definitely fond of that prospect. Smiling a bit sneakily, I decided to go ahead and unpack my things in Gabriel's quarters. He hadn't told me otherwise, and I wanted to seize every opportunity to be cozy with him. Humming aimlessly, I quickly made my way into Gabriel's grand home, practically skipping up the steps. It felt so different than the last time I was here. Sure, there was a menace hovering on the horizon, but Gabriel and I were close to being on the same page now. That had to count for something. Right. I stopped on the top floor, glancing around as I felt a sense of déjà vu. The last time it'd been up here I hadn't exactly had permission. It just slept in Gabriel's bed without asking. Maybe this time HB be the one asking me. Come to think of it, I'd never seen Gabriel sleep before. He must be not needed as much rest as the normal alpha. What with his angel bloodline and all. I opened the large double doors to his room. Inhaling deeply as I entered, Gabriel's scent was a faint, lingering presence in the area, and the room smelled floral. Somehow, he hadn't been here in a while. I set my bag down, scanning the room for a place to stuff my clothes, when my eyes fell on something sitting atop the neatly made bed. My eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Resting on the bed was a bouquet of flowers, which explained the flowery scent in the room. The flowers were tucked partially between a couple pillows, so I hadn't seen them immediately. I approached the bedside, wondering if somehow Gabriel had planned this as a romantic surprise. It wasn't exactly in character, but why else would someone leave flowers here? I gingerly lifted the bouquet from the bed. I was pretty sure they were tulips of some sort. But, as I glanced closer, I realized they were beginning to wilt. They had clearly been on the bed for a day or two at least. As I realized that, for some reason I felt a pang of unease. My wolf shifted restlessly in the back of my mind. The flowers seemed innocuous, but I cowed and quelled the pervading sense of nervousness. Slowly, my eyes slid back down to the bed, and what I saw there made my breath catch in my throat. Underneath the flowers was a small white note, folded so the contents were obscured. My brain immediately flashed back to the last couple of times I had found a note on my bed. My wolf whimpered as I felt a genuine flash of fear and goosebumps sprung up on my skin. I dropped the bouquet and took a few steps backwards. Staring wide, I did the bed as my heart rate continued to quicken. There's no way this place has protection like the Stone of Jacob. I tried to convince myself, rationalize it, but all of my instincts were still on high alert. It feels wrong. It had to be him. My wolf replied. I felt a sense of dread permeate my entire being, and I reached out a hand to pick up the note. I was about to panic, but I had to be sure. My brain was still scrambling to come up with another culprit that would help replace the flowers here. Swallowing hard, I unfolded the note. As soon as my eyes fell upon the familiar script, I let the note flutter through my fingertips and onto the ground as a wave of panic rushed over me. I never got to pay my condolences at the funeral the note had read. I knew immediately Cain was referring to Anna's funeral, but that was the least of my concerns. Cain had been here, in Gabriel's room. As the full realization that it was dusk outside struck me, I released all of my panic into a mental message to Gabriel. Gabriel, Cain has been here. There was a note on your bed. Yet it's almost dark somehow. Don't move. I'm coming for you. Knock the doors and windows. Gabriel's tone was authoritative, but I did not miss the shock and horror lingering underneath. Okay, Gabriel, how did he get in? The panic was still clear in my voice, and I attempted to continue our mental conversation to distract me from the thought that Cain could swoop into the room at any minute. It was just now dark outside. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In a rush of movement I leapt towards the window, only to see it was already locked. Cain must have come into the bedroom doors. I pulled the curtains closed so nobody could see inside the room and, utilizing every bit of werewolf speed, I slammed the double doors shut and locked them, breathing heavily. I don't know. Hearing the worry so prevalent in Gabriel's voice worsened my fear. I felt perspiration beading on my forehead and I backed into the nearest corner, my eyes flicking across the room as if Cain would jump out and attack me at any minute. My breaths came in short pants and I clenched and unclenched my fists. My wolf was pacing in agitation. I felt a fresh wave of fear as I realized that Cain could still be here. The flowers had been left a day or two before, but he could have hidden in a closet, just waiting for us to come back. Any other vampire would have bravely stood up to, but I was no match for Cain. The thought of seeing him again terrified me, and as a werewolf, I was not used to this feeling of profound terror. Please hurry. He could still be here. I begged Gabriel, not caring how frightened I sounded. I felt his reassurance through the mind link, but I pressed myself against the wall, continuing to scan the room for the slightest sign of movement. Just stay where you are. Do you see anything? Smell anything? I hadn't caught any vampire scent, but they were hard to trace. The seemingly innocent flowers sat on the bed as if taunting me, and I could just see a corner of the white note poking out near the bottom of the bed. I gritted my teeth as anger melded with my fear. That despicable bastard would never stop taunting me until he died. Nothing yet, I replied shakily, feeling extremely vulnerable. I couldn't resist adding, I'm scared. Gabriel, hell never stopped doing things like this. He ever wanted to take me with them in the woods. When I went after Anne, he'll rip his throat out if he touches you. Gabriel snarled furiously. I felt a tinge of warmth at his protectiveness, but the fear still presided, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. My wolf, like me, was on full alert. How far had Gabriel and Eli gone? Anyways, he had to almost be here by now, as if on cue. I heard the front door bang open. In half a second I caught Gabriel's fresh scent, and he was at his bedroom door. I had no time to ponder his incredible speed as I rushed to open it. Skylar. Rather needlessly, for I already scented him. I threw open the door and Gabriel barged in, dark eyes stormy and furious as he glanced around the room. His gaze landed on the flowers, his face contorting into a snarling expression as he made his way over to the bedside. I felt his incredible fury through the mating bond. He reached over and picked up the note, scanning it quickly before tearing it into shreds with a grimace. How could this happen? I thought you had something here that worked like the Stone of Jacob. We do. It was supposed to last at least another week. The only explanation I can come up with is that Cain is considerably more powerful than we thought. Unless our sword is weaker than Raziel initially predicted. If Cain can break through the sword's power here, then I'm not sure your rosary will last much longer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes were burning with concern and worry, and I shivered. It was true that the rosary was only lukewarm against my skin now. What do we do? My voice small. Gabriel began to pace, running a hand through his hair in frustration. I hadn't planned for this so soon. Everyone will have to stay inside. Doors and windows locked. At night, there's no telling where Cain will strike next, and no wolf is powerful enough to take him on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes found mine and he hesitated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A cheer's too much of a coward to face me in person. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A cheer's trying to lure me out. A strange expression flickered through Gabriel's eyes, but he banished it swiftly. He looked at me keenly, staring me up and down. Are you all right? Yeah, just it was unexpected. I didn't want to let on how really terrified I had been, but I was sure Gabriel could sense it. In an instant, Gabriel was in front of me and his strong arms wrapped around my small frame in an embrace. I froze for half a sec and before returning the gesture, burying my nose into his chest. His scent was soothing and I took deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. I never should have let you go off alone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Self-loathing thick in his voice. It isn't your fault. You couldn't have known. I tried to reassure him. One of his hands ran aimlessly up and down my back, sending an entirely different type of chill shooting down my spine. Still, in not letting you out of my sight from now on. I backed away slightly and looked up at Gabriel to see him watching me with a hooded expression. It was like I was going to complain. He'll try to find another way to get to me. Gabriel gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw clenching. He can't have you. I think it has something to do with my blood. I didn't know it at the time, but Cain must be been referring to my affinity in the woods. I told Raziel everything you told me, and He has been looking into it. I've heard no word from him recently. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I shifted, glancing around the room wearily and dropping my arms. My wolf was on edge now, and I felt much jumped by easier than usual. Every shadow gathering in the corners of the room was a menacing threat. Gabriel seemed to sense my unease, and he made his way over to the fireplace in his room, which was well kept despite being smaller than the one downstairs. Within a minute he had set everything up and started a small fire, pulling out one of the small chairs. My mate gestured that I sit down, and I gratefully sank into the proffered seat. Just being around Gabriel was enough to calm me slightly, and I tried to take deep breaths to force my nerves and my wolf to relax. Seconds later, the bouquet from the bed had been tossed in the fire. I relished the sight of the wilted petals catching fire and crumbling into nothingness. Gabriel, meanwhile, poked and prodded into every corner of his room and his closet as if to make sure there were no vampires lurking about. I think he did so more for my benefit than anything, and I was profoundly grateful. I watched him out of the corner of my eye as he moved about. His lithe movements and muscular form never ceased to leave me awestruck. He began to pace again, countenance set in a rigid expression. I knew he was more than likely having mental conversations with Eli and Jack, and judging by Gabriel's posture they weren't coming up with any novel ideas on how to get rid of Cain. I felt like we were sitting ducks, just waiting for Cain to strike again, add another werewolf death to the growing number. I stared back into the fire, not able to come up with any answers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Raziel was our greatest living source of information, and he must have been having trouble interpreting the ancient book. We knew next to nothing about the ritual or the elements that comprised it, or even when it was supposed to take place. Now we had practically no protection against Cain. I could see why my mate looked so distressed. Wolves would continue dying if he didn't do something. Gabriel sank into the chair next to me, breaking me out of my depressing thoughts. The expression on his face pained me. He looked more downtrodden than I had ever seen him. Hopelessness was etched into his chiseled features. I felt completely useless. I was a future Luna, and I hadn't come up with a single idea. That was my job, to help Gabriel out when he was in a bind, but could think of no way to contribute. You could ease his stress. My wolf broke in, her first input in a while. How? You shouldn't have to ask. Realizing belatedly what she meant, I vainly tried to force the concept out of my mind. Now was not the time for inappropriate, lustful ideas. Gabriel wouldn't want the distraction right now. Anyways, as much as my body craved it, perhaps he would want the distraction. He can't do anything else about the vampires until daylight. Is everyone else safe for the night? I asked suddenly, attempting to distract my wolf. My thoughts were headed in a very dangerous direction. Gabriel looked at me, trying to conceal the hopelessness that still lingered in his eyes. Everyone is safe and accounted for. I nodded, twiddling my fingers and mentally chastising myself for acting so hormonal in a time like this. Gabriel surprised me by leaning forward, resting his elbows on his knees and placing his head in his hands. Seeing him in such a position of defeat just made me want to reach forward and wrap my arms around him. I'd never dealt with anything like this before. He finally said quietly. I blinked, not wanting to speak and ruin his train of thought. Gabriel was opening up to me and I didn't want to distract him. I've always had an answer. A plan of action. For this nothing. You'll think of something. It'll help you. We just have to keep trying. I tried vainly to reassure him. Wolves have been dying. Skylar, how many more have to die before Cain gets his way? Nobody's going to die. I argued vehemently. I couldn't see Gabriel like this. He couldn't give up. Gabriel looked up, his eyes boring into mine. How do you do that? Puzzled. Do what? You're so sure about things. So determined. Despite everything you've gone through. You still find inspiration and you keep fighting. And you don't. Gabriel said nothing. I used to despise your pack. Gabriel, I never understood why wolves would follow you when you could be so cruel. Now I understand. You're the perfect leader for them. You have fought and will fight for your pack. And you do sacrifice everything for them to make sure they're safe and have everything they need. Still, he didn't move. But I knew he was listening. You're the best alpha I've ever seen. You'll think of something. Just don't give up. They can't see you give up or fail, lose hope too. Gabriel raised his head and stared at me keenly for a moment, eyes glinting with something I cowled didn't recognize. What? A bit embarrassed by his penetrating stare. That was a speech fit for a Luna. He replied quietly, and my cheeks instantly heated up. I looked away, muttering something incoherent as I tried to get a handle on my embarrassment. His admiring words did nothing to quell the feelings churning within me. Gabriel sighed and shifted to his former position, this time gazing into the fire as if it held the answers he sought. Comfort him, Skylar. Even to just hug him, he needs comfort, and HES not used to receiving it. I knew my wolf was right. It was the thing to do. As Gabriel's mate, he had never really received affection, but my touch would soothe him whether he was used to it or not. Slowly, I got up and made my way over to him until I was standing behind his chair. Gabriel remained lost in thought, perhaps a mental conversation, staring into the flickering flames that had eaten through the rest of the flowers and long since turned them into ash. Gabriel's tall form left his shoulders above the chair, and I tentatively reached forward and draped my arms over him in a loose hug, resting my chin where his shoulder and neck connected. I felt Gabriel stiffen slightly with surprise, but I closed my eyes, trying to soothe him through the connection of our bodies. After a few seconds, his tense muscles loosened and I felt a small sense of victory. It felt so natural, embracing him like this. My wolf was stirring again, invigorated by our connection and instilling lustful impulses into my brain. It didn't help that his musky scent surrounded me and my skin felt hot where it was pressed against him. Almost regretfully, I loosened my arms and began to draw away. As soon as the contact ceased, Gabriel's shoulders hunched again and the tension returned. I couldn't help but remember my wolf's words from earlier, about a different way I could ease his stress. I had mixed feelings about the timing of everything, but I couldn't deny that desire was coursing through me due to our proximity. Not liking the tense way he sat, I felt my hands rest on his shoulders. I did not take time to think through my actions, instead reacting instinctively and on my wolf's commands. I hesitantly began to rub his shoulders, enjoying the feel of corded muscles beneath my hands. I really had no clue what out of my element in the physical relations world. But my wolf was practically directing my actions now. She could sense exactly what Gabriel and his wolf wanted, and for now, I was more than happy to oblige. I felt Gabriel's tension disappearing beneath my hands, but he remained partially rigid, more from surprise than anything. Or so I hoped. The air in the room was thickening and I could not help but feel I was approaching something that would not allow me to turn back once I breached it. Is this really the right time? I asked my wolf, but my tone was not very convincing, nor was the way I was thoroughly enjoying exploring Gabriel's neck and shoulders with my hands. Completing the mating bond is natural, especially now that Kane is right around the corner. What if something were to happen, and you never got a chance to mark each other? The thought was horrifying and I pushed it away. But he needs time to think and plan. He also needs his mate. He needs the comfort we provide. I just feel as if I'm being selfish, just because of my lust that hasn't been sated. It's making me act on hormones when I should be helping him plan. It's unnatural that we have yet to complete the mating. Most wolves consummate the bond almost immediately after meeting. Our mate and his wolf feel tortured that they haven't found that sort of release since we met. You know this. I tried vainly to think of an argument, but my wolf and my instincts were becoming more and more convincing. Now is a better time than any. You never know what will happen tomorrow. The pack needs a Luna to stand by their alpha. For once, Skylar, follow your instincts instead of overthinking everything. I closed my eyes, knowing she was right. She was always right. I had to shut off my analyzing brain and do what the wolf inside of me wanted. Especially since tomorrow was now completely unpredictable, and there was danger on the horizon. I opened my eyes and glanced down at Gabriel to see him gripping the arms of the chair. I hadn't noticed during my internal conversation, but it seemed my touch wasn't exactly making him relax anymore. He was speaking, as if the surprise from my forwardness still silenced him. I cautiously glanced around the room. Gabriel had locked the door, and the window was in a similar condition with curtains drawn to obscure the view of an unwelcome outsider. Nobody could get in without us knowing. "Stop," my wolf demanded, cutting off my analysis. More to prevent her reprimands than anything. I leaned forward and gingerly pressed my lips against the side of Gabriel's neck. He stiffened further under my touch, but I took this as a welcome sign and began to trail my lips down his warm skin. My arms released Gabriel's shoulders and draped across his torso once more. Gabriel made no attempt to resist, and I continued with more vigor, placing open, mouth kisses near his collarbone. Almost imperceptibly, a low growl resounded in Gabriel's throat. I trailed my hands across his chest and stomach, wishing his shirt did not obstruct my access. My mouth continued to move across every inch of skin on his neck that could reach before returning to the base of Gabriel's neck not covered by his shirt. Letting my instincts guide me, I opened my mouth further and trailed my tongue across his skin, right where it would mark him when we mated. This time Gabriel's growl was much louder. There was a blur of motion and I felt arms encircle me. A half-second later I was in a horizontal position on his bed, back pressing into the softness of the mattress as Gabriel hovered above me. My breath caught in my throat as I saw his burning expression, the clenched jaw. I reached down and hooked my fingers under his shirt, yanking it upwards towards me so he would know my intention. Gabriel obliged, gripping the shift and pulling it the rest of the way off before tossing it callously across the room. This left my eyes to fall upon his perfectly toned body and I blatantly checked him out. Reaching up a hand, I trailed it across his pectorals down to the muscles of his abdomen. Gabriel closed his eyes briefly. "Skylar, if you don't stop now, I don't think you'll be able to control myself much longer. I don't want you to," I rasped out, voice hoarse with lust. His eyes snapped open, desire swirling in their black depths. "You have to be sure. With everything that's going on, I'm sure. Gabriel, we've waited long enough." He breathed out heavily, eyes roaming across my still fully clothed body. "There's no telling what can happen tomorrow. We can't waste any time. I know the risks and I am willing to take them." Before he could argue more, I shifted position slightly and grabbed my own shirt, tugging it off of my small frame as Gabriel moved backward so I could maneuver. I was thankful for my wolf in this moment, because I followed her instincts. Since I had no sexual experience whatsoever, I had no clue how to be sexy or seductive, but I would try my best. When my shirt was gone, I glanced up to see Gabriel ogling my scantily clad chest shamelessly. A devouring hunger appeared in his eyes, and a second later his lips smashed against mine desperately, the force pressing me back against the pillow. The kiss was desperate and unyielding, and I opened my mouth to grant him full access as heat exploded within me. We shifted positions so we were laying side by side on the bed, all previous worries temporarily held at bay. Gabriel's hands burned trails of fire down my sides as they moved across the bare skin on my ribs, down to my hips and across my stomach, before finally reaching up and cupping my breast through my bra. I groaned slightly and pressed myself further against him, not used to the foreign sensation of being touched there. Gabriel made a noise deep in his throat, and his hand reached around, fingers tracing my spine before finding the clasp of my bra. I made no move to resist as he quickly undid the hooks and I shimmied out of the bra. With my chest fully exposed, I suddenly drew back, hesitating. I was not regretting my decision, but I could not prevent the sudden burst of self-consciousness that emerged. I was not what one would consider curvy, and had always been a bit embarrassed at my size in the chest area. No one had ever seen or touched me there before. What if Gabriel found me lacking? Despite my wolf's protests to the contrary, I found myself blushing and glancing away when Gabriel examined me. Puzzled. Is something wrong? He asked throat ly, his breath caressing my face due to our close proximity. Am I just I don't want you to be disappointed? I mumbled in humiliation. My face was burning. Disappointed? Yeah, well there isn't a lot to find there. Hopelessly I gestured at my chest, berating my complete and utter lack of experience and eloquence. How was I messing this up already? Sorry. I just don't want you. I started again when Gabriel didn't say anything. But he quickly silenced me by clamping a hand over my mouth. His expression had hardened and he looked angry. Don't you dare apologize. He snapped at me and I could only sit there, blinking up at him, all too aware of my half-neckedness. I couldn't have asked for a more beautiful mate, Gabriel said solemnly, oozing sincerity, and I gaped at him. I realized he'd never complimented my physical appearance before, and I hadn't known how much I needed him to say it. My heart fluttered in my chest while my wolf crowed triumphantly. Told you so, she said smugly, but she was quickly ignored as Gabriel released my mouth with his hand, only to touch his lips to mine again. This time, there was no protest made on my part as his hands roamed every inch of the newly exposed skin, caressing my breasts and causing me to whimper with the foreign sensations coursing through me. Gabriel's mouth left mine only to travel down my neck, leaving open, mouth kisses and bites that set my skin on fire. My hands fisted in his thick hair as his mouth reached the valley between my breasts. I felt the hairs on my body stand up in anticipation as a knee unfurled deep within me. I knew that my lust would not be sated this time until we completed the process we were too far along now for my wolf to be held at bay. His mouth finally found my breast and covered it, his tongue sliding along the surface and making me writhe with pleasure. His other hand roamed and cupped my backside firmly. He pressed me against his body and I could feel his arousal pressing against me, a sensation that only increased my wolf's drive to mate. I let my hands roam his bare body, my fingers tracing the musculature of his shoulders and back. Gabriel, I choked out when I felt that my body had enough torment from his lips. His mouth found its way back to mine, slowly and deliberately touching every ounce of exposed skin on the way. I bit down on his lip, wanting to tease him as much as I could with my currently limited access. As expected, Gabriel growled in response and pushed me further into the pillows. His mouth moved feverishly upon mine, and just as I thought that he'd never come up for air, he pulled away slightly. Gabriel's lips were swollen and his eyes completely black. I knew his wolf was at the forefront of his consciousness, ready to take over. Are you sure about this? He asked huskily. His muscles were clenched with the visible effort of restraining himself. Stop asking me that, I replied impatiently, my own need evident in my voice. I brought my mouth back to his and nipped his lip impatiently. As soon as I did so, Gabriel swiftly turned us so I was flat on my back again, his form above me. It only took him half of a second to remove his pants and I struggled to unbutton my shorts, kicking them off hastily. The air around us was warm, but I still felt a shiver course through me as I fully realized what was about to happen. Gabriel disappeared for a moment, getting up off of the bed, and I felt alone and bereft before he returned, clutching something in his hand. He almost looked sheepish and my eyes widened as I realized what it was. I figured you wouldn't want to risk pregnancy. With everything, he trailed off. I nodded hastily, knowing he was right. Gabriel's chances of impregnating another she-wolf were next to none, because he needed the optimal bloodline, the perfect other half with the ability to bear his child. There were scarce few females in the world capable of childbearing with an alpha bloodline. The pregnancy was not easy, and not suited for the average female. However, as his mate, we had an exceptionally high chance of pregnancy, so it was wise to not take risks, especially now. Seconds later, he was completely unclothed and was setting the protection in place. I tried not to let my sudden burst of nervousness show I still could not fully comprehend how my fragile frame was to accommodate him. Cheeks a rosy red. I tried not to stare at his anatomy, instead sliding off my last undergarment. I did not miss the way Gabriel's eyes appraised me and the satisfaction that appeared in his dark orbs. Are you ready? he asked softly, an expression of tenderness crossing his features that I never would have expected before. He had really come a long way. However, the desire to take me completely was still clearly at the forefront of his thoughts. Mouth dry, I nodded, content with staring into his eyes. You know, there's a chance that my mark will fade. I nodded again. I knew the risks, and I knew there was a chance it wouldn't work out. But I cowled and let Gabriel psych himself out of this. His wolf clearly wanted release, and I'd already made up my mind. Instead of verbally affirming my agreement, I kissed him yet again, this time taking the initiative to deepen the kiss. Gabriel's breath left his chest in a rush and he gripped my hips. I pulled back and continued to stare at him, putting my trust in his lead. My wolf was yipping with excitement, and I knew that this was it. This was one of the biggest moments of my life. I didn't regret it. My passionate feelings for Gabriel were not to be denied, and I knew they were deeper than I'd ever admitted to myself. He was worth it, and I closed my eyes to ready myself. It always hurt, it would, but I tried not to visibly express the pain that radiated from my core. I gritted my teeth, and the pain did not last long as my body accustomed to the perfectly natural activity. After the pain passed, the pleasure began a slow build-up, and I threw my arms around Gabriel, throwing my head back as my wolf reveled in the pleasure. As I thought I was going to burst, I felt a strong hand wrap around the back of my neck. I opened my eyes to see Gabriel's face just above mine, eyes a pitch, black and fangs fully extended. He was in the thralls of his wolf's power now, and it was time to be marked. I felt my own wolf come forth, and my teeth followed suit. My nails dug into his bare back, but Gabriel didn't seem to mind, lowering his head and inhaling my scent as the pleasure coursed deep through me. With a feral growl indicative of the animal within him, Gabriel lunged forward, and I felt his teeth make contact with the base of my neck. It only hurt for a split second before a bolt of pure pleasure shot through me, and I howled, the animalistic sound radiating throughout the room. Gabriel's teeth sunk deep within the flesh, but I was not aware of the pain. The pleasure overtook everything and was more than I could have imagined. He pulled back, and I felt the blood beginning to trickle down the side of my neck. As was customary, my mate leaned forward and used his tongue to bathe the wound. My skin sizzled where it touched, and the pleasure only intensified. I'd always heard of the wonders of the mating process, but I could never have imagined all of these sensations. Our turn, my wolf growled, and I felt her words emanate from my mouth. She was in complete control now. I planted my hands on Gabriel's chest as he pulled away to stare down at me, pride and possessiveness radiating from his gaze. He tilted his head to the side, granting me full access. In that moment, I didn't care that his mark could fade. All I wanted was for my mark to be visible on his skin. With a lightning fast move, I lunged forward and sank my teeth into the spot at the base of his neck above his collarbone. I dug my canines in as far as they would go, reveling in the sounds that my action elicited from Gabriel. After pulling them out, I easily ran my tongue to clean it the same way he had. The blood would stop flowing almost instantaneously, but his mark remained sensitive to my touch, and I felt his fingers dig into my skin. It may have been animalistic and primal, but cleaning the blood served the most important purpose. It truly bound us. It combined our essence, linked us as one. After we ingested each other's blood, even in such a small amount, everything changed. I could already feel it happening now. As I bathed the wound, I could feel an overwhelming presence pressing in upon my consciousness, and it was as if the missing piece of my soul had fallen in place. I could sense a powerful pleasure and radiant joy that were not my own. I knew everything that Gabriel was feeling now. We collapsed back down on the bed, breathing hard. Gabriel reached forward and interlaced my fingers with his. I had never felt so complete or content in my entire life. I gazed into his eyes wordlessly, for there was no need for speech. Everything we needed to know, we could say in our minds. I cuddled up against his large figure, disregarding our sweaty bodies. It was silent for a while as we peacefully basked in the moment. "You're Iluna now," Gabriel finally said, very quietly. I noticed that he had a hand fisted in my hair while the other was wrapped around me. "Let's hook him up for it," I joked weakly. "You'll be a great Luna," he replied seriously. "I only wish it could be at a better time." I nodded, reaching out and aimlessly tracing the muscles on his abdomen. My breathing had eased now, and I felt my wolf stirring again. She would never get enough of this. Gabriel was watching my hand, and I noticed his not so subtle growing excitement. My eyes found his to see them darkening further, desire in their depths yet again. We were werewolves. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And he was an alpha. We had much greater stamina than humans, and now that I had combined my essence with Gabriel's, I felt stronger. Somehow, it probably had something to do with the fact that it ingested some amount of angel blood. Gabriel's thoughts definitely echoed my own, because within seconds, he was on top of me again, pressing me back into the mattress and kissing me with renewed vigor. I definitely was complaining, an hour or so later, I drifted into a dreamless sleep. I felt peaceful and completely at ease, with newfound fulfillment that came with completing the bond with my mate. My wolf was completely satiated. I allowed my admittedly sore body to rest as I welcomed unconsciousness. Sometime in the night, I vaguely registered Gabriel stirring and making to leave the bed. Almost without meaning to, I reached out and grabbed his hand. "Where are you going?" I mumbled groggily, barely coherent. I felt him lean forward, his warm breath stirring the hair next to my ear. "Wazil is trying to contact me. In just getting the feather. He'll be back soon." I nodded, eyes still closed, accepting his explanation without question. This was the most hope we'd had all day. Anyways, it was good that Raziel was finally contacting Gabriel. Hopefully we'd have a new lead tomorrow. I made no attempt to stay awake, knowing He'd return to bed soon, with the new-found spark of determination that there would be answers soon. I drifted back into the best sleep of my life. I felt cold. The pronounced lack of warmth was what woke me up the following morning. I blinked my bleary eyes open, glancing towards the window nearby. The curtains still obscured my view, but I could see the light of morning creeping in around the edges. Yawning, I shifted position, wondering why I felt so chilly when I was cocooned in Gabriel's bed. I reached out a hand to Gabriel's place on the bed and Gabriel was already awake. The place he had been sleeping was cold. I frowned in confusion. Exactly how early had he gotten up? The room seemed empty without him in it. The bed seemed far too big. Groaning, I struggled to sit up. I was incredibly sore from last night. Remembering the passionate undertakings made my cheeks heat up a bit and I stretched, trying to work the kinks out. As I stood up I realized I was completely naked still. This only made me blush more furiously and I hurried to retrieve some new clothes to wear from the bag it brought. As soon as I was clothed, I wandered into the bathroom. I had to see for myself the concrete proof of what had happened the night before. Putting down the collar of my T-shirt, I couldn't help but grin triumphantly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At the base of my neck was Gabriel's mark. It looked incredibly fresh but wasn't bleeding, and the dark red color would never change. It wouldn't fade to a lighter color like a normal scar. I traced the puncture wounds of his canines, remembering the feel of his teeth sinking into my skin. Suddenly, I realized that my wolf hadn't said anything yet. She was strangely silent. I prodded her with a mental probe, urging her to say something. "You awake yet? Something is wrong." Immediately, I tensed. My wolf sounded completely distraught. As I pondered over the possible causes of her worry and where Gabriel could be, I realized something. Something I would have realized much sooner if he'd been used to the mating link. I felt nothing from Gabriel. No emotions. No mental link, nothing. I wasn't used to feeling Gabriel's every emotion, so I hadn't noticed the strange absence upon awakening. But now was all too aware that he had withdrawn from my mind. I stared into the mirror as my face paled. His mark hadn't have already faded. Could it? That was ludicrous. It would take much longer than one night. This is deliberate. He is blocking us. I cannot feel him. My wolf whimpered, and pain washed over me as her words hit home. Why would Gabriel do that? Mates were never supposed to block each other out. The only thing I could think of was that he was suffering some sort of unmarking me from it. Or keeping some secret from me. What if it had to do with Raziel contacting him last night? I bit my lip. Coppery taste filling my mouth. I suddenly felt very, very alone. And exposed. I couldn't help a surge of anger from emerging. That Gabriel would just mentally abandon me like that without a word. I strode back into his room and glanced around, seeing no note or any indication of where he was. Gabriel, are you there? I tried to contact him, but my wolf was right. It was like hitting a mental brick wall. I could still feel our connection, distant and tenuous, so I knew he hadn't died. However, I didn't feel his consciousness directly pressing up against mine. He was completely withdrawn. There was something blocking my link to him. According to my wolf, it was Gabriel himself. It took a lot of mental focus to block one's mate, so it had to be deliberate. I felt a wave of panic rising and I attempted to squash it as I strode out of his room. I needed answers, and the only person I could think of was Eli. Perhaps he'd known where Gabriel had gone. There was also a chance Gabriel was lurking about the pack village or out in the woods, and I had to find him. As I walked into the bright sunlight and tried to catch Hel's or Gabriel's scent, I continued my efforts to link Gabriel. To no avail. I was definitely being blocked from my own mate. It took me half an hour to find Eli at the training grounds, and in that moment I didn't care if I was interrupting a training session. I strode over towards the small group of wolves, not failing to notice the eyes that fixated on the fresh mark on my neck. Several wolves dipped their heads in respect, but I did not have time for that. My eyes met Hel's instantly. Guilt flashed in the beta's expression. He knew something. "Excuse me for a minute," he told the other wolves, jerking his head. Eli indicated I follow him. I ignored the stares I was getting and followed his hulking form. My anger was continuing to rise as I realized that, yet again, he'd been left out of the loop. Skydive Eli began, turning to face me, but I didn't give him time to finish. "Where is he?" "It was supposed to. Where is he?" Eli he is blocking me out. I have no clue what happened to him. He is fine. Skylar, he is doing that to protect you. How the hell is that protecting me? We just mated. And then I wake up to find his scent stale and his mental presence gone. Eli sighed, folding his arms in front of his broad chest. It seemed like he didn't want to be the one to tell me this. He left. Skylar, you wait. What? The alpha left. He met with me and spoke with Jack for several hours, saying he had to leave, that there was no other choice. He left us with detailed instructions on how to handle the pack until he takes care of the problem. He didn't tell you because he knew you would argue with him and try to stop him, even though HES doing the best possible thing for you and the pack. Leaving is the best possible thing. My voice had risen to a hysterical pitch. I could not control my rising hurt. And what problem? I was sure why I bothered to ask the last part. I already knew what the answer was. I just didn't want to hear it. The blood was rushing in my ears and I felt dizzy. The sense of abandonment I felt had increased tenfold. He went after Kane. I stood there, staring at Eli, transfixed with horror. It couldn't be true. I wouldn't accept that Gabriel had gone to take on Kane when there could have been another option. The look of regret in Ella's dark eyes, however, confirmed it, and so did Gabriel's alarming lack of presence in my mind. Gabriel had left a single-handedly take on the problem. My wolf howled mournfully, digesting the fact that we'd been left here by our other half. Just hours after mating, my mate was gone. I couldn't believe this was happening. My wolf was howling in agony as I paced back and forth in Gabriel's living room, pondering what to do next. Should I stay here to protect my pack, or risk my life to follow my mate and find the answers? Chapter 30. I couldn't believe this was happening. My wolf's agonized howls were difficult to drown out as I paced back and forth, deep in thought about what exactly I was supposed to do now. We were back in Gabriel's house in his living room, and Eli was sitting on the couch solemnly watching my fevered movements. I couldn't help the frustrated groan that escaped my lips as I spun to face the beta, and Gabriel honestly believed there was no other way. Eli shook his head, slowly and regretfully. He was dead, set on going after Cain. Said he had some new information, and it was the only option. It asked him different variations of the same question, as if I expected El's answer to change, but it hadn't. My mind was going in circles amidst my wolf frustration, coming to the same conclusion over and over again. Whatever Raziel had contacted Gabriel about, it was significant, especially to make Gabriel drop everything and leave in the dead of night. Curiosity was gnawing at me, begging me to take off and go get answers from Raziel. Part of me wanted to do just that. I ran a hand through my tangled brown curls in yet another fit of aggravation. He didn't even tell me, I whispered, betrayal leaking into my tone. Again, he probably said the same thing 10 times, but Eli was being patient with me. Not that he had a choice. He knew you'd react like this, and there was still a lot of time. He gave Jack and me instructions on how to run the pack a few days. He made sure we were prepared, but he didn't even pack a bag. I clenched my fist tightly, not responding. There was nothing I could say that would bring Gabriel back. I would just have to sit and wait now. I couldn't do that. I couldn't just loaf around while my mate was putting his life on the line. What the hell are we supposed to do? I demanded of my wolf, who had subsided into quiet whimpering. Go after him. Go find our mate, she started. I was about to respond, but then I sensed a sudden hesitation from her. What's wrong? I pressed her, surprised she was hesitant about anything. It's just Luna. I feel it. I want our mate, but some part of me wants to protect the others. I don't know what to do. As she spoke, I sensed the true turmoil of her emotions. My wolf and I had gotten a new responsibility, and by instinct she wanted to act out our role as Luna, but we also wanted to run after our mate. We couldn't do both. We haven't learned anything about being Luna, and it won't matter if Gabriel dies. I responded after a moment, well aware of L's penetrating stare fixated on me. As I spoke, I realized that despite my wolf's instinct to protect the pack, the far greater urge was to run after Gabriel. My wolf would pushed me out of the door already if not for her sense of obligation. Why would he leave us before teaching us how to help the pack? Whatever Raziel told him must have been urgent, but there's still so much we don't know about Cain. Gabriel could walk into a trap. I mused, the thought horrifying. We can't wait here if that's going to happen, was my wolf's reply, but I still sensed her conflict tie on. I know we're supposed to be Luna, and I know you have that instinct now. We both do, but we're of little to no use now with such lack of experience. And Eli and Jack are more than capable of handling the pack for a couple of days, especially if Gabriel is out distracting Cain. I was working through the reasoning as I spoke, and knew my words rang true. If I went after Gabriel, I would in some form be abandoning my post as Luna. But if I could save Gabriel's life, it would be worth it. This pack needed him as alpha. Besides, as his mate, I was supposed to stand by his side. Then again, what chance did I have against Cain? Our mate is the only one that can bring him down. Even we are not strong enough to fight Cain. We could find answers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Go to Raziel. Learn what exactly is going on. My wolf didn't seem completely opposed to the idea, so I pressed on. Then we can decide from there whether we'll be of more use back here at the pack or helping Gabriel. I'm sure she knew I was saying a lot of that to appease her, and that I would go after Gabriel no matter what. But some of her tension eased. Skylar. It was then I realized that Eli had been trying to get my attention. I refocused on his face to see his brow furrowed, dark gaze studying me intently. "What are you going to do?" And something flashed in his eyes. I opened my mouth to give him a truthful response, but some instinct kicked in, telling me to lie. I was normally an honest person, but in this particular situation, an inner voice was telling me to fib. I always trusted these instincts, so I went with it. Gabriel marked me as Luna. I don't know where he went. I guess it's best I stay here and help take care of the pack, I said quietly, trying to make my voice as sincere as possible. I absolutely loathed lying to him, but for some reason I didn't want him to know I was going after Gabriel. Probably because Gabriel commanded Eli, and possibly every other warrior in the pack, to stop you from going after him. My wolf's words struck home and I realized she was right. That's why Eli had followed me back and was watching me so intently he thought I would bolt. Of course Gabriel would have made sure I cowed and follow. He was overprotective of me. I met Ella's gaze squarely, hoping my regret didn't shine through. I'm going to learn to be Luna the hard way. I guess it's what Gabriel would want. Right. I attempted to look resigned to this decision. Eli nodded, slowly, seeming to accept my decision. "I'll stay here and watch over you. That's what the Alpha wanted." I smiled half-heartedly and nodded as his words confirmed my suspicions. It would be difficult to sneak out with Eli hovering around the house, but I could do it. Razierless residence had been a 10-hour drive, so to avoid traveling in darkness I'd have to wait until early the next morning to leave, as it was already afternoon today. I remembered the name of the city well enough. I knew I could find it again. Perhaps I was making a selfish decision, running after my mate and ignoring his wishes, leaving the pack behind. Some part of me did regret it, but for my sanity, I was doing the right thing. I had to follow Gabriel. I would chase him and cane to the ends of the earth if I had to. I would be content with finding Raziel and obtaining as much information as possible. The rest of the day passed tortuously slowly. I mostly kept to Gabriel's room, constantly moving from the chair by the fire to his bed, and then to look out of the window again. I tried to read one of his books to pass the time, but to no avail. Gabriel constantly haunted my thoughts. I tried to contact him a few more times, but his mental barriers remained intact and I grew increasingly frustrated. All I wanted was to know that he was safe. When I went to mindlessly grab some sort of sustenance from the fridge, I noticed Eli was still lounging in the living room, talking to the big beefy blonde guy that had shown me the lay of the land. Vincent. I remembered. They were deep in conversation, so they paid me no mind as I returned to my room. I guessed Eli had thought that he was being kind by giving me a day to cope with Gabriel's absence before I began to act as Luna. After cramming the sandwich and dabbled down my throat despite my unsettled stomach, I moved to the window and shut the curtains. Sunset was not too far away now, and the last thing I wanted was some creepy vampire watching me. I wondered if anyone nearby, if Gabriel had gone after Cain. Surely the latter had more important things to do than leave me a note in the middle of the night. That didn't mean Cain hadn't left someone behind to watch me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I locked the window and the double doors after saying goodnight to Eli, who was going to sleep in a guest room. The beta gave me a searching, suspicious look that let me know it'd have to be awfully quiet when sneaking out in the morning. I was glad that he was going to sleep outside Gabriel's door. I planned to just stay awake to avoid having to set an alarm that would wake Eli from his slumber. Darkness arrived, and I was extra jumpy as I took a long, hot bath. It was eerily devoid of noise outside, but I didn't feel that any vampires were nearby. The hairs on the back of my neck weren't standing up and my wolf remained quietly agitated that we were so far away from Gabriel. After bathing, I removed everything from my traveling bag that I didn't think I would need. I planned to travel as light as possible, so I merely kept a few articles of clothing, some money that I was gratefully grabbed from my house at the last second, and my toothbrush inside. If everything went smoothly, I wouldn't be gone terribly long. I couldn't help but feel there was incredibly wishful thinking. I peeked blearily through the gap between the curtains, confirming that the sky was beginning to morph from a deep blue to a lighter one infused with pink. The sun was just about to break above the horizon, and I could not wait any longer. I opened the curtains the rest of the way, moving cautiously as to not cause too much noise. Eli was downstairs, but he still had enhanced hearing that would pick up anything too loud. Reaching out, I tentatively flipped the latch so the window was unlocked. Now I just had to be as silent as possible when opening it. It was grueling, but I slid the window up inch by inch until it was large enough for me to climb through. Glancing around, I determined that there wasn't a particularly sturdy tree nearby. I would have to jump. I may have been on the 3rd story, but my body could take it, although I would have preferred the less drastic method of climbing. I eased my body through the open window until I was sitting on the ledge with my legs off of the side, swinging towards the ground where I'd be landing. My bag was secured on my back. I glanced around the room one last time before shoving off of the side of the building. I landed fairly gracefully, bending my knees and touching my hands to the ground to absorb the impact. There was not a moment to waste. I took off towards the trees, using my enhanced speed so that the fringe of the forest approached at an alarming rate. Once I entered the trees, I prepared to shift, and that's when I heard it. A distant voice calling my name. Skylar. It was riddled with fury. Eli. He must have heard some sort of noise coming from my bedroom, or he'd been awake all along. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, I leapt forward, shifting in mid-air until I landed on the ground on 4 legs instead of 2. He would follow me, no doubt, but there was only so far Eli could go before he'd turn back. He wouldn't abandon the Black Mountains Pack Village to chase me. I whizzed through the trees, scenting the air and determining that Eli was in fact chasing me. As a beta, he was probably faster than I, but newfound strength pumped through my limbs and I tore through the woods faster than ever before. It had to be Gabriel's essence that was giving me this incredible speed. It'd never run like this before and I reveled in it. Branches tore my thick coat, but I paid them no mind. Letting the wind rush through my fur as I kept up the breakneck pace. So this was one of the perks of being Luna. With an alpha of angel bloodline. Too, my wolf said, pride emanating from her voice. It only took 15 minutes. Maybe a bit more. For Eli to stop chasing me. Perhaps he realized I was running just as fast as he was. Or maybe he felt guilty leaving the pack he was in charge of. Either way, I was relieved. I knew it was horrible to lie to him, but my actions were for the greater good. Once I determined was no longer being pursued, I altered my direction towards the pass in the mountains. I may have slept most of the way to wildest, but I remembered where the nearest gas station was. I could get a map there, and as a werewolf, my sense of direction was impeccable. With this fiery determination burning within me, it'd be there in a 10-hour drive was only an 8-hour run, as I could move faster than a car. It was difficult at times when the forest opened up to long, rolling plains. I knew I looked ridiculous, a massive wolf running with a bag attached to its back. When I scented humans, I would have to change direction to avoid them. Fortunately, most of the journey consisted of large expanses of land with no human settlements. Once I'd picked up the map, it was easy enough to choose the route with the least civilization. I could push my legs as fast as they would go without fear of someone seeing me. Then again, to humans I would just look like a silver blow whizzing by. A lot of my caution was likely in vain. I arrived at the city with a few hours to spare, my stomach aching with hunger. It only hunted briefly at the beginning of my journey. Rapid City, South Dakota. I felt a sense of déjà vu as I approached the fringes of the settlement, momentarily taking shelter behind a cluster of rocks to shift back. I was sure the kind people of South Dakota would accept a giant wolf into their city with open arms. The first gas station I came to, I obtained another map with some money stashed in my bag. After politely inquiring the gas station attendant for directions, I was directed towards the inn I had stayed at with Gabriel, because I would remember my way to wildest from there. That felt like so long ago now. Gabriel's mouth on my bearskin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was especially vivid. I had to brush the side, focusing instead on my own stubborn determination. I couldn't get sentimental, at least not until I had my answers. My memory and perfect sense of direction served me well. It took longer than anticipated, but finally I recognized the drive leading up to wildest's house. I was grateful that Gabriel and I had been having an awkward moment in the car, thus forcing me to stare out of the window the whole way to wildest's dwelling. A faint smile tugged at my mouth as I walked towards wildest's driveway, absently admiring the landscaping. The place looked as regal and imposing as ever. The angel opened the door after a brief knock, surprise etched on his chiseled features as electric blue eyes met mine. The shock quickly morphed into a grimace as he realized what exactly my presence entailed. As always, I was briefly distracted by the sheer beauty of wildest's face, and I had to shake myself out of it. I faintly wondered if all angels were so perfect looking, and I concluded that it must have just been an innate trait of those with holy blood. Somehow, I knew you defined your way here, Wildest said, tone laced with resignation. I noticed his shocking eyes flicker to my neck, where Gabriel's mark was visible next to the straps of my tank top. Come in? I thanked him, feeling a burst of nervousness that I quickly quelled. Being in an angel's presence was daunting, but I had to remember why I was here. Wildest's shoulders were slightly hunched as he led me into the kitchen. I was absolutely positive that he did not want to see me, especially all by myself, but I had to make sure he knew that I had no choice. Gabriel told me he marked you. The angel muttered absently, rummaging around for a bit before putting some water on to boil to make tea. I leaned against the countertop, watching him. I tried to tell him that once he did, he'd stop at nothing to find him when he left. He clearly did not have enough faith in your stubborn streak. Why did he leave? I decided to cut right to the point. I know you contacted him last night, and afterwards I trailed off, feeling another pang of loneliness. What did you tell him? Wildest sighed, remaining silent, staring at the kettle on the stove for a moment before he snapped out of it and turned to face me. I don't think it would be wise to repeat it to you, Skylar. Why not? I demanded, trying my best not to sound petulant. Some things you are better off not knowing. Gabriel will take care of it. How do you know? He's the only one that can. And I found some information that indicates he has an advantage. What advantage is that? You're very persistent, Wildest observed, dryness creeping into his tone. It always irritates Gabriel. Too, I said quietly, forcing the sadness away. But you have to understand why I need to know what you told him. I can't sleep. I can barely eat thinking about what could be happening to him. We mated, and the next morning he was just gone. He left me without a word, even with this new bond between us. I can't just let him go off without knowing what he's getting himself into. And my wolf. She's so distraught I know. I felt my frustration rise to the surface. You're not a mated werewolf. How could you know? I demanded sharply, quickly snapping my mouth shut after I spoke. I hadn't meant to be rude, but the stress was getting to me. Wildest didn't look angry, though to my surprise, he just looked incredibly sad. I know better than most the power of a werewolf mating bond. He spoke so quietly I scarcely heard him. What do you mean? I stammered, momentarily caught off guard by his tone and expression. Wildest's lips twisted sardonically. It's stronger than any connection I've ever come across, and considerably more powerful than what humans are capable. A mating bond can even interfere with angelic power. I blinked at him, intrigued despite the fact that we were drifting off topic. Perhaps my mind just wanted to seize on something less painful to think about. Interfere with an angel's power, how? Wildest studied me keenly for a moment, his penetrating orbs making me fidget. He took a few steps forward until he stood on the other side of the counter. I felt my eyes drawn upwards until I was staring into his blues. Something about Wildest was mesmerizing. Hypnotic, his perfect look surged me to approach him, to reach up and touch his face. But I held back. My fingers twitched at my sides and I clenched my hands into fist. Bewildered, Raziel approached further until our faces were a foot apart. As I stared at the angel, Gabriel's face suddenly flickered into my mind's eye. His dark and tousled hair, his deep eyes. I felt a powerful surge of longing for my wayward mate. "Stop this," my wolf snarled, and instantly the spell was broken. I staggered a few steps backwards, staring up at Raziel accusingly. It was like he had cast an enchantment on me, and only my wolf had broken it. Raziel chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "Now you know what I mean. Any human or unmated werewolf could never have broken through the allure of my physical charms. It's one of the angel's most potent abilities, and one of my only skills that hasn't completely faded. It serves to entrance any living, conscious being. But after living on Earth for a while, I learned the hard way that it will never work on a mated werewolf. When you looked at me, you saw Gabriel, didn't you?" I nodded and still felt a bit angry that Raziel had tried to manipulate me like that. But I was curious. "How did you learn that the hard way?" The sardonic expression was back on the angel's face. "Meeting Gabriel's grandmother taught me all about it." My eyes widened. I had never heard anything about Raziel's former love, the werewolf that had birthed Rebecca. Nobody seemed to mention her. I opened my mouth to question further after Raziel's cryptic remark, only to see that he had turned his back and was returning to the tea kettle. I couldn't see his expression, but judging by his posture he did not want to discuss it further. "So yes, I do understand why you are here and why you want to go after your mate. Still, I'm not sure that sharing information with you is the best option." "Why? Because it'll put me in danger?" "Yes, Gabriel would not want that." I huffed in frustration, drumming my fingers on the counter. I was silent for a couple of minutes as I tried to think of something. Anything that would reason with Raziel. I didn't want to anger him, but my wolf and I refused to concede until we gleaned at least one bit of useful information. After another moment, Raziel placed the steaming cup of tea in front of me. I thanked him politely but was still brainstorming. Slowly, a different tactic came to me. What if it was Gabriel's grandmother? The angel's gaze sharpened and found mine. I could tell he did not like the direction this was going. If she ran off and didn't tell you, and somebody you knew had information about where she was and what she was doing, wouldn't you do everything in your power to obtain it? I think you know the answer to that. I gestured impatiently. "So you understand how I'm feeling, being kept in the dark." He said nothing. "I understand Gabriel wants to keep me safe. I don't blame him, but it's my decision too. There are two wolves in this relationship, not one. Don't I get a choice about whether to place myself in danger or not? I'm the Luna now. I can't let everyone make the decisions for me." Raziel closed his eyes and sighed. "Robbing you of your choices would be wrong. However, in your best interest, I should get to decide what is in my best interest. I'm not a child." The angel's jaw clenched as he pondered, and I knew it made a good point as soon as a shadow of resignation crossed his features. "If I tell you, you can't do anything rash. There are some things you won't like hearing, but if you insist I do, very well. We will go to the living room. I think it's a good idea for you to sit down." I did as he asked, clasping the mug of tea tightly in my hand. It was warm and soothing against my skin. I felt sweaty and dusty from my day-long trek, and knew I'd need to clean myself up before going anywhere else. Feeling guilty about possibly dirtying his furniture, I tentatively sat on the couch while Raziel leaned against the wall nearby. "I'm only going to tell you the basics. The first thing I learned is what I told Gabriel in the coffee shop." I nodded for him to continue. Raziel looked reluctant, but he resumed speaking. This piece of information presented both good and bad aspects. Basically, when Cain uses Gabriel's blood for the ritual, the book says that rituals of that nature will tie the drinker's life force to the provider. Put more simply, Cain's life will depend on Gabriel. The ritual won't kill Gabriel, but afterwards if Gabriel dies, Cain dies. I was sure my eyes were as round as saucers and my mouth hung open. Out of everything, I was not expecting that. This gives Gabriel an advantage. As you can imagine, Cain will not harm Gabriel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Killing Gabriel would be Cain killing himself too. During the ritual, Cain will also link himself to his coven so that all of them can possess the sun, walking ability. However, if Gabriel dies, it will affect Cain and anyone linked to him, which happens to be an entire coven. I was attempting to put the pieces together. If Gabriel knew Cain cowled and hurt him, this should assure that Cain leaves your pack alone after the ritual. He won't want to risk angering Gabriel. His expression became grim, because if Gabriel feels that Cain is going to continue to be a threat, he must sacrifice himself. My heart stopped as I processed this. What? Gabriel is willing to give his own life if necessary, thereby killing Cain and entire coven, to keep you all safe. No, he can't, I replied breathlessly. I felt like my heart was being squeezed in a vice grip, and my wolf was whining pitifully at even the thought of our mate being gone, completely gone from our lives forever. That's a last resort, Skylar, Raziel said quietly, sensing my turmoil. Gabriel has a plan that will come before that. What's his plan? Well, before I tell you, you need to know the other information I found. This is a bit more complicated. Raziel stood up from the wall and began to slowly pace across the middle of the room. You see, there's 2 ways to conduct the ritual, and the effect on Cain will differ depending which method is used. Gabriel can either give his blood willingly, through a self-inflicted wound, or Cain can take it forcefully from him. Gabriel would never willingly do that, I responded, perplexed. Originally, no. You see, during the ritual, Cain will be incapacitated and weak. His entire clan too. The holy blood running through the system of a demon will not be pleasant. The book indicates that it'll take hours for Cain to recover, and in the meanwhile, he will be in extreme pain. It seems ideal for Gabriel to strike then, since Cain will be weak and Gabriel can kill him much more easily. As I explained before, Cain's coven is linked to him during the ritual. If Cain dies, they all die. Raziel stopped, turning to face me. The severity of Cain's incapacitation will vary. Like I said before, if Gabriel gives his blood willingly, Cain will suffer less. If Gabriel's blood is forcefully taken, Cain will be in agonizing pain for much longer. That's just how this ritual works. It's all about willing sacrifice. So he's probably already realized. Cain would much rather Gabriel sacrifice his blood willingly. I nodded, mind working overtime to see where Raziel was going with this. I found something in the book that I didn't quite understand. It spoke of a way that Cain could ease his pain during the period after the ritual. Ease it so that he never even suffers at all and he isn't vulnerable. Human blood wouldn't suffice, and more angel blood could kill him. Thereby, here are my speculations, and here is where you come in. I felt my heart rate increase again. How was I involved in this? Cain knows that Gabriel wouldn't willingly give his blood, so he has been searching for a way for years to find a cure for the incapacitation. He must have heard that there's a way to do it. Unfortunately for vampires, they can only process blood. But what if he could find a blood with natural healing properties, stronger than human blood? Healing proper, oh. The horrifying realization was dawning on me. But surely, I was wrong. Gabriel told me that Cain took your father's blood, and then came to you, displaying clear interest in your blood. Your father's comatose state activated your affinity, did it not? I nodded mutely. This seems too deliberate. He knew your affinity would awaken, and he craved it. Vampires have no such natural abilities. You see, they can't connect with the world around them and heal. No doubt Cain has been fascinated by werewolf pet doctors for years. When you came along, you were perfect, at least in his mind. Being Gabriel's mate only worsened things. How so? I managed to rasp out. When you mate, your essence is combined. You don't have angelic blood, but some of Gabriel's essence is within you. You are a werewolf, a lunar, with an affinity and an angel hybrid as a mate. Do you realize what this means? Skylar, I stared down at my hands, not trusting my voice. You are the perfect elixir for Cain's incapacitation. If Gabriel doesn't give his blood willingly, Cain will stop at absolutely nothing to obtain you to avoid the vulnerability during the ritual. His entire coven will be after you, and he has the ability to bend humans to his will, too. You would always be in danger. The ones you love would always be in danger. I bit my lip hard. It couldn't be true. It couldn't be my blood that would help Cain. The thought of him sinking his fangs into my neck, drinking from me to ease his suffering, was repugnant. So Gabriel has to offer his blood willingly. The ritual will be completed. Gabriel will not be harmed, and your pack will be left alone for fear of Gabriel's wrath. You will be left alone and unharmed. So why can't Gabriel just kill Cain before the ceremony? It seems more than likely that Cain has others watching you, and your loved ones, with the intent to kill if something happens to disrupt the ritual. Cain will make sure you suffer in some way or another. Gabriel is not going to risk that. So instead, it's just letting Cain get what he wants. Not exactly. Since Gabriel will volunteer his blood, Cain won't be in intense pain through the process. However, he will still be weaker than normal and more vulnerable as the angel blood courses to his system. As soon as Cain drinks the blood and links his life force to his coven, Gabriel will kill him. I felt my breath catch in my throat. What if he can't? I whispered weakly. You have so little faith in your mate. I shook my head hastily. It isn't that. I just don't like him being in danger, I replied shakily, trying to fight tears from rising. In the worst possible scenario, Gabriel will not be able to kill Cain. But Cain won't kill your mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your pack will be safe from the vampires since they are tied to Gabriel. I wanted to lunge at Cain and rip his throat out. I wanted to kill him for using me as a scientific experiment, for forcing Gabriel to sacrifice his blood to allow those demons to walk in the sun where they didn't belong. Gabriel was all by himself, probably being held captive, and those disgusting creatures would now be able to terrorize everyone there. Wait, but the vampires will leave us alone. But what about the other werewolf packs? That is not your concern. You have to worry about your own pack. The angel replied calmly. There are few enough werewolves as it is. If Gabriel can't kill Cain, the vampires will go wipe all of them out except us. They'll continue to kill humans, too, and more of them. There is no perfect solution to this problem. I gritted my teeth angrily. How can you say that? How is it okay to let others be killed just because they aren't part of our pack? There's nothing you can do. Skylar, Raziel replied, more intently. There has to be something. We can't let our own kind be slaughtered without warning. There is nothing you can do, Raziel said, and this time the anger was clearly discernible in his voice. I've learned everything I can about this ritual, and this is the best plan we can come up with. No. Horror was washing over me as I pictured hundreds of werewolves being hunted down and brutally killed by Cain and his coven. Cain was too strong for any of them. He was ruthless in power, hungry, and would not stop. My pack may not associate with others, but I still felt a fierce loyalty to my own kind. There has to be someone. I glanced around the room frantically, seeking out anything of help. My search was futile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nobody knew anything else about this ritual. Nobody had gotten close enough to Cain to. My breath caught in my throat. There was one person that knew, and she was lying immobile in a mausoleum. She was stuck in a coma, her wolf unable to emerge, leaving her in a half-alive state. Raziel had said he tried everything to wake her and nothing had worked. In that moment, I felt a wave of inspiration strike me. Call it instinct or some sort of sixth sense, but I would not ignore my intuition. I stood up hastily, causing Raziel to glance at me in surprise. Rebecca, I breathed. Raziel's expression transitioned into one of alarm. Skylar, what are you? But I was ignoring him. rushing through the house to get to the back door. I heard Raziel get up and make to follow me. "You can't just." In following my instincts, I replied shortly, throwing the door open. My wolf was urging me on. Raziel made to stop me, but he did not have the speed of a werewolf, and I darted past him, heading towards the woods and picking up pace as I went. It was close to sunset, but I still had time. The woods fast approached as I ran in a blur of motion. Dimly, I heard Raziel's frustrated cry and knew he would follow, but he was a few minutes behind. Every fiber of my being told me that what I was about to do was at least worth a try. I dashed through the forest, weaving around the reaching tendrils of branches and narrowly avoiding the large rocks that dotted the forest path. Moving this quickly, it took next to no time for the mausoleum to be in sight. Memories swarmed through my mind as I recalled the last time I was here, but I brushed them off. Placing my hands on handle of the door to the tomb, I yanked it open with every ounce of werewolf might. With a grinding sound, the opening was exposed, my eyes immediately falling upon the sleeping figure within. I hurried inside, ignoring the clammy darkness that pressed in around me. I was caught off guard by Rebecca's beauty once again, because she was sleeping in the coffin without a lid. I could see every inch of her pale skin, her regal features. Gabriel's mother's lovely hair was a dark contrast against her pale skin, as it fanned out in curled tendrils behind her head. Rebecca looked incredibly peaceful, as if she had already passed into the afterlife, but my sensitive ears picked up on her slow breathing. I hurried forward, knowing my minutes were ticking away. This close, I felt nervousness prick at my insides. My stomach clenched as I observed her slumbering form. I felt like I was violating this room somehow, barging in without notice and without obtaining Raziel's permission. Desperate times called for desperate measures. I really had no clue what I was supposed to do. How did I know Raziel hadn't tried to wake her up using a packed doctor before? Furthermore, I had never even used my affinity. It seemed more than likely that I would fail miserably in my endeavor. I had to try. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It couldn't just be coincidence that I had an affinity and happened to be Rebecca's son's mate. Fate must have orchestrated this. It must have meant for me to come here. My wolf was still urging me on, instructing me to reach out and take Rebecca's hand. I complied, reaching over the side of the coffin and wrapping my fingers around her long, slender ones. Her hand was cool, but as soon as my skin made contact with hers, I felt a jolt of electricity shoot up my arm. Something came alive beneath my skin, a burning sensation that made the hairs on my arm stand on end. I breathed out heavily, unused to the sensation. It was as if part of me was coming alive, and I relished the feel of some strange power rushing through my veins. Instinctively, I closed my eyes. Behind the blackness of my closed eyelids, I could place all of my focus on our joined hands. Rebecca's fingers were still limp and lifeless, but the heated connection between us was like a living, breathing thing. I felt energy sparking around me, and I clenched her hand tighter in mine. "What do I do?" I whispered to my wolf. "Call to her. See if she can hear you." Any other time it would have seemed strange, but my wolf's words resounded in my mind, and I knew that's what I had to do. Tentatively, I reached out a mental probe, trying to find Rebecca's consciousness. She was there. I could feel her, my mind brushing up against hers. It was only because of my affinity that I could sense her mental presence at all, and I momentarily felt a flicker of surprise. The edge of her mind was like a stone wall. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I couldn't break through and mind, link with her like I could my own pack. That was to be expected. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As she wasn't my direct family or a pack member, I decided to try to speak to her anyways. "Rebecca, are you there? Can you hear me?" There was no answer. I could feel her body's profound stillness, yet my affinity was still hovering at the surface, begging me to help her. "Rebecca, I know your wolf is there somewhere. If she can hear me, tell her to follow my voice. I can help her. No movement. I reached out my other hand, stretching my fingers until I felt them brush against the smooth skin of her face. I cupped her cheek and tried again, speaking louder and trying to force my mind up against the barrier protecting hers. Rebecca, wake up. You and your wolf have to wake up. Just follow my voice. It was strange. I had no clue what else to say. For a split second, I thought I heard Rebecca's heart rhythm increase before it returned to normal. The energy was still rushing around underneath my skin, and an idea came to me. I concentrated on the feeling of power I had, taking a moment to wrap my mind around my new abilities, before I imagined the current of energy flowing from my body into Rebecca's. I thought about the sensation of the power draining from me into the places our skin connected, before sinking into her skin. For a moment, nothing new happened. But then I felt a noticeable decrease in the heat rushing through my body and the draining sensation became real. I sensed the energy ebbing away from me and I knew it had to be going into Rebecca. Gathering all of my mental strength, I tried again, my wolf's voice joining mine. Rebecca, wake up. Gabriel needs you. In an instant, I felt a wave of fatigue crash over me as the energy was drawn from my body at an alarming rate. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, and my head was spinning with a rush of dizziness. I tried to keep our hands clasped, but I was growing weaker and weaker and my knees were beginning to shake. Every last bit of energy was being drained from my system. Stop, my wolf cried, just when I thought I was going to pass out. With a Herculean effort I wrenched my hands away from Rebecca and opened my eyes. Staggering backwards, I fell against the nearest wall, panting. My whole body was trembling. You only have limited energy. You overdid it, my wolf chastised, her voice sounding weaker than normal. I took a shaky breath and eyed Rebecca. Was I imagining the color in her cheeks, Skylar? Raziel's voice cut into my thoughts and I spun to face him. The angel did not look happy, and his piercing blue eyes were blazing. It was intimidating, to say the least, but I was too tired to move. I wondered how long he'd been standing there. I was trying to help. I panted quietly. I saw concern flicker in his orbs as he observed my feeble posture. I couldn't remember the last time it felt so devoid of strength. I told you, nothing can get through to her. Her wolf is too deep in a coma. I closed my eyes as waves of disappointment crashed over me. I had really thought I was supposed to do this, that it would work out somehow. I'm sorry. I should have listened to you, I replied quietly. My regret left a bitter taste in my mouth and I felt the hopelessness of the situation strike me once again. Raziel shook his head. I understand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He trailed off, eyes flicking back to Rebecca's prone form. I was confused for a few heartbeats before I heard it. Her breathing was normal again, her heart rate too. Slowly, I turned my head, noticing Raziel's incredulous look from the corner of my eye. As my eyes fell upon the beauty's still face, I took a few steps forward. I stared intently at her closed eyelids, her cheeks, which were much pinker than they had been. Raziel and I were holding our breath, waiting for something. I felt my hands clasping the side of the coffin as I hoped and prayed that fate was on our side. That's when it happened. Rebecca's eyes opened. With only 3 days left until the ritual, the clock is ticking. Rebecca, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Skylar must race against time to stop Cain. The tension is palpable as they uncover shocking truths and face impossible odds. Will they succeed in saving Gabriel? Chapter 31. Rebecca's beautiful eyes blinked once, then twice as she slowly focused on her surroundings while Raziel and I stared in complete bewilderment. Rebecca, Raziel breathed, and my eyes were drawn to his face. His expression contained relief and tenderness so profound that I almost felt like an intruder. I knew Raziel cared for Gabriel, but I had never seen this intensity on his face before. Slowly, The angel stepped toward his daughter, almost as if he was scared she would fall back into a coma with any sudden movements. Rebecca stammered, her melodic voice rusty with disuse. I turned back to stare at her, still caught in my state of disbelief. As Rebecca's brown eyes found her father's approaching figure, she began to try to sit up. Her movements were awkward and stiff and she looked as if she were about to collapse back into the coffin. But in a nanosecond Raziel was there, his arm around Rebecca's shoulders as he lifted her into a sitting position. Where am I? What happened? The woman railed off, blinking yet again as she gazed around the room and her brow furrowed in confusion. I couldn't imagine what she must be feeling. Waking up in the middle of a mausoleum. Her searching gaze stopped before she saw me huddled in the shadows as Raziel got her attention. We're near my house. Raziel spoke softly, soothingly. What's the last thing you remember? I don't. Rebecca shook her head, soft curls tumbling forward and hiding most of her expression from my view. We can get you inside. Talk then. And just am so glad you're awake. Raziel's love for his daughter laced his tone with warmth. His head turned then, bright blue eyes connecting with mine. There were pools of hope and gratefulness, and I knew he was thanking me wordlessly. I smiled back, still feeling out of breath and not quite trusting my voice yet. Bracing myself, I stood up from the wall, catching my balance as the world tilted slightly on its axis. Rebecca must have heard my movement because her head whipped around and in an instant, her penetrating gaze was on me. Who are you? She croaked out, and I detected a hint of authority in her tone. Shed been a Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I opened my mouth to reply, but Raziel spoke for me. She's a friend. He'll tell you more back inside. I'm going to lift you out now. The woman nodded, and Raziel had her in his arms seconds later. It was something I'd never expected to see. Rebecca had a strange expression on her face, and I got the impression she did not like being carried around, but she didn't have much choice. Skylar, lead the way, Raziel ordered, and I shakily walked towards the exit of the mausoleum. Some of my fatigue had thankfully abated, but I knew I needed to sit down as soon as possible. Can you walk? Raziel asked, and both of their eyes were on me. Yeah. I breathed out heavily. Did you heal me? Rebecca asked suddenly, eyeing me keenly. Her voice was a bit stronger. She's a pack doctor. More or less, Raziel said, once again answering for me. I thought I heard a voice in my mind was her quiet reply. She was gazing at me with renewed interest. There was a vivid intelligence in her eyes that I found quite intimidating. Or it could have just been the fact that she was my mate's mother. We began the trek up to Raziel's house, me keeping my breathing even while my wolf whispered encouraging words in the back of my mind. To my surprise, when we were almost there, Rebecca demanded to be put down. Raziel protested, but his daughter would not take no for an answer, and soon she was stumbling along with her father's arm supporting her. I couldn't help a small smile from gracing my lips. She was as stubborn as her son, and had a lot of spirit. Minutes later, I plopped down on an armchair with a relieved sigh while Raziel helped Rebecca onto the couch. She lay back, and I could see a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Despite her stubborn insistence on walking, it had tired her out. She had been in a coma for years. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I was surprised she had even managed to stay upright. I could feel her intense stare on me as Raziel fetched some water and food. I knew I was Luna now and was supposed to hold my head high with authority, but I couldn't help but feel intimidated. It was likely because she had angel blood, and held herself regally, like a queen. Even in this state, she looked noble and proud. Raziel returned, placing a water bottle in front of me, and then going to tend to his daughter. The way she gulped down multiple glasses of water and ate an entire plate of crackers gave away just how weak she was despite her demeanor. I watched with avid interest at the way Raziel had treated her. I'd never pictured him as a doting parent, But after his daughter had been close to death for so many years, could I blame him? Okay. Fine. Gabriel's mother eventually said, hoisting herself into a sitting position despite his disapproval. I have to know the way you're treating me. I must have been asleep for a long time. I thought I saw a glimmer of trepidation in her eyes before she continued. Tell me how many years have passed since I last saw you. Raziel closed his eyes, dreading her reaction. I assumed. Almost 10 years. A gasp escaped Rebecca's lips and her eyes widened in horror. 10 years. But she shook her head furiously. No, it can't be true. Her head snapped up as she fixated on Raziel. In remembering everything there. The vampires. Kane, please tell me he isn't still out there. He isn't still hunting for my son. Something in my chest tightened as she mentioned Gabriel and I looked away, trying to hide my expression. Raziel's jaw had clenched, his eyes hooded. I wish I could tell you that, Rebecca, but I can't. I try everything to wake you up, but nothing worked. Until Skylar used her affinity. If I could have woken you sooner, where's Gabriel? She cut him off, stone-faced. Gone. To my surprise, the words escaped my lips before Raziel could speak. My voice was weak and pathetic, but for once I didn't care. Having to think about Gabriel was excruciating. He went after Kane. To protect the pack. Rebecca gazed at me incredulously, but she must have seen something in my expression, for her eyes wandered down to the vivid mark on my neck. Are you Gabriel's mate? She breathed out after a moment. I bit my lip and nodded, not trusting my voice. The shock in the room was palpable. How long ago did you mate? She asked me. I wondered if she was really asking if Gabriel's mark had faded. Recently, was my whispered reply. He left the morning after. He went after Kane, thinking it's the only option. Her eyes closed and she breathed out heavily. Worry was etched on her features and it only served to increase my own fear for Gabriel's safety. I'm not sure how I woke you up, but I was desperate. Raziel said you're the only one who knows about the ritual. I can't let Gabriel risk his life like that. You're our only hope. Rebecca's eyes snapped open as I spoke. The words were rushed, pleading, and I stared at her, hoping she'd perceive the intensity of my feelings. You all had better catch me up on the last 10 years. Then, she said after a moment of tense silence, we don't have any time to waste. Half an hour later, the three of us were seated at the kitchen table, eating some chicken Raziel had hastily heated up for us. The situation may have seemed normal, but for 30 minutes Raziel and I had been explaining everything that happened since Gabriel and I met. I left nothing out about my kidnapping, Anna's death, Kane's haunting messages for me, or the way Gabriel had blocked me out after he left. Raziel covered everything else, including what we knew about the vampires and the ritual. Rebecca was silent for a long time, absorbing all of our words. Her regal features were grim as she realized that the vampires had found her pack and her son, and I could see worry lingering in the depths of her eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Because Kane's life force depends on Gabriel's. Gabriel will kill him as soon as he completes the ritual and is incapacitated. Raziel finished outlining Gabriel's plan. I glanced at Rebecca, wondering what she would think of Gabriel's rash decision making. To my shock, her countenance had morphed into one of absolute horror. Are just going to kill Kane after the ritual? She demanded breathlessly. Raziel nodded. The book said, no. She snapped icily. The two of us froze in confusion. He can't. If Gabriel kills Kane, Gabriel will die. To what? I gasped. The book you read may say otherwise, but I looked into all of this and studied everything I could about the ritual for 8 years. Kane isn't going to have a vulnerability like that. He has a few tricks up his sleeve. A few secrets not in the book. He is tweaking the ritual to his liking, and one of his tricks is to tie Gabriel's life force to his. Horror struck me as the realization dawned, and I suddenly felt sick. Raziel's face had paled considerably. I thought rituals can't be altered. The oldest vampire in the world has the power to do so. Rebecca replied. Gabriel can't kill Cain after the ritual. They will both die. Her eyes met mine, and I saw something flash in their depths. It isn't just that. Skylar, you mating with my son actually worked in Cain's favor. You see, the ritual links Cain to his coven. Who do you think it will link Gabriel with? I sat there, my wolf whining in the back of my mind as she came to the same conclusion I did. Me if Gabriel kills Cain. Gabriel and I will both die. Raziel stood up abruptly, shoving his chair back. The harsh screeching made me wince and I balled my hands into fists. No, it isn't possible. Trust me. I had a very reliable source. Rebecca's eyes glinted and I wondered who she was referring to. This is my fault. I encouraged him with this plan. I told him it was the only way. And now you are telling me that for Cain to die, Gabriel and Skylar have to die too. I'd never seen him this distraught. His electric blue eyes were snapping with guilt. I could only sit there, feeling a rush of misery as I realized just how fragile my life was, how I hung in the balance. It isn't your fault. You couldn't have known. It's practically a miracle that I know. Cain is counting on the fact that we don't know. Archie's twisted. He always has a backup plan. She sighed heavily, resignation forming on her beautiful face. That isn't the extent of what I learned that you don't already know. Cain will be vulnerable during the ritual. That's true. Even if he is willingly given Gabriel's blood, he will be in some pain. Her mouth twisted in a grimace. But Gabriel will. That's how the ritual works. Both of them will be in pain until the ritual is complete. So you see, there's no way for Gabriel to kill Cain when HES at his weakest. You could have heard a pin drop. Raziel placed his hands on the table, arms taut with anger and frustration. So what do we do? I whispered, staring off into the distance. Some part of me screamed for me to get it together, but I was still struggling with the concept of life and death. I was a flickering candle flame that Cain could blow out at any second. Hell, they could be performing the ritual now, and the thought of Gabriel dying, too, was unbearable for both me and my wolf. We have to stop him before the ritual starts. Raziel answered, beginning to pace like he usually did when he was in deep contemplation. I clasped my hands and stared down at my intertwined fingers, trying not to panic. Luna wouldn't panic in a crisis. I had to be strong. We don't even know where this ritual is, or when it will be taking place. My wolf howled, and I knew she was right. Trying to find Cain when we cowled and hardly catch his scent would be like finding a needle in a haystack. It all seemed so hopeless. Bringing myself out of my internal monologue, I glanced at Rebecca. She appeared to be in deep thought like I was, but to my surprise, there was no confusion on her features. It seemed like she had decided on something. The woman was silent for a few long moments, and I aimlessly wondered if she was talking with her wolf. Her wolf was alive again, obviously, since I had brought her back right. The complicated mess my life was becoming was giving me a headache. She suddenly straightened her shoulders, tilting her chin up with defiance. I marveled at the strength of this woman's spirit, her resilience even after a decade of slumber. I have a plan. Determination rang in her voice. I felt hope and fell in my stomach and I watched her wordlessly. Raziel stopped his abrupt movements and turned to face her. What is it? She glanced at me, a brown curl falling forward and framing her face. I'm sorry, Skylar, but would you mind if I talked to my father alone? I bit my lip, hesitating. I didn't want to argue with Rebecca, but I desperately needed to know how we were going to save Gabriel. I'll tell you everything. The woman continued. Was that compassion I saw in her eyes? I just need to talk to him first. There's a guest bedroom upstairs, and your bag is by the door. Make yourself at home and we will find you, Raziel said. It won't take long. Sighing, I nodded in resignation. It was really my place to come between them. And we already owed Rebecca for telling us some aspects of the ritual that we never would have known. I was already going crazy, but I knew I couldn't be rash in this situation. I had to trust Gabriel's mother. She wanted her son back as much as I did. I trod the ED upstairs, my bag of necessities slung over my back. It was now dark outside, so I couldn't go anywhere tonight either way. As I opened a nearby door and found the guest bedroom Raziel mentioned, I slowly walked to the window on the room's far wall. Normally the moon was a reassuring sight that brought out my inner wolf, but tonight all I could do was hope that the ritual was taking place. Gabriel would have no idea that he'd be completely helpless during the ritual, and even if he found a way to take Cain out once they got the strength back, he would still. I couldn't think about it. Was it worth the sacrifice? To stop Cain's coven forever? Was it worth it for my pack to lose both their Alpha and Luna? Realistically, I felt that the number of werewolf lives we would save would make it a worthy sacrifice. I wished that I could be selfless and brave and willingly give my life up for my pack. I couldn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was completely terrified of dying and of losing Gabriel. I knew I should be nobler, but I couldn't help the pervading fear of death and consuming darkness. If there was a way to kill Cain without dying, if Rebecca had a plan, we had to try it. Dying in sacrifice to save other werewolves would be a last resort. I still had so much to live for. My thoughts continued to repeat on an endless cycle as I unpacked my bag. Although I planned on staying only a night, I was exhausted from my running all day and the effort it had taken to awaken Rebecca. I needed this night's sleep, but guilt continued to claw at my insides. Every second I spent in Raziel's house was a second I could be chasing Gabriel down. He needs us. My wolf whined softly. I know, and I want to be reckless and follow him, but we don't even know where he is, and we're no good to him dead. He won't die, she replied vehemently. If we want to keep him alive, our best chance is to work with Rebecca's plan, whatever that is. My wolf was silent for a brief spell. She was a great Luna. I can tell, she said softly. I agreed with her. Rebecca had just woken up from 10 years of sleep, yet she was already thinking proactively on how to save her son. She was driven and strong, everything a good Luna should be. Even though I had just met her, I felt like I knew a lot of aspects of her personality. Perhaps it was because it'd been inside her mind whenever we'd awoken her. Or maybe it was just my intuition. She had left Gabriel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She did it to help him, but I knew her absence had a lingering effect on her son. I was quite sure what to make of it. Would I do the same thing to help my family? Shaking off my deep thoughts, I realized I'd been up here for half an hour, lost in my own mind. But Rebecca and Raziel were still downstairs. I had refrained from eavesdropping out of politeness, but shouldn't they be done conversing by now? I quietly walked over to the closed bedroom door and put my ear up against the wood. Utilizing my werewolf hearing, I decided to just catch a snippet of their conversation to determine what was going on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I heard nothing. I frowned in confusion, just before I was going to open the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Raziel's voice drifted to my ears. I missed you so much. Rebecca, the angel said. I detected a wealth of emotion in his tone, and for the dozenth time I was struck by his change in behavior. I could tell that despite his cool fade and his immortal nature, he really could love. Even a holy being was capable of human feelings. It was relieving and disconcerting at the same time. Rebecca murmured something that I couldn't quite catch, and I decided not to intrude. He hadn't seen her for 10 years. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Even though Rebecca had mentioned at dinner that while she slept, time had felt intermittent. A scarce few minutes later, I heard footsteps approaching. I sat up, expecting Raziel, so I was completely caught off guard when I caught a whiff of Rebecca's flowery scent and heard a light rapping on the door. Come in, I said hesitantly. I still wasn't quite sure how to behave in front of Gabriel's mother. In different circumstances, we could have had a happy first meeting, but our encounter so far had been grim. Rebecca opened the door and walked in gracefully, most signs of fatigue gone, although she looked a bit pale. That angel blood must have ensured an even swifter recovery than the average werewolf's healing ability would have allowed. To my surprise, she looked calm. I took this as a good sign that they'd worked out a plan. Rebecca steadied me a moment before a light smile tugged at her lips. Do you mind if I sit down? She gestured at the bed where I was sitting. Please do, I replied quite politely, wishing I could be less formal and awkward. She sat down fluidly on the edge of the bed and crossed her legs. Good news. Rosalind, I worked out a plan. I released a breath I hadn't even been aware I was holding. That is good news. What's the plan? Well, there are a lot of parts to it. We're going to go see an old friend of mine. Old friend. What friend wouldn't mind her showing up on their doorstep 10 years later? Well, I guess you could say source. She helped me find out a lot of information about the ritual. Where is she? Several hours by car. We're leaving tonight. I looked down, relieved that we were implementing the plan as soon as possible, but not excited to be traveling at night. What if there were vampires on my trail? Then again, it left during the day, so there was no way they could have tracked me already. Their noses weren't made for tracking scents. Or so I'd been told. You look tired, Rebecca said softly. I looked up to see her watching me, concern knitting her brow. I gave a half-parted smile. I'm fine. I just did a lot of running today. Gabriel's mother watched me for a moment, and I felt that she was perceiving more about me than I wanted her to. It was like the walls blocking out my emotion crumbled when she gave me that piercing look. I quickly tried to change the subject. What more can your friend tell us that you didn't already know all those years ago? I'm hoping she can tell me what she promised to tell me all those years ago, the location and timing of the ritual. My eyes widened. That would be most fortunate indeed. How do you know she's still around? Rebecca sighed softly. Trust me, Skylar. I'm sure she hasn't moved far from where I last met her. I blinked in confusion, feeling as if her answer did not satisfy my question at all. Rebecca was studying me again, her eyes trailing down to linger on my neck. There was kindness in her gaze, and I realized that right now, I was her closest link to Gabriel. I'd always hoped my son would find someone. Her eyes closed briefly. It's just, I'm sure HES told you what happened to me. What else was I supposed to say? That her mark faded. Gabriel's father went crazy, and she abandoned them. She had good reason. But still, I would do anything to save you that pain. But you knew the risks, didn't you? When you let him mark you. I did. I know what can happen. But HES worth it. I responded honestly. She smiled ruefully. You're very determined to get him back. I can sense it. I know you'd go to the ends of the earth for him. I looked down at my hands, feeling my cheeks reddening. I just feel like there isn't much I can do. I don't have angelic strength, and I'm clueless about the ritual. You're strong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was her reply. Raziel told me that he tried using a pack doctor before. He threw caution to the winds years ago and brought one here. But they couldn't wake me up. Their affinity wasn't powerful enough. I stared at her. My wolf and I struck with surprise. So Raziel really had tried my tactic for. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't understand. I just recently got my affinity. Yes, but my son marked you. You have the power of a Luna. But it's even more than that. You're directly linked to one of angelic ancestry. You may not have angel blood yourself, but your bond with Gabriel strengthens you. It made sense. How I was the only one who could wake her up. Or at least it made more sense now. There's never been a Luna Pack doctor with an angelic alpha as a mate before. I replied, smiling slightly as I tried to make light of the situation. Rebecca responded with a slight smile in return. I wish I could have met you under different circumstances, she said softly. Her eyes flashed with some emotion that I couldn't place, but I assumed it was worry for her son. Me too. I could learn a lot from you. The last part came out without my consent and I blushed again. Rebecca laughed, but there was an edge of bitterness to it. I wouldn't encourage you to make my mistakes, Skylar. I abandoned my family, fell out of love with my mate, and even craved human companionship. Her expression transformed into one of guilt and self-loathing, a certain hollowness in her voice. I realized she truly did regret her decisions. It wasn't your fault. It was your angelic blood, and you left to protect your family, right? She gazed at me wryly. You're very understanding, but I know that Gabriel suffered because I left. I thought I did the right thing, but in the end, my sacrifices were for nothing. Rebecca pursed her lips and again, I saw that undescribable emotion on her face. A certain darkness flickered across her features, and I was sure she was partially referring to when she tried to kill her wolf. I wondered what it was like sharing a consciousness with the being you tried to destroy. The thought was so alarming that I pushed it away. Well, you can apologize to Gabriel when you see him, because we're going to find him, I replied, determination laced in my tone. Rebecca glanced at me and I saw a glint of admiration in her brown orbs. You a spirit, Skylar. I think you'll be a great Luna, with a compliment coming from a beautiful, former Luna, werewolf angel hybrid. I blushed furiously and ducked my head shyly. I could only hope she was right. Rebecca smiled at me, and this time there was a gleam of white teeth behind it but indicated her emotion was sincere. Now let's get going. There is a lot to tell you about my friend we're going to meet, but it can wait until later. You can sleep on the way. To Razia less driving. With one last glance at me she departed, and I let out a heavy breath. Well, at least my first one. One meeting with Gabriel's mother hadn't gone badly. I was so exhausted that I dozed off almost immediately upon getting in the car despite my interest in where we were going. Rebecca said it would take us all night to get there, but as long as we were moving, I was happy. Razia had packed a stack of dusty old books for us to study on the road for mock clues, and before we left the house I even contacted my parents. Apparently they hadn't heard that I had left the pack, and I wanted it to stay that way. So I gritted my teeth and lied through the whole encounter. Lying went completely against my nature, but it had to done. They didn't deserve to worry. However, make sure to tell them just how much I loved them. For all I knew, Cain could be conducting the ritual tonight. I didn't want to leave anything unsaid. The dreams I had during most of my fitful sleeping did not leave me feeling as rested as I would have hoped. But after a while, I was able to achieve a dreamless slumber. I could have sworn that the car stopped at one point for a good amount of time. Too long to just have been just a gas stop. However, I was too exhausted to care, and I figured I could ask Craziel and Rebecca later. They would wake me up if it was important. When I grew tired of the disturbing dreams and blearily blinked my sleepy eyes open, sunlight filtered in through the windows of the luxury SUV, and it looked to be early afternoon. Raziel and Rebecca were both wide awake again. I considered the possibility that angels didn't really need sleep. Where are we? I mumbled almost incoherently. Rebecca glanced over her shoulder at me and gave a half-hearted smile. Almost to Chicago, was her reply. I looked out of the window. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As had never been in this region before. Where does your friend live? Right by Lake Michigan, Rebecca said calmly, but I detected something in her tone that confused me. I returned to my staring, eyeing the big city fast approaching. There was definitely something she was telling me, but I figured I'd have my answer soon. Something was bothering me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Every now and again I got a whiff of some musty scent. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck pricking and I glanced around the car, trying to place it. What is that smell? I finally asked as we entered the bustling downtown area. Raziel attempting to navigate the crowded roadways. It almost smells like I didn't even want to say it. You'll find out soon enough. Raziel answered calmly when Rebecca didn't reply. The city was huge, and it took us a lot longer than expected to get to our destination. But I actually enjoyed taking in the massive skyscrapers towering nearby. Rebecca had a map on her lap and was muttering something, directing Raziel every now and again. After another 15 minutes, she pointed out an arrow straight and the angel strategically maneuvered the vehicle to fit between the nearby buildings. We drove down a few more narrow streets, and I tried not to let the scenery get to me. The last time it'd been around warehouses was when the vampires had kidnapped me. It did not take me long to notice that we were in a pretty seedy area, the buildings growing increasingly decrepit as we continued. Okay, we can get out here. It's only a couple blocks now, Rebecca said quietly, and we obliged. Some of the buildings around us were abandoned, and I had the creepy feeling that someone was watching me as we weaved our way between warehouses. This doesn't seem like a nice place to live, I remarked, my voice a bit higher than usual. It's not her choice. I cocked an eyebrow but let the reply slide. Beside me, Raziel had a backpack slung around his shoulders. I watched him from the corner of my eye, and it only took me a few seconds to determine that the backpack was the source of the smell. I felt a wave of queasiness and I looked away. If I was right about the backpack's contents, this was a more dangerous trip than I'd anticipated. After a few more turns down increasingly narrow alleys, we came to a small shack. For lack of better word, it could have been a home or small business once. I was sure, because it was so run down. Boards covered the windows and there was a massive pile of rubbish nearby. The whole thing stank of decay and I wrinkled my nose. For some reason, the fence around the property was completely intact, and there was a padlock gate. The front door of the property was adorned with a lock as well. I wondered if they were keeping people out or locking someone in. The thought sent a chill up my spine. Trust me, Skylar, Rebecca said quietly. She didn't look unnerved at all by our dilapidated, unusually quiet surroundings. The pavement had grass growing through the tracks and I wondered the last time someone had even been here. The tall buildings nearby likely hid the shack from view. With one fluid motion Rebecca jerked the padlock so the locking mechanism broke. Before opening the gate, it creaked ominously and I chastised myself for acting like a child. Normally I would pick the lock but we don't have time, she commented. I tried to picture Rebecca picking at a lock like some kind of common criminal and failed miserably. Gabriel's mother had a lot up her sleeve. We approached the front door, the handle of which was also chained and locked. Rebecca made quick work of the barriers before turning to face us. Trust me, she won't hurt you. I nodded, trying not to let the apprehension show. Raziel indicated that we keep moving, and I noticed he was unusually quiet. I assumed he knew why we were here and I was beginning to regret not asking more prying questions. The blackness inside the building was thick and near, impenetrable. Rebecca shut the door behind us and it took my werewolf vision a couple seconds to adjust. As the only light came through tiny cracks in the boarded windows, we walked in a single, file line to the entry hallway and into a large room with heaps of smashed furniture. The air stank of dust and grime, but I thought I detected a different smell underneath. Tilting my head up and inhaling deeply. Instantly, blood, my lip curling up in an automatic snarl. The scent was very stale, but it was almost overpowering. It hovered in the air like some sort of plague, and I spun around to face Raziel. The blood smell, the backpack. I felt a reassuring hand on my shoulder and looked up to see Rebecca's resigned face. I know, Skylar. It'll all make sense in a second. If it were anyone else, it'd be worried to taken into a back room and murdered. But these were extenuating circumstances. I was willing to do anything for Gabriel, so I squared my shoulders and attempted to ignore the overpowering stench. Rebecca led us down another narrow hallway, which had numerous holes in the walls. I didn't even want to think about what kind of vermin lived in them. Ahead was a door that had dents and chipped paint across the entire surface. I bit my lip, wondering if this place could possibly get any creepier. If Will and Maria could see me now, Skulking through a shack with not a shred of dignity left, Rebecca paused in front of the door, reaching out to grasp the knob. "She's still here," she remarked quietly. I was prepared to scent the air again, but before I could, she thrust the door open and we stepped inside the dingy room. There was a partially boarded up skylight that allowed small beams of sunshine to stream into the room, further accentuating the decaying state of the building. My eyes flickered from wall to wall, and it was then that I noticed three things. 1, there was a small huddled figure in the corner. 2, it was a woman, with matted dark hair falling down to her waist. She had chains around every limb that were bolted to the wall. "Vivian," Rebecca murmured. Despite the woman's current position, her head snapped up unnaturally quickly, and I saw her face for the first time. Vivian's face was thin and pale, her white lips parted slightly with surprise. What caught my attention? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," were her eyes. They were a deep reddish brown, and I had no doubt that in pristine condition, her orbs would shine a brilliant red. She was a vampire. My wolf and I knew that immediately. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Weak and severely underfed vampire. Her clothes were mere rags, putting her bony frame on display. I could tell that she would once have been beautiful, with lustrous hair, high cheekbones, and full lips. Acid actors. I'd never seen a female vampire before, but I could tell all of this from a quick glance. Whoever had left her here. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," was assuring she would suffer. The woman was completely emaciated, and there was a hunted look in her eyes. The stench of dried blood permeated the room, but it was obvious she hadn't fed recently. "Rebecca," the woman. "Vivian," rasped, the words nearly catching in her throat. She tilted her head and took the three of us in, her eyes focusing surprisingly well given her present condition. "Who are they?" Vivian jerked her head at Raziel and me. "Friends. We're in desperate need of your help. This is your source," I exclaimed before I could help myself. "But who, how?" It took me a long time to find her. But yes, Vivian told me a lot of information about the ritual. I, in return, helped her. How? It didn't look like Vivian had received much help in a long time. As if on cue, Raziel cleared his throat and set the backpack on the ground, unzipping it to reveal a brown bag. Instantly, the smell of blood strengthened. I gasped despite myself. There were blood bags in the backpack that stopped along the road while I'd been asleep. We must be visited a blood bank or hospital. I squirmed uncomfortably as Raziel pulled out 3 bags of donated blood, each one a different type. I had no clue how to feel, and my wolf was equally befuddled. We despised vampires, and would never have thought of giving blood to one. Yet here we were. The compassionate side of me pitied Vivian, but then I remembered everything the vampires had done to us. I didn't know what to make of the situation. Raziel handed the bags to Rebecca, who in turn slowly approached the shackled vampire. I wanted to rush forward, to stop her from approaching that despicable creature, but forced my feet to remain still. I had to trust Gabriel's mother. Working with a vampire went against my nature. But if it would lead to Gabriel, it was indubitably worth it. As soon as Rebecca extended her arms, Vivian reached forward in a lightning, fast move and snagged the bags, dropping 2 of them on the ground and tearing into the first. I looked away, squeamish as the smell of fresher blood invaded my nose. Vivian let out a low, feral growl, and the slurping noise of her dining was repulsive. I managed to sneak a look at her to see her mouth coated in blood, eyes bright with a vicious hunger. As the vampire sucked the bag dry, Rebecca turned to face me. "I know this seems strange to you. Believe me, I know. But Vivian told me all the things about the ritual I never would learn otherwise. Does she know where and when it's going to take place?" "She does," I was coming to retrieve the information from her when the vampires found me. How does she know all of that? Still looking fixatedly on Rebecca, Vivian was devouring the second bag of blood, her chains glinting as she shifted position. A grim smile settled on Rebecca's features. I think she should tell you that herself. How did you find her? Rebecca, Raziel interrupted, his strangely blue eyes watching the vampire as she fed. I can deduce some things, but you need to fill in the rest. Rebecca turned the rest of the way to face us. Her back to Vivian. I spent years tracking all of the vampires I could. Eventually, one of them led me here. As soon as I found Vivian, I saw an opportunity for someone to go to these lengths to make her suffer. She had to be important. Her eyes flicked to the blood-sucking creature, then back to us. I was right. Vivian said that if I would bring her blood, she would tell me everything she knew. I made several trips. She told me a new piece of information for each bag of blood I brought. Her caretakers barely feed her. You see, they keep her hovering on the brink of starvation. Vampires cannot die from lack of food, but eventually they fall into a comatose state. They feed her enough so she's close to falling into a coma without actually doing so. It's very torturous for a vampire to suffer through that sort of hunger. Another feral snarl erupted from the corner, and I assumed Vivian was beginning the third bag of blood. She must be been starving indeed. To drain the bag so quickly, I couldn't bring her too much blood at once. Her captors check on her every couple of nights, and if she looked healthy, they would have suspected something. There are always vampires nearby, so I've had to be cautious in the past. The locks on this place may keep humans out, but vampires are suspicious creatures. Now, of course, I don't care. We're running out of time. Why didn't she tell you the ritual's location if she knows it? Puzzled, we could have avoided a lot of worry if Rebecca will ask the question sooner. Rebecca shook her head. But she wouldn't tell me for a bag of blood. She had a higher price. Why would she tell us now? Raziel asked, speaking as quietly as possible. I did what she asked. I'm hoping she wants Kane dead badly enough that she'll tell us. My suspicions had been confirmed, so it is Kane who locked her down here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rebecca nodded. That's why I had to be so careful. From time to time check on her. The last time I visited, she told me to go retrieve something for her, and in return she'd tell me the ritual's location. I followed her instructions and retrieved the object. A silver locket. I gasped in surprise. The gem-studded locket. I whispered. The very same. I shook my head in disbelief. The pieces were slowly coming together now, and it explained why she had been in possession of a silver item. She wanted to keep it away from Kane. It's very important to her. Either way, I was too careless. I called my father, telling him I had important information. It was foolish of me to think everything would work out so well, that he'd learn the ritual's location without any problems. It was too good to be true. When I returned to see Vivian one last time, locket in hand, I realized the vampires were expecting me. They'd realized I was secretly visiting their prisoner. They had set up a trap. But they were hot on my trail. I knew they were going to catch up to me. Raziel was staring off into the distance. Jock clenched. He knew the rest of the story. I'm sure my father already told you, but I was working with a human geneticist. We had a formula prepared as a last resort. I sent him to warn my father, and as soon as the vampires caught up, you know the rest. A sad expression flickered briefly across her countenance. It thought the vampires stole the locket back until now. I guess they hadn't realized I had it. Raziel cleared his throat. They didn't have time to. When I showed up, they were dragging the human away and coming back for you. They were going to take your body, too. I couldn't let them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Convince them to go back to Kane, to tell him they deburned your body. I felt my mouth open in surprise. Wazzy hadn't included that detail the first time he told the story. I thought you didn't have any abilities left. Besides, you know, the charm. I don't anymore. They fade from year to year. This was 10 years ago. When I could bend others' minds to my will. Even vampires. I haven't been able to use that ability again since that night. I guess I drained the last of it. Razorless eyes were sorrowful, and I thought I saw regret on Rebecca's face. I suppose she felt guilty that her birth had caused the onset of Razorless loss of powers, but it was her fault. A new voice cut into our conversation, much less raspy than before. So, you did obtain the locket. We all spun to face Vivian, who was sitting amidst the empty blood bags. Her lips were now blood red, her eyes shined with new vigor, and she sat up straight. It was incredible to see the difference the blood had made. She looked like she'd been in here for only a few weeks instead of over a decade. Yes, Rebecca answered honestly. Vivian's eyes narrowed slightly. Describe it to me. I never told you what it looked like. Just where it was. Proof that you've actually seen it. There was some sort of authority in her words that made me curious. Silver, heart-shaped, and studded with assorted gems. It opens, but there's not picture inside. Vivian nodded. True, but how do I know you actually hid it for me? I didn't. My father did. Unknowingly or not, he sent it away. And it's safe now. The vampire still looked skeptical. She cocked her head, her reddish eyes studying Raziel for a moment before falling on me. Not sure I trust you, werewolves. Do you have a choice? Rebecca asked softly, keeping her tone even. The vampire's mouth twisted in a wry grimace and she didn't respond. Who are you? Why would Cain lock you up? I asked her before I could think twice about it. My eyes scanned her shackles. The squalid conditions she was being kept in. She had to have done something terrible to Cain. There was no telling how long she'd been here. Vivian's head swiveled around so she could completely focus on me. This is how he treats his ex-lovers. She hissed bitterly. A scowl formed on her thin face, and I realized she was joking. Wait, more than a lover. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was my partner, mate, husband, whatever you want to call it. The room had gone deathly silent. I was trying to comprehend exactly what her words entailed. The thought of Cain romantically attached to anyone was near impossible to imagine. It was my choice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 300 years ago, I met him. He thought I was beautiful, and he desired to have me as his. As you know, what Cain desires, he obtains one way or another. He killed my family and turned me. When he realized all I felt for him was bitterness, even after decades of being by his side, he locked me up. Eventually, after almost 100 years as his captive in his massive estate, I escaped. I took some of his valuables with me. Too, I fled here, to America. A soy smile tugged at her lips. It was fitting on her seductive, cat-like features. Cain was furious. Naturally. Not because he loved me, but because I was his. It took him decades to find me, but find me he did. It replaced him with another vampire. I saw where this was going, but I remained focused on Vivian, enraptured by her story. You may not think vampires can love, and truly, the love we feel is something very dark and twisted, but I loved a vampire lie wise within the only way is to be able to. When Cain found us, he slaughtered my companion, and in a jealous fit of rage, he doomed me to suffer for eternity. I've been here for 20 years or maybe 30. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I truly don't remember anymore. I was speechless, and for the first time in my life, I actually felt the urge to help this vampire. I actually felt something other than complete loathing for a bloodsucker. It completely took me off guard. I would never have anticipated feeling empathy for one of these lifeless creatures. Perhaps it was because I knew she hated Cain as much as I did. So you see, I'm more than willing to make sure Cain dies. And after spending centuries with him, I know everything there is to know. Before I escaped, when I was his prisoner, he confided in me. I know all of the bastard's deepest, darkest secret, more than even Antonio knows. Cain never thought he'd have the means to turn against him. I caught the gleaming white of exposed fangs before she sheathed them again and continued. But to my vampire, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. And I won't tell his secrets for free. Vivian sneered slightly, red eyes glinting in the dim light. I did what you asked. The locket is safe. Rebecca replied calmly. Vivian studied her, and I got the impression that the vampire was very good at reading people. She'd have to be after living for so long. Why can't you just have someone break you out of here? I couldn't resist asking. I thought I saw a hint of surprise in Vivian's expression. Good luck. Cain took his time making these chains. He wanted to make sure that no creature, living or dead, could break me out of here without the one key. She jingled the cuffs around her wrists. Squinting, I saw a small slot in one of them. One of the materials he used is silver, so I wouldn't advise trying. And he crafted them to be far too strong for even a werewolf's strength to overcome. Assuming you were immune to silver. Believe me, he thought of everything. Cain always thinks of everything. Vivian looked away, matted hair briefly obscuring her pale face. Even if it found a way to break my chains, vampires always patrol this place at night. I'm not much for Cain's gods in this condition. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't plan on ever getting out of here. My life as a vampire's been nothing but suffering. Truthfully, I just want the suffering to end. I would love had one of you werewolves do ye honors, but... She shifted position again, revealing her glinting eyes once more. They burned with a fiery determination. Before I die, I want to make sure Cain is dead too. I shortened to felt the pang of sorrow that assaulted me when Vivian spoke carelessly about her own death. But my compassionate nature kicked in. My wolf might have been mostly unsympathetic. But I tried to imagine being locked up and starved in this building for 40 years, and it was horrifying. For Vivian to still go on after everything was an indicator of her strength. I admired that. Vampire or not. I've had a lot of time to think since I last saw you, Rebecca, and I realize that you really are my only hope. Who else is going to help me plot against him? I felt a small rush of hope and saw the same feeling reflected in Rebecca's brown eyes. Raziel was watching the huddled vampire praising lie, and I could only hope she chose to help us. I got the impression that Vivian had once been very proud, but was now about ready to give in. Tell us, where is he going to conduct the ritual? And when is it? Do we have enough time? Rebecca breathed. My heart rate picked up in anticipation. That depends. What's today's date? Tuesday, September 10th. Raziel replied automatically. I blinked, realizing my 20th birthday was only 2 days away. I hadn't been keeping track of time. Hopefully I wouldn't be spending it without Gabriel. Well, that's good. Vivian replied softly, lost in thought. Whether you still have time depends on if Cain knows you're around or not. He can't conduct it without your blood. Right. And he thinks you're dead. Another smirk flitted across her face. Vivian seemingly enjoyed the fact that Cain was in the dark on this one. He is my son, Rebecca said shortly. This time, Vivian's eyes noticeably widened. Apparently Rebecca had neglected to mention that she had a son before. She had truly protected Gabriel's identity as much as she could. Gabriel went after him. The vampire's face hardened into an unreadable mask. Well, then you don't have much time at all. You see, this ritual means a lot to Cain. H.E.S. going to pick a symbolic night for it. I'm sure of it. This month will be ideal for it too. Your son rushing after him will play perfectly into his hands. Cain being a vampire and all. Just say it. "Vivian, we are wasting time," Rebecca demanded, hands clenched in tight fists. Vivian looked up solemnly. "You'd better catch the next flight out. The ritual takes place in Israel, at Mount Tabor, and Cain's going to have it on Friday the 13th. I felt my heart rate increase tenfold as the implication hit me. The ritual would be taking place across the world, in some place I'd never heard of, and worse, we only had 3 days. Imagine having only 3 days to save someone you love, without a clear plan or enough resources. Skylar, Rebecca, and Raziel are racing against time to rescue Gabriel from a coven of vampires. But can they really pull it off? Chapter 32. Raziel and I returned to the car while Rebecca stayed behind in the decrepit house for a few moments longer. I was sure whether she was getting more information from Vivian or just saying her goodbyes, but I was too caught up in my own thoughts to care. We only had 3 days. 3 days to formulate a plan and fly across the world. I was sure how we were even going to get into Israel. It was like I had a passport. Hopefully Raziel had a few tricks up his sleeve. I pressed my cheek against the cool window, releasing a drawn-out sigh. A few moments of silence passed, Raziel remaining quiet in the front seat while I stared aimlessly at her dingy surroundings. When Rebecca returned, she had a grim expression and my stomach plummeted lower. I just didn't see how we could come up with a brilliant plan with such limited time and resources. "If you can find a way to get us to Israel, I think we can make this work," Rebecca said quietly, surprising me. Raziel pondered for a moment before nodding. "I think I know someone that can help." The angel responded. Seeing my expression, he continued, "I've eaten around for a long time, Skylar. I've made a lot of connections. But even if we do get there, how are we supposed to take on an entire coven? I'm assuming Cain will have a lot of vampires there to protect him and help with the ritual." The thought of taking on a multitude of vampires was not pleasant. Rebecca turned to face me, steely determination in her eyes. "That's why you have a pack. Skylar, are you telling me that nobody would be willing to help?" I blinked, taken aback. "I'm sure they would, but wouldn't that waste time? My pack is a day's drive away. Even so, we need the help. You're right, it would be foolish to rush in there with just the 3 of us. The Denver airport isn't terribly far away from your pack. Only a few hours if you're running at top speed. We can fly out of there." Raziel cut in before I could argue more. "I will drive us back to my house, and then you all can take the other car back to your pack while I get everything organized. I'll meet you in Denver and we can leave from there." It made sense, but my insides were twisting with worry. By the time we do all of that, a day and a half will have passed. It's less than a day's flight to Israel. Skylar, we're of no use to Gabriel if we run in empty-handed. I know you're desperate to go after him, but think logically here. Think like a Luna. Rebecca's tone was infused with calm and I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to see past my wolf's agitation and my own feverish desperation. I couldn't act solely on emotion, because it would lead to rash decisions. Cain was smart and manipulative, and I knew we had to be cautious if we were to undermine his plan. And biding thoughts of former Alpha Brett came to my mind. He had acted impulsively, following his emotions, and look where that had gotten him. I wanted to save Gabriel, but the logical side of me knew that Rebecca and Raziel were right. The 3 of us couldn't take on a coven of bloodsuckers by ourselves. The 2 were watching me intently, so I gave a curt nod. "Let's go." "Then," I urged, attempting to keep my voice from trembling. I had to put on a brave face and retain control over my emotions. Rebecca had indicated that she had some sort of plan, and I needed to put faith in Gabriel's mother. She knew more about Cain than anyone else other than Vivian. Without further ado, Raziel started up the car and pulled away from the dilapidated house. As we began to retrace our route and head back to South Dakota, I folded my hands in my lap and mentally tried to calm my wolf. We had a long drive ahead of us, and I didn't need her urgent whining resounding in the back of my head. Still, despite my calm exterior, the instincts to run after my mate clashed with the logical side of my brain. I couldn't help but thinking that every moment that passed brought King closer to his ultimate goal, and Gabriel closer to committing an act that could possibly end both of our lives. Rebecca turned around, looking a bit perplexed. "You don't mind if we drive to your pack? Or at least as far as we can, do you?" Her gaze darkened. "My wolf is still distant. Shifting will require more energy than normal, and I want to conserve it until absolutely necessary." The thought of her weakened wolf was perturbing, something that made my wolf stir uncomfortably within me. Although I wanted to hurry, I nodded. Once we arrived at the Black Mountains pack village, Rebecca would have no choice but to shift. I hoped she could make it. We drove relentlessly, Rebecca and I taking turns behind the wheel after we left Oaziel's house behind. It had been nearly a 12-hour drive to his residence, and now it would be another 10 back to the Rocky Mountains. We stopped only when absolutely necessary. My stomach grumbled and ached, but I ignored it, adrenaline coursing through me as our time slowly ticked away. Once we were closer to the mountains, I took over. The hidden dirt path that led to the pack village was difficult to find, and Rebecca hadn't been there a very long time. As I navigated the winding road, I hoped everything went smoothly and that we could assemble some pack members to help us. It was a dangerous trip. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I knew we were asking a lot. I could only hope that the pack's fierce loyalty to Gabriel would win out over their fear of the vampires. I had contacted my parents a day before, and told them to talk to Jack. I wanted Jack to assemble the pack and take them to the location where we would be building the third pack village. I also instructed my parents to find a way to send a messenger to Eli, so he could bring the Black Mountains pack as well. Hopefully Eli, who knew mostly what was going on, would realize it was a very grave matter if I needed the pack assembled. It was a difficult conversation with my parents, to say the least, as they didn't understand why I was asking them or what was going on. But after extensive conversing, I convinced them. What really helped my case was when I revealed that I was now Luna, and Gabriel had gone missing. Their wolves respected me in a different way than before. It was more than strange, having authority over my own parents, but I could not dwell on it now. I prayed that the combined pack would be waiting for us so we could address them all at once. My relief was profound when we ran through the Black Mountains pack and it was completely empty. So Eli had listened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At the edge of the village, I turned to Rebecca, jerking my head in the general direction that we needed to run. "The pack is likely assembled several hours from here. I think it would be easier to shift." She nodded, and I turned away as she stripped down and prepared to shift. It took longer than was comfortable, but after one tense moment it was another relief to see that she could still attain wolf form. Rebecca's wolf may be weak, but it hadn't abandoned entirely. In Rebecca's place stood a large, chocolate-brown wolf with lovely silky fur. Seconds later, my own silver form had joined her, and we took off at top speed, paws thundering over the ground as we dashed into the woods. There was no pleasure from running this time, only a dire sense of urgency and adrenaline pumping through our blood. It had been a full day since we left Vivian, and Gabriel's clock was still ticking. Night had fallen well before we arrived, and I hoped that such a large gathering of wolves would deter any lingering vampires. I should have expected the reaction that Rebecca's presence got. The Black Mountains pack looked like they had seen a ghost, their eyes bulging from their heads as they took in their former Luna. My pack glanced from me to Rebecca, then back to me again, especially focusing on the mark on my neck. The giant clearing was left in a shocked silence as we stood in front of the assembled wolves. Almost 200 of them. Even Eli looked taken aback, making no attempt to hide his stare. Jack stood nearby, observing my neck with a keen interest. Rebecca, for her part, stood tall and proud as ever. The regal air about her commanded attention, and despite my position in the pack, I thought it best that she speak first. I know I have been gone a long time, and I know I am no longer Luna here. But Skylar brought me here because we need help. My son, your Alpha, is in grave danger. He went after Cain to take on the vampires, but he underestimated them. If we don't go help him, he will die in tonight's time. There was a ripple of whispers across the crowd, and the shock looks morphed into expressions akin to horror. Rebecca continued, talking over the noise. Skylar, your Luna, will die with him, because they are linked by blood. Your pack will be left without leadership and vulnerable. I heard a few cries of outrage and my eyes found my mother, who had clasped to her mouth and her eyes rapidly filling with tears. Maria stood nearby, her face stricken. What do you want us to do? Eli asked. His expression was deathly serious, but I could detect the worry in his eyes. Rebecca glanced at me, and I realized it was my turn to try to convince some of the gathered wolves to accompany us. On our trip here, we had decided that we wouldn't need more than 15 or so. I had been ready to bring the whole pack, but part of the plan required stealth, and taking too many werewolves would give us away. Rebecca and I had debated for a while, my wolf and I intent on bringing more help, but when she detailed her plan to me, I reluctantly acquiesced. I cleared my throat, feeling a bit nervous with so many eyes fixated on me. I cowled and let my worry show. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not what I was doing now. If I looked scared, they would be scared too. I tilted my chin up and tried to emulate Rebecca's stance. We want to bring some of you with us. Rebecca has a plan, but she and I cannot do it alone. There is an entire coven of vampires with Cain. We are stronger than them, but there's only so much we can do when there are so many. How many do you need? Jack cut in. We don't want to leave our villagers unprotected in case some of Cain's vampires stayed behind. And we can't have too many or the plan won't work. But if 15 of you could accompany us. I trailed off. Many wolves were avoiding my gaze, while some others looked contemplative. I felt a rush of frustration and continued before anyone could speak. Look, some of you may not like him. I glanced at my pack in particular, but Gabriel is our Alpha, and he would do anything for us. He would do this for any of you, and you know it. Even if you won't do it for him, do it for the pack, for werewolves everywhere. Because if Cain gets away with this, he'll just go after other werewolves. He'll try to exterminate our kind. Ilgo. A voice broke into my train of thought. I spun to Eli, who had come to stand closer to us. I know him better, and that I have duties here, but I owe Gabriel a lot. We all do. If I can help him, I'm going to. He turned to face the beefy blonde, Vincent, and some understanding passed between them before Vincent nodded. I assumed Vincent was to take over Ella's dues when the beta came with us. Obviously Ilgo was Skylargo's. A female voice spiked up. Maria looked pale but determined, and she gave me a shaky smile. I felt a rush of gratitude towards my best friend, because I knew she was doing it for me. More than Gabriel. Next to Maria, Kale huffed incredulously. I'm not so sure about the Alpha, since I just got here and all. But if my mate is going, I guess I will too. I've got to keep her safe, he grumbled, and Maria gave him a sunny albeit nervous smile. I'll go with you, Skylar. You'd do it for me, Will said, pushing his way to the front of the crowd. My heart swelled yet again at my friend's loyalty. I won't let you or your mate die. Inevitably, my eyes found Eva's shimmering blue ones. She was giving me an inscrutable look, the cogs whirring in her brain. Her hand was clasped with Will's, but to my surprise, before she could speak, Will cut her off. I don't want you going. I know you're ear doctor and all, but it's dangerous. Fire flashed in the redhead's eyes. Of course I'm going, she snapped irritably. You'll need a doctor and I'm not going to let you go and get yourself killed. The two began to argue amongst themselves, and I wasn't sure about Eva's true reasons for going, but I didn't want to look into it right now. The bickering mates were drowned out as several others spoke up. Ilgo. Me too. Those stupid bloodsuckers have it coming. They were all from the Black Mountains pack, which was unsurprising considering how much respect they had for Gabriel. And I smiled at them gratefully. Okay, those that are coming with us, stand up here, I instructed, once again feeling very strange as I gave orders to the pack. The 7 wolves that had volunteered so far emerged from the crowd and came to stand near Eli. Count me in, a brunette stated, and I felt a small shock as I recognized Bree. The wolf Fearbane was during my tour of the land and Riley's death. My eyes found my parents, and I felt a mixture of gratitude and dread as I saw them emerging from the crowd. Mother. You don't? We want to come. Skylar. My father said firmly, green eyes holding my gaze. You're your only daughter. I know you're Luna now, but that doesn't make us any less protective of you. What kind of parents would we be if we let you go alone? But Luna or not, nothing you say will convince me otherwise. He interrupted as my mother wrapped me in a warm embrace. I saw Maria and her father arguing vehemently nearby, and I was sure Will's parents were upset too. But I was quickly distracted by the chorus of voices. It seemed that everyone was feeling encouraged to step up now that we had more wolves by our side. It only took moments longer for us to have all the help we needed. Of all the remaining volunteers, I chose those I knew to be the best warriors, because we'd need great fighters by our side since we'd be outnumbered. Moments later, Eli was rapid, firing instructions to Jack and Vincent while Rebecca and I were preparing to leave. Over a dozen of us and others encircled us. We'd spent enough time here and we had to travel to Denver. We didn't have time for anyone to pack their belongings, and I hoped Raziel had everything prepared. Hunting could be done along the way. As the rest of the instructions were given and we set off in wolf form in the opposite direction as the Black Mountains pack village, I tilted my muzzle to the sky and tried, once again, to contact Gabriel. His mind was as sealed as ever. Still, even knowing he may not hear my words, I projected a mental message to my wayward mate. Don't worry, Gabriel. We're on our way. Are you sure we're going the right way? Eli asked Rebecca, lowering his voice so only she and I could hear. Our large group was back in human form, but we were stretched out in smaller clusters so as not to draw too much attention. Denver was a busy city, even this late at night or early in the morning. However you viewed it, and we couldn't take chances. Even in the outskirts, we seemed to be headed to the far east side of town. That's where the airport is, and he told us to meet him a couple miles south. He has a cargo plane ready. Rebecca responded. I hoped Raziel had everything organized. I knew airport security was tight, and to being apprehended by humans was the last thing we needed. Then again, if we were meeting him south of the airport, would we even be using the airport runways? Fortunately, it was dark out, and as we escaped the busier parts of the city, we could count on darkness to obscure us. Rebecca gestured at the map she was holding. These are the streets he wanted us to use. Less detection, and he seemed sure that we'd reach the plane without interference. We returned to silence, broken only by our insistent footfalls on the pavement. Every now and again Rebecca would indicate that we take a side street, and the other clusters of wolves behind us would follow. It seemed to be a very convoluted route, but as the amount of people and vehicles around us significantly lessened and our surroundings transitioned from city outskirts to flatter farmland, I realized Raziel really had everything planned perfectly. I was surprised at how far the airport was from the main part of the city, but it worked in our favor. Soon enough, the runway lights winked in the far distance, but we made no move to get closer instead. Rebecca took a sharp right. Minutes later, the hulking form of a cargo plane crouched in front of us. We sped up our pace, and I squinted in the darkness to more thoroughly examine the dark figures ahead. As we neared them, Raziel stepped forward, scanning our group and looking profoundly relieved. The angel had a large pack on his back and I wondered what was inside. Rebecca and Art explained Raziel's identity to the others, feeling that it would only bring up more questions, but they knew he was a friend and I could only hope that was enough. The more keen wolves would pick up on Raziel's known. human aura, but I did not have time to deal with that now. Good. You're here. This is Sid, the pilot, the angel said, indicating the weathered blonde man on his right. Sid gave us a cursory examination before he nodded. Ought to be enough room, he grumbled, jerking his head towards the back of the plane. Better hurry and get your asses in there. I'm on a tight schedule. Rebecca moved forward to have some hurried words with Waziel while I tentatively led the others towards the back part of the plane. It wasn't huge, and I hoped it could make the long flight. I felt Mary's presence at my side and she whispered, "Where are we taking off from?" I glanced around at the flatland around us. Not sure, but it seems like Sid's been at this a while. We've just got to trust him. On the right side of the plane, near the back, was an opening. Cargo was clearly meant to be led up the ramp and stored in the body of the plane, and I felt very out of place as we strode up the ramp and inside the humming vehicle. I had never flown before and I tried to quell the nervousness. Wolves weren't meant to be in the air but for Gabriel. It'd do it. It wasn't exactly luxurious but everyone fit, and we wandered about while Sid and some Cinco pilot prepared the plane. To my surprise, there were several seats along the insides of the plane with a wide open spot in the middle intended for cargo. After a few minutes of shuffling and whispered curses, everyone had crammed into a seat and buckled up upon Raziel's instruction. A tiny bit of my nervousness abated as my parents sat on either side of me, putting on brave faces. Several of the others looked just as nervous as I was, and it warned me to see what lengths they'd go to for their alpha. As I felt the vehicle lurch forward and the plane rumbled beneath me, I took a deep breath. What we were doing was dangerous, not to mention illegal by human standards, but I glanced at Raziel's calm face and knew he had everything worked out. The plane's movement increased and I clutched at the seatbelt straps, closing my eyes and pretending I was not going to Israel, that I was not on a plane. That instead, I was curled up in Gabriel's warm bed with him lying by my side. Hopefully that image would soon be a reality. As the plane took off, I realized that I would be spending my 20th birthday, which was technically today, thousands of feet in the air and less. It was a miserable birthday, to say the least. While the warriors and Eli discussed battle strategies and Rebecca tuned her plan with Raziel, I remained strapped to my seat, scared to move around even after the plane had leveled out. I was not scared of many things, but I couldn't deny that flying freaked me out. My parents, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patient enthusiasm, and will try to distract me, but with little luck. My thoughts revolved around Cain, Gabriel, and the fact that I was thousands of feet in the air and could die at any moment if the pilot lost control. We stopped for fuel several times along the way, and the ascending just made me nauseous. Despite the fact that I got several weak, mostly ironic happy birthdays from my family and pack members, I was nowhere close to happy, and I felt younger and more vulnerable than ever. The red mark on my neck still stood out against my pale skin, but right now it was hard to act like a Luna. Still, I kept my face blank, joined in nearby conversations, and went over the plan again and again in my head until I knew every facet of it perfectly. The plane ride took nearly a day. Back in Colorado, it would have been around to an end. When we finally landed in Israel, that they were 8 hours ahead of us, so it was nearly afternoon and we still had to travel to Mount Tabor. I grew antsy and began to fidget in my chair, heart rate increasing in expectation. This was it, Friday the 13th. If our plan didn't succeed, Gabriel and I could both die, or the vampires would be free to go wipe out my species. There was a lot of pressure resting on our shoulders. As the plane touched down with bumps and jerks, I exhaled with relief when I felt the solid ground beneath us once more. Breathing my first fresh air since we boarded the cargo plane, I felt completely liberated. As I took in the foreign surroundings, I realized we were on an old, partially overgrown runway. Hadn't seemed like something that would have been sanctioned by the local government. We were definitely not at a major airport. In fact, we were in the middle of nowhere, and I realized what sort of risks it was taking in bringing us here unauthorized. I didn't even have a passport. When the grizzled older man appeared, I made a point to thank him profusely. All the while wondering what exactly Raziel owed him for bringing us, he raw what Sid owed Raziel. I wondered if the two had ever partnered before, if Sid was to friend type of ordeal. Raziel brought out a crumpled map of the area, his electric blue eyes honing in on Mount Tabor and tracing it south to our current location. Right now we were in a more rural area, but I assumed we would have to skirt cities to reach our destination. You all cannot shift here. There are too many humans between us and Mount Tabor. Raziel spoke worriedly, still fixated on the map. How will we get there in time? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My father asked. It's only a few hours. If we leave now, let's go then. I surprised myself, and everyone else, by cutting the angel off. Which direction? Raziel glanced at me and I thought I detected a glint of approval in his eyes. North. And when we get to the first city, we will try to mostly skirt around it. You all aren't exactly dressed in the appropriate attire for this region. I opened my mouth before closing it again, realizing I hadn't even thought about it. When we reach Mount Tabor, by the time we set our plan in motion, I'm afraid it won't matter. There was a grim set to Raziel less features, and I was sure why until he spoke again. I'm sure Cain has found a way to make the mountain conveniently devoid of people. My stomach churned at the thought of the innocence Cain could be harming. I tried to force away the mental image. We set off after Raziel indicated the route we were going to take. My wolf rubbed against my consciousness, and the desire to shift was an unrelenting itch beneath my skin. But I forced myself to remain in human form. We could still move pretty quickly, but I wanted to take off as fast as I could. Crowded cities or not. Still, Raziel had not yet led astray, and I couldn't risk the exposure of my species. I attempted to suppress the agitation as we steadily moved north, skirting the busier cities when we could. Our fevered pace caused sweat to bead on my forehead and trickle down the sides of my face. It was over 80 degrees in the afternoon sunbathe, thus in sweltering heat. I tried to at least acknowledge my surroundings, because Israel was very different to look at than Colorado. But Gabriel's image continuously swam to the forefront of my mind and prevented me from really taking in the scenery. During the time in which we had no choice but to travel through the towns, we definitely got some strange looks. No doubt everyone thought we were tourists. I hoped our presence would not stir up trouble because we couldn't waste time. Our group could definitely take care of ourselves, but I didn't want to harm any humans on the way to Mount Tabor. This wasn't their battle. I knew we were nearing the mountain when we skirted around the edge of a city to see the flat land around us steep and slightly into rolling hills dotted with a few trees and bushes. I caught the scent of sheep wafting from a distance, and small animals scurried through the brush nearby. Because the area around us was mostly flat, we were able to see Mount Tabor from quite a distance, jutting into the sky amidst the surrounding fields. It really was beautiful countryside. Fields and farmland undeterred by the sprawling human cities nearby. I could not appreciate it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not what I knew what terror was lurking. Darkness may have been several hours away, but Raziel mentioned earlier that Cain had probably scouted the area already. The more sympathetic side of me hoped the weaker humans were okay, but I couldn't exactly run up there and warn them about vampires. Surely there wouldn't be many humans loitering around at night when the vampires struck. Okay, here is where we split up. Raziel had pulled the map out again. We were sheltered in a copse of trees just where the mountain began to steepen. There was a road not too far away, and human tourists drove by every few seconds, no doubt driving to the top where I had spotted a cathedral. It must have held some sort of significance to their religion because the mountain was surprisingly busy. Rebecca has been told that the ceremony itself will be held near the cathedral. The vampires themselves cannot enter a holy place, but they will get as close as possible to conduct it. I noticed many confused expressions on my packmates' faces, and Maria tossed me a bewildered look. I shook my head, not wanting to explain everything now. They would just have to trust us. My father, too, caught my eye. but I just mouthed. Later, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We will split up into groups of 4. Go as close to the cathedral as you can, until it is surrounded, but leave about a half-mile radius until the vampires arrive. They have a much cooler sense of smell than we do, unless they are scenting blood, but we still must take precautions. Camouflage yourselves as best you can. Remain hidden. They see pretty well in the dark, and they move quickly. They must not detect our presence until it's too late. I don't care if you have to roll in mud to obscure your scent. In a different situation, I would have laughed, but Raziel was deathly serious. At his indication, Eli stepped forward, glancing at me. Skylar, I know you are our Luna, but would you mind granting me the authority to choose the groups? I nodded, surprised that he even asked. Sure, I was Luna, but he had much more fighting experience. Of course I would trust him to lead the charge. Thank you. Luna, Eli said respectfully, making my cheeks glow. He then began to put us in groups. He put my mother in my group, along with Will. My father and Ava were to remain with Raziel and Rebecca, as they may be needed to heal the wounded during the fight. They would fight only when absolutely necessary. An older warrior from the Black Mountains pack, Theo, was also put with us. He was very large and very muscular, and I could not help but be comforted by his hulking presence. A scar slashed across the left side of his face and his arms were covered with smaller marks. This was a wolf that had survived many fights throughout the years. Theo gave me a brief nod and came to stand beside us. I have to ask, exactly how many vamps are we fighting? Kale piped up. Raziel tilted his head slightly, considering. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought he had about 50 vampires in his coven. I thought silence fell upon the group, as everyone calculated our numerical disadvantage. However, I think I overestimated the number to begin with. On top of that, Gabriel killed a couple when he went to rescue Skylar, and I took care of a couple more myself. I blinked at him in surprise, not having heard this tidbit of information before. I'm sure he left several behind, perhaps to watch your pack, or his estate and belongings. My new calculations put his coven, the ones that will be coming to Mount Tabor, between 30 and 35 vampires. I was sure whether to feel relieved. It was a lower number than I thought, but that was still 2 vampires for every one of us. Then again, I had taken it on to by myself before. Most of them were not as strong as us, while I separated the rest of us into groups before we could split up. However, I took a moment to go hug Maria and my father. They both looked incredibly worried, but I tried to steer the conversation clear of goodbye. I was very much hoping for the best, but I would not go into a fight like this before at least saying something, just in case. Don't worry. They aren't that tough. I had to fight by myself. Like Raziel said on the plane, just don't let them bite you. I gave a weak smile, which Maria Puri attempted to return. My father just gave me a tight hug and said nothing. I noticed others around me doing the same, embracing or respectfully wishing each other luck, even those who had not started out in the same pack. One last thing, Raziel spoke quietly, and he pulled his backpack off of his shoulders and unzipped it. Sunlight may be easiest way to kill a vampire, but there are other ways to incapacitate them. Beheading them will do the trick, but it's much harder to behead a vampire than you think. Ripping their hearts out won't instantly kill them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Breaking their necks will temporarily knock them out, so if you don't have enough time to kill them, that will work. However, these can make it easier. He began to pull objects out of the backpack, cross necklaces. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and the like. All things that could be worn when we were in wolf form. He began to hand them out to the gathered wolves, but I noticed some of the more weathered warriors didn't get any. I quickly realized that Raziel had less than a dozen holy objects for us to use. These aren't as powerful as your necklace, Skylar, or the objects used to ward vampires away from your packs. These are intended to either deter the weaker vampires or injure them. The objects have been blessed, so the presence of one or direct contact will weaken a vampire. I'm afraid they won't really harm Cain, or his right-hand vampire Antonio. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The older vampires are more immune. He took a deep breath, looking resigned. Still, they could prove advantageous in battle. They are the only ones I have that were blessed correctly so that they'll harm a vampire for more than just a split second. They heal quickly. There was a wave of hushed murmurs and exclamations as those that had received an object either put it on or stashed it somewhere. With the last round of instructions, we split into our groups. My mother, Will, Theo, and I was supposed to go to the east side of Mount Tabor, so we headed in that direction. I hadn't taken more than a couple steps before I felt an delicate hand grip my arm. I turned to see Rebecca, her radiant brown eyes examining me with an expression I could not decipher. Her elegant hand was cool on the hot skin of my arm and she pulled me closer, surprising me when she wrapped her arms around me in a tight embrace. "Be safe, Skylar," she whispered, her breath ruffling the hair by my ear. "You too," I said quietly, my voice muffled against her arm. She pulled away, gracing me with a smile. I had overheard Rebecca's part of the plan on the plain. She was to go into the mountaintop cathedral via back door, which was where Gabriel would be going to sacrifice his blood. She would get Gabriel out of the back. The two of them together, with Raziel, would be enough to kill Cain, especially since he would be caught by surprise, I hoped. She had been a bit vague about that part of the plan, but I was more focused on my portion. We had to wait until the vampires were assembled and then catch them off guard. That was what we were counting on for this plan, that Cain would never expect us to be here. He would never have known that Rebecca was alive, and that we could get the information out of Vivian. If he had been expecting us, none of this would work. The plan was quite simple. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was all we could come up with in such a short time span. To my surprise, Rebecca's hands came up and cupped my face. There was admiration in her expression, and it made my cheeks warm. "You will be such a wonderful Luna, and Gabriel is lucky to have you by his side." My eyes threatened to tear up and I blinked them away. "I just hope we can save him." She nodded once, determined. "I think we'll do it. Get him out." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice was just a whisper. "You know I will." There was an odd look on Rebecca's face, as if she wanted to say something else, but she swallowed the words and gave a small smile instead. Her hands released their hold, and she stepped back. "You should probably get going. I need to get back to Raziel." I dipped my head in acknowledgement and gave Rebecca a small wave goodbye, waiting a moment for her to gracefully turn and return to her father, before heading back to join my small group. Once again, time passed tortuously slowly. We still had a few hours before dark, which was fortunate in some ways, but it made the wait nearly unbearable. It didn't take us too long to position ourselves on the east side of the mountain. We spread out until each of us was about 100 or more feet apart. We were less likely to be detected that way. We hid in the thickest part of the trees over here, away from the nearest trail that the tourists followed. As evening approached, the crowds on Mount Tabor had lessened significantly. I hoped everyone left before Cain and his vampires arrived. I lay on my belly, the thick undergrowth around me scraping against my dirt-caked fur. As ridiculous as it felt, I had done as Raziel asked and attempted to mask my scent as much as possible by rolling in the dirt and grass in wolf form. For now I was downwind of the cathedral, and I hoped those on the other side of the mountain had tried to mask their scents as well. I knew the vampires did not have a precise sense of smell, but we could not take risks. My muscles were beginning to cramp as the minutes ticked by and darkness approached. Flies buzzed around me, irritating my face and causing me to snap my mighty jaws in irritation. Far to my right, I could barely make out my mother, in wolf form, mostly obscured in the bushes with the impending darkness. Will was down and to my left, and my keen eyesight caught the flash of his orbs behind me. I turned my head back towards the front, scenting the air for the umpteenth time. Vampires moved fast, so as soon as the darkness hit, I expected them to arrive. I was surprised when they did not. An hour passed as I lay motionless, and then another. The moonlight was broken by the thick branches above me. I huffed in irritation, my wolf wanting to get up and pace but knowing better than to move. I stretched out slightly, resting my muzzle on the ground before impatience made me raise my head and glance back and forth. I saw a flash of wolf eyes and heard a voice in my head. Aren't they supposed to be here by now? My mother asked, impatience raw in her tone. We wolves did not like waiting for too long. Maybe they are waiting until it's closer to midnight. I think most, if not all, of the humans are gone, but I think a couple are guarding the cathedral. And I detected a hint of worry emanating from her. I knew why my mother and I had always had a soft spot for humans compared to the others. There's nothing we can do about it, I replied softly, even though I knew she could sense my guilt. My mother said nothing, instead refocusing ahead of us. The cathedral was nearly a half mile up the mountain, so I could not see it. And I counted instead on sending the vampire following them up the mountain. I'd have to use the utmost stealth. Everyone in my group, including Theo, had tried to mask their scent as possible. I fervently hoped nothing would go wrong. Perhaps half an hour later, I sensed it, vampiric presence. The hairs on my back stood up and I barely kept from growling. I could hardly detect a whiff of vampire scent on the air. But like always, I was able to sense them. In the distance I heard rustling and murmured voices. They were not making too much effort to keep quiet. I pricked my ears, trying to hear Kane's voice, but could not. The vampires were fairly far away, closer to the wolves waiting on the north side of Mount Tabor. I hoped they were lying low. I slowly shifted position, waiting patiently even though my heart was thudding in my chest. A few more minutes trickled by, and the sounds faded into the distance as the vampires continued towards the top of the mountain. And then, with another fresh breeze, I scented him. Gabriel. It took every ounce of effort to keep from leaping to my feet and charging up the mountain. I had not predicted the impact his musky smell would have on me. I wanted to whine and call out to him in wolf form, force him to come to me. I took deep breaths, letting his presence wash over me even though he likely did not know I was nearby. I didn't dare try to contact him again. I was sure the others smelt him too, but it was nothing compared to my body's reaction. Every single hair was standing on end now, and my mark, visible even in this form, almost seemed to be burning. I could not wait any longer. I slowly moved into a crouch and crept out of the bush in which I'd been hiding. Let's go, I instructed my group. Gabriel was drawing me to him whether he wanted to or not. I just wanted to see him. Let my eyes fall upon his form and make sure he was in one piece. Hearts pounding, muscles tense. The four of us began our trek up the mountain. Luckily Wade had stalking practice when we hunted as wolves, and we were practically soundless as we moved up the steepening slope. Fortunately it was grassy instead of rocky, so our paws didn't slip and make extra noise. I crawled from bush to bush, knowing my pack was near me and reassured by their presence. I kept my breathing even and quiet, but there was nothing I could do about my quickening heart. We moved as quickly as possible without making too much noise, and the murmured voices grew louder as we reached the vampire's location. Up the mountain, I could see the light emitting from the cathedral and realized how close we were. There was a lot more forest between here and there, so after a few more minutes, I crouched even lower until my belly fur was scraping against the ground. I crept as close as I dared and I could soon hear every word the vampires were saying. Up ahead of me, the ground leveled and the trees thinned. There was enough light to reveal a few shadowy figures, clearly vampires, but they were not looking this way. I heard many more vampires near them and I swiveled my ears to eavesdrop. This is so damn boring. Why the hell does he need all of us? To my agent extraordinaire, Marianne Nelbo, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know how careful he is. Sure, he'll hear you. The three were muttering irritably amongst themselves. I realized Kane must be been close to the front of the cathedral while we were on one of the sides. If his minions thought he couldn't hear their conversation, it found the perfect feeding place too. I didn't want to travel all the way out here, especially with that dog. I bristled at the insult to Gabriel and tried to calm my wolf's agitation. It would not be wise to reveal our location now. We were supposed to wait for Ellie's signal, and Raziel was going to distract Kane while we took out his vampires. As I sat here and thought about it, I realized I had no clue how Raziel would distract Kane without getting killed. Worry bubbled up in my stomach, and I swallowed hard. He freaked me out. He just stares. Doesn't talk no matter how much of a beating he took. The stupid thing stayed silent. That was a female vampire talking. I bared my teeth in a silent no. How dare they touch my mate? How dare they lay their hands on what was mine? I was going to rip them to shreds. The silver didn't weaken him as much as it would a normal dog. Another vampire pointed out casually. I tensed yet again, hoping against hope that Eli gave the signal soon. I was about to go crazy and reveal our position to tear into those stupid bloodsuckers for what they did to Gabriel. Raziel has eyes on Kane. So do I. Arch is with Gabriel. And Gabriel is going into the cathedral. That was Eli speaking. He sent me a mental image, and I felt a stab of relief so powerful it almost left me keeling over. Although the picture was a bit distorted since I was the one seeing it, looking upon Gabriel's broad front as he strode into the cathedral made me sag with relief. From what I could see of him, he was okay. Kane stood fairly close to the cathedral's entrance, but it was obvious he could not go any closer. The myth about vampires in holy places was apparently true. I closed my eyes briefly, controlling my emotions. We could not save Gabriel if I was a blubbering mess. I knew I had to be strong for him. Before my thoughts could wander further, a few things happened almost instantaneously. Even from my distance, I heard the loud thud of the cathedral's door slamming shut. Then, L's presence invaded my mind, and he spoke one word, now. I was off like a rocket. Paws thundering heavily against the ground. I heard others around me and in the distance, all of us breaking our cover. Within seconds I threw myself at full werewolf speed out of the trees and into the large clearing near the cathedral, not taking a single instant to observe the scenery or fight for my life. Startled vampires spun around, hissing in fury and terror, and then it began. Chaos erupted in the clearing. In this intense battle, Skylar is captured by the powerful Kane and injected with a lethal silver needle. Her pain and helplessness are heartbreaking. Just then, Gabriel's mother suddenly appears with a game-changing plan. She is willing to use her own blood to deceive Kane. Will this plan succeed? Chapter 33. As soon as the vampires realized they were being ambushed, they swung into hissing crouches, and the two sides clashed with feral roars from the werewolves. I honed in on the nearest vampire, a scrawny female with white, blonde hair that fixated her menacing bright blue eyes on me with a snarl. We circled each other, and I patiently waited for her to attack. I knew instantly that I was stronger. It was some sort of instinct that told me she was very old for a vampire, and the newfound power pumping through my veins would allow me to kill her easily. I bared my fangs at her, almost as tall as her shoulder even while in wolf form. With an impatient grunt she lunged at me, moving surprisingly fast, but I sprung out of the way and turned to face her again. Apparently my rosary truly was drained of power because she had no issue getting close to me. What? Is the little doggy scared? The vampire's eyes had darkened to pitch, blackened fangs were exposed, letting me know the demon inside of her was making its presence known. What caught my attention most To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was her voice. I recognized her from the vampires I had been eavesdropping on earlier. The ones talking about abusing my mate. In the blink of an eye, I lunged faster than I ever had before. She had no time to dodge or even realize I was moving before it knocked her over, a furious snarl escaping my jaws. As she landed on her back with me on top of her, I thought I heard something crack, likely caused from the sheer force it used. Panic flickered in the black depths of her eyes and she struggled, attempting to get leverage to sink her fangs in my neck. But I didn't give her the chance. I lowered my head in a blur of movement and clamped my jaws around her jugular, biting down with incredible strength until I felt the bones crack and she lay still. Then I twisted with a jerk of my head as if I were killing prey, and broke her neck, that had to knock her out for a while. I didn't have time to behead her because another vampire was already approaching me. The vampires had gotten over their initial shock and were clearly realizing they had us outnumbered. I could not focus on that, though I had to take it one vampire at a time. A muscular male was stalking over to me, his brown hair long and tangled and his eyes feral. In another situation, it would have been frightening to witness the sheer lack of humanity and compassion in his black orbs. They were voids of emotions as cruelty. He was an abomination. Before he could make a move, a brown blue whizzed by and Will collided with him from behind, making the vampire stagger and howl in agony as Will sank his teeth into the closest flesh he could reach, the vampire's arm. I took this opportunity to leap at the bloodsucker from the other side, as the vampire struggled, swinging wildly as he tried to pry his arm from Will's iron grip. I caught his other arm in my mouth, trying to ignore the acidity of his blood. I gave a mighty wrench, putting in every ounce of force that I could. With a disgusting squelching sound, the arm came loose and the vampire collapsed, writhing in pain. My stomach heaved at the macabre sight, but I had to remember that these were demons and they deserved what they got. Will broke the creature's neck and tossed me a wolf grin. I barked in warning, my eyes widening as I saw a vampire practically materialize behind Will and leap on his back, hissing and burying his teeth into the skin behind Will's neck. Knowing how agonizing a vampire's bite was, I leapt forward, attempting to stop the assault as Will crumpled to the ground. Before I could help him, I sensed movement to my left and I leapt out of the way to narrowly avoid another vampire. The incoming vampire left me no time to help Will as he leapt at me and I narrowly dodged. I could tell he was faster than the ones before, but I still felt as if I had the upper hand, especially with Gabriel's essence running through my veins. We continued to dance around each other, the vampire lunging and me dodging, looking for an opening to exploit his defenses. I know who you are. The words slithering out of his mouth like uncoiling snakes. You're either head dogs, bitch. The master said you had that rosary. Isn't doing you much good now. I ignored his taunts, still observing him closely for any faltering step, any weak link. I bet you'd scream if we did to you what we did to him. His fangs grotesquely glinting in the dim lighting emanating from the church. I couldn't help it, that got to me. I sprung at him but he danced out of my reach, and as I turned to face him, I felt the brush of air above me and the heavy pressure of the vampire landing on my back. I reacted on instinct, moving in the blink of an eye before he could sink his teeth into me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Attempting to crush him with my weight, but he flung himself off my back and out of the way in the nick of time, skidding across the grass. I clambered to my feet and instantly leapt at him again as he regained his balance. The vampire tried to dodge, but he did not quite have my speed and my shoulder collided with him, knocking him backwards. I pressed my advantage and snapped at him, my jaws catching onto his shirt and a chunk of his flesh. As he roared in outrage, I used my grip on his shirt to fling the vampire away from me and into the nearest tree. He collided with the trunk with a heavy thud and slid to the ground. Dazed, I made short work of breaking his neck while he was stunned. I glanced around as there was a break in vampires, spotting Will still limp on the ground. Theo was battling the vampire that had bitten Will, and while they were still engaged I dashed over to my friend. He was still breathing, but his eyes were half shut as the pain washed over him. I whined softly with sympathy. "Skylar," my mother shrieked, terror ringing in her tone, and I abruptly took off from Will's prone figure as I tried to find her. I spotted her light-colored wolf trapped underneath two vampires that were scratching at her and attempting to get their fangs past her scrambling paws. I barreled into both of them without further ado, knocking them clean away from my mother. I leapt onto the nearest one and sank my canines into her neck until she stopped struggling, surprise still evident in her black eyes. I spit out the acidic blood that had gotten into my mouth as I tried not to choke. Before I could finish her off, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Something cold grabbed the ruff of fur on the back of my neck. Half a second later, I was flying across the clearing, too surprised to get my paws under me and landing heavily on my side instead. I rolled end over, and a few times, coming to an abrupt stop when I collided with a tree. Whoever had grabbed me was very strong and had thrown me while my body felt bruised. Whimpering softly, I scrambled up, breathing hard. I hadn't realized how much effort it expended. There was nobody around me. Panting, I glanced around in confusion who had thrown me here. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees intently for any sign of movement. "Hello, Skylar," a voice drawled, dripping with derision and cruelty. My stomach plummeted. Cain emerged from the trees, eyes glimmering with barely controlled menace. Although his voice had been light, he definitely looked pissed. I firmly held my ground and tried not to let my fear show. I knew I was no match for Cain. No other vampires approached us, and I had no doubt he told them to leave me. I was his target now. Where had Raziel gone? He was supposed to be distracting Cain. I wished in that moment they could mentally contact the angel. None of the wolves would be able to help me in this situation. I glanced around in my peripheral vision. We were a short distance away from the rest of the werewolves engaged in battle. Cain had literally thrown me out of the fight to get me alone. Still, we were within hearing distance. I could only hope Raziel would realize what was going on. Cain's hulking figure glided closer, completely soundlessly, and he began to shake his head. Everything had been going so well. Your alpha and I had a deal. He gave an exaggerated sigh before his voice hardened into something much angrier. Then you werewolves had to come and fuck it all up. I growled in response, eyes observing the tiniest movements he made. I expected him to strike at any second. Why couldn't you just let us be? We would have left your pack alone. Even if I could have spoken, I wouldn't have responded. I'm sure it had something to do with some misdirected sense of obligation to the other werewolves of the world. TSK. Skylar, you're Ealoon and now. You need to learn how to look after your own. I snorted at the irony of his statement. Cain was telling me how to be a leader. I don't appreciate that tone. Skylar. He patronized me, infuriating my wolf. I realized then that Cain clutched something in his right hand. It was a book of some sort, and upon closer examination, I realized his wrist had been slashed. So He'd already completed some part of the ritual. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was not a good sign. Anyhow, I would love to stay and chat with you, but I'm afraid I need your help with something. A lazy smirk stretched across his face, which still looked human. He was not yet angry enough to let the vampiric side make itself visible. There was something ominous in his words, and I felt my fur stand up on end. I dug my claws into the ground and crouched lower, prepared to defend myself no matter the cost. Even if Cain was stronger, I would fight him valiantly. My wolf itched to sink our teeth into his milky skin. Slowly and deliberately, Cain dropped the book He'd been holding, and it fell to the grass with a dull thud. The dark blood on his wrist glistened in the scarce moonlight that permeated the trees. You see, I have to stop all of this nonsense somehow. We weren't poor Gabriel getting any rebellious ideas. His electric eyes glimmered. You're my best option. I should have expected the move. Should have prepared for it somehow. But Cain was insanely fast. I was able to detect the whizzing blur as he moved from in front of me to behind me, and I even managed to partially turn around, prepared to launch myself at him, but I was too slow and my snapping just missed him by a hair, as if I weighed nothing. Even as a wolf, Kane wrapped one arm around my stomach and the other around my neck while lifting me in the air, my back pressed against his front. I struggled ferociously, uncomfortable with my paws off the ground as the vampire held me aloft. In an abrupt shift of position, Kane spun and released his iron grip on me, using his momentum to hurl me towards the nearest tree. He definitely didn't hold back. In human form, all of my bones would have been crushed as I slammed into the tree trunk, causing it to splinter and break from the force of my weight. As a wolf, all of the breath left my body in a whoosh and I was unable to right myself, collapsing onto the grass at the base of the tree in a heap. The side of my body that had made contact with the tree felt like it was on fire, and it hurt to get air into my lungs. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to get into a standing position once more, but my shaky limbs would not support me. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kane grunted an order, and the dark vampire materialized in front of us. His shaggy hair mostly obscured the lie on his lean face as he lifted something in front of me. A grotesque grin stretched across his blood-stained mouth as I registered what the object was and my eyes widened in horror. A syringe. Kane took it delicately and muttered something to Antonio that sounded like "fetch the goblet." Nodding, and tossing me another sneer, Antonio took off in the opposite direction, strolling almost casually towards my still huddled figure. Kane held the needle where it was still clearly visible. I felt a newfound surge of energy as I knew that whatever was in there would cause abominable pain. Again, I tried to leap to my feet, and this time I was successful, although half my body still seared with pain from my collision with the tree. It didn't matter, Kane was still too fast and I was weakened. He surged forward and knocked my front legs out from under me. I felt a flash of humiliation as I collapsed again, but this feeling was quickly replaced by horror as I felt a heavy pressure on my back. I held my fury, bracing myself for the pain that was soon to come as Kane plunged the needle into my neck. It was silver. It had to be. My suspicions proved correct as a wave of pain so profound crashed over me that all that escaped my jaws was a weak whimper. My eyes rolled into the back of my head, and I felt my grip on my wolf escaping, slipping away from me. I could not hold my form any longer. All I could focus on was the overwhelming pain. Dimly I realized that I was shifting back into human form, but there was nothing I could do about it. I sent out a mental cry for help, that someone, anyone, would come take the pain away. I knew the silver was quickly working its way through my bloodstream. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And no doubt my mental call was futile. My fur and claws receded, fangs snapping back into my mouth as a wall became erected between my wolf and me. I couldn't feel her or sense her, and any communications with my pack were shut off as the silver left me powerless. I tried to focus on the trees around me, even Kane, but everything was obscured by the thick haze of agony. I had lost controlled movement in all of my limbs, eyes blurred with tears. I saw Kane's dark shape hovering close by, and it seemed like he was reaching for me. I would have smacked his arm away, but the dizziness and disorientation prevented me from even lifting a finger, and my stomach roiled with nausea. I could have sworn I felt Kane picking me up before I lost consciousness. Gabriel's POV, the cathedral stank of humans. The overpowering stench of their skin and sweat made my stomach churn. It was ironic. Walking into a holy place, given my bloodline, I half expected to feel some sort of kinship with the angelic figures painted on the walls. But instead all I could think about was the smell of the place. Well, that and the unholy act I was about to commit. What I really wanted to do was wring Kane's neck with my bare hands. I knew I could do it, he was strong. But in the end, the demon inside of him could not stand up to the holy blood pumping through my veins, and we both knew it. The age-old concept of good trumps evil should have proved true in this case. But he is persistent, and relentless. He will never stop until he gets what he wants. My wolf growled, his hatred for Cain seeping into his tone. You would know something about that. I replied coolly. I would indeed, he retorted. My wolf was a prideful, stubborn, and savage creature. For years now, nothing had been able to tame him. I had my father to thank for the monster he'd created. The monster that rarely reared its ugly head anymore. Not since that fateful meeting, where I had found my only weakness, and only thing I truly enjoyed living for. Unfortunately for werewolves everywhere, Cain knew this one weakness. It was her. It had always been her and those blue eyes. Too naive and innocent to give any indication that she should be mated to someone like me. Yet fate had put us together, and from the first moment I saw her, I knew she'd be the death of me as much as she'd be my salvation. I knew that Cain would somehow exploit our bond, find the chink in my armor, because no matter how much I loathed the bloodsuckers and wanted to save my own kind, I couldn't put Skylar at risk. I was too protective of her, as much as I tried to resist her. My feelings had deepened into something I never would recognize before we met. Closing my eyes briefly, I attempted to push thoughts of her from my mind. The more I thought about Skylar, the closer I was to letting my walls down for just a moment, just so I could sense her presence before I went through with this. I glanced down, seeing that the burn marks on my arms had nearly faded, as if I weren't already blocking everyone out. Cain had kept silver chains wrapped around me at all times, just in case I tried to call for help. Although silver didn't weaken me as much as the ordinary werewolf, he had found the purest silver and piled it on. I gritted my teeth, not relishing the memory of the past few days. They had been painful, to say the least. The cathedral had intricate murals and carvings on the walls depicting various biblical scenes, but I took little time to observe the scenery as I strode down the center aisle towards the altar. Despite it being pitch black outside, the cathedral was lit sporadically, yet completely absent of humans. Cain had conveniently disposed of the security as soon as we arrived. The building had incredibly thick walls, so sounds of the outside world were practically inaudible. My own heartbeat seemed overly loud amidst the silence. In my right hand I held a sack containing a silver blade and a goblet. My task was simple enough: slash the wrist, horizontally not vertically, and fill the goblet as much as I could. I knew that my wound would begin to heal before the goblet was too full, but I had to follow instructions as best as I could. My wolf let out a ferocious snarl, absolutely despising the idea of following someone else's orders, especially Cain's. I ignored his protests and resumed my purposeful walk through the silent room. The alpha side of me was difficult to push down, but I would do it for her sake. I would let the vampires walk in the sunlight if it meant my pack would be safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichet's enthusiasm. Cain couldn't kill me. That was the only leverage I had. Even if he escaped my wolf's jaws, he would never be able to come back to haunt me. I would give my life up in an instant if it meant saving hers. Cain knew I wasn't bluffing when I told him it'd end my life if he ever came back. That is, if I didn't successfully kill him tonight. Reaching the altar, I pushed away the biblical paraphernalia on the surface to make room for Cain's objects. I wasn't sure what exactly he'd done to the goblet, but it had a sinister aura, as if it had been cursed in some way. I was surprised it didn't combust into flames in this holy place. I set it down cautiously before pulling out the long knife and tossing the empty bag to the side. I took a deep breath, reaching my arm out over the goblet. I would have to do this willingly. I knew, if Cain took my blood without my permission, it would be a hell of a lot worse for him. The vengeful side of me wanted him to suffer. After all of this was through, when I got the chance to kill him, I planned on making it as excruciating as possible. My wolf would not be satisfied with anything less. He was a vengeful beast that had only shown a more forgiving side after we found our mate. I closed my eyes again, letting her face flash through my mind. It made all of this easier. It made helping the bloodthirsty bastard almost acceptable. Just before I broke the surface of my skin, I heard something near the back of the church. Muffled footsteps, I dropped the knife and instantly dropped into a defensive crouch, a low growl escaping my throat. Cain and his minions cowled and entered the church zone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A wandering human. Slowly, a dark figure materialized in the back of the church, far behind the altar in a back corridor, and approached. It was lit in that area, so I took a deep whiff to determine the identity of the intruder. Without a breeze and amidst the overwhelming smell of human, it took me a second longer to identify who it was. It can't be. My wolf growled incredulously as the scent triggered something in the back of my mind. A faraway memory from my childhood that was almost a blur. Dark hair, radiant eyes, the smell of flowers and a chiming laugh. I was sure my face registered complete and total shock as the dim lighting revealed someone I had never thought I'd see again. My mother. She barely looked older, with the same tumbling dark curls, brown eyes, sculpted features that ran throughout our bloodline. For a split second I wondered if I was hallucinating or somehow seeing a ghost or spirit. Was that even possible? I was contemplating my sanity when Rebecca spoke gently, in her melodic voice. Gabriel, Ingriasm, I'm ready here. She spoke as if she heard what I was thinking, but I was still rendered speechless as she stopped a few feet in front of me. Her eyes took me in greedily, examining every feature of my face, likely comparing me to the child she remembered. Rebecca did not touch me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She looked as if she itched to reach out and touch my face, but she resisted. My wolf had gone eerily quiet. I blinked once, twice, trying to adjust to the surrealism of this situation. How? I finally asked, my voice coming out steady despite my inner turmoil. I could not comprehend how Raziel would have woken her up or how she knew I was here. Cain had been very secretive about the location and was confident nobody was on our trail. I wasn't even sure how I felt about seeing Rebecca again. I felt a flash of anger as I remembered the way she had left, abandoned me to my father's clutches. I tried to squash the unruly emotion before it made me say something I would regret. I still had to come to terms with the corporeal being standing right in front of me. It was Skylar. She woke me up, my mother said gently. Hearing my mate's name sent a jolt of electricity through me, and my heart skipped a beat. How did she know to? I don't have time to give you a lot of answers. Gabriel. My mother cut me off, irritating my wolf. I pushed his complaints aside as I took in the look of urgency on her face. I still could scarcely believe she was really here, and I almost expected her to vanish into thin air at any second. She continued. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your pack members and your mate, all here. They have a plan to. Skylar is here. The words were under us and I felt horror bubbling to the surface. Where Cain can get to her. For a second I forgot how bizarre the situation was as fury struck. How could Raziel let this happen? Listen, Gabriel, my mother ordered, and I recognized something in her tone from when I was younger. A distant part of me acknowledged the authority ringing in her voice. There are some things you don't know about this ritual. You plan to kill Cain after he drinks your blood. Right. Well, you won't be able to. He will be incapacitated. But so will you. That's how the transfiguration part of the ritual works. During the time the changes are occurring, you won't be able to fight. Cain's counting on the fact that you don't know that particular tidbit of information. I stared at her, feeling my stomach plummet. Who was supposed to kill Cain if I could not? Are you implying that you will kill him instead? She shook her head quickly. No. I have a different plan. If you'll just stop asking questions and listen. For a second I thought I saw a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, very out of place for this situation. Before it vanished, I nodded. I still had a multitude of questions whizzing through my brain, such as the details of Rebecca's awakening and how the hell they had found me, but the logical side of me knew I had to wait. Go on. Angel blood all smells the same, and is very overpowering. You and I share the same werewolf bloodline as well, meaning our blood will practically have identical scents. Kane won't know the difference. My eyes widened marginally as I realized where she was going with this. Take my blood instead. I will be incapacitated for the ritual. That you won't be. You will catch Kane off guard because he will expect you to be weakened. He doesn't know him alive. She held out a slender, pale wrist. You can make the cut for me. Too, so the blood won't be given voluntarily. You expect me to sacrifice you blood for that bastard. Her plan made sense, but something inside of me felt appalled. I have more angel blood inside of me than you do. Kane won't be able to tell the difference while drinking it. But after, he'll be in even more pain than if he drank your blood. I observed her silently for several seconds, weighing the pros and cons. I did not want to cause her pain, but if it meant killing Kane and saving Skylar and the pack, in the end it would be worth it. Your sure health all for it. Unless He has drunk your blood before and knows the exact taste. Like I said, even though our werewolf genes are somewhat different, the angel blood will overpower the slight taste variation. She turned her head to the side. Then, as if she were observing something beside me, but her eyes were distant. Then you can kill him while He is weak, like you planned. I contemplated, the more distrustful side of me not wanting to use a plan that I didn't concoct. You're wasting time thinking about it. She's out there. My wolf snapped. I knew he was right. Well, use your plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Mazen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Give me your wrist. To my agent extraordinaire, Mazen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Half smile had graced my mother's lips. You really have turned into an alpha, she murmured quietly, catching me off guard. I looked away, jaw clenched. It was a foreign sensation to see affection on my mother's face. I hadn't witnessed affectionate care from my parents since I was 6 or 7 years old. My wolf stirred uncomfortably. He didn't remember those days. They were flickering images in my peripheral vision that I couldn't quite focus on or bring into clarity. And my wolf had long since lost the ability to recall the happiness we'd experienced when I was a child. As she held out her arm, I pulled it toward me but paused, wanting to assure I had every facet of the plan worked out. Is he still out there? The thought of Kane fighting my pack members worried me. They didn't stand a chance. She didn't stand a chance. My mother nodded once, her expression changing into a serious one again. Rosie has Kane distracted right now. There's a lot going on out there. Narrowing my eyes slightly, I listened for a moment, using my enhanced senses to detect noise even through the cathedral's heavy doors that blocked out most of the outside clamor. When I concentrated, I realized I could hear snarls and hisses from the clearing outside of the cathedral. My pack must have ambushed the vampires and minotaur after I entered the building. My wolf wanted me to run out there now and make sure Skylar was okay. I growled low in my throat, forcing my feet to remain still. Kane was the source of the problem. I had to take care of him. My mother held out her wrist again expectantly, and I saw steady determination in her dark eyes. Her plan made sense. I hadn't seen her for over 15 years, but I trusted her knowledge of the ritual. I had no choice, not one to hesitate. I grabbed the knife in one fluid motion, pulled her wrist towards me, and slashed horizontally across the pale skin. Dropping the knife, I pulled her arm so the blood would drip into the goblet.
Rebecca winced ever so slightly, and I tried to keep a straight face,
not expecting how much it would affect me to touch her again, let alone harm my own flesh and blood. I squeezed her arm near the wound so that the blood pumped out faster, dripping into the goblet in a scarlet stream. The stench permeated the air and my wolf growled restlessly. Rebecca bit her lip and looked away from the morbid scene, waiting patiently for a tense minute until it began to heal. Being half angel, silver barely affected her, and she had an incredibly fast healing rate. Once the goblet was full enough, I grabbed the knife again. My mother glanced at me, alarmed. What are you doing? Kane will notice if I'm giving my blood, but I have no wound. or even a scratch. Before I could think twice, I cut into my own flesh, remaining stoic despite the pain that shot up my arm. I carelessly let the blood drip into one of the empty bowls on the altar, not wanting Cain to scent it on my clothes. "Will you dispose of that?" I asked Rebecca, indicating the bowl with a jerk of my head. I had no qualms giving her an order despite our relationship. It was easy to go into alpha mode. She nodded and handed me the goblet of her blood, a strange expression contorting her features. I turned back towards the doors to the cathedral, preparing to head back and get this over with as soon as possible. It'd only taken a few steps when something made me hesitate. Some tiny part of me that still vaguely remembered the Rebecca from my childhood, with her gentle smiles and nurturing nature that was such a stark contrast from my father. I turned back over my shoulder, taking her in for a few seconds. It was hard to accept that she was back, and harder still to understand how I felt about the situation. Rebecca took quick strides to catch up to me until I was looking directly down at her. She slowly raised a hand and I tried not to flinch or back away, focusing on the side of me that had missed her all these years, instead of the part of me that still condemned her actions. Instead of cupping my face like I expected, Rebecca grabbed the collar of my shirt and moved it aside, revealing the red mark that Skylar's fangs had created. "Still looks fresh," my mother breathed. "It took a long time for yours to fade." There was a bitterness in my tone that I'd been hoping to avoid. Something flickered in my mother's eyes then, self-loathing, deep and evident. "Gabriel, before you go out there, I have to say it. I'm sorry for leaving you. I never should have. I was trying to do the right thing and protect you from the vampires, and get away from my father. You replaced him pretty quickly." Hurt shimmered in the depths of her eyes before her face hardened. "If I could have chosen to stay with your father and protect you, if I could have chosen to keep my mark from fading, I would have. I will never leave Skylar. I don't care if it fades or not." Rebecca observed me keenly, a smile curving her lips again. "You really care about her, don't you?" Something in her tone indicated that her words had a deeper meaning. I blinked down at her incredulously. My wolf growled in affirmation at the same time I said, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I was sure why she was even asking me a question like that. Skylar had become the center of my universe. She had saved me from being savage and hard-hearted for the rest of my life. She had shown me how to feel again. That was something I'd never be able to repay. But I'd spent my life trying to make up for what had put her through. I may have fallen out of love with David against my will, but I still loved you. You were everything I had. Everything I did was to protect you. If leaving Skylar meant saving her, at least for a while, would you do it? Would you hurt yourself to protect her well-being? I remained straight on Edelweiss Island, absorbing her words. I could recognize her logic, but it did nothing to salvage my childhood. I released a heavy breath. I did not have time to explore my lost connection with my mother now. I had to stop Cain. We don't have any more time to waste. I muttered a quick reply, and turned to stride off again. I had to prioritize, and rekindling some sort of familiar relationship could not be the #1 priority right now. No matter how strongly Rebecca's presence had affected me, Skylar was out there. Every second could mean danger for her, and she came first. My wolf barked his agreement and urged me on. "I'm going to escape out the back. Cain can't know him here," Rebecca said, taking a step back towards the altar. I growled affirmation. "We'll talk later." Though I was still torn, I couldn't get over the notion of Rebecca being a ghost, some sort of vision of happier times. It was eerie and made me uneasy, which was not an easy thing to do. Shrugging off the discomfort, I strode towards the exit. Just before I reached the cathedral doors, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I couldn't resist turning over my shoulder once more. "Be safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Very quietly, knowing she could still hear me. Rebecca's expression softened and she attempted to smile as she dipped her head in acknowledgement. With my free hand, I roughly shoved the cathedral doors and marched outside into the chaos. The air was torn with feral snarls and screeches of pain, and several patches of grass were stained scarlet. There were limp figures scattered on the ground, but to my profound relief they all looked like vampires. Pride for my pack's fighting abilities briefly flashed through me, but I could not shake a pervading sense of worry. This had not been the plan. This was not what Kane and I agreed on. I knew that my pack meant well, but some part of me knew it could ruin the chances of my strategy being successful. I scanned the area, looking for a familiar silver wolf, but I could not find her. The battling vampires and werewolves stayed in clumps of 2 or 3 and was paced out across the clearing and even into the woods. I knew she had to be injured, because I hadn't felt any pain. Amidst the multitude of scents I could not precisely locate her. Carefully clutching the goblet as to not spill a single drop of Rebecca's blood, I sought out Kane or Raziel. The vampire leader was nowhere to be found. My own pack members had yet to notice my presence, and a few vampires dashed by, ignoring me completely as they headed to help more of their own. My wolf itched to break out of my skin and tear into Kane's coven, protecting my pack, but I could not risk Crew in my only chance to weaken him. I growled in frustration as I realized how torn I was between killing every vampire within a mile of Skylar or killing Kane, thereby stopping the source of the problem. My choice was made for me when I heard a vampire rapidly approaching. Kane's right-hand vampire. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cleared his throat from beside me and bared his fangs. The goblet, if you please. You're eager to follow me to the master. I wanted to extend my claws and rake them across his face, but I exercised an extraordinary amount of self, handing the goblet over, taking orders from this pathetic excuse for a hunter. Look how low we sunk. My wolf snarled in derision. I knew that he understood why we were doing this, but his pride was insurmountable, and I could sympathize with that. Remaining silent, conjured up a mental image of Skylar, the way she had looked sleeping beside me the last night I had seen her. That calmed him down. Antonio jerked his head and I followed him towards the nearest fringe of trees, skirting the dooting werewolves. I feel like a traitor to our own kind, following this bloodsucker while our pack fights. It'll be worth it, was my short response. Nearby, Eli finished off a vampire and glanced around, his wolf's eyes meeting mine. Shock flashed through his expression, closely followed by confusion. I could tell he was about to approach me, but I quickly shook my head. I willed him with my eyes not to follow. I wanted to mentally contact him, to explain everything, but opening my mind would let Skylar in too. The thought occurred to me then that perhaps I could let them in, explain the plan to them and why it was the best possible way that would get the least number of werewolves killed. Before they showed up to help me, I didn't have to worry about casualties, except for myself. Now everything had changed. My thought process was abruptly cut off by a sharp pain that blossomed in my chest and radiated throughout my core, leaving me reeling. I caught onto the nearest tree for balance, letting out a sharp breath of air as I recognized that the pain was just an echo. It was Skylar's pain, not mine. I clenched my fists as the agony continued to assault me in waves. Blinking rapidly, I shoved off the tree, my wolf howling in fury that someone had dared us all to our mate. It was Kane. It had to be. He had touched Skylar, and right now the only thing I could think of was ripping his head off. Ignoring the burning that still permeated me, I took off in the direction Antonio had been leading me. I tilted my head and scented the air, realizing that we had gotten a lot closer to Skylar, and I could scent the delicate smell of honeysuckle nearby. While it normally calmed me, right now I felt the anger consume me and I was dangerously close to shifting. I held back on sheer instinct. If Kane had her, I would need to use my words to negotiate, so being in wolf form would lend help. Even as the pain eased, I plunged recklessly through the undergrowth, moving as fast as the blink of an eye. At that pace it only took me seconds to locate them. They hadn't gone far from the main battle. I came to a skidding stop when I saw the position she was in. Skylar was in human form, her beautiful body put on display for everyone to see, which only angered me further. I could see dark veins standing out against her pale skin, which meant she had been laced with silver. I snarled ferociously as I eyed Cain, who was holding her upright, one arm supporting her body and the other behind her head. I knew instantly that if I moved to attack, he would kill her. I knew that Cain could behead her, rip her heart in the same amount of time it would take me to lunge at him. He was strong enough to do so, and while I may have had more brute strength, his speed matched mine, or it was close enough. Even if I thought I was the tiniest bit faster, I was not willing to risk her life on it. My wolf, too, was trying to hold back, seeing her vulnerability. With so much silver in her system, Skylar was even more fragile than normal. It was then that I wondered where the hell Raziel was. Rebecca had said he was distracting Cain, but the angel was nowhere to be seen. It caused my chest to ache painfully, seeing her unconscious, gnawing head. I wanted to rip her out of Cain's arms, and I turned my burning gaze on him. Any other vampire would have flinched at my ferocity, but Cain just sneered. He reached up a hand and casually brushed Skylar's dark curls away from her pale face. "Don't you fucking touch her," my wolf and I said at the same time, my voice coming out as a guttural growl. Now, Gabriel, don't be hasty. You know what he'll do if you come closer. You may be a brute, but you have enough common sense to hold yourself back, so it seems. I have the blood, I snarled. Cain glanced over his shoulder. "Yes, I'm assuming Antonio got the goblet from you." I stared him down, knowing it was a rhetorical question. My wolf paced back and forth, wanting to burst out of my skin and tear Cain to shreds. The depth of feeling he had for Skylar was proven by his restraint in that moment. "I guess we should wait till he catches up. He can't run as quickly as you while carrying that goblet. We wouldn't want to waste that precious blood of yours." The word precious came out as a hiss. I remained silent. "Desire evil, Mordecai," Cain barked, and 3 vampires appeared shortly thereafter. "Guard the perimeter. Make sure none of the other werewolves wander this way." The vampires obliged, surrounding us and facing the cathedral a short distance away. "She is lovely." Cain lazily looked down, eyeing Skylar's naked body. A red haze entered my vision, another growl erupted from my chest. Even though my logical side knew he was taunting me, I felt my canine starting to grow, so I closed my eyes briefly to wipe away the image of Cain nogging Skylar's form. "Don't worry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's not enough silver to kill her, especially since you have mated." For some reason, a cunning look flashed through Cain's eyes as he spoke. I glared at him as I tried to decipher it. "I have to say, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your wolves almost ruin everything." I was about to head out with Skylar. "If you had tried to make some sort of grand getaway, I would have taken her." His teeth flashed as he smiled. "I see you understand reason. Maybe I underestimated your recklessness." Cain frowned, as if in deep contemplation, though there was a mocking aura about the expression. "Still, I wonder how they found me." I wondered that myself. "I'm going to tear his eyes out for looking at our mate, and then I'm going to rip his head off. Once all of this is over." My wolf stated venomously, his violent nature emerging. I could not disagree with him. "Oh, Antonia." Just as the vampire came into sight, moving as quickly as possible without spilling the goblet's contents. "Finally, I can get this over with." A wound caused by a blessed object tends to sting. He grinned sarcastically, held up his wrist, and I saw the deep gash there. From what had picked up the last few days, the ritual consisted of Cain reading from some ancient, powerful tome, slicing himself with a holy object, and then drinking my blood. All a holy sight, well, as close as he could get to one. Looking closely, I spotted the book resting on the ground a short distance away. Like the goblet, it had a sinister aura practically shimmering around it. I knew it was very dangerous and didn't want to guess what H she'd gone through to get it. I was under the impression it was one of a kind and very dark magic, if there was such a thing. As if reading my thoughts, Kane glanced at the book. "Bring it to me. I have my hands full." He winked and I bared my fangs at him. Skylar was still dangerously still, and it was painful to see her so helpless. I was supposed to be holding her and helping her, and now I was practically useless. Not a fitting position for an alpha wolf, failing to protect his own mate. I felt the self-loathing unfurl deep within me, a familiar feeling. My wolf was trembling, scarcely controlling his anger and snarling curses at Kane, trying to shake it off. I planned ahead. As soon as Kane drank the blood and became weak, I would strike. According to Rebecca, he wouldn't expect me to not be affected at all. Antonio held the book out towards Kane, who shook his head, eyes flicking to me and back to Antonio. "Page 58. Find it." The vampire obliged, awkwardly rifling through the book while still clutching the goblet in his other hand, and held the book aloft once it was at the right page. Kane smirked slightly, observing me. "I trust you won't try any sudden moves. It'll be quite easy to kill her before you can make it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Watch him, and interfere if he tries to attack. The dark vampire grunted in approval, and without further ado, Kane began to read from the book while Antonio held it in his free hand. The words were completely foreign to me, as they were spoken in a raspy, choppy language I had never heard. But whatever incantation he used was ringing with power. I could feel the energy washing over me, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The sky almost seemed to darken, and a cool breeze nipped at my skin. It was a foreign sensation, the clearing almost humming with the power Kane was using. Kane's voice grew louder and the breeze grew stronger, Skylar's curls whipping around her head and across her face in a dark halo. Just when Kane was nearly shouting, he abruptly stopped. The breeze instantly died down, but I could still feel the book's power. "Now, Antonio, give me the goblet," Kane hissed. He made no attempt to hide his eager expression, and his eyes were darkening as the demonic vampire inside threatened to break through the human facade. Antonio wordlessly handed it over, also looking eager. I knew that Kane's coven, every vampire he ever created, would be linked to the spell as well. They had done some preparation for the event, some sort of blood-sharing ritual that I had the fortune not to witness. All I cared about was the fact that I could now kill Kane and kill them all. Kane glanced at me once more, his lips tilting upwards in a sardonic smile. One of his arms remained wrapped around Skylar, his hand on her chest over her heart. The threat was very clear. Smirk widening, Kane tilted the goblet towards me and lifted it in a mockery of a toast. His eyes glittered with expectations. Then, in one smooth move, Kane put the goblet to his lips, tilted it upwards, and drank. I braced myself for the aftermath. Kane swallowed, his face paler than normal and his eyes screwed shut. He almost looked sickly. The clearing was absolutely silent, everyone watching with bated breath. He drained the goblet in seconds, throwing it aside when he was finished. Kane's body was racked with a tremble and a hissing sound escaped his clenched teeth. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I only have a minute before it kicks in. I could tell he was already weakening. Do it. Now he should be weakening, not liking the ominous sound to his words. I prepared to lunge myself at him as soon as he staggered, snatch Skylar from his clutches while he was weak and cowled, and kill her in time. But I never got the chance, because Antonio leapt directly in front of me, hissing with his fangs bared and demonic claws outstretched, and Kane, tossing me a triumphant glance despite his still, paling complexion, wrapped his arms around Skylar, turned, and vanished into the trees. In this scene, Gabriel's fury reaches its peak as he instantly shifts into his wolf form and leaps at Antonio without hesitation. Despite being a powerful vampire, Antonio stands no chance against the enraged Gabriel. Gabriel's wolf form showcases incredible strength speed, ultimately tearing Antonio to pieces. Chapter 30 for Gabriel's POV. Antonio smacked, his eyes glimmering with malevolence. Fury rose from deep within me, burning through my veins and causing my last tendril of self-control to snap. I shifted instantly, my clothes ripping away from my body and fur sprouting from my pores. I leapt at Antonio in the same movement, anger coursing through me as I realized that Kane was leaving the vampire behind to distract me while Kane ran away with my mate. Killing Antonio would waste precious time that could help me save Skylar. It was pathetic. My wolf thought that Antonio was willing to give his life to buy Kane a few seconds. Then again, they probably thought I would be losing my strength by now. Antonio was likely not counting on me leaping at him full force. Claws outstretched, the shaggy, haired vampire tried to dodge my snarling jaws, a startled look flashing through his black eyes. But he was too slow. I was livid, seeing red, and my wolf was intent on snaring our prey. Antonio did not stand a chance. No matter how old he was, he may have been one of the strongest vampires, but he was nothing compared to an enraged werewolf with the blood of an angel and the strength of an alpha. It took mere seconds for my fangs to sink into his shoulder, bone crunching beneath my mighty jaws. Antonio might have been strong enough to throw any other werewolf off, but he was a flimsy sapling bending to the gales of my fury. My wolf roared as I trapped the vampire below me and began to tear at him, rending him in pieces. Antonio hissed in pain and attempted to fight off my attack, but my heavy weight pinned him to the ground. I buried my teeth into every exposed inch of skin I could find. His hisses turned into desperate squeals as I tore into him with roaring bloodlust. When my teeth pierced the jugular, he stilled, blood staining the green grass. I took this opportunity to head him with one strong wrench, my wolf simmering with satisfaction. Strength and adrenaline burned through my veins, and tearing Antonio apart had been no challenge in this enhanced state. I dropped the severed head to the ground and took off in the direction Kane had vanished. Rage was driving me. I was a completely feral animal that would kill anything that tried to stop me from getting to my mate. There was no telling what Kane had in store for her. The vampire had to be weakening by now, whereas my paws were thundering across the ground and I was catching up. Antonio had bought him a minute, but it wouldn't be enough. I leapt through the trees, which soon opened up to a fairly steep, grassy slope. Skylar's scent led me down the mountain and dimly wondered where the hell the vampire was taking her. Eli status. I mentally barked at the beta, hoping he was in good enough shape to respond and follow me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Almost every wolf is accounted for. I detected worry in his tone. Is Skylar with you? He continued. Kane has her. In following him. Send wolves after me. Where is Raziel? I remembered Rebecca had said he was distracting Kane, but the angel was nowhere to be found. I don't see him. They'll send a group to look for him, he can't be far. Eli replied. I grunted affirmation and picked up the pace. Despite his weakening state, Kane was still moving incredibly fast. I should have nearly caught up with him by now. My train of thought was suddenly derailed as 3 dark shadows darted from the shelter of the forest ahead on my left and barreled my way. I snapped my jaws in frustration. Kane was continuing to throw his minions at me, just to buy time, and they were throwing their lives away for the master of their coven. The vampires rapidly approached and I briefly considered making a sharp turn and avoiding them altogether. Unfortunately, if I took a different route I could waste even more time to pick up the trail again. I couldn't lose Skylar's scent. It seemed my best alternative was to rip the head off of every vampire that tried to distract me. I met the trio of vampires head on, moving faster than their beady demon eyes could hope to comprehend. My wolf howled savagely as we spun left and right, jaws clamping down on every vampire limb within reach as I dodged their counterattacks. I felt claws rake through my fur, scraping for the skin and drawing blood. I spun and leapt on top of the offending vampire, breaking his neck with a single jerk. Another scrambled onto my back, trying to find purchase to sink her repulsive fangs into my skin, but I bucked her off and made short of her once she tumbled to the ground. I turned, prepared to finish off the third vampire, but to my surprise he was already unconscious on the ground. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Silky brown wolf stood over him, her eyes glinting. It was Rebecca. Even though I knew she was back, my heart still skipped a beat as I took in the appearance of the person I thought was gone for over 15 years. Shouldn't you be weakening? I asked incredulously, wasting no time as I took off after Skylar again and my mother fell into step beside me. I took a cursory glance at Rebecca's form, noticing something glinting around her neck, a pendant of some sort. She must have noticed my look, for she replied, "Raziel gave it to me. It protects those of holy blood, especially from unholy forces. Since Cain used it arc ritual, and that's what is seeping my energy, this helps keep it at bay. How long will it last? Not very long. I'm only half angel, so it doesn't offer me as much protection as it would Raziel. My wolf side is still feeling the ritual's effect. It occurred to me that Rebecca and Raziel really had formulated a plan that accounted for every possibility well, save for Skylar's capture. A breeze wafted Skylar's scent in our direction and I took a sharp turn. We were still heading down the mountain, but the trail was steadily strengthening. Cain's vampires were not buying him enough time. Are you strong enough to fight? Cain will keep throwing vampires our way. Some part of me realized just how strange it was to be having a mental conversation with my mother. After all of this time, I don't care. I'm going to help you kill Cain, no matter the cost. You must go through with it. There was a strange undercurrent in her voice and I tossed her a sharp glance. She remained focused ahead, ears pricked forward as she sought out any sign of vampires. Of course, I'll go through with it. Why wouldn't I? My wolf huffed in indignation at the thought that we wouldn't tear that disgusting vampire to pieces, especially after H.E.D. laid his filthy claws on our mate. You will? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rebecca replied vaguely, and I felt a stab of frustration that she was avoiding the subject. He has Skylar. Right. The thought of my mate's unconscious form sent another wave of fury crashing over me and I was quickly distracted. Yes, I grit out, voice simmering with anger. Then we'd better hurry. We had to contend with 2 more separate vampire ambushes, both of which cost us precious minutes and allowed Cain to stay ahead of us, before my sensitive hearing caught Cain's voice on the breeze. Just a bit further down the mountain and through another copse of trees. Seemed he had finally slowed enough for us to catch up. He should be weak enough for me to tear him apart. I was running at top speed, Rebecca lagging behind slightly, before I made out the tail end of his last command. Guard the entrance. All of you. Don't be afraid to use them. They'll definitely slow him down, if he even makes it this far. Some sort of instinct triggered by Cain's words fought through my red haze of anger and made me slow my pace as I entered the trees. I wanted to leap into the fray after Cain, but a warning signal was going off in my head and I trusted this 6th sense. It had never led me astray before. Hold on, I commanded Rebecca, who slowed down as she caught up to me. Following my instinct, I crouched down until my belly fur brushed against the ground. My more reckless side urged me on, worried that being cautious could cost Kyle or her life, that my logical brain wanted to see what we were up against. The way Cain had phrased his order indicated multiple vampires ahead, and his last words made it seem like he had some sort of weapon. I could only assume Silver was related. Even if I could form a tenuous plan, it was better than rushing in headlong and getting myself killed or held up for too long to help Skylar. I racked my brains, trying to remember Cain mentioning any sort of hiding place within the past few days, but came up empty. I shouldn't have been surprised. The vampire always had a back-up plan. When I reached the edge of the trees, my suspicions were confirmed. There were over a half-dozen vampires ahead. They were fairly spaced apart in a grassy area devoid of cover. They were definitely not trying to hide. We were practically at the base of the mountain now, so the ground was more level in some spot. I crouched lower, remaining concealed in the forest fringe as I assessed the situation. So Raziel was right the first time. Rebecca said quietly, tone subdued. Achidi initially thought Kane had close to 50 vampires, but then after doing some calculations, he lowered that number. Kane had more than 50 to begin with. I responded almost absently, scanning the surroundings. What you saw in the clearing was the bulk, but he would never have them all in one place. I noticed that Rebecca was breathing more heavily than normal, tongue lolling out of her mouth as she panted. I tried to ignore her weakening state as I focused on the bloodsuckers ahead. They were walking about in a coordinated fashion, more like patrolling than anything. But what exactly were they guarding? The patterns, the way they moved, should give away what they were protecting my Kane was. I narrowed my eyes and strained to see in the darkness, past the shadowy vampire figures into the mountain beyond, which was slightly steeper than the area in which Rebecca and I were hiding. Behind the vampires was a rocky formation, a jumble of smaller rocks and large boulders that initially looked unassuming, but I grew suspicious upon closer inspection. There was one particularly large rock lying across the others at an odd angle, standing mostly upright, almost as if it were blocking entrance. There must be some sort of cave or cavern in the side of the mountain, whether natural or created for Kane's purposes. I was sure, though I suspected Kane dug it specifically for this. Achidi had a long time to plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichut's enthusiasm. I had to get inside. It made sense that Kane would lurk in the mountain's murky depths through the night and these vampires would guard him while he was in his incapacitated state. I quickly shot out a mental image of the location to Eli and everyone else in the pack, urging them to get here as quickly as possible. Are you going there? You heard what Kane said. I think they have weapons. Rebecca began hesitantly, encircling around the back. When the others arrive, they can attack from the front. Stay here and attack from the side, if you feel up to it. I wanted to add, but didn't want to get into it. Rebecca was perfectly capable of gauging her own weakness, and I could only worry about Skylar right now. My wolf refused to fixate on anything else. I was already moving as I spoke, crouching low as I began to move parallel to the edge of the trees. Vampires could not see. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichut's enthusiasm. Or smell as well as us, and I would try not to alert them to my presence until it was too late. I could surprise them from the back until my pack could close in. If Eli had sent others after me like it asked, they could not be too far away. Gabriel, Rebecca called after me, forcing me to hesitate. I glanced over my shoulder, knowing the impatience must have been evident in my wolf's expression. I want you to know that I'm sorry for leaving you, for what happened to David, everything. She spoke with a tone of forced calm, but I detected hesitancy underneath. So Raziel had told her what had happened to my father. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rebecca would have been in a coma when it occurred. I was sure how to feel about my mother's knowledge of the situation, or her apology in general. I wasn't good with the whole heart thing, and I still bore some resentment built up over the years, unsure how to approach the topic, and itching to chase after Skylar. I flicked my ears in acknowledgement before continuing to creep towards the vampires. This conversation with Rebecca could happen later. Hurry up. My wolf snarled in frustration. She's in there. That filthy vampire could be drinking from her now. My stomach plummeted as the thought what I'd been trying to avoid was attacked dead on by my wolf. I was completely in the dark. I knew that Kane did want Skylar just to bait me. Her blood could possibly be his perfect elixir. The thought of his fangs sinking into her pale flesh almost drove me into a frenzy. and I dug my claws into the ground to prevent my wolf from forcing me down into the midst of the vampires. You are wasting precious time. My wolf seethed. If they have silver weapons, they can take us out. We have to use the element of surprise. They won't stop me from getting to her. I don't care how many silver bullets they have. But thankfully stopped pressing. My heart thudded relentlessly in my chest as I tried to maneuver myself so I was downwind of the vampires, creeping through the undergrowth at a painfully slow pace lest I risk being heard. The seconds were ticking by and it took an incredible amount of strength not to leap in front of the patrolling vampires. Normally I didn't have such a sense of self-preservation, but I knew I was the only one that could save her. I couldn't risk being pierced by a silver bullet. The vampires would have plenty of room to shoot me if I emerged from cover they were out in the open. And if Kane drank from Skylar and regained his strength, he would be able to escape before the effect of silver left my system. It was one of the hardest things I'd ever had to do, when almost every fiber of my being wanted to plunge into the vampires' midst without worrying about whatever weapons they held. What felt like an eternity later, I was in position. I was almost even with the rocky formation, near the opposite side of the large clearing from where Rebecca was hiding. My heartbeat had sped up further, and I felt a strange sense of paranoia that the vampires could hear it. The creatures were being oddly quiet, not bothering to exchange words as they held position, glancing around for any sign of movement. Thankfully their eyesight was not good enough to spot me at this distance. Then I felt it, a sudden, piercing pain in the side of my neck. I inhaled sharply as a burst of agony shot through me. But it was an echo. Not my pain, but hers. Kane had bitten my mate. It radiated from the point of entry to every end of me. And in that moment, I lost all remaining vestiges of self-control. He fucking touched her. I was drinking from her. My wolf roared. And if I wasn't already in the same mindset as he was, he would have taken over my mind entirely. We took off, glowing our cover completely. I didn't care. I had precious minutes to stop Kane from feeding on her. Hell, I didn't even know what exactly it would do to her. I'd never heard of a werewolf dying of blood loss, but I couldn't risk it. If Skylar died, I would go back to the way I was before. Maybe worse. I would return to that feral, savage, love-less creature. But the worst thing of all would be that Skylar would never open those blue eyes of hers, never see the light of day again. With a savage howl, I dashed towards the vampires, who spun towards the sound. The heavy noise from my paws beating the ground resounded in the odd stillness. I leapt, high in the air, bracing myself for the impact of a silver bullet in my side. I was far enough away that if even one of the vampires was a good shot, they could hit me at this speed. They were spread out, and it would only take an instant for one of them to get a good angle on me. I didn't care. I was prepared for the worst, but apparently, luck was on my side tonight. I heard an outbreak of furious growls from the opposite side of the grassy area and wolves began to burst from the trees. I saw Eli, Will, Skylar's parents, and a couple others. I'd only glanced at them for half a second, enough to realize that several of the vampires had spun to face the oncoming werewolves, leaving me with only a couple to face. I snarled heatedly as I heard the crack of a gunshot and something glinting was by my body, just skimming my fur. That was too close, I had to focus. I collided with the nearest vampire just as another gunshot resounded, and the bullet flew over my head. My assumption had been correct that when the vampires were caught off guard, the element of surprise would prevent them from remaining calm and focusing on the target. Kane had clearly not prepared them for the appearance of so many werewolves at once. I saw shock flicker through the depths of the bloodsucker's eyes as I took him to the ground, claws digging into his paper, thin flesh. I bared my teeth ferociously as I heard other gunshots nearby. These focused on the other werewolves joining the fray. "You but you," he began, kicking and struggling weakly. But my sheer fist pinned him down and my teeth quickly connected with his throat. The sentence trailed off with a gurgle. I didn't have time to break his neck, because instinct urged me to leap off his prone form. I followed the gut feeling, a bullet shooting through the area I had just vacated. My eyes fixated on the vampire holding the gun, Her face twisted in a furious grimace of hatred. She prepared to shoot again, but I twisted to the side and then leapt. Too fast even for her enhanced speed. The vampire shot at me again, and then again. But her panicked movements prevented accuracy, and an instant later I had her arm in my teeth, shaking it rigorously. The bones snapped beneath my jaws and she dropped the gun with a howl of pain. Her free hand clawed at me, drawing blood and yanking out tufts of fur. But I held on firmly to the arm clasped in my jaws. With a jerk, I used my leverage to toss her away like a ragdoll, directly at the rocky formation that concealed Kane's presence. She smacked into the rocks and then lay still. A third vampire spun around, aiming his gun at me, but were leapt out of nowhere, and the two collided heavily. They began to sling on the ground, and the gun was quickly ripped from the bloodsucker's grasp. He was too busy with will to focus on me. These pathetic creatures don't have our resilience or prowess. My wolf sneered. They don't deserve to even grovel at our feet. Seeing a clear path to the entrance, I shot out a message to the others telling them to finish the vampires off and then make sure none of the bloodsuckers followed me into the cavern. I took off at top speed towards the rocky formation a short distance away. In wolf form, it would be more difficult to move the rock since I couldn't just use my hands. But I needed to stay this way for the enhanced strength and senses. The vampire still lay crumpled next to me, at the base of the rocks. As I pressed my large shoulder against the biggest boulder and shoved as hard as I could, with a satisfying rumble, it rubbed against the others with a grinding noise before toppling over. I quickly sidestepped to avoid getting my paws crushed. Behind the boulder was a narrow tunnel entrance. Just as suspected, tendrils of plant roots hung down to the soil roof of the tunnel, and I saw multi-legged creatures scurrying away from my presence. The tunnel was small, only enough room for one vampire, but winding. This close, it was nearly pitch black. But I saw some sort of dim light around the corner and figured it opened up to a larger cavern. Kane must have worked on this for months or even years. Once H.E.D. found the site where he wanted to hold the ritual. No doubt he has a back exit. H.E.D. never corner himself like this. My wolf mused. I agreed with him as I glanced over my shoulder, seeing all of the other vampires occupied. I then shoved myself in the tunnel, disregarding how cramped and claustrophobic I felt. Every second was imperative at this point, so I moved as quickly as possible. I didn't care if Kane heard me coming. If Skylar's blood hadn't helped him, he likely would have collapsed by now. I prayed to whoever was listening that he was completely incapacitated. Dirt crumbled as my massive form scraped the sides of the tunnel. It was tall enough for Kane to walk, hunched over, which meant it was tall enough for me to not have to duck down as a wolf. However, my girth was the problem. Rocks were studded into the soil and they scraped against me as I shoved through. This could be a trap, my wolf muttered, an edge to his voice, privately. But I didn't care. I did not have time for caution at this point. My neck was still stinging slightly. It had been a few minutes since Kane bit Skylar if he was still feeding from her. She must be dangerously weak. The thought made me gnash my teeth furiously as I wound through the tunnel as rapidly as my size allowed. I couldn't help but feel as if it failed her. It allowed Kane to take her and do God knows what with her. I despised someone else touching what was mine, but it was more than that. Skylar was so innocent, so pure, and Kane was defiling her. It caused a pain to resonate from deep within my chest. The light was growing brighter now. No doubt torchlight. I forced myself around a particularly sharp curve. A pile of dirt collapsed and rained down into my fur, but I ignored it as I realized how close I was. With one last vigorous shove, I pushed through the last turn and stumbled into a larger cavern. It was only the size of a bedroom, with torches bracketed on the dirt walls. My vision skimmed the nearby table, which contained a few open books and a jug of a dark crimson substance, to the small bed against the back wall, to a small hole in the back of the cavern that was undoubtedly a back exit, to the most horrifying thing in the room, my mate. Chained to the wall, the silver cuffs biting into her sensitive skin. There were cuffs on both her wrists and her ankles, and the rest of her hung limply. Her dark hair obscured most of her pale face, and the veins were vivid against her skin. Skylar was still unconscious, but she'd be in a lot of pain when she woke up. My wolf whined softly, a rare noise for him to make, and my furious gaze focused on Kane, who was hovering in the shadows just behind her. He definitely did not look incapacitated. He had a malevolent sneer on his face. I took a step forward, ready to completely disembowel him. Not so fast. If you want her to live. The vampire spoke smoothly. I automatically glanced at Skylar, examining her even more closely than before, and that's when my nose detected it. Blood. Fresh blood. Definitely hers. Her hair obscured the bite, but I could see a small trickle of scarlet on her neck. I snapped my jaws, a horrifying sound escaping my throat. I'd shift back. If I were you, we can talk like civilized people. Trust me, you'll want to hear what I have to say about Skylar. I really wanted to rip his throat out, then rescue Skylar myself. Kane must have read this in my expression because he spoke again. Don't you want to know what I did to her? What's going to happen to her? And how to stop it? That got my attention. Seconds later my bones had shifted back into human form, the firm claws receding until I stood as a human, stark naked. In front of him, my wolf, caged only in my mind once more, paced feverishly. I flexed my fingers that itched to tear Kane's heart out before folding my arms across my chest. You have 1 minute, I said darkly. I wanted to step closer to Skylar and make sure she was okay, but I had noticed something in Kane's hand, a silver dagger. Once again, I was stuck conversing with him while my mate's life was at stake. I must say, Gabriel, I'm impressed. How on earth did you avoid being weakened by the ritual? His vivid, blue-green eyes were alive with genuine curiosity. I just stared at him, refusing to respond. So Rebecca's plan really had fooled him. Oh, I know. You're playing hard to get. A smirk spread across the vampire's sharp features. Well, it doesn't matter. You have your ways. I have mine. He gestured broadly at Skylar's unconscious form, and a growl emerged from deep within my chest. My suspicions were correct. I needed blood, but hers worked perfectly. Not only does she have an affinity, something I always wished vampires had, by the way, but some part of you is within her. I think it just sped the process along. Doesn't matter. You may have regained your strength, but I can still kill you. I snapped, confident in my words. Kane sighed heavily. Unfortunately, you're right. I still don't quite feel up to par. His honest admission surprised me, but I tried to keep my expression neutral. And without all my vampires to guard me well, I'm helpless. He shrugged carelessly. My suspicions spiked. That's why Skylar was just perfect. On the off chance that you managed to follow me despite your growing weakness, well, I could regain most of my strength and defeat you. His eyes flashed with something I could not decipher. However, I see you were one step ahead of me in that regard. You're not weak enough for me to kill. Well, not without expending a lot of effort. It isn't a risk I'm willing to take. He took a step closer to Skylar. I moved forward, ready to prevent him from touching her. But he brought the knife into the light, and I stopped. He would be able to plunge the thing into her neck before I could stop him. Once again, I felt completely helpless, and let a wave of self-loathing overcome me. Skylar's body suddenly jerked, her muscles straining for half of a second, before she grew still again. My heart skipped a beat as a knees formed in the back of my mind. Looks like it's starting, Kane said softly. What's starting? I snapped. I'm willing to continue the game of riddles any longer. Kane raised an eyebrow, smirking once again. Why, she's going to turn. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I fed her my blood moments ago after nearly draining her. It suddenly felt like the ground had disappeared below me. I gaped at Kane, horror unfurling deep within me, unable to find words for several long seconds. Skylar's body jerked again, more pronounced this time, and a strangled whimper escaped her lips. My wolf was recoiling in horror at the thought that Kane's words could be true, of what he could have done to my mate, that Skylar was becoming what I despised most. A vampire. Kane was turning something beautiful and perfect into a creature of mindless evil. I could not let it happen. Werewolves can't become vampires. Or hybrids. It's impossible. I hissed through my teeth, hoping with everything I had that it was true. Kane grinned, and this time there was a flash of fang behind his lips. Strum normally. However, you seem to have forgotten that I'm the oldest vampire in existence. The original. My blood is powerful enough to turn anything anything not directly descended from an angel. As the blood rushed through my ears and I didn't conceal the look of horror on my face, he continued, your essence, the part of youth that's inside her, is not enough to protect her. You're not going to be fast enough. As Skylar's body began to jerk again, even though she was unconscious, I could hear the pathetic whines escaping her. The cuff scraped against her raw skin as she squirmed. This time, it jerked multiple times before she hung limp again. Each movement was a painful stab against my heart. How do I stop it? Voice rasping against my throat. I was clinging to what Kane had said earlier. There had to be a way. That's where this gets interesting. You're going to have to choose. You see, my hands clenched into fists as my gaze trailed over Skylar again. Her veins were even darker against her skin now as the evil blood coursed deep through them. If she turned, what would she become? A hybrid? Would she need to kill humans to survive? Or would she retain her heart of goodness? One thing was for certain, Skylar would hate herself forever. She would not want to survive like that. I knew that much. My wolf whined in agitation, the sound morphing into a furious growl. It was unfair that Skylar had something so unfortunate happen to her, and it was all my fault. The transition could possibly kill her. That happens sometimes. I'm not sure exactly how it works when used on a werewolf. I guess I didn't really do my research. There was vivid amusement in Kane's tone, and I wanted so desperately to tear his intestines out of his body. My wolf was not speaking, he was just stricken by the sight of his mate in front of us. I knew that he, too, wanted Kane to die an excruciating death, but I needed this information. I had to know how to save her. My thought far from the vampire problem now. Focus solely on Skylar. That's where you'll choose. Saving her before she transitions, which only takes a few minutes by the way. Maybe a half hour at most. That's an advantage to being as old as I am. It takes next to no time to create new minions. He chuckled malevolently while I still remained silent in my horror-stricken state. It'll be harder to save her the longer you wait. So, either you save her and let me go. He gestured at the back exit to the cavern. Or you can choose to chase and kill me. You may have caught up to me earlier, but I'm stronger now and just as fast as you. If not faster. It'll take some time to chase me down. Little Skylar will have fangs by the time you get back. He was backing away as he spoke, quite close to the exit. He knew what I was going to choose. Kane had won. He had always been one step ahead. Always had a back-up plan. I knew he was right. That chasing him down and eventually catching him would likely stop me from preventing Skylar from turning into a vampire. I had no doubt that Kane was incredibly fast. And now that he was stronger, he knew I wouldn't risk doing both. I snarled in pure frustration as Skylar began jerking painfully again, thrashing this way and that, veins pulsating beneath her skin. She began to whine persistently as her limbs jolted in their restraints. This time, she did not stop. Her body continued to move against her will, encouraged by the blood coursing through her. How do I save her? I snapped furiously. How do I know she isn't going to die anyways? And here I was, thinking you were one step ahead of the game. Kane replied slyly. How do you think you can rid her of a demon before it completely attaches itself to her? It only took me seconds to figure it out. The idea coming to me in a rush. Holy blood. My blood. No. Don't get ahead of yourself. Your blood isn't holy enough to drive away a demon that I created. It will need to be more pure. Raziel. My wolf and I realized at the same time. With Skylar's cries beginning to echo loudly the cavern, I stretched my mind out to every wolf imaginable. Find Raziel. Bring him here. Skylar is dying. Cain is going to escape. If any of you can find the back entrance to this tunnel, do it. Stop him from getting far. My voice rung with conviction. I knew the other wolves would have questions, and that there was almost no chance they could stop Cain. But I did not have time for such thoughts. I began to glance quickly around the room, trying to find something to help free Skylar from her cuffs. It would be hard for me to touch them with my bare hands, but I would do it if necessary. Seems that you've made up your mind, Cain said casually, flicking an imaginary speck of dust off of his shoulder. He was standing directly in front of the back entrance. Go get that angel of yours. If she's recovered, by the way, and then she'll be fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His teeth gleamed as he gave a little wave, backing into the tunnel. Feel free to send someone after me, not like anyone except you can be a match for me. He turned around and began to stride into the darkness, glancing over his shoulder one last time. Don't worry, I won't be paying you a visit. In a few hours I'll have plenty more places to explore in the sunlight. Just know that I have you to thank for solving my daylight problem. His cruel laughter bounced off the narrow tunnel walls as he took off. The harsh sound grated against my ears and I fought down another wave of fury that urged me to pursue him. His last words haunted me, lingering in the stale air of the cavern. It was my fault that he had gotten away. I was careless and selfish for risking the lives of werewolves everywhere to help Skylar. I couldn't help it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would be lost if anything happened to her. I rushed forward to my still, struggling, unconscious mate. Her veins were darker than ever, interlacing underneath her skin like a malignant black spider bear. The harsh cries of pain escaping her lips made my own body ache, or perhaps I was feeling an echo of her pain. My own blood burned through my veins, and I felt unsettled. My body was recognizing the transformations going through hers. My wolf was practically in a frenzy, urging me forward, begging me to help her. I'm so sorry, I grit out, reaching forward to cup her face with one hand while I frantically searched the room for anything that could help. Apologizing was not something I was normally familiar with, but in this instance, I knew just how much I was to blame. Seeing nothing useful, I gripped one of the cuffs on Skylar's feet, ignoring the way it began to irritate my skin and slightly caused my strength to ebb. I wasn't as affected as a normal werewolf, but it still stung. I put a hand on each side of the cuff, intending to wrench it open since there was no key I could use to unlock it. Cain must have conveniently taken the key to her cuffs with him. I yanked once, twice, putting every ounce of force behind the movements. After 3 tugs, the silver wrenched apart and Skylar's foot was free. It was a good thing I had the strength of an alpha werewolf. Skylar was still thrashing, and I had to grab her leg to prevent from being kicked. It was difficult to move around her flailing body, but seconds later, both of her feet were free. I knew it must have been painful for her to be hanging from her arms, so I moved to a cuff on her wrist, leaning against her body to prevent the thrashing and keep her from falling once I opened the other cuffs. This one took longer to open, mostly because the silver was really beginning to burn my hands and sapping my strength the longer I touched it. Sweat had started to form on my forehead, and I was practically panting when I walked to Silver enough to tug her wrist free. Skylar was now shackled to the wall only by one cuff, and I was forced to wrap an arm around her body to keep her from hurting herself. I turned slightly, maneuvering so that Skylar's weight was resting on me, but I could reach around her to still grab the last handcuff with both hands. Her mouth was against my neck, and my heart tingled despite the situation as her heavy breathing warmed my skin. I was all too aware of the pathetic sounds still escaping her, but her thrashing had weakened somewhat, which worried me. Was she tired, or just closer to turning? Her feet battered my legs as she struggled this way and that while I yanked at the sides of the cuff. I just needed to open it an inch or two so her wrist could slide out. It was difficult to touch it now, as my fingers and the palms of my hands were raw from the biting silver. I took a deep breath, picturing what would happen to Skylar if she turned into a vampire, and focusing on Kane's cruel smirk. This sent a jolt of anger through me and gave me the adrenaline I needed to force the sides of the cuff apart, letting Skylar slip free and slide completely into my arms. The whole process of freeing her had probably only taken 2 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Kane said I had half an hour if I was lucky. Skylar had been bitten 10 or 15 minutes ago. I had to hurry. I wasted no time in moving her to a bridle-style position, wrapping her feet securely with one arm and her torso with the other. Her flailing was minimized that way. "Where is Raziel?" I demanded furiously, not knowing where the hell I was supposed to even take her. I wanted to get out of the cavern, but Kane had said my blood would let help, so I needed to locate Raziel. If I cowed and find the angel, I would try my blood anyways. It was better than just letting her go. "Raziel lives at the back of the tunnel," Rebecca replied. I was too distracted to notice the odd tone in her voice, but as her words registered, I couldn't help but feel the tiniest bit of hope. Had they stopped Kane? Had they gotten there in time to prevent an escape? I took off, moving as fast as I could through the back tunnel without knocking Skylar's head against the narrow walls. I had to hold her at an angle so she didn't smack the sides. "Did you stop Kane? He left just a couple minutes ago." "Razzie has him," came the shocking reply. I was momentarily struck by disbelief. Was luck really on my side? Would I really be able to both stop Kane and rescue Skylar? Historically, my luck had never been that good. There was always a catch. Still, I could not help but hope. My question was soon answered, when I rounded the bend and came to a very gratifying sight. Raziel was standing at the tunnel's back exit a short distance away, looking every bit like an avenging angel. He was paler than normal, his dark hair matted to his face, but his electric blue eyes were burning with righteous fury. His hands were held aloft, his mouth muttering a soft incantation. Behind him, between Raziel and I, he had never escaped the tunnel. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I could hear the furious hiss escaping his lips as he crouched, a few feet from Raziel yet unable to approach the angel. He took a few steps back, closer to where I stood, with Skylar several yards away. Kane's back was to me, but I knew what I would see if I gazed upon his face, the demonic side of him, exposed through pitch black eyes and sharp fangs. I noticed that both of Raziel's wrists were cut and crimson liquid was streaming down his arms, dripping onto the floor. "Raziel, it's Skylar," I choked out. My mate was still squirming slightly in my arms, whimpering quietly. Kane's head swiveled and his beady eyes fixated on me. "Yes, Angel. Save little Skylar. She's going to become one of us without your blood," Kane hissed through his teeth, poison oozing from his words. "Step aside. It isn't like you can kill me anyways. You can use your fancy incantations and your blood to repel me, but you aren't physically strong enough to finish the job. We both know it. You no longer have powers, right?" The vampire was sneering. "And I think Gabriel has his hands full." "Gabriel," Raziel said shortly. "You have to." I never knew what I was going to say, because Skylar began to thrash more vigorously in my arms, flailing this way and that, nearly breaking my hold on her. It took a considerable amount of strength for me to prevent her from escaping my grasp and tumbling to the ground. Her eyes had opened, sightlessly staring up at the tunnel roof. A screeching noise began to emerge from her lips, echoing in the tunnel and scraping against my sensitive hearing as she cut off whatever Raziel had been going to say. Skylar's head jerked from side to side and the parts of her restrained by my arms were forcefully trying to get free. I stared up at Raziel, panicked, to see a look on his face that I hadn't expected, profound sorrow mixed with resignation. His bright eyes had dulled, his hands falling limply to his sides. It seemed as if H had given up on something. For a moment, I thought he was accepting Skylar's fate, and that he was about to tell me that I had no choice, that I had to let her turn into a vampire. Frustration rose up in me and I growled irritably, ready to tell him off, but then the angel confused me yet again. He looked up at me, and I got the feeling he was trying to send me a message of some sort. His eyes contained a strange longing, and a plea for my understanding. What Raziel was trying to get me to understand. I didn't know until moments later. The angel was trying to tell me he was sorry, that what was about to happen was the last resort. He closed his eyes, face hardening into an expression of extreme pain. Then he stepped backwards and to the side, leaving room for Cain to escape. Then, everything seemed to happen at once, in a sequence of actions that I would have never expected to occur. Cain, making a hissing sound akin to glee, took off at a run towards the tunnel exit a few yards away. To the human eye, he was a solid figure transitioning into a blow when he leapt into action. But to a werewolf, I could see his muscles flexing and pumping, straining as he attempted the getaway. There was a flicker of movement as someone dropped down from above the tunnel. She had clearly been waiting there, ready to ambush Cain. It was Rebecca. She landed directly in front of him and he screeched to a halt. The next 2 seconds happened in slow motion. Cain let out a noise of complete and utter shock as he recognized the regal woman standing in front of him. In human form, she had curls whipping around her head like a dark halo, eyes alight with an emotion I couldn't place, standing out starkly against her pale and sweaty face. Cain's surprise was his undoing, for he was too slow to react to Rebecca's movement. Something glinted in her hand, a blade of some sort, dripping with a scarlet substance that was undoubtedly blood. Raziel's blood. Something told me, for that would be the only explanation for what happened. She plunged the dagger straight into Cain's heart, twisting with a mighty wrench. A harsh scream of pain and fury escaped Cain's lips, a purely inhuman and demonic sound that could probably be heard from miles around. I saw a look of triumph cross Rebecca's features as Cain staggered, struggling to grasp the dagger and yank it out. He fell to his knees, wheezing in pain. His struggles weakened and his arms fell limply to his sides. Rebecca's gaze found mine, pride in her eyes. Her triumph was short-lived. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Because an instant later, an expression akin to exhaustion flickered across her face before her eyes rolled back into her head, and then, both of them collapsed to the ground. In this life and death moment, I had to choose between saving my beloved Skylar and saving my mother, Rebecca. Raziel's blood was the only hope to stop Skylar from turning into a vampire, but my mother was also dying to save me. This moment of conflict between family and responsibility nearly broke me. Chapter 35. Gabriel's POV. I remained standing, in a state of complete and utter bewilderment as my brain frantically scrambled to put the pieces together. Cain had grown mostly still, the only detectable movement being his fingers that were still wrapped around the knife, twitching slightly, but I wasted no time in contemplating his fate, for I was torn between the girl flailing around and my mother, sprawled limply on the ground. I knew that I needed to grab Raziel and force him to save Skylar. My wolf was snarling at me to do so, but the very dormant, long-hidden side of me that actually had feelings of affection towards my family would not let me tear my eyes away from Rebecca. Only seconds had passed, but each one felt like an eternity. Raziel had moved forward and was crouched next to Rebecca. He was shaking her shoulder, his voice escaping as a hoarse croak as he cried her name. The angel's eyes, however, remained resigned. He had known this would happen. In the seconds before Rebecca stabbed Cain, Raziel had warned me with his expression. I took a step forward, then hesitated. Everything was coming together, along with the realization that Skylar's time was running out. As if on cue, her thrashing abruptly halted. Raziel. voice coming out much more roughly than I intended. The angel completely ignored me. I gently lowered Skylar to the ground, resting her against the side of the tunnel. I attempted to get her into a sitting position, but she was completely limp, head lolling to the side. Black veins still stood out in a startling contrast to her pale skin. If it weren't for her rapid heartbeat, I would have thought I was losing her to death claim. Raziel, I snapped, my eyes automatically landing on Rebecca Espham again as I felt a piercing guilt. She was completely still, possibly dead, and some part of me wanted to go to her, but my wolf would not let me leave Skylar's side. Raziel's burning gaze flickered to me, and I saw evident anger. One hand rested on Rebecca's face, cupping her cheek, and I knew I was interrupting what could be his last months with his daughter. But right now, my wolf didn't care. Skylar needs your help. Just earning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rather harshly, and fury contorted Raziel's features. He was grieving, and I was not helping, and Rebecca is dying. To save your life, he hissed in response. The angel had never given me such a glare before. His electric blue eyes practically burned my skin. I opened my mouth to retort, losing my patience entirely, when a weak, shaky voice cut in. Father, the words were faint, a mere whisper. Raziel's head abruptly snapped around and he focused on Rebecca. She had stirred slightly. Rebecca, but your confusion contorted Raziel's features, and he glanced from Kane before peering intently at his daughter. Kane is not yet dead. I can feel it. She sucked in a sharp intake of air that rasped against her throat. How? He is hovering on the brink, but your blood will not entirely kill him. Her voice had grown slightly in strength. Raziel soundlessly wrapped an arm around her shoulders and lifted her into a sitting position, moving her so she was braced against the wall much like Skylar was. My mother's normally glowing countenance was a pasty white, eyes completely dull. She looked like a corpse. I felt another burst of impatience as I heard a soft whine escape Skylar's lips. My wolf was almost in hysterics, and he wanted me to leap at Raziel and force his blood down Skylar's throat if I had to. But Kane helped Skylar, Rebecca whispered, as I prepared to snap at Raziel again. My mother's glazed eyes slowly focused on me. She is turning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will be fine for a few moments. The angel appeared ready to say no, but my wolf and I were relentless in our efforts to save our mate. You heard her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're the only one that can help. Please. Skylar turning is the last thing I want. Raziel signed heavily, resignation returning once more to the icy depths of his eyes. I, too, felt a wave of regret and sadness wash over me, but I could not allow it to control my actions. I would never forgive myself if something happened to Skylar. He left Rebecca slumping against the wall of the tunnel, right where it opened up to the outside world. Some distant part of my brain aimlessly wondered where the others were. It had only been a few minutes since I contacted everyone, but it felt like hours. Raziel crouched in front of Skylar, who was lightly panting, eyes still tightly shut. I was partially supporting her so she wouldn't collapse onto the ground. The angel's wrists were still coated in scarlet liquid from where Hed cut himself to ward off Kane with his blood. He glanced at me briefly, giving me a full view of the exhaustion and grief in the depths of his expression. This is not going to be pleasant, he stated dully. My mate turning into a vampire would be worse, was my short reply, because the knife was stuck into Kane's torso. Raziel would not be able to create any new injuries. All we could do was hope that the slices on his wrists were still bleeding enough to burn the vampire blood of Skylar system. I gently brushed some of the sweaty, matted hair away from Skylar's forehead, and tipped her head back. Raziel raised his arm, glancing at me again for confirmation. I nodded once. Gabriel, if it's too late, my blood will just we have to try. I snapped irritably. I already knew the risks, and I could not dwell on them. I could not let her turn. Sighing heavily, the angel reached around and gripped the back of Skylar's neck with one hand, forcing her head forward until her open mouth connected with his bleeding wound. For a few seconds, nothing happened, and I wondered if she was even conscious enough to realize there was blood trickling into her mouth. Would the stench of blood repulse her as a werewolf, or were her vampire senses already potent enough to recognize it as food? I soon got my answer as Skylar's blue eyes snapped open, shifting back and forth in a panic as she began to struggle. A gurgling noise escaped her throat and her hands came up, clawing at Raziel's arm as she attempted to pull it away from her face. Her nails left bloody furrows in the angel's skin, making him wince. I maneuvered myself so that I could pin one of her arms and part of her body, but from my angle there was only so much I could do. Skylar began to hiss ferociously, struggling harder, and Raziel's expression grew strained as he tried to keep his bleeding wrist latched to her mouth. I reached up and pressed her against the wall harder, wedging her head so she cowled and turned away from the blood. I knew it was burning her. I could tell as her face contorted with pain and a keening wail emerged from deep inside her chest. Part of Skylar must have known we were helping her, but her body's instinctive reaction was to escape the pain. My wolf had, too, but we had to get the angel's blood into her system. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skylar, we're trying to help you, I attempted to speak soothingly, but my tone was strained. Raziel was crouched at an angle where the blood could drip down into her mouth, but Skylar was stronger than he was. This left it up to me to restrain her as much as I could. As her cries of pain grew louder and her struggles more frantic, I realized this was a nearly impossible task. Skylar abruptly wrenched her head to the side, and Raziel's grip loosened enough for her face to get free. Her mouth coated in crimson, she hissed ferociously, face feral and nearly unrecognizable as she glared up at the angel. Whatever Cain had done to her, his blood was putting up a fight and contorting her world into one of delusion where we were the enemy. Skylar. I grabbed her chin in one hand and swung her head to face me. Her eyes were glazed and very focused, darting around the cave in a panic. Even my voice was not reaching her. I wrapped my other arm around my mate to contain her struggles, but she fought me valiantly. Skylar. I tried again, and this time my wolf added his voice to mine, begging our mate to recognize us, to turn away from the demon blood inside of her. She hesitated, eyes flicking back to mine and a look of confusion hovering in their depths. Raziel took a momentary stillness to press his other injured wrist against her open mouth. I rapidly brought my hand up to secure the back of her head. The sound of the angelic blood burning Skylar's throat was practically audible, and my wolf waned in recognition of her pain. I gritted my teeth and held her, and in our position I was strong enough to restrain her. Raziel was much paler than normal, his free hand squeezing the forearm so the blood would stream out more freely. How much will it take? I whispered harshly, Skylar's pained gurgles starting to get to me. Sweat beaded on my forehead from the forced detainment of my mate. I don't know. He forced out, and I saw his own face was damp with perspiration. An abrupt voice was sounding inside my head almost made me jump. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We dismembered these vampires, but Rebecca told us to remain on guard here. Should we? Eli queried. I cut him off before he could continue. I can't talk right now. Sweep the perimeter for vampires, then meet me at the back entrance to the tunnel. I closed my mind off without another word. He would have to figure out what to do as Beta was very much occupied. Seconds continued to trickle by, and I noticed that her struggles were weakening. I was not sure whether to take that as a good sign. Raziel's rapidly paling face, however, was ominous enough. I felt my heartbeat increase in tempo as I worried that we weren't fast enough, that the angel blood could not prevent Skylar from turning into a monster that I cowed to even protect my only. Just when I was prepared to howl in frustration, Skylar stilled, her eyes rolling into the back of her head. Her heart stuttered before slowing into an even pace. The dark Spiderberg veins beneath her skin was fainter now, fading back into a normal cup. Wazzy released her and stepped back, breathing heavily from exhaustion. I knew I should thank him later, but all I could focus on was Skylar, silently slumped against the wall again. Unconsciously I reached forward and cupped her face. My wolf was straining against the thin walls of my consciousness, itching to emerge and curl protectively around our mate. I maneuvered Skylar so she was resting in my lap. The steady heartbeat was reassuring, but she was so oddly still. I didn't know what I would do if she was gone. I'd always thought myself to be strong, but I wouldn't know how to survive without her. The vampires had known right from the start when they kidnapped her that she was my kryptonite. Even I, the wolf who had always been skeptical about the mate concept, knew now what it meant to love someone. It had definitely been a journey, and I had put her through hell. I wasn't even sure I deserved her as a mate. It seemed unfair that Skylar should be stuck with someone like me. She was perfect in every sense of the word, and I was, well, difficult. I supposed love made you simultaneously strong and weak. Really, it was an inconvenience that, years ago, I never would have welcomed. It was kind of ridiculous that one person could be the center of someone's universe, but I couldn't argue with the feelings I had for the girl sleeping almost peacefully on my lap. It was both heartwarming to be with her and heart-wrenching thinking about what could happen to her. I would never let her out of my sight again. Skylar's POV. Once again, I was trapped in impenetrable darkness. The darkness swirled around me, hugging me in a tight embrace, not letting me escape. I was aware of a dull pain that had been like fire through my veins that was now receding. In the distance, I felt a presence, a welcoming entity that I was desperately trying to find. In this blackness, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was lost and alone. I wondered if I would forever be trapped here. It already felt like I'd been in this empty land for weeks. Where was I? I racked my brains for the last thing I could remember. The last flash of color I'd seen before the darkness came in. I remembered malevolence, the smell of death, and burning pain. I tossed and turned, neither sitting nor standing in the emptiness that surrounded me. I wondered if I was trapped in my consciousness, if something was keeping me here. Why couldn't I get out? Was I dead? No, that couldn't be it, they said when you were dead. You saw the light at the end of the tunnel. My world was completely dark. I couldn't even feel my wolf, and that was possibly the most terrifying thing of all. She was just gone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But not in this world with me. Perhaps this was just hell, and the humans had been right after all. That death resigned you to an infinity of torture. Being alone in a dark world was torture to me. Being without him was torture. Thinking of Gabriel seemed to snap everything into place. I couldn't remember anything before, but my brain was growing increasingly coherent amidst the blackness, and I could now remember what I cherished most, my mate. I fixated his face in my mind's eye, hoping he could pull me out from wherever I was. I pictured his regal features, the eyes and hair black as night, the perfectly sculpted lips that I had grown more and more acquainted with. As I thought about my mate, the darkness seemed to lighten. I pictured his chiseled body, the way he held me our last night together, and it melded against him perfectly. I thought of our many arguments, and even my furious anger that HED left me and the betrayal it felt. The loneliness, worse even than what I felt in this dark, empty world. The darkness transitioned into a light grey. I thought of the understanding, the fact that he'd come to terms with a long time ago without realizing. The inevitable fact my wolf had known before me. I loved him. It should not have been a surprise, since we were destined to be together. But after everything that had happened, I still knew for sure. I was completely in love with him. That's when I heard my name being called, and the grey world around me receded. It was him calling my name. Gabriel was here with me. The deep, masculine voice called to me, and just like that, I was drawn from the empty world and my eyes snapped open. I winced, even the very dim lighting seeming incredibly bright after where it'd been. My eyes slowly adjusted, and I blinked, focusing on the werewolf hovering above me. As I saw Gabriel in all of his glory, my heart skipped a beat, fluttering in my chest like a caged bird. He was so perfect, and he was staring at me as if my awakening was a miracle. His dark eyes were swirling with a multitude of emotions, intensely boring into me as my mate began to scan every inch of my face as if to make sure I was really there. In that moment, I realized I could feel every single thing that Gabriel felt. He had lowered his mental walls and connected our minds again. The re-establishment of the connection made me feel wholly complete, like a missing piece clicked into place, and I realized how much I'd missed him. I tried to convey everything I felt through our mental link, but I communicated it aloud. Gabriel, I choked out, my voice coming out alarmingly raspy. I began to sit up before realizing Gabriel cradled me in his lap, the side of my body pressed up against his chest. I was molded against him, the heat of his body warming my cool skin. My cheeks reddened when I realized I was completely naked, which was inevitable after shifting. Gabriel had already seen everything there was to see, but it was still an uncomfortable situation. He too was unclothed, and in any other circumstance, it would have seemed highly appropriate with others around, even though nudity was customary for werewolves in the same pack. Right now, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There were more important things going on. I'm so glad you're okay. Fingers brushing the bare skin of my back and sending tingles shooting up and down my spine. His touch soothed my frayed nerves, and I realized my wolf was still with me, that she was whining frantically in my consciousness. I was fading, I was almost gone. She whimpered with evident fear. I attempted to calm her, but it was Gabriel's touch that did the trick as he pulled me even closer, his muscular arms wrapped around my torso. He was so incredibly relieved that I wondered how long he'd been out. I wasn't even sure what to say in that moment. A tiny part of me urged me to tell him off for abandoning me, but I was so glad to see him that I couldn't get the words past the lump in my throat. I winced, my body warmer than usual and aching. I felt like I had run for miles and miles. What had happened to me? I tentatively reached a hand up and brushed it against the side of his face. I could feel the light stubble on his jaw, and I keenly noticed that beneath his ethereal beauty, Gabriel almost looked haggard. My thoughts were interrupted when his dark eyes warmed with an emotion that practically caught my whole body on fire. I could feel the heat of his emotions tenfold through our bond. What happened? I rasped, echoing my train of thought. Gabriel's brow furrowed and his lips flattened into a thin line. Whatever happened, it hadn't been good. Gabriel, a voice cut in, sounding miserable and bereft. It was so contorted with pain that I could barely recognize it as wildest, and the sound of it made me start to struggle into a sitting position in alarm. Gabriel supported me until I could observe my surroundings. I was near the entrance to a tunnel of some sort, and scant moonlight filtered in. There was a hunched body near us, and I felt my mouth open in shock as I realized it was a motionless Kane. Is Kane but he? The informed question stopped as my eyes fell upon Raziel and a pale Rebecca, hunched against the entrance to the tunnel and looking as lifeless as the vampire. Kane tried to turn you, and then he ran. Rebecca stabbed him, and then she just Gabriel, looking grim, gestured helplessly. I could see confusion on his face, and I knew he was torn between his mother and me. His wolf wanted him to stand by his mate, but the part of Gabriel that still cared about Rebecca wanted to go to her. I couldn't even think about Kane trying to turn me. It was immensely disturbing, and I wasn't sure my fragile mental state could handle it right now. All I knew was that my wolf was still with me, so somehow they'd stopped Kane's malevolent plan. I hadn't even known vampires could turn werewolves. Go to her, Gabriel. They'll be fine, I said weakly. His sharp gaze focused on me. In not letting you go, while the gesture was heartwarming, I still felt my insides constricting as I put the pieces together. Rebecca, is she? Not yet. Is Kane dead? I already knew the answer before Gabriel shook his head, and I realized what Rebecca had done. Somehow, she had used her blood instead of Gabriel's. That had to be the only possible explanation. She had been willing to sacrifice herself for her son. The notion sent a hot spike of pain stabbing through me, leaving me nearly breathless as I realized that Rebecca could not live. Not if we wanted to rid the world of Cain. The blood, it worked both ways, I said softly, staring at the woman's near, prone figure. Rebecca's breathing seemed to be painful, and her eyes were shut. Tendrils of dark hair were stuck to her face with perspiration. I didn't know. Gabriel replied, just as quietly, a wealth of pain in his voice and in his feelings. I felt a wave of guilt crash over me, even though I was sure why. I wished I would have known her plan. Surely we could have come up with another way. Gabriel, she will want to see you, I whispered, urging him on with a pleading glance. My mate hesitated, clearly reluctant to let me go. I did not want him to release me, but I knew what he had to do. If he had been about to protest, Raziel cut him off. Gabriel, she wants to talk to you, the angel said lifelessly. Yet again, I felt as if someone was gripping my heart and squeezing it. The angel was losing his only daughter. I turned my head away, unable to bear the sight as tears pricked the back of my eyes. I almost wanted to go over and crouch beside her, but did not want to interfere with their familiar moment. After a moment of still silence, Gabriel gently moved me off of his lap, placing my back against the firm cavern wall. His hands lingered on me a bit longer than necessary, making my skin prickle with heat. He gazed at me for a moment, eyes burning with a heavy emotion that had my mind reeling, before moving over to the others and crouching down by his mother. I was only about 10 feet from Rebecca, so I could hear everything she said, and the sound of her rattling breaths escaping her weakened body. I felt like I was intruding, but my body was much weaker than normal and I was sure I'd be able to get up. My eyes found Cain's figure, slouched against the tunnel wall across from me, my body mere feet away from his. I found the close distance to be repulsive, his head lolled to the side, the vampire's skin even paler than normal. The hilt of a knife protruded from his chest and one of the monster's hands was loosely clasped around it, as if HED been trying to remove the weapon. I would have thought he was dead, but Rebecca's state told me otherwise. The bastard was incredibly hard to kill. I felt my fangs sharpen slightly as I stared at the bloodsucker, loathing coursing through me. I could feel my wolf's hatred echoing my own. Rebecca's weak voice cut off my vindictive train of thought. Sorry I didn't tell you, she murmured quietly. Gabriel was crouched next to her, a confusing jumble of emotions. He still felt a tenuous connection to his mother, but he had been so long without her that he wasn't even sure how to feel. His grief was obvious, but it was different than the grief a normal wolf would feel when losing a parent. He had never really known her. I wouldn't have let you, Gabriel replied gruffly after a pause. I noticed that Raziel had stood up and walked a few feet away, staring out into the starry night sky. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was a pause as Rebecca took a shaky breath. None of your pack knew. Just Raziel. Gabriel was silent, but I could feel the sadness and resignation. He knew what he had to do, or what he was supposed to do. I was sure if my mate could bring himself to finish the job. Despite my loathing for Cain, I knew I wouldn't have the strength to do it if it were up to me. I was the worst possible mother, Rebecca said sadly, tone heavy with disgust that I knew was directed at herself. I don't. You did what you had to do. Gabriel cut her off shortly. I felt his confusion through her mind. Link. He wanted to forgive her, but years of his father's abuse made it hard. Now I felt even more like an intruder. I peeked at them out of the corner of my eye, not wanting to be caught full on staring. Rebecca tilted her head up, her now dull brown eyes meeting her son's. And now it's your turn. Do what you must. Gabriel tensed and looked away, his jaw working. Raziel's form had gone rigid from where he stood just outside the tunnel. You have to, Rebecca urged. You can't let him live. She sighed heavily. You know that. You're that willing to die. There was evident pain laced in Gabriel's voice. Just after you woke up. At least I can finally do something for you. Gabriel growled with frustration, but I knew he was just putting off the inevitable. I bit my lip, willing the tears to stay away. Gabriel didn't need my grief coupled with his. Cain is like poison to this world. He needed to be stopped. We could have found another way, Gabriel argued. You would have died following your plan. Skylar. To Rebecca's voice seemed slightly stronger. I wondered if this meant Cain was recovering from his injuries. I idly wondered how they managed to bring him down in the first place. Gabriel remained silent. Knowing she was right, Rebecca sighed softly, raising one delicate hand and resting it on Gabriel's face. I felt Gabriel's internal reaction to the foreign contact. But he did not pull away. Some distant part of him relished the unfamiliar touch. His wolf, however, did not like being touched from someone other than his mate. Not even his own mother. He will recover soon. Razorless blood was not enough to finish him. Rebecca glanced at Cain, dislike briefly glimmering in her eyes. At stronger than the normal vampire you will have to do it. I don't think anyone else can. Her hand fell away from Gabriel's face and rested in her lap. Just then, my ears pricked as I heard a faint commotion from outside, the sound of massive wolves in the distance. They were still pretty far from our location, but my keen hearing could pick up such sound from half a mile away. I scented the air, determining the group to be a mixture of artifacts. Raziel stood stiffly, like a sentry, while Gabriel turned to face the area outside the tunnel. Through our connection I sensed that he was contacting the others, telling them to wait a moment before approaching us. As the noise of massive paws trampling the earth lowered, Rebecca's eyes found mine. Take care of him, Skylar, she whispered, voice laden with affection. There was a warmth in her brown eyes despite the haze of pain, and I felt my own filling with tears. You're the best thing that ever happened to him. As I could do was nod, my vision blurry. I knew Rebecca would not want my pity, but I cowed and helped the stab of empathy I felt for her. She had just reunited with her family, and now she was leaving them. Gabriel, you have to finish him now, she whispered. Gabriel stared at her, some sort of mental understanding passing between them. I felt a wave of grief crash over my mate that he tried to hold at bay, along with a burst of longing. He'd never known what it was like to have an affectionate parent. Not the way I had. I don't want everyone to see this. Thank you for telling them to wait, she continued. But now you have to hurry. His strength is returning. Gabriel took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. You couldn't have made me prouder, Rebecca said, so quietly they scarcely caught it, and I got the impression that I was meant to hear it. Gabriel swallowed hard. His dark eyes held mine for a moment, and for once he was making no attempt to hide the pain away from me. I tried to maintain eye contact, to smooth my expression into one of encouragement. I knew he detected my grief over his mother's fate, but I didn't want to make things worse for him. Gabriel turned back to his mother, fixing his eyes on her. They were no doubt having a mental conversation. Their eyes remained locked as Gabriel rose to his full height and took a deep breath. Then, to my surprise, he began to shift, fur erupting from his skin and his body contorting as he transitioned into wolf form. The sound of his bones cracking and molding into wolf shape resonated in the cavern, where he stood on for legs. He turned to face Cain, a low growl erupting from his throat. The beast's eyes were focused on the vampire, who I realized was beginning to stir. I was momentarily confused before my wolf responded to my question before I could even ask it. He has to behead him. It's the only way to make sure. The thought made my stomach lurch, but I knew she was right. Tearing Cain's head off would be no easy feat. It was like killing a normal vampire. Every ounce of the bloodsucker's makeup was stronger than any other vampire. I didn't think any wolf besides Gabriel would have the brute strength necessary to finish the job. Lip curling into a fearsome snarl, Gabriel took a few steps forward until his massive form was in the center of the tunnel, between Cain and I. The tunnel was wider since it was near the exit, but there was still scarcely any room, and I could have reached out and touched Gabriel had I wanted to. His thick tail was inches from my face. Another growl tore from Gabriel's throat, his sharp claws digging into the ground as his shoulders hunched. He didn't want to do it. There were so many more things that he wanted to say to Rebecca, but Cain was groaning and shifting position. If the vampire pulled the dagger out of his chest, there was no telling what would happen. My peripheral vision caught Raziel, crouched next to Rebecca and whispering something to her that I cowed and hear over Gabriel's angry growls that were riddled with grief and regret. Cain groaned again. A few heartbeats passed, the tension building until I couldn't endure it any longer. Gabriel's growls reverberated around the tunnel, and Rebecca was looking away, outside towards the night sky while Raziel clutched her hand. Gabriel's massive head turned and he surveyed her one last time, heart hardening with resolve. Then, in a blur of motion, he lunged. I couldn't help it. I looked away. Perhaps it was cowardly, refusing to observe the vanquishing of my greatest enemy, but I didn't care. I couldn't watch Cain or Rebecca die. I couldn't watch the brutal killing that would take Gabriel's mother from this world forever. I looked to the side, back into the darkness of tunnel, and squeezed my eyes shut. Gabriel let out a short breath of exertion, which was followed a loud snapping sound. Cain's cry of agony was cut off by a disgusting squelching noise that muffled Gabriel's fearsome growl. The stench of blood slowly permeated the air. The blood was tainted, sickening, and I tasted bile in my throat. I dug my nails into the skin of my palms, pushing the gruesome images out of my head. Something dropped to the ground and rolled, and I did not have to look to know that Cain had successfully been beheaded. I heard the vampire's body slide down the wall and flop onto the dirt. Some part of me felt a burst of triumph, knowing that he was gone forever. But this feeling was short-lived. Inevitably, I turned to face Rebecca. Gabriel's mother had stilled completely. Her head was turned away from me so I could not see her face. But I didn't have to in order to know she was dead. Her body was just an empty shell now, which is why I was left in complete shock when her body began to glow. It was subtle at first, a glimmer underneath her pale skin. But as 3 pair of eyes focused on her still form, the light grew brighter. My breath caught in my throat. The ethereal glowing increased in brightness and I blinked rapidly to adjust. Whence Gabriel began, having abruptly shifted back to human form, but Raziel cut him off with a jerk of his hand. The angel's expression was one of complete captivation, mouth open in awe of what he was beholding. I got the impression he knew what was going on. Rebecca glowed brighter and brighter, yet her body remained still. The light emanating from underneath her skin was a whitish gold, and I almost thought I was dreaming. I could think of no logical explanation for what was happening. Once again, the glow increased until it was practically blinding. I was forced to close my eyes against the overwhelming light streaming from her body and obscuring her from our view. It was as if Rebecca were concealed behind a giant orb of brilliance. I could still see it imprinted against the blackness of my closed eyelids. I half opened one eye, determined to figure out what was happening. The glow was pulsating like it had a heartbeat. I felt the vibrations against my skin as the pulse radiated outwards twice. The radiance increased further, and I was forced to turn away for fear of my sight being burned away. Somehow, despite the overwhelming situation, I was not afraid. I instinctively knew that the brightness was good. I felt the heat of Rebecca's glow against my skin, and the pulsing increased in frequency. Once, twice. I lost count of the number of pulses as they grew closer together. But the glow was growing hotter the faster the pulses came. Just when I thought that the pulsing, glowing heartbeats were reaching a peak, everything abruptly stopped. The light vanished, throwing us into darkness again that seemed more absolute than before. I tentatively opened my eyes, blinking rapidly. Bright spots hung in my vision and it took me several seconds to adjust. The world almost seemed emptier now that the orb of brilliance was gone. Rebecca remained in the same position as before. Yet something was undoubtedly different. Gabriel was standing stock still, absolutely transfixed. Razi had a look of wonder etched on his features. I don't believe it. The angel breathed, breaking the shocked silence. She ascended. What? Gabriel asked. I was equally befuddled. When angels are punished by being sent to earth, they can redeem themselves. It usually takes centuries, but when heaven deems that they've made up for their wrongdoing, they ascend. They return to heaven. You're saying Rebecca, her soul just ascended? Returned to heaven. I've never witnessed an ascension before. And she's not even a pure angel. Razierless eyes were alight with relief. My brain was trying to wrap around the subject of souls. And heaven, without much success. Why would heaven accept her if she's half werewolf? Gabriel asked cautiously. As confused as I was, she gave her life for a noble cause, and destroyed a being of pure evil. Heaven must have decided she earned her place, even though she's only a half-blood. So is she a full angel now? I cut in, curiosity getting the better of me. I was sure whether I should be grieving her death or rejoicing her ascension. She must be. I'd never expected this. I was denied my chance to ascend once I committed a sin on earth my wings. I thought Rebecca would be resigned to the same fate, coupled with the fact that she's not a pure angel. But it seems like killing the oldest vampire is a worthy enough feat to let in. Gabriel shook his head. She's still gone, he said bitterly. And I echoed his sentiment. But she's in the best place she can possibly be. It's an honor. It's better than I ever could have expected. Raziel breathed, leaning forward. He gently pushed some hair away from Rebecca's pale face. I saw a look of sadness flicker across the angel's features, but he quickly subdued it. I knew I should be happy, since Raziel obviously thought it was the best thing that could have happened. But seeing Rebecca's empty, glassy brown eyes was still deeply unsettling. Even knowing her soul was in a better place could not ease the grief of losing her here. Gabriel's thoughts were as confused and jumbled as my own. He stared at his mother's lifeless body, jaw clenched and hands curled tightly into fists. Raziel suddenly spoke up. She will want a funeral as a werewolf. Without another word, the angel moved forward and lifted his daughter and before Gabriel could move a muscle. Again, I saw the sadness cross his expression, and I knew he was still mourning her death despite her ascension into heaven. He was putting on a very brave face, probably for Gabriel's benefit. I forced down my sadness and tried to struggle into a standing position. Gabriel came over to support me, wrapping a muscular arm around my torso and lifting me to my feet. His touch made goosebumps to rise on my skin, and I felt like I was home again. I glanced up at him, examining the grin set to his perfect features.
His countenance was rigid as he tried to adjust to the fact that his mother was gone almost as soon as she got here.
My mate's eyes met mine, and he didn't need any words to convey all of the emotions he was feeling. "I'm so sorry," I whispered, choked up with emotion and trying to hold the tears off. He shook his head slowly, then leaned forward, lips pressing a feather, light kiss to my forehead. I felt my entire body heat up and I pulled Gabriel into a tight hug. It felt like forever ago that a hug would have been a monumental step forward in our relationship. Now it was a necessity. Gabriel crushed me against his chest and I felt his heartbeat. Strong and steady. "It's what she wanted," he finally whispered. I had no reply to that. Gabriel began to lead me out of the tunnel, me leaning heavily on him for support. Raziel was outside holding Rebecca's still phone. He looked very drawn, but I knew there was no chance he was letting go of his daughter. Despite the angel's exhaustion, he clutched her tightly to his chest. He had known her better than Gabriel had, so I supposed it was only right. I averted my gaze yet again, feeling my throat constrict. Skylar Gabriel started once we were outside. He turned me to face him, large hands gripping my elbows to hold me in place. I stared up at him expectantly, memorizing every detail of his face as I drank him in. "I never should have left you," his guilt resounded through our bond. "No, you shouldn't have," I replied softly. "But I understand why you did." I was too tired even to be angry at this point. I was sure that would come later. "I held onto you trying to stop me." He spoke almost ironically. "Well, I tried anyways." Gabriel's eyes inadvertently glanced towards his mother. He released a heavy breath. I'll make it up to you. I know it must have been hard, I barely got through it. I blinked, surprised he was admitting to his own weakness. It isn't pleasant waking up after your first night with your mate, only to find he is abandoned and you right after marking you. I couldn't help a bit of resentment from leaking into my voice, left over from that terrible morning. It had nothing to do with you, Skylar. You know that. Gabriel replied heatedly, his normally impenetrable dark eyes burning into mine with fervor. I got the impression he'd been wanting to say this for a while. You were perfect, he added mentally. Gabriel's eyes traveled down my body lazily and then back up to my face, and I could feel the affection radiating through our bond. I blushed and cowled in reply, standing next to a naked Gabriel while I myself was unclothed, referring back to the night where we completed the mating ritual. Set my thoughts very much astray. It just didn't feel appropriate for this moment, but my animal instincts couldn't help it. This whole situation felt surreal. Having this conversation and knowing Kane wasn't lurking right around the corner anymore. A sudden thought occurred to me, and my eyes trailed down to Gabriel's neck. How could I not have noticed the significance of his red mark before? It was still there, prominently displayed on his skin. Sure, it could just be taking a while to fade, but it was still encouraging. We don't have to worry anymore, do we? I asked timidly after a moment of silence. I heard commotion in the distance and realized Gabriel had called to the others. I felt a burst of anxiety to make sure everyone was okay. I knew my parents were fine, because I still felt the dormant mental link to them. But I prayed Maria and Will were safe too. Gabriel glanced at Raziel, who stood as still as a statue, cradling his daughter. At least he knew her fate was a good one, but that couldn't make it much easier. Gabriel's gaze then traveled to the tunnel where, just beyond the fringe of darkness, Kane's corpse lay. I did not follow his gaze to see the bloodsucker's mutilated body. I did not need to double-check to know he was dead. I could feel it in the open air, in the complete absence of evil. His coven must be gone. Tui had done the world a great favor. Well, more specifically, Rebecca had done the world a great favor. Kane and his minions were gone. Echoing my sentiments, Gabriel nodded his head once, firmly. Epilogue. 3 days later, the rain poured heavily from the sky in torrents, plastering my clothes tightly to my skin. My hair was drenched and stuck to my face in curly tendrils, but I paid it no mind. If I were human, I would have been very cold, because this time of year the rain was icy and could be quite brutal. I glanced up briefly at the overcast sky, blinking away the drops that splattered against my face. The weather was perfectly suited for today. Today, we were honoring the werewolves that had died in the battle. 3 had died fighting the vampires. Rebecca, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, had given her life so Kane would no longer walk this earth. Another of the Black Mountain's pack members had gone down as well. I hadn't been well acquainted with him, but I felt his loss through Gabriel. I had been struck with no small amount of horror when I saw the last victim, because I recognized her. It was Bree, who had come with us on my first tour of the Black Mountains pack. She had sparred with me during my first test upon coming to their land. Apparently she was brought down in a 2-on-1 fight, and had died valiantly. Still, my grief had worsened when I saw the others carrying her limp body. The funerals for the latter 2 wolves had already come and gone, and their families carried away the bodies to have a few more minutes with them before nature took over. Now it was Rebecca's turn. I blinked away my grief, riddled thoughts as I saw my mate's lodge from approaching through the thick sheets of pouring rain. As always, the sight of Gabriel warmed my heart in ways it never thought possible. Even a day like today could not prevent my body's natural reaction to him. When he stood next to me, we locked eyes for a long moment. Rivulets of rain trickled down Gabriel's face, and this close, I could see the drops clinging to his dark eyelashes. His eyes were heavily lidded with grief. I was sure I looked no better. He had already laid Rebecca down on the large, flat rock, and the rest of the wolves were gathered on the other side of the massive clearing. The wolves that had formerly belonged to my pack were here, too, despite the fact that they hadn't known her. Everyone knew of her sacrifice. She was a hero in our world, and apparently in the angels' world too. Thinking of angels made my eyes flicker to where Raziel was standing, a few feet from Gabriel on his other side. The angel's ethereal features were inscrutable. I knew the concept of a werewolf funeral must have been uncomfortable to him, but he was vehement that it was what Rebecca wanted. I wondered when Nadie had occasion to talk about it. Perhaps when she initially told him of her plan. I felt he tries to my cheeks. An automatic reaction. When Gabriel's fingers intertwined with mine and he pulled me to his side, I leaned my head against him, staring at the beautiful woman lying on the rock. Most of her body was covered, but her face had been left exposed so we could gaze upon her one last time. Even in death, Rebecca looked commanding and regal. It was not hard to imagine her as a Luna. Her dark hair cascaded down the side of the rock, stuck to the surface because of the heavy rain. Gabriel's expression was smooth, but I felt his inner turmoil. I squeezed his hand tightly, sending a wave of comfort through our mental bond. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Are you ready?" I asked quietly, so the others cowled here. He glanced at me and nodded once, pulling me even more tightly against him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When Gabriel and Raziel went to return Rebecca's body to Mother Nature, as was custom, I wandered away from the clearing towards the nearest tree. It had been a beautiful and heart-wrenching funeral. The emotion had poured out of every wolf present, even those that hadn't known Rebecca but for her sacrifice. Gabriel had wanted me to come along with them, but some instinct deep down had told me it wasn't my place. I was Gabriel's mate, so in some way I was Rebecca's family, but I could sense that Raziel did not want me to accompany them. I cowled and blamed him. It seemed fitting that only her flesh and blood would accompany her to her final resting place. When my aimless wandering finally brought me to the tiny nearby stream, I sat down on a rock next to the bank. The rain had slowed slightly but still fell relentlessly from the sky. I paid it no mind, letting it drip from my clothes and puddle on the rock around me as I sat in rumination. The last 3 days were chaotic, but the simple knowledge that came as dead brought great relief to all of us. It was almost as if the air was cleaner now, knowing the bloodsucker and his coven weren't polluted. I knew there was still a long journey ahead. I was Luna, and the vibrant red mark on my pale skin was a daily reminder of how far I had to go. Gabriel's mark was still present, and I was going to cherish that fact every day. Maybe it would fade. Maybe it wouldn't. All I knew was that I would cross that bridge when I came to it. I couldn't spend every day worrying about something that was not necessarily an inevitability. I wanted each moment with my mate to count. I had to make up for lost time, especially for the years Gabriel had spent convincing himself he'd never have a mate. "You've stopped overthinking everything and just trusted your instincts," my wolf remarked dryly, and I rolled my eyes. I tilted my head up, staring mindlessly up into the endless grey. I had a lot to be thankful for. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had met the one I was destined to love, and love him I did. My family and friends were safe. The pack would soon be constructing the third village, where a lot of us would be residing, and the 2 groups of werewolves were getting along exceedingly well, all things considered. Still, there was some niggling thought at the back of my mind that I could not push away. Call it instinct, or sixth sense, or just my wolf's paranoia, but something told me that there was still going to be some great obstacle to overcome, whether 1 year from now or 10 years from now. Or perhaps I was paranoid. With Gabriel by us, we can do it. My wolf spoke up, smoothly and confidently. I agreed with her. My wolf's tone suddenly grew more serious. He will definitely need us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He never really knew Rebecca, but she was still his mother. He knows we're here for him. You should vocalize our feelings for him. I'm sure he senses them. but it can't hurt to say it aloud. Against my will, I felt my cheeks reddening with a blush. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel had to know I loved him, but my wolf had a point. I needed to say it aloud. After another hour of deep thought, I heard Gabriel's voice suddenly emanate in my head. "Where are you?" I sent him a mental picture of where I was sitting, and I knew the instant he set off to come find me. The grief still riddled his thoughts, but a sense of peace was creeping it. His time alone with his family must have really helped. I stood up to greet Gabriel when he emerged from the trees. I could not help but notice the way his eyes lit up when they met mine, and he made his way over to me in a few quick strides. His strong arms enveloped me, pulling me to his chest in a tight hug. I slowly inhaled his masculine scent, reveling in the calm that washed over me as I did so. "It's done," he muttered quietly. I buried my face deeper in his chest, clutching him tightly for comfort. His shirt was soaking wet, and it was impossible to miss the hard contours of his chest beneath my hands. A prickle of heat emerged within me as Gabriel lowered his head, his nose skimming the side of my neck. His hot breath against my cool skin made me shiver. "Are you okay?" Trying to distract myself from my traitorous thoughts. I shouldn't be focusing on such inappropriate things right now. Not while Gabriel was grieving. "I will be," was his gruff reply. One of his hands trailed leisurely down my back, making my skin tingle. I pulled away slightly and looked up at him, trying to emerge from the lustful fog that his presence always brought. "Where's Razia?" Somewhat distractedly. "Achia's preparing to leave. He said that he wants to talk to you before he goes." I frowned in puzzlement, unsure why the angel would ask for me specifically. "Also, Jack contacted me. Your friend Maria is doing a lot better. It seems you helped her quite a lot." I mentally berated myself for nearly forgetting about Maria. All of the sorrow had distracted me. My best friend had been pretty badly injured in the battle. Ava had expended almost all of her energy healing everyone else, so it had to step in to aid Maria. It had been difficult at first, especially with my exhaustion, but he'd gotten my affinity to emerge again. Seems it done some good. I made a mental note to visit her in the infirmary, as I hadn't seen her since the night we'd gotten back. The thought of my newfound ability to help people made my wolf glow with pride. I could sense a similar emotion emanating from Gabriel. "So what now?" I murmured, drawing closer to my mate again. "We work on the new village. It will be a good distraction for those that are grieving." I wondered if Gabriel meant to include himself in that group. His eyes found mine, and a burning emotion glimmered in their depths. But, before that, the breath left my body abruptly as Gabriel's hand fisted in the back of my hair, pulling it downwards so my chin tilted up. An instant later his mouth was crashing heatedly down upon mine. An all-coherent thought deserted me. His kiss burned my lips and set my nerve endings on fire. When he pulled away before deepening the kiss, I felt incredibly bereft. "I have to make up for leaving you." "Slightly dizzy." I blinked and tried to get my bearings. "Why you?" I stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Gabriel's eyes darted to my lips before meeting mine again. Regardless of my intentions, I know I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I could both hear and feel his sincerity and regret. I opened my mouth to grant him forgiveness before my wolf interrupted me. "I like this idea. Make him work to earn our forgiveness." Her tone was mischievous and I instantly caught on to her meaning. The old Skylar would have been too nervy and embarrassed to try something like this. But I was different now. I knew what I wanted and how I was going to get it. I felt my lips quirk upward and I tried to school my expression into one of apathy. Part of me wondered if this was really a good time. Before my logical brain realized that this was what Gabriel needed. It was my duty to provide him with comfort, companionship and a distraction from his grief. "Perhaps I can find it in me to forgive you eventually," I said slowly, keeping my eyes glued on his. I mentally willed my cheeks not to give away my shyness. Gabriel's expression was one of confusion before realization dawned, and one side of his mouth curved upward into a slight smirk. Eventually, he responded, an edge to his voice now, feigning ignorance. Well, you do have a lot of work to do. Gabriel's arm wrapped around me, and in a split second I was pressed flush against him. He lowered his head until his mouth hovered just over the exposed mark on my neck. His hot breath swirled around the scar, sending delicious tingles shooting throughout my body. Slowly, deliberately, Gabriel pressed his mouth against the mark. I cowled and helped the gasp of pleasure that escaped me, and my hands automatically fisted in his shirt. His voice was husky when he pulled away to speak, and I knew the more primal side of his nature was emerging. But before Gabriel could echo the lustful thoughts swirling in his head, he suddenly froze and his brow creased in agitation. I was about to ask why when I caught a scent on the breeze. Raziel. The angel was nearby and quickly approaching. Gabriel turned to face me, bringing his free hand to cut my cheek. He wants to speak to you alone. His expression was regretful. I was still puzzled as to what the angel wanted, and a bit angry that the moment had been ruined, but I nodded anyway. I guess he'll catch up to you. My tone clearly gave away how I felt about the situation. We'll talk about this later. There was a promise evident in his eyes. Gabriel planted a light kiss on my lips before turning to leave. But my wolf statements from earlier came back to me, and I rushed forward. I had to speak before my courage deserted me. I knew it might come out as abrupt, but this was my chance to say it. There was no sense in waiting any longer. Wait, Gabriel. I bit my lip as he turned to face me expectantly. Well, after everything that happened, I don't see the point of hesitancy anymore, which is kinda funny, because I was always the most hesitant person before. Cowardly. But now I feel braver, especially since Cain is dead, and there aren't any other threats around. Yet so I think it's time to tell you how I feel. Now I know this might come across as a weird time, but I want to say it before Raziel gets here. So, Gabriel, I want to tell you I know. Skylar. Mouth gaping open, staring up at him. I hadn't realized how badly he'd been rambling, but Gabriel's faint look of amusement confirmed it. As his words sank in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just didn't care anymore. I felt my spirit soar as I recognized the emotion he channeled through our bond. Gabriel's eyes contained a burning, overpowering sentiment that I could now place. It radiated through our mental link, and I knew I was returning it. And despite the fact that I hadn't vocalized my love for him, he knew. I wondered if Gabriel had known how deep my feelings ran as soon as he marked me. These thoughts were interrupted as Raziel's scent grew stronger. The still, for smell was accompanied by the rustling of undergrowth as he pushed his way through none too gently. The angel swiftly came into sight. Walking quickly, electric gaze focused on me. He briefly nodded at Gabriel who, with one last, lingering look at me, departed and left the two of us alone. I got the impression we would continue our conversation in depth later. I turned to face Raziel as he stopped a few feet away. I was still distracted by what Gabriel had said, and I blinked a few times to emerge from the happy days. Clearly this must have been important for the angel to come out here. Evening was approaching, and the rain had stopped during my time with Gabriel. The angel's dark hair was still slightly damp, and I could detect the obvious grief in his normally unfathomable eyes. I idly wondered just how old Raziel was. His emotions seemed so mortal, but every time I was in his presence, I could sense the otherworldly aura about him. I am leaving shortly after this, he began, eyes searching mine. What he was looking for, I did not know. Thank you for your son, thank you for everything, I replied, unsure what else to say. I should be thanking you. You're either one good thing that's ever happened to Gabriel. You helped us take down Cain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our packs will forever be grateful. Raziel sighed, running his hand slowly through his hair. Cain was a menace. I only wished I could have helped more. I got the impression that his regret wasn't really directed towards me. She really liked you, he continued, and I knew exactly to whom he was referring. She must be been a wonderful Luna, I said softly. echoing my thoughts from earlier. She may have been half werewolf, and that may have been the heritage she stuck to, but she had all the makings of a true angel. Raziel's mouth twisted in contemplation, and he gazed upwards at the sky, almost as if he could see Rebecca there. I wondered if she was watching over us. Heaven agreed with you. His gaze returned to settle on my face, and I tried not to show my discomfort at the intensity. I didn't think he'd ever completely get used to Raziel's presence, not the way I was used to other werewolves. That goes with what I wanted to talk to you about. Skylar. For some reason, I got the impression that Raziel was slightly more tense than before. I nodded for him to go on. While heaven seems incredibly distant to you, as it does to all mortal creatures, the angels aren't completely ignorant to what goes on down here. Perturbed, so they watch over Earth. In a way, they don't care about most day-to-day dealings. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But certain things interest them. Like what? Like Cain's death, was his short reply. I blinked in surprise, some awareness being triggered in the back of my mind. My wolf stirred uncomfortably. They care about vampires. Wouldn't they just think of them as... I tried to find the right word. Scum. Indeed, they do. The angel crossed his arms over his chest, looking contemplative. But Cain has been around for as long as some angels have. He was one of the biggest scourges on this earth. He left quite a stain, so to speak. My mind vainly tried to put together exactly where Raziel was going with this. I must have looked confused because he sighed and continued. The death of a great evil like that is something to celebrate. It's a big deal, so to speak. Even in heaven. So they're proud of us for killing him. I felt like I was grasping at straws. You've caught their attention. Such a heroic feat does not go unnoticed. Raziel's eyes bored into me, and for some reason I got the impression that he didn't think capturing heaven's attention was a good thing, despite how his words sounded. More specifically, I should say Gabriel has caught their attention. He did the deed, and he has the angel lineage. Feeling a burst of nervousness for reasons I couldn't explain. You're saying that's a bad thing. All I'm saying, Skylar, is that you all did well, but just know that you should keep an eye out. You've attracted heaven's attention. His tone was solemn, but the angel wasn't finished. They'll be keeping an eye on you. What? We'll have a bunch of holy beings watching us, because we killed a vampire. Now I was intensely disturbed. I glanced up at the sky surreptitiously as if I could see winged creatures lurking above. Don't take this warning lightly. I thought you had the right to know. Did you tell Gabriel? Should I? Raziel's jaw clenched, and he slowly shook his head. I would not recommend it. Now I have to go. Skylar, I've said enough. To my surprise and irritation, after speaking so cryptically, the angel turned to leave. Goodbye, Skylar. Take care of Gabriel. He will need you. He was making his way in the opposite direction of the village. The words rung with warning, an ominous promise. I made an exasperated noise. You're just going to say something like that and then leave? Razi hesitated, still turned away from me. A few seconds trickled by incomplete silence, and I felt my frustration building. Before I could add anything else, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He turned back over his shoulder. Don't worry. I'm sure I will be seeing you two again sooner than you think. With that, he was gone. Later that night, I lay in bed next to my mate, the man I loved. I was cold against him, our fingers interlaced, my cheek resting against his chest. I was sure my cheeks were lightly flushed. I could feel the faint sheen of sweat coating Gabriel's skin, and my own was dewy with perspiration. If it had any doubts at all about how Gabriel felt about me, they were now erased after our lovemaking. Ochidi put every ounce of passion and affection into it, and it felt the sincerity of his apology resounding throughout our bond. His guilt still lingered, no matter how many times I told him I'd forgiven him for leaving me. Truly, I understood why Ochidi left. It had hurt, but his actions had been selflessly motivated. Come to think of it, nearly everything Gabriel had ever done had been for selfless reason. I had been so wrong about him. It hated him and his pack from the day they started taking our land, mostly because of actions his father had taken before Gabriel was alpha. I could still remember the vehemence with which it renounced him the day before the meeting. Now, though, I knew better. Gabriel's actions against my pack had been cruel at times, but he'd been providing for his own in the way she'd been taught. He didn't want the power or land for himself, everything was for the Black Mountains pack. I could never think of my pack suffering in a positive light, but I knew what made Gabriel do what he did. Hopefully, he could go about things more peacefully now that I was Luna. "Thank you," came Gabriel's quiet voice, interrupting my thoughts. I tilted my head up to examine his face. His eyes were half closed, and I realized how exhausted he still looked. His eyelids began to droop as I watched. Just as quietly, Gabriel was silent for a long moment. As a minute passed, then two, without a response from him, I figured I wouldn't get an answer. As I was about to return to my former position and close my own eyes, he spoke again. "For being mine." My cheeks warmed and I felt a rush of excitement at the frank words. I cowed and held the smile that formed on my face as I rested my cheek on his chest again, wrapping my arm around the large torso. I didn't need to formulate a response to that. Gabriel could sense the emotions infused in our mental link. I wondered if it'd ever get used to the soaring feeling I got in my stomach when my mate claimed me as his. Gabriel surprised me by letting out a small snort of derision, and he said I would never be able to love. He wrapped his arm around me and drew me even closer until our bodies were melded into one. This brought me up short. I was at a loss for words. Hearing the word love escape Gabriel's mouth in conjunction with me left me feeling lightheaded and dizzy. I had sensed the emotion through our bond, but by vocalizing it, it was just that much sweeter. I had no doubt that the he to whom Gabriel referred was his father, David, the cruel alpha that had been the first to start treating my pack like dirt, and apparently treated his own family worse. I cowed and held the morbid curiosity that struck me as I wondered what happened to Gabriel's father. He never told me, but at a time like this, when my mate was only temporarily distracted from his grief, I knew I shouldn't ask. Still, the thought of David telling his own son that he would never love made my blood boil. I vehemently hoped that he had gotten what was coming to him. When I glanced up at him again, I realized Gabriel was asleep. I'd never seen him so peaceful. I'd never seen him sleep at all. I let my eyes run over the regal features, sculpted lips, and firm jawline. He didn't exactly look like the savage alpha that his reputation made him out to be. Perfect, my wolf thought. To my agent extraordinaire, Marion Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She growled agreement. I watched him sleep unabashedly for several minutes before deciding it was time I do the same. Yet, when I pulled the blanket up over my body and inhaled the masculine scent surrounding me, sleep would not come. When I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for it to take me away, I was still left wide awake. My wolf stared in my mind, something agitating her and leaving her uncomfortable. I tried to soothe her, not wanting the emotions to wake Gabriel up. It only took me a minute longer to realize what was bothering me. It was what Raziel said earlier. I could not get the angel's words out of my head. As I lifted my head again and gazed upon Gabriel's face, seeing him sleep for the first time, the cryptic phrases echoed in my mind and kept me awake and restless. I gently ran my fingers down his peaceful face. I was unwilling to burden him with what Raziel had told me. I wanted Gabriel's face to be this worry-free forever. Careful not to wake him, I snuggled even closer, inhaling his scent in an effort to calm my wolf. Like me, Raziel's words had left her restless. I pressed my hands flat against Gabriel's contoured chest. I was happy, and I was in love. Cain was dead. Despite our losses, I should be fast asleep next to my mate. But, even as I lay there, my eyes remained wide open. Despite the major obstacles we had just overcome, I could not sleep, because even though I knew we were safe here, and I knew that I was just beginning a long and happy life with Gabriel, wildest warning lingered, because even though I should be thinking about how many pups we would have and what our home in the third pet village would look like, my eyes inevitably kept darting upwards, fixating on the ceiling, as if my gaze could bore through it and into the night sky beyond. As I remained awake and unnerved, I knew I was still far away from sleep tonight despite the bright future ahead of me, because regardless of my happiness, my instincts would not let me sleep, and wildest warning rang true in the back of my mind, no matter how far away they were, or what dimension or universe they were in. The angels, powerful beings beyond my comprehension, were there, watching us,